In the early morning, the delicate mist resembled a gossamer veil, languidly draping itself over the ridge of Baozi Mountain. As Wukong traversed the dewy, grassy slope on his way home, the crisp sound of his heels crushing the gravel startled 3 red-headed sparrows, which flitted past the persimmon. Tree adorned with morning dew, droplets cascading onto his sun-kissed, wheat-colored arms. "Father, I'm back," he called out, his voice resonating against the wooden walls of the cabin and mingling with the clattering of pots and pans from within. Upon pushing open the creaking fence gate, he spotted Wufan squatting on the porch, tending to the paw of their limping old hunting dog. The little fellow's nose was smeared with herbal juice, and upon catching sight of the catch cradled in his father's arms, his eyes instantly lit up. It was a wild boar, nearly half his height, with strands of grass still clinging to its tusks. "Looks like luck is on our side today," Wufan remarked, rising after setting aside the bandages. Now a lanky youth, he wore a slightly faded training outfit emblazoned with the character key, yet it remained impeccably straight. The old dog, Ah Huang, wagged its tail and approached, gingerly resting its bandaged paw on Wukong's pant leg, emitting a contented rumble from its throat. "I had to circle the mountain 3 times before I caught it," Wukong said, tossing the boar into the yard, its hefty body landing with a dull thud. "By the way, where's Chi-Chi?" "Mother is in the kitchen preparing breakfast. She mentioned she has a surprise for you today," Wufan replied, darting into the house. Just as he crossed the threshold, an enticing aroma ensnared him. Golden fried eggs sizzling in an iron pan and steam wafting from the bamboo steamer, releasing the savory scent of glutinous rice mixed with meat. Those were Chi-Chi's specialty, pearl meatballs. Wukong chuckled, patting his stomach in anticipation, ready to enter the house when a black shadow caught his peripheral vision outside the fence. The figure moved along the steep rock wall with an unnaturally swift pace, and by the time he focused on it, the shadow had already glided like a withered leaf to a nearby oak tree, revealing only a portion of a shoulder wrapped in a dark cloak. Wukong raised an eyebrow. Although hunters frequently roamed Baozi Mountain, he had never encountered anyone capable of such speed on such a steep slope. Instinctively, he released his energy to sense the presence, only to frown upon making contact. Its energy was faint, as if deliberately shrouded, exuding a vaguely familiar yet foreign vibration, reminiscent of a fusion of Saiyan and some kind of plant essence. "Dad, what's wrong?" Wufan inquired, poking his head out with a freshly steamed meat bun in hand, his cheeks bulging. "Nothing," Wukong scratched his head. When he glanced back at the oak tree, the shadow had vanished, leaving only the wind swirling a few dry leaves at the base. At the breakfast table, Chi-Chi placed the final dish of pickled radishes on the table, deliberately piling 3 pearl meatballs into Wukong's bowl. "Eat up, we have guests coming today." "Guests?" Wukong mumbled with a mouthful of meatball. "Is it Krillin and the others?" "Not quite," Chi-Chi winked mysteriously. "It's a message from Lord Kai, saying that a descendant of an old friend will be visiting, apparently from Namek." Wufan paused, his chopsticks hovering midair. "Namekian? Are they warriors like Dandy?" "Who knows?" Wukong chuckled, shoveling rice into his mouth. "But Namekians are generally quite friendly. I just wonder if they eat pork." As they spoke, an odd noise suddenly emanated from outside the yard, resembling something colliding with the fence in the wind, followed by the rustling of fabric against tree. "Bark!" Ah Huang perked up its ears, emitting a low warning growl, tensing its body towards the door. Wukong promptly set down his bowl and utensils, his energy surging and then retracting, an ingrained habit developed over the years, allowing him to enter a combat-ready state, without alarming his family. Approaching the door, he heard Wufan whisper behind him, "Dad, I think I sense something too." The energy felt strange. As he opened the door, the morning sunlight streamed over the eastern mountains, casting a slanted beam upon the clearing outside the fence. There stood a figure slightly shorter than Wufan, cloaked in dark fabric, the hood pulled low, obscuring most of her face, revealing only a pale chin and tightly pressed lips. In her hand, she wielded a staff topped with a green crystal, and at the tip, a few fragile blades of grass sprouted visibly. "Excuse me," Wukong began, but the figure suddenly lifted her head. As the hood slipped back, he beheld a pair of amber eyes set in a light green complexion, the pupils resembling those of a vigilant feline, that a pale purple diamond-shaped mark glimmered on her forehead, subtly pulsating with her breath. "Are you Sun Wukong?" The girl's voice was soft, tinged with a slight accent, as if she were mimicking an ancient language. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the staff, the green crystal flickering momentarily. "My name is Kara." "Kara?" Wukong scratched his head. "Hello, I'm Wukong. Are you from Namek?" Kara did not respond immediately. Her amber gaze swept quickly over the wooden cabin behind him, then settled on the skinned boar in the yard, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. She raised her staff and pointed towards the eastern sky, the crystal casting a faint light that outlined a slowly rotating red planet, a surface marred with black veins. Reminiscent of a festering wound that it is awakening. Kara's voice suddenly dropped, laden with a weight beyond her years. "The Star Eater." "Star Eater?" Wu Fan had now joined his father, curiosity overpowering caution. "What is that? A new enemy?" Kara turned to him, the purple mark on her forehead glowing faintly. "It is not an enemy. It is a calamity. It feeds on planets and has existed since the birth of the universe. Every time it awakens, it consumes hundreds of star systems." She paused, her gaze returning to Wukong. 5,000 years ago, it was your ancestors who allied with my people to seal it at the edge of the cosmos." Wukong was taken aback. He had heard the legends of the Saiyans, knew of the destruction of planet Vegeta, and recognized himself as one of the last pure Saiyans. Yet he had never heard tales of sealing. The Star Eater. Instinctively, he touched the 4-star ball hanging at his chest, a smooth relic from his grandfather, which seemed to warm slightly at Kara's words. "You mentioned your people." Chi-Chi had appeared at the door, wielding a spatula. "What does that have to do with the Dragon Balls?" Kara's gaze fell upon the 4-star ball on Wukong's chest, her amber pupils dilating. "You still possess a fragment of the star core?" She took a step forward, her staff drawing shallow lines in the earth. "That is not a tool for wishes. It is the key to the seal. When 7 fragments gather, they can both awaken the Star Eater and completely eradicate it." Her words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, and Wukong's smile gradually faded. He recalled the myriad adventures he embarked upon to seek the Dragon Balls, the countless wishes he had granted, reviving friends, rebuilding homes, or simply refueling Bulma's spaceship. It turned out these shimmering orbs concealed such a terrifying secret. "Wait," Wu Fan interjected suddenly, pointing at the red planet projected by Kara's staff. "Where's that thing now? Is it far from Earth?" "Not far." Kara's voice trembled ever so slightly. "Its energy has begun to permeate the surrounding star systems. I observed from the Namekian observation station that 3 colonized planets have already vanished." She lowered her head, her light green fingers gently tracing the patterns on her staff. "I'm the last of my people and must find someone who can reseal it." After a brief moment of silence, Wukong suddenly broke into a smile and gently patted Kara's shoulder. The skin beneath his hand felt cool, reminiscent of a jade stone submerged in a stream. "Do not worry. We are here," he asserted, gesturing to himself and then to Wu Fan. "No matter what the erosion starer is, if it dares to disrupt Earth, I shall send it flying." Kara was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected gesture. A flicker of confusion crossed her amber eyes, soon replaced by a resolute determination. She lifted her staff, and the green crystal at its tip suddenly emanated a brilliant light, illuminating the courtyard as if it were midday. Within this radiance, the purple markings on her forehead unfurled slowly, resembling a crystal flower in bloom. "It has arrived." Kara's voice resonated as if from a distant place. "Not its true form, but its vanguard. Those energy-polluted star dusts are drifting this way." Wukong abruptly gazed skyward. The once clear morning sky had become shrouded in a faint, reddish mist, which flowed, as if alive, refracting eerie glimmers under the sunlight. He sensed countless subtle energy entities descending with the mist, akin to poison being scattered upon the earth. "Wu Fan, get Mom inside." Wukong's voice turned grave, his aura erupting like a volcano, golden light surging from within him, while his black hair stood on end, transforming into a dazzling golden mane. "Kara, can these things be dealt with?" The energy field of the Super Saiyan instinctively made Kara take a step back, yet she quickly steadied herself, raising her staff to point at the crimson mist in the air. "Stardust fears life energy, especially pure goodwill. The green light at the tip of her staff intensified, unleashing a vine-like energy beam that shot skyward, incinerating the red mist in its wake. Goodwill? Wukong paused, then understood. He took a deep breath, adjusting his energy to its gentlest state, not for battle, but for protection. His golden aura shimmered with a warm orange halo, enveloping the entire courtyard like a protective shield. When the star dust in the red mist made contact with this halo, it emitted a crackling sound, dissipating into sparks of light. Yet, more red mist continued to surge forth, with some already circumventing them, heading towards the village below. This is not a sustainable solution. Wukong gritted his teeth. Kara, do you know where the source of this star dust lies? Kara closed her eyes, the purple markings on her forehead flickering intensely as if receiving some signal. After a moment, she opened her eyes and pointed to the northeastern sky. 50 kilometers above the clouds, there exists an energy convergence point, resembling a cocoon. Understood. Wukong grinned, and in an instant, his golden figure vanished from sight. Only a single admonition lingered in the air. Look after my family. Wu Fan supported Chi-Chi as they stood inside the doorway, watching as his father transformed into a streak of golden light, piercing through the red mist. His small fists clenched unconsciously. Kara stood in the center of the courtyard, her staff continuously releasing green energy beams, weaving a massive net in the sky to intercept the stray star dust. Ah Huang lay beneath the porch, emitting a low growl of anger, yet refraining from rushing out. It understood that guarding the area was paramount. Chi-Chi gently patted her son's shoulder, her voice trembling yet resolute. Your father always says that the men of Baozi Mountain must never panic. Wu Fan nodded, his gaze following the golden light in the sky. He watched as his father traced golden arcs through the clouds, each turn accompanied by the violent dissipation of the red mist, as if igniting a series of golden fireworks in the heavens. Suddenly, the northeastern sky erupted with blinding red light, followed by a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves rustling through the leaves in the courtyard. As the red mist cleared, Wukong descended leisurely from the sky. His golden hair reverted to black, a hint of fatigue on his face, yet he still wore a radiant smile. All taken care of. He scratched his head, holding a piece of black fragment that resembled cooled lava, still retaining a residual heat. That thing was quite resilient. Kara approached cautiously, taking the fragment from him. As her staff made contact, the fragment emitted a faint whimper before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. This is merely the beginning, she remarked, gazing at Wukong, her amber eyes reflecting an emotion beyond mere vigilance. Trust. The true form of the erosion starer is 1,000 times more formidable than this. What of it? Wukong picked up a wild boar from the ground, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way to the kitchen. No matter how powerful it is, we will defeat it. By the way, Chi-Chi, is there any breakfast left? I got hungry after that fight. Chi-Chi shook her head helplessly, turning to enter the kitchen. Wu Fan, observing the gradually settling purple markings on Kara's forehead, suddenly recalled something. By the way, you haven't mentioned how the Star People and the Saiyans fought together in the past. Kara gazed at the distant mountain ridge, the morning mist having completely lifted, sunlight casting dappled shadows upon the grassy slope. Her voice was soft, reminiscent of recounting an ancient legend 5,000 years ago. The king of the Saiyans possessed a power that resonated with the stars, while we, the Star People, could understand the voice of the universe. Together, they forged 7 shards of star cores, imprisoning the erosion starer within the crevices of time and space. Wukong's voice called from the kitchen. Hey, how about some pearl meatballs? Chi-Chi made them. They're absolutely delicious. Kara paused, turning her gaze towards the steaming wooden house, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Gripping her staff tightly, she followed Wu Fan into the house, her steps noticeably lighter than before. Perhaps this journey would not be as solitary as she had envisioned. Outside the courtyard, on the mountain path, the startled red-headed sparrow returned, landing atop the fence. It tilted its head, observing the warm glow emanating from within the house, then suddenly took flight towards the heavens, soaring beneath the azure sky in the direction of the 7 Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in the deeper reaches of the cosmos, the red planet marked with black veins had its surface patterns spreading visibly, resembling a malignant tumor on the verge of bursting. The tranquility of Baozi Mountain had inevitably been disrupted. Yet Wukong knew that as long as he had family and friends by his side, he possessed the confidence to send any adversary flying with a single punch. After all, this was the essence of his life. Chapter 2. The disappearing four-star ball and the mysterious aura as the setting sun bathed the silhouette of Baozi Mountain in a warm orange hue. Wukong languidly reclined on a deck chair at the corner of the yard, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Wufan practiced the Kamehameha technique in a nearby clearing. The young boy's energy was still unrefined, resulting in energy waves that merely struck the distant rocks, scattering a few small stones. Ah Huang lay at Wukong's feet, its tail sweeping the ground intermittently, its nose twitching occasionally as it caught the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting from the kitchen. "Father, how do you think I performed this time?" Wufan wiped the sweat from his brow and called out to his father. His training outfit was soaked, clinging to his back and outlining his increasingly muscular physique. Wukong smacked his lips, turned over, and continued to doze, mumbling indistinctly, "Your energy is too dispersed. Remember what your grandfather taught me. It is about intent leading to energy." However, Wufan's words remained unspoken as he swallowed them back. He knew his father was referring to the grandfather who had adopted him, Sun Wufan, the elderly man who often donned a Taoist robe and joyfully taught him to identify herbs. Although he had never met him, he could envision a gentle yet formidable figure through his father's occasional descriptions. At that moment, Chi-Chi emerged from the house, carrying a plate of roasted wild boar. Just as she placed it on the stone table, Wukong snatched it away. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you," she scolded, swatting away her husband's outstretched hand. Her gaze suddenly falling upon the vacant space where the four-star ball usually hung at Wukong's chest. "Wukong, where's your Dragon Ball?" Chi-Chi's voice rose sharply, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. With his mouth full of roasted meat, Wukong instinctively reached for his chest, only to find the rough fabric of his garment. He sat upright abruptly, the act of chewing halted. "Huh, it was just there." Wufan leaned in. "I saw you wearing it while chatting with Sister Carla this morning." The three exchanged bewildered glances when Ah Huang suddenly sprang up from the ground, barking frantically towards the western forest. Its bark was unlike its usual alertness, carrying a sharpness that bordered on fear. Its tail was tightly tucked between its legs, and its fur stood on end. Wukong's expression darkened. He had indeed relaxed his vigilance during his nap, but with his heightened senses, he should have detected even a fly passing by. Yet, the four-star ball, which had accompanied him for decades, had vanished without a trace, as if forcibly stripped away, leaving not even a ripple of energy behind. "I will search for it," Wukong declared, placing the roasted meat on the table before darting through the fence. He quickly retraced his steps along the mountain path he had traversed earlier, a golden aura shimmering around him. This time, he dared not be careless, amplifying his perception to its utmost, weaving an invisible net that enveloped the entire forest. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Wukong's footsteps halted beneath an old oak tree, the very spot where Carla had appeared earlier. Apart from the footprints they had made, there were peculiar faint traces on the ground, marks reminiscent of a certain arthropod, with tiny suction cup impressions extending from the tree to the edge of a steep cliff. "What is this?" Wukong crouched down, his fingertips brushing over the imprints on the ground. The moment his skin made contact with the soil, an extremely faint aura surged along his fingertips, cold and viscous, resembling a layer of slick moss, yet carrying the sharpness akin to metal friction. What unsettled him further was that this aura contained a familiar frequency, the unique energy of the Dragon Balls, albeit distorted into a grotesque form, as if it were wailing in agony. "Father," Wufan's voice called from down the mountain, laced with unmistakable urgency. "Sister Carla said there's a situation." Wukong immediately sprang to his feet and dashed back, the wind in the forest lifting the edges of his clothing, his unease intensifying. He understood how unique the energy of the Dragon Balls was. Ordinary individuals could not only take them, but even approach them without being repelled by the energy. However, this time, the adversary had not only stealthily removed the four-star ball, but had also left behind such an eerie aura. This was no ordinary thief's doing. Upon returning to the yard, Carla stood beside the stone table, the green crystal atop her wooden staff radiating a faint glow that cast a pallor over her light green cheeks. Chi-Chi clutched Wufan's arm tightly, her eyes filled with concern. "What happened?" Wukong asked hastily. Carla raised her head, her amber eyes reflecting the flickering green light. I sensed the energy of the four-star ball, but it is moving and becoming tainted. She lifted her staff, the tip projecting a blurry star map, indicating that the light representing the four-star ball was rapidly moving westward, entwined by a ring of black mist. That aura shared its origin with the stardust from earlier, yet it was more concentrated and corrosive. To the west, Wufan furrowed his brow. That direction leads to a cliff, beyond which lies the sea. It's not on the ground. Carla's voice trembled. It's high in the sky. Approximately 50 kilometers above the ground, quite close to the cocoon from this morning. Wukong's heart sank. 50 kilometers in altitude exceeded the reach of ordinary aircraft. Even nearing the stratosphere, the ability of the adversary to maneuver at such a height, while also masking his perception, was undoubtedly formidable. I will pursue it, Wukong decisively declared, his aura surging as his black hair gradually turned golden. You two stay at home. I will return shortly. Wait. Carla suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path with her staff. You cannot go. It is a trap. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. A trap? Yes, Carla nodded, the purple markings on her forehead flashing rapidly. The forerunners of the erosion star are cunning. They excel at using bait to lure prey. The four-star ball is the bait now. They want to draw you into the sky, where, she paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts, where they can better exploit the corrosive nature of the stardust, causing your energy to be rapidly drained. What should we do? Chi-Chi's voice tightened with urgency. We cannot just stand by and watch the Dragon Ball being stolen. Carla turned to Wukong, her gaze resolute. My staff can trace the energy trajectory of the stardust, but I need someone to assist me. Wukong, your aura is the purest. It can temporarily neutralize the corrosive effects of the stardust. We will go together. You will distract them while I purify the pollution on the four-star ball. Wukong gazed at the pulsating purple markings on her light green skin, then glanced at his wife's worried expression, breaking into a smile. All right, but it's cold up high. Perhaps you should wear something warmer? Carla seemed taken aback by his comment, pausing momentarily before shaking her head. The people of the stars are not afraid of the cold. Then let us depart. Wukong grasped Carla's arm, waving his other hand to Wufan and Chi-Chi. Keep an eye on the house. Before he could finish his sentence, a golden light erupted into the sky. Carla felt a gentle, yet powerful aura enveloping her as the wind whistled past her ears, the ground below shrinking rapidly, resembling flattened building blocks. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her staff, only to discover that Wukong's aura had formed an invisible barrier around her, shielding her from the fierce winds of the high altitude. Do not be anxious. Wukong's voice resonated beside her, tinged with amusement. I have ventured to even greater heights than this. During my battle with Frieza, we fought in the cosmos. Carla did not catch the rest of his words, her attention captured entirely by the green crystal atop her staff. At that moment, it shone as brightly as a miniature sun, casting a beam of light directly toward the southwest, delineating a clear energy trajectory above the clouds. At the end of the trajectory, a dense black mist was slowly moving, within which a hint of red light could be discerned, the color of the polluted four-star ball. Just ahead, Carla exclaimed, pointing her staff sharply at the black mist. Be careful, there is more than one energy source inside. Wukong's expression sharpened instantly. He could sense that at least a dozen energy entities were concealed within the black mist, each stronger than the cocoon from earlier that morning, and their auras were interconnected, forming a vast energy web, seemingly waiting for prey to ensnare. Hold on tight, Wukong murmured, his aura erupting suddenly, the golden light tearing a rift through the darkness. He did not charge directly into the black mist, but instead moved swiftly in circles, leaving behind shimmering golden afterimages, a technique he had acquired from his battle with Vegeta, utilizing rapid movement to confuse his adversaries. Indeed, the energy entities within the black mist stirred, and countless black rays shot forth with a sharp sound of slicing air. Yet they all struck the afterimages, exploding into bursts of black sparks amidst the clouds. Now's the time, Kara shouted, as the green crystal atop her staff emitted a vine-like energy beam that accurately ensnared the red light. The instant the energy beam made contact with the black mist, it crackled, releasing white smoke from the point of contact, as if melting away a hard shell. This thing is quite resilient, Wukong remarked with a hint of surprise. He could feel that the black mist had a formidable resistance to the green energy beam, and Kara's strength was being rapidly depleted. Her pale cheeks had turned even more ashen. Suddenly, the black mist violently contracted, and a dozen black shadows sprang forth, revealing their true forms, creatures resembling mantises. Their bodies composed of translucent crystal, with limbs that were sharp metallic blades. Their heads bore no features, only a pulsating red crystal that resembled a miniature core of the Star Eater. Stardust Mantis. Kara's voice trembled with fear. They were the harbingers of the Star Eater, tasked with harvesting energy sources. The speed of the Stardust Mantises was astonishing, as they swiftly circled behind them, their sharp forelimbs striking with black energy waves. Wukong reacted swiftly, pulling Kara aside just in time to evade the attack, though his back was grazed by the energy wave, causing ripples in the golden aura surrounding him. That stings. Wukong grimaced, retaliating with a punch that sent a golden energy fist crashing into one of the Stardust Mantises. The creature's crystalline shell shattered upon impact. Yet before the fragments could hit the ground, they reformed, returning to their original state. They can reorganize. Kara urgently warned. We must destroy their core with pure life energy. Wukong's gaze sharpened, no longer holding back his power. The aura of Super Saiyan blue erupted forth, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant blue radiance. Akin to a newly emerged star, he clasped his hands together, channeling the energy within. Kamehameha, the blue energy wave roared forth like a raging dragon, bearing destructive force as it surged towards the swarm of Stardust Mantises. This time, the moment the energy wave made contact with the crystal bodies, blue flames ignited, contorting and melting the Stardust Mantises, which emitted piercing shrieks, yet could no longer reorganize. Now, Wukong shouted. Kara gritted her teeth, channeling all her star power into her staff. The green energy beam thickened suddenly, resembling a massive python that constricted tightly around the red light. With a sharp cracking sound, the black exterior was finally torn apart, revealing the four-star Dragon Ball, which had lost its former luster, now marred by black lines that spread across its surface like a web. Purify. Kara closed her eyes, the purple markings on her forehead fully unfurling into the shape of a crystalline flower. The green energy flowed along the lines of the four-star Dragon Ball, and where it passed, the black lines receded as if exposed to sunlight, allowing the red glow to regain its purity and warmth. Just as the four-star Dragon Ball was on the brink of complete purification, the last Stardust Mantis suddenly lunged from the shadows, its forelimbs aimed directly at Kara's back. Wukong's pupils dilated. He realized he could not intervene in time and could only watch as the sharp metallic blade drew closer to Kara. Watch out. At that critical moment, a golden energy wave shot from the ground, striking the Stardust Mantis precisely. The force of the energy wave was not overwhelming, yet it carried a familiar, gentle essence, disintegrating the Stardust Mantis into fragments. Wukong looked down to see Gohan standing in the yard, hands still poised as if launching a Kamehameha, his face a mixture of tension and excitement. Chi-Chi stood behind him, holding a peculiar device, a portable energy amplifier from Bulma, which was now emitting a faint glow. Good job, kid, Wukong exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding through him. Seizing the opportunity, Kara finally completed the purification. The four-star Dragon Ball radiated a dazzling red light, breaking free from the green energy beam and flying into Wukong's palm, its touch warm and its energy fluctuations tranquil, just as it had been before. The swarm of Stardust Mantises was eliminated, and the black mist dissipated accordingly. The night sky revealed a tapestry of stars, with moonlight casting a silvery halo over the clouds. Wukong gently descended with Kara in his arms, only to be embraced tightly by Gohan upon landing. Dad, I was awesome, right? The boy looked up, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation for praise. Incredible, incredible. Wukong chuckled, ruffling his hair, then turning to regard the amplifier in Chi-Chi's hands. This gadget is truly effective. What gift from Bulma could be anything less? Chi-Chi responded with a hint of pride, but then her expression turned serious. But you mustn't take such risks again. Kara approached Wukong, gazing at the four-star Dragon Ball in his palm, and let out a soft sigh of relief. After the recent outburst, her complexion had grown even paler, and the purple markings on her forehead had dimmed considerably. Thanks to you all, she murmured, her voice tinged with fatigue. But this is merely the beginning. They already know the four-star Dragon Ball is here. Next, it will be our turn to counterattack. Wukong tightened his grip on the four-star Dragon Ball, his gaze resolute. Tomorrow, I will seek out Bulma and have her help locate the other Dragon Balls. As long as we gather all 7 first. We can take the initiative and completely eliminate that so-called Star Eater. Gohan nodded vigorously. I want to go too. First, you need to solidify your Kamehameha technique. Wukong playfully flicked his forehead, eliciting a disgruntled pout from the boy. Chi-Chi watched her husband and son with a mix of exasperation and affection, shaking her head as she turned towards the kitchen. All right. Even after winning, we must still eat. I'll reheat the roasted meat. Kara, you should join us. You look exhausted. Kara observed the lively family, warmth beginning to seep into her amber eyes for the first time. She glanced down at her staff, the green crystals still faintly glowing, as if responding to something. The night breeze swept over Baozi Mountain, carrying the fresh scent of distant forests. Ah Huang lay at the door, contentedly snoring. The roasted meat on the stone table became warm and steaming again, with light spilling from the wooden house, casting warm spots on the ground. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the shadows of the yard's corner, a small cluster of black stardust was quietly writhing, like a seed buried in anticipation of the next opportunity to awaken. Meanwhile, deep in the distant cosmos, a massive fissure was slowly opening on the surface of a red planet, revealing an unfathomable darkness within. Yet, at this moment on Baozi Mountain, only the aroma of food and the laughter of family filled the air. Wukong bit into the roasted meat, listening to Gohan excitedly recounting his experience of launching the Kamehameha, occasionally chiming in with a comment. He understood that the road ahead would not be easy, but as long as he had these people by his side, he felt confident in facing any challenge with a smile. After all, this was everything he sought to protect. Chapter 3. Krillin's martial arts tournament invitation. As the morning sun spilled over the roof of Kame House, Krillin paced back and forth in the yard, wooden clogs clacking. He held a red invitation adorned with golden edges in his hand, the hem of his cream-colored robe flapping in the sea breeze. And beads of sweat glistened on his bald head, not from heat, but from nervousness. Master, do you think Wukong will come when he sees this? He asked for the umpteenth time, glancing at Master Roshi, who was lounging in a rocking chair. The old man, clad in sunglasses, was slurping a cola through a straw, his rotund belly rising and falling with each breath, while he cradled a flashy magazine. Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, squinting at the invitation before glancing back at his flustered disciple. Rest assured, that kid will fly back from the other end of the universe at the mere mention of the martial arts tournament, he replied. He smacked his lips, recalling the first time he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, how he could brawl over a bun. Krillin scratched his bald head, unable to suppress a smile. He certainly recalls those bygone days of youthful camaraderie, fighting alongside Wukong at the martial arts tournament, the scent of sweat mingled with dust, the deafening cheers of victory, and the calm encouragement from his master after a loss, urging him to train harder. Those memories, like seeds buried deep within his heart, have now blossomed into towering trees, their branches adorned with warm patches of light. Yet, this time feels different. Krillin crouched down, his fingers absent-mindedly fiddling with the knots on his wooden sandals. Gohan mentioned they were facing a troublesome foe, something called the Shixings, which sounded rather intimidating. A troublesome enemy? Master Roshi suddenly sat upright, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose, revealing his sparkling eyes. Is it more troublesome than Frieza? More troublesome than Cell? Or perhaps even more so than that plump you? Krillin was taken aback by the question, but then chuckled. Indeed. From the Demon King Piccolo at the World Martial Arts Tournament to the Cosmic Emperor Frieza from Namek, and later the androids, Cell, and Majin Buu, each time they faced seemingly insurmountable foes. Yet, in the end, they always managed to prevail through the strength of their companions. You are right. He stood up, brushing the dust off his robe. No matter how troublesome things may be, when everyone comes together, they always find a way. Besides, this tournament is something I planned with number 18. It's meant to give everyone a chance to relax. Just as he spoke, a splash erupted from the sea, and a golden light, trailing a long tail, burst forth from the clouds, resembling a shooting star as it descended towards Kame House. Krillin instinctively assumed a defensive stance, but watched as the light suddenly slowed 3 meters above the ground, gracefully landing in the yard and sending a gust of wind that flipped the magazine on Master Roshi's face. Krillin, Master Roshi. Wukong's voice reached the ground before he did. Scratching his messy black hair, still clad in his faded orange GI, his boots speckled with dirt, evidently just having rushed from Baozi Mountain. I heard their SA martial arts tournament? Before Krillin could respond, he was suddenly embraced by a furry head. Huang wagged his tail, excitedly licking his face, drool coating his neck. Gohan followed closely behind, holding a bamboo basket filled with red bean buns that Chi-Chi had specially made, the steam causing the boy's bangs to curl slightly. Wukong, how did you arrive so quickly? Krillin laughed, pushing Huang away and grabbing a red bean bun from the basket, the sweet aroma mingling with the smoothness of the bean paste melting on his tongue. Truly the essence of Chi-Chi's culinary skills. By instant transmission, Wukong replied nonchalantly, his eyes fixated on the cola in Master Roshi's hands, sensing the lively energy here. I guess something good was happening. As he reached for the cola, Master Roshi smacked his hand with his cane. You little brat, ask me first. Master Roshi hid the cola behind him, but his eyes darted towards the bamboo basket in Gohan's hands. Gohan, did your mother make my favorite meat buns? Yes, indeed. Gohan quickly retrieved a fist-sized meat bun and handed it over, the elder's face lighting up with joy, his earlier annoyance dissipating into thin air. Seizing the moment, Wukong grabbed another can of cola and downed half of it in one go, wiping his mouth before noticing the invitation in Krillin's hand. Is this the invitation to the tournament? The calligraphy is exquisite. He leaned closer, tracing the golden patterns with his finger. When does it start? Where is it held? Are there formidable opponents? Next month, in the Shidu Martial Arts Hall. Krillin handed him the invitation, his tone laced with pride. This isn't just an ordinary tournament. No, 18 and I have collaborated with martial arts halls from around the world and invited numerous old friends. Consider it a grand gathering for everyone. Wukong's eyes sparkled. Will Piccolo be coming? What about Vegeta? And Bu? We still haven't settled the score from our last encounter. They'll all be there. Krillin smiled even wider. I've already dispatched the invitation via the delivery robot. By the way, what about that girl you brought along? The one named Kara, will she be joining us too? Upon mentioning Kara, Wukong's expression grew slightly serious. She's at Bowsy Mountain helping Chi-Chi organize information. Bulma sent over many star maps regarding the Shixings, stating she wants to identify its weaknesses. He scratched his head and took a bite of the red bean bun Gohan offered him. However, she will definitely come to the tournament. I've told her how much fun the previous World Martial Arts Tournament was. Just then, a sound of rushing air resonated from the sea once more. This time it wasn't a golden light, but a silver-gray capsule vehicle, its engine roaring as it landed in the yard. The hatch opened, and number 18 stepped out, adorned in a white sundress, sunglasses perched atop her head, and a chic handbag in hand. Spotting Krillin, she frowned. Didn't I tell you to return home early to help set up the venue? Why are you still chatting here? I was just waiting for Wukong and the others. Krillin quickly approached, his tone slightly ingratiating. Look, they just arrived. No. 18's gaze swept over Wukong and Gohan, her lips curving into a rare smile. Long time no see, Wukong. Gohan, you've grown so tall. She retrieved a small terminal from her handbag, opened the screen, and showed everyone a preliminary design of the venue. It includes competition areas, rest zones, and even a special play area for children. Bra and Xiao Fong will surely love it. The three-dimensional model on the screen was exquisitely crafted. The main structure of the martial arts hall reminiscent of a traditional conical hat, surrounded by a circle of white stands, tall palm trees adorning the rest area, and a colorful inflatable castle tucked in the corner. Gohan gazed at the castle, his eyes sparkling. He had pestered Chi-Chi for one of those when he was younger. This looks amazing, Wukong exclaimed sincerely, far superior to the venue of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, which was merely a rickety platform with stone bleachers. Of course. No. 18 put away the terminal, her tone reflecting a hint of pride. This time, the sponsor is the Universal Capsule Company. Bulma insisted on making the venue feel like a celebration. She paused, glancing at Wukong. By the way, is that Shixings really as formidable as you say? When it came to serious matters, Wukong's smile faded slightly. Yes, it's more troublesome than we anticipated. Those Stardust Mantises can reconfigure their bodies and even contaminate the Dragon Balls. If it weren't for Kara's ability to purify, the 4-star ball might have been rendered useless. He touched the 4-star ball resting against his chest, its surface glowing warmly in the sunlight. However, Krillin is right. When we gather together, we can always devise a plan. Perhaps the tournament will even provide us with clues on how to deal with them. Unbeknownst to them, Master Roshi had finished the meat bun and was patting his belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Heh, it's been ages since I've stretched my limbs. This tournament will allow you all to witness what true martial arts is. As he struck a pose, the sudden movement nearly sent him tumbling from his rocking chair. eliciting a round of laughter from everyone. Amidst the laughter, Krillin suddenly noticed the wristband on Wukong's arm, a deep green braided cord adorned with a small green crystal, reminiscent of the crystal atop Kara's staff. "Is that a gift from Kara?" he asked curiously. "Yes," she mentioned. It could sense the aura of the stardust. Wukong shook his wrist, the green crystal glimmering in the sunlight. She also said that ancient texts of the Star People record that before the Shixings awakens, warriors in the universe gather their power through a certain ritual. Perhaps the martial arts tournament is the perfect ritual. No. 18 picked up the thread of conversation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "If we can gather the energy of all the warriors together, perhaps we can form a power strong enough to combat the Shixings." Gohan's eyes lit up, just like the spirit bomb, somewhat similar, yet different. Wukong pondered for a moment. The spirit bomb absorbs natural energy, but this time, perhaps what S needed is the collective belief of everyone. He scratched his head uncertainly. Kara said the Star People can hear the voice of the universe. The stronger the belief, the more potent the energy emitted. Krillin nodded thoughtfully. "Then we must ensure the tournament is a success. Not only should we invite old friends, but we must also encourage more young warriors to participate. The stronger the belief." He turned to number 18, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Let us add another segment, allowing all the contestants to take an oath, akin to the vow of safeguarding the universe." Number 18 chuckled, playfully rubbing his bald head. "I'll leave that to you. I'm not one for grandiloquent speeches." The sea breeze drifted through the courtyard, carrying the briny scent of the ocean. In the distance, a few seagulls chased the frothy waves. Master Roshi reclined back in his rocking chair, humming a tuneless old song, the sunlight casting a golden blanket upon his rotund belly. Wukong and Wufan huddled together, poring over the venue map, deliberating on the techniques to employ during the competition, occasionally erupting into playful banter and laughter. Krillin observed the scene before him, the anxiety that had once plagued him dissipating into thin air. He understood that no matter how formidable the Shixings might be, as long as these individuals remained united, as long as they could still gather and laugh together, there would be no challenge insurmountable. "By the way, Wukong," Krillin suddenly recalled, retrieving another invitation from his pocket. "This one is for Kara. Please pass it on." The invitation featured a tiny star, a detail he had specifically requested from the designer, hoping it would resonate with the Star People. Wukong accepted the invitation, carefully tucking it into his garment. "I will ensure it reaches her. By the way, can Ah Huang participate in the competition? He has recently mastered a new biting technique that is quite impressive." Krillin looked at Ah Huang, who was wagging his tail nearby, envisioning the hound chasing opponents around the arena, and couldn't he help but burst into laughter. As long as he can stand on the stage, of course he can. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wukong and Wufan departed from Kame House, their silhouettes framed against the vibrant twilight. The aircraft skimmed over the ocean, leaving a white trail in its wake, like a silver thread connecting the past and the future. Wufan leaned against the window, watching the diminishing figure of Kame House, and suddenly asked, "Dad, do you think Grandpa would have come to the martial arts tournament if he were still here?" Wukong gazed into the distant starry sky, where a particularly bright star reminded him of the 4-star ball his grandfather had left him. "He would definitely come," he replied with a smile, "and perhaps he would even compete with Master Roshi for the meat buns." The aircraft pierced through the clouds, heading towards Baozi Mountain. Wukong touched the 2 invitations in his pocket, feeling the warmth of the paper beneath his fingertips. He envisioned the scene at the tournament, Piccolo frowning as he confronted Vegeta, Bu seated in the stands surrounded by a mountain of snacks, Krillin and number 18 bustling at the sidelines, while Wufan, Bulma, and Xiaofeng frolicked in a bounce castle. And there he stood, on the arena stage, facing an unknown yet formidable opponent, surrounded by the cheers of his companions. The lurking stardust and distant threats from the cosmos seemed temporarily dispelled by this warm imagery. Meanwhile, at the Universal Capsule Corporation in Shidu, Bulma furrowed her brow as she gazed at the vast star map. On the screen, several feeble signal points had appeared around the red dot representing the Shixings, reminiscent of a spreading virus. She picked up the communicator and dialed Vegeta's number. "Hello, Prince of the Saiyans. I trust you have received the invitation to the martial arts tournament? By the way, I have some bad news. It seems there is not just one batch of Stardust Mantises." A cold snort emanated from the other end of the line. "A mere rabble. I could dispatch them with a single finger. However, I will attend the tournament to show Wukong who the true warrior is." Bulma chuckled and shook her head, ending the call and returning her gaze to the star map. Despite the dire circumstances, a smile lingered on her lips. After all, when these individuals truly united, even the laws of the universe could be rewritten. As night fell, the lights of Kame House glimmered like a solitary pearl embedded in the deep blue sea. Krillin and number 18 sat side by side in the courtyard, gazing up at the myriad stars, the invitations safely stowed away in their hands. The sea breeze wafted through, bringing the distant lights and faint melodies from a fishing village. Do you think, many years from now, anyone will remember what we did today? Krillin asked softly. Number 18 leaned against him, her voice gentle yet resolute. They will. As long as there are those who remember this courage and these laughs, we will never truly fade away. In the distance, a meteor streaked across the night sky, trailing a long, luminous tail, as if penning the prologue to the grand event that awaited. Chapter 4. Master Roshi's Prophecy. The red star's anomaly. The first rays of morning sunlight penetrated the window of Kame House, illuminating the faded piggy bank perched at Master Roshi's bedside. The bank, shaped like an endearingly clumsy pig, bore the words Martial Arts Fund painted in red upon its belly. At that moment, the elderly man trembled as he cradled it, spilling a cascade of jingling coins. 1, 2, 3, alas, still not enough to purchase the latest issue. Master Roshi mused, scrutinizing a worn 5 yuan coin against the sunlight, his round face creased with worry. When Krillin entered with breakfast, he stumbled upon his master sighing dramatically toward the air, clutching an old magazine with dog-eared corners. It was the Martial Arts Weekly from 30 years ago, featuring a youthful Wukong grinning broadly, showcasing his sharp teeth. Master, what are you rambling about now? Krillin set the tray on the low table, the aroma of fried eggs wafting through the air. The plate held 3 soft-boiled eggs, their edges golden brown, accompanied by a mountain of rice and 2 piping hot grilled mackerels, prepared according to his master's taste. Master Roshi's gaze was immediately captured by the mackerels, his earlier despondency vanishing as he snatched up chopsticks, only to have Krillin gently restrain his wrist. Wash your hands first. Reluctantly, the old man shuffled to the basin, mumbling about how he once devoured dinosaur meat raw in the wild, but his hands obediently lathered in soap. By the time the master and disciples settled around the low table, Master Roshi had already devoured an entire mackerel and was now engrossed in the soft-boiled eggs. The yolk trickled down his chin, and as he licked it away, he suddenly paused, his gaze becoming distant. Krillin, do you remember the World Martial Arts Tournament 30 years ago? The one when Wukong first transformed into a great ape? Krillin hesitated for a moment before nodding. He vividly recalled being a young boy with a crew cut, witnessing Wukong transform under the full moon, wreaking havoc in the arena, only to be subdued by Master Roshi's Kamehameha. It was later revealed that this was an innate ability of the Saiyans, the first uncontrolled manifestation of the cosmic bloodline within Wukong. Why bring this up now? Krillin served his master a bowl of miso soup. Master Roshi scooped a spoonful, the steam obscuring his glasses. That moon that night was a terrifying shade of red, like a glowing iron brand hanging motionless in the sky. He set down his spoon, unconsciously tapping his fingers against the table. I sensed something was amiss. It felt like more than just an ordinary lunar eclipse. Krillin's heart raced. He knew his master, though often carefree, possessed an extraordinary intuition. His previous predictions regarding the revival of the Demon King Piccolo and the impending crisis of the Cell Games had all stemmed from this inexplicable premonition. The gravity etched across the old man's face reminded him of those stormy nights fraught with foreboding. Are you suggesting this is connected to the Shixings? Krillin's voice tightened. It's hard to say. Master Roshi shook his head, retrieving an old compass tied with a red string from his robe. The compass's needle, a dark red crystal, was engraved with ancient runes, appearing older than Kame House itself. I found this in an underwater ruin during my youth. It is said to sense the movements of calamities. Look. He placed the compass on the table, and Krillin was astonished to see the dark red needle quivering violently, as though manipulated by an invisible force, pointing frantically towards the northwest sky. The trajectory traced by the needle left faint red marks on the compass's surface, which eerily resembled a cracked star, astonishingly similar to the manifestation of the Shixings described by Kara. This thing has never moved before. Master Roshi's voice dropped to a hush. Even when Frieza came to Earth, it merely trembled slightly. Now he pointed at the flickering red light at the end of the pointer, referred to as the Hongxing Yidong, which, according to ancient texts, signifies a celestial omen, heralding the awakening of something capable of upending the cosmic order. A cold sweat trickled down Clint's back. He sensed the chilling aura emanating from the compass, which was akin to the stardust mantis encountered on Bowsy Mountain, yet magnified countless times, resembling a shadow that loomed over the universe, slowly descending upon Earth. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, and Wufan rushed in, panting, with damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead. Uncle Clint, Grandpa came Sanin. The young boy tightly gripped the communicator, the signal waveform on its screen fluctuating erratically. Dad sent me to inform you that Sister Kara's star core has detected an energy explosion from the Shi Xingzhe. The energy readings from the northwest are doubling. Kame Sanin abruptly stood up, and the compass needle sprang up with a snap, the crystal tip cracking with a fine fissure, oozing a dark red liquid as if it were bleeding. It has come. The elder's voice bore an unprecedented gravity. It is not merely approaching, it is awakening. Clint immediately seized his martial arts uniform from the corner. I will notify number 18 to contact Bulma immediately and activate the emergency defense system. Wufan, where's your father? Dad has gone to find Uncle Vegeta, saying he wants to check the uninhabited area to the northwest. Wufan wiped his face, excitement flickering in his eyes. The instinct of a warrior ignited by danger. He urged me to fetch Grandpa Kame Sanin, asserting that you might know how to respond. Kame Sanin shook his head, carefully rewrapping the old compass in red cloth. This old body cannot endure much more. However, you must take this. He handed the compass to Klin, the Warn. It could locate the essence of calamity. Remember, the Hongxing Yidong fears not brute force, but balance, just like the yin and yang fish in the Taiji diagram. They must coexist to stabilize. As Klin accepted the compass, he felt its icy touch, the needle beneath the cloth still trembling faintly, akin to a beating heart. He suddenly recalled the meditation technique taught by his master in his youth, which emphasized that the essence of martial arts is not destruction, but protection. It is not about seizing power, but achieving balance. At that time, he had regarded it as mere old sayings, yet now they resonated like thunder in his ears. I understand, Klin nodded solemnly. Turning to Wufan, you return to Bowsy Mountain first and inform Aunt Chi-Chi and Sister Kara that we will arrive shortly. Remember, no matter what happens, do not leave the defense circle. Wufan nodded vigorously, turning to run, but was called back by Kame Sanin. The elder produced a palm-sized turtle-shaped emblem from his robe and handed it to the boy. Wear this. It is imbued with the energy of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, capable of shielding you from the corrosion of stardust. Do not let your father see it, or he will claim I am being biased. As Wufan gazed at the familiar character for turtle on the emblem, his eyes grew warm, and he clutched it tightly as he dashed into the teleportation device. In the instant of brilliance, Klin felt as if he had glimpsed the little boy from years ago, clutching Goku's tail and crying, now transformed into a youth capable of standing on his own. Master, let us depart as well. Klin tightened the belt of his martial arts uniform, gathering his energy. Though his strength seemed trivial before a Super Saiyan, the experiences of guarding Earth over the years had taught him that true courage lies not in the size of one's fists, but in the willingness to stand firm in the face of danger. However, Kame Sanin remained seated, picking up the old magazine once more, gently brushing his fingers over the smiling face of youth Goku on the cover. You go ahead, I still have some things to find. He gazed toward the northwest sky, where the clouds had transformed into a strange dark red hue, resembling a vast shroud of blood. Tell Goku not to be preoccupied with fighting. He should remember how he once called out to his grandpa at Bowsy Mountain under the moon. Klin paused momentarily, then understood his master's intent. It was not a weak reminiscence, but a reminder for Goku that his power derives not solely from his Saiyan lineage, but also from the bonds of protection and guardianship. Just as the compass revealed balance, strength and emotion are interdependent. Without either, equilibrium is lost. I will convey his message. Klin bowed deeply and rushed out of the courtyard. The engine of his aircraft roared as it soared into the sky. He glanced back to see a straight plume of smoke rising from the chimney of Kame Sanin's house, standing defiantly under the dark red sky. Kame Sanin waited until the aircraft vanished into the clouds before slowly rising and moving to the storage cabinet in the corner. He moved aside a heavy wooden box to reveal a loose floorboard, prying it open to retrieve a dusty copper box from a hidden compartment. The moment the box opened, a wave of pure energy surged forth, revealing 3 translucent orbs of varying sizes, each radiating a warm glow, reminiscent of Dragon Balls, yet far more ancient. Oh, I had intended to take these to my coffin as pillows, the elder sighed, carefully tucking the orbs into his robe. It seems I must bring them out to see the light of day. He gazed out at the dark red sky, murmuring to himself, Master, I finally understand the meaning of the star covenant you spoke of. Meanwhile, above the uninhabited area to the northwest, Goku and Vegeta hovered amidst the clouds. The dark red energy clouds resembled boiling magma, continually swirling, within which the shadows of countless stardust mantises could be discerned, forming a colossal net that enveloped a radius of 100 miles. The number of these creatures had increased tenfold since the last encounter. Vegeta's black hair danced without wind, surrounded by a deep blue aura, resembling burning ice flames, indicating they intended to establish a forward base here. Goku's golden hair rustled in the energy winds. His Super Saiyan blue aura shone like a beacon, particularly conspicuous against the dark red sky. Not only that, look over there. He pointed to the center of the energy cloud, where a swirling vortex was visible, with a pulsating red core at its center. This was the true source of trouble. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting sharply as the energy fluctuations from the core resonated with a primal fear deep within his bloodline, akin to an ancient alarm ringing in the most primitive memories of the Saiyan race. He recalled his father's vague whispers before his passing, alluding to the ancestors of the Saiyan race having once bowed to a certain red nightmare. This was not merely a legend. Whatever it is, this prince will reduce it to dust. Vegeta snorted coldly and charged forward, unleashing a barrage of deep blue energy waves like a meteor shower, instantly tearing through the net formed by the stardust mantises. Goku followed closely. The blue light of Kamehameha sliced through the clouds, creating a breach in the dark red energy cloud. He recalled Kame Senin's words, not merely destroying, but infusing gentleness into his attacks. Those stardust mantises struck did not reassemble, but transformed into specks of glowing light, akin to purified dust. This technique is quite effective. Goku laughed and called out to Vegeta, why don't you give it a try? Without looking back, Vegeta subtly adjusted his energy output. A hint of warmth infused his deep blue aura, causing the struck stardust mantises to similarly dissolve into glowing particles, slightly easing the frown on his brow. Just then, Klin's aircraft arrived. He observed the energy cloud below gradually being purified and sighed in relief, just as he was about to land, when he suddenly noticed the compass needle violently fluctuating, pointing directly at the vortex of the energy cloud, where an inconspicuous valley lay, its surface blanketed by thick rock layers. Yet the energy readings were alarmingly low, resembling a black hole that devoured all. Goku, Vegeta, be cautious below, Klin shouted through the communicator. There is something unusual. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, simultaneously diving down. They pierced through the rock layers, discovering that the valley's bottom was a vast underground cavern, its walls adorned with glowing runes identical to those on Kame Senin's compass. In the center of the cavern, a basketball court-sized black crystal spun slowly, dark red liquid flowing across its surface, as countless stardust mantises poured forth from the crystal incessantly. This is the source. Vegeta's voice was icy. Destroy it. Wait. Suddenly, Wukong halted him, urging him to observe the crystal. Vegeta concentrated his gaze and beheld a small red orb nestled within the core of the black crystal, emitting a faint glow. It was a Dragon Ball. Judging by its size and patterns, it was the Urksinkyu. These rascals were exploiting the energy of the Dragon Ball for their own proliferation. Vegeta's fury surged instantaneously. It was an utter desecration of energy. However, Wukong noticed that a delicate golden light enveloped the Urksinkyu, forming a protective barrier against the black crystal's encroachment. The radiance felt familiar, imbued with the essence of Master Roshi, and perhaps a hint of Bulma's technological energy. It was indeed Master Roshi. Wukong suddenly realized he must have discovered this place long ago, using his own energy to safeguard the Urksinkyu. At that moment, the black crystal began to tremble violently, its surface runes igniting with a blinding red light. The number of stardust mantis surged dramatically, frantically lunging at the two of them. While the light of the Urksinkyu within the crystal was rapidly fading, there was no time to waste. Vegeta maximized his energy. Wukong, let us strike together. Good. Wukong clasped his hands together, and the blue Kamehameha energy intertwined with Vegeta's deep blue energy wave in the air, forming a colossal spiral energy pillar. imbued with the power to rend all asunder, crashing down upon the black crystal. With a thunderous explosion, the black crystal shattered, dark red liquid splattering. Yet upon contact with the spiraling energy pillar, it was purified. The swarm of stardust mantises, deprived of their energy source, dissipated into luminescence. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong dashed forward, grasping the feeble Erxinkyu before the crystal fragments were completely obliterated. The orb felt icy in his hand, its surface's black patterns receding to reveal its original warm red hue. Wukong sensed that, aside from Master Roshi's essence, there lingered a faint technological energy, reminiscent of some sort of tracker. It appeared that someone had long since orchestrated this scheme. With a smile, Wukong tucked the Erxinkyu into his bosom. Vegeta scoffed, but offered no rebuttal. He gazed toward the northwestern sky, where dark red clouds were dispersing, unveiling a cerulean backdrop. Yet, he understood that this tranquility was merely ephemeral, akin to a breath before the storm. Upon returning to the ground, Krillin awaited them. Holding a compass, the needle had regained its calm, though the crystal tip had suffered further fractures. Master Roshi instructed me to convey to you that while the disturbances of the Red Star have temporarily subsided, the root cause remains. Krillin looked at Wukong and stated that finding all the Dragon Balls was not merely for the sake of wishes, but to gather the 7 keys of the Star Covenant. Wukong touched the 4-star ball at his chest, and the newly acquired Erxinkyu, suddenly recalling Master Roshi's gaze as he perused an old magazine. It was not nostalgia for the past. It was a reminder that true strength has never been about fighting alone. In the distance, within Master Roshi's abode, he placed the 3 ancient orbs back into a copper box, concealing it within a hidden compartment. He gazed out at the gradually clearing sky, lifting the old magazine, and smiled at the youthful Wukong on the cover. "You little rascal, back in the day you could shout for your grandfather at the moon. And today you can surely call for the Red Star to cease. Old man here is looking forward to toasting to your victory." Sunshine once again bathed Kame House. The waves crashing against the rocks emitted a rhythmic sound. It was as if the recent disturbances of the Red Star were merely an illusion. Yet everyone knew that beneath the surface, dark currents were stirring. The Dragon Balls, compass, and the inherited beliefs they held would be their sole reliance against the impending tempest. Wukong gazed at the restored azure sky, clutching the 2 Dragon Balls tightly. He could feel the presence of Kakarot, Chi-Chi from Bowsy Mountain, Bulma from West City, and countless comrades preparing for the martial arts tournament. Their energies intertwined like countless threads, bridging the distance and binding them together. This time, they were determined not only to protect the Earth, but also the bonds, beliefs, and the unspoken words nestled in their hearts. We are united. Chapter 5. Gohan's training stalemate. As the setting sun bathed the training ground's wooden post in an orange hue, Gohan's fist finally faltered. With a dull thud, his right fist, having gathered all his strength, struck the side of the post, causing the entire pine wood to tremble, yet it failed to break as he had envisioned. The pain radiating from his knuckles coursed through his arm to his chest, and he staggered back 2 steps, steadying himself against a nearby rock. Blood beads seeping from his palm. Was it still insufficient? Kara's voice drifted in from the edge of the training ground. She sat on the grass, hugging her knees, her pale green skirt swaying gently in the evening breeze, with her staff leaning against her shoulder, the green crystal atop it shimmering softly with each breath. Since the afternoon, she had been watching Gohan train, observing him as he repeatedly concentrated his energy to its utmost, only to falter at the brink of a breakthrough time and again. Gohan did not turn around, instead fixating on the obstinate wooden post. Its surface was marred with varying depths of fist imprints, the deepest nearly penetrating the wood itself. A mark he had left yesterday while employing his mysterious Gohan form. Yet today, no matter how hard he tried, he could not attain that state again. The energy within him was like a mischievous loach, slipping away the more he attempted to grasp it. For reasons unknown, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue and hoarseness. The energy was indeed present, yet he could not fully harness it. It felt as though something was obstructing him. Kara rose and approached him, kneeling beside him, gently grasping his injured hand. Her fingertips were cool, and as they touched the wound, a soothing green energy permeated his skin, transforming the previously sharp pain into a warm sensation, while the blood quickly congealed into a dark red scab. This is not a matter of strength. Kara gazed into his eyes, her amber irises reflecting the furrowed brow of the young man. It is your heart that is hesitant. Gohan paused, taken aback, Hesitant? I am not. He woke up before dawn every day to train, from the foundational stances to intricate energy manipulation, even revisiting the Kaioken technique his father had taught him. How could he possibly hesitate? You are afraid. Kara's voice was soft yet struck like a pebble thrown into the lake of Gohan's heart. Afraid of reverting to his former self. This statement pierced Gohan's memory like a lightning bolt. He vividly recalled the scenario during the Cell Games, when he first unleashed power surpassing his father's to protect everyone, the golden energy flames nearly consuming the world. Yet that power was fraught with uncontrollable rage. Gazing into the mirror at his crimson eyes, he felt an unfamiliar dread. Later, while training in the Kaishin realm, the Elder Kai helped him unlock the mysterious Gohan form, a power that was gentle yet formidable, devoid of the Super Saiyan's volatility, yet lacking the unwavering resolve. I just do not wish to lose control again, Gohan murmured, clenching his fist. The scab in his palm shattered, tiny droplets of blood embedding into his fingers. His father had once said that true strength lies in one's ability to control their power, rather than being controlled by it. Control does not equate to confinement. Kara picked up a branch from the ground and drew 2 circles in the soil, one labeled scholar and the other warrior. Where the 2 circles intersected, she drew a small star. You always perceive these 2 identities as contradictory, as if trying to catch 2 rabbits running in opposite directions with one hand. Gohan stared at the drawing in the dirt, suddenly recalling a scene from the study yesterday. He had been researching the ancient texts of the Star People that Kara brought, which detailed the weaknesses of the Devourer, but as he read, he couldn't help but practice his energy, ultimately shattering the desk lamp. When Chi-Chi entered to clean up the shards, she sighed, stating he was becoming more like his father, yet less like himself. My mother said the same. He scratched his head, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. She remarked that when I was younger, I adored stargazing, yet now I am consumed with thoughts of fighting. Why can't the love for stargazing and the skill of fighting coexist? Kala prodded the intersection adorned with stars with a branch. The ancient texts of the Star People proclaimed that the most potent force in the cosmos lies in comprehending the vulnerabilities of one's adversary, understanding one's own desires, and grasping the very essence of power itself. Behold this wooden post. Suddenly, she rose and approached the battered timber, gently placing her palm against its surface. Wufan was astonished to witness the grotesque imprints of fists upon the wood gradually smooth out as Kala's hand descended. Even new sprouts daring to emerge from the fissures, their tender green leaves swaying gently in the evening breeze. It does not resist your assault. Rather, it fears your hesitation. Kala turned around, her palm still radiating a faint green luminescence. Every punch you throw is imbued with an obsession to grow stronger. Yet you neglect to inquire why you seek strength. Is it to fight like your father, or to protect those you cherish? Wufan's heart raced. He recalled the fear he felt as a child watching his father vanish into the time machine during the android attack. He remembered the fury he felt while cradling the remains of the fallen number 16 during the Cell Games. He thought of the present, watching his father and Uncle Vegeta battling on the front lines while he could only train at Bowsy Mountain. Those emotions scattered like pearls, strung together by Kala's words. I wish to protect everyone, he murmured, his voice soft yet resolute. I want to safeguard my parents, you, and this earth adorned with a Huang, Hongdo Bao, and the starry sky. As soon as he spoke, the energy within him surged forth like a river finding its outlet, flowing with unprecedented speed. This energy differed from the searing heat of Super Saiyan power, and it was not as gentle as the mysterious form. Instead, it bore a clarity akin to sunlight piercing through clouds after rain, both bright and warm. Wufan instinctively assumed the starting stance, this time without consciously adjusting his power, merely relying on instinct to throw a punch. Half an inch away from the wooden post, a transparent wave of energy surged forth, silently cleaving the wood in two. The cut was as smooth as if it had been carved by a knife, and a faint green glow lingered at the break, with the newly sprouted shoots gently swaying in the energy's wake, unharmed. Wufan gazed at his fist, his eyes wide with astonishment. He felt his energy flowing as never before, the scholar's calm and the warrior's valor swirling together in his dantian, nurturing each other without interference. This is your power. A gentle smile graced Kala's face, her violet markings shimmering with a soft light. It was not about imitating anyone or forcing oneself to become someone else, but rather embracing Wufan's own strength. In the distance, the fence gate creaked open as Wugong entered, hauling in the day's catch. Upon seeing the training ground as spectacle, he exclaimed excitedly, "Wu Fan, that punch you threw was incredible. It was even more impressive than when I first transformed into a Super Saiyan." He rushed to the wooden post, picking up a half-severed piece of wood, examining it from all angles. "This energy is so unique, both powerful and gentle, much like the pearl meat made by your mother, delicious and tender." Wu Fan chuckled at his father's peculiar analogy, and the last remnants of doubt in his heart dissipated. He walked over to Wu Gong, mimicking his father's gesture of scratching his head. "Dad, I think I understand what you meant about intention and energy." "Oh, do share." Wu Gong grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. "It's like looking at the darkening sky, with the stars beginning to twinkle. Power is like those stars. You need not force yourself to be the brightest one. Just understand why you shine." Wu Gong paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, vigorously nodding as he patted Wu Fan's shoulder. "Exactly. When I fought against Bika, my mind was solely focused on not letting him ruin the martial arts tournament, and before I knew it, I had won." As he animatedly recounted past battles, Wu Fan listened earnestly, occasionally interjecting with comments. Their laughter echoed across the training ground. Kala stood nearby, observing them, her amber eyes reflecting the myriad stars. She gently caressed the green crystal atop her staff, where the images of the ancient texts of the Star People emerged, depicting that when the courage of the Saiyans intertwines with the wisdom of the Star People, it can awaken the balancing force to resist the corruptor. She had always thought this was merely a legend, but now, witnessing the energy flowing within Wu Fan, she suddenly felt that perhaps legends could indeed manifest in reality. During dinner, Chi-Chi observed the mound of rice in her son's bowl and then glanced at his rare, relaxed smile, quietly remarking to Wu Gong, "Look at Wu Fan. He seems different today." "Yes, he has found his path," Wu Gong replied, his mouth full of grilled meat, speaking indistinctly. "Much stronger than I was back then. I was still fighting over buns." Chi-Chi chuckled, serving Wu Fan the largest rib. "Eat more? Tomorrow, you and your father will visit Shidu. Bulma said she has a new machine that can detect energy forms. It's perfect for her to test yours." "Really?" Wu Fan's eyes lit up. He had always admired Bulma's inventions. Those complex devices could transform abstract energy into intuitive numbers and images, far more fascinating than the theories he encountered in books. "Of course it's true," Wu Gong assured, "and I'll let that fellow Vegeta see just how strong my son has become, so he won't keep bragging." Thinking of Vegeta made Wu Fan recall the uncle who always wore a stern expression. Although he usually appeared cold to everyone, he had deliberately slowed down during their last encounter in the wasteland, waiting for his father to catch up before claiming the two-star ball. Perhaps within the Saiyan pride lay an unspoken tenderness. Late at night, Wu Fan lay in bed, gazing through the window at the Milky Way. He remembered the two circles Ka-La had drawn earlier and suddenly grabbed the notebook by his pillow, sketching a star. Inside the star, he wrote Scholar Wu Fan. And outside, he illustrated a fist, labeling it Warrior Wu Fan. Then he drew a large, equal sign beside them, connecting the two. Perhaps he need not choose between the two. Just as his father could be both the hero who saves the universe and the dad who steals his son's snacks. Just like his mother could embody the strict housewife while also being the gentle woman who secretly bandages a Huang when he is hurt. He too could be both the scholar who loves studying stars and the warrior who protects everyone. The moonlight spilled onto the notebook, illuminating the youthful yet resolute handwriting. In the distance, beside the severed wooden post, new shoots were striving to grow, as if resonating with a newfound vigor. Meanwhile, in the depths of the distant cosmos, the fissures on the surface of the corruptor widened further. Yet this time, when Wu Fan thought of it, his heart was no longer solely filled with fear, but rather imbued with a serene determination. Facing a complex mathematical problem, he understood that unraveling it required patience and wisdom, but more importantly, the courage to wield the pen. Tomorrow in Shidu, he must ensure that Sister Bulma thoroughly tests just how extraordinary this power belonging to Wu Fan truly is. With such thoughts, he drifted into slumber, a smile gracing his lips, dreaming of being in the library poring over star charts, while also landing a beautiful punch in the arena, effortlessly excelling at both. The night breeze swept across Baozi Mountain, carrying with it the fragrant scent of the forest and the distant sound of crashing waves. Everything was quietly transforming. Yet it felt as if nothing had changed. It was simply that a certain youth had finally comprehended that true strength has always been about not becoming someone else, but rather, becoming the best version of oneself. Chapter 6. Bulma's New Invention. the cosmic coordinate device in the laboratory of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Blue light pulsed against the metallic walls like a breath. Bulma removed her radiation glasses, casually tossing her lavender-tinted hair, the ends brushing against the control panel. Singed from the overloaded energy lines she had just adjusted. All set. She pressed the red button with vigor, causing the circular device in the center of the laboratory to emit a hum as countless blue beams shot forth from the ring's edges, intertwining in midair to form a three-dimensional star map. On the star chart, the spiral arm representing the seventh universe shimmered with a soft white light. At the fringes, several red dots moved at a visibly rapid pace, akin to a swarm of greedy fireflies, dimming the brilliance of the stars in their wake. "Are these the vanguard of the Shirshir?" came Wukong's voice from the doorway. He and Wufan stood at the entrance of the laboratory, marveling at the star chart, their fingers itching to poke at the pulsating red dots, only to be swiftly swatted away by Bulma. "Don't touch that. This is a cosmic coordinate device I painstakingly crafted over 3 sleepless nights," Bulma exclaimed, her arms crossed and chin held high, brimming with pride. Not only could it locate the movement of stardust energy in real time, but it could also predict their trajectories. "Do you see those red lines?" She pointed to the dashed lines connecting the red dots on the star chart. "That is their attack route. At this speed, they will reach Earth's orbit in less than a month." Wufan leaned closer to the star chart, his eyes widening. The projection of the star chart was clearer than any he had encountered in textbooks, even marking the asteroid belts of distant galaxies with precision. He noticed that each red dot was accompanied by a string of numbers, and one red dot representing the northwest uninhabited zone had a prominent danger symbol next to its energy reading. "What do these numbers mean?" he inquired, pointing at the readings. "Energy level and corrosion index," Bulma replied, pulling up detailed data. The screen instantly displayed a 3D model of the star dust mantis, with black patterns flowing over its surface, signifying its corrosive power. An index exceeding 80 could directly contaminate ordinary metals. Over 90, and even rocks would be decomposed into star dust. "The crystal you destroyed last time in the uninhabited zone had an index of 95. Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, we must intercept them before their index reaches 100? "Not just that." Bulma pulled up another set of data, and a massive red star suddenly illuminated the center of the star chart, surrounded by countless tiny light points, resembling a ring of death. This was the coordinate of the Shirshir, inferred from the energy of stardust. It currently lingered in the crevice between the 7th and 8th universes, absorbing dark matter energy. Once it finishes absorbing, she paused, pressing a button, and the red star on the chart suddenly expanded, instantly engulfing the light points of several surrounding galaxies. The consequences would be like this. The laboratory fell silent for a few moments. Wufan gazed at the consumed galaxy light points, recalling the cosmic extinction theory documented in books, a chill creeping down his spine. Wukong's smile faded as he sensed that the red star projected by the coordinate device, though merely a phantom, exuded a chilling aura akin to that of the star dust mantis, magnified countless times, like a darkness capable of devouring everything. "But do not worry," Bulma suddenly smiled, patting the control panel. "My invention is not merely for observation." She pressed another button, and numerous green light points appeared on the star chart, distributed at key positions in various galaxies. "These are energy anchor points I have established, containing antimatter energy, capable of temporarily trapping stardust. Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, we can use the coordinate device to locate the weaknesses of the Shirshir and encircle them with the anchor point energy." "Sounds like fishing," Wukong mused, suddenly enlightened. "Cast the net first, then catch the big fish." "That's about the gist of it." Bulma shot him a glance, unable to suppress a grin. "But this net requires everyone's cooperation. I have already shared the coordinate device's permissions with Krillin, Vegeta, and Kakarot, so they can monitor the movements of the star dust at any time. By the way, Wufan, didn't you want to test your new powers? Come stand in the energy detection area." Wufan's eyes brightened, and he quickly walked to the white circular ring in the corner of the laboratory. The ring lit up with a pale blue glow, and scanning lines swept from his head to his feet. The screen on the control panel instantly displayed a complex waveform, with data representing strength, speed, and energy stability continuously fluctuating, finally settling on an astonishing value. "This." Bulma stared at the screen, her eyes widening in surprise. "Energy purity at 98, stability at 95, and with bidirectional fluctuations. How did you cultivate such power?" "I just came to understand a few things." Wufan scratched his head. Feeling somewhat shy, Kakarot said one must comprehend why they become stronger. The girl from the Star People is not wrong. A cold voice came from the doorway. Vegeta stood there, arms crossed, his deep blue martial arts uniform still speckled with dust, evidently just coming from the training grounds. Much better than some fools who rely solely on brute force. Who are you calling a fool? Wukong immediately glared. Whoever responds is who I'm referring to, Vegeta retorted coolly. Walking to the control panel, his gaze fixed on the coordinates of the red star on the star chart. Is this the so-called Shirshir? It doesn't look too impressive. Do not underestimate it. Bulma pulled up the energy analysis report of the Shirshir. Its core energy reaction is quite peculiar, neither biological nor mechanical, but more like a loophole in the laws of physics. My father's ancient texts state that such beings are not bound by physical rules, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Vegeta frowned. He detested enemies that could not be measured by power, reminiscent of the Majin Buu from the past, who, despite being shattered into pieces, could inexplicably regenerate. He traced his fingertip over the energy anchor points on the star chart and suddenly asked, can the antimatter energy from these anchor points be compressed into weapons? In theory, yes, but it requires an immense energy drive. Bulma retrieved the weapon design schematics. I have designed an antimatter grenade, but it requires at least Super Saiyan 2 energy to detonate. Moreover, it is incredibly unstable if it detonates on Earth. I'll handle it, Vegeta interjected, his tone brooking no argument. The energy control of this prince is far more precise than those who merely flail around with Kamehameha waves. Who are you calling flailing? Wukong bristled again. All right. Can you two stop bickering every time you meet? Bulma sighed, pressing her temples. We're discussing how to deal with the enemy, not whose energy control is more precise. By the way, Bra said she wanted to see the coordinate device. Who will go to the door to greet her? I will. Wufan instantly raised his hand. He quite liked the proud little girl, and although she often bickered with him, her energy control was indeed impressive when she helped them fend off the star-dust mantis in the skies last time. After Wufan left, the atmosphere in the laboratory relaxed somewhat. Wukong leaned closer to the star chart, pointing at the green energy anchor points. These anchor points need to be monitored, right? I'll go to Namek. Dandy and the others should be able to assist. I'll head to the remnants of Vegeta. Vegeta fixated on an anchor point near the edge of the star chart, close to where the Saiyans once resided, intending to see if those rascals dared to stir trouble in their ancestors' territory. Bulma watched them allocate tasks, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Though these two Saiyans would always resemble two feisty bulls, they consistently managed to act in concert during critical moments. She activated the communicator to contact the members of the Cosmic Alliance. I will have Hit guard the entrance to the 8th universe and ask Lord Kai to keep an eye on the anchor points in the Kaioshin realm. Just as she spoke, the laboratory door swung open, and Bra bounced in, followed closely by Wufan. The little girl wore a pink dress and clutched a rabbit plushie in her arms. Upon seeing the star chart, her eyes lit up, breaking free from Wufan's grasp to dash to the control panel. Mom, is this the coordinate device you mentioned? It's way more fun than a game console. Don't press anything. Bulma exclaimed, rushing to stop her, but it was too late. Bra's small hand had already pressed the red emergency button. An alarm blared throughout the laboratory, the piercing sound accompanied by the sudden flickering of the energy anchor points on the star chart, with the readings of antimatter energy skyrocketing. Even worse, the projection of the coordinate device began to warp, the position of the red star shifting rapidly, the previously clear trajectory descending into utter chaos. Bra. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. I didn't mean to, Bra said, her eyes welling with tears as she clutched her rabbit plushie tightly. Don't scold her. As Wu Fan instinctively shielded Bra, he realized he had not kept a vigilant eye on her. Bulma took a deep breath, her fingers dancing swiftly across the console as she operated the controls. It is not her fault. The system has overloaded. The recent energy expenditure while locating the Star Eater was excessive, and the emergency button merely served as a trigger. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as error codes cascaded on the screen like a waterfall. This is dire. The coordinate device is automatically transmitting energy signals. All anchor points have been exposed. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance and sprinted towards the entrance. They could sense the energy field outside the laboratory fluctuating violently, with countless chilling presences converging from all directions. Clearly, the Stardust Mantises had intercepted the signal and were gathering towards this location. Wu Fan, take Bra to the underground shelter, Bulma shouted, tossing 2 capsules, One contained a defensive barrier and the other, weaponry. Hold the entrance. Understood. Wu Fan caught the capsules and, pulling the still sobbing Bra along, dashed towards the emergency passage. The young girl glanced back, whispering, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble. It's all right. I will teach you how to operate the coordinate device later." "It's far simpler than playing a game," Wu Fan smiled, ruffling her hair, though his mind raced with calculations. The entrance to the shelter was on the east side of the laboratory, where the defense system was most robust, yet also the most susceptible to aerial breaches. Outside the laboratory, battle had commenced. Goku's golden figure darted between the buildings, the blue light of the Kamehameha resembling shooting stars as it shattered the advancing star dust mantises. Meanwhile, Vegeta hovered high above, unleashing deep blue energy waves like torrential rain, intercepting the swarms attempting to approach. Yet, the number of star dust mantises was overwhelming, akin to an endless tide of darkness, relentlessly surging towards the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. "This cannot continue," Goku shouted, sending 3 star dust mantises flying with a single punch. "They are draining our energy." "I am aware." Vegeta's voice brimmed with fury. Nearly 30% of his energy had been expended, yet the swarm showed no signs of diminishing. "Is Bulma all right?" Inside the laboratory, Bulma finally pressed the last button. The alarms ceased abruptly. The star map stabilized once more, and the signals from the energy anchor points were successfully concealed. However, her complexion remained pale as the screen displayed 3 star dust mantises with energy levels exceeding 90, having breached the defenses and were now advancing towards the underground shelter. "Wu Fan, be cautious," Bulma shouted into the communicator. 3 enhanced star dust mantises are approaching from the northwest. Their exoskeletons can absorb energy. At the entrance of the underground shelter, Wu Fan had just established the defensive barrier when he felt the ground tremble violently. 3 monsters, each twice the size of the ordinary star dust mantises, erupted from the earth. Their semi-transparent shells bore flowing black patterns, and the metallic blades of their forelimbs glimmered ominously. "Bra, get behind the barrier." Wu Fan pushed the young girl to safety and assumed a combat stance. He could sense that the energy signatures of these enhanced star dust mantises were colder than those he had faced before, and indeed they were absorbing the energy. As the glow of the barrier dimmed, "They are impervious to energy attacks," Bra suddenly cried, pointing at the abdomen of the star dust mantis, where the coloration of the shell differed. "That's their weak point." Wu Fan focused intently, and indeed, he spotted a light red crystal on the abdomen of the star dust mantis, contrasting starkly with the black shell of the rest of its body. Recalling what Carla had said about understanding the enemy's weaknesses, he inhaled deeply, allowing his energy to flow freely, not intentionally condensing it, but rather allowing it to shift fluidly like water. "Watch this." Wu Fan's figure suddenly accelerated, weaving through the star dust mantises. He refrained from direct assaults, instead using energy waves to disrupt their movements, guiding the 3 creatures to collide. At the moment they staggered from the impact, he leapt upward, hands pressed together, condensing his energy into a sharp cone, precisely targeting the crystal on one of their abdomens. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered, emitting a piercing sound. The star dust mantis screeched, its body rapidly disintegrating into black stardust that dissipated into the air. "Impressive, Wu Fan." Bra clapped her hands in delight from behind the barrier. Wu Fan had no time to bask in his triumph. The other 2 star dust mantises had already reacted, lunging towards him in succession. Utilizing his momentum from the jump, he spun in midair, delivering a kick to the head of the left monster while simultaneously unleashing an energy wave to repel the right one. Upon landing, he rolled to evade a sweeping forelimb and concentrated his energy again, replicating his previous maneuver to shatter the second one's abdominal crystal. The last remaining star dust mantis, witnessing the destruction of its companions, emitted a piercing screech and began to swell, its black patterns on the shell becoming vibrantly vivid. It was preparing to self-destruct. Not good. Wu Fan's pupils contracted, realizing it was too late to intervene. Just then, a deep blue energy wave shot forth like lightning, striking the abdomen of the star dust mantis with precision. Rather than detonating it, the energy wave encased the creature in ice, freezing it in place. Vegeta landed beside Wu Fan with a dismissive grunt. "Your reflexes are too slow, Uncle Vegeta," Wu Fan exclaimed, both shocked and elated. "Daddy." Bra also rushed out from behind the barrier, throwing herself against Vegeta. Vegeta's body stiffened momentarily, but he did not push her away, maintaining a stern expression. If you press buttons recklessly again, you will be grounded from games for a month. Oh, Bra replied softly, yet discreetly tugged at his clothing. Goku and Bulma soon arrived. Upon seeing the shelter intact, Bulma sighed in relief and patted Wu Fan on the shoulder. Well done, your power effectively countered their absorption abilities. It appears Carla's notion of balance truly can combat the Stardust. What about the coordinate device? Wu Fan inquired. It has been repaired and fortified with triple password protection. Bulma shot a warning look at Bra, though a smile played at her lips. Moreover, I discovered that while the earlier signal exposed the anchor points, it also enabled us to capture the core frequency of the Star Eater. By adjusting the antimatter energy according to this frequency, we can deliver critical damage. Goku's eyes widened in realization, and he excitedly pumped his fist in the air. The setting sun cast its warm glow through the glass facade of the Universal Capsule Corporation, stretching long shadows across the ground. The immediate threat of the Stardust mantises had been averted, yet everyone understood this was merely the beginning. Bulma gazed at the stabilized coordinate device. The red star on the star map continued to move slowly, like a patient predator waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Let us go and grab a bite to eat, Goku suggested, patting his belly. I know of a barbecue place in the West that is almost as good as Chi-Chi's cooking. He hastily amended his statement to avoid a potential domestic crisis. Vegeta huffed, but offered no objections. Bra grasped his hand, bouncing ahead while chattering about the coordinate device's principles, occasionally casting a grateful glance at Wu Fan and murmuring her thanks. Wu Fan smiled and shook his head, suddenly realizing that perhaps the process of confronting the Star Eater was not solely characterized by cold battles and crises. Just like the coordinate device, which marked dangerous trajectories, it also connected their strengths, guiding them amidst the vast universe. Bulma observed their retreating figures, then glanced back at the star map on the screen, lightly tapping the console. She added new annotations to each energy anchor point, denoting the specialties of various planets, the fruits of Namek, the spirits of Vegeta, and the red bean buns of Earth. Once we triumph, we shall host a grand celebration across the universe, she murmured, her fingertip tracing the blue dot representing Earth, where she had intentionally added a small smiley face next to the green anchor point. The blue light of the laboratory gradually dimmed, leaving only the star map of the coordinate device illuminated, resembling a miniature universe, quietly awaiting the warriors to inscribe new trajectories. Chapter 7. The echoes of Vegeta Planet. The remnants of Vegeta Planet floated amidst cosmic dust, resembling a bone that had been gnawed upon. The once vibrant Saiyan homeworld has long since lost its physical form, reduced to fragmented continental plates slowly rotating within a gravitational field. The edges of these plates still bear molten rock that is yet to completely cool, glowing with a dark crimson hue under the illumination of distant stars, reminiscent of congealed blood. Is this truly the birthplace of my father? Wu Fan stood before the observation window of the spacecraft, gazing at the desolate ruins outside, his throat tightening with emotion. He had once seen restoration illustrations of Vegeta's star, its golden surface adorned with towering battle towers, the sky filled with energy targets for training, a symbol of Saiyan pride in combat. Yet, the sight before him revealed nothing but endless desolation. Vegeta stood beside him, clad in a deep blue martial arts uniform that gleamed with sharp lines in the cold light of the cabin. His gaze fell upon the largest continental plate, where the outlines of a palace could faintly be discerned, remnants of energy blasts etched into the crumbling walls, the indelible mark left by Frieza when he obliterated this planet. Do not look at me with such pity. Vegeta's voice was as cold as stardust. The glory of the Saiyans resided not in ruins, but in their fists. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the energy detector on his wrist. The fluctuating values on the screen indicated that the energy remnants in this area were extraordinarily complex, containing the violent aura characteristic of the Saiyans, mingled with the metallic scent of Frieza's forces, and deeper still, a faint, chilling wave belonging to the devourers of worlds. The spacecraft gradually entered the gravitational field of Vegeta's star, the turbulence becoming increasingly pronounced. Krillin was at the helm, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The magnetic field in this area is too chaotic. The navigation system is on the verge of failure. Just as he spoke, the spacecraft jolted violently as if gripped by an unseen hand, plummeting toward a slanted continental plate. Brace yourselves, Wukong shouted, slamming his hand on the control panel. maximizing the energy of the emergency thrusters. Flames erupted from the rear of the ship, skimming past the edge of the cliff, while debris rained down like a torrential storm upon the hull, creating a cacophony of sharp sounds. Ultimately, the spacecraft made a rough landing in a relatively flat valley, its landing gear sinking into the semi-solid layer of magma, emitting a hissing sound as it cooled. As the hatch opened, a dry wind swept in, carrying with it the acrid scent of sulfur and metal. Vegeta was the first to leap out, and as his feet touched the ground, a faint tremor coursed through the earth. He looked down to see the surface of the rock peeling away at a visible speed, revealing the dark golden metal beneath, the foundation of the Saiyan Palace, forged from the dense Vegeta alloy, which had withstood even the explosive force of the planet's destruction. "Stay close," he commanded tersely, already moving several meters ahead. Wufan exchanged a glance with Wukong and hurried to follow. Krillin remained aboard the ship to repair the equipment, while Bulma, holding a portable analyzer, recorded data while muttering, "Incredible, the molecular structure of this alloy retains its stability. If we could bring back a sample, it could revolutionize Earth's defense shield system." At the end of the valley stood a partially collapsed tower, its walls etched with ancient runes, most of which had been eroded by the magma to the point of obscurity, but the remaining symbols still depicted the Saiyans' legendary achievements in battle. Vegeta stood beneath the tower, his fingertips brushing against a relatively intact stone wall where a roaring giant ape was carved, its claws crushing a shattered planet, a totem of the Saiyans' legendary dominance in the cosmos. "This is the war column of the first King Vegeta," he declared, his voice deeper than usual, inscribed with the conquests of every planet the Saiyans have claimed. Wufan leaned in for a closer look, noticing a series of intricate symbols along the edge of the giant ape totem, resembling the trajectory of some energy flow. Bulma immediately scanned it with her analyzer, and a three-dimensional model quickly appeared on the screen. "This isn't a totem, it's an energy circuit. The core energy network of Vegeta Star connects right here." "Wait, the end of the circuit points toward the planet's core?" Vegeta's pupils constricted. He recalled his father's last words. The heart of Vegeta Star has never ceased to beat. At that time, he thought it mere delirium from the brink of death. But now it appeared that the first king might have long ago buried a contingency deep within the planet's core. The three descended the spiral staircase within the tower, each step resonating with a humming sound as they trod upon the same dark golden alloy. The air grew increasingly scorching as they descended, with the rock walls oozing dark red viscous liquid, molten rock that had not yet cooled completely. At the bottom of the staircase, a massive closed door barred their path, embedded with 7 diamond-shaped recesses, astonishingly matching the size of the Dragon Balls. Instinctively, Wukong reached into his pocket, where a 4-star ball lay, retrieved from the Capsule Corporation storage room before their departure. Vegeta, however, focused on the inscription above the door, his brow furrowing. Only the bloodline of the Saiyans and the Covenant of the Stars can awaken the slumbering heart. The Covenant of the Stars refers to the Dragon Balls? He glanced at Wufan. "You possess the blood of the Saiyans within you. Try infusing your energy." Drawing a deep breath, Wufan slowly channeled his energy into his palm. As his hand pressed against the massive door, it suddenly trembled violently, the runes igniting as if alive, crawling up his arm. He felt an ancient and formidable power surge through him, resonating with his own energy, infused with the unique pride and ferocity of the Saiyans. Yet heavier than any force he had ever known. An accumulation of countless battles over millions of years on Vegeta Star. "Not enough," Vegeta urged, also channeling energy into the enormous door. 2 golden waves of energy collided upon it, causing the illuminated runes to expand rapidly, and the 7 recesses began to emit a faint glow. "It seems we must use the Dragon Balls." Bulma adjusted her glasses. The energy frequency of the recesses matches perfectly with the Dragon Balls. Wukong placed the 4-star ball into the lowest recess. The moment the ball made contact, it erupted in a dazzling light, merging with the runes on the door. Immediately, the energy within Wufan surged, spiraling through the energy circuit towards the core of the planet. He suddenly understood. The heart of Vegeta Star was a colossal energy core, unlocked by the bloodline of the Saiyans and powered by the Dragon Balls. His father had said that the Saiyans never truly die. Their energy transforms into stardust, nourishing the soil of their mother planet. Vegeta's voice rang clearly amidst the thunderous roars. "Do you feel it, Wufan? The spirits of countless Saiyans are flowing through the circuit." Wufan indeed sensed it. the scattered remnants of Saiyan souls throughout the universe. The wills of those who had fallen in battle, now transformed into searing energy, coursed through his arms, intertwining, colliding, and merging with his own. His pupils shimmered with a golden light, his hair standing on end without a breeze, as his innate combat instincts were fully awakened. The spectral form of the giant ape flickering behind him, a primal force from deep within the Saiyan bloodline. With a thunderous roar, the enormous door slowly swung inward, revealing an unfathomably deep vertical shaft, its walls adorned with glowing energy veins, reminiscent of the exposed veins of the mother star. From the depths of the shaft resonated a dull, rhythmic pulse, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal beast, each thrum sending tremors through the entire tower. This energy reading. Bulma's analyzer blared an urgent alarm, the values on the screen surpassing critical levels, exceeding even Frieza's final form. Yet Vegeta laughed, a fierce excitement coursing through him. He leaped into the shaft, his voice echoing within. This is the power the Saiyans should possess. Wukong and Wufan followed closely behind. At the bottom of the shaft lay a spherical chamber, within which floated a massive crystal, its surface swirling with the same dark golden hue as the surface of Vegeta's star, each pulse releasing an immense surge of energy. This was the core of Vegeta's star, the star core forged by the first king with the combined strength of his entire race. Surrounding the star core were 6 dim Dragon Ball recesses, indicating that all 7 Dragon Balls were required to fully activate it. However, at this moment, even with just the 4-star ball and the energy of the 2, it had awakened nearly halfway, the energy it radiated nearly suffocating Wufan. Within that energy were intertwined the countless battle memories of the Saiyans, the roars of the first king conquering planets, the harsh training of Vegeta's father, and the final strikes of countless nameless Saiyans on the battlefield. Do you see it? Vegeta extended his hand, his fingertips nearly brushing against the core of the planet. The lingering resonance of Vegeta. Frieza believed he had annihilated everything, unaware that the heart of the mother star continued to beat here. Gohan observed the fleeting images within the core and suddenly grasped Vegeta's obsession. The Saiyans were not a race defined by their planets, but by the warrior instincts coursing through their blood and the pride passed down through generations. This core held not only energy, but also the spiritual totem of the Saiyans, an essence that would endure even as they transformed into stardust. At that moment, the core trembled violently, revealing black patterns of the eraser. Bulma's analysis device blared an alarm. The eraser's energy was eroding the core. It had long been fixated on this place. Vegeta's gaze turned icy in an instant. He abruptly elevated his energy to its zenith, the golden aura surrounding him nearly tearing through space itself. Daring to taint the core of the mother star is tantamount to seeking death. His energy clashed with that of the core, igniting a more brilliant radiance that repelled the black patterns slightly. Gohan immediately concentrated his energy. 2 waves of golden aura entwining around the core like massive serpents, engaging in a tug-of-war with the power of the eraser. We must quickly locate the remaining Dragon Balls, Goku declared solemnly. Relying solely on our energy will not sustain us for long. Vegeta did not turn back. His gaze fixated on the black patterns on the core. No need to search. His voice carried a resolute determination. The mother star of the Saiyans has never required external protection. He suddenly bound his energy entirely to the core, merging the golden flames with the dark golden light of the core. The pulsations of the core quickened abruptly. The energies belonging to generations of Saiyans surged forth from the core, flowing into his body. This was the final gamble of Vegeta. Using the echoes of his entire race to forge a temporary defense, Gohan watched Vegeta's silhouette, suddenly understanding why he always stubbornly maintained his pride. It was not arrogance, but a loyalty to his bloodline, a heavy guardianship of his Saiyan identity. He too intensified his output, pouring the fused Saiyan energy into the core without reservation. The black patterns shrank under the assault of their combined powers, ultimately being forced deep into the core, temporarily lying dormant. Yet everyone knew this was merely a reprieve. The eraser's tendrils had already reached the core of Vegeta, and the next eruption would be even more ferocious. Vegeta slowly withdrew his hand, his knuckles whitening from exertion. He glanced at the core and then at Gohan, his expression complex and inscrutable, ultimately transforming into a cold snort. Do not think this will allow you to catch up to me. Gohan smiled. In the brilliance of the core, He distinctly felt a certain secret connection with this nominal uncle and the shattered mother star, a shared fighting spirit that continued through the echoes of the Saiyans. As the spaceship departed from the remnants of Vegeta, Gohan looked back to see the core's light piercing through the clouds, forming a dark golden beam above the ruins. Like a sword plunged into the cosmos, silently proclaiming the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans. Bulma was rapidly recording data at the control panel, muttering about how to reinforce the core's defenses. Goku was astonished by the energy density displayed on the energy detector. Vegeta leaned against the wall of the cabin, eyes closed in contemplation, though a barely perceptible curve lingered at the corner of his mouth. Gohan touched his chest, where he felt as though the warmth of the core still remained. He understood that the echoes of Vegeta would not dissipate, they would flow through the bloodline, merging into the energy of every Saiyan, becoming the most resilient armor against the eraser. Chapter 8. The sudden arrival of cosmic refugees in the synchronous orbit of Earth. The space station of the Capsule Corporation emitted faint blue energy pulses. Bulma stared at the data stream on the holographic screen, her fingertips dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard. Stray strands of hair fluttering in the breeze generated by the station's circulation system. In the center of the screen, a red warning flickered, representing the edge of the seventh universe, where the frequency of spatial fluctuations had exceeded the safety threshold, as if some colossal entity was tearing through the dimensional barrier. The energy fluctuations were peculiar. They were neither the corrosive energy of the Stardust Mantis nor the devouring field of the Eraser. Bulma summoned a more intricate spectral analysis, her brow furrowing in perplexity. It resembled the collective movement of numerous life forces. Just as she spoke, the station's alarm system blared with a piercing sound. The red warning zone expanded dramatically. A fissure stretching thousands of kilometers opened at the edge of the seventh universe, countless lights pouring from within, akin to a disturbed swarm of fireflies speeding toward Earth. What is that? Goku's voice crackled through the communicator, still groggy from sleep. Bulma, is there more delicious food arriving at the space station? Eat your head, Bulma retorted irritably, simultaneously switching the live feed to the public channel. Look, an unidentified object is approaching Earth, with at least tens of thousands in number. As the footage was transmitted to various defense stations on Earth, Gohan and Karla, training at Bowsy Mountain, simultaneously looked up. In the sky, the previously clear blue was being overshadowed by a dense array of lights, which drew closer, gradually revealing their contours. Countless dilapidated spacecraft, their hulls riddled with meteorite impacts, some even emitting black smoke, like survivors just escaping from the fires of war. They are spaceships. Gohan's energy detector emitted urgent alerts, indicating numerous life signals. Karla raised her staff, the green crystal projecting the interior scenes of the ships. The images were filled with various alien beings, some with tentacles from Namekian branches, others with skin as rough as rock from Metal Planet, and some from races never seen before. Most wore expressions of terror, tightly clutching their young, while the corners of the cabins were cluttered with makeshift luggage, the air thick with despair. They are refugees. Karla's voice trembled slightly, the green crystal reflecting the pulsating purple patterns on her light green skin. Their planets have been consumed by the eraser. Earth's defense system instantly entered a state of alert. Krillin, in the command center of Shidu, watched the screen as the number of ships continued to rise, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Initiate Level 1 interception protocols. But do not fire. Repeat, do not fire. He shouted into the communicator, notifying all warriors to prepare for the reception of refugees, prioritizing the safety of women and children. Android 18 stood beside him, her fingers calling up a vacant map of Earth's various regions. I have coordinated with the abandoned industrial zone in the north and the islands in the south. They are sufficient to accommodate these refugees. However, our food supplies may be insufficient. We need to inform Chi-Chi and Bulma's food factory for emergency shipments. I'll notify my mother. Gohan's voice came through the communicator, followed by the sound of rushing air as the boy transformed into a streak of golden light, flying toward Bowsy Mountain. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta hovered at the edge of the atmosphere, watching the wobbling ships. Goku furrowed his brow. The energy shields of these vessels are about to fail. They will crash if this continues. A bunch of useless trash. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, a deep blue aura beginning to envelop him. This prince does not wish to clean up so much space debris. Before he finished speaking, two energy waves shot into the sky. Goku's golden aura formed a massive energy net, gently supporting the ships on the verge of disintegration. Vegeta's deep blue energy flowed like a precise scalpel along the damaged areas of the ships, temporarily mending the broken hulls. Their movements appeared casual, yet they embodied an ultimate mastery of energy. They needed to support the ships without using brute force that could harm the refugees inside. This finesse demanded more skill than mere combat. As the first spaceship landed at the temporary settlement outside Shidu, the moment the hatch opened, a metallic alien holding a child fell to his knees with a thud. His rock-like skin was marred with cracks, and the child in his arms, with large compound eyes, timidly gazed at the uniformed Earth soldiers, clutching his father's garment tightly. Thank you, metallic beings, for your halting common tongue, your voice trembling with excitement. We escaped from the Zaire star system and have been adrift in the cosmos for 3 months. All planets have refused to accept us, claiming we carry the curse of the Shixings. Kellen approached, offering him a bottle of water and an energy bar. Do not worry, Earth welcomes you. He gestured for the soldiers to escort them to the resting area and turned to 18, saying, It seems the situation is worse than we imagined. The Shixings has destroyed numerous planets. 18 gazed at the descending spaceships, her expression grave. Among these refugees, some may have encountered the Shixing's true form. We must quickly organize a team for inquiries. At Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi was directing the villagers in constructing temporary tents. She opened her grain store, allowing everyone to move rice, flour, and preserved meat to the open space, while Ah Huang gathered scattered vegetables in his mouth. Wufan and Kara were tending to the wounds of the injured extraterrestrials. Although the young man's movements were clumsy, they were remarkably gentle, and Kara's green energy seeped into the skin of the wounded like a warm spring, healing their injuries. One Namekian with tentacles murmured softly, 3 of his tentacles broken and green blood oozing from his wounds. First, the sky turned red, then the land began to rot, and the plants became black powder. The elder spoke of the Shixing's hunger field, where it digests the life energy of planets. Kara's body stiffened momentarily, the green crystal atop her staff suddenly flickering violently. Hunger field? The ancient texts of the Star People say it is the energy field produced when the Shixings feeds, capable of decomposing all organic matter, even rocks, into its nutrients. Indeed, the Namekian nodded, his tentacles drooping weakly. Our warriors attempted to resist, but their energy was reduced to stardust upon contact with the hunger field. Only we, the old, weak, sick, and disabled, escaped through a space rift opened by the elder with his last strength. Wukong happened to land nearby, his brow furrowing upon hearing this. Even energy can be decomposed? Then our attacks would be ineffective against it? Not entirely ineffective, the Namekian shook his head. I once saw a warrior clad in blue armor, whose energy bore golden specks, able to endure in the hunger field for a time. Unfortunately, he was alone. Blue armor? Golden specks? Wufan suddenly recalled something. Is it like this? He concentrated, the balanced power within him flowing, the edges of his aura shimmering faintly with golden light, a unique glow embodying the calm of a scholar and the courage of a warrior. The Namekian's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, that is the light. Though weaker than that warrior's, it feels remarkably similar. Kara's eyes sparkled. The balanced power mentioned in the ancient texts. The wisdom of the Star People can decipher the frequency of the hunger field, and the courage of the Scions can resist decomposition. Together, we can carve out a safe zone within the hunger field. This revelation invigorated everyone. Wukong immediately used the communicator to relay the news to Vegeta and Bulma. Kellen organized the survivors among the refugees, urging them to describe the Shixing's form and attack methods in detail, while Bulma's team swiftly recorded this information, converting it into 3-dimensional models. By evening, the temporary settlement had taken shape. A bonfire blazed in the open space, illuminating the faces of various races. The Earthlings provided the extraterrestrials with hot soup and blankets, while alien children curiously surrounded Ah Huang, petting his fluffy tail, the previously tense atmosphere gradually easing. Chi-Chi approached with a pot of hot porridge, offering it to the metallic being. Try this. It's Earth's millet porridge, gentle on the stomach. The metallic being hesitated momentarily before cautiously accepting the bowl, the warmth soothing his tense body. Wukong and Vegeta sat on a hillside, observing the lively scene below. Vegeta, unusually devoid of mockery, quietly remarked, though these beings are weak, they know how to flee, they possess some wit. They simply do not wish to give up. Wukong gazed at the sky, where the ships had mostly landed. Much like us, no matter how formidable the enemy, we shall not forsake Earth. Vegeta did not dispute this, but instead retrieved an energy detector from his pocket. The screen displayed several high-energy life forms among the refugees. That old fellow in the red cloak has a curious energy response. He doesn't seem like a warrior, but is rather stable. And that little girl with wings has fluctuations of spatial energy in her aura. Kellen suggested incorporating them into the defense team. Wukong chuckled. The more, the merrier. Late at night, Kara and Wufan sat by the tent, watching as the refugees gradually succumbed to sleep. Nearby the bonfire, several elders of different races gathered, communicating in their respective languages. Though they could not understand one another, they sensed a shared sorrow and hope through each other's expressions. Do you think we can protect Earth? Wufan softly asked, recalling the Namekian's description of the hunger field. Feeling a flicker of trepidation, Kara looked up at the starry sky, where the stars still shone brightly, as if untouched by the shadow of the Shixings. The Star People have a legend. When different starlights converge, they illuminate the darkest of universes. She pointed to the sleeping refugees below, although they hailed from diverse planets. They now strove together to survive. This shared belief is the brightest starlight. Wufan observed the aliens who clutched their loved ones' hands, even in sleep, suddenly realizing that resisting the Shixings has never solely been the warrior's responsibility. Just as these refugees have lost their homes, yet retained hope. Just as the people of Earth may lack great power, yet willingly open their doors to strangers. These seemingly weak lights, when gathered, might form a force against the darkness. The next morning, Bulma's team compiled a detailed report. According to the refugees' accounts, the Shixing's true form is a colossal energy conglomerate, its core a black crystal, surrounded by the hunger field capable of decomposing everything. Its movement is slow, but once it locks onto a target, it will not relent. This implies that it may be moving toward Earth, though it has yet to enter our observation range. Kellen examined the report, his expression grave. We must prepare thoroughly before it arrives. I am already adjusting the energy anchor points. Bulma's voice came through the communicator. With the assistance of those among the refugees skilled in spatial technology, we should be able to triple the anchor point's range. Wukong, Vegeta. The test results of your balanced power are in. They exceed expectations, indicating a genuine ability to counter the hunger field. Then let us commence training. Wukong clenched his fists, excitement sparkling in his eyes. If everyone learns to harness the balanced power, when the Shixings arrives, we can drive it back to its home. Sunlight flooded the temporary settlement, illuminating the renewed smiles on the extraterrestrials' faces. Children chased each other across the open space. Individuals of different races exchanged food and stories, while warriors began their new training. The brilliance of energy collisions shimmering alongside the dawn. No one knows what the future holds, nor when the Shixings will descend. But at this moment, Earth stands like a colossal magnet, drawing in light from diverse planets, piecing together a haven of hope amidst the cosmic darkness. Those unexpected refugees have transformed from desperate fugitives into guardians of this sanctuary, their existence embodying the most resilient force of life. Chapter 9. The shared nightmare of the Saiyans. The night mist enveloped the land of echoes on Vegeta's star, heavy as ink-soaked cotton. Vegeta knelt on the alloy floor of the core chamber, his knuckles whitening from the pressure as he gripped the energy patterns etched into the ground. The totems he once regarded as symbols of glory now contort into the sinister visage of Frieza. His purple skin glimmers ominously in the explosive light, while his tail coils around his father's neck like a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, he himself is merely a child huddled in the corner, too frightened to even draw his sword. Awaken! A thunderous shout shatters the dreamscape, prompting Vegeta to abruptly open his eyes, cold sweat cascading down his sharply defined jawline, splattering against the control panel of the spacecraft and sending up tiny droplets. Outside the viewport, Earth's night lights twinkle like scattered stars, gently illuminating the landscape. Yet the haunting image that lingers before him remains the all-consuming red glow from the explosion of Vegeta's Say. Did you have a nightmare? Goku's voice reaches him from behind, still infused with warmth from having just exited the training pod. The Saiyan Prince whirls around, encountering Goku with his bare torso glistening with perspiration, his golden hair damp and clinging to his forehead, clearly having just concluded his training in Super Saiyan form. It's none of your concern. Vegeta turns away, reaching for the energy drink on the table, his fingers trembling slightly upon touching the can. He detests this feeling of losing control. and even more so the notion of Goku witnessing his disheveled state. Yet Goku appears oblivious to Vegeta's cold retort, settling into the chair opposite him and drying his hair with a towel. I used to have nightmares too, about my grandfather being crushed by the giant ape I transformed into. His voice is soft, as if recounting someone else's tale. Later, Krillin told me that fear isn't a bad thing. It reveals what we truly care about. Vegeta's movements falter. He never imagined that this eternally cheerful fool harbored such shadows within. Memories surge uncontrollably, the fear in his father's eyes as he shoved him into an escape pod. The final command to survive echoing through the communicator as Frieza's energy blast struck the planet's core. The chilling dread that enveloped him each time he glimpsed a red planet while wandering through the cosmos. These fragments, which he had forcibly suppressed with the Scion's supposed invulnerability, now coalesce into a complete nightmare within Goku's unassuming narrative. What do you know? Vegeta chugs the energy drink, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, yet failing to quell the tumult within his chest. The glory of the Scions cannot be reclaimed through mere nostalgia, nor through the pretense of indifference. Goku interjects, his pitch-black eyes devoid of mockery, radiating sincere earnestness. Piccolo once told me he frequently dreamed of being controlled by his father. Eventually, he embraced those memories and became stronger as a result. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. He recalls Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan for the first time in the hyperbolic time chamber, triggered by the death of Krillin and fueled by pure rage and sorrow. In contrast, every time he surpasses his limits, it seems accompanied by a hatred for Frieza and an evasion of his past. Is it possible that what he has always feared is not Frieza himself, but rather the version of himself that failed to protect his home planet? The spacecraft suddenly vibrates slightly, interrupting his thoughts. Gohan's voice crackles through the communicator, laden with palpable tension. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, there's trouble in the refugee district of West City. A metallic being has gone berserk, and the energy fluctuations are bizarre, as if controlled by something. The two exchange a glance, instantly dismissing their personal emotions. Vegeta presses the emergency ejection button, and the cabin door bursts open as they transform into streaks of light racing toward the ground. Chaos unfolds in the temporary settlement of West City. The metallic being, who had thanked them warmly during the day, now possesses eyes glowing with an eerie red hue. Its rock-like skin is fissured with dark patterns as it frantically assaults those nearby. Its power has surged exponentially, capable of toppling armored vehicles with a mere swipe. And more alarmingly, the surfaces of objects it strikes reveal black patterns akin to those of the corruptors. It's the mental corruption of the corruptors. Kara's voice pierces through the tumult. She brandishes a wooden staff, green energy forming a protective barrier to barely shield against the metallic being's onslaught, amplifying its fear. As Goku and Vegeta arrive, they witness the metallic entity emit a pained howl, its body swelling as black patterns snake across it like veins. It intends to self-destruct. Hold it down, Goku shouts, lunging forward to grasp the metallic being's shoulders, golden energy enveloping it in an attempt to contain the rampant energy within. Meanwhile, Vegeta circles around, deep blue energy coalescing into spikes aimed precisely at the energy node at the being's nape, its vulnerability and the core of its mental control. Roar! The metallic being bellows, a deafening roar escaping its mouth as red light and black mist erupt from its eyes, morphing into a spectral figure of Frieza, opening its gaping maw to bite at Vegeta. Ugh! Vegeta feels as if an invisible hand has seized his heart, trembling violently. Frieza's sinister grin, the explosive fire, the death of his father, all the fragments of nightmares explode in his mind, rendering him nearly incapable of gathering energy. Vegeta! Goku's furious shout rouses him. The Saiyan Prince snaps back to reality, realizing the metallic being's fist is perilously close to Goku's back, while he himself stands frozen in fear. You bastard! Vegeta bites his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him awake. His deep blue energy erupts with unprecedented brilliance, shattering Frieza's illusion and surging into the metallic being through the energy node. This time, his aura is devoid of hatred, embodying a more intricate power, a recognition of the past, and a confrontation with fear. The black patterns dissipate swiftly under the pressure of the two energies, the red light in the metallic being's eyes gradually dimming as it collapses limply to the ground. Kara swiftly approaches, utilizing green energy to purify the residual corruption within it, exhaling a sigh of relief only once she confirms its safety. What just happened? Gohan supports the exhausted Vegeta, concern etched on his youthful visage. He has never seen this typically proud uncle so uncomposed. Vegeta remains silent, gazing at the unconscious metallic being, its face still marked by the torment of nightmares. He suddenly recalls the metallic being's earlier words about how its planet was destroyed by the mental waves of the corruptors, leading to mutual suspicion among the inhabitants, who ultimately turned against one another, becoming fodder for the corruptors without even putting up a fight. The corruptors not only consume energy, but amplify fear. Vegeta's voice is hoarse, fatigue finally surfacing before others. It knows what we fear most, then weaponizes those fears against us. Goku falls into silence, reflecting on his own deepest fear, not death, but losing his family. If the corruptors were to attack him using the forms of Chi-Chi or Gohan, could he truly guarantee he would remain unaffected? This is their most terrifying aspect. Kara stows her staff, the green glow illuminating her solemn expression. The ancient texts of the Star People recount that the corruptors emerged from the primordial fears at the dawn of the universe. They can sense the deepest nightmares of all living beings and then materialize them. In the makeshift medical room of the settlement, the metallic being stirs back to consciousness. Upon seeing Krillin and Android 18 by his bedside, he suddenly covers his face, a muffled sob escaping him. I dreamt of becoming a corruptor, devouring my own children. It felt too real. I couldn't control it. Krillin hands him a cup of warm water, speaking gently. We all have things we fear. What matters is not letting that fear control us. He recalls how, as a child, he often dreamed of being bullied, but later trained with Master Roshi, not to eliminate fear, but to gain the ability to protect himself and his friends. Vegeta stands outside the window, listening to their exchange as the heaviness in his chest gradually dissipates. He gazes up at the night sky, where one star stands out brightly, reminiscent of the son of Vegeta say. Perhaps he need not forget those nightmares, as Goku said. Acknowledging fear is the first step toward truly overcoming it. Hey, Saiyan. Android 18 approaches him, arms crossed and an eyebrow raised, scrutinizing him. That Frieza apparition earlier, was it your nightmare? Vegeta's body momentarily stiffens, yet he refrains from denial, merely snorting in response. This prince was merely caught off guard. Is that so? On the 18th, a smile graced her lips, reminding that next time they meet, one must not be so careless. After all, this battle is no longer fought alone. As she turned to leave, Vegeta gazed at her retreating figure, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He touched his chest, where the energy detector displayed the warmth of Gohan and Goku's energy, steadfast, like two beams of light dispelling the last shadows within him. The following morning, Gohan witnessed an unusual sight at the training ground. Vegeta, instead of his usual intense training, sat on the grass, staring blankly at the energy detector in his hands. The screen repeatedly showcased the energy wave patterns of the metal being's rampage from the previous night, accompanied by a small note. Fear energy frequency analysis. Uncle Vegeta, what are you doing? Gohan approached, curiosity piqued. Nothing, Vegeta replied, stowing the detector and stretching his limbs. This prince is studying how to reverse engineer this mental wave. If it can amplify fear, perhaps it can also amplify courage. Gohan's eyes brightened. Like uniting everyone's beliefs? Almost, Vegeta conceded, unusually refraining from his usual retorts. Bulma mentioned she could create a device to transform multiple emotions into a tangible attack. If we can help all warriors confront their fears, we might just forge a wave of courage to combat the erosion star. In the distant sky, Goku was sparring with several alien refugees. He was not using his full strength, but patiently guiding them on how to control their energy, his laughter illuminating the training ground like sunlight. Those who once shied away now wore smiles, their movements clumsy yet full of vigor. Watching this scene, Vegeta suddenly comprehended the source of Goku's enduring strength. It was not merely his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan or his world-destroying power, but rather his unyielding acceptance of his past, his emotions unashamedly acknowledged. He would rage for the death of friends, worry for the safety of family, and candidly admit his shortcomings. Hey, Kakarot! Vegeta suddenly shouted, his energy beginning to coalesce. Shall we have a little spar? Goku turned, noticing the absence of the usual hostility in Vegeta's eyes, replaced by pure combat fervor. He eagerly replied, sure. Let me show you my new technique. Two beams of light clashed above the training ground, gold and deep blue intertwining, devoid of past animosity. Resembling a dance of perfect harmony, Gohan stood on the ground, watching the two Saiyans chase each other among the clouds, and suddenly felt that the nightmares that haunted them, the fears buried deep within, were perhaps not shackles but bridges that fostered understanding between them. As the radiance faded, Goku and Vegeta landed, both slightly breathless, yet sharing a smile. "You've improved quite rapidly," Vegeta remarked. "So have you," Goku replied, scratching his head. "That last move felt a bit like the meditation technique my grandpa taught me." Vegeta hesitated but quickly averted his gaze. Just a coincidence. In the distant command center, Krillin observed the surveillance footage and smiled at 18, saying, "Look at them. They're starting to resemble friends." 18 snorted, though her lips betrayed a smile. "Saiyans are all fools. They should have realized this sooner." Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating every corner of the training ground. Those once nightmarish fears transformed into nourishment for growth. Vegeta gazed towards the remnants of planet Vegeta, silently conveying to his father, "I understand now." Perhaps the true strength of the Saiyans lies not in forgetting the past, but in standing tall with their scars, fighting fiercely for what they cherish. The shared nightmares would ultimately become their strongest armor. Chapter 10. The First Encounter. Black Stardust. As the morning mist lingered, a cacophony of twisted metal echoed from the abandoned factory outside West City. Gohan gripped the energy detector. The screen's values erratically spiking as the red needle breached its maximum, emitting a sharp alarm, as if on the verge of explosion. "This energy response is 10 times stronger than the last metal being." Gohan's voice trembled as he instinctively clutched the short blade at his waist, calming slightly upon feeling the cold hilt. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, hurry. The coordinates are 47 degrees west, 32 degrees north. There's something strange in this factory." Goku's cheerful voice came through the communicator. "Don't panic, Gohan. Vegeta and I are already on our way. Just hold your horses until we arrive." Vegeta's voice followed, as cold and hard as ever. "Coward, are you frightened by this? Stay alert and don't let it discover your position." Gohan shrank back, concealing himself further. He hid in a rusted ventilation duct, peering through the grating at the factory's center, where a thick black substance floated, akin to melting asphalt or gathered stardust. It lacked a fixed shape, at times flowing like liquid, at others forming sharp tendrils, which shattered the reinforced concrete walls like cookies. When the debris touched the black substance, it was instantly corroded into smoking powder. "This is the black stardust you mentioned?" Gohan murmured, recalling the term Vegeta had noted in the analysis report last night. It was said to be the vanguard of the erosion star, composed of pure dark energy capable of devouring everything it touched, even light itself. Suddenly, the mass of black stardust halted abruptly, as if sensing something. Gohan's heart raced, and he held his breath, realizing he had forgotten to silence the alarm in his nervousness. With a swift motion, a pitch-black tendril lashed out like a whip towards the ventilation duct. Gohan barely managed to evade the lethal strike as the duct's metal was torn apart as if it were paper, a cold wind carrying a metallic sweetness invading his throat. He rolled backward, narrowly escaping, but his back slammed against a rusted iron frame, causing him to stifle a cry of pain. The black stardust slowly turned its gaze in his direction, casting a twisted shadow on the ground. Gohan then discerned that it was not stardust at all, but countless tiny black particles flowing at high speed, each resembling a miniature black hole, glimmering with greedy light. When they coalesced, they formed a mass as large as half a factory. "Found you, little Saiyan," a raspy voice emerged from the depths of the black stardust, scratching like countless needles. "Your fear is quite delectable." Gohan tightened his grip on the short blade, assuming a combat stance. He felt the energy within him boiling. Recalling the meditation technique his father had taught him, fear is the shackle of energy. Embracing it is the key to mastering it. As the black stardust tendrils surged once more, two golden lights pierced through the factory's roof, crashing down before Gohan. Goku scratched the back of his head, a familiar smile on his face, yet his gaze was sharp. "Gohan, are you all right?" Vegeta landed on the opposite side, deep blue energy swirling around him. He glanced at the mass of black stardust, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "Finally willing to show yourself? The erosion star's lackey. I thought you would hide a little longer." The black stardust writhed violently, as if laughing. "Saiyans, what a rare sight. The last time I saw your kind was on the day planet Vegeta was destroyed. Oh, by the way, little prince, your crying in the escape pod was quite unforgettable." Vegeta's pupils constricted, his energy surging violently, cracking the factory floor like spider webs. You seek death. Don't be impulsive. Goku grabbed him, sensing the creature was provoking him. Look at its energy response. It spiked when you mentioned planet Vegeta. Indeed, the red needle on the energy detector soared due to Vegeta's fury. The tendrils of black stardust thickened, glowing dark red at the edges. Clever Kakarot. The black stardust remarked with admiration. But what does it matter now that you know? Your emotions serve as my sustenance. The more intense your fear, anger, and sorrow, the faster I grow. Wu Fan suddenly recalled what Kara had said. The power of the erosion star is derived from negative emotions, and the black stardust acts as a sensor for such emotions. He discreetly reached into his pocket for the communicator and pressed the emergency call button. He had already notified Clint and number 18. They should be arriving shortly. Sustenance. Goku laughed, and his golden aura erupted, shattering the factory's glass. Then taste this. Instead of launching a direct attack, he concentrated his energy into a massive sphere of light, within which the faint outlines of mountains and rivers could be seen, an amalgamation of the energy absorbed from the surrounding environment, forming a natural projectile. The tendrils of black stardust lunged toward the light sphere, only to be repelled upon contact, with some particles dissolving like snowflakes. Impossible. The black stardust screeched in fury. How could a Saiyan's energy possess purifying properties? Because my energy is devoid of hatred. Goku's voice was soft yet flowed through the factory like a warm current. I merely wish to protect everyone, not to destroy you. Vegeta scoffed, clearly dismissing such saintly rhetoric, yet his attack method subtly shifted. The deep blue energy blade no longer bore a violent aura but instead sliced with precision akin to a scalpel, peeling away layers of the black stardust upon each contact. Wu Fan watched in astonishment. He had never seen Vegeta fight this way, calm, restrained, as if each punch was meticulously calculated. Strangely, as Vegeta's energy brushed past the black stardust, the erratically fluctuating energy levels actually dipped slightly. What trickery is this? The black stardust roared in rage, suddenly swelling into a giant maw, lunging toward the trio. Just then, the factory's entrance burst open, and Klin, accompanied by a squad of soldiers equipped with energy nets, charged in, with number 18 closely behind, firing a specially designed pistol that emitted pale blue beams, striking the core of the black stardust. This is Kara's emotional stabilizer, Klin shouted. It can temporarily suppress its absorption of negative energy. The pale blue beam detonated upon impact with the black stardust, akin to clear water being poured into an ink pool, instantly spreading clarity. The black stardust emitted a pained howl, its body contracting violently, causing the black particles to fall and coalesce into crystals on the ground. Retreat. The black stardust uttered before transforming into a plume of black smoke and vanishing into the clouds. Vegeta attempted to pursue but was halted by Goku. Don't chase it. It's trying to lure us away. Look at these crystals. The black crystals on the ground continued to writhe slightly, radiating weak energy fluctuations. Wu Fan picked one up, and it immediately melted in his palm, leaving a cool sensation as a vague image flashed in his mind, countless planets extinguishing in darkness, and the erosion star's true form blooming like a black flower amidst the ruins of the universe. Are these fragments of memory? Wu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta also picked up a crystal, his brow furrowed. There is an energy imprint of the erosion star within it. Bulma should be able to track its location based on this. Goku gazed thoughtfully in the direction where the black stardust had vanished. It mentioned having seen us when Vegeta's star was destroyed. Could the erosion star be connected to Frieza? The communicator suddenly crackled to life, and Kara's voice, imbued with unprecedented gravity, resounded. Goku, Vegeta, you need to see the news. Reports of black stardust are emerging globally. Tokyo Tower has been corroded halfway, and the Statue of Liberty in New York has turned black. This is not the act of a single vanguard. It heralds a large-scale invasion. The sky outside the factory had inexplicably darkened, with clouds taking on a sinister dark purple hue. Wu Fan observed the energy detector's persistently elevated readings, suddenly realizing that their recent encounter was not an end, but merely the beginning. The black stardust had scattered like seeds, already sown across every corner of the earth, waiting for the nourishment of negative emotions to grow into a towering tree that would consume the world. Vegeta crushed the crystal in his palm, the deep blue aura rekindling around him. Forget Frieza. Prepare for battle. It seems this time, we must show that fiend that the emotions of Earthlings encompass more than mere fear. Goku nodded, his golden aura surging skyward, illuminating the darkened sky. Indeed, let it taste what true courage is. Wu Fan gripped his short blade tightly and followed the two Saiyans out of the factory. The sunlight attempted to pierce through the clouds, casting mottled shadows on the ground, reminiscent of their current predicament, though darkness enveloped them. A glimmer of light relentlessly fought to grow. While the initial assault of the black stardust had been repelled, it had planted the seeds of vigilance in each of their hearts, for a far more arduous battle was only just beginning. Chapter 11. The eerie signal from Frieza's remnants. The static from the communicator sounded like rusty gears grinding against one another, and amidst the intermittent noise, a distorted transmission erupted, not from Earth nor from the dark frequencies of the erosion star, but a sharp, metallic tremor reminiscent of the encrypted channels used by Frieza's army. Coordinates 375N, 1163E. Energy source confirmed, Lord Frieza. Clint abruptly slammed his hand on the control panel, causing the waveform on the screen to spiral into chaos before transforming into a flurry of static. His face turned pale as he turned to Goku and Vegeta, who had just finished their training. It's a signal from Frieza's remnants. Captured over the North China Plain, repeated 3 times. Coordinates pointing to the depths of the Taiyang Mountains. Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead, pausing at the mention. Frieza? Didn't I send him packing long ago? Vegeta scoffed, his fingers gliding over the tactical panel to display the anomalous energy records from the past week. Fool, a cockroach that hasn't died completely will always crawl out. Look at this data. The dark matter energy in the Taiyang Mountain area has suddenly surged, matching 92 of the residual energy from the Namek battle. Wu Fan leaned closer, observing the red dots pulsating on the screen. Is there a connection between the black stardust and Frieza's remnants? Not a connection. Vegeta's knuckles rapped against the name Frieza with icy precision. It's collusion. The erosion star provides them energy, and they assist the erosion star in spreading black stardust. This debt must be settled. In the depths of an abandoned missile base in the Taiyang Mountains, cobwebs draped over rusty launch pads like a veil of dust upon a skeletal frame. A green-skinned alien was shrieking into the communicator. Send more personnel. Those Saiyans are closing in fast. The master ordered that the erosion device must be activated tonight, turning this wretched mountain into a second Vegeta. Beside him, a metallic platform held a basketball-sized black sphere, its surface crawling with red light in a web-like pattern. Frieza's dark matter detonator, which, once infused with sufficient energy, could trigger a chain reaction, converting the surrounding area into an energy black hole. A few henchmen surrounded the sphere, infusing it with energy, their green skin glowing eerily in the red light. Boss, do you think Lord Frieza will really come back? A small henchman asked nervously. I heard that Goku turned him into dust. Shut up. The green-skinned alien kicked him over. The master has been reborn in the dark matter dimension. Once this place becomes an energy source, he can come through the black hole. At that time, not just the Saiyans, the entire galaxy will kneel before him. No sooner had he spoken than a massive hole suddenly erupted at the top of the base, and golden flames rained down amidst the falling debris. Goku landed on the launch pad, twirling his golden staff. What are we chatting about? Take me with you. Vegeta swiftly followed, his deep blue energy wave sweeping through and sending several henchmen flying. He glanced at the black sphere, his gaze turning icy. A dark matter detonator? It seems you haven't yet forgotten the fate of Vegeta. The green-skinned alien drew a blaster and fired, but was obliterated against the wall by Wu Fan's Kamehameha, transforming into a puddle of green sludge. Goku seized the henchman attempting to activate the device, twisting his wrist, causing the henchman to cry out in pain. Speak. What benefits has the erosion star given you? Immortality. Tears streamed down the face of the minion, clinging to the delusion that by aiding the devourer of stars in polluting 3 planets, he could exchange it for dark matter to reconstruct his body, surpassing even the regeneration abilities of Lord Frieza. Such foolish aspirations. Vegeta's energy blade sliced through the ignition's energy tube, triggering a piercing alarm from the black sphere. This existence, built upon the lives of others, hardly deserved to be called immortal. Goku struck the control panel with a fist, causing the screen to black out instantly. He gazed at the fleeing remnants of Frieza's forces, suddenly recalling the moment on Namek when he pierced Frieza's chest and saw the bitterness and hatred in his eyes. It seemed that some refuse, even reduced to ash, could still conspire in the darkness. Don't let them escape. Goku's voice thundered through the valley. As golden flames surged into the sky, for these scoundrels surely possessed the coordinates of the devourer of stars. Vegeta had already dashed forward. His deep blue figure weaving through the forest, the energy blades not only slicing through the enemy's defenses, but also exposing the vile dealings hidden in the night. Gohan followed closely, observing the two Saiyans moving in tandem, their energies tracing two streaks of light through the woods. He suddenly understood that true strength was never about ruthlessly severing roots, but rather the courage to strike again and again, even when aware of the shadows that lingered. A muffled sound emanated from the depths of the base as the dark matter ignition detonated amidst the energy chaos, transforming into countless points of light. Krillin's communicator buzzed again, this time with a clear voice laced with Frieza's characteristic arrogance. Kakarot, the game has only just begun. Goku crushed the shards of his communicator. Turning to Vegeta, it seems we must return to Namek. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a hint of battle spirit curling at the corners of his mouth. It was about time for reckoning. The setting sun elongated their shadows, resembling two beams of light cleaving through darkness. Gohan gazed at the swirling black stardust in the distance, suddenly realizing that some deaths were not for revenge, but to prevent the shadows of the past from obscuring the light of the future. Chapter 12, Piccolo's Meditation. A warning from the past. On the stone platform of the temple, Piccolo sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint green aura. In meditation, he shed the sharpness of his everyday demeanor. The magic markings on his forehead glimmered softly in the morning light, resembling a piece of jade polished by time. His consciousness descended into the realm of spirits, where countless fragments of memories floated, red soil of Namek, the smoke from his first battle with Goku, and the lingering darkness imbued with the scent of sulfur from the era of King Piccolo. Suddenly, the fragments trembled violently. An alien consciousness barged in, bearing the chilling aura of the devourer of stars, yet wrapped in a familiar savagery. It was Frieza's presence. Piccolo's eyes snapped open, the markings on his forehead flaring in brightness. And within the realm of spirits, Frieza's phantom stood amidst the ruins of Namek, his golden tail sweeping through the rubble, producing a jarring sound. Long time no see. Namekian survivor, Frieza's voice pierced like a poisoned icicle. I never expected you, a half-baked Namekian, to guard the temple for so long. Piccolo's spiritual form solidified, his green skin emanating a cold light. You haven't perished completely? Perished? Frieza chuckled lightly, black stardust particles swirling around him. The devourer of stars has granted me a new form, far more amusing than before. He raised his hand, revealing a sphere composed of dark matter, within which countless tormented consciousnesses writhed. These were the souls of the Namekians, collected and stored within the devourer's dimension. Care to pay them a visit? Piccolo's pupils narrowed. He saw the gaze of the elder Namek before his passing, witnessed the moment when his kin were reduced to ash under the energy blast. Those memory fragments ignited like gunpowder, exploding within the realm of spirits. He clenched his fists tightly, green energy surging, shaking Frieza's apparition. What have you done to them? What have I done? Frieza's phantom twisted with laughter. I merely turned them into nourishment for the devourer of stars, just as your precious Dragon Balls, which you Namekians guarded, ultimately became a cosmic joke. He leaned closer, black stardust creeping up Piccolo's spiritual form. You should thank me. The devourer said that if you surrender the temple's defense core, these souls can find peace, of course, as part of the black stardust. Piccolo abruptly closed his eyes, forcing himself to remain calm. He knew this was a trap. Frieza excelled at manipulating pain to seize the heart. The essence of meditation lay in observation, remaining undisturbed by external influences. He took a deep breath, delving into deeper layers of memory, not hatred, but legacy. That was the stargazing technique the Elder had taught him, to unfold a star map within the realm of spirits, where each star corresponded to a piece of genuine past. Piccolo's consciousness transformed into points of light, illuminating the stars that represented guardianship. Training with Gohan in the room of spirit and time, his resolute stand against Cell to protect Earth, and the tender moments spent silently guarding the temple while watching Goku's family play. The brilliance of these stars intensified, repelling the black stardust. Frieza's phantom screamed in anguish. Distorted by the light. Impossible. How could your mental energy resist the devourer's corruption? Because you do not understand. Piccolo's voice resonated within the realm of spirits, calm yet resolute. You only know how to plunder, yet fail to comprehend the will to protect, which carries greater strength than hatred. He raised his hand, igniting the brightest star, his energy entwined with Goku's in their battle against Bu. The golden and green light intertwined like two forces twisted into a rope, instantly dispersing Frieza's apparition. The realm of spirits regained clarity, yet the images of the imprisoned souls remained etched in Piccolo's consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. The morning light had climbed the stone steps of the temple. The markings on his forehead still radiated warmth, a testament to the overexertion of mental energy. He walked to the edge, gazing at earth shrouded in mist, gathering green energy at his fingertips, a warning to be conveyed to Goku and the others. Mr. Piccolo. Gohan's voice echoed from the stone steps below, bright with youthful clarity. Dad asked me to see if you want to train together today. Piccolo looked down, seeing the boy's expectant face, reminiscent of Goku in his youth. He suddenly recalled the tormented souls in Frieza's phantom, the blaze of destruction during Namek's demise, and tightened his grip on the gathered energy. Gohan, his voice carried a weightier tone than usual. Come here, there are things you need to know. Gohan dashed up the steps, catching sight of the green energy sphere in Piccolo's palm, revealing the image of Namek on the red soil. The elders gathered around the Dragon Balls in prayer, children chasing each other through the woods, everything intact and unharmed. Is this Namek? Gohan's eyes widened. Yes, Piccolo nodded, his fingers shifting the image to the fiery explosion of the planet, but it later became like this. Frieza thought destruction signified an end, unaware that some things return in another form, like a warning. The image within the energy sphere transformed again, black stardust entwining the souls of the Namekians. The Devourer's phantom coldly laughing in the darkness. Gohan's complexion paled, his clenched fists turning white. The Devourer has colluded with Frieza's remnants. Piccolo's voice remained steady. They aim to consume Earth in the same manner. But this time is different. We have you. We have Goku. We have everyone. He retracted the energy sphere, observing the flickering light in Gohan's eyes. Not fear, but a flame akin to Goku's, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Piccolo suddenly recalled the elder's words. True legacy is not about remembering hatred, but preserving hope. Training proceeds as usual. Piccolo turned toward the training grounds, green energy swirling around him. But today, we will focus on strengthening mental energy. Your father sometimes lacks the necessary sharpness, so we must keep an eye on him. Gohan paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. All right. Morning light filtered through the temple's pillars, casting long shadows on the ground. Piccolo watched the youthful figure approaching him, the markings on his forehead gradually calming. He understood that the warning from the past was not a shackle, but a torch illuminating the path to prevent the tragedy from repeating. In the distance, Wukong and Vegeta's ki was drawing near, akin to two vibrant stars, harmonizing beautifully with the energy of Wu Tian and Wu Fan. This time, their mission was to safeguard not only the present, but also the past that ought not to be forgotten. Chapter 13. Wu Tian and Trunks' secret training afternoons in Satan City were always languorous, with sunlight filtering through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Wu Tian, clutching a somewhat worn baseball, squatted on the steps at the back door of the dojo, gazing at his father, Wukong, who was training vigorously in the distance. And he sighed softly. Have you been punished by Dad again? A cheerful voice called from above. Wu Tian looked up to see Trunks perched on the wall, a half-eaten strawberry cake in hand, pink frosting smudged at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, Wu Tian replied glumly. I transformed during practice. And Dad said I was too impatient and told me to reflect on it. Trunks gracefully jumped down and sat beside him, offering the cake. Want some? It's strawberry flavored. It will cheer you up. Wu Tian accepted the cake, taking a generous bite, the sweet flavor spreading on his tongue, lifting his spirits. You're lucky. Uncle Vegeta never cares how you train. That's not true, Trunks retorted, pouting. He is even stricter. He just doesn't say anything. He recounted how he had secretly increased the gravity in the training chamber to 50 times and had been punished with 100 repetitions of family rules, nearly exhausting his hand. The two boys exchanged knowing glances, sharing a moment of camaraderie in their mutual plight. By the way, Trunks suddenly leaned closer. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, I've discovered an amazing place perfect for our secret training. Secret training? Wu Tian's eyes lit up, instantly intrigued. Is it more impressive than what Dad and Uncle Vegeta teach us? Absolutely, Trunks boasted, thumping his chest. It's 100 times more fun. I found an abandoned underground bunker on the satellite map. It's huge and still has some old military training equipment. Wu Tian's curiosity piqued. Ever since he lost to Trunks at the martial arts tournament, he had been eager to find a chance to practice secretly and reclaim victory next time. Will we really not get caught? I don't want to wake up gently to Kamehameha again. He recalled how Wukong had discovered him training in the mountains, nearly blowing his head off with a Kamehameha that shattered the rocks behind him, sending chills down his spine. Don't worry, Trunks assured, pulling out a small gadget from his pocket. This is a modified detector. It will alert us if our parents' key comes within a kilometer. We can train for 2 hours every afternoon without anyone noticing. Thus, a clandestine training plan for the two boys was quietly established on the sunlit steps. The following afternoon, the duo concocted an excuse to purchase comic books and slipped out of the adult site. Trunks led Wu Tian through a few secluded alleys to a derelict factory area. The buildings here had mostly collapsed, with weeds towering over them, and the air was thick with the scent of rust and dust. Here, Wu Tian looked skeptically at the dilapidated surroundings. Trunks, however, wore a proud expression. He approached what appeared to be an ordinary wall and pressed several slightly darker bricks, which yielded slightly under his touch. With a series of mechanical clicks, the wall slowly slid aside, revealing a dark entrance that exuded a damp atmosphere. Wow! Wu Tian could not help but exclaim. Impressive, right? Trunks activated his wrist-mounted energy watch, casting a beam of light into the passage. Come on in. They descended steep stairs, the walls flanking the corridor still bearing faint slogans, such as victory in preparation. After navigating several flights, they emerged into a vast underground space, nearly half the size of the dojo. Scattered across the space were numerous abandoned training apparatuses, rusty barbells, broken balance beams, dusty sandbags, and several mechanical targets that resembled those used for simulated combat. In one corner lay a pile of old crates, thickly coated in cobwebs. What do you think? It's spacious enough, right? Trunks waved his arms triumphantly, the light beam from his watch illuminating the entire area. We can transform this into our exclusive training ground. Wu Tian, exhilarated, ran around the space. He kicked a rusty metal barrel, which clanged loudly and echoed in the emptiness. This is so cool. We can practice transformations here without worrying about being caught by Dad. Without hesitation, the two boys set to work. They moved usable equipment aside, wiped off the dust with cloths, piled the useless debris in a corner, and even found an old bucket to fetch water from outside, cleaning the floor thoroughly. Though they sweated profusely, seeing the once dilapidated bunker gradually take shape as a training ground filled them with a sense of accomplishment. All right, let us begin training. Trunks flexed his wrist and assumed a combat stance. Today, we'll practice speed. Whoever dodges the other's 10 attacks first wins. Absolutely. Wu Tian mirrored his stance, a competitive glint in his eyes. The two boys commenced their secret training in the vast underground bunker. Initially, they practiced basic dodging and attacking akin to their dojo sessions, but soon felt it was too mundane. This is too boring, Trunks paused, wiping his brow. Let us play something more thrilling. He pointed to the mechanical targets in the corner. How about we shoot energy blasts at those targets? Whoever hits the most rings wins. The loser buys ice cream. Sounds great. Wu Tian readily agreed. Standing 50 meters away from the mechanical target, they took turns firing energy blasts. Wu Tian's blasts, though unstable, were fast. Trunks' blasts were far more precise, hitting the bullseye almost every time. After several rounds, Wu Tian found himself thoroughly defeated. Fair is fair, Wu Tian moped. I'll buy ice cream tomorrow. What flavor do you want? Chocolate, 2 scoops, Trunks replied with a smug grin. In the days that followed, the two boys clandestinely visited the underground bunker for training. They invented various training games, blindfolded sound recognition, running races with sandbags on their backs, and igniting distant candles with energy blasts. Occasionally, they would squabble over differing opinions, even engage in mock fights. Yet they would quickly reconcile and share the snacks they had sneakily brought along. One day, they attempted training in the gravity chamber that Trunks had stealthily dismantled from home. Under 3 times the gravity, Wu Tian struggled to even stand, while Trunks managed to perform a few push-ups. How are you so strong? Wu Tian gasped. Because I train every day, Trunks replied, wiping his sweat. Dad Vegeta says that a Saiyant's body must continually push its limits to grow stronger. He paused before adding, but he doesn't know I train here. Otherwise, he would definitely crank the gravity up to 10 times and wear me out. Wu Tian looked at him, determined to compete. From that day on, he trained even harder, persevering through the pain of falling under 3 times the gravity, gritting his teeth to endure. Gradually, he became more agile in that weight and could even spar with Trunks for a few rounds. Their secret training was not without challenges. One day, Wukong and Vegeta happened to pass by the abandoned factory area, and the detector sensed the energy fluctuations of the two boys. Isn't that Wu Tian's key? Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Didn't he say he was going to the library with Trunks? Vegeta scoffed. They're definitely up to something. Following the energy signal, they approached the wall, just as Trunks' detector emitted a sharp alarm. Oh no, it's Dad and the others. Trunks' complexion changed dramatically as he hurriedly pulled Goten behind a massive mechanical target and pressed a button on the wall to close the entrance. Just as the wall sealed shut, Goku and Vegeta arrived. Strange, why did the energy suddenly disappear? Goku wondered, gazing at the wall, knowing it was nearby. Vegeta crossed his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Stop searching. Those two brats must be up to something. Let them be, as long as they don't cause trouble. Though he spoke dismissively, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips, perhaps recalling his own secret training days in his youth. Goku pondered for a moment and chuckled. Indeed, boys need their little secrets. The two turned to leave, deliberately choosing not to expose their ruse. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, concealed behind the mechanical target, exhaled in relief when they heard the footsteps fade away. They exchanged a smile, each reflecting the gratitude of having escaped danger. That was close. Goten patted his chest. I told you my detector was reliable, Trunks replied, raising his wrist with pride. Even though they had narrowly escaped, the two decided to exercise more caution during their training. As time passed, the strength of the two youths surged unexpectedly. Goten's speed increased, and his energy blasts became more precise. Trunks' combat skills sharpened, and his energy control grew increasingly sophisticated. They grew restless with mere training games and began to simulate real battles. Take this. Goten initiated the attack, his form blurring into several afterimages while unleashing multiple energy blasts in a fan-shaped assault towards Trunks. Unfazed, Trunks crossed his arms in front of his chest, conjuring an energy barrier to block the blasts while dashing forward like an arrow, his fist aimed sharply at Goten's face. Goten sidestepped, flipping his wrist to whip a golden energy lash toward Trunks' ankle. Trunks leaped into the air, executing a spin and delivering a kick to Goten's back. The two exchanged blows, their energy collisions illuminating the entire underground shelter, shaking down dust from the ceiling. Their movements quickened, their auras intensified, hinting at a level surpassing their peers. During one simulated battle, Goten inadvertently got struck on the shoulder by Trunks' energy blast. Although it was not particularly powerful, it still caused him to grimace in pain. Are you all right? Trunks asked, quickly halting with a hint of concern. I'm fine, Goten replied, rubbing his shoulder and smiling. Let us go again. I was careless just now. Trunks noticed the determination in Goten's eyes and suddenly realized that this cheerful companion possessed the indomitable spirit of a Saiyan deep within. Unbeknownst to them, their secret training continued for half a year, until one day, the martial arts arena announced a tournament for the youth division, prompting them to realize it was time to test their training results. Goten, we must determine a winner in this tournament, Trunks declared resolutely. Absolutely. I won't lose to you, Goten replied, brimming with enthusiasm. On the day of the competition, when Goten and Trunks faced off in the semifinals, everyone was astonished. Their speed, strength, and energy control had undergone a qualitative leap compared to 6 months prior, nearing the standards of adult warriors. Goku and Vegeta sat in the audience, their faces adorned with proud smiles as they observed the fierce battle between the two young men. I didn't realize they had trained so diligently, Goku mused, rubbing his chin with delight. Vegeta scoffed, yet his tone bore pride. Humph, my son indeed resembles me. Ultimately, Goten triumphed over Trunks with his unwavering tenacity. Standing on the podium, he raised the trophy and shouted down to Trunks, next time, we shall compete again. Trunks nodded with a smile, it's a promise. After the tournament, Goten and Trunks sneaked back to the underground shelter. Sitting on the cleared space, they shared the joy of victory and the bitterness of defeat. Actually, I knew all along that our fathers discovered our secret training, Trunks suddenly said. What? Goten looked at him in surprise. After they visited, I found a tiny camera on the wall, the kind Vegeta uses often. Trunks chuckled, they were just pretending not to know. Goten felt a warmth bloom in his heart, realizing that the adults had always been aware of their little secret, silently guarding their growth. Regardless, this will always be our secret base, Goten gazed around the empty shelter, filled with nostalgia. Indeed, Trunks nodded. Once the tournament is over, we shall return here to train. Next time, I will definitely win. I am always ready. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the shelter's ventilation, casting elongated beams on the ground. The silhouettes of the two youths stretched long, their laughter and vows resonating in the vast space, infused with the vigor of youth and aspirations for the future. This clandestine training shared by Goten and Trunks not only propelled their strength to new heights, but also fostered a profound friendship and the courage to grow. The abandoned underground shelter became the most cherished and unique part of their childhood memories. Chapter 14. The urgent summons of the Kaioshin realm. The alarm bells of the Kaioshin realm had not sounded with such urgency for 3,000 years. As the golden light that pierced the night sky of Satan's city erupted, Goku was recounting his youthful adventures to Gohan on the Baozi Mountain. While Vegeta was engaged in 100-fold gravity training in the gravity chamber, sweat splattering against the metallic floor. Two surges of energy shot skyward almost simultaneously, converging in the air to form a golden energy vortex. This was the Saiyan's instinctual response to crisis. This energy belongs to the Kaioshin. Goku shielded his eyes from the blinding light, the energy beads in his palm trembling in response to the divine aura. More urgent than the last time he had been to the Xenos palace. Vegeta's battle suit enveloped him instantly, a deep blue aura coalescing around him. This is not a plea for help, it is a summons. The Kaioshin's energy carried a distinct coordinate signal. He gazed towards the source of the golden light, his pupils narrowing slightly from the energy impact, sensing that a grave matter was unfolding. Even the barriers of the Kaioshin realm were trembling. Gohan rushed outside, cradling baby Bra in his arms. The infant giggled at the golden light, her tiny hands reaching out as if to grasp the shimmering sea of light. Goten and Trunks also arrived, their faces still flushed from training. The excitement they felt was quickly replaced by gravity upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon. Dad, we want to go too. Goten tugged at Goku's clothing, his eyes shining brighter than the golden light above. No, Vegeta immediately objected, firing two energy beams that struck the shoulders of the two youths, forming temporary seals. The Kaioshin's summons never targeted minors. They were to stay behind and watch over Bra. His tone left no room for discussion, yet as he turned, he discreetly gave Trunks a glance, a signal to activate the emergency communicator. Goku had already mounted the flying Nimbus, with Vegeta's spaceship following closely. The moment they passed through the golden light barrier, both felt a familiar pressure, different from the time they faced Majin Buu. This pressure did not stem from evil, but from a disintegrating order of some kind. The sky of the Kaioshin realm exhibited a strange purplish-black hue, and the temple, once suspended in the clouds, was visibly crumbling. The columns forged from divine stones shattered like cookies, golden fragments swirling in the air, transforming into sparkling motes of light. Is that the root of the world tree? Goku pointed to the silver tendrils descending from the clouds, marred by dark red cracks. How could it come to this? The Kaioshin Shun stood before the ruins of the temple, his white robe stained with dust, and his usually gentle face etched with anxiety. Upon seeing Wukong and Vegeta, he seized them like a lifeline, his voice trembling. You have arrived. The cosmic tree is withering, and the very foundation of the Kaioshin realm is crumbling. Following Shun's pointed finger, the two warriors beheld the cosmic tree that spanned the three realms. Its leaves were rapidly turning yellow and curling, while the trunk was marred with spiderweb-like cracks, revealing hollows at its core. At the top of the tree, the once resplendent cosmic fruits now lay as desiccated shells, emitting a faint glow. The decay of the cosmic tree signified a disruption of balance. Shun's robe billowed in the wind, each leaf corresponding to the order of a parallel universe. Already, a third of the leaves had fallen. If this continued, not only would the Kaioshin realm collapse, but all parallel universes reliant on the cosmic tree's energy would plunge into chaos. Vegeta circled to the back of the tree, his fingertips gliding over a deep crack spanning several meters, where remnants of energy not belonging to the divine realm lingered, the aura of the devourers. They not only consumed life, but gnawed at the very foundations of worlds. Suddenly, he recalled the black stardust that had appeared on Earth. Realizing why the number of devourers there had surged, their source lay here. Wukong clapped his hands suddenly. I know. The life core we unearthed on Namek, Dr. Corinne said it could heal any plant damage. It might be useful for the cosmic tree. He promptly retrieved a fist-sized crystal core from his storage space. radiating a soft green light with what seemed like liquid flowing within. Shun's eyes sparkled with hope. That is the essence of life formed at the dawn of the universe. Quickly, embedded in the hollow at the heart of the tree. Just as Wukong was about to step forward, a piercing shriek echoed from the tree's summit. 3 black beings, far larger than the devourers on Earth, dove down. They lacked a fixed form, seemingly composed of pure dark energy. Their tentacles dripping with corrosive slime that eroded the remnants of the temple, releasing plumes of white smoke. The guardians of the devourer's nest. Shun shouted. They have been thwarting any attempts to restore the cosmic tree. Vegeta charged forward first, a deep blue aura trailing behind him. Wukong, go tend to the tree. Leave these nuisances to me. As his fist met a tentacle of the devourers, a shrill sound akin to metal scraping filled the air. The energy shockwaves causing ripples in the surrounding space. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong rushed towards the tree's heart with the life core, fending off small devourers that lunged at him, obliterating them with his Kamehameha. However, upon nearing the hollow, he discovered it was covered by a layer of black membrane, inscribed with bizarre runes. A seal set by the devourers. Damn it! Wukong concentrated all his strength into a massive Kamehameha, yet it only left a faint white mark on the membrane, which proved as resilient as Buu's skin. Use this. Vegeta suddenly tossed a shimmering red sword his way, a weapon forged from the Royal Saiyan meteorite. Channel your energy into it. It can sever the energy seal. Wukong caught the sword, feeling the Saiyan essence surging within it, and grinned. Thanks, Vegeta. He infused the sword with his energy, and it erupted into dazzling golden light. With a single strike, the black membrane was torn apart like ragged cloth. As the life core embedded itself into the tree's heart, the entire Kaishin realm trembled violently. The cracks in the cosmic tree began to heal at a visible rate. The yellowed leaves regaining their lush green, and the fruits at the top revived. The devourers shrieked in agony under the green light, their bodies gradually dissolving into wisps of black smoke. Vegeta landed beside Wukong, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the rejuvenated cosmic tree. You got lucky. Shin sat down on the ground, watching the restored temple with a long sigh of relief. Thanks to you. If the cosmic tree had fully withered, even the Omni King would be unable to reverse the consequences. Wukong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Actually, we just happened to have the life core. Suddenly, he recalled something. Wait, Goten and the others wouldn't have secretly followed us, would they? No sooner had he spoken than Trunks' urgent communicator blared. The boy's voice tinged with tears. Dad. Goten has been captured by the remnants of the devourers. They said if you don't return. Vegeta's expression turned ashen, a palpable pressure emanating from him. Wukong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his gaze resolute. Let us go home and rescue him. The golden light of the Kaishin realm flared once more, this time suffused with a chilling intent. Shun gazed after the departing figures, silently praying to the revitalized cosmic tree. May the courage of the Saiyans dispel all darkness. The leaves of the cosmic tree rustled in the wind, as if responding to his prayer. Meanwhile, on Earth, a conspiracy against the young Saiyans was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 15. The Fear of the East Kaishin and the Devourers. The breeze in the Kaishin realm carried the fragrance of grass and trees, yet it could not dispel the gravity on East Kaishin Shun's face. He stood before the tender shoots of the cosmic tree, his fingertips brushing over dew-laden leaves. But his gaze drifted towards the distant void, where an unseen beast seemed to be slowly baring its fangs. You think repelling the guardians of the nest and restoring the cosmic tree has brought an end? Shun's voice quivered slightly. A nearly unimaginable lapse for a Kaishin who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. A fear that seemed to surpass the threat posed by the withering cosmic tree. Shun turned and ventured deeper into the temple, where the secrets safeguarded by the Kaishin for generations lay hidden. As he pushed open the stone door engraved with runes, a musty aura rushed forth, the golden inscriptions on the scroll flickering dimly in the dim light. Look at this. He withdrew a yellowed parchment, inscribed with ancient script detailing the prophecy from the universe's inception. The Dark Devourer, neither alive nor dead, neither material nor spiritual, feeds on the foundations of the universe, causing laws to unravel and stars to fade. Wukong leaned closer to inspect the script, while he did not fully comprehend the ancient language. The accompanying illustrations were chilling. a black planet adorned with tentacles consuming a star, its brilliance reduced to the flicker of a candle in its presence. Countless planets forming a galaxy that turned into a silent nebula after its passage, and in the final image, a blurred shadow of a figure stood amidst the remnants of the universe, clutching a dying heart of the cosmos. Is this the true form of the Devourers? Vegeta spoke in a hushed tone, noting a detail in the corner of the illustration, a spiral pattern on the shadow's chest, identical to that of the Devourers on Earth. No, Shin shook his head, lowering his voice even further. What you encountered was merely its scattered remnants. Just as humans shed hair and skin, these remnants are but fragments fallen from the true form, yet they are already capable of withering the cosmic tree and shaking the Kaioshin realm. He pointed to the last page of the parchment, which depicted a massive gear, etched with markings identical to those of the cosmic tree. The Devourer's aim was the core causal gear of the cosmic laws. Should it consume the gear, all timelines would become entangled, merging past, present, and future, a chaos that even the Omni King could not reset. Wukong recalled the proliferating black stardust on Earth. Those seemingly scattered remnants of the Devourers originated from such a terrifying entity. Where is it now? Let us go settle the score. It cannot be found, Shin sighed. It exists between existence and non-existence. Only when it actively consumes a law can we catch a trace of it. Just like this time, the cosmic tree was eroded because its remnants disturbed the foundational laws. Otherwise, we would have been oblivious to its proximity to Universe 11. He paused, extracting a star map from the scroll, but according to the prophecy, its next target is the temporal crevice of Universe 7, where a backup node of the causal gear lies hidden. Vegeta's fingertips traced the star chart, indicating the vicinity of the galaxy where Earth resides. Thus, the sudden proliferation of the Shurshur star fragments is not merely coincidental. It appears to be a probe from the entity itself. Xian's gaze grew heavy with gravity as it gleaned information from the debris, akin to a hunter observing its prey's habits. The black stardust and the life forms afflicted by erosion serve as bait, intended to reveal the location of the causal gears. Goku recalled the moment when Goten was captured, during which the captors demanded an item capable of stabilizing the flow of time. Initially, he dismissed it as a mere extortion, but now he surmised that what they sought was likely related to the causal gears. Xian reassured Goten and Trunks, raising a hand to conjure a water mirror, revealing Goten and Trunks imprisoned within an energy barrier. Despite their pallor, their breaths remained steady. The Shurshur star's debris dared not directly harm them, for the vitality of the Saiyans was considered unripe nourishment, better cultivated slowly. In the mirror, a creature cloaked in black tendrils whispered to the energy shield, the tendrils writhing as if alive, each etched with spirals akin to illustrations on a parchment. Surrender the time anchor, or these two Saiyan youths shall become the appetizer for the Shurshur star entity. Time anchor? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Was that not the artifact used by the Omni King to stabilize the timeline? How could it be on Earth? I secretly placed a backup, Xian confessed, guilt lacing its voice. In the event of temporal chaos, it was meant to preserve the timeline of Universe 7, yet it seems they had detected it. Goku clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Forget the prophecies. We must rescue the children now. The Saiyans will never allow their companions to be used as bait. Vegeta nodded in agreement, his deep blue aura swelling. Where's the time anchor? We shall retrieve it. As Xian observed their resolute figures, it suddenly called out, wait. The Shurshur star's debris fears the light of the laws. It can be activated with the Kaioshin staff, but we are Saiyans. Goku turned back with a smile, his golden aura bursting forth. The more formidable the foe, the more invigorated we become. Vegeta's energy surged in response, and the two beams of light pierced the clouds of the Kaioshin realm. Racing towards Earth, Xian gazed at their retreating forms, gripping the staff tightly, an ancestral weapon of the Kaioshin, now emitting a faint glow, as if resonating with the Saiyan's courage. In the water mirror, Goten and Trunks were attempting to break the energy shield with a forceful impact, while the tendrils of the black creature began to penetrate the barrier. Xian inhaled deeply, silently wishing that the bloodline of the Saiyans could withstand this corrosive darkness. The leaves of the cosmic tree swayed gently, heralding the impending battle. Chapter 16. The vessel to the edge of the galaxy in the underground dock of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a serene azure energy ribbon, reminiscent of a flowing galaxy, enveloped a sharply designed silver spaceship. Its hull was adorned with diamond-shaped energy armor, and the antimatter thrusters at the rear emitted a deep, resonant hum, causing the surrounding air to warm slightly. This was Bulma's latest creation, the Stardust Hunter, capable of traversing 3-star systems in 10 minutes. Its exterior coated with a layer of antimatter sufficient to withstand the corrosive energy of the Shur star. With all systems checked, antimatter engine power at 98. Energy shield synchronization at 100, weapon systems on standby, Bulma's voice resonated from the control panel. Wearing holographic glasses, her fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, her purple hair swaying gently with her movements. Goku, Vegeta, the coordinates for the energy anchor point have been input into the navigation system. The dark matter vortex at the galaxy's edge is there, where the signal from the Shur star's debris is most potent. Goku leaned against the ship's porthole, curiously observing the passing energy ribbons, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armor plating. This ship looks far better than the previous one, and it flies faster too. The last one I rode to Namek nearly made me sick. That was because you were in a second-hand vessel, Vegeta scoffed. Retrieving a dark golden longsword from the weapon rack, forged from a blend of Vegeta's alloy and antimatter energy, its edge glimmered with deep blue light. This was the dimensional blade, capable of severing energy fields, perfectly suited for dealing with the elusive debris. He weighed the sword, then turned, his gaze sweeping over the two figures huddled in the corner, his brow furrowing. What are you two doing here? Goten and Trunks peeked out from behind an energy box, their faces smeared with grease, evidently having snuck aboard. We want to go too, Goten exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Last time you sealed us at home. This time, we must follow. Trunks waved the energy detector in his hand, the screen displaying energy waveforms at the galaxy's edge. I've cracked the Shur star's communication frequency. I can provide early warnings. He pointed to the ship's backup engine. I helped Mom modify this part. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to fix it. Vegeta was about to erupt, but Goku chuckled, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let them come along. These two are quite capable now, especially after their performance at the last martial arts tournament. He winked at the two youths. But you must listen, no running off. Yay! Goten and Trunks cheered, darting into the cockpit and claiming the co-pilot's seats. Bulma poked her head out from the control panel, shaking her head in exasperation. I swear, you Saiyans treat every adventure like a game. She pressed the launch button, and the dock's ceiling slowly opened, revealing the profound night sky outside, ready for departure. Destination, the dark matter vortex at the galaxy's edge. The Stardust Hunter shot forth like a silver lightning bolt, breaking through the atmosphere and instantly entering superluminal travel. The stars outside transformed into vibrant ribbons of color, and the ship's gravity system adjusted automatically, preventing any sensation of turbulence. Goten leaned against the window, watching the galaxies recede behind them, shouting with glee, "Look, that's Andromeda. It's far more beautiful than in the books." Trunks was busy calibrating the detector, the screen continuously refreshing the energy data of the passing star systems. The dark matter concentration here is 30 times that of Earth. The Shur star must thrive in this environment. He pointed to a flickering red dot. I just captured an energy burst. It perfectly matches the frequency of the Shur star, but with an intensity 50 times greater. Vegeta leaned against the weapon rack, eyes closed in meditation, yet his ears captured every subtle sound aboard the ship. He could hear the resonant frequency of the antimatter engine, discern the fluctuation cycles of the energy shield, and even sense the accelerated heartbeats of the two youths. Fueled by excitement, these faint sounds coalesced, reminding him of his childhood days aboard a Saiyan battle cruiser, where the air was thick with commands and bloodlust. A stark contrast to the current warmth and commotion. There are 10 minutes until we reach the dark matter vortex. Bulma's voice broke the tranquility within the cabin. She brought up a three-dimensional star chart, revealing the vortex's location as a vast black area, surrounded by spiraled star trails. The detector indicated a stable energy source at the center of the vortex, likely a gathering point for the Shur star's debris. Goku approached the control panel, examining the red-marked area on the star map. Isn't the law there rather chaotic? I feel somewhat uneasy. It's a distortion of time and space, Bulma explained, pulling up physical parameters. A high concentration of dark matter can cause anomalies in the flow of time. Perhaps an hour passes outside while only a minute goes by inside. Or vice versa. Once you enter, try not to stray far from the ship. The communication devices may fail. As the ship traversed the edge of the dark matter vortex, everyone felt a wave of intense dizziness. The view outside became surreal. stars alternating between stillness and rapid motion, colors losing their coherence. Red nebulae suddenly turned green, and blue stars flickered with purple light. Goten clung to the control panel, his face pale. This place is so strange. Steady your mind, Vegeta instructed. Vegeta opened his eyes. A deep blue aura shimmering around him, forming a protective barrier, a mere illusion caused by the distortion of time and space. Do not let it sway you. The Stardust Hunter slowly came to a halt at the vortex's center. Here, there were no stars, only a vast expanse of pure darkness, dotted with countless flickering lights. As these lights approached the spacecraft, they revealed the form of black stardust, only to dissipate upon contact with the energy shield. The detector had failed. Trunks tapped the screen, which now displayed nothing but static. The interference from the dark matter was overwhelming. Suddenly, the ship trembled violently, and an alarm blared piercingly. Outside the viewport, numerous black tendrils emerged from the darkness like seaweed in the deep ocean, coiling around the hull of the ship with a hissing sound of corrosion. These tendrils were adorned with spiral patterns, perfectly matching the characteristics of the corrosive star eater described by the East Kaishin. It was a cluster of corrosive fragments. Bulma swiftly operated the console, noting that the energy shield could withstand for only 5 more minutes. Goku, Vegeta, you must go out and clear them. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance and simultaneously burst through the hatch. Waves of golden and deep blue energy erupted in the darkness, illuminating the surrounding cluster of tendrils. Goku's Kamehameha surged forth like a golden dragon, obliterating the tendrils in its wake, while Vegeta's dimensional blade struck accurately at the base of the tendrils. Each slash imbued with the power to tear through space, preventing the tendrils from regenerating. Over here, Goten and Trunks also rushed out of the ship, standing back to back, seamlessly coordinating as Goten attracted the tendrils with swift movements while Trunks concentrated energy blasts to eliminate the remaining threats. Although their actions were still somewhat inexperienced, they radiated the unique valor of the Saiyans as golden energy waves traced dazzling arcs through the darkness. Bulma anxiously monitored the shield's energy from inside the ship while attempting to analyze the composition of the tendrils. The structure of these corrosive fragments is far more complex than that of Earth. They are absorbing dark matter energy to reorganize. You must shatter their cores. Where's the core? Goku shouted as he dodged a tendril that lunged from behind, countering with a ki blast that severed it. At the center of the tendril cluster, that glowing red sphere. Bulma's voice crackled with static, the communication signal rapidly weakening. Vegeta looked up and indeed spotted a basketball-sized red sphere amidst the densest cluster of tendrils, from which countless tendrils extended. With a nimble leap, he shot forth like an arrow, channeling his energy into the dimensional blade, transforming it into a deep blue stream of light that pierced toward the center of the red sphere. As the blade pierced the sphere, a piercing shriek resonated throughout the dark matter vortex. The red sphere began to shrink rapidly, resembling a deflating balloon, causing the tendrils that ensnared the ship to lose their strength and dissolve into black dust in the darkness. With the crisis averted, everyone returned to the ship, panting slightly. Goku gazed out at the now tranquil darkness and scratched his head. These corrosive fragments are far more formidable than those on Earth. It's no wonder the Kaishin was so anxious. Vegeta wiped the black dust off his dimensional blade, a furrow forming on his brow. This is merely a cluster. If the main body arrives, his words hung in the air as the ship's alarm blared once more. This time, it was not the tendrils, but an indescribable sense of oppression emanating from the deeper shadows, neither energy nor substance, but rather a pure void. As if even light and sound could be consumed. Bulma's face turned pale. The detector has captured a massive energy shadow, rapidly approaching. Its size exceeds that of the entire solar system. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously turned their gaze toward the depths of darkness, where the void was slowly writhing. The outlines of tendrils were vaguely visible, magnitudes larger than the previous cluster, each tendril resembling a black river of stars. Is that the main body of the corrosive star eater? Goten's voice trembled. It doesn't resemble it. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. The aura is similar but younger, almost like a juvenile form. Just then, the massive shadow abruptly halted its movement, and a raspy voice echoed in the minds of the group. Imbued with a rhythm unrecognizable in any known language, the Saiyan Kaishin's time anchor has been located. In the instant the voice faded, the shadow receded like a tide, sinking back into the deeper darkness as if it had never existed. The dark matter vortex returned to calm, leaving the Stardust Hunter suspended in the void. Silence enveloped the ship, all aboard left speechless by the earlier spectacle. After a prolonged silence, Goku finally spoke slowly. It mentioned a time anchor? It knows the time anchor is on Earth. Bulma's voice quivered with fear. We must return immediately. It will surely send someone to seize it. Vegeta tightened his grip on the dimensional blade, his expression becoming gravely serious. It's not merely a theft. That juvenile form was marking us. It is signaling that the corrosive Star Eater has set its sights on Universe 7. The Stardust Hunter shifted direction, hurtling toward Earth. Outside the viewport, the darkness of the dark matter vortex gradually gave way to the starlight of the galaxy, yet a shadow loomed over every heart. This journey to the edge of the galaxy, while having repelled the cluster of corrosive fragments, had confirmed the threat posed by the corrosive Star Eater was far more urgent than previously imagined. Goten gazed at the fleeting stars outside and suddenly asked, "Dad, can we win?" Goku turned back, a familiar smile gracing his face, warm and resolute. "Of course we can. Never forget, we are Saiyans." Vegeta remained silent, yet the grip on his dimensional blade relaxed slightly. Watching the renewed light in the eyes of the two youths, he suddenly felt that perhaps this time, they could not only protect Universe 7, but also impart to these young Saiyans the true essence of strength, that it has never been about solitary battles, but rather about having comrades by your side and a belief worth safeguarding. The ship traversed the brilliance of the galaxy like a determined meteor, soaring toward home. The dark matter vortex at the galaxy's edge remained silent in the darkness, yet everyone knew that the tranquility there was merely temporary, as a battle for the very existence of the universe was quietly brewing. Chapter 17. The devoured colony star. The viewport of the Stardust Hunter was coated in a viscous dark red substance, as if someone had splattered congealed blood upon the glass. Goku reached out to wipe away a small patch of grime, feeling a bone-chilling cold where his fingertip made contact. Not the temperature of metal, but rather some viscous substance bearing signs of life, slowly writhing. Attempting to cover the area, he had wiped clean once more. "Is this the planet's atmosphere?" Bulma asked, her voice trembling in disbelief. The spectral analysis she had summoned showed that the oxygen band had nearly vanished, replaced by a black band never before seen. The atmospheric composition of the colony star Zell 7 had been entirely replaced, now saturated with 90 corrosive star spores, which could decompose organic matter and convert it into nourishment for the corrosive Star Eater. Zell 7 was once one of the most prosperous colony stars in the Cosmic Alliance, renowned for its star dew flower, which purified radiation. Yet what lay before them now was a dead star completely consumed, a continental plate shattered like a rotting cake, with the once flourishing fields of star dew flowers transformed into a black swamp, from which bubbles continuously rose, releasing pale red mist upon bursting. Remnants of energy from the decomposed life forms. The communication signal had entirely ceased. Trunks pounded the energy detector, the screen displaying only a straight line. The last received message was a distress signal from the colony star's governor 3 days prior, which had merely time to convey that the sky was bleeding. The dimensional blade in Vegeta's hand trembled slightly, the red light reflecting upon his stern profile. "The sky is not bleeding, the planet is being digested." He pointed toward the sinuous black rivers on the surface. Those were the corrosive Star Eater's digestive conduits, siphoning the energy of the entire planet to the core. Wufan manipulated the small reconnaissance drone, its lens piercing through the dark crimson clouds, capturing a harrowing scene. A city enveloped in black crystals, where countless distorted silhouettes were embedded, frozen in moments of running, crying for help, and embracing. Their skin had transformed into a translucent amber hue, within which flowed a black liquid. The life energy partially decomposed by the Shirshing spores. Were they still alive? Wu Tian's voice tightened, instinctively clutching onto Wukong's garment, his youthful fingertips whitening from the strain. Suddenly, the drone shook violently, capturing a colossal hand formed from black stardust emerging from the clouds, effortlessly crushing the drone. In the final transmitted image, a black crystal pillar, a kilometer in diameter, stood ominously at the city's center, its apex connected to a dark crimson vortex in the sky, with countless thin black threads extending from the pillar to every crystal-embedded silhouette, akin to spiders draining the lifeblood of their prey. That was the energy extraction tower. Vegeta's voice was as frigid as ice. Treating living beings as energy sources was 10 times more efficient than directly consuming a planet. This was the feeding method of the Shishingja. Wukong's fist slammed against the cabin wall, the metal emitting a dull thud. We must save them. Even if they have but a breath left, we cannot allow them to be subjected to such torment. Impulsiveness is the privilege of fools. Yet, Vegeta restrained his shoulder. His knuckles white from pressure. Look at your energy detector. The concentration of Shishing spores across the entire planet has reached critical levels. Our balance of power can support us for at most 3 hours. Beyond that, even a Super Saiyan will succumb to the spores. He gestured toward the vortex atop the extraction tower. Moreover, it conceals the core of the Shishingja's domain. Without destroying it, saving more lives is futile. Bulma swiftly tapped the console, bringing up a 3D model of Zaire 7. I've calculated that the energy flow of the extraction tower follows a predictable pattern. There will be a 3-minute energy low every hour when the core's defenses are weakest. We can split into 2 groups. Wukong and Vegeta will destroy the core, while Wufan takes Wutian and Trunks to rescue the survivors encased in the crystals. I will remain on the ship to provide energy support and evacuation routes. No. Wufan immediately protested. The concentration of spores around the extraction tower is the highest. It is far too dangerous for Dad and Uncle Vegeta to go alone. I will accompany you. Obey the command. Vegeta's gaze was unyielding. Rescuing survivors necessitates precise energy control. Your balancing power is most suitable. Our mission is to destroy the core, not to be heroes. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Do not keep those people waiting in vain. The Stardust Hunter made an emergency landing in a relatively intact, wind-sheltered mountain area. The moment the hatch opened, a stench mingled with sweetness assaulted them. Dark crimson mist surged forth as if alive, yet dissipated into white smoke upon contact with the ship's energy shield. Wukong took a deep breath, golden energy surging outward, dispersing the surrounding mist. Are you ready, Vegeta? Superfluous chatter. Vegeta's deep blue aura soared skyward, the dimensional blade gleaming with a fierce light amidst the red glow. Do not hinder me. The 2 figures shot toward the extraction tower like meteors, the resulting shockwave exploding in the black marsh, splattering black liquid onto the rocks, emitting a hissing corrosive sound. Wufan gripped his short blade tightly, turning to Wutian and Trunks. Remember, use minimal energy to attack the crystals. The pollen from the Xinglahua can temporarily suppress the spore's activity. We must conserve Aunt Bulma's spray. The boys nodded, following Wufan as they leapt from the ship. The ground beneath their feet was as soft as a sponge, each step releasing black liquid, within which faint remnants of Xinglahua could be seen. They had once been the guardians of this planet, now reduced to nourishment for the Shishingta. In the black marsh beneath the extraction tower, countless tendrils emerged from the ground, intercepting intruders like venomous serpents. Wukong's Kamehameha surged forth like a golden whip, severing the tendrils in swathes, while Vegeta charged forward atop the remnants of the tendrils, each swing of the dimensional blade radiating the power to tear through space, leaving blue trails in the dark crimson mist. 1 minute until the energy low. Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by electrical static. The core is at the vortex center atop the tower. Its energy field will briefly fail during the low period. Vegeta suddenly accelerated, his deep blue aura trailing a long tail of flames behind him. He hurled the dimensional blade into the air, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Ultimate flash. The blinding blue light rent the dark crimson sky, accurately striking the midsection of the extraction tower, blasting a massive gap into its structure. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong instantaneously teleported to the opening, channeling all his strength into a colossal Kamehameha, the golden energy torrent surging upward through the breach, forcefully carving a passage through the tower wall. Now's our chance. The 2 charged into the passage simultaneously, the vortex atop the tower shrinking violently, revealing the pulsating black core at its center. It resembled a grotesque heart, its surface covered in outlines of silhouettes identical to those embedded within the colonial star crystals, each pulse sending agonizing vibrations resonating throughout the entire tower. This thing is absorbing the consciousness of the deceased. Wukong's pupils constricted. He could sense countless faint cries for help emanating from the core, spiritual remnants of the devoured colonizers. Do not be distracted. Vegeta's dimensional blade was already charged with deep blue energy. It is using consciousness to create openings. Just as the core's energy field was about to completely fail, the black core suddenly cracked open, revealing a red crystal inside, within which a vague humanoid form curled up, radiating energy fluctuations identical to those of Governor Zaire 7. The governor is still alive. Wukong instinctively halted. Fool! Vegeta bellowed, shoving him aside. The dimensional blade sliced toward the core. That is a decoy. The moment the blade struck, the red crystal erupted with blinding light, and countless black tendrils surged forth from the core, instantly ensnaring Vegeta's arm. The spores upon the tendrils began to erode his skin, his deep blue aura fluctuating violently, yet failing to fully halt the black spread. Vegeta! Wukong's Kamehameha arrived just in time, severing the tendrils. He pulled the injured Vegeta back swiftly. Are you all right? Vegeta shook off his hand. Several black patches had already appeared on his right arm. The marks of spore erosion. Do not worry about me. The energy low is imminent. Wukong glanced at the reclosing core, then at the patches on Vegeta's arm, suddenly making a startling decision. He elevated his energy to its utmost limit, the golden aura expanding to envelop the entire tower, before abruptly compressing the energy into a colossal energy sphere, transforming himself into a beam of golden light, hurtling towards the core with the energy sphere in tow. Wukong! Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. This technique is called instantaneous Kamehameha, taught to me by Piccolo. Wukong's voice echoed amidst the energy torrent. Remember to tell Chi-Chi that I want 30 bowls of rice for dinner. The golden energy sphere penetrated the core in an instant, causing the entire Zaire 7 to tremble. The extraction tower collapsed with a thunderous crash, like a giant stripped of its skeleton. As the black crystals began to disintegrate, the silhouettes embedded within slowly descending. Caught by Wufan and the others' timely energy, Wukong burst forth from the remnants of the explosion, his clothing tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet wearing a familiar smile. Mission accomplished. Vegeta gazed at him, suddenly exclaiming, "You fool," though his voice was tinged with emotion. Aboard the evacuation ship, the surviving colonizers gradually awakened amidst the green healing energy. A little girl clutching a Xinglihua seed tugged at Wufan's garment, timidly asking, "Brother, can our planet come back?" Wufan looked out the porthole at the planet slowly regaining its pale blue hue, although much of the surface remained black. Tender sprouts of Xinglihua had begun to emerge from the cracks, glowing with a faint green light. He recalled the words spoken by Kala. The most resilient aspect of life lies in its ability to find crevices to take root, even in dire situations. Indeed, Wufan knelt down and gently stroked the head of the little girl, assuring her that as long as we remember its appearance, it shall never truly vanish. As the Xingqian Liesho departed from Zaire 7, the devoured colony star was undergoing a gradual transformation. The black marsh began to bloom with faint purple Xinglu flowers, and the dark red atmosphere gradually cleared. Though the revival would require a lengthy process, at the very least, it had not perished completely. Inside the ship's medical bay, the black patches on Vegeta's arm gradually faded under the healing energy. Wukong sat nearby, nibbling on an energy bar, muttering indistinctly, "Next time, don't be so impulsive. You nearly startled me." Vegeta snorted, but did not retort. He gazed out the porthole at the receding Zaire 7 and suddenly declared, "Next time, it shall be my turn." Wukong paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, vigorously nodding while patting his shoulder. "Absolutely. Let us see who can make the bigger explosion." The laughter echoed throughout the ship, yet it could not mask the weight of sorrow in each heart. The fate of Zaire 7 served as a mirror, reflecting the cruelty of the Urshings while also revealing the fragility of life. Simultaneously, those survivors awakened from the black crystals, and the Xinglu flowers sprouting amidst the ruins shone like a faint light, providing them with a reason to persist in their struggle against darkness. The tragic fate of the devoured colony star became a heavy stone upon their hearts. Yet it also transformed into the sharpest of weapons, making everyone realize that retreat was not an option. They could only fight to the end. Chapter 18, Battle. The limits of Super Saiyan 3. The defensive barrier of Shidu emitted a painful hum. The pale blue energy membrane was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, each tremor accompanied by the brittle sound of crystals shattering. Tens of thousands of black stardust had coalesced into a massive Urshing giant serpent, crashing against the barrier. The serpent's scales were composed of countless tiny black particles, each shimmering with the glimmer of devouring energy. And the shockwaves from their impact caused the entire Shidu architecture to tremble. "Energy reserves at 30. Kaleem's voice rasped in the command center. As he fixated on the plummeting figures on the screen, his fingers frantically manipulating the console in an attempt to redirect backup energy to the barrier. The defense towers in Vegeta and Wukong sectors had already failed, and the Urshing giant serpent was breaching the northeastern front lines. Number 18 stood at the edge of the command platform, her gaze penetrating the monitoring screens towards the battlefield in the northeast. There. The energy fluctuations had become so chaotic they were indecipherable. Golden and deep blue energy waves erupted like boiling magma, continuously exploding and coalescing, indicating that the battle had reached a fever pitch. Withdraw the reserve team and inform Wukong and Vegeta to prepare for the Xingqian purification protocol. Yet Colleen hesitated. That protocol required them to simultaneously achieve the limits of Super Saiyan 3 with an energy backlash risk exceeding 70. No buts. Number 18's voice was exceptionally calm. We either take the risk now or wait for the barrier to shatter, leaving the entire Shidu to become a second Zaire 7. In the ruins of the northeast, Wukong found himself ensnared by 3 Urshing giant serpents simultaneously. His golden hair had grown down to his waist, his brow furrowed, and deep blue shadows encircled his eyes. This was the hallmark of Super Saiyan 3. The energy waves surrounding him were so turbulent they distorted the light, and every punch he threw could shatter half a block, yet he still could not escape the black scales clinging to him like leeches. These damned creatures! Wukong roared, gathering his energy in an attempt to break free with the Kamehameha wave. But the moment the energy was released, it was absorbed by the serpent-S scales, causing them to grow even stronger. He could feel his energy depleting rapidly. The demands of the Super Saiyan 3 form exceeded his expectations, and if this continued, he would exhaust himself before defeating his foes. Not far away, Vegeta was in a similarly dire predicament. His deep blue hair flared wildly, surrounded by lightning-like energy threads. The Poji Rin in his hand transforming into a streak of blue light. Each strike could sever the serpent's body, yet the severed parts immediately birthed more black particles, reconstituting into new forms. To complicate matters further, an old injury on his left arm began to bleed under the pressure of Super Saiyan 3, hampering his swordplay. Kakaluot. What's happening on your end? Vegeta's roar pierced through the cacophony of energy collisions as he forced the serpent before him back with a powerful strike. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Wukong ensnared, realizing that if they did not exert more effort, they would soon be collecting corpses for Shidu. I wish I could. Wukong's voice was strained, and he suddenly noticed the gaps between the serpent-S scales, where the black particles were relatively sparse, revealing faint red veins. Those were their energy conduits in the abdomen. Attack there. Vegeta's eyes sharpened, and the Poji Rin swiftly changed direction, accurately piercing the belly of one giant serpent. The moment the faint red vein was severed, the serpent emitted a piercing shriek, its scales began to shed, and the black particles receded like a tide. However, this brief advantage did not last long. More serpents surged from the depths of the ruins, surrounding the two once more. Their scales shimmered with an even brighter glow, clearly having absorbed sufficient energy to evolve stronger defenses. This will not do. Wukong's energy began to fluctuate chaotically, the Super Saiyan 3 form exhibiting unstable waves, the golden energy surging erratically. They are treating our energy as nourishment. Of course. Vegeta's temples bulged with veins as he suddenly pushed his energy to the limit. The deep blue energy threads spread like a spider's web, temporarily driving back the surrounding serpents. Prepare for that plan. A glint of determination flashed in Wukong's eyes. He ceased attempting to extricate himself and instead allowed the serpent scales to press tightly against his body. The black particles melted upon contact with his energy, akin to ice encountering flames, yet they also inflicted a burning pain upon his skin. Count to 3. 1. Vegeta's Poji Rin began to flicker with red light, a sign of energy being compressed to its utmost limits. 2. Wukong's golden energy waves suddenly contracted, all energy converging at his core, forming a visible energy nucleus, distorting the surrounding air due to the vacuum created. 3. In that moment when their voices exploded simultaneously, Wukong and Vegeta's bodies erupted with blinding light. The Super Saiyan 3 form transcended its known limits. Wukong's hair transformed to silver, his energy waves crackling with golden lightning, while Vegeta's deep blue hair glowed with a dark purple halo, and the Poji Rin flowed with energy akin to a nebula. Xingqian Jinghua Shuangxingpa. The silver and dark purple energy waves converged in the air, forming a colossal spiral. Wherever it passed, the scales of the Urshing giant serpents melted away like frost, and the black particles were thoroughly disintegrated by the energy waves, leaving no trace behind. Those faint red energy conduits shattered inch by inch within the spiral, producing the delicate sound akin to breaking glass. Tens of thousands of black stardust giant serpents, before this energy that transcended limits, disintegrated like fragile bubbles one after another. The shock waves spread throughout Shidu, and the cracks on the defensive barrier began to heal under the energy waves cleansing, the pale blue glow stabilizing once more. In the command center, Colleen stared at the screen, where the invasion signals flashed to zero, collapsing back into his chair, his back drenched in cold sweat. In the ruins, the brilliance of the energy explosion gradually faded. Wukong and Vegeta maintained their Super Saiyan 3 limit form, yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Wukong's lips bled, and his silver hair began to lose its luster. Vegeta's Pojirin clattered to the ground, his left arm's wound reopened, blood staining his deep blue combat suit. We succeeded. Wukong's voice quivered with exhaustion as he surveyed the desolate ruins around him, where the Urshing giant serpents had vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground littered with flickering energy dust. Vegeta remained silent, forcing himself to walk over to Wukong's side. Just as he was about to utter a taunt, he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, blood splattering to the ground, merging with Wukong's own. "Fool, if you employ such foolish tactics again, I shall." Before his words could find completion, his body weakened and he fell backward. Goku, with remarkable swiftness, caught him, but due to his own exhaustion, they both collapsed onto the ground. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 had completely dissipated, revealing their pale and fatigued faces. "Stop feigning death," Goku panted, gently patting Vegeta's face. "Get up, and let us battle for another 300 rounds." Vegeta weakly opened his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Wait until I regain my strength." In the distance, hurried footsteps approached. Gohan, Trunks, and Goten rushed over with medical personnel. Upon seeing the state of the two, Gohan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta." Carla followed closely behind, raising her staff, as green healing energy surged forth like a spring, alleviating the pain caused by their energy backlash. That was too reckless. The extreme form of Super Saiyan 3 places a burden on the body that exceeds the Saiyans' limits. Her voice trembled with fear. "You will need at least a month to recuperate." Goku smiled weakly, attempting to wave away her concern, but he lacked the strength even to lift his arm. As he gazed at the sky, now a clear blue, he suddenly realized that the pain of exhaustion felt more genuine than any joy of victory. Vegeta closed his eyes, allowing the healing energy to envelop him. He could sense his energy within, like a dried-up river, flowing painfully with each pulse, yet he felt no regret. The moment he had just experienced, breaking through his limits. That unspoken camaraderie of fighting back-to-back with Goku was a power unlike any he had ever felt, one not born from the pride of the Saiyan Prince, but forged through trust in a companion. As the medical personnel lifted the two onto stretchers, Goku suddenly recalled something and strained to look at Gohan. "Tell Krillin to check all energy anchor points. These corroding star behemoths are merely bait." Gohan's heart sank, and he immediately contacted Krillin through his communicator. "Dad said the corroding star behemoths might be bait. You must check the energy anchor points immediately." In the command center, Krillin's expression changed dramatically. He pulled up all monitoring footage of the anchor points. In the images, those once stable green lights showed 3 flickering at an alarming speed, with energy readings plummeting. The defenses there had already been breached, and black stardust was silently eroding the core of the anchor points. "Activate the backup defenses," Krillin shouted into the communicator, notifying all able fighters to rush to anchor points 3, 7, and 9. "Hurry." On the battlefield, as Goku and Vegeta were loaded into the ambulance, they heard the urgent calls from the communicator and exchanged worried glances. They understood that the battle they had just fought, which had pushed them beyond their limits, was merely the beginning of another arduous struggle. The cunning of the corroding star was far beyond their imagination, and they had temporarily lost their fighting capability. As the ambulance sped away, Gohan gazed at his father and Uncle Vegeta's weary faces, his fists clenched tightly. His Super Saiyan 2 form had awakened amidst the residual energy waves of the previous battle, golden waves of energy flowing gently around him. "Do not worry, Dad, Uncle Vegeta. We will take care of everything from here." Trunks picked up the shattered dimension blade from the ground, wiping away the blood, while Goten's eyes shone with an unwavering determination that belied his age. The three young Saiyans stood amidst the ruins, gazing towards the energy anchor points, their silhouettes elongated in the setting sun. Although the limits of Super Saiyan 3 had repelled the immediate crisis, they had also revealed their vulnerabilities. Yet, simultaneously, this battle that transcended limits had imparted a profound truth. True strength has never been the solitary struggle of one, but rather, when a companion falls, there is always someone ready to take up the baton, carrying the belief of all to continue the fight. The night sky over Shidu was once again illuminated, the glow of the defensive barriers serving as a gentle guardian, enveloping this city that had just weathered a battle. In various corners of the city, new conflicts had already ignited, as young warriors fought valiantly in their own ways to protect this hard-won peace. Chapter 19, Vegeta's Resolution, Surpassing Goku. In the pale blue nutrient solution of the medical chamber, Vegeta's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The wound on his left arm was slowly healing under the influence of the regeneration factor, taking on a delicate pink hue of new life, yet the taut line of his jaw showed no signs of relaxation. On the monitoring screen, Goku's life signs appeared stable, resembling a straight line. That fool was actually snoring in the adjacent chamber, with a suspicious drool at the corner of his mouth. Fool, Vegeta cursed inwardly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing shallow lines on the chamber wall. The nutrient solution rippled gently, reflecting the dark blue turmoil in his pupils. The lingering aftermath of the stardust purification from 3 days ago still wreaked havoc within him. During the moment he broke through the limits of Super Saiyan 3, he distinctly felt his cells tearing and reassembling under the energy impact, each sinew protesting in agony. Yet, more suffocating than the physical pain was the memory of that final moment when he collapsed, only to see Goku reaching out to steady him. Those hands, which had just moments before torn through the core of the corroding star behemoth alongside him, now firmly supported his back, radiating an undeniable warmth. Prince Vegeta, your physiological indicators are recovering well. You may exit the chamber. The electronic voice of the medical robot interrupted his thoughts. Vegeta's eyes snapped open, his dark blue pupils narrowing to pinpoints, as if they could pierce through the glass of the chamber. The chamber door slowly rose, the scent of disinfectant wafting into his nostrils. He stumbled as he landed, his bare feet touching the cold metal floor, entirely unaware of the sensation. His gaze traversed the monitoring station, locking onto Goku in the adjacent chamber. That fool was still rolling over, smacking his lips, his golden hair floating in the nutrient solution like a tangled mess. Still asleep? Vegeta's voice dripped with ice, oblivious to the fresh cracks forming on his clenched fists. Uncle Vegeta, you're awake. Trunks burst in, carrying a clean set of battle attire, a fresh wound still visible on his face from the fragments of stardust during the battle at Anchor Point 9. Dad said to tell you to head to the command center as soon as you wake up. He.S. waiting there. Vegeta accepted the battle attire, his fingertips trembling slightly at the touch of the fabric. He remembered the day Trunks was born, how he had gripped the railing of the medical chamber, listening to the faint cries of the infant, feeling his heart scorched by something profound. At that moment, he had thought it was weakness, an emotion unbefitting a Saiyan prince, until he had seen Trunks standing valiantly before Goten with the Dimension Blade, blood smeared on the blue energy blade, his eyes shining brighter than Vegeta's had ever been. What are you up to now? Vegeta donned the battle attire, moving with such speed that he nearly left an afterimage. The pain in his left arm flared as the wound was pulled, yet he gritted his teeth and made no sound. It seems we have discovered the coordinates of the corroding star's main nest. Trunks scratched his head. Dad wants to formulate an overall offensive plan and needs you to assist in strategizing. Assist in strategizing? Vegeta scoffed, dark blue energy suddenly erupting around him, startling Trunks back a step. He approached the monitoring station, pulling up his combat data. His energy peak lingered at 76 million units, while Goku's next door boasted a staggering 32 million. Again, this disparity. It was a constant theme throughout his life, from childhood training on Vegeta Say to Frieza's spaceship, and now to this medical room in Shidu. He felt as though he were cursed, eternally trailing behind Goku. That fool, seemingly carefree, indulging in food and sleep, yet always capable of unleashing even greater power at critical moments, as though strength came to him as naturally as breathing. I shall not go to the command center. Vegeta suddenly pivoted, his dark blue cape billowing in the airflow, informing Kakarot that the overall offensive plan was something he could manage on his own. Huh. But Trunks was taken aback. Take me to the gravity chamber. Vegeta's tone left no room for argument, his dark blue pupils reflecting the direction of the gravity chamber, where the training apparatus still bore the energy scorch marks from his last breakthrough. Now, immediately, the metallic door of the gravity chamber sealed behind him with a heavy hum. Vegeta stood at the center, gazing at the control panel where the numbers flickered relentlessly. 100 times gravity, 200 times, 300 times. His bones groaned under the immense pressure, and his blood felt as though it had transformed into a viscous liquid, surging through his veins with an urgency that threatened to rupture them. He recalled the moment he first arrived on Earth, pushing the gravity chamber to 50 times in a bid to surpass Goku, nearly causing it to collapse. At that time, Goku was at Bowsy Mountain, fishing with Gohan, and when he heard about Vegeta's endeavor, he merely scratched his head and remarked, 50 times, huh? Sounds impressive. That casual indifference ignited a fury within him, more profound than any mockery. This time, let me show you true strength. Vegeta growled lowly, and a dark blue aura erupted around him, pushing back the oppressive weight of gravity. The form of Super Saiyan 2 unfolded under the strain, his muscular skin glistening as veins pulsed like blue lightning. Each punch directed at the training post carried an unprecedented force, deliberately deviating from Goku's usual techniques. Instead, channeling the regal martial skills taught to him by his father on planet Vegeta, every motion executed with textbook precision, yet infused with a ferocity that surpassed Goku's untamed style. Sweat mingled with droplets of blood, splattering on the floor, instantly compressed into a thin film by the gravity. The wound on his left arm tore open completely, blood trickling from his fingertips, pooling on the ground. Yet, he felt no pain. As his mind replayed the moments he had been surpassed, when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek, the golden light blinding him during the Cell Games. Goku's trust in Gohan igniting a fierce determination within him. Just moments ago, in the ruins, where Goku's energy peaked to 56 million units higher than his own. Not enough. Vegeta surged his energy, the dark blue aura swirling with hints of purple-black, a sign he was nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. The groans of his bones grew louder, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if he might shatter like glass. But he did not relent. He had seen Trunks' injured face, felt the warmth of Goku's hand when he helped him, and witnessed the Earth, a planet he once deemed inferior, now being eroded by stardust. He was one of its guardians. Time slipped away unnoticed until the door of the gravity chamber swung open. Goku, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stood at the threshold, his golden hair still damp, evidently just emerging from the medical pod. Vegeta, what are you doing here? The command center is waiting. Before he could finish, he was struck speechless by the sight before him. Vegeta stood bloodied at the center of the 300 times gravity field, his dark blue aura nearly solid, the very air around him vibrating. The energy readings on the monitor surged beyond 110 million units, still climbing. You've lost your mind. Goku rushed forward to shut off the gravity device, only to be rebuffed by an overwhelming wave of energy. Vegeta lifted his head, his dark blue eyes betraying no emotion, only a fierce battle intent. Kakarot, do not obstruct me. His voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper, each word laced with blood. This time, I will not be defeated by you. Goku stood frozen. He had never seen such a Vegeta, not the prideful prince, nor the bitter loser, but something deeper and more intense. Like a smoldering ember finally breaking through the Earth's crust. The final assault plan. Goku scratched his head, suddenly chuckling. Let us talk after you finish your training. But Vegeta, don't actually break yourself. I can't fight alone then. Vegeta ignored him, his fist crashing into the training post once more. This time, not only was there ferocity in his strikes, but also a determination he had not consciously realized, a resolve to prevent Trunks from being hurt again. To share the burden with Goku, a clumsy form of protection that belonged solely to Vegeta. Amidst the humming of the gravity chamber, the dark blue aura intensified, gradually taking on a brilliant silver hue. The readings on the monitor stabilized at 120 million units, nearly 20 million units higher than Goku's peak. Vegeta regarded the number, and for a fleeting moment, the tension in his jaw loosened. He did not cheer. He simply shut off the gravity device and, battered and bruised, made his way to the door. As he passed by Goku, he paused slightly, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. "Hey, Kakarot, don't hold me back during the final assault." Goku watched his retreating figure, a sudden grin breaking across his face. "I want to lose to you." Sunlight streamed through the observation window of the gravity chamber, casting long shadows over the two. One remained carefree, while the other remained stoic and proud. But neither mentioned the word surpass again. Perhaps they both understood that true battle was never about proving superiority, but about protecting those who needed safeguarding. In this regard, Vegeta had finally caught up, in his own unique way. Chapter 20. The base hidden in the asteroid belt on the holographic screen of the West Capital Command Center. The star map spun at an astonishing speed. Krillin's fingers glided over the virtual star trails, each pause accompanied by heavy breaths. Based on the residual energy traces from Goku and Vegeta's battle, the main nest of the erosion star should be located in the dense asteroid region of the Kuiper Belt. There are over 1 million asteroids there, and the magnetic field is so chaotic that it can shield any detection signals. Goku stroked his chin, staring at the dark domain on the screen, shimmering with points of fragmented light. No wonder our detectors couldn't find it. It was hidden in a place like this. He pointed to a blank area at the center of the asteroid belt, noting that the gravitational field seemed peculiar, not naturally formed. Vegeta stood on the opposite side of the screen, his left arm bandaged with faint red stains, yet he held his back straight. He called up star maps of the asteroid belt from the past decade for comparison, speaking coldly. 3 years ago, there was an abnormal meteor shower here, deemed a natural phenomenon at the time. Now it seems it was an illusion created by the erosion star using energy impacts to clear a concealed space. He pointed to several dwarf planets at the edge of the blank area, noting their orbits had slight deviations as if being drawn by some force field, forming a natural barrier. Trunks leaned closer to the screen, his pupils narrowing. "Dad, look here." He magnified a patch of debris cloud. The metallic composition of these asteroids is identical to the scales of the erosion giant python we encountered in West Capital. They are slowly releasing energy, maintaining the force field of the barrier. Gohan furrowed his brow. To penetrate through 1 million asteroids and break through the force field barrier would only alert them. Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Who said we need to force our way in?" He brought up the design of a small reconnaissance ship. "We'll use this." The ship depicted on the blueprints was streamlined and painted entirely black, devoid of any weaponry but equipped with dense energy absorption panels on both sides. "This is my modified shadow, capable of simulating the energy characteristics of asteroids, allowing us to blend into the debris flow. The absorption panels can neutralize the force field. As long as we do not actively release energy, we won't be detected." Goku's eyes lit up. "That is a brilliant idea. But who will go?" "I will." Vegeta's voice held no hesitation, his dark blue gaze sweeping over everyone. "You all will deploy around the perimeter of the asteroid belt. Once I confirm the base's location, send out the signal." "No way," Trunks exclaimed, raising his head sharply. "Dad, your injuries aren't healed yet, and it's too dangerous." "Silence," Vegeta interrupted him, his tone softer than usual. "You and Gohan will remain at the command center to ensure communication is smooth." He turned to Goku. "Kakarot, you will lead the main force at the designated coordinates. As soon as you receive the signal, break through the barrier without delay." Goku grinned widely. "Don't worry. I want to let you steal the spotlight alone." 3 hours later, the shadow slipped through the ocean of debris in the Kuiper Belt like a sleek black fish. Vegeta sat within the cockpit, the pain in his left arm intensifying with the jolts of the spaceship. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the countless sharply defined meteors that flickered with a cold light in the dark cosmos. Some were the size of fists, while others resembled floating mountains. The thunderous collisions echoed through the hull, akin to a primal roar. He deftly maneuvered the spacecraft, weaving skillfully through the gaps in the debris. The energy absorption panels of the shadow had begun to function, gradually cloaking the ship in a layer of grayish-white stone, blending it with the surrounding meteors. As a meteor the size of a football field approached, Vegeta abruptly pulled the control stick upward, the ship narrowly gliding past its surface. The energy exhaust at the rear emitting a plume that matched the color of the meteor dust, perfectly concealing their presence. There remained 5,000 kilometers to the target airspace. The electronic voice of the navigation system echoed in the silent cockpit. Vegeta summoned the thermal imaging scan, and the screen abruptly revealed several red dots. These were the Urshixing guards patrolling through the debris flow, resembling gigantic mantises, their bodies covered in black exoskeletons. scythe-like forelimbs shimmering with an energetic luster as they patrolled along a fixed trajectory. He immediately disabled the active scan and switched to passive observation mode. The guards' exoskeletons could absorb 90 of detection waves, only releasing faint heat when in motion. Observing their patrol paths, Vegeta's fingertips danced across the console, calculating a route that would allow him to evade all the guards, a narrow passage weaving between three massive meteors, where the narrowest point barely allowed the shadow to pass sideways. Quite intriguing, Vegeta murmured softly, excitement flickering in his eyes. This extreme maneuvering was far more exhilarating than the monotonous training in the gravity chamber. The spaceship cautiously entered the passage, the meteor walls on either side looming perilously close, their rough surfaces bristling with sharp protrusions as if they could scrape against the hull at any moment. A fine sweat beaded at Vegeta's temples, not from anxiety, but as a primal response to his intense focus. He could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, intertwined with the low hum of the ship's engine and the booming clashes of meteors, creating a peculiar cadence. Suddenly, at the passage's exit ahead, one of the Urshixing guards altered its patrol trajectory, drifting slowly towards him. Vegeta slammed down the brake, and the shadow hovered in place, its hull nearly touching the meteor walls on either side, leaving a gap of less than 10 centimeters. He held his breath, watching the increasingly close red dot on the thermal image, his finger poised over the emergency cloaking button, his last resort. Once activated, the ship would temporarily enter subspace, but it might also be captured by the force field. The guard's scythe-like forelimb brushed against the top of the shadow, sending a rush of air that made the ship tremble slightly. Vegeta could even see the patterns on its exoskeleton through the viewport, those patterns writhing as if alive, absorbing the surrounding light. Fortunately, the guard seemed oblivious, lazily drifting deeper into the passage. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief, just as he was about to activate the ship when he noticed a dark door on the right side of the meteor wall slowly opening. This was not a naturally occurring crack. Its edges were as neat as if cut by a laser, the metallic sheen flickering in the dark cosmos. He instantly adjusted the camera to focus on the interior of the dark door. Behind it lay a deep passage, its inner walls pulsating with a faint purple energy flow, reminiscent of the luminous scales of the Urshixing giant python. More importantly, at the end of the passage, he could faintly discern the outline of a massive structure, countless energy conduits extending from it into the surrounding meteors, as if siphoning some kind of power. Found it. A cold smile crept across Vegeta's lips as he activated the communicator, transmitting the coordinates and real-time visuals to the command center. Kakarot, prepare to act. The coordinates have been sent. The main nest lies behind the artificially created dark door at the core of the meteor belt. With energy conduits linking the surrounding meteors, those fragments are its energy source. In the command center, Goku slammed his fist against the console. Got it. Everyone prepare. We're on our way. The advance team, led by Gohan and Trunks, had already launched their small fighters, gathering at the periphery of the meteor belt. Goku's voice crackled through the communicator, infused with familiar excitement. Vegeta, wait until we arrive before making a move. Don't rush in alone again. Vegeta huffed in response, remaining silent, his gaze still fixed on the dark door. He observed several figures cloaked in black capes entering the passage. The arms revealed beneath their cloaks were adorned with the same black patterns as the Urshixing giant python. They appeared to be transporting something, and through the half-open hatch, Vegeta caught a glimpse of rows of nutrient tanks, within which floated the inhabitants of various planets, including some familiar faces, warriors from Zaire 7, civilians from Shidu, and even a few Saiyans. These bastards, Vegeta's fists clenched, turning pale as the bandages around his wounds tore open again. He finally understood the true purpose of the Urshixing. They not only sought to consume energy, but also to capture living beings, using their vitality to nourish the main nest. The communicator crackled with Goku's voice. Vegeta, we're at the perimeter, breaking through the barrier. What's the situation on your end? Once you breach the first line of defense, I will blow up the energy conduits. Vegeta's voice was as cold as the temperature of the meteor belt. Those conduits were the core of the force field. Destroying them would render the barrier ineffective. He watched the pale faces in the nutrient tanks on the screen, adding, make it quick. There are many captives here. Gohan's voice followed quickly. Understood. We'll hurry. Vegeta cut off the communication and stealthily maneuvered the shadow into the dark door. The purple energy flow along the passage walls left fleeting traces as the ship glided past. He could feel the force field intensifying around him, the ship's cloaking effect waning. And the alarm began to emit a faint hum. Almost there, he murmured, his fingers tapping lightly on the weapon system. Although the Shadow lacked heavy weaponry, it was equipped with Vegeta's specially designed energy bombs. These bombs would not create a violent explosion, but would release reverse energy waves, specifically intended to neutralize the force field of the Urshixing. Upon reaching the energy nexus of the main nest structure, Vegeta beheld a tree that appeared to be entwined with black metal and living tissue, its trunk adorned with nodules resembling eyes, each one gazing in a different direction. Hanging from its branches were those nutrient tanks. The roots burrowed deep into the meteors, connected to the energy conduits, siphoning energy from the fragments and the life force of the beings within the tanks. Such a grotesque entity. Vegeta pressed the release button, and 3 energy bombs shot forth like meteors, striking precisely at the 3 thickest energy conduits. Simultaneously, he engaged the ship's maximum power. The Shadow surged forth from the dark door like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the periphery. A dull rumble reverberated behind him, not the sound of an explosion, but the tremor of collapsing energy. Vegeta glanced back to see those 3 conduits shatter under the influence of the reverse energy waves. The purple energy flow receding like a tide, revealing a massive breach in the meteor belt's barrier. The communicator erupted with Goku's shout, "Well done, Vegeta. We're in." Countless fighters surged through the breach like golden meteors, laser beams and energy blasts exploding into dazzling brilliance within the meteor belt. Vegeta piloted the Shadow, skillfully navigating through the debris, guiding the main force. He observed the figures charging towards the main nest on the screen. Goku's golden aura, Gohan's green energy wave, Trunks' dimensional blade, and the coordinated efforts of the Shidu warriors, suddenly feeling that this camaraderie was not so bad after all. When Goku's fist shattered the dome of the main nest building, the golden Super Saiyan radiance illuminating the entire meteor belt, Vegeta's Shadow rested atop a massive meteor. He leaned back in the pilot's seat, gazing at the brilliance more radiant than the sun, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth, one he himself had not even noticed. The fool muttered under his breath, yet his fingertips gently tapped the control panel, transmitting the map of the captives' locations within the main nest to everyone. The fragments of the asteroid belt continued to collide, roaring, but this time, they bore witness not to the machinations of the erosion star, but rather to the warriors, illuminating a different, more fervent radiance. Chapter 21, Excavation. The first-generation Saiyan ruins in the underground exhibition hall of the Shidu Museum. The light cast mottled shadows upon the rock walls. Trunks knelt before the newly discovered entrance to a cavern, his fingertips gliding over the etchings on the stone wall. The lines were rugged yet brimming with vigor, depicting a scene of a sword-wielding warrior battling a colossal beast, the warrior's cape billowing in the etchings, with familiar muscular contours concealed within the exposed arms. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Saiyans. Trunks' voice trembled with barely contained excitement as he removed his gloves. Pressing his palm against the frigid stone wall, observed the angle of the blade and the posture of the clenched fist. They aligned perfectly with the power points emphasized during my father's training. Gohan leaned closer, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the depths of the etchings. Not only that, look at the emblem at the warrior's waist. It is the star insignia of the first-generation Saiyan tribe. Legend has it that only the mightiest warriors may bear it. He traced the outline of the emblem with his finger, a sharp-angled design composed of 3 stars, its edges engraved with fine serrations. I have seen rubbings of it in ancient texts, but never expected to see the authentic artifact. The entrance to the cavern was narrow, barely allowing one person to pass, a fortuitous revelation following the collapse of the museum's rear wall during recent torrential rains. At this moment, the archaeological team's searchlights were set up, their beams penetrating the darkness and illuminating the interior. At the center of the cavern stood a stone platform, its surface scattered with rusted metal fragments, while the walls were adorned with a continuous series of murals, extending from the entrance to the deepest recesses, akin to an unfurling epic. "Be cautious of your footing." Vegeta's voice came from behind as he tread upon the rubble, the crunch of gravel beneath his boots echoing softly. His gaze swept over the murals until it paused upon an image of warriors training beneath the moonlight. The warriors were bare-chested, throwing punches and kicks in the moonlit scene, their movements almost mirroring the training techniques he had learned in his youth. Even the rhythm of their breathing could be discerned from the lines. This is no coincidence. Vegeta crouched down, picking up a rusted metal shard, its edges faintly revealing the star insignia. These murals document the combat techniques of the first-generation Saiyans. The techniques we practice now are merely a simplified version. Suddenly, Trunks pointed toward the top of the stone platform. "Father, look at that." The beam of light converged, revealing a stone box atop the platform. Its lid intricately carved with a bird in flight. This was the legendary messenger bird of the Saiyans, symbolizing heritage and duty. Vegeta reached out and lifted the stone box. Finding it heavier than he had anticipated, the surface engraved with spiral patterns, as if it held some cryptic code. "Allow me to try." Gohan stepped forward, his fingertips pressing against the area where the patterns were most concentrated. Ancient texts state that the first-generation Saiyans unlocked secrets with their palm prints. Each warrior's palm print corresponds to a distinct set of patterns. He inhaled deeply, placing his palm upon the spiral design of the box lid. The patterns glowing with a soft golden light upon contact, only to fade 3 seconds later. "No," Vegeta pushed him aside, placing his own palm over it. His palm print was coarser than Gohan's, the calluses at his knuckles fitting perfectly into the grooves of the patterns. This time, the golden light coursed along the patterns. Igniting like a lit fuse, racing toward the edge of the lid with a soft click, the stone box opened. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or silver. Only a scroll of animal hide and a metallic emblem. Upon unfurling the hide, a star map was revealed, marked with the locations of several planets. Each position accompanied by ancient Saiyan script. The emblem was identical to the star insignia depicted in the murals. The sharp angles of the 3 stars embedded with tiny red crystals, glimmering faintly in the light. "Is this an interstellar route map?" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. The first-generation Saiyans could traverse planets in battle? Vegeta grasped the emblem, and the moment his fingertips brushed against the red crystal, it suddenly grew hot. A beam of red light shot forth from the crystal, projecting an image upon the opposite stone wall. It depicted the first-generation Saiyans departing their home planet aboard a spaceship, all adorned with the same star insignia. The silhouette of the spacecraft strikingly similar to the escape pod Vegeta had boarded in his youth. "So we were not a race of exiles." Vegeta's voice was hoarse. The warriors in the imagery bore resolute expressions, filled with pioneering zeal, entirely unlike the tales of marauding outcasts banished by the cosmos. They had consciously left their home planet to safeguard these worlds. Gohan, gazing at the planets marked on the star map, suddenly recalled, these planets are now core members of the Cosmic Alliance. Could it be that the first-generation Saiyans were establishing order for the universe back then? In the corner of the hide, there was a line of small text. Trunks scanned it with his translation device, softly reading aloud. "Wherever the star insignia appears, there lies our domain to protect. Father, we have long misunderstood our history." Vegeta remained silent, simply fastening the emblem to his chest, the red crystal pressing against his heart, its lingering warmth akin to a flame. He lifted his gaze toward the final mural at the end of the wall. Countless warriors adorned with star insignias stood upon various planets, behind them, thriving alien inhabitants. While in the sky, a messenger bird carried the star insignia, soaring toward distant realms. At that moment, the beam of the searchlight flickered, as if a breeze had swept through the cavern, carrying the essence of distant time and space. Vegeta's fingertips traced the faces of the warriors in the mural. Those faces blurred yet potent, as if silently recounting forgotten tales. "Let us depart." He suddenly turned, the emblem glowing red upon his chest. It was time for the present-day Saiyans to remember their true mission. Trunks and Gohan exchanged glances, hastening to follow. The sunlight outside the cavern enveloped them, casting long shadows that gradually overlapped with those of the warriors in the murals, transcending millennia of time. The footprints of the Saiyans finally tread upon the historical path that rightfully belonged to them. Chapter 22. The unknown name on the steel deep within the cavern. The stone walls appeared more mottled than those outside, and the beam of the searchlight illuminated a black steel embedded in the central wall. In stark contrast to the battlefield murals surrounding it, this steel surface was remarkably smooth, devoid of any patterns, save for a solitary name etched in its center, Kaya. The script diverged sharply from the rugged style of the other murals, its strokes delicate, yet evenly forceful, the end adorned with a small star-like indentation, resembling feminine handwriting. "Kaya?" Trunks leaned closer to the steel, his fingertips gently brushing over the etchings, a name he had never encountered in Saiyan ancient texts. Was she a warrior? Or perhaps, Vegeta stood before the stele, his brow furrowed. Though he was not well versed in Saiyan history, he had perused numerous family documents. And neither the warriors of the first-generation tribe nor the later royal members had ever mentioned the name Kaya. Strangely, the stone walls surrounding the stele were exceptionally smooth, as if deliberately polished, leaving this solitary face to stand apart, as if destined to remain isolated from history. The pronunciation of this name does not resemble Saiyan language. Gohan raised his flashlight, scrutinizing the material of the stele. It was crafted from starfall iron, a metal found only in the core regions of the Saiyan home planet, typically used to create royal insignia. He tapped the edge of the stele, producing a dull echo, and noted that this stele was at least a century younger than the surrounding murals. A century younger? Trunks was taken aback, meaning it was not carved by the first-generation Saiyans. Then who could it be? Vegeta remained silent, merely crouching down to pry loose a fragment of stone at the base of the stele with his dagger. As the fragment fell away, it revealed a hidden recess containing a scroll bound with string. He carefully unfurled the parchment, and the script matched that of the stele. Though the ink had yellowed with age, the edges curling severely. It is a diary. Vegeta's voice was low as he began to read it aloud. In the year 372 of the star calendar, on the 5th full moon. Today, I had yet another quarrel with my father. He asserted that women should not touch star iron, let alone learn those barbaric combat techniques. However, Uncle Caxius clearly stated that the strength of Saiyans knows no gender. Caxius? Isn't he the high priest of the original Saiyan tribe? Wufan exclaimed in astonishment. As legends say, he is the only Saiyan capable of conversing with planets and is also the designer of the star insignia. Vegeta continued to read. In the year 373 of the star calendar, during the 2nd full moon, I secretly followed a merchant caravan to the borders and witnessed the villagers attacked by alien beasts. It was then that I realized my father's notion of safety was a mere illusion. The Star Wars record left by Uncle Caxius stated that true guardianship is not merely waiting within castle walls, but standing in front of one's kin. Today, using the techniques he taught me, I drove away the alien beasts. Despite the palms of my hands being torn when they expressed their gratitude, I began to understand the meaning of the star insignia. The ink on the parchment trembled noticeably here, as if the writer had pressed too hard, causing the pen tip to tear through the paper. Trunks leaned in closer. The techniques mentioned here are identical to the third form of the palm technique depicted on the mural. Could this Kaya be a female warrior? Continuing to listen, Vegeta's fingertips grazed the damaged parchment, his tone taking on an imperceptibly serious note. In the year 375 of the star calendar, during the 7th full moon, my father locked me in the tower, claiming I had brought disgrace upon the royal family. Yet, from my window, I spotted a messenger bird with a distress signal from Zeta star tied to its leg. Uncle Caxius once said, where the star insignia is, there too shall the warriors be. Tonight, I shall escape, even if it means I may never return to the palace. In the year 376 of the star calendar, during the 1st full moon, the frozen soil of Zeta star is frigid, yet the children here offer me their warmest furs. They say they have never seen a female Saiyan warrior, and I tell them there will be many in the future. Today, I fashioned a small sword for the children from star iron. While carving my name, I suddenly wished to leave my mark upon the stone walls of my home planet, so that someday, should a girl like me come across it, she would know she is not alone. The parchment abruptly ends here, the final words blurred by a dark stain, resembling blood. Vegeta tightened his grip on the parchment, recalling the family records documenting the disturbances on Zeta Star in the year 376, which only mentioned that a Saiyan warrior had gone missing during the incident. Without specifying a name or gender, did she die? Trunks' voice quivered slightly as he gazed at the delicate name etched on the stone tablet, struggling to envision how this woman named Kaya had secretly learned martial arts within the patriarchal Saiyan royal family, bravely aiding alien worlds, and perhaps leaving no trace of her existence behind. Wufan approached the side of the tablet and suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous mark. Look at this. It was an exceedingly small palm print, no larger than a child's hand, with 3-star insignias and a design identical to that on Vegeta's chest emblem etched around the edges. Beside the palm print, there was a line of fainter writing, as if scratched with a fingernail. I was here, I have protected. Trunks felt a warmth welling in his eyes. It is proof. Vegeta's voice was hoarse as he placed his hand upon the tablet, palm facing the tiny print. Realizing she did not seek to leave her name behind, but wished to convey to future generations that the guardianship of science knows no gender. He suddenly recalled the way Bulma tinkered with weapons, how Chi-Chi earnestly taught Wufan to practice martial arts, and how those pursuits deemed trivial by Saiyan tradition had long been validated by someone who sacrificed their life over a century ago. Wufan gently traced the words "I was here, I have protected," and suddenly laughed. "Look, the wear on this tablet shows many fresh scratches along the edges, indicating that someone has been here recently." He pointed to a deeper groove, which appeared to have been carved with a modern alloy knife, not exceeding 10 years old. Vegeta squinted, examining closely, and indeed discovered a tiny Capsule Corporation emblem in the corner, a mark belonging to Bulma. He recalled that years ago, Bulma had mentioned she had visited the ruins of her home planet while researching Saiyan history, stating only that she had found something intriguing without elaborating. "That fool," Vegeta muttered under his breath, unable to suppress a slight smile. Trunks suddenly remembered something and rummaged through his backpack for a small scanner. "Right. I brought our family's genetic database. Perhaps we can find information about Kaya." He aimed the scanner at the name on the tablet, and soon a stream of data appeared on the screen. Kaya, a branch of the Saiyan royal family, disciple of High Priest Caxius, sacrificed while defending against a meteor strike on Zeta Star in the year 376, at the age of 21. The records were intentionally erased by the royal family due to violations of ancestral customs. "Damn it." Vegeta slammed his fist against the stone wall, causing debris to cascade down. He recalled how, as a child, his mother had secretly taught him to read, only to be punished by his father for 3 days upon discovery. At the time, he had not understood, viewing his mother as weak, but now he realized that it was not weakness but a courage akin to Kaira's, concealed within her endurance. "But look at this." Trunks pointed to a line of small text at the bottom of the screen, where the database had an anonymous supplemental record. Updated 10 years ago, the inhabitants of Zeta Star, in memory of Kaya, incorporated her techniques into children's martial arts classes, naming them the Star Feather style. Wufan suddenly clapped his hands. "I know. The last time we visited Zeta Star for charity, I saw the children practicing a very graceful palm technique, claiming it was a guardianship style." At that moment, the beam of the spotlight wavered, and Vegeta looked up to see the murals that originally depicted male warriors. Somehow, in the shadows of the corners, many indistinct female figures had emerged, some wielding swords, some tending to the injured, and others recording at star maps. Although they were deliberately rendered faint, their existence was undeniable. "Let's go." Vegeta carefully tucked the parchment away, casting one last glance at the name on the tablet. It is time for this name to re-emerge in the annals of Saiyan history. As they exited the cave, the sunlight beamed over the mountain peak, illuminating the star insignia on Vegeta's chest. The red crystal refracted a scattering of light, reminiscent of the small star-like etching on the tablet. Trunks observed his father's silhouette, suddenly feeling that those forgotten names and stories might never have truly vanished. They were merely awaiting the right moment to be rediscovered by those who understand. As the name Kaya on the tablet flickered in the instant the spotlight extinguished, it seemed to tremble gently, like a sigh spanning a century, finally receiving a response. Chapter 23, Goku's Intuition. A familiar aura in the gravity chamber of the Kaioshin realm. Sweat dripped from Goku's chin, pooling on the floor and leaving dark stains. He had just completed 1,000 somersaults under 50 times the normal gravity, yet his breath remained steady, his black martial arts uniform soaked, clinging to his back and outlining his muscular form. "Goku, it is time for a break." The Kaioshin entered, holding an energy drink with a jovial expression on his chubby face. "With the intensity of your training, even the Kaioshin will be kept awake at night." Wiping his sweat, Goku grinned. "Not yet. I still need to be stronger. If that Buu comes back, this power won't suffice." He lifted the drink and gulped down half the bottle. But as his Adam's apple bobbed, he suddenly furrowed his brow, as if stung by something. What's wrong?" The Kaioshin leaned in, his round eyes filled with curiosity. "Is something wrong with the gravity chamber?" Goku shook his head, his fingers reaching into the air as if trying to grasp something elusive. "There is a faint yet familiar aura." He closed his eyes, allowing his energy to gradually expand like ripples from a stone thrown into a lake. Neither an enemy nor a friend, like a memory suddenly yanked back to 30 years ago on Namek. He had just defeated Frieza and was lying in a recovery pod, the stardust outside resembling golden sand, and the air was imbued with a similar aura, a blend of the fragrance of grass and trees and a faint hint of gunpowder, accompanied by a warmth that instinctively invited relaxation. It is in the direction of Earth. Goku's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within his dark gaze. Kaishin, could you check on the situation over on Earth? The Kaishin mumbled about Goku's restless nature, but still lifted the crystal ball. The light and shadows dance across the surface of the sphere, swiftly revealing the scene of Earth, the bustling streets of Shidu, the cascading waterfall of Baozi Mountain splashing white droplets, and Chi-Chi basking in the sun in the backyard of the capsule company, cradling the newly awakened Xiaofang. Wu Fan sits beside her, engrossed in a newspaper, while Wu Tian and Trunks frolic on the lawn. Everything appears normal. The king of the other world clicks his tongue, observing, "Look, Wu Fan is almost reading the newspaper through." As Wu Tian and the others play, Chi-Chi seems on the verge of losing her temper. Isn't this splendid? Yet, Wukong's gaze is fixed on a corner of the crystal ball, where a valley cloaked in dense forest lies, eluding ordinary satellites. Even the king's crystal ball can only capture a faint halo of light. The mysterious aura wafts from that direction, akin to a slender thread, one end tethered to his perception, the other concealed deep within the valley. Something feels amiss. Wukong rises, the sweat on his martial arts uniform evaporating instantly. The aura seems to retreat, resembling a timid creature. Every time his perception approaches, it withdraws, only to cautiously emerge again when he relaxes his guard, carrying a hint of timidity and a touch of reluctance. The king scratches his head and suggests, "Should we call Vegeta to join us? That fellow has been practicing some ultimate technique and is bursting with energy." Wukong has already activated his instant transmission senses, a familiar smile gracing his lips. "No need. I shall return shortly." In a flash, he vanishes from the gravity room. Earth, Misty Valley. Towering ancient trees intertwine to form an impenetrable canopy, sunlight filtering through the gaps to cast fragmented rays. Wukong lands on a moss-covered rock, barely steadying himself when he senses the aura abruptly retreat, like a startled rabbit. "Do not hide. I mean no harm." He treads lightly, his voice gentle like the trickling waters of a mountain stream. "I feel as though I have encountered you before." The air is still, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze. After a considerable time, a head emerges timidly from behind a tree that requires 3 people to embrace. It possesses light brown hair with natural curls at the ends, a small mole at the temple, and eyes resembling obsidian, gazing at him with trepidation. "You are." Wukong's pupils constrict slightly as memories flood back. It was in the hospital on Namek, the first person he saw upon awakening. She wore a white nurse's uniform and carried a tray, nearly dropping it in fright upon seeing him awake. Blushing, she stammered, "You're awake." "Lord Frieza." "No, wait. Please don't misunderstand. I am not his person." Later, he learned she had been captured by Frieza's minions and forced into servitude, hailing from a small planet called Luo Xing, skilled in using plants for medicine. He had been gravely injured, and she had secretly applied Luo Xing's herbs to his wounds, saying, "These herbs are called Uxian on our planet. They can soothe your pain." "Anya?" Wukong tentatively calls her name, and upon seeing her eyes widen in surprise, he realizes he is correct. Anya recoils slightly, pressing her back against the tree trunk, still clutching a sprig of purple-flowered herb, her voice barely above a whisper. "How did you end up here? I sensed your aura." Wukong steps closer, noting a bruise on her arm, his brow furrowing. "How did you come to Earth?" "ISNT Luo Xing." After Frieza's defeat, Luo Xing had been deemed a subordinate planet by the Cosmic Alliance and was required to pay exorbitant reparations. He had been preoccupied with returning to Earth, only sending some supplies through Bulma and neglecting to follow up. Anya's eyes suddenly brim with tears, her grip on the Uxian herb tightening. Luo Xing is gone. She sniffles, her voice quivering. 3 years ago, a meteor struck and the planet cracked. I escaped in an escape pod, drifting for half a year before reaching Earth. Fearing being captured as an alien, I have hidden in this valley. Wukong's heart feels as though it has been gently nudged. He recalls how Anya had carefully dressed his wounds on Namek, avoiding the sensitive spots. Her eyes sparkling as she explained that Luo Xing's people believed that pain was a message urging one to heal quickly. "Do not fear, Earth is very safe." He scratches his head, offering a somewhat sheepish smile. "If you wish, you can stay at my home. My wife is an exceptional cook, and my son can teach you how to use Earth's appliances." Anya shakes her head, gesturing towards a small wooden cabin she constructed from branches and leaves. simple yet clean, surrounded by an array of unfamiliar herbs. I am quite well here. These plants can thrive on Earth, and I can trade them for food. She pauses, gathering her courage to meet his gaze. In truth, I sensed your aura long ago, hovering above Shidu several times, wanting to approach but fearing you would not remember me. Wukong then comprehends why he had sensed a familiar essence in the air of Shidu recently. It was her lingering nearby. He squats down to her level, speaking earnestly. How could I forget? Your Uxin herb is even more effective than a senza bean. Anya's face flushes, and she hastily lowers her head. Yet the purple flower in her hand is offered to him. This is called Ziwan on Earth. I tested it and found it can also heal minor wounds. A gust of wind sweeps through, rustling the fallen leaves and scattering the herbal remnants from her hair. Wukong notices a green leaf tucked behind her ear, suddenly reminded of the starry skies of Namek and her anxious demeanor as she stood before the recovery pod, wringing her fingers. Right, Wukong exclaims, clapping his hands. Bulma has been researching cosmic plants lately. With your extensive knowledge of herbs, you could surely assist her. And Wu Fan is studying ecological preservation. You two will have much to discuss. He takes Anya by the wrist, leading her towards the valley's exit. Come to my home. If Chi-Chi learns we have a guest, she will undoubtedly prepare a grand feast. Anya is pulled along, her feet stumbling over the gravel. Yet she cannot suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Observing Wukong's broad back, she feels an overwhelming sense of relief after drifting for so long. She no longer has to hide. In the king's realm, the king gazes at the crystal ball, watching the two figures hand in hand emerge from the valley. Murmuring to himself, I suspected that aura was extraordinary. It turns out to be an old acquaintance. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he quickly grabs the intercom. Hey, Vegeta. You might want to return to Earth right away. It seems Wukong has brought home a familiar face from Namek. Your wife is probably going to explode. Within the crystal ball, Wukong's laughter echoes across light years, pure and clear like a mountain spring. The Ziwan flower in Anya's hand sways gently in the breeze, sparkling in the sunlight, reminiscent of the stardust from Namek's night sky. Indeed, some essences can transcend time and space, etching indelible memories that never fade. Chapter 24. Buu's New Dilemma. Energy out of control. Buu. No more slamming cake on Satan's head. Bulma stands with her hands on her hips on the lawn of the capsule company, glaring at Satan, who is smeared with cream like a snowman, her temples throbbing with anger. Buu clutches the remaining half of a strawberry cake, pouting in distress. But Satan said that delicious things should be shared. His round body wobbles, and the cream on his fingertips drips onto the grass, instantly rising in a puff of white smoke upon contact with the soil. This subtle anomaly does not escape Bulma's keen eyes. She hastens over, crouching to examine the patch of smoking grass, which visibly withers and curls as if scorched by high heat. Buu, did you touch this area? Bulma inquires. Buu nods, extending his sticky fingers to poke the ground, only for another wisp of smoke to emanate from where he touched. He suddenly bursts into tears, exclaiming, Buu didn't mean to. Buu's hands won't listen. Just then, Chi-Chi, who was feeding Xiao Fong, rushes over, frowning at the scene. A few days ago, when he held Xiao Fong, the buttons on his shirt were crushed. I thought it was an accident. At that moment, Wukong and Anya land on the lawn. Observing the crying Buu and the withered grass, Wukong scratches his head. What happened here? Bulma pulls him aside, lowering her voice. Buu's energy seems off. Just now, he touched the metal railing, and it got dented. And the temperature was alarmingly high. She retrieved the detector from her wrist, its screen pulsating with a glaring red waveform. Look, his energy fluctuations are 3 times greater than usual and extremely unstable, as if it were expanding. Buu was still sobbing, his pudgy hands flailing aimlessly in the air, each movement causing ripples of distorted heat to radiate around him. Suddenly, a branch from the cherry blossom tree snapped without warning, the cut blackened. This is dire. Goku's expression grew grave. He recalled what the old Kaioshin had said. Buu harbored ancient chaotic energy within him, which was normally suppressed by his kind nature, but could spiral out of control when emotionally agitated. Buu, don't be sad. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? He attempted to divert Buu's attention with a game, slowly approaching him. Yet, at that moment, Buu could not comprehend the words. He felt as though a fireball resided within him, wanting to scream but unable to produce a sound. Instinctively curling up. As he moved, the ground around him began to crack, stones slightly levitating in the heat, a typical sign of energy going awry. He must be calmed down. Vegeta appeared at the doorway, holding a specially designed energy suppressor. Bulma had mentioned that this device could temporarily absorb excess energy. Let us hope it works. His speech was rapid, yet his gaze was intensely focused. Goku, you distract him while I activate the device. Goku nodded and suddenly leaped into a peculiar dance, one he had learned in the Kaioshin realm, said to soothe energy fluctuations through rhythm. "You look, this is a new move. Want to dance together?" His exaggerated and comical gestures momentarily halted Buu's sobs. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta hurled the suppressor towards Bu. It was a silver ring that automatically unfurled into an energy net, securely enveloping Bu. But in the next instant, with a sizzling sound, the energy net was pierced by the surging heat escaping from Buu's body. Useless. Vegeta frowned. The nature of his energy had changed, now carrying a high-temperature attribute. Anya suddenly tugged at Goku's shirt, pointing to the medicinal basket she had brought. "I have a solution to try." She retrieved several dew-laden dark green leaves from the basket. These were the Qinshin Yi from Luoxing, capable of absorbing heat, which had previously cooled down the ship. She dared not approach the uncontrollable Bu, so she tossed the leaves over. The leaves landed on the back of Buu's hand, instantly oozing a vibrant green juice, causing his steaming skin to return to its normal color. Bu paused, seemingly feeling more comfortable, reaching out to grasp more leaves. Effective. Bulma's eyes brightened, and she immediately instructed a robot to bring a large quantity of ice cubes to assist with the low temperature. The ice cubes piled around Bu, and combined with the Qinshin Yi, the heat waves emanating from him gradually diminished. He finally managed to articulate complete words. "Bu feels unwell." Goku squatted in front of him, softly saying, "Bu is kind. Kind energy will not harm friends." He extended his hand, palm resting against Buu's forehead, gently transmitting his own energy. "Look, we are all here. There is nothing to fear." Buu's pupils gradually returned to clarity, the heat within him flowing away along Goku's arm, dissipating into the air as white steam. When he was completely calm, his first question was, "Can I still eat cake?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead. "It seems we need to make Bu an energy monitoring bracelet. This is already the third time he has lost control this week." Vegeta observed the scorched grass beneath his feet, deep in thought. His energy instability is related to the recent cosmic rays. He pointed to the readings on the detector. Each time the ray peaks appeared, Buu's energy would fluctuate. Anya handed the remaining Qinshin Yi to Bu. "Hold on to this. When you feel unwell, just squeeze a leaf. It will make you feel better." Bu accepted the leaves, carefully placing them in his pocket as if cradling a treasure. Goku looked at the restored Bu and suddenly smiled. "How about we go strawberry picking? Cakes made from fresh strawberries are even more delicious." "Bu, will you pick the biggest one?" Bu instantly cheered, his chubby figure racing towards the strawberry field, as if the earlier chaos had never occurred. Anya watched his retreating silhouette and softly remarked, "When his energy goes awry, he seems like a lost child." Bulma sighed. "Indeed. But this child holds the power to destroy cities." She patted Vegeta's shoulder. "It seems we'll need your and Goku's help to keep a closer eye on him." Vegeta huffed, but with a slight upward curve of his lips. "Don't expect me to play childish games with him every day." Nevertheless, he turned to inspect the fence of the strawberry field, which had been warped by Buu's heat wave, needing repairs before Bu could enter. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting rays on the lawn, while the repair robots began clearing the scorched marks. Goku observed Bu picking strawberries in the distance, with Xiao Fong chasing after him, suddenly feeling that the notion of losing control may not be so terrifying after all, as long as there are those willing to extend a hand. Even the fiercest energy can be gently embraced. Anya's Qinshin Yi glimmered under the sunlight, resembling stars harboring coolness, quietly landing in everyone's hearts. Chapter 25. Chi-Chi's Special Training. Balancing home and combat, the morning mist of Baozi Mountain had yet to dissipate when Chi-Chi stood in the courtyard, gripping a bamboo teaching rod. The morning light filtered through her hair, casting delicate shadows on the flagstone ground. When Wufan emerged from the house with his backpack, he nearly stumbled over the threshold. Not due to haste, but because he was startled by his mother's serious expression. "Stand straight." Chi-Chi's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The teaching rod lightly tapped against her palm, producing a sharp sound that harmonized with the distant roar of the waterfall. "Do you know why I called you up early today?" Wufan shrank his neck, twisting the strap of his backpack into a braid. "Is it because I got 3 math problems wrong yesterday?" "Not just that." Chi-Chi pointed to the training post in the corner of the courtyard, which still bore the punch marks left by Goku's training the night before. Your father broke the 5th training post yesterday. Your brother dismantled Trunks' new detector, and you. Her tone shifted as she pointed to Wufan's school uniform. You slept in your battle gear and even forgot to put your textbooks in your backpack. Wufan suddenly realized he was indeed still wearing his blue battle suit, the cuffs stained with dirt from yesterday's training. He hastily set down his backpack to change clothes, but Chi-Chi halted him. Stop right there. From today onward, you will undergo my special training every morning from 6 to 7. Special training? Wufan was taken aback. Mom, didn't you always say that fighting is a boy's business and I should focus on my studies? That was before. Chi-Chi pointed towards the kitchen, from where the aroma of fried eggs wafted. But now I understand that merely being good at studying or fighting does not make one a true adult. Her gaze swept over Wufan's puzzled face, landing on the distant hillside where Goku was training with Goten, golden energy waves occasionally breaking through the clouds like playful sunlight. 20 years ago, she truly despised fighting. Back then, Goku would leave the house in chaos, and as soon as Wufan learned to walk, he was whisked away by Piccolo for training. She remained in an empty house, secretly shedding tears over cold meals. It was only on the day of the Cell Games, watching Wufan unleash the brilliance of Super Saiyan 2 and seeing Goku willingly walk towards death to protect the Earth, that she suddenly understood that some battles are fought to protect the home where one can eat in peace. The first lesson, frying eggs. Chi-Chi turned and entered the kitchen, deftly tying on an apron as if transforming into a different person, controlling the heat with the energy of the Kamehameha to fry the egg whites to a golden hue, the yolk remaining slightly runny, neither burnt nor broken. Wufan stared at the stove in disbelief. Using energy to cook? What else? Chi-Chi placed the frying pan over the fire, the blue flames dancing obediently under her control. Your father can chop wood with energy, your brother can tie his shoelaces with energy, so why can't we cook with energy? If you can't even control the heat, you'll only create chaos in a fight and eventually injure your own people. Wufan cautiously picked up an egg, attempting to channel his energy like his mother. However, his energy was too fierce, and as soon as it neared the bottom of the pan, it erupted into a roaring flame, instantly turning the egg into charcoal. Idiot. Chi-Chi gently tapped his hand with the teaching stick, reminding him that anger is not meant for destruction, but for nurturing. Imagine you are protecting Xiaofeng. Using such force would surely frighten her to tears. This statement acted like a key, suddenly unlocking Wufan's understanding. He recalled the carefulness with which he held his sister, and his anger softened in an instant. The egg in the pan swirled gently, its whites gradually solidifying into a beautiful golden hue, while the yolk retained its luscious, semi-liquid state. Well done, Chi-Chi nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. The second lesson commenced, accounting. She pushed the ledger towards Wufan, detailing this month's expenditures. 3 sets of training uniforms for 5,000 yuan. Parts for repairing the gravity chamber for 20,000 yuan. And 8,000 yuan for the door damaged by your father, to be paid from your battle prize, with the remainder saved for next month to purchase a stroller for Xiaofeng. Wufan gazed at the figures, suddenly recalling how he always handed his prize money to his mother, never considering that it would be spent in so many ways. He paused, holding the calculator. So this is where the money earned through battle goes. What else could it be? Chi-Chi continued preparing the fried eggs, her tone teasing yet gentle, suggesting that one shouldn't end up like your father, who, after winning the world's greatest martial arts tournament, was easily deceived out of his prize money. Even warriors need to eat and support their families. If one cannot manage the basics of life, winning a fight will not safeguard one's home. The morning lesson unfolded in a peculiar rhythm. Wufan utilized his energy control skills to change Xiaofeng's diaper, applying just enough gentleness to avoid hurting the baby. He employed swift footwork to tidy the yard, accomplishing the task swiftly without disturbing the flower pots. He even learned to use a gentle breath of energy to restore the yellowed pages of ancient texts while reading. The final lesson arrived. The setting sun elongated their shadows as Chi-Chi stood at the edge of the waterfall, watching Wufan practice the final round of Kamehameha. This time, the energy was no longer the furious golden hue, but a soft green that, upon striking the rock, left only a neat incision without scattering debris. Do you understand why you must learn these skills? Wufan shook his head, then nodded. Mother wants me to realize that fighting is not everything, correct? Not just that. Chi-Chi gently tapped his chest with the teaching stick, wishing to impart that strength comes in two forms, one that can shatter an enemy's fist, and another that can cradle the gentleness of family. Your father excels in the former. For the latter, she recalled how Goku would nervously lift Xiaofang above his head, always hesitant to exert too much force, and couldn't help but smile, saying he needed your help to learn that. In the distance, Goku's voice boomed. Chi-Chi, Wufan, dinner time. A golden figure leaped down the hillside, holding two freshly grilled fish, the oil dripping onto the grass as Wu-Tian chased after it, licking up the remnants. Chi-Chi observed the chaotic yet warm scene, suddenly handing the teaching stick to Wufan. Starting tomorrow, you will teach your brother. Wufan accepted the stick, watching his mother turn towards the kitchen, realizing her steps were much lighter than he remembered. He gripped the stick tightly, then relaxed the gentle strength he had learned while changing Xiaofang's diaper, realizing that it could also be applied to wielding a weapon. At dinner, Goku, with a mouthful of grilled fish, mumbled, "Why didn't Wufan train today? I had him in special training." Chi-Chi placed the fried eggs into Xiaofang's supplementary food bowl, asserting it was far more beneficial than your aimless practice. Goku chuckled, not contesting her words. He observed as Wufan fed Xiaofang, his wrists steady and assured, unlike someone who had just finished training, and suddenly felt that Chi-Chi's special training might be more significant than any techniques he could teach. As night deepened, Wufan lay in bed, touching the textbook he had repaired with his energy earlier that day, suddenly comprehending his mother's intent. The timing of the fried eggs, the figures in the ledger, the gentleness required for changing a diaper. These were all forms of cultivation, teaching him how to remember the warmth he must protect while throwing punches and how to retain the gentleness of family as he grew stronger. Outside the window, Goku continued practicing in the yard, but tonight the energy waves were particularly soft, not shattering a single leaf. The moonlight bathed him, resembling a gentle armor. Chi-Chi stood by the window, watching the figures of father and son, softly sighing. She understood that many battles lay ahead, but as long as they grasped that true strength is not merely about victory, but also about protection, their family would never be torn apart. Perhaps this was the most special training she could offer her children. Chapter 26. A new realm of the Kaioken. Goku sat cross-legged in the gravity chamber of the Kaioshin realm. The stars of Universe 7 rotating slowly outside the window like scattered diamonds. He cradled a sphere of golden energy in his palm, which felt remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of release. This was the result of 3 months of seclusion. The brilliance of the Kaioken was fully contained beneath his skin for the first time, as if it had fused with his very bloodline. On the observation platform, the Kaioshin monitoring the 50x Kaioken noted down 3 pages of records. With a heart rate stable at 180, normal blood pressure, and cellular activity at 37 times the baseline. Goku, are you certain you wish to attempt a breakthrough? This exceeds the theoretical limit of a Saiyan's body. Goku opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the energy patterns at the top of the gravity chamber, which glimmered faintly from his energy. Kaioshin, do you remember when you first taught me the Kaioken? You said the key lies in harnessing the force of the universe and exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Yet, I've been feeling lately that true power is not borrowed. It grows from within, gradually rising. The fabric of his fighting uniform made a subtle sound as it was tugged by the gravity. At the moment the 50x Kaioken was activated, there was no anticipated torrent of golden energy, only a thin, pale golden film clinging to his skin, as if his muscles were coated in light. The alloy walls of the gravity chamber began to sweat metallic liquid, which instantly solidified upon contact with the film. This was not an explosion of power, but rather a breath of energy. Look, the Kaioshin suddenly pointed at the monitoring screen, where the energy curve displayed a perfect sine wave. Your energy is pulsing, just like a heart contracting and expanding. Each fluctuation absorbs the pressure of the gravity chamber. Goku attempted to throw a punch. The wind from his fist passed through the gravity field without causing any ripples, yet struck the testing target opposite him, creating a smooth circular hole. The target was composed of a super alloy mixed with neutron star material, and at that moment, the edges of the hole emitted a faint blue glow, evidence of energy being absorbed. I think I understand now. The Kaioken should not be a flame that drains the body, but rather a flowing river. He glanced down at his hands, where the veins trembled slightly due to rapid metabolism, flowing with not just simple blood, but a symbiotic blend of energy and life force. Previously, using the Kaioken felt like ladling water. Once used, it was empty. Now it felt like digging a river. Before he could finish his thought, The gravity chamber suddenly blared a deafening alarm. The 70x gravity was automatically triggered, a reactive response to the detection of abnormal energy. Goku's body was instantly pressed down half a foot, his knee joints creaking, but instead of resisting as he had in the past, he slightly bent his knees, allowing his body to lean with the direction of gravity, like reeds in the wind, seemingly bending, yet directing the impact towards the ground. His energy film began to pulse at a faster frequency. Each contraction squeezed out a strand of energy from the gravity field, integrating it into himself. The values on the monitoring screen began to fluctuate wildly. 60x, 70x, 80x. The multiplier of the Kaioken automatically climbed without conscious effort, not relying on willpower to force an increase, but rather responding naturally to the pressure. This is the true form of the Kaioken, the Kaioshin murmured, suddenly recalling the remnants left by the old Kaioshin, which stated that strength arises from yielding, not resisting. In the past, he believed this meant to adapt to the enemy's attacks. Only now did he understand that it meant to align with the laws of the universe, allowing strength to become part of those laws, not merely borrowed, but becoming one with them. Goku suddenly smiled, abruptly retracting his fist, causing all his energy to retract instantly, silencing the alarm of the gravity chamber. He approached the observation platform, tracing his energy curve on the screen with his fingertip. Look here, he pointed to the smooth segments between the peaks. I used to focus solely on pushing the Kaioken to its maximum multiplier, neglecting the importance of retraction. It's like when it rains, having only clouds is insufficient. The soil must be ready to absorb it. Otherwise, no matter how heavy the rain, it will not retain a drop. Jaewang suddenly slapped his thigh. So you have been helping Chi-Chi with watering and fertilizing in the garden lately. Is this what you were pondering? Indeed. Wukong scratched his head, his eyes gleaming. Chi-Chi said that watering should not be done hastily. It should seep in slowly. I pondered whether energy works the same way. In the past, employing the tenfold Kaioken was akin to dumping a bucket of water onto a concrete floor, causing a splatter everywhere. Now he extended his hand, and a swirling ball of energy materialized in his palm. At its center, a visible vortex of energy, gradually absorbing the fine dust particles in the air. Akin to pouring water onto sand. It may appear slow, but it seeps in completely. At that moment, the door to the gravity chamber swung open, and Gohan poked his head in, holding a freshly baked senzu bean cake from Chi-Chi. Dad, Mom says you need to replenish your energy. Upon seeing the curve on the monitoring screen, his eyes widened in surprise. Is this the Kaioken? Why is there no golden light? Wukong accepted the senzu bean cake, breaking off half to offer to the Kaioshin, and took a large bite himself. Because it has become a part of me, he mumbled. Just like the dishes your mother cooks, they start raw and become a family's energy when cooked. The Kaioken had finally transformed into a staple of his being. As the Kaioshin chewed the senzu bean cake, he observed the faint aura surrounding Wukong and suddenly comprehended the true significance of this retreat. The new realm was not limitless accumulation of power, but the internalization of strength. When the Kaioken no longer required deliberate exertion or demanded the sacrifice of vitality, but became as natural as breathing or heartbeat. It transcended the realm of technique and became an intrinsic part of a Saiyant's very existence. Outside, the stars continued their rotation, and the metal walls of the gravity chamber slowly returned to their original form from the recent pressure, as if they had never undergone this trial of surpassing limits. Wukong gazed at the gradually smoothing wall and recalled a phrase often uttered by Chi-Chi, no matter how fierce the fire. It must return to the hearth to create a good broth. He chuckled, stuffing the remaining senzu bean cake into his mouth. Perhaps this was the true destination of the Kaioken, not the dazzling brilliance that rends the universe, but the warmth that nurtures life. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Girl, a stranger with the 4-star Dragon Ball, as Wukong exited the gravity chamber, gnawing on the senzu bean cake. The sunset bathed the sky of Shidu in a honeyed hue. Gohan rushed over, holding a gigantic ice cream cone, the sweet scent of vanilla mingling with his panting. Dad, a sister just came looking for you, saying she has something very important to show you. Sister? Wukong scratched his head, the cold air from the ice cream tickling his nose. Is she a friend of Chi-Chi's? No. Gohan licked a large bite of ice cream, the spoon pointing towards the street corner. She looked very strange, like she came from the mountains, carrying an old cloth bag, and said you'd know when you came out. Under the old sycamore tree at the street corner stood a girl, dressed in a gray cloth skirt speckled with grass clippings. Her hair loosely held up by a wooden hairpin. The bag she carried was bulging, its corners worn white. When she looked up, Wukong noticed her eyes sparkled like obsidian submerged in a stream. Seeing him gaze, she quickly hid the bag behind her, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. "Did you come looking for me?" Wukong approached and noticed the strap of her bag was woven from dried vines, adorned with a round red fruit resembling wild hawthorn from the mountains. The girl nodded, her fingers twisting the strap nervously, and after a moment, she softly spoke. "My name is Yu, and I come from the mist-hidden mountains in the east." Her voice was soft like the rustling of bamboo in the wind. "I know you were searching for Dragon Balls. I have one." Dragon Ball. Wukong's eyes instantly lit up, shimmering brighter than the ice cream in Gohan's hand. "Is that true? May I see it?" Yu bit her lip, cautiously glancing around. Before slowly untying her bag, the sunlight illuminated the contents, revealing a glistening orb radiating a gentle red glow, the pattern of 4 stars clearly visible in the light. Indeed, it was the 4-star Dragon Ball. Gohan leaned in closer, forgetting his ice cream. "Wow, it's exactly like the one left by Grandpa." Suddenly, Wukong's memories were pulled back to his childhood, the smile of his grandfather overlapping with the brilliance of the 4-star Dragon Ball. He reached out to touch it, but quickly withdrew his hand, as if fearing to shatter a precious dream. "How do you have this?" "It was left to me by my grandmother." Ayu's voice lowered, her fingertips gently caressing the Dragon Ball. She said this orb can grant wishes. But we mountain folk do not use it. My grandmother said it should be entrusted to someone who can protect it. She raised her gaze to Wukong, her expression suddenly resolute. "I inquired along the way, and everyone said you are the mightiest warrior, capable of defeating even Piccolo Daimao. So you want me to give it to you?" Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, but insisted that the Dragon Ball should remain in the hands of those who need it. "What I need is not a wish." Ayu shook her head, a corner of the cloth bag revealing a worn bamboo slip. "My grandmother said that the one who gathers all 7 Dragon Balls must have something more important than a mere wish in their heart." She recounted how, in her youth, she witnessed someone make a wish that led to destruction, causing half of the mountain to collapse. She paused, cradling the 4-star Dragon Ball, her palms turning pale from the grip. "I do not want it to fulfill wishes. I want it to remain in the hands of someone who will not let the world go astray." At that moment, Bulma arrived in her newly developed hover car, her eyes widening at the sight of the Dragon Ball. "Oh my, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Ayu, is it?" "I am Bulma, an expert in Dragon Balls." She extended a detection device towards Ayu. "Look, the energy fluctuations of this Dragon Ball are incredibly stable. It is undoubtedly real." However, Ayu did not take the device, merely gazing at Wukong. "My grandmother said that only those who can make the Dragon Ball shine are worthy to possess it." She nudged the Dragon Ball closer to Wukong. "Why don't you give it a try?" Wukong hesitated for a moment before gently grasping the Dragon Ball. A familiar warmth radiated from his palm, reminiscent of his grandfather's hand gently ruffling his hair. Suddenly, the 4-star Dragon Ball emitted a brilliant red light, the patterns of the 4 stars swirling as if alive, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Just as I thought," Ayu smiled, her tension dissipating like mist lifting from a mountain stream. "My grandmother said that only those who harbor guardianship in their hearts will elicit a response from the Dragon Ball." Gohan suddenly pointed at Ayu's bag. "Sister, do you have anything else in your bag?" "What does that bamboo slip say?" Ayu produced the slip, its surface etched with ancient characters. Bulma leaned in for a closer look. "This is ancient text from 1,000 years ago. It seems to speak of the guardianship of the Dragon Balls not as possession, but as a legacy. And there is a passage that mentions when the 4-star encounters other Dragon Balls, the seal of mist-hidden mountain shall be broken." "A seal?" Wukong asked curiously. "We have a lake in our mountains, where the water never freezes for 1,000 years, Ayu explained, tracing her fingers along the grooves of the bamboo slip. "Recently, the lake has been bubbling, and it glows at night. I fear that something malevolent may be emerging, which is why I came to seek your help." As the sun dipped behind the mountains, the glow of the Dragon Ball gradually dimmed. Wukong carefully returned the Dragon Ball to Ayu's hands. "If you trust me, we can venture to Mist-Hidden Mountain together." He scratched his head and smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Although I may not understand seals, I am quite adept at fighting." Ayu looked at him and abruptly placed the Dragon Ball back into his hand. "You keep it. It is safer with you than with me." She slung her bag over her shoulder, the vine strap swaying slightly. "We shall set off for Mist-Hidden Mountain at dawn. I will lead the way." Bulma was already calibrating the map. Mist-Hidden Mountain is at 118 degrees east longitude, with an altitude of 2,300 meters. My hover car can easily navigate through. Gohan cheered, holding his nearly melted ice cream. Another adventure awaits. Ayu gazed at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Wukong's hand and softly remarked, "My grandmother said that the 4-star Dragon Ball represents guardianship, just as your grandfather protected you." Wukong held the Dragon Ball, feeling its warmth travel up his arm, enveloping his heart. He recalled his grandfather's final moments and the exhilaration when the Dragon radar first beeped, suddenly realizing that this orb was not a burden, but a heavy promise. As night deepened, the lights of the hover car pierced through the darkness. Ayu sat in the passenger seat, watching the city lights glide past the window, the wild hawthorn fruit on her bag gently swaying. Wukong clutched the 4-star Dragon Ball, suddenly feeling that this adventure was unlike any he had embarked upon before. It was not for wishes nor for battle, but for the trust of a stranger and a guardian that had been concealed within a Dragon Ball for a millennium. Gohan had already dozed off in the back seat, mumbling about wanting to eat mountain raspberries. Bulma hummed a tune while adjusting her instruments, and Ayu's fingers gently tapped on a bamboo slip. Wukong gazed at the 4-star Dragon Ball in his hand, the patterns of the 4 stars flickering in the dim light, as if winking at him. "See you tomorrow," Ayu said at the inn's entrance, her silhouette elongated by the moonlight. "See you tomorrow," Wukong waved, and the Dragon Ball in his hand suddenly glowed again, as if in response. Upon returning home, Chi-Chi was in the kitchen frying eggs. She paused when she saw the Dragon Ball. "Found another one?" "Yes. It was given by an elder sister named Ayu." Wukong placed the Dragon Ball next to his grandfather's photograph, the glow of the 2 4-star Dragon Balls illuminating each other. "Tomorrow we shall go to Wuyin Mountain. She mentioned there is a seal there." Chi-Chi served the fried eggs, the aroma wafting through the kitchen. "Be careful," she said, glancing at the Dragon Ball. "Your grandfather always said that Dragon Balls are not meant for wishes, but to remind one of their strength, so strong that they need no wishes to protect what they cherish." Wukong looked at his grandfather's photograph, sensing a smile upon his grandfather's face. The light from the 4-star Dragon Ball cast a warm glow on the photograph, akin to a sun-warmed blanket. He suddenly felt eager for the next day at Wuyin Mountain, anticipating the secrets hidden beneath the lake, and more so the legacy that Ayu spoke of. Perhaps the true essence of the Dragon Balls was never about granting wishes, but about transforming each holder into someone more deserving of trust. As night deepened, the 4-star Dragon Ball on the windowsill shimmered softly, resembling a star that would never set. Chapter 28. Her name is Kara. The morning mist of Wuyin Mountain flowed like a veil, lingering stubbornly around the mountainside. Ayu, stepping on dewdrops, led the way, the hem of her gray skirt accumulating grass seeds. Occasionally, she glanced back at Wukong and the others following behind, the red string on her wooden hairpin swaying gently with her steps. "We are almost there." She pointed ahead to the mist-shrouded surface of the lake. "That is the Long Lock Lake. The seal lies at the bottom." The lake's surface was as serene as obsidian, with mist condensing into tiny droplets that fell without causing a ripple. Bulma crouched down, dipping the detector into the water, and the wave pattern on the screen suddenly fluctuated violently. The energy field is astonishingly strong. Something is definitely stirring beneath. Wukong tightened his grip on the 4-star Dragon Ball, feeling its familiar warmth. "Ayu, did your grandmother ever mention what the seal was like?" "Grandmother only said that the seal is locked with a heart's lock." Ayu's fingers glided across the water's surface, mist crystallizing into delicate ice shards at her fingertips. "The key to the heart's lock is not metal, but a name." "A name?" Gohan, munching on a senzu bean bread, mumbled curiously, "What name?" "I don't know." Ayu shook her head, the wild hawthorn fruit on her vine strap softly clinking. Before she passed away, grandmother only repeated one word, sounding like Kara. "Kara?" Bulma accessed the ancient database, flipping through pages quickly. In ancient Saiyan, this name means bond, though it may also refer to the code of a guardian spirit. Before she could finish, a colossal wave suddenly erupted from the lake, scattering the mist. A gigantic shadow rose from the depths, its spiked shell piercing the clouds, and its lantern-like eyes glimmered with a dark red hue. "It's the ferocious beast, Yun." Ayu's face turned pale as she clutched her bag strap. "Grandmother said it survives by devouring people's fears once it breaks the seal." The roar of Yun caused the mountains to tremble, and black saliva fell to the ground, corroding deep pits. Wukong immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair exploding in the morning light. "Gohan, protect Bulma and Ayu." "Dad, be careful." Gohan instantly projected a protective shield, shielding the two behind him. Wukong's fist, infused with golden energy, struck towards Yun's head. but it ricocheted off its tough shell. This creature has an incredibly hard exterior. He flipped backward to evade the sweeping tail. Bulma, do you have any data on its weaknesses? Analyzing now. Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard. Its energy core is in its chest, but it is encased in 3 layers of bone armor. Normal attacks cannot penetrate. Yun's massive claws struck the lake's surface, sending a wall of water crashing towards Yu and the others. The protective shield emitted a cracking sound under the impact of the water wall. And just as it seemed on the verge of shattering, Yu suddenly shouted, "Kara!" in a bizarre turn of events. The water wall froze 3 meters away from the shield, transforming into an ice sculpture. Yun's movements halted as well, emitting a painful wail as cracks began to appear in the bone armor on its chest. It worked, Bulma exclaimed. Yu, shout that name again. Yu took a deep breath, meeting Yun's gaze, and clearly proclaimed, Kara? This time, a fissure opened in Yun's chest armor, revealing the pulsating dark red energy core within. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong teleported to Yun's front, channeling all his strength into a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. The golden energy wave slammed into the core, and Yun let out a heart-wrenching scream as its massive form gradually dissipated in the light, transforming into countless shimmering particles that merged into the lake. The waters returned to tranquility, the mist dissipating to reveal a stone tablet etched with ancient patterns at the lake's bottom. Yu stepped forward, gently tracing the indentations on the tablet. They aligned perfectly to spell out the name Kara. So her name was Kara. Yu's voice trembled with emotion. The key grandmother spoke of as the name of the seal's guardian. Bulma employed a laser to scan the stone tablet, projecting an image from a millennium ago. A woman clad in armor stood by the lake, sealing Yun within its depths. Upon turning, her profile bore a striking resemblance to Yu. This is the image of the seal's guardian. Her armor bore the name, which was indeed Kara. In the image, Kara removed her helmet and softly addressed the viewer. Should anyone in the future unravel this seal, remember, Yun is born from the fears of the human heart, and only the name of bonds can break its defenses. If my bloodline endures, know that the name Kara has never been a key, but a pact with these mountains and waters. Tears fell from Yu onto the stone tablet, merging with the engravings from 1,000 years prior. Grandmother said, I am a descendant of Kara. It was not merely a legend. She lifted her hand to touch the wooden hairpin, discovering a small jade pendant hidden beneath the red string, inscribed with the name Kara. This was given to me by grandmother, saying it would ensure safety in times of peril. It has been a reminder all along. Wukong gazed at the stone tablet, recalling his grandfather's words. True strength is never about defeating someone. It is about how many people you hold dear to protect. He glanced down at the 4-star Dragon Ball in his hand, and then at Yu. Kara must have understood this well, hence transforming her name into a pact, ensuring her descendants remember that some things are more precious than wishes. Bulma packed up the instruments, smiling as she patted Yu's shoulder. You are now also Kara, the inheritor of the pact. You deserve that name. Yu clutched the jade pendant tightly, lifting her gaze with newfound determination. Yes, I will guard this mountain and uphold this name just like her. As the sun set, they stood by the lake, watching the last rays of light sink into the water. The 4-star Dragon Ball in Wukong's hand grew warm, and he suddenly realized that this orb contained not only wishes but also countless individuals like Kara, Yu, and his grandfather, each etching a weighty pact with their names. It is time to go home. Wukong waved, and Gohan immediately sprang up. Mom must have prepared dinner. Yu stood by the stone tablet, waving to them. Be careful on the way. She lowered her head to caress the tablet, softly whispering, Senior Kara, I will remember. The tablet seemed to respond, emanating a faint glow. The winds of 1,000 years past finally reached the present day, carrying the weight of a name to its destined place. Chapter 29. Fragments of sealed memories. As Wukong and his companions departed from Wuyin Mountain, Yu pressed the jade pendant inscribed with the name Kara into Wukong's hand. Grandmother said this pendant can guide us to rediscover what has been forgotten. Her fingers grazed the edge of the pendant. Perhaps it will be of use to you. The jade pendant, warm to the touch, bore a finely etched star map on its back. Wukong paid little heed to it, casually slipping it into his pocket. It was not until his return to Shidu that Chi-Chi, while doing laundry, discovered the pendant in his trousers and held it up to the light for an extended moment, remarking, this pattern seems familiar. Familiar? Wukong leaned in closer and saw that the star map on the pendant bore a striking resemblance to an old parchment he had encountered in his grandfather's attic during his childhood. His grandfather often gazed at this star map, referring to it as the coordinates of memory. Chi-Chi placed the pendant on the table and turned to rummage through a dusty wooden box from the storage chest. Look, this is the parchment he left behind. As the parchment unfurled, it emitted a brittle crackle, revealing a star map that seamlessly aligned with the pendant, peculiar symbols adorning the edges. Bulma hurried over, scanning the symbols with a device, and a translation in ancient Saiyan script promptly appeared on the screen. When the 3 stars converge with the 4 stars, the sealed fragments will reunite on the night of the lunar eclipse. 3 stars? 4 stars? Gohan pointed to the 4-star Dragon Ball in Wukong's hand, questioning if it referred to the Dragon Balls. It seemed likely. Bulma pulled up the star calendar. 3 days hence would witness the lunar eclipse, coincidentally coinciding with the day when the energy of the 3-star Dragon Ball would be most active. On the night of the lunar eclipse, 3 days later, the sky over Shidu was drenched in inky darkness, the moon gradually being consumed by shadows. Wukong stood atop the rooftop, clutching the 4-star Dragon Ball and the jade pendant, while Bulma wielded her instrument to monitor the location of the 3-star Dragon Ball, which was hidden away by a mysterious collector in a museum to the east of the city. An energy response was approaching. Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement as the 3-star Dragon Ball began breaking through the museum's barrier, as if drawn by an unseen force. Just then, a green light shot in from the east, and the 3-star Dragon Ball burst through the clouds, landing directly in Wukong's palm. At the moment the 2 Dragon Balls touched, the jade pendant levitated, the symbols on the star map glowing with golden light, casting a swirling portal in the air. Was this the gate of memory? Chi-Chi gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wukong stepped through first, followed closely by the others. Beyond the portal lay a grayish-white expanse, filled with countless translucent fragments, each concealing indistinct images. A golden-haired woman weeping inside a spacecraft, a boy wearing goggles calibrating instruments in a laboratory, and a man in armor wielding a sword on a battlefield. These were memories. Gohan reached out to touch one of the fragments, and the image suddenly clarified. There was Wukong as a child, cradled in his grandfather's arms on the doorstep, the 4-star Dragon Ball shaking in his hand as he hummed a strange lullaby. The voice of his grandfather echoed in Wukong's mind, tinged with nostalgia. The fragment he touched suddenly exploded, transforming into countless points of light that fused into his consciousness. He witnessed more scenes, the day his grandfather found him, wrapped in rags and crying. The first time he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the face of an unfamiliar golden-haired man flashing through his mind. And even Frieza's words on Namek, declaring, "Your father is a traitor." These fragments collided like pieces of a puzzle in his awareness, ultimately converging on a name, Bardock. "Father," Wukong murmured, realizing that the silhouette of the golden-haired warrior resembled his own Super Saiyan form. At that moment, Chi-Chi exclaimed, as a gentle woman appeared in a fragment, placing a baby into a space pod. "This is your mother." Wukong leaned closer, and as the woman turned, he saw a resemblance to Chi-Chi in her features. His grandfather had once said that his mother was of noble Saiyan lineage and had sent him to Earth to protect him. The scene continued to unfold. The woman kissed the baby's forehead and tucked a jade pendant into the space pod, exactly like the one they held. "Go find your father's old friend," her voice trembled, "and do not let him know your true heritage. Simply be an ordinary Earthling." "So, grandfather had known all along that I was a Saiyan?" Wukong was taken aback. He knew. A frail voice emanated from the depths of the fragment, and his grandfather's figure materialized in the light and shadow. "When I found you, there was a letter from your mother in the pod. But why? Because you lacked the ferocity of a Saiyan. All I saw was pure curiosity." His grandfather smiled, affectionately ruffling his hair, "More than a Saiyan prince. I longed for a grandson who could climb trees and gather birds' nests." Suddenly, the fragments began to tremble violently, and the grayish space began to collapse. "The memories are dissipating," Bulma shouted. "The energy of the pendant is almost depleted." Wukong hastily grasped the brightest fragment, which revealed Bardock's image. He stood on the devastated planet Vegeta, roaring into the void, the waves of his energy tearing open the seams of time and space. "Khalifa, protect Kakarot," he called to the air. "Send him to Earth, where I have trustworthy people." "Khalifa is my mother's name." Wukong clenched the fragment, feeling a lump in his throat. "Hurry." His grandfather's voice grew faint. "Do not be trapped by the past. The path you walk has long been your own choice." The gate of memory closed behind them, and the group tumbled back onto the rooftop, just as the lunar eclipse concluded, moonlight flooding the earth once more. Wukong opened his palm, and the fragment had transformed into points of light, leaving a faint golden mark on his forehead. What did you remember? Chi-Chi grasped his hand. Wukong shook his head and then nodded. I recalled some names, some faces, but more clearly, I see Gohan, Bulma, and everyone beside me. No matter whose son I am. I am your Wukong, the son Wukong of Shidu. Bulma suddenly laughed. Isn't that enough? No matter how significant the fragments of memory may be, they cannot compare to those who are present. Gohan held up the 3-star Dragon Ball, his eyes sparkling. Dad, look. The 2 Dragon Balls seemed to shine even brighter. The 4-star and 3-star Dragon Balls radiated in the moonlight, the star map on the pendant illuminating fully, casting a new coordinate onto the ground, toward North Kai's planet. It seems there are more fragments awaiting us. Wukong carefully stowed the pendant, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. But let's not rush. First, we'll go have a bowl of ramen tomorrow. Chi-Chi shook her head helplessly, yet could not suppress a smile. Perhaps the sealed memories would eventually reunite, but at this moment, the warmth surrounding them was far more precious than any past. The names and stories within those fragments served only to clarify how truly valuable everything he possessed in this moment was. Chapter 30. The first confrontation with the corrupter of stars. The night enveloped Shidu like a velvet cloth soaked in ink, heavy and oppressive. As Wukong and his companions returned to Capsule Corporation, Bulma's alarm system emitted a piercing shriek. On the screen, a red indicating an energy anomaly was rapidly consuming the defensive barrier at the city's edge, its crimson border exuding a sinister gray-black hue, resembling the decaying flesh of some living entity. What is this? Gohan's hand rested on the edge of the console, his knuckles turning white. The data stream on the screen surged wildly, ultimately settling on an unprecedented energy signature, corrupter of stars energy entity, density 98, corrosiveness index exceeding detection limits. Corrupter of stars? Wukong frowned, absent-mindedly rubbing the 4-star Dragon Ball with his fingertips. The name was indeed unsettling. Before he could finish his thought, the alloy door of the laboratory emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion, the previously smooth metallic surface visibly rusting with a gray-black patina, accompanied by the acrid stench of burnt moss. It has entered. Bulma swiftly pressed the emergency lockdown button, the heavy radiation shield slamming down. Yet upon contact with the gray-black rust, it melted like ice in boiling water. No, conventional defenses are ineffective against it. From within the shadows, a vague humanoid figure seeped through the corroded breach, lacking clear contours and shrouded in flowing gray-black mist. With each step, it left behind a trail of smoking footprints. As it fixed its gaze upon Wukong, a scarlet fissure split open in the mist, emitting a rasping sound akin to electrical interference. Scion 4-star holder, do you recognize me? Wukong ignited with golden flames, his Super Saiyan hair glimmering brilliantly in the dim laboratory. What do you want? Recycling all Dragon Ball fragments. The fog of Shiching suddenly expanded violently, and gray-black tendrils twisted toward the control console like venomous serpents. Wherever they passed, the intricate instruments corroded and became inoperative in an instant. Bulma screamed as she pulled Gohan to safety. It is destroying the Dragon Ball positioning system. Gohan immediately gathered his energy into a blast. Dad, to the left. The energy blast grazed the fog of Shichings, yet merely stirred up a ripple. As the gray-black mist writhed as if alive, quickly filling the void created by the explosion. Its body is an energy conglomerate. Physical attacks are futile, Gohan shouted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The tendrils of Shiching suddenly turned toward Ayu, who was tightly clutching the jade pendant engraved with Carla. The secondary target, a crimson fissure of memory, shifted toward the pendant, and a vague hand emerged from the fog, causing the metallic floor beneath to curl and rot as if it were mere paper. Not on my watch. Ayu suddenly recalled her grandfather's words and hurled the pendant toward Wukong. Use the Dragon Balls. Grandpa said the Dragon Balls can purify evil. The 4-star Dragon Ball glowed with golden light in Wukong's palm, and at the moment it collided with the flying pendant, a golden pillar shot skyward, blasting the laboratory's ceiling away, allowing moonlight to cascade down, illuminating Shichings. A piercing scream erupted from Shichings as the gray-black fog churned violently in the golden light, emitting white smoke as if it were being scorched. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong embedded the 4-star Dragon Ball into the energy launcher. Bulma, maximum power. Bulma frantically manipulated the controls, and the golden beam emitted by the launcher enveloped Shichings, causing the fog to dissipate gradually, revealing a pulsating, gray-black core within. That is its energy source. Gohan leaped into the air, channeling all his strength to unleash a Kamehameha wave, the blue energy wave striking the core precisely, yet eroding a notch upon contact. Its core is corrosive. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Shiching's fog suddenly contracted, transforming into a gray-black arrow shooting out the window. Wukong immediately pursued, his golden figure streaking across the night sky. Don't think you can escape. The two broke through the defensive barrier of Shidu, engaging in a chase among the clouds. The speed of Shiching's was astonishing, each turn leaving a gray-black trail across the clouds, which began to drip like melting ink, corroding the buildings below. Dad, use the dragon fist. Gohan's voice came through the communicator, and Bulma detected that its core feared pure life energy. Upon hearing this, Wukong's golden aura suddenly took on a soft green hue, infused with the essence of Earth's life. He clasped his fists together, a dragon-shaped energy entity slowly coalescing behind him, its scales shimmering with the luster of flora and starlight. Dragon Fist unleashed. The golden dragon roared and charged toward Shiching's, and this time, the gray-black fog did not engulf the energy. Instead, it burned fiercely as if meeting blazing fire. The core of Shiching's was exposed within the dragon-shaped energy, revealing a cracked black crystal, within which countless tiny light spots struggled as if they were the life energy of consumed worlds. Those are the souls of the planets it has absorbed. Ayu's voice trembled with tears as she peered through Bulma's telescope at the interior of the crystal. Grandpa had said that Shiching's is a manifestation of the grievances of cosmic debris, growing stronger by devouring life energy. Wukong suddenly recalled King Kai's words, "All things possess a spirit. Evil cannot triumph over good." He retracted part of his power, allowing the dragon-shaped energy to envelop the black crystal without further attacking, instead gently permeating it with his own energy. The trapped light spots seemed to respond to the call, beginning to converge toward the golden energy, and the cracks on the black crystal multiplied until, with a sharp crack, it shattered. Countless light points burst forth from the crystal, scattering into the night sky like fireflies. Those were the souls of the consumed planets, gradually dissipating under the moonlight, returning to the cosmos. The fog of Shiching's lost the support of its core, transforming into specks of dust in the night breeze, leaving only a gray-black orb that fell into Wukong's palm. Chilling to the touch, engraved with the same star map as the pendant. Wukong brought the orb back to the laboratory, and Bulma immediately conducted an analysis, revealing on the screen fragment of Shiching's core containing the positioning information of the three-star Dragon Ball. Ayu gently caressed the restored jade pendant, softly saying, "Grandpa said that Shiching's is formed from abandoned memories and grievances. Each recovered core fragment can awaken a part of forgotten history." She gazed at the sky outside, gradually brightening, and thought, just like now, we not only preserve the Dragon Balls, but also save those devoured souls. Wukong carefully stored the core fragment, scratching his head and chuckling. Whatever it is, winning is what matters. Bulma, what are we having for breakfast? I want roasted meat. Bulma shot him a glare, though her lips couldn't help but curl upwards. I knew you'd think about food, but winning does warrant a celebration. Gohan leaned in to look at the analysis report, suddenly pointing at the screen. Dad, look. The next core fragment is on Beiji Wangxing. Morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ruins of the laboratory. The four-star Dragon Ball lay quietly on the control console, side by side with the jade pendant, its golden glow gently pulsating in the dawn. Wukong gazed at the awakening city outside, suddenly feeling that compared to the quest for the Dragon Balls, these moments of fighting side by side might be the most precious treasures, and that enemy called Shiching's was merely another hurdle to overcome on a long journey. Chapter 31. Proposal for the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Breakfast in Shidu was always accompanied by the aroma of fried eggs and the sound of Wukong devouring his meal. As Chi-Chi brought the last plate of roasted meat to the table, she sighed helplessly at the mountain of empty plates stacked before Wukong. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Wukong mumbled in response, still gnawing on a chicken leg, when Bulma burst in, startling him. She clutched a holographic communicator, the flickering red light casting a pale hue on her face. There's been an incident. 37 colonies in the 7th universe are simultaneously sending distress signals, all due to attacks from Shiching's. The clatter of plates hitting the floor interrupted the warmth of breakfast. Wukong instantly stood up, his golden aura flashing. Where are the coordinates? I'll go right now. Don't be rash. Vegeta appeared at the doorway without anyone noticing, his broken dimension blade still glistening with dew, clearly just finishing his morning training. 37 planets. Do you think you can handle them alone? He snatched Bulma's communicator and swiftly scrolled through the screen, noting that the locations of these planets were peculiar, arranged in a fan shape, as if deliberately luring our forces away. Gohan pointed at the star map on the screen. This blank area in the middle is the neutral zone of the Cosmic Alliance. It is said there is an abandoned interstellar arena there. An arena? Bulma's eyes suddenly lit up as she brought up a three-dimensional model of the arena. This was the venue for the Universal Martial Arts Tournament held a century ago. It can accommodate 1 million spectators and has the most advanced energy isolation fields. You mean? Wukong's eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something amusing. To hold a new Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, marking each distress signal on the star map. In the name of the Cosmic Alliance, she invited representatives from all planets threatened by Shichings to participate, ostensibly to spar. She pressed a button, and the fan-shaped area on the star map suddenly formed an enclosing circle, drawing Shichings into the arena, where the isolation field could restrain its corrosive abilities, allowing us to concentrate our forces and take it down in one fell swoop. Vegeta scoffed, yet did not refute. A good idea, but how will you ensure Shichings will comply? Using this, Wukong produced the gray-black orb found among the core fragments of Shichings, which glimmered with an eerie light under the sun. Bulma had tested it, and this object could emit signals to attract its kind. We can use it as the prize for the tournament, placing it in the center of the arena, ensuring they will take the bait. Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands, and frowned at the mention. That is too risky. What if the isolation field fails? What will happen to the ordinary people participating? I have a solution. Ayu suddenly spoke up, retrieving a roll of bamboo slips from her cloth bag. The intricate formations depicted were the purification array left by Ka-La, capable of creating an energy barrier within the isolation field. Ordinary individuals standing within the array would be shielded from the corrosive energy of the erosion star beasts. She pointed to the core of the formation, stating that placing the 4-star Dragon Ball there would activate it. So it is decided, Wukong declared, slamming his hand on the table, causing the remaining plates to clatter. Bulma, you are responsible for contacting the Cosmic Alliance to send out invitations. Vegeta, inform the warriors of the various planets. Gohan, come with me to inspect the arena's defense system. Ayu, we require your purification array blueprints. 3 days later, invitations to the Universal Martial Arts Tournament sped across the planets at light speed. The invitations bore golden boss star symbols, concluding with bold text, the victor shall receive shards of the cosmic core, said to grant any wish. This was a bait deliberately released by Bulma, as the gray-black orb was packaged as a mysterious treasure. Registration information poured into the system like snowflakes. The team representing Earth was nothing short of luxurious. Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten, with even the long-absent Piccolo volunteering. The remnants of Frieza's forces sent encrypted communications announcing their intention to send a newcomer to compete. The Grand Elder of Namek recommended 3 young warriors skilled in fusion techniques. Even a dilapidated escape pod from the distant ruins of Lo Xing sent in a registration. Signed by Anya. The repairs of the arena progressed rapidly with the assistance of volunteers from across the universe. The audience stands, once a century old, were transformed into energy fortresses, and the power of the isolation field was maximized. Ayu, accompanied by priests from 37 planets, drew the purification array in the center of the arena, with the 4-star Dragon Ball embedded at the core, emitting a soft golden glow. On the day of the competition, the dome of the arena slowly opened, revealing the resplendent starry river beyond. Wukong stood in the contestant passage, observing the warriors from different planets, Scions clad in crystalline armor, Frieza's kin who could manipulate flames, and residents of the water planet riding gigantic flying fish. Each face bore a mix of anxiety and anticipation. I never expected to see so many powerful warriors, Gohan remarked, noting that his opponent was a cyborg from the mechanical planet, capable of transforming his arm into a laser cannon. Stay focused. Vegeta's breaking blade glimmered coldly in the sunlight, and his first opponent was Frieza's nephew, rumored to have inherited part of the Frost Demon bloodline. Remember, the match is a ruse. Drawing the snake out of its hole is the true objective. The referee's voice echoed through the interstellar broadcast, reaching every corner. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament begins now. In the first round, Earth representative Sun Wukong faces the crystalline warrior from the Saiyan planet. Wukong leaped into the arena, his golden aura igniting cheers from the crowd. The crystalline warrior raised both arms, the crystals covering his body reflecting blinding light in an attempt to obscure visibility. Wukong merely smiled and waved his hand. No need for courtesy, come at me. The moment the battle commenced, the energy detectors in the arena suddenly emitted alarms. On the screen, numerous red dots converged from the depths of the universe towards the arena at an astonishing speed. Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator, brimming with uncontainable excitement. We've got a bite. They are breaching the outer defenses and are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Wukong deflected the crystalline warrior's attack with a punch, shouting into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, there may be a slight interlude ahead, but fear not. We will protect everyone." His voice resonated throughout the arena, and the previously panicked audience gradually quieted, with some beginning to chant for Sun Wukong. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, cleaving his opponent's freezing beam in two with a single stroke. Fool, still having the time to show off. Despite his words, his movements hastened, clearly eager to conclude the fight and prepare for the true enemy. 7 minutes later, the final preliminary match ended. As Wukong lifted the champion's trophy, the arena's dome suddenly trembled violently. Gray-black mist surged in like a tide, and the roars of the erosion star beasts pierced through the energy barrier, exploding in every ear. Just in time, Wukong tossed the trophy to Gohan, his golden aura bursting forth once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the warm-up is over. It's time to get serious. Vegeta's breaking blade glowed a deep blue, while Piccolo spread his arms, green energy coalescing in his palms. Gohan, Trunks, and Goten transformed into Super Saiyan simultaneously, their golden radiance illuminating the entire arena. Warriors from various planets assumed their battle stances. The crystalline warrior's armor glowed red, the water planet resident's flying fish expelled high-pressure water jets, and even the cyborg aimed his laser cannon at the thickest part of the mist. Ayu stood in the center of the purification array, her hands resting on the 4-star Dragon Ball as the array's light grew increasingly brilliant, safeguarding the ordinary spectators within. Hold on. The purification array can withstand for 1 hour. The vanguard of the erosion star beasts had already breached the isolation field, with gray-black tendrils reaching towards the nearest warriors. Wukong's Kamehameha surged forth like a golden dragon, instantaneously obliterating the tendrils into dust. He gazed at the increasing number of erosion star beasts pouring in and suddenly burst into laughter. The more, the merrier. Today, let me show you how powerful the united forces of the universe can be. Vegeta's ultimate flash tore through the mist, while Piccolo's special beam cannon accurately struck the core of the erosion star beasts. The combined assault of Gohan and Trunks resonated throughout the arena. The warriors from various planets no longer hesitated, their unique techniques intertwined, forming an impregnable web of firepower. In the audience, some began to sing, others waved planetary flags, and children cheered with innocent voices. These sounds coalesced into an invisible force, making the light of the purification array even more radiant. Wukong looked at his comrades fighting alongside him and the unwavering audience in the stands, suddenly realizing how brilliant Bulma's proposal was. This martial arts tournament was not merely to lure the enemy into a trap, it was also to demonstrate to the entire universe that in times of crisis, they were not alone. The roars of the erosion star beasts continued, but before the increasingly numerous warriors, the gray-black mist gradually retreated. Sunlight streamed through the dome's breach, illuminating Wukong's dusty yet radiant face. He understood that the true battle was just beginning. But as long as he had these companions from different planets by his side and the anticipatory gazes from the stands, there was no battle they could not win. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament was never meant to determine a victor, but to prove that unity is the most formidable power in the universe. Chapter 32. The disruption of Destroyer Beerus's nap. The realm of the Destroyer God in the 7th universe perpetually exuded a languid, almost stagnant atmosphere. A colossal crystal chandelier refracted gentle light onto the stardust velvet blanket of the sleeping couch. Beerus curled up on the couch, his snow-white tail rhythmically swaying, a bit of strawberry cake cream lingering at the corner of his mouth. He had maintained this position for a full 3 days. as he claimed that a quality afternoon nap was crucial for maintaining the balance of the universe. Whis stood quietly beside the couch, holding a freshly brewed nebula tea, his silver-gray hair shimmering softly in the light. He glanced at the cosmic clock floating in midair, noting that the hour hand pointed to the final moments of the universe's standard napping time, before gently setting down the teacup to awaken the slumbering destroyer god. Just then, a faint yet excruciatingly sharp vibration emanated from a distant time and space, piercing the tranquility of the destroyer god realm like a fine needle. Beerus's ears twitched, his brow furrowing slightly, and the rhythm of his tail swaying faltered. He let out a disgruntled murmur, rolling over to bury his face in the velvet blanket. Whis, take care of that bothersome insect. With a gentle tap of his fingertips in the air, Weiss conjured a shimmering water mirror, revealing the scene of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament arena. The gray-black fog of the corroded star was surging like a tide, with various energy beams exploding within the mist, intertwining gold, blue, and green lights into a chaotic sea of brilliance. Notably, the twin technique unleashed by Goku and Vegeta, known as the dual destruction, produced energy fluctuations so intense that even the realm of the destroyers could feel the aftershocks. The corroded stars were causing a disturbance. Weiss's tone remained gentle, yet laced with an imperceptible gravity. Their energy signature was peculiar, resembling a tainted essence of the universe, spreading across multiple planets in the seventh universe. Reluctantly, Beerus opened his eyes, his amber pupils still clouded with drowsiness. He yawned and stretched languidly, his snow-white tail tracing an elegant arc in the air. The corroded stars? Those wretched amalgamations that thrive on consuming the energy of planets? How dare they disturb my afternoon nap? He casually picked up a small planet model from the side of his couch, crafted from the core of a planet he had previously destroyed. At that moment, it felt slightly warm in his palm, intricate black patterns emerging on its surface as if corroded by some entity. How dare they taint even my collection? Beerus's gaze turned icy as he pinched the model, which then disintegrated into stardust in the air. Shall we take a look? Weiss offered a cup of nebula tea to Beerus. It seems Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta are encountering some trouble. The number of corroded stars is overwhelming, and their corrosive energy poses a significant challenge to ordinary warriors. Beerus sipped the tea, and as the liquid slid down his throat, he distinctly felt a murky energy crawling up his taste nerves, prompting him to frown. Disgusting. He set the cup aside and rose from the couch, his purple destroyer robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Since they dare to dirty my tea, they shall pay the price. Before his words faded, he and Weiss vanished from the realm of the destroyers. In the arena of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form had been sustained for too long, and the golden aura began to flicker erratically. Vegeta's Dimension Blade was smeared with the gray-black, corrosive slime, each swing accompanied by a painful hissing sound. Piccolo's green energy shield was riddled with cracks, clearly on the verge of collapse. This cannot continue, Goku shouted, punching back a corroded star before gasping for breath. Their numbers are increasing, and our energy is running low. Vegeta was about to clear an area with his ultimate flash when he noticed a hole corroded into his combat suit on his left arm, the skin beneath searing with pain. Damn it! Forced to retreat, he suppressed the corrosion with energy, realizing that these monstrosities had buried their cores deeper, making it impossible to finish them off. At that moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space at the center of the arena, as if a stone had been thrown into still water. Beerus and Weiss materialized, the former brushing off the edges of his robe as if it had collected some grime. This place reeks. Beerus surveyed the arena shrouded in gray-black mist, a flicker of distaste flashing in his amber eyes. Weiss, are you certain there is something here worth my intervention? Upon seeing Beerus, Goku froze momentarily before breaking into a joyous smile. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Vegeta also lowered his guard, though still vigilant, visibly relieved, knowing that while the destroyer had a peculiar temperament, his strength was unfathomable. The corroded stars seemed to sense the destructive energy emanating from Beerus, and the mist that had surged towards Goku and Vegeta suddenly shifted direction, rushing toward Beerus like sharks detecting blood. Foolish creatures. Beerus didn't even bother to open his eyes, merely raising his right hand and gently grasping at the approaching mist. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor dazzling light. The tentacles of the corroded stars that lunged at him were crushed by an invisible force, the gray-black mist dissipating upon contact with the faint purple energy surrounding Beerus, transforming into the finest dust without leaving a trace. Strangely, the corroded ground and damaged energy shields began to visibly restore themselves at the moment the purple energy swept over them, as if time were reversing. What is this? Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment, sensing that the energy was not purely destructive but carried a correcting essence, as if restoring the tainted back to its original state. Beerus glanced at the astonished crowd, his tone flat. A group of miscreants unable to even control their energy dares to call themselves warriors of the universe? He strode toward the center of the arena, and with each step, the mist of the corroded stars retreated 3 feet, as if encountering a natural enemy. The corroded stars were essentially a manifestation of the universe's refuse, feeding on unbalanced energy. The more fiercely you fight, the more chaotic the energy fluctuations become, and the more excited they grow. He halted, extending his finger toward the densest area of mist, a point of purple light swirling at his fingertip. The proper way to handle this should be like this. The light shot forth, akin to a slender thread, silently piercing deep into the mist. In the next moment, the entire mist of corroded stars in the arena began to tremble violently, their gray-black energy forms collapsing from within as if their very skeletons were being drawn away. They emitted anguished screams, yet could not even approach within 3 meters of Beerus, ultimately vanishing under the purple light, reduced to harmless stardust that mingled with the air. In a mere 3 minutes, the once dense swarm of corroded stars had completely vanished, leaving behind a newly restored arena and a crowd left in awe. All done. Beerus clapped his hands, as if merely dusting off his palms. Weiss, can we find a quiet place to brew another pot of nebula tea? My nap was interrupted, and I have yet to fully awaken. Weiss smiled and nodded. Of course, Lord Beerus. However, before that, it seems Mr. Goku has something he wishes to say to you. Goku snapped back to attention, scratching his head as he stepped forward. Lord Beerus, what technique did you just use? It was amazing. Can you teach me? Beerus cast him a sidelong glance. Want to learn? Very well. But first, you must accompany me to sample every dessert in the 7th universe. If I find any that do not suit my palate, then forget it. Not a problem. Goku immediately agreed, his eyes sparkling like stars. The strawberry cake from Earth is absolutely delicious. I'll have Chi-Chi make some for you. Vegeta watched the scene with a resigned sigh, but couldn't help but feel relieved. He glanced at the now pristine Dimension Blade, and then at the cheering crowd, suddenly realizing that the disturbance of the destroyer's nap might not be such a bad thing after all. Weiss observed the amiable exchange between the two and the gradually restoring order of the arena, gently sipping his nebula tea. Sunlight filtered through the dome, casting light upon Beerus's languid profile and Goku's excited smile. He understood that this disrupted nap might bring unexpected changes to the 7th universe, at least. When faced with the next trouble, they might have a dessert-loving destroyer by their side. Meanwhile, Beerus was already contemplating how many varieties of desserts he wanted Goku and the others to bring. For him, destroying foes was merely a trifling task. Finding delightful desserts was the most important matter. As for the now cleared corroded stars, they were merely inconsequential dust that had interrupted his nap. Chapter 33, Xiang Pa's Provocation, the Weakness of the 7th Universe. The arena of the 7th universe had just regained its tranquility, with remnants of stardust glimmering in the air. Goku was enthusiastically describing the types of desserts from Earth to Beerus when suddenly, the space rippled as if a stone had been thrown, heralding the sudden appearance of Xiang Pa and Beerus' counterpart, disrupting this brief peace. Ah, is that not my slumberous elder brother? Xiang Pa, with arms akimbo and a violet tail impatiently sweeping the ground, scanned the surroundings with eyes like a scanner, ultimately settling on Beerus. A provocative smile curved upon his lips as he remarked, I heard you just disposed of some cosmic debris? Quite the endeavor, indeed. Unlike our 6th universe, such trifles do not warrant the intervention of a destroyer. Beerus, without even lifting his eyelids, leisurely savored the strawberry cake in his hand. Better than some who incessantly nitpick at others' universes. What? Have the desserts in the 6th universe run out, prompting you to seek sustenance in the 7th universe? Who is seeking sustenance? Xiang Pa erupted, his pink aura nearly toppling the nearby energy barrier. I am here to remind you that your 7th universe is riddled with flaws. Do not think that clearing a few erasure beasts means all is well. Bardos elegantly fanned herself, softly interjecting. Lord Xiangpa has recently observed that while the warriors of the 7th universe possess considerable individual strength, they suffer from a critical shortcoming. Their level of teamwork cohesion is merely a third of that of the 6th universe. During the last Universal Martial Arts Tournament, if it weren't for Mr. Sun Wukong's sudden fusion, you would have surely lost to our 6th universe's competitors. Wukong scratched his head. Teamwork? Didn't we perform quite well? Well? Xiangpa scoffed, suddenly snapping his fingers. Bardos promptly projected a hologram, displaying footage from the last tournament. Wukong and Vegeta nearly colliding as they jostled for attacks. Gohan attempting to provide support only to be caught in the crossfire of their energy waves, while the contestants of the 6th universe functioned like finely tuned gears, with even the weakest minions understanding the importance of striking from behind their teammates. See, this is your so-called prowess, Xiangpa exclaimed, spitting words almost onto Wukong's face. Each fighting for their own glory, utterly clueless about the concept of collaboration. This is the greatest weakness of your 7th universe. Vegeta's brow furrowed, yet he refrained from retorting. Recalling the last time he and Wukong faced the Erasure Beasts, their eagerness to attack almost cost them dearly. Virus set down his cake and wiped his mouth. So what? Our warriors are all formidable. Individually, they are top tier. Top tier? Xiangpa mocked. Last time, your 7th universe's scions were annihilated by a villain relying solely on ambush tactics. Had you not intervened, Planet Vegeta would surely have been lost. The crux of the matter is your reliance on individual heroism. When faced with a demanding battle requiring cooperation, your flaws are laid bare. His words struck like a thorn, piercing the hearts of all present. Wukong recalled his solitary charge at Frieza on Namek, resulting in severe injuries. Vegeta remembered his misguided solo confrontation with Cell, which almost led to disaster. Gohan recalled the Cell games, where they fought individually until it was only through his father's sacrifice that they turned the tide. I am not mistaken, am I? Xiangpa triumphantly swayed his tail. The warriors of your 7th universe inherently carry the spirit of individualism. Wukong, do you not believe that others can perform better than you? Vegeta, do you not secretly doubt that anyone can surpass you? And you, Gohan, though you possess leadership potential, you always prefer to hide behind. Enough, Vegeta suddenly interjected, his crimson aura exploding forth. To prove our teamwork, we shall gladly accept your challenge. Oh, Xiangpa's eyes sparkled as he clapped his hands. This is what you propose. In 3 days, right here, let the warriors of the 6th and 7th universes engage in a team battle. We shall send a 5-member team, and you shall send 5 as well. Whichever team can locate the target in the collaboration labyrinth the quickest will be the victor. The losing side must surrender the recipe for the finest dessert in the universe. Collaboration labyrinth? Wukong inquired curiously. Bardos explained. It is a labyrinth composed of countless energy nodes, each requiring a specific energy frequency to activate. To navigate through, the 5 must divide their roles. 2 to decipher the energy codes, 2 to eliminate the guardian beasts, and 1 to guide the direction. If any part fails, they will become ensnared within. Virus glanced at Wukong and Vegeta, then surveyed Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Very well, we accept. However, should you lose, you must hand over the recipe for the 6th universe's colorful fruit. It is a deal. Xiangpa thumped his chest in assurance, his pink figure vanishing into the ripples of space alongside Bardos, leaving behind a parting remark. Do not come crying for mercy when the time comes. The arena fell into a hush as Wukong raked his fingers through his hair. A team battle seems a bit challenging. Vegeta scoffed. Challenge or not, we must win. Shall we allow that fellow to belittle us? He turned to Piccolo. You excel at analysis, so you will be responsible for deciphering the codes. Krillin is swift, perfect for guiding. Gohan possesses explosive power, and he shall assist me in eliminating the beasts. Wukong, I can do anything. Wukong eagerly raised his hand. You will stick close to me and not wander off. Vegeta shot him a glare, yet the seriousness in his eyes could not be concealed. This time, we cannot afford to lose. Virus observed them as they began discussing their roles, quietly remarking to Whis. In truth, Xiangpa is not entirely incorrect. Whis nodded with a smile. Thus, this contest may prove beneficial for the 7th universe. After all, true strength is never achieved alone. It is the ability to triumph together that signifies true power. The Collaboration Labyrinth Challenge, set for 3 days hence, became the new objective for the warriors of the 7th universe. Wukong began practicing calling out directions during training. Vegeta intentionally slowed his pace to wait for Krillin's guidance, and Gohan attempted to direct Piccolo to dismantle specific energy nodes. Though errors occasionally occurred, the air was thick with a burgeoning spirit of cooperation slowly taking root. Unbeknownst to Xiangpa, his provocations had inadvertently granted the seventh universe an opportunity to rectify its weaknesses. Perhaps the outcome of this contest was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that these warriors, so accustomed to solitary battles, began to grasp the truth. Some battles must be fought together to secure victory. Some honors must be borne collectively to be steadfast. 3 days later, the entrance to the collaboration labyrinth opened slowly, with the warriors of the sixth universe poised and ready, their gazes sharp. The 5-member team from the seventh universe stood at the entrance, Wukong and Vegeta still bickering, yet instinctively forming an offensive and defensive formation. Krillin held the navigation device. Piccolo gripped the tools for deciphering codes, while Gohan checked to ensure their energy frequencies were synchronized. "Are you ready?" Wukong asked. "Go." Vegeta surged forward, with his comrades following closely in unison. Xiangpa, watching from atop the labyrinth, was visibly agitated. "Humph, do not think this guarantees victory." Beerus, nonchalantly cradling a freshly baked cake, replied, "We shall see." The labyrinth's lights flickered erratically as the contest of cooperation officially commenced. For the seventh universe, this was not merely a contest. It was a trial of growth. They may have had weaknesses in the past, but as long as they were willing to change, those weaknesses would ultimately transform into the foundation of their strength. Chapter 34, Wukong vs. Hit. A rematch. After many years, the tolling bell of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament echoed above the arena, golden sunlight filtering through the energy dome, casting scattered patches of light upon the ground. When the host announced the matchup of Sun Wukong versus Hit, the cheers of the crowd nearly lifted the roof off. This was a reunion after 5 years, a collision between the strongest warrior of the seventh universe and the master of assassination from the sixth universe. Wukong stood at the center of the arena, shedding his usual casual demeanor, the deep blue martial arts uniform accentuating the brightness of his gaze. 5 years prior, at the Power Tournament, he had willingly forfeit his transformation into Super Saiyan to draw forth Hit's full power, ultimately losing, but with honor. Now, the energy coalescing at his fingertips radiated a steady warmth, his golden aura no longer a chaotic explosion, but rather a tamed flame, contained yet surging within. Hit. It has been a long time. Wukong grinned broadly, his familiar exuberance shining through. You haven't been slacking off in these 5 years, have you? I have been practicing new techniques daily. Shitura emerged from the shadows, clad in his signature gray trench coat. The brim of his hat pulled low to obscure half his face, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. He offered no reply, merely nodding slightly. For this silent assassin, words were less substantial than the force of his fists. Over the course of 5 years, his assassination techniques had become even more refined, with his ability to manipulate time reaching millisecond precision, allowing him to alter attack trajectories in the fleeting moments of time suspension. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Shitara's figure suddenly blurred in place. Wukong's pupils constricted, his body instinctively rolling to the left, a reflex honed through countless life and death encounters. Sure enough, a chilling fist wind grazed his side and struck the energy barrier behind him, sending ripples outward. His speed has increased yet again. As Wukong landed, the stone slabs beneath him cracked like spider webs under the force of his energy. However, I am no longer the person I was 5 years ago. His golden aura surged dramatically as he transformed into a Super Saiyan blue, the blue light enveloping him like flowing deep-sea currents, illuminating the arena. This time, he held nothing back. He understood that against Shitura, any restraint would be a sign of disrespect. Flash time. Shitura barked, his figure vanishing once more. Yet this time, Wukong did not retreat passively. He concentrated his energy deep within, forming a peculiar seal with his hands before his chest. This was a technique he had newly comprehended in the realm of the Kaioshin, allowing him to predict his opponent's landing point by sensing the flow of energy in the instant time halted. Here, Wukong exclaimed, his fist slicing through the air with a sound that heralded its approach, striking precisely at the empty space 3 meters to his side. A dull thud resounded as Sheikh's form was forced to materialize, retreating 3 steps before regaining his balance, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes from beneath his hat. You can predict the position of flash time? Shitura spoke for the first time, his tone laced with subtle astonishment. It's not prediction. It's listening, Wukong replied. A smile gracing his face as he clenched his fist, the blue light shimmering across its surface. Your energy is unique, even when using flash time. The trajectory leaves a trace. Just like the wind rustling through leaves, there's always a sound. After a moment of silence, Shi-Turk suddenly crouched down, his right hand transforming into a knife-like palm, blending once more into the interplay of light and shadow. This time, he executed 7 consecutive instances of flash time, each stasis accompanied by ingeniously angled strikes aimed at his throat from behind, a knee to his side, an elbow to his back, all lethal. Yet Wukong remained rooted in place, his body akin to a reed in the wind, appearing ready to topple, yet deftly evading each attack by mere fractions, even lightly tapping Shi-Turk's wrist with his fingertip as the last flash time concluded. Has your flash time shortened? Wukong seized the moment to inquire. Each usage consumes double the energy. Shi-Turk's voice turned colder. 5 years ago, you forced me to overdraw my energy to extend flash time. Now, I've learned to control its consumption. He suddenly shifted his tactics, feigning with his left hand while his right gathered a dark red energy sphere, an innovative technique merging assassination with energy, the death finger flick, containing enough destructive power to shatter a planet within its seemingly small form. This must be engaged. Wukong's eyes ignited with combat fervor, his hands coming together, the blue light around him rapidly contracting before explosively expanding. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave clashed against the dark red finger flick at the center of the arena, not erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, but rather writhing like living entities, wrestling and tearing at one another, emitting a sharp humming sound. The energy shockwave bent the protective barriers of the audience, causing many to clench their fists in tension. A sheen of sweat broke on Shino's forehead. He sensed that Wukong's energy, though seemingly gentle, bore an unyielding resilience, like the relentless tide of the sea, surging wave after wave. Just as he felt he might falter, his figure blurred again. Utilizing flash time in the brief interval of energy collision, circling behind Wukong with a palm strike aimed directly at his cervical spine. So fast, even Beerus couldn't help but sit up straight. Yet Wukong seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, bending backward sharply until nearly parallel to the ground, while simultaneously launching his right foot, landing a precise kick beneath Wukong's ribcage. This kick, though appearing light, carried a rotational energy force. Shi-Turk stifled a grunt as he was propelled backward, colliding against the energy barrier. Coughing, Shi-Turk leaned against the wall, a tear in his trench coat revealing the black combat suit underneath. Where did you learn that move? Oh, it's a sit-up kick taught to me by Krillin. He said it's particularly effective against close-range ambushes. Wukong scratched his head, his tone casual, as though engaged in light conversation. But I added a bit of my own energy into it. How is that for power? Shi-Turk gazed at Wukong, suddenly breaking into a smile, an almost imperceptible smile, yet surprising enough to astonish those familiar with him. 5 years ago, you would resort to any means to win. 5 years later, you've learned to play? It's not play. Wukong's expression turned serious. I simply believe that fighting doesn't always have to be a life-or-death struggle. Just like now, to be able to spar with a master like you brings me genuine joy. His golden aura gradually faded, returning his hair to black. I no longer need to be a Super Saiyan. Let us engage in a match using only the most fundamental techniques. What do you say? The audience erupted in astonishment. No one expected that at a moment when victory was still uncertain, Wukong would voluntarily relinquish his transformation. Vegeta furrowed his brow, muttering idiot. Yet a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Beerus paused mid-sip of his tea, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Shi-Turk remained silent for a few moments, allowing the killing intent to dissipate as his trench coat fell away, revealing his well-defined musculature. Very well. Without the thunderous clash of energy, their combat became even more captivating. Wukong's punches, grounded in the fundamentals of martial arts, encapsulated a supreme mastery of power. Shi-Turk's assassination techniques shed their deadly edge, each strike executed with precision and simplicity, akin to a surgeon's scalpel. Their figures darted across the arena, the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonating clearly, devoid of the previous sense of oppression, resembling instead a friendly sparring session between old comrades. When Wukong landed a straightforward uppercut that forced Shi-Turk to retreat, Shi-Turk's knife hand halted merely a centimeter from Wukong's throat, and both paused simultaneously. I concede. Shi-Turk retracted his hand, his tone composed. Your fundamentals are stronger than they were 5 years ago. No, it's a draw, Wukong smiled, waving his hand dismissively. That last move could have clearly struck me. The referee's hand hovered midair, the arena falling into silence before erupting in thunderous applause. This time, there were no cheers of victory or defeat, only a profound respect for the two warriors. Shitara approached Wukong, extending his hand for the first time. Next time, in the 6th universe, I'll treat you to the best frozen yogurt in the universe. Sounds great. Wukong grasped his hand firmly. I'll bring Chi-Chi and Gohan along. They'll surely want to try it too. Sunlight streamed through the dome, illuminating their clasped hands. The outcome of 5 years past had long since been swept away by the winds, leaving only the mutual respect of powerful beings and a friendship that transcended cosmic boundaries. For Wukong, the significance of this battle was no longer about winning or losing, but rather a reaffirmation. True strength lies not in overpowering one's opponent, but in finding joy in the struggle and witnessing each other's growth. As Vegeta turned to leave the arena, a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, barely visible beneath his hat. Meanwhile, Wukong stood at the center of the arena, waving to the audience, his smile reminiscent of a child who has just received a candy. For him, as long as there were battles to be fought and worthy opponents to face, that was the essence of true happiness. Chapter 35. Vegeta and Gaby's master-disciple time. The Saiyan planet of the 6th universe was permeated with a blend of sulfur and metal beneath a crimson sky. The training ground's rocks were shattered by energy blasts. Amidst the dust, Gaby's figure flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the rock wall. This is the result of 3 months of training? Vegeta stood in the center of the arena, the cold glimmer of his ring reflecting his stern profile. You cannot even execute the most basic of energy control. How dare you call yourself a Saiyan warrior? Gaby, clutching his chest and rising, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Lord Vegeta, I can now maintain the Super Saiyan form for 10 minutes. Fool. Vegeta's ki surged dramatically, a crimson aura lifting the surrounding debris, for while his form was merely a shell, the true power lay deep within his bones. Observe your own punching form. Your wrist is unsteady, your footwork chaotic. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan 100 times, you remain nothing but a luminous target. 5 years ago, after the Universal Martial Arts Tournament, Gabe persistently sought to be Vegeta's disciple. Initially, Vegeta scoffed at the idea until one day. Witnessing Gabe's unwavering resolve as he shielded a young Saiyan with his own body against an energy blast, he was reminded of his youthful self. Once more, Vegeta retracted his aura and assumed the initial stance. Using the royal technique I have taught you, envision your wrists bound by lead weights, and with each step, crush the rocks beneath your feet. Gabe took a deep breath to steady himself and unleashed a punch toward Vegeta, deliberately slowing his speed to concentrate his ki within his fist, yet it was effortlessly deflected a mere half-meter from Vegeta. Too slow. Vegeta's elbow struck Gabe beneath his ribs, the force precisely calibrated to inflict pain without damaging internal organs. The essence of a Saiyan's combat lies not in endurance, but in the ability to discern weaknesses within the fraction of a second. Suddenly, Vegeta sidestepped, his foot gliding past Gabe's ankle, demonstrating the technique. Gabe lost his balance and fell again. This time, however, he did not immediately rise but instead stared at the footmarks left by Vegeta. The edges bore minute cracks, spiraling outward, evidently the result of a rotational ki technique that diffused his force. Is this the spiral technique? Gabe's eyes sparkled with realization. You employed this move during the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. I had thought it merely a standard sweeping kick. No, it is a strangulation technique. Vegeta crouched, tracing a path on the ground with his fingertip, akin to wringing a towel, maximizing destructive power with minimal effort. The essence of royal techniques lies not in brute force, but in leveraging power, harnessing the opponent's strength, the ground's resistance, and the air's drag. He suddenly sprang up and punched a nearby boulder. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, the moment his fist met the rock, the ki seeped into the cracks like water. And with a sharp sound, the boulder split cleanly from within, as if it had been cut. Do you see? Vegeta retracted his fist. Power is not a hammer, but a wedge. Find the crevice. A gentle tap can cleave a mountain, whereas excessive force is futile. Gabe pondered as he approached the boulder, reaching out to touch the crack, recalling how he always attempted to break through his limits with sheer brute strength, yet had never considered the finesse of skill. The subsequent training grew monotonous and rigorous. Vegeta forbade him from utilizing the Super Saiyan form, insisting he begin with a horse stance, maintaining the standard posture under 30 times gravity for 3 hours. He had to focus on his shadow with every punch, ensuring that the angle did not deviate beyond half a degree. Vegeta even instructed him to pick up rolling steel balls with chopsticks to refine his key control in his fingers. Lord Vegeta, how does this relate to combat? Gabe finally could not contain himself after flicking away the 100th steel ball. If you cannot even stabilize chopsticks, how do you expect to hold a fist? Vegeta tossed him a key detector. Observe your key fluctuations. They dart around like a rabid dog. A true master's key should resemble the currents of the deep sea, calm on the surface, yet harboring the power to overturn battleships beneath. At night, Gabe stealthily made his way to Vegeta's quarters, finding him entranced by a holographic screen displaying Trunks' training video. Vegeta's fingers danced across the screen, marking Trunks' flaws, his gaze devoid of the daytime severity, instead imbued with an almost imperceptible gentleness. Peeking into someone's privacy is not a commendable habit. Without turning, Vegeta switched off the screen. Gabe hurriedly apologized, only to be called over by Vegeta. Come here. He pulled up a recording of Gabe's training from earlier in the day, pointing out where his shoulder had been too high during punches, exposing vulnerabilities beneath his armpits, and where his rotation had been too slow, cautioning that if an opponent were to hook his knee, he would be incapacitated for at least 3 days. His tone remained stern, yet he methodically outlined ways to improve and even demonstrated the corrected movements. Watching Vegeta's focused profile, Gabe suddenly realized this seemingly indifferent prince had meticulously remembered every detail. 3 months later, on the assessment day, acid rain began to fall beneath the crimson sky. Gabe stood before Vegeta, having not transformed into a Super Saiyan, merely assuming the most fundamental stance. Begin. Vegeta's figure vanished in an instant. Gabe remained composed, his ears keenly attuned to the aberration in the air currents. His body instinctively shifting left as Vegeta's fist grazed his nose, crashing into the rock wall behind him. In that critical moment, Gabe recalled the essence of the strangulation technique. Twisting his wrist, he unexpectedly seized Vegeta's wrist, simultaneously applying force beneath his feet, using his rotational key to push him outward. A flicker of surprise crossed Vegeta's eyes as he instinctively stepped back, the corner of his mouth curving into the faintest smile. Progress is evident. Yet Gabe was momentarily stunned. He distinctly sensed Vegeta's key had momentarily paused, as if deliberately granting him an opportunity. What are you standing there for? Vegeta's blade, the breakthrough edge, suddenly unsheathed, its blade reflecting the light of the acid rain. The final lesson: use all the techniques I have taught you to seize the blade from my hand. Within the curtain of rain, 2 figures collided at high speed. Gabe's punches, imbued with the steadiness of royal techniques, intertwined with his own agility, each strike deftly avoiding Vegeta's sharpness as he sought weaknesses. He no longer pursued explosive force. Instead, as Vegeta advised, he treated ki as a current, unleashing it explosively at the moment of contact. When Gabe's fist finally brushed past the hilt of the breakthrough edge, sending the blade soaring, the rain ceased. A fissure opened in the crimson sky, golden sunlight cascading upon the two. You have qualified. Vegeta regarded the blade resting at Gabe's feet, his tone flat. Yet he turned to retrieve a box from the storage compartment, presenting it to Gabe. Inside lay a star-marked badge, resembling the one on Vegeta's chest, albeit with softer corners. This is the completion certificate for royal techniques. Vegeta averted his gaze. Do not think that obtaining this makes you exceptional. Your journey is still long. Gabe clutched the badge and suddenly bowed. Thank you, master. Vegeta paused, not turning around, merely gesturing dismissively as his figure swiftly disappeared at the edge of the training ground. Gabe watched his retreating back, suddenly realizing this prince, often stern-faced, had imparted the most precious treasures, those experiences earned through blood and tears. The expectations hidden beneath a facade of severity, without reservation. That night, Gabe stood in the training ground, adorned with the badge, mimicking Vegeta's stance in the horse position. Beneath the crimson sky, his ki no longer raged as before but steadied, akin to the depths of the ocean. He understood that he had not only mastered royal techniques, but also embraced an attitude of reverence for power, a deep appreciation for legacy, and the gentleness that resides beneath the Saiyan's hardened exterior. Meanwhile, far away in the 7th universe, Vegeta was observing a training video sent by Trunks. his fingers lightly tapping the screen, marking not flaws but rather a line of text. Try the strangulation technique next time. You possess more talent than that boy. Perhaps the transmission between master and disciple has never been merely about replicating techniques, but rather transforming one's former self into a beacon that illuminates others. Just as the king taught him long ago, just as he now teaches Gabe, the Saiyan bloodline continues to thrive through this silent guardianship, generation after generation. Chapter 36. The Rift in the Universe Alliance. The residual fervor of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament had yet to dissipate. Yet within the Alliance Council Hall at the heart of the Seventh Universe, a frigid tension permeated the atmosphere. 12 representatives from the universes encircled a circular conference table, their expressions starkly illuminated by the holographic projections. Some furrowed their brows, others wore ashen faces, and some unconsciously drummed their fingers against the table, producing a dull thrum. I object. The representative from the Sixth Universe, a Korean alien who always donned gold-rimmed spectacles, abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with indignation behind the lenses. By what right does the Seventh Universe monopolize the usage of the Starlink Nexus? This resource was jointly surveyed by all universes. How dare you alter it unilaterally? His voice reverberated through the vast council chamber, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The holographic projection displayed the renovation blueprints of the Starlink Nexus, revealing that the engineering team from the Seventh Universe had installed energy amplification devices in the core area of the Nexus, signifying their control over 70% of the energy allocation. The representative from the Seventh Universe, an elderly man with graying hair, leisurely lifted a teacup, steam obscuring his expression. Mr. Corinne, do remain calm. The renovation of the Nexus aims to enhance energy transmission efficiency for the entire universe. The Seventh Universe has invested the most manpower and resources. Is it not reasonable to claim a bit more authority? Reasonable? Scoffed the representative of the mechanical race from the Third Universe, his metallic fingers sparking against the table. Your so-called efficiency improvement is merely to facilitate troop transport, is it not? The energy fluctuations detected last week were clearly at a military level. These words detonated like a bomb, igniting uproar in the council chamber. The representative from the Ninth Universe immediately chimed in. Indeed, our trade routes have frequently been mistakenly damaged by patrol ships from the Seventh Universe. Surely this is no coincidence? At that moment, Goku and Vegeta, serving as invited observers from the Seventh Universe, sat in the back row. Goku scratched his head, struggling to keep up with the convoluted debate, while Vegeta's expression darkened. His fingers clenched tightly. He had just returned from the Sixth Universe, where Gaby informed him that the Saiyan planet had recently received numerous resource exploration requests from the Seventh Universe, the tone hinting at something suspicious. Enough. The Grand Speaker, an elder from the First Universe, raised his hand to signal for silence, his radiant aura flickering slightly. The Starlink Nexus is crucial for maintaining the energy balance among the 12 universes. No party may alter it unilaterally. Seventh Universe, cease all renovation work immediately, or we will invoke Chapter 3 of the Cosmic Resource Treaty. A treaty? The elder from the Seventh Universe suddenly laughed, deliberately setting down his teacup with a slow motion. Have you forgotten who led the charge against the void insect race last time? The Seventh Universe bore the greatest cost. What is wrong with claiming a bit of authority now? You. The metallic head of the mechanical race representative turned towards the elder, red sensors in his eyes glowing fiercely. We paid for the patents on your technology. We are discussing Nexus authority, not settling old debts. The atmosphere in the council chamber instantly plummeted to freezing point. The holographic projection of the Starlink Nexus was distorted by the surge of angry energy waves, and representatives from various universes began to hurl accusations at one another. Some denounced the Seventh Universe's hegemonic tendencies, while others condemned the Third Universe for ingratitude, and still others seized the opportunity to propose a reallocation of resource zones, plunging the conflict deeper into a whirlpool. Goku could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Everyone, please stop arguing. The Starlink Nexus does not belong to anyone. It is a shared resource. During our last battle against the void insect race, every universe contributed. It cannot solely be credited to the Seventh Universe. Although his voice was not loud, it carried a natural warmth that momentarily quieted the noisy chamber. The Korean alien from the Sixth Universe looked at Goku, his gaze softening. Mr. Sun Wukong is correct. Our Sixth Universe is willing to relinquish 20 of the Nexus usage rights. But the seventh universe must dismantle the amplification devices and restore the Nexus to its original structure. Impossible. The Elder from the seventh universe immediately rejected the notion. What about the costs already incurred? Who will compensate for the dismantling of the devices? Vegeta snorted coldly and stood up. Compensate? The seventh universe is not so impoverished as to require others to cover their losses. However, the renovation of the Nexus cannot halt. It is not for monopolization, but rather because we have recently detected energy leaks at the Nexus core. If not reinforced, the entire Starlink system will collapse within half a year. He summoned an energy monitoring report, projecting it before everyone. These are 3 months' worth of monitoring data, and the leak points are expanding. The seventh universe's renovations, in fact, aim to repair the vulnerabilities. The military-grade energy mentioned by my mechanical race friend is the energy for reinforcing the core's protective shield. The council chamber fell silent. The mechanical race representative scrutinized the data, the red glow in his eyes gradually dimming. The data is accurate, but why did you not notify us earlier? Notify you? The elder sighed. The last maintenance request we submitted was rejected by 5 universes, who claimed we were exaggerating. Now, if we simply refer to it as a renovation, we might not even be able to deploy an engineering team. The truth peeled away like the layers of an onion, revealing the helplessness beneath. The elder from the first universe softened his radiant aura. We have been remiss. The renovation project of the seventh universe may proceed, but it must be subject to joint supervision from all universes, with daily progress reports submitted. He looked at everyone. The Starlink Nexus is crucial for the safety of the 12 universes, so we shall convene quarterly to discuss maintenance plans, shall we? The Korean alien pondered for a moment before nodding. Agreed, but the seventh universe must publicly disclose the renovation blueprints to ensure no hidden military facilities are present. The sixth universe is willing to send our top engineers to oversee the process. We from the third universe will provide detection equipment, added the mechanical race representative. Goku clapped his hands with a smile. Now that's the way to go. We all seek the good of the universe, so let us communicate amicably instead of arguing. Vegeta shot him a glance, but for once, he refrained from retorting. In the back row, warriors from various universes exchanged glances, the earlier tension now feeling like a distant dream. The resolution of this turmoil relied not only on the rigor of data, but also on the tacit understanding of a shared home. After the meeting concluded, Goku and Vegeta walked along the corridor of the central star. The holographic projections showed representatives from each universe gradually departing, with some still quietly discussing the maintenance details of the Nexus, the traces of conflict slowly giving way to practical dialogue. You certainly spoke well just now, Vegeta remarked, looking at Goku with an awkward hint of approval, far better than just shouting encouragement at the martial arts tournament. Goku scratched his head with a laugh. Honestly, I don't quite understand all those complex matters. I just feel that since we live in the same universe, like neighbors, we shouldn't always be arguing. At the end of the corridor, the window faced the direction of the Starlink Nexus, where the energy glow flickered steadily, resembling a heart suspended in the cosmos. With each pulse, it resonated with the heartbeat of the 12 universes. Although the rift had been mended, Goku understood that maintaining this balance required more than just blueprints and data. It necessitated the courage to set aside disputes and confront challenges together. A courage that perhaps constituted the most solid foundation of the Cosmic Alliance. Chapter 37. The Traitor. Proxy of the Destroyer. The maintenance project of the Starlink Nexus entered its 3rd week, with the 7th universe's repair ship, the Watcher, hovering outside the core area of the Nexus, its metallic shell reflecting the cold light of the stars. Vegeta stood at the observation deck of the ship, his fingertip gliding across the energy data stream on the holographic screen. According to the verification by the Joint Supervision Team, 67 of the leak points in the Nexus had been repaired, but new abnormal fluctuations had suddenly emerged last night, originating from the jurisdiction of the 6th universe. There's an issue with the monitoring data from the 6th universe. Vegeta pulled up 2 comparative graphs, his brow furrowing. The energy stability value they reported deviates by 12 percentage points from our third-party monitoring. Goku leaned in to take a look, scratching his hair. Could it be a malfunction with the instruments? Gaby wouldn't deceive us, would he? It's not Gaby. Vegeta magnified the signature in the corner of the screen. The report was signed by the Destroyer proxy from the 6th universe, Loka. Gaby's authority only extends to secondary reviews. He wouldn't have access to the core data. Just then, the communicator emitted a piercing alarm. The bridge was awash in frantic red light. Warning. High-intensity energy reaction detected. Source. 6th Universe Jurisdiction. The core of the Nexus is being forcibly drained of energy. Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously turned their gazes towards the observation window, where the repair chamber of the 6th Universe resembled a parasitic crab, firmly embedded in the energy conduit of the Nexus. A pale violet energy stream was being forcibly drawn into the chamber, causing the once stable shell of the Nexus to develop web-like fissures. Loka. Vegeta slammed his fist onto the control panel, and the screen displayed information about the 6th Universe's God of Destruction's proxy, Loka, who had once served as the chief guard to God Champa. During Champa's slumber, he assumed the mantle of destruction, known for his harshness and iron-fisted rule. What does he intend to do? Wukong's aura surged instantly, golden light flickering at the tips of his hair. Drawing such an immense amount of energy could lead to an explosion of the Nexus. He aims to reactivate the annihilation device. Vegeta retrieved an ancient cosmic dossier, revealing a device shrouded in a crimson seal. Legend had it that during the genesis of the universe, the 12 universes secretly constructed an ultimate weapon to counterbalance the power of the gods of destruction, capable of erasing the existence of a designated universe in an instant. Loka had always deemed this device a necessary evil, proposing its reactivation 3 years ago, only to be suppressed by Champa. Suddenly, the communication channel was forcibly breached, and Loka's visage appeared on the screen. Clad in a dark purple god of destruction uniform, the proxy emblem on his left chest gleamed with an eerie light, and a cold smile graced his lips. Prince Vegeta, son Wukong, it has been a while. You've lost your mind. Vegeta's voice was as frigid as ice. Once the annihilation device is activated, the entire 6th universe will be affected, and you would destroy your own planet. Destroy? Loka's gaze turned fervent. No, it is purification. Look at the current cosmic alliance. They bicker over the Nexus like a marketplace, the 7th universe hoarding resources, and the 9th universe covertly researching forbidden technologies. This decayed balance should have been shattered long ago. He gestured towards the screen behind him, illuminating the design schematics of the temporal distortion bomb secretly developed by the 9th universe. I am merely preemptively clearing away the refuse. So you fabricated data, deliberately exaggerating the leakage risks, all to seize the opportunity to extract Nexus energy? Wukong finally grasped the situation. Does Gabi know? Loka laughed, his laughter dripping with undisguised contempt. That young fool? He still believes I am assisting him in advocating for the rights of the 6th universe. Once the device is activated, he will understand. The weak are unworthy of knowing the truth. No sooner had he finished speaking than the repair chamber of the 6th universe suddenly exploded. Loka's figure appeared beside the Nexus core, his hands pressing against the energy conduit, dark purple destructive energy surging from his fingertips, forcefully tearing apart the protective shield established by the Joint Supervision Group. The alarms of the Nexus transformed into a piercing wail as the energy balance of the 12 universes began to violently oscillate, and the indicator lights on the observation platform extinguished in clusters. Activate joint defense. Vegeta roared, simultaneously pressing the emergency button. The main cannon of the Guardian began to charge. Wukong, go stop Loka. I will stabilize the Nexus core. Understood. Wukong's figure vanished from the bridge, reappearing in the Nexus core area moments later. Upon seeing him, Loka's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly morphing into a cold smirk. Just in time. Let me show you how the old order collapses. Destructive energy clashed with the Scion's aura at the Nexus core, the shockwave shattering the surrounding repair chambers. Wukong refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan, opting instead to engage Loka using only his basic martial skills, wary that his transformation could unleash energy waves that might affect the fragile core. Loka, have you forgotten what Lord Champa said? Destruction is not the goal, protection is. Protection? Loka's attacks grew increasingly vicious, dark purple energy blades slicing through the void. Champa only sleeps and enjoys desserts. He cannot see the festering wounds of the universe. You believe the 7th universe is virtuous? Their covert modifications to the Nexus are also aimed at seizing control. That is not the same. Wukong narrowly dodged a fatal strike, his fist grazing Loka's cheek. They seek to repair, not to destroy. In the midst of their struggle, Gabi's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the core area, clutching a data report. His face ashen. Lord Loka, you deceived me. This energy is not meant for reinforcement. It is to he glanced at the embryonic form of the annihilation device behind Loka, his voice trembling. You intend to destroy the ninth universe? But there are innocent lives there. Innocent? The moment Loka's focus wavered, Wukong seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Loka staggered back, a look of disappointment filling his gaze as he regarded Gabii. It seemed that Shimpa's choice of successor had indeed regressed. Gabii, when you see the ninth universe's weapon directed at the sixth universe, you will comprehend my decision today. I will not understand. Gabii raised an energy wave. Because you are not protecting anyone, you merely revel in the thrill of destruction. What Lord Shimpa taught us is necessary destruction, not senseless slaughter. The energy wave struck Loka's back, and he turned around, incredulous, staring at Gabii's resolute face, before suddenly bursting into wild laughter. Excellent. What splendid necessary destruction. Then today, let us first obliterate you foolish guardians. Dark, purple destructive energy erupted violently, Loka's body expanding as he recklessly burned his life force to enhance his power. The fissures in the Nexus core spread rapidly, and Wukong and Gabii were thrown back, crashing against the energy barrier. It is finished. Loka's voice brimmed with frenzied satisfaction. The energy is sufficient. The countdown for the annihilation device begins. 10, 9, 8. Just then, a golden light tore through the void, and Shimpa's figure appeared in the core area, flanked by Beerus and Whis. Fool. Shimpa's voice was languid, yet carried an undeniable pressure. With a gentle flick of his finger, the destructive energy enveloping Loka dissipated like a punctured balloon. Loka collapsed to the ground, staring at the suddenly appearing god of destruction, the fervor in his eyes fading to bewilderment. My lord, you have awakened? If I had not, the sixth universe would have been obliterated by you. Shimpa yawned, glancing at Wukong. Thank you, Scion. I shall treat you to desserts later. Beerus approached the Nexus core, tracing the fissures with his fingertips as green energy flowed through, causing the web-like cracks to begin healing. The duty of a god of destruction is to eradicate decay, not to instigate annihilation. He cast a sidelong glance at Loka. You are unworthy of the proxy position. Loka lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. Gabii stepped forward, wanting to say something, but Shimpa stopped him. Let him ponder it himself. Some mistakes must be born to learn. The alarms of the star Nexus gradually subsided, and the flow of energy stabilized once more. Wukong watched Loka being escorted away, suddenly recalling a long-ago statement by Beerus. The most fearsome betrayal does not come from foes, but from those who claim to fight for justice among their own. Vegeta approached him, offering a bottle of Senza beans. What are you daydreaming about? The repairs must continue. Wukong accepted the Senza beans, gazing at the core area being restored in the distance, and suddenly smiled. Vegeta, do you think Loka will regret it? That is not our concern. Vegeta turned and walked towards the Guardian, but at the very least, he should understand that there are myriad ways to protect. The most foolish method is to become the source of destruction. Sunlight streamed through the transparent shell of the Nexus, illuminating the busy figures of the maintenance personnel. Gabii was verifying data with the engineers of the seventh universe, his face still tinged with the remnants of fright. Wukong surveyed this space, gradually regaining order, and felt that, perhaps, compared to grand conspiracies, it is those who choose to mend the cracks and continue to believe in protection after betrayal that form the universe's most resilient backbone. And that betrayer named Loka would ultimately find himself slowly chewing on the desolation behind the facade of justice he had crafted. Chapter 38. The Awakening of Kara's Power. The potential of non-science in the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Shidu. The scent of rust mingled with dust in the air. Kara huddled behind a broken pipeline, her chest heaving violently, sweat soaking through her faded work uniform. Just 10 minutes ago, she was an ordinary dispatcher for an interstellar freight company, but now she had become the target of shadow creatures leaking from a dimensional rift. Stop hiding, little bug. The anguished howls of the shadow creatures echoed like metal scraping against metal, while black viscous fluid dripped from the ceiling, corroding the ground into small pits. Your energy fluctuations are particularly unique. If we consume you, we shall irrevocably tear apart the barrier of this dimension. Kara clamped her mouth shut, too fearful to utter a sound. She was neither a warrior nor a scion, merely an ordinary individual who could barely manipulate the resonance of a few objects, like making a wrench tighten screws or aligning scattered components according to a blueprint. Yet now, this meager ability, barely sufficient for survival, had transformed into a beacon for the shadow creatures pursuing her. 3 days prior, while inspecting the cargo bay, she accidentally touched a black crystal embedded in the wall. In an instant, It morphed into black mist and burrowed into her arm, and ever since, grotesque shadow creatures had relentlessly pursued her like sharks smelling blood. She fled through the cargo station, seeking refuge in an abandoned factory, but could not shake off these monsters. Bang! The pipeline behind her shattered under the assault of a shadow creature's claws, sending Kara hurtling through the air to collide heavily with a rusted machine. Struggling to rise, she noticed black patterns emerging on her right arm, shadow energy corroding her body, twisting like vines toward her heart. Give up. The leader of the shadow creatures transformed into a humanoid form, its crimson eyes fixed on her. Your body is adapting to our energy. Soon, you shall become one of us. Kara gazed at her arm, fear flooding her like icy water. She recalled her father's last words. Kara, our power as resonators is not meant for destruction, but for connection, connecting objects, connecting hearts, connecting the overlooked glimmers of light. I refuse to become a monster. She seized a broken rebar nearby, despite the numbness in her arm making it difficult to grip. The shadow creature approached with a mocking sneer, its claws slicing through the foul air. In that critical moment, a faint white light suddenly illuminated her fingertips. It was the result of her desperation. Concentrating all her attention on the memory of the rebar, she could see the rebar's past. It had once been part of a bridge, supporting countless vehicles and pedestrians. After being dismantled, it lay in a scrapyard, listening to the wind rustling through sheets of metal. Each rust mark concealed traces of sunlight and rainwater. Connection, Kara whispered, and the black patterns on her arm abruptly halted. The white light spread along the rebar, its once corroded surface gleaming with a metallic sheen. And the breakage sprouted delicate metal strands, weaving together like a living entity, transforming into a spear radiating a soft glow. The movements of the shadow creatures stilled, seemingly wary of this newfound energy. Grasping the spear, Kara experienced an epiphany. The connection her father spoke of was not merely about manipulating objects, but awakening the will of all things, the resilience of bridges, the stubbornness of metal sheets, the silent strength of rebar. These forgotten memories, under her resonance ability, had become forces she could harness. Do you believe that only destruction can lead to strength? Kara stood tall, the black patterns on her arm gradually fading in the white light. Look at the ground beneath you, the machines you have shattered. Everything you have disregarded. They are all rebelling against you. She swung the spear, its tip grazing the ground, and the scattered screws, metal sheets, and gears suddenly took flight as if summoned, swirling around her to form a tempest of metal. This was not brute force. It was the unified will of countless objects. Their disdain for the corrosive shadows and their yearning to return to order. Impossible. The shadow creatures roared as they plunged into the storm, only to be torn apart by the whirling metal fragments, emitting cries of agony. Kara pressed on, closing her eyes to expand her consciousness. She connected with the foundation of the factory, causing stone walls to rise from the ground to block the shadows. She linked with the rusted pipes, letting the remaining water flow, infused with rust, rain down as poisoned arrows. She even connected with the dust in the air, condensing it into barriers to thwart the shadow creature's ambush. This battle lacked the golden auras of the Saiyans, devoid of cataclysmic energy waves. Yet it was imbued with another form of power, the potential unleashed through the resonance of ordinary objects, the outcry of the overlooked yearning for order. Kara's white light grew ever brighter, illuminating every corner of the factory, causing the machines tainted by shadows to tremble, their rust peeling away to reveal their original metallic luster. As if responding to her call, no, the shadow creatures, caught between the metal storm and stone walls, saw their black mist gradually dissipate, ultimately transforming into wisps of smoke. Gasping for breath, Kara looked at her restored right arm. The spear in her hand gradually reverted to rebar, quietly resting on the ground. The setting sun streamed through the factory's shattered windows, casting a glow upon her. Suddenly, Kara laughed, tears mingling with sweat as they streamed down her face. She finally comprehended that power exists in myriad forms. While Saiyans harness their potential through bloodlines, she, as a resonator, draws strength from listening to the voices of all things, connecting with the forgotten forces. In the distance, the sound of sirens approached. It was Wukong and Vegeta arriving. Upon witnessing the scene within the factory, they exchanged looks of astonishment. There were no signs of violent explosions, only neatly arranged machine parts and a soft white glow on the ground, resembling a delicate veil. Are you all right? Wukong landed before her, scratching his head and grinning. I sensed a unique energy just now. I had no idea it was you. Kara shook her head, staring at her hand. I'm fine. Moreover, I think I understand what I must do now. Vegeta, arms crossed, surprisingly refrained from mockery, merely glancing at the rebar that had returned to its original state. That move was more effective than some Saiyans who only know how to flail around. Kara smiled, sunlight illuminating her face, reflecting the resolve in her eyes. She realized that henceforth, she would no longer be the mere logistics coordinator she once was. She was a resonator capable of awakening the powers of all things, a guardian of this world, embodying an alternative possibility, the potential of non-Saiyans. Though perhaps not as dazzling as a golden aura, resided within every screw, every stone, and every breeze, waiting for someone capable of connection to gently awaken it. And Kara was that chosen one. Chapter 39, Wugahan. A duet of scholar and warrior. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Research Institute, casting bright geometric patterns upon the floor. Sun Wugahan sat at a desk cluttered with literature, a pair of thin-framed glasses perched upon his nose, his fingertips gliding swiftly across a tablet. The screen displayed a dense array of alien text. His latest research topic, analysis of the correlation between cosmic energy fields and planetary ecology. Wugahan, the energy data from Sector 7 has arrived, and it appears rather unusual. His assistant, Lily, handed him a report, concern evident in her eyes. The energy fluctuation curve deviated by 15 from your predictions last week. Could it be a malfunction of the equipment? Wugahan adjusted his glasses and accepted the report, his brow furrowing. On the data chart, the curve representing the energy field resembled a wild snake, spiking dramatically at a certain point before plummeting, leaving behind a glaring peak. This did not suggest a malfunction. Rather, it resembled the traces of some external interference. I will go check the site. He closed the tablet and rose to his feet. The hem of his lab coat brushed against the legs of the chair, revealing the black combat suit he wore underneath, a habit of his. To always don lightweight battle gear beneath his shirt, as if it were a second skin, whether conducting research or venturing out. Lily watched him stride swiftly out of the Research Institute, shaking her head in resignation. Everyone in the institute knew their young chief researcher was somewhat extraordinary. He could simultaneously derive complex formulas for energy conservation while transforming into a Super Saiyan in times of crisis, effortlessly batting away incoming meteors. Wugahan drove to the Energy Observation Station in Sector 7, located at the mountainous edge of the city, surrounded by dense forests. Several silver observation towers stood among the trees like silent sentinels. The staff responsible for monitoring the area approached Wugahan immediately, their faces taut with anxiety. Dr. Wugahan, you have arrived. Around 5 o'clock this morning, the observation tower suddenly triggered an alarm, and energy readings skyrocketed. We dispatched personnel to investigate and found strange claw marks on the tower, as if it had been attacked by a large creature. Wufan approached the nearest observation tower, extending his hand to touch the deep, 3-centimeter-long scratches. The cold metallic sensation transmitted through his fingertips urged him to close his eyes, as the meticulous nature of a scholar allowed him to discern the charred edges surrounding the scratches. While the instincts of a warrior led him to an immediate conclusion, this was not the attack of an ordinary creature. The claw marks were imbued with faint traces of dark energy. The anomaly of the energy field was intrinsically linked to this. Opening his eyes, his gaze sharpened behind the lenses, revealing residual dark energy in the vicinity, and not merely a singular type. He removed his white lab coat, exposing his battle attire beneath, casually placing his glasses on the platform of the observation tower. Lily, please retrieve the surveillance footage from the observation tower. Focusing on the hours between 4 and 6 in the morning, he instructed into the communicator before leaping into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon him. Wufan moved with the grace of a vigilant cat, employing the observational skills of a scholar to note the traces on the ground, broken branches, disordered footprints, and scattered dark scales, while simultaneously sensing the energy flows around him with the intuition of a warrior, attuned to any unusual fluctuations. After approximately 30 minutes, he halted in a valley where a sickly sweet scent permeated the air, revealing large patches of dark red blood upon the ground, accompanied by several broken eggshells left behind by hatching cosmic creatures, parasitic dark beings. Wufan crouched down to pick up a shard of the eggshell. The patterns on the fragment corresponded with those of the creatures from planet Geluozi he had encountered in literature, known for their sustenance from planetary energy and the secretion of corrosive slime upon maturation, which disrupts the balance of energy fields. Rising to his feet, he suddenly gazed upward towards the valley's summit, where a subtle energy disturbance lingered, concealed yet unmissable to his perception. "Come forth," his voice echoed through the valley, imbued with undeniable authority. From behind the rocks at the top of the valley, a rustling sound emerged as several creatures, resembling lizards yet endowed with bat-like wings, peered out, their crimson eyes fixated on Wufan. Their scales glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, while the dripping slime from their claws corroded the rocks with a hissing sound. Indeed, they were the young of planet Geluozi. Wufan's expression darkened. Literature noted that these creatures' offspring acted in swarms, exhibiting extreme aggression and remarkable speed, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against them. Before he could contemplate further, several younglings suddenly dove towards him, their claws, slick with slime, aimed at his face. Wufan sidestepped, swiftly analyzing their attacking trajectories. 3 were advancing head-on, 2 flanked, and 1 lurked in the shadows, poised for a surprise attack. This was a classic wolfpack tactic, perfectly aligned with the descriptions he had studied in Xingji Xingwu Xihua. It seemed that theory had not been in vain. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as his body instinctively reacted. He refrained from transforming immediately, instead utilizing the terrain and his speed to evade them. He recalled a narrow pass on the western side of the valley. If he could lure them there, he could mitigate their numerical advantage. He deliberately exposed a vulnerability, enticing the foremost youngling to believe it had the upper hand, which it pursued relentlessly. The other younglings followed suit, the sound of their wings flapping akin to a raging wind. Wufan navigated through the forest with nimble steps, maintaining a safe distance while calculating the proximity of the pass. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Now, he abruptly changed direction and dashed into the narrow corridor. The passage was constricted, allowing only 2 younglings to pass at a time. Positioned deep within the pass, Wufan observed the mass of younglings huddled together and inhaled deeply. Golden light erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the passage. The golden locks of a Super Saiyan shimmered in the sunlight, his muscular contours becoming more defined, and his previously gentle gaze now radiated a sense of authority. "I apologize," he murmured. Rather than unleashing a destructive energy wave, he executed precise strikes with the edge of his palm, targeting the joints of the younglings. Literature indicated that the joints of Geluozi creatures were their weak points, where the scales were thinnest. The wind from his strikes whistled as each blow landed accurately on the youngling's joints, resulting not in a bloody massacre, but in the crisp sound of cracking and the anguished cries of the younglings. Wufan's movements were clean and efficient, harnessing the power of a Super Saiyan while sparing their lives. This was his principle as a scholar, to study life, not to obliterate it. Upon dispatching the last youngling, he reverted from his transformation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sunlight streamed into the pass, illuminating the curled forms of the younglings, their wings broken but devoid of life-threatening injuries. "Lily, send a professional capture team over, and remember to bring the specialized energy restrainers," he communicated, his tone weary yet tinged with relief. By the time he returned to the research institute, evening had descended. Lily handed him a cup of hot coffee as he donned his white lab coat and glasses once more, instantly transforming from a formidable warrior back into a scholarly figure. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Dr. Wufan, how do you manage to balance both the tranquility of research and the prowess in battle?" Wufan smiled, taking a sip of coffee as a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. "As a child, my mother always urged me to study diligently, while my father took me to train. At that time, I felt these pursuits were entirely disparate. I would ponder how to enhance my combat abilities while completing homework, and think of unfinished arithmetic problems during training sessions." He gazed out the window, where the sun was gently setting, casting a golden hue over the city. "Only later did I realize that my father taught me not just how to fight, but how to protect those I wished to safeguard. My mother imparted not merely knowledge, but an understanding of the world around me. Studying cosmic energy fields has revealed to me that every form of power holds its significance, including dark energy. And combat has shown me that knowledge can transform into the sharpest of weapons, understanding an opponent's weaknesses, utilizing the environment, and discerning how to resolve issues with minimal cost." He picked up a document from the table, turning to a page marked in red, detailing the habits and weaknesses of the Jelluozi creatures. Just like today, if I had not known their joints were their weak points, and if I hadn't recognized that the terrain of the past could be exploited, I might have resorted to using an energy wave to obliterate half the valley, which would disrupt the ecological balance here and contradict the essence of my research. Lily nodded, somewhat comprehending. So, for you, are the scholar and the warrior one and the same? They complement each other, Wu Fan affirmed, closing the document with resolute determination in his gaze. The scholar's perspective allows me to grasp the complexities of the world, while the warrior's strength empowers me to safeguard that complexity. Just like light and shadow, without either, the whole remains incomplete. In the deep of night, Wu Fan sat at his desk, continuing to revise his paper. On the screen, the anomaly curves of the energy field were highlighted in red, accompanied by an analysis report of the Jelluozi creatures. He resolved to incorporate this experience into his paper as an instance of biological activity impacting cosmic energy fields. Outside the window, a full moon hung in the sky. Wu Fan raised his head to gaze at the moon, suddenly recalling his training in the room of spirit and time. Remembering the patience his father exhibited while teaching him the Kamehameha, and the pride his mother displayed when she posted his report card on the refrigerator. A gentle smile graced his lips as he lowered his head to continue typing. From the pocket of his lab coat, the collar of his black battle attire peeked out, like a silent companion, reminding him of the significance of his dual identity. Perhaps this was his destiny, to comprehend the world with the wisdom of a scholar and to protect it with the strength of a warrior. Though seemingly contradictory, these aspects harmoniously fused within him, akin to a melodious duet, composing the unique life song of Sun Wu Fan. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window into the study, Wu Fan finally completed his revisions. Rising, he stretched, the muscles emitting a soft crackle. Approaching the window, he watched the city gradually awaken, a sense of tranquility filling his heart. Whether as Dr. Wu Fan in his lab coat or the dazzling Super Saiyan with golden hair, he remained the same, and he would carry this dual identity forward, unraveling more of the universe's mysteries while protecting those who needed safeguarding. This, indeed, is the path chosen by Sun Wu Fan, a unique journey that embodies the fusion of scholar and warrior, a road unwavering in its determination. Chapter 40. Tracking the energy source of the erosion star. The alarm of the interstellar navigation system blared urgently within the cockpit of the Xuanzong spacecraft. The pulsating red dots on the screen resembled a malignant tumor, marking the latest trajectory of the erosion star's energy on the galactic map. Wukong gazed intently at the display, his fingers deftly gliding over the control panel to magnify the energy fluctuation frequency. It mirrored the erosion star encountered in the seventh universe, albeit with an intensity multiplied several times over, akin to a colossal beast lurking in the cosmic abyss, slowly devouring the energy of passing asteroids. The energy source lies at the edge of the silent nebula. Vegeta's voice emerged from the co-pilot seat as he calibrated the energy detector, his brow furrowed. This place was so treacherous that even interstellar pirates dared not approach, the magnetic field so chaotic it could render navigational instruments useless. Wukong scratched his head, his golden scion hair shimmering under the cockpit's bluish glow. The more perilous the location, the more likely it harbored hidden treasures. Moreover, did we not possess Wu Fan's cosmic energy map? He asserted that this map could trace the core frequency of the erosion star's energy. He waved the data chip in his hand, the flickering green light reflecting in his eyes. 3 days prior, Wu Fan had sent this map via a secure channel, specifically cautioning, the energy core of the erosion star is concealed within the folds of an imaginary space, undetectable by ordinary detectors, and can only be revealed through resonance waves. However, caution is imperative, as the flow of time in that place differs from the outside world. 1 hour inside may equate to a day outside. Understood. Enough of the rambling. Vegeta retorted but silently adjusted the power of the resonance wave generator to its maximum. The moment the spacecraft traversed the asteroid belt and entered the silent nebula, the starlight outside distorted into grotesque arcs, and the instruments spun wildly as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing the entire ship to shake violently. Hold on tight. Wukong abruptly pulled up on the control stick, narrowly skimming past a burning meteor, the metal hull scorched by the searing heat. Indeed, the magnetic field here was sinister. Even the sensation of air was disrupted. Vegeta gritted his teeth, stabilizing the energy shield. Do not concern yourself with that. Navigate according to the map's coordinates. We will reach the resonance point in 3 minutes. The spacecraft navigated through the nebula for approximately half an hour, as per the ship's time, finally arriving at a region littered with countless shattered starship wrecks. The energy fluctuations here were astonishingly potent, even suppressing the power of Wukong and Vegeta's Super Saiyan forms. Their golden auras dimmed slightly. This is the place. Wukong halted the ship above the largest wreckage, a colossal battleship with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. The resonance point mentioned by Wufan lay within the ship's engine room. The two leapt from the spacecraft, landing on the deck of the wreck. The metallic plates beneath their feet were corroded beyond recognition, creaking underfoot, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of energy corrosion. Vegeta activated the detector, and the screen displayed densely packed waves. The energy core lay 3 levels below, and there was more than one. They traversed the twisted corridors, the walls adorned with dark purple veins resembling the erosion star's arteries. Upon reaching a broken elevator shaft, Wukong bent down and signaled, "I shall descend first." He leaped down, only to find beneath him not cold metal, but a viscous dark purple liquid, within which myriad tiny light points wriggled, remnants of life energy devoured by the erosion star. "Watch your step. This substance can corrode energy." Wukong swung his fist, shattering a nearby pipe, and the coolant splashed onto the liquid, vanishing without a trace. Vegeta followed closely, conjuring a purple energy sphere in his hand. "I've located the core. It's in the energy room ahead." The entrance to the energy room had already been corroded into a large hole, revealing a sight that made their pupils constrict. Dozens of dark purple spheres, each the size of a basketball, floated in midair, each encasing a struggling golden light, captured stellar energy. At the center of the spheres, a giant erosion star, over 3 meters tall, curled up, its surface covered in layers of shell. Each breath it took sent ripples through the surrounding air, causing the dark purple spheres to swell in response. Is this its true form? Vegeta clenched his fists. The beings they had encountered previously were merely avatars. The giant erosion star seemed to sense their presence, slowly opening its eyes, 2 pools of red light devoid of pupils. It opened its mouth and let out an inhuman howl, unleashing a barrage of energy beams from the surrounding dark purple spheres. "Scatter!" Wukong shouted, instantly teleporting to the left to evade the beams while launching a Kamehameha. The golden energy wave struck the erosion star's shell, leaving only a faint white mark. Highly durable. Wukong frowned. Its shell can absorb energy. Vegeta executed a series of aerial maneuvers, dodging the beams, then forcefully smashed the energy sphere against the joints of the erosion star. Strike the connection points. The shell there is thinner. The purple energy sphere exploded, indeed leaving a crack at the erosion star's joint. Dark purple liquid oozing from the fissure with a sizzling sound. Enraged, the giant erosion star swung its arm violently, sending both of them crashing against the wall. Cough, cough. This creature's strength exceeds expectations. Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze brightening. "Vegeta, do you remember the fusion technique?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting we attempt it? The space here is unstable. Failure could result in being torn apart. Better than being torn apart by it." Wukong chuckled, striking the fusion pose. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, 2 golden figures converged in the air. A flash of light revealed a warrior clad in black battle attire with silver-white hair, Wujing. He flexed his wrist, feeling the surge of power within. A confident smile gracing his lips. "It has been a while since we fused. Let me stretch my limbs." The giant erosion star fired another energy beam. But Wujing merely sidestepped, concentrating a golden energy blade at his fingertips. "It is my turn now." The energy blade sliced through the air, precisely striking the previously damaged joint of the erosion star, this time causing the crack to widen instantly, dark purple liquid gushing forth. The erosion star emitted a howl of agony, and the surrounding dark purple spheres detonated, releasing a torrent of smaller erosion star avatars that surged forth like a tidal wave. Perfectly timed for a cleanup. Wujing darted through the avatars, each punch and kick imbued with destructive force. Any avatar that came into contact with his energy wave disintegrated instantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a translucent device at the center of the energy room, pulsating with a black core, the source of all energy fluctuations. "Found you." Wujing charged towards the device, disregarding the attacks from the erosion star's true form, condensing all his energy into his right fist, Kamehameha, Super Flash. A torrent of golden energy engulfed the device, the black core emitting a shrill wail amidst the brilliance before exploding with a resounding bang, dissolving into countless specks of light. With the core's destruction, the giant erosion star began to collapse, the dark purple veins rapidly fading away to reveal gray-white bones beneath, ultimately transforming into stardust. The surrounding dark purple liquid evaporated, unveiling the original appearance of the energy room. Once a station for an interstellar civilization's energy research, the walls still bore their writings, chronicling their tragic attempts to harness black hole energy for infinite power, only to be devoured by the very energy they sought to control. So that is the truth. As the fusion dissipated, Wukong panted, gazing at the inscriptions on the wall. These erosion stars were the byproducts of failed experiments with black hole energy and biological manipulation. Vegeta kicked at the debris beneath his feet. Whatever they are, it is resolved. He glanced at the time detector. We have spent 2 hours here. A day has passed outside. We must hurry back, or Bulma will surely scold us. Wukong nodded with a smile, lifting his gaze towards the dome of the energy chamber, where the once dark purple shroud had now unveiled the starlit sky. A brilliant new star was being born in the distance, its radiance streaming through the gaps in the debris. Warm and dazzling, they leaped out of the wreckage of the battleship, piloting the Zunzongo away from the desolate star nebula. As they glanced back at the receding nebula, Wukong suddenly remarked, "In truth, those eclipsers are rather pitiable, controlled by energy and unable to act on their own." Vegeta snorted derisively, but offered no counterargument. The moment the spacecraft breached the nebula's boundary, the communicator blared to life with Gohan's voice. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, are you all right? We've detected the energy fluctuations from the desolate star nebula have ceased. Has it been resolved?" "All sorted," Wukong exclaimed, seizing the communicator with a triumphant tone. "I'll bring you back some star crystal fruit from the nebula. It's incredibly sweet." Vegeta rolled his eyes but adjusted the ship's speed, saying, "Hurry back. We can't keep that kid waiting." The spacecraft accelerated towards the familiar star system, with Wukong humming an off-key tune in the cockpit, while Vegeta checked the energy reserves. Sunlight poured through the porthole, casting a gentle glow on the two of them, imbued with a touch of fatigue, yet predominantly reflecting the ease following the resolution of their troubles. Their pursuit of the eclipsers had come to an end, but the universe still held many secrets, waiting for them to uncover and protect. As long as they remained together, even the deepest darkness would ultimately be illuminated by their light. Chapter 41. The entrance to the temporal rift. When Wukong and Vegeta returned to Earth, the setting sun painted the western city in warm hues of red. Bulma stood on the Capsule Corporation's landing pad, arms crossed, her face displaying her usual impatience. Yet her eyes concealed a sense of relief. If you two had returned 10 minutes later, the roast in the fridge would have been nothing but bones. Sorry. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, still clutching the star crystal fruit they had brought back from the desolate star nebula. "But we have something special." Vegeta strode past her, tossing over his shoulder, "I need to check for residual energy," before dashing toward the laboratory. He preferred to confirm everything with data, as if only the smooth curves on the instruments could truly relax his taut nerves. Gohan was already waiting in the lab, several star charts spread out on the table. Upon their entrance, he immediately adjusted his glasses. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, your energy trajectories indicate that the core fragments of the eclipsers may have drifted into the temporal rift." He pointed at a faint silver line on the star chart. "This is a weak point in the cosmic strings, where time behaves like crumpled paper, allowing the past and future to overlap." "Temporal rift?" Wukong leaned closer, tracing the silver line with his fingertip. "That sounds even more troublesome than the desolate star nebula." "Not just troublesome," Gohan replied, pulling up a set of data. The energy waves on the screen displayed a bizarre serrated pattern, indicating that the flow of time here was utterly chaotic. One moment might be the Ice Age, and the next, the Interstellar Era. Moreover, once inside, the coordinates would continuously drift, making it impossible to find an anchor point to return. Vegeta scrutinized the screen, his fingers tapping out a series of commands on the console, but it may also harbor the original data of the eclipsers. If there are similar energy entities, they must be completely eradicated. He paused, turning to Wukong. "If you're afraid, you can stay behind." "Who is afraid?" Wukong placed the star crystal fruit on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "A temporal rift. It sounds fascinating." Bulma entered, carrying a pile of components, and rolled her eyes at Wukong's enthusiasm. "Fascinating?" Do you even know what equipment is needed to traverse a temporal rift? A regular spaceship would turn into a heap of scrap. She tossed a palm-sized metallic sphere onto the table, which unfolded into a complex support structure. This is my newly crafted temporal anchor. It can lock onto your biological energy, ensuring you won't turn into dust from the chaotic time currents. The gem on the support suddenly lit up, casting a swirling light pattern, forged from Wukong and Vegeta's energy signatures, allowing them to maintain their present state amidst the folds of time. Vegeta reached out to touch the light pattern, feeling a slight sting at his fingertip, as if countless tiny fragments of time were gnawing at his energy. The entrance is in the pendulum nebula of Orion's arm. Gohan projected a three-dimensional image, showing the nebula spinning in midair, with a dark fissure opening and closing at its center. This was the most unstable part of the cosmic strings, opening only once every 3 days for a mere 10 minutes. The next opening would be at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. The midnight pendulum nebula appeared even more eerie than depicted on the star chart. The pale purple nebula resembled crumpled silk, while the dark fissure exhaled a ghostly blue light, with surrounding stars flickering ominously as if they could be consumed at any moment. Wukong and Vegeta donned specially crafted temporal battle armor, the surface of their armor shimmering with light patterns that shared a source with the temporal anchor, resembling a delicate halo. Remember, no matter what you see, do not let go of the temporal anchor. Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator. You may encounter shadows from the past. Do not be deceived. Your present self is the only reality. Vegeta adjusted the energy ring on his wrist, muttering, "Stop nagging," yet gripping the temporal anchor even tighter. The dark fissure began to contract, the ghostly blue light intensifying. Wukong took a deep breath, feeling the temporal anchor at his chest heat up, like a small sun pulsating against his heart. He glanced at Vegeta, who was gazing up at the dark fissure. His profile, illuminated by the blue light, appeared particularly stern, yet exuded an undeniable resolve. "Let us go." Wukong tugged at him, and they both leaped into the dark fissure. The moment they crossed the threshold, it felt as though they had been hurled into a washing machine. The surroundings spun wildly, featuring roaring dinosaurs by volcanoes, interstellar fleets disintegrating in explosions, and countless shadows of their childhood selves running amidst the wreckage of Vegeta's planet. Time had unraveled into chaotic fragments here. "Hold tight." Vegeta's voice cut through the chaos, his armor's light patterns flickering erratically as he struggled against the pull of the time flow. Instinctively, Wukong tightened his grip on the temporal anchor, its gem erupting with bright light, as if it were propping up a small umbrella amidst the chaos, abruptly slowing the surrounding scenes. They landed on a desolate plain, the ground beneath their feet exhibiting a strange grayish-purple hue, while the distant sky was half bathed in the scorching noon sun and half enveloped in a midnight star river. Wukong glanced down at his armor. The light patterns had dimmed significantly, and Bulma's panicked voice echoed through the communicator. "You nearly fell into the Jurassic. The temporal anchor can barely hold on. Find an energy source quickly." Vegeta crouched down, pressing his fingers against the ground, closing his eyes to sense for a moment before suddenly pointing towards the northwest. "There's residual energy from the eclipsers over there. It's faint, but we can track it." They sprinted towards that direction, the ground beneath them constantly shifting forms. One moment it was cracked rock, the next it became soft marshland, occasionally crunching underfoot as they stepped on ancient stone tablets inscribed with forgotten scripts. Wukong caught sight of a familiar wreckage floating in the marsh. It was the pod from their first confrontation with Frieza, still bearing the dent he had made upon impact. "Don't look." Vegeta yanked him back. "That's an illusion from the past. It will drain your present energy." Wukong snapped back to reality, noticing his armor's light patterns had faded further, and quickly focused to keep pace. As they dashed through a canyon, dark purple viscous fluid began seeping from the rock walls, identical to the secretions of the eclipsers. Countless faces emerged on the rock surfaces, some familiar comrades, long-lost family members, and even future versions of Gohan and Trunks. "Dad!" A youthful voice called out, and Wukong saw his younger self waving at him from the rock wall. His steps faltered, and the temporal anchor suddenly became excruciatingly hot, nearly forcing him to release his grip. "That's a fake." Vegeta's furious shout snapped him awake, revealing that the face of Gohan was twisting into the form of an eclipser, fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth. Wukong swung his fist in a sudden attack, shattering the illusion into a cloud of black mist. yet his armor's light patterns dimmed to the point of near invisibility. 5 minutes left. The entrance is closing. Bulma's voice trembled with urgency. If you can't find it, hurry back. Vegeta abruptly halted, pointing towards a suspended light gate ahead. It's in there. The luminous portal pulsed with a dark purple energy, the unmistakable essence of Shixings. He cast a glance at Wukong, his eyes devoid of hesitation, and stepped inside. Wukong nodded, and together they plunged into the portal. Beyond the threshold lay a dilapidated laboratory, the calendar on the wall marking a date that resonated with familiarity, their first encounter. A silhouette clad in a white lab coat faced away from them, manipulating a device that housed the very core fragments of Shixings. At last, the moment had arrived. The figure turned, a sinister smile adorning his face, revealing a visage strikingly identical to Wukong's own. Chapter 42. Battling with the self of the past. As the portal sealed behind them, the air within the laboratory became palpably thick. The figure, a twisted reflection of Wukong, grinned, mirroring the curvature of his own smile, complete with the exact patterns of laughter etched at the corners of his eyes, yet those eyes held no warmth, resembling two frozen lakes. I never imagined you would arrive at this juncture, the false Wukong taunted, shaking a test tube filled with dark purple liquid, which trickled slowly down its walls. You were so timid as a child, crying for your mother at the mere sight of blood. Wukong clenched his fists, the glowing patterns of his armor dimming in response to his rising emotions. He sensed the aura surrounding the doppelganger mirrored his own. Even the habitual tension in his left shoulder during battle was replicated with alarming precision. This was not a mere illusion. It felt as though another version of himself had been forcibly extracted from the shards of time. You are not me, Wukong declared with a grave tone. As he began to gather the energy for a Kamehameha wave within his palm, golden energy flickering in the dim laboratory. How can I not be you? The false Wukong abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Wukong with the swiftness of lightning, driving his elbow into Wukong's back. Have you never regretted your choices? If you had not saved Vegeta on that planet, Mike, would your life not be easier now? If you had not recklessly charged into danger time and again, would Chi-Chi and Wufan not worry for you incessantly? Wukong swiftly sidestepped, feeling the elbow graze his ribs, sending a jolt of pain through him. He retaliated with a kick aimed at the false Wukong's knee, only to have it deftly avoided, their movements mirroring each other as if they were reflections in a mirror. Even their breathing synchronized to an unnerving degree. You are afraid, the false Wukong chuckled, his fist striking Wukong's cheek with blinding speed. You fear your inability to protect them, terrified that one day you might meet your end on some unknown planet, with no time for farewells. Silence. Wukong's roar reverberated through the laboratory, causing the glassware to tremble. His sudden surge of energy sent the false Wukong flying against the wall, shattering the test tube rack and splattering dark purple liquid across the floor, filling the air with the distinctive metallic scent of Shixings. The false Wukong rose from the shards of glass, blood trickling from his lips. Yet his smile twisted into something even more sinister. What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Every time you claim you can protect everyone, your heart trembles. Does it not? Just like those times in the room of spirit and time, practicing Kamehameha in front of the mirror, your hands shaking as you recalled Wufan being injured by Salu. Memories, long buried, surged forth in Wukong's mind like a canister pried open. He saw Wufan, bloodied and lying at Salu's feet, Chi-Chi weeping as she cradled him until she fainted, and Vegeta standing amidst the ruins, a mocking smile masking his own terror. In that fleeting moment, Wukong's movements faltered. It was in that half-second that the false Wukong seized the opportunity, channeling an identical Kamehameha, a golden sphere of energy swelling in his palm, radiating destruction as it hurtled toward him. Admit it, you are not as strong as you claim. I am indeed not as strong, Wukong shouted, not flinching. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike him, he abruptly shifted his stance, not to attack nor to defend, but to ground his energy deep within his core, bracing for the impact. The golden energy erupted in a blinding flash, extinguishing the glow of his armor, scorching his bare arms until they turned black, yet he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the false Wukong. But I have never feared becoming stronger. The smile on the false Wukong's face froze instantaneously. I have regretted not protecting Wufan, regretted causing Chi-Chi worry, regretted every time I made a mess of things. Wukong's voice was strained, yet remarkably clear. But in moments of regret, I do not ponder what could have been avoided. Instead, I think about how I can do better next time. He surged forward, his fists crackling with residual energy, striking the false Wukong squarely in the face. You merely cower in the shadows of the past, utterly failing to comprehend me. The force of his punch was beyond imagination, sending the false Wukong crashing through the wall, deeper into the laboratory. As Wukong pursued, he discovered a nursery adorned with photographs of Wufan as an infant, a wrinkled baby lying in a cradle, wide-eyed and gazing up at him. The false Wukong staggered up from the debris, the wounds on his face rapidly healing, and pointed at the infant in the cradle with a sharp voice. Look, this is what you strive to protect. But how many dangers will he face? Will he, like you, be marred by scars? He will grow, he will become strong, and like all children, he will learn to soar with his scars. Wukong interrupted softly, casting a gentle glance at the cradle before turning his sharp gaze back to the false Wukong. What I must do is not shield him in a greenhouse, but instill in him the courage to face the storms, just as my grandfather taught me, just as I am doing now. He charged at the false Wukong once more, this time foregoing the Kamehameha, relying solely on the fundamental power of his fists and feet. Each strike bore the warmth of reality, each kick landing firmly upon the present ground. The false Wukong's movements began to falter, his aura waning, as the fears of the past upon which he depended began to be torn asunder by Wukong's unwavering resolve. No, this is impossible. The false Wukong's form grew translucent, as if melting under the sun. You should be just like me. I am not like you. Wukong paused, observing as the false Wukong diminished. I embrace my past self, appreciate who I am now, and eagerly anticipate who I will become. You, on the other hand, are merely a shadow afraid to move forward. The false Wukong cast one last bewildered glance at him before dissolving into luminous particles, merging with the air of the laboratory. As he vanished, the laboratory began to shake violently, the calendar on the wall flipping rapidly until it settled on the day they had entered the rift in time. The entrance is closing. Vegeta's voice suddenly erupted from the communicator, breathless and urgent. I found the core fragment. It's at the eastern cliff. Wukong immediately pivoted, racing from the nursery just as Vegeta barreled down the corridor, clutching a glowing dark purple fragment in his hand. His armor's glow was nearly extinguished, blood trickling from his mouth. Yet he grit his teeth with eyes sparkling intensely. Hurry! Vegeta grasped Wukong's wrist, and together they sprinted toward the contracting portal. As they crossed the threshold, Wukong cast one last glance back, seeing the infant in the nursery smiling at him, reminiscent of Wufan in his youth. Upon returning to the Pendulum Galaxy, the dawn was just breaking. Bulma rushed forward to assess their injuries, tears streaming down her face upon seeing Wukong's charred arm. I told you not to be reckless. Vegeta tossed the core fragment to her, his tone brusque. Why are you crying? The mission was a success. He glanced at Wukong, who was staring at his own arm, then suddenly scoffed. This is nothing. You were in far worse shape on that planet, Mike. Wukong lifted his head, a smile breaking across his face. The pain in his arm was sharp, yet his heart felt as light as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. He understood that the battle just fought was not merely against a phantom of the past, but against the latent fears buried deep within himself. Sunlight pierced through the stars, casting a golden hue upon them. The cosmic rift in the distance sealed completely, as if it had never existed, leaving only the scars upon their arms as reminders of the struggle against their own selves. The most arduous battle was never against an enemy, but rather in embracing all facets of oneself, and then, with the weight of the past, continuing to forge ahead. Chapter 43. The ultimate form of Kamehameha in the training ground of Shidu, where the morning dew still clung to the railing. A wave of scorching energy vaporized it into mist. Wukong stood at the center of the arena, his hands forming a familiar pose before his chest. Golden flames of energy swirling around him, yet failing to emit that iconic blue energy wave. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline and splattering onto the bluestone surface, leaving darkened marks. Had he failed once more? Vegeta leaned against the viewing platform nearby, twirling an energy detector in his hand, his tone ambiguous. Whether mocking or concerned was hard to tell. On the screen, the energy curve of Wukong's Kamehameha resembled a struggling fish, abruptly breaking at its peak, the blue energy wave exploding before it could travel 10 meters, creating a shallow pit in the ground. Wukong scratched his head, shaking his numb arms. He couldn't quite grasp why he felt something was missing. He recalled the sensation of condensing all his emotions into his fists during his battle with his past self in the folds of time. It was not merely an explosion of power, but a culmination of faith, memories, and even regrets. Master Roshi had once said that the essence of Kamehameha is the flow of energy, yet he felt that the energy now was too rigid. Rigid? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, leaping down from the platform to stand beside him. The Saiyan's energy should be as unyielding as steel. Should it be as soft as that of the Namekians? Not soft. Wukong thought long and hard, struggling to find the right words, finally settling down cross-legged and closing his eyes in reflection. He remembered the first time he learned this technique from Master Roshi at the martial arts dojo, where the old man had instructed him to practice in front of a water tank, saying that the energy should flow into the tank as naturally as water. He recalled the climactic battle against Piccolo Daimao, where he poured all his longing for his grandfather into the energy wave, which roared like a whale yet precisely pierced through the opponent's defenses. He even remembered his near-death experience on Namek, when he unleashed Kamehameha with weakened power. Yet it bore a tenacity of survival. A voice, aged and wise, suddenly echoed from the entrance of the training ground. Master Roshi, leaning on his cane and clad in his iconic orange robe, was followed by Krillin and Yamcha. The old man approached Wukong, squinting with a smile. Crumbs of breakfast clinging to his beard. Your energy is too pure as a block of unblemished iron. It appears hard, yet is actually quite brittle. Brittle? Wukong opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. Those are the very things you deem useless, Master Roshi replied, settling beside him, leisurely taking a sip from his gourd. Anger, fear, longing, even regret. These emotions were suppressed as distractions after you transformed into a Super Saiyan, weren't they? But Kamehameha is different. It thrives on these impurities. Krillin squatted nearby, nodding fervently. Master is right. I remember when I couldn't defeat Tenshinhan. I was thinking that if I lost, I wouldn't be able to buy a gift for Android 18. And that S when my Kamehameha suddenly became powerful. Yamcha stroked his chin, adding, when I fought the bandits last time, I thought about how I'd be ridiculed by Bulma if I lost, and my energy suddenly flowed smoothly. Wukong contemplatively gazed at his hands. He recalled the sharp pain in his heart when the fake Wukong mentioned Gohan's injuries. The image of Chi-Chi nagging him while stuffing Senza beans into his backpack before he set out, and even Vegeta's stubborn demeanor, secretly handing him energy drinks when he was on the verge of collapsing. These fragments flashed together in his mind, suddenly coalescing into a beam of light. I think I understand. Wukong stood up, once again assuming the stance for Kamehameha. This time, he did not deliberately summon the power of Super Saiyan. He simply allowed his energy to flow through his veins gradually, like a stream thawing in spring. His mind conjured images of his grandfather's smiling face, Gohan's astonishment during his first transformation, Chi-Chi's reproachful gaze, and Vegeta's awkward concern. Countless memories, warm, sharp, and even slightly chaotic, converged into his palms. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a unique, penetrating quality, as if he were conversing with his past self. Vegeta retracted the detector, his expression turning grave. He sensed that Wukong's energy was transforming, not merely a pure gold, but gradually tinged with a warm orange, reminiscent of the sun setting upon the sea. The energy coalesced in his palms, no longer a cold mass, but akin to a heartbeat, each pulse synchronizing with Wukong's breath. He could even see countless tiny points of light within the energy, fragments of memories glowing. Master Roshi suddenly stood up, pulling Krillin and Yamcha back several steps. All flashing in his eyes, this kid has finally grasped the essence. Energy wave. Wukong thrust his hands forward abruptly. There was no earth-shattering roar. An orange-golden energy wave surged forth from his palms, flowing gently along the ground like a serene river. Where it passed, the cracks in the bluestone were smoothed over, and from the shallow pit that had just been created, tiny green sprouts emerged, warming the very air around them. After traveling 100 meters, the energy wave did not explode. Instead, it dispersed like dandelion seeds, transforming into countless glowing points that gently settled in every corner of the training ground. Where the light touched, withered weeds sprouted anew, broken railings restored themselves, and even the energy detector that Vegeta had discarded flickered back to life, displaying stable green waves. Is this Kamehameha? Yamcha's mouth hung open. He had practiced this technique for a lifetime, but had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Wukong retracted his hands, feeling an unparalleled smoothness in his entire energy, as if a long-blocked river had suddenly been cleared. He gazed at the new green sprouts, breaking into a smile. Master Roshi, is this what you meant by flow? Master Roshi stroked his beard, tears glistening in his eyes. Yes and no. He approached Wukong, pointing to the places where the light had fallen. The true ultimate form is not merely about destructive power. It is about understanding the balance. When your grandfather taught me this technique, he said that energy is a gift from the universe, capable of splitting mountains and nurturing seedlings. What you just manifested is the nurturing Kamehameha. Vegeta stepped forward, kicking at the green sprouts beneath his feet, uncharacteristically softening. It is indeed stronger than your previous techniques that merely created craters. He paused, adding, however, don't expect to use this technique for gardening in actual combat. I know. Wukong's smile brightened even more, but I just felt that as long as I wish, it can revert to its former form, or even stronger. He raised his hand once more, gathering a small orb of orange-golden energy in his palm. This time, the points of light within began to spin rapidly, emanating a dangerous aura, for it contained not only warmth but also the resolve to protect that warmth. Master Roshi gazed at him, suddenly exhaling a sigh. If your grandfather were to see this technique, he would certainly bring out his treasured celestial wine. In his youth, he always believed that the ultimate Kamehameha was destruction, until he witnessed you blending those delicate, soft emotions into energy, realizing that true strength lies in concealing tenderness for the world within the fiercest of attacks. The morning mist in the training ground dissipated entirely, sunlight pouring down upon the newly sprouted green shoots and illuminating Wukong's beaming face. He finally understood that the ultimate form of Kamehameha was never a fixed technique. It was the essence of what the user held in their heart, how much love, how many concerns, and how many cherished people and things they were unwilling to lose. The energy wave contained the power to cleave through darkness while nurturing hope. In the distance, Chi-Chi approached with a food box, glancing at the scene in the training ground. Unable to suppress her complaint. Have you made a mess of the place again? How did this grass grow? Wukong laughed as he ran over. And the moment he took the food box, the energy in his palms quietly dissipated, leaving only a faint warmth at his fingertips. He knew that from this day forth, regardless of how formidable an enemy he faced, this Kamehameha, imbued with memories and tenderness, would be his most steadfast shield and sharpest sword. For he had finally comprehended that what protects the world is not merely strength, but also the weighty human warmth that imbues that strength with meaning. Chapter 44. Klin and 18's partnership in battle on the sandy beaches of the Southern Isles. The damp sea breeze rustled the coconut leaves as it swept across the water's surface. Klin, adorned with sunglasses, reclined under a sunshade, holding a cup of chilled fruit juice, while observing 18 instructing Ma Luan in swimming within the shallow waters. Sunlight danced upon 18's hair, bestowing it with a platinum sheen, and Ma Luan's laughter chimed like silver bells amidst the crashing waves. This was perhaps the most idyllic weekend Klin could envision. Daddy, come here. Ma Luan waved her little arms, calling out to him, water trickling down her cheeks. Mommy said she wants to have a breath-holding contest with you. Klin chuckled and began to rise, but suddenly, the communicator on his wrist emitted a frantic beeping, Bulma's emergency signal. A line of red text flashed on the screen. An energy anomaly has been detected in the Southern Sea area, suspected to be a remnant clone of the Super Saiyan. Investigate immediately. 18's expression shifted instantly. She swiftly picked up Ma Luan and strode to the beach with a calm demeanor. Ma Luan, go back to the hotel with the nanny first. But Mommy, be obedient, 18 replied, gently patting her daughter's head, a glimmer of regret flickering in her eyes before she turned to Klin. Where is it? Klin brought up the location, his brow furrowed. In the eastern shipwreck area. The energy fluctuations are weak, but the frequency matches that of the Super Saiyan perfectly. He removed his sunglasses, the previous tranquility dissipating. It might be a remnant they overlooked during the last cleanup. Exchanging a knowing glance, the two took to the skies toward the shipwreck area. The wind howled past their ears as Klin observed 18's tense profile, realizing it was also in this very sea where they had encountered a band of pirates during their first year of marriage. He had worried then that 18 would be too heavy-handed. Instead, she had skillfully disarmed the pirates without inflicting any harm, showcasing her unique ability to wield power with precision. The shipwreck area resembled an underwater graveyard, with dozens of sunken vessels strewn across the seabed, their rusted steel glimmering eerily in the water. Klin and 18 submerged, and the energy detector's needle quivered slightly, indicating a massive cruise shipwreck at the depths. Inside, 18 signaled, creating a small whirlpool with her fingertips. Their agreed signal for vigilance and separate exploration. Klin nodded and slipped through a breach on the left side of the ship, while 18 swam toward the right chimney. The stench of rotting seaweed pervaded the ship's interior, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters, with only the detector's green light flickering in the darkness. Klin held his breath, attuning himself to the subtle shifts in the water's flow. Though he lacked the strength of a Super Saiyan, he had honed the ability to perceive minute changes, a survival tactic learned from countless battles where the weak triumphed over the strong. Suddenly, the detector's needle spun wildly. Klin turned sharply to see a dark purple shadow darting out from behind a beam above, lunging at him with corrosive slime aimed at his face. It was a clone of the Super Saiyan, smaller than the ones they had encountered before, but far more agile, weaving through the cramped ship's quarters like an eel. Klin rapidly descended, evading the attack while launching a blast of energy. The blast exploded in the water, creating a curtain of white that temporarily obscured the clone's vision. 18. Left side cabin. He shouted into the communicator, his voice muffled by the water. Received. 18's voice followed immediately, and the next moment, a large hole erupted in the right wall, water surging with a silver figure rushing in. 18. Rather than directly attacking the clone, she struck the load-bearing pillar above with a swift hand chop, causing the broken steel bars to fall and trap the Super Saiyan clone in a confined space. Brilliant. Klin seized the opportunity to circle behind the clone, gathering energy in his palm. This was their usual tactic. 18 controlled the situation while he sought out weaknesses, akin to a well-rehearsed duet. However, this clone proved to be more cunning than the ordinary ones. It suddenly shrank, transforming into a dark purple liquid that slipped through the gaps in the steel bars and subsequently split into several smaller clones, each lunging toward them. Be careful. 18 instantly shielded Klin with crossed arms, forming an energy barrier. The corrosive slime splattered against the shield, sizzling as the barrier dimmed. They can split. Yet Klin smiled. He charged toward the nearest small clone, refraining from attacking and deliberately slowing down, allowing the creature's claws to graze his shoulder. Just as the clone reveled in its moment of triumph, he swiftly turned, precisely pressing his finger against a glowing point on the clone's back, a node in the energy cycle of the Super Saiyan, a weakness he had previously detected on the scanner. This is it, Klin exclaimed, channeling energy through his fingertip. The small clone emitted a piercing scream, its body swelling before it burst apart, transforming into harmless bubbles. Understanding instantly, 18 ceased her defense, darting between the clones with remarkable speed, leaving tiny energy marks on each as she passed. Left 3, she called out, and Klin immediately comprehended, directing an energy blast that accurately struck the node of the third clone from the left. Right 2, received. Their coordination flowed seamlessly, devoid of unnecessary chatter. Only the simplest commands and the most precise execution. 18's speed was as swift as the wind, always marking nodes before the clones could attack. Klin's judgment was as steadfast as a rock, his energy blasts hitting their targets with unwavering accuracy. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting dancing patterns upon them as the splitting clones detonated one by one, leaving only the final one remaining. The last Super Saiyan clone seemed to sense its peril, abruptly halting its attacks and making a desperate dash toward the ship's broken hull, attempting to escape into the deep sea. Trying to flee? 18 scoffed, propelling herself off the cabin wall with powerful legs, chasing after it like an arrow released from a bow, simultaneously calling out to Klin, "Charge." Without hesitation, Klin gathered energy between his hands at his chest. He could sense 18's energy forming an invisible barrier ahead. This was their ultimate move, the barrier relay, where 18 temporarily trapped the enemy with her energy shield, allowing him to unleash his most potent strike in that fleeting moment. Now came 18's voice. Klin thrust his hands forward, the energy blast surging through the barrier she had created, accelerating like a white meteor, striking the core node of the Super Saiyan with precision. This time, there was no explosion, only a gentle white light flashing. The clone's body gradually became transparent within the radiance before finally vanishing entirely in the sea, leaving no trace of its corrosive presence. The waters slowly calmed, sunlight flooding the cabin. Klin swam to 18's side. noticing the burn mark on her shoulder caused by the slime, and frowned with concern. Are you all right? 18 shook her head, brushing the dust off his face with a gentle hand, a rare smile gracing her lips. Your aim has improved. That is because your markings are precise. Clint clasped her hand, the warmth of his palm transmitting through the water, reminiscent of their battle against Sheru when she had purposefully allowed him to sever its tail. Having already calculated the angle, 18 raised an eyebrow. You just realized that? The two shared a knowing smile, the previous tension evaporating. Clint suddenly recalled the early days of their acquaintance, when he had found her cold and unapproachable. It was only after enduring numerous battles together that he understood her composure was not indifference. It was an unwavering trust in him. She knew that no matter how perilous her situation, there would always be a diminutive warrior behind her, ready to shield her with the most precise energy blasts. And he too understood that despite his limited strength, there was always a silver-haired woman beside him, poised to tear through the enemy's defenses with lightning speed. They were like sword and shield, seemingly distinct, yet having become each other's most steadfast reliance. Upon returning to the beach, Ma Luan was perched on the hotel railing, waving at them. 18 quickened her pace to her daughter's side, who immediately wrapped her arms around her legs. Mommy, did you and Daddy win? We did. 18 bent down to scoop up her daughter, her tone unconsciously softening. Clint followed closely behind, watching the mother and daughter embrace under the setting sun. Feeling a warmth within his heart, he understood that, compared to the earth-shattering battles, this unspoken understanding nestled within their daily lives, this trust that required no words, was the most formidable weapon in their marital partnership. During dinner, Marin eagerly insisted on hearing stories of their monster battles. Clint animatedly described how number 18 moved like lightning, while number 18 quietly peeled shrimp for their daughter, occasionally adding that her father's energy blasts were now 0.3 of a second more accurate than usual. The sea breeze wafted in through the restaurant window, carrying the distant sounds of crashing waves. As Clint gazed at number 18's profile, he suddenly felt that being a couple meant being able to fight back to back amidst the clashing of swords, as well as silently passing a pair of chopsticks in the mundane routines of life. Their story would continue in this blend of combat and tenderness. Chapter 45. Yamcha's Counterattack. Training in the desert. The setting sun painted the desert in a brilliant hue of gold and crimson, with heat waves rolling against the sand dunes, making the air feel scorching. Yamcha knelt upon the searing sand, sweat dripping down his jawline, evaporating the moment it hit the grains. His white martial arts uniform was thoroughly soaked in perspiration, partially dried by the blazing sun, leaving behind varying rings of salt stains, reminiscent of indistinct coastlines on a map. Once more, he bellowed, exerting force through his hands as he twisted his body at an almost contorted angle to evade a sand pillar simulating an enemy's attack. This was an illusion created by his energy, each sand pillar carrying enough force to fracture ribs. In the instant of his roll, his right leg tensed, sweeping towards the virtual target with the sound of slicing air. With a thud, a gap opened in the sand wall, fine grains cascading down. This marked the 3rd month of his training in the desert. After a teammate was injured due to his misjudgment during a mission, Yamcha voluntarily sought out this desolate expanse. He was aware that the outside world's doubts about him had never ceased, branding him as a relic of outdated martial arts who dragged others down. These voices pricked at his heart like needles. He did not wish to disappoint others again, nor put those who trusted him in jeopardy due to his inadequacies. Completing a set of movements, Yamcha leaned on his knee, gasping for breath, his throat parched as if it were on fire. He retrieved his water pouch from his waist, twisted off the cap, and took a small sip, the droplets trailing down to his neck, offering a fleeting coolness. The water supply was dwindling. It was his strictly rationed daily portion, forcing himself to enhance his bodily control under extreme conditions. The desert night arrived unexpectedly, the scorching heat of the day swiftly replaced by bone-chilling cold. Yamcha wrapped his thin cloak tightly around him, seated atop a sand dune, gazing at the densely clustered stars in the night sky. He reminisced about the days spent training with Wukong in his youth, recalling how they would sweat profusely in the Kame House training grounds, where the turtle hermit often proclaimed that fundamentals are the root of martial arts. However, he had later been eager for quick results, attempting to prove himself with flashy techniques, ultimately losing sight of the foundational elements. The Wolf Fang Fist, he murmured, recalling his signature move, tracing its trajectory in the sand with his fingertips. He had once believed this technique insufficiently powerful and sought to incorporate more variations, only to render it unrecognizable, stripping it of its original swiftness and precision. Rising to his feet, he faced the undulating sand dunes under the moonlight, once again assuming his starting stance. This time, he did not rush to strike, but instead calmed his mind, feeling the resistance of the sand beneath his feet. Sensing the wind brushing through his fingers, and attuning his inner energy to flow naturally through his meridians, as taught by the turtle hermit, rather than forcing it. "Now!" he exclaimed, launching his fist forward, the punch carrying with it a whirlwind of sand, striking directly at the sand dune before him. There were no complex maneuvers, no unnecessary embellishments, only the purest essence of strength and speed. His fist sank into the sand, sending up a cloud of dust. Yet his arm remained steady as a rock, unwavering. Yamcha stared at his fist, a glimmer of clarity crossing his eyes. It was not that the technique lacked power. Rather, he had been too restless, constantly attempting to mask his foundational weaknesses with external force. In the days that followed, he fully committed himself to honing his fundamentals. Every morning, he practiced stances facing the rising sun, standing for 4 hours, enduring the scorching sand burning his soles until his legs grew numb. He repetitively practiced straight punches and side kicks against the sand dunes, dissecting each movement to the minutest angle, ensuring that power could travel from his heels to his fists. At night, he would sit cross-legged, regulating his breath in the cold wind, synchronizing his energy with the rhythm of the desert, feeling the flow of nature. One day, a sandstorm suddenly swept through the desert, the raging winds cutting against his face like daggers. Instead of seeking refuge in a makeshift shelter, Yamcha stood his ground against the storm, allowing the wind and sand to lash against him, thereby training his reflexes in extreme conditions. Sand particles invaded his eyes and nostrils. Yet he maintained his punching stance, his energy circulating steadily within, isolating him from external disturbances. 3 months later, when Bulma's spaceship landed at the desert's edge, the scene before her was striking. A dark-skinned, robust man stood barefoot atop a sand dune, delivering a punch that caused the small dune before him to collapse. Grains scattering as his gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, devoid of any previous hesitation or restlessness. "Yamcha?" Bulma opened the door, barely believing her eyes. Though the man before her was sun-kissed and rugged, his upright posture and composed aura were a stark contrast to the self-doubting warrior she once knew. Yamcha turned at the sight of the spaceship, a bright smile breaking across his face, free from past insecurities or anxiety, radiating calmness and confidence forged through hardship. "Long time no see, Bulma." He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of energy that, while not dazzling, was remarkably concentrated, and with a gentle push toward a distant boulder. The energy drifted silently, striking precisely at its center and shattering it into evenly sized fragments. There was no grandiose spectacle, yet it exuded a mastery of control. Bulma gasped, covering her mouth. This precise control over energy was something Yamcha had once been incapable of achieving. Clearly, his time in the desert had not been in vain. Yamcha approached the spaceship, brushing off the sand from his body. "Let us head back. It's time to show those people that I, Yamcha, am never one to hold others back." Under the setting sun, his shadow stretched long, his steps resolute as he made his way toward the spaceship, each stride as if treading upon solid ground. The training in the desert had not only reshaped his physique, but also tempered his spirit. The doubts and denials he once faced had transformed into the strength propelling him forward, revealing to him that true resurgence is never an instantaneous explosion, but rather a steadfast foundation built day after day in the quiet corners, laying an unassailable groundwork for oneself. Chapter 46. Tianjin Fan's Third Eye. Seeing through illusions in an abandoned shrine on the outskirts of West City, cobwebs cloaked the faded torii gate, and moonlight seeped through the crumbling window panes, casting intertwined shadows on the ground. Tianjin Fan sat cross-legged in the center of the shrine, the third eye on his forehead gently closed, while the surrounding air flowed quietly, a unique aura he exuded during his training of the heavenly eye, capable of perceiving energy fluctuations within 100 meters. Still not grasping it, Jiaozi squatted on the stone steps beside him, clutching a brilliantly polished gong. Noting how these illusions had improved significantly since the last time, even replicating energy with remarkable accuracy. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shadow shot forth from behind the shrine's vermilion pillars, lunging at Tianjin Fan's back with a fierce punch. Yet Tianjin Fan, As if he had eyes in the back of his head, did not turn around. Instead, he struck back with his elbow, landing squarely against the shadow's ribs. With a muffled thud, the shadow dissipated into azure smoke, leaving only a faint scent of sulfur in the air. Another illusion. Tianjin Fan opened his third eye, golden pupils illuminating the darkness. The energy cores of these illusions were becoming increasingly elusive. Even the flow of energy was cloaked in deception. 3 days prior, in the city of Shidu, several individuals reported encounters with the apparitions of their deceased loved ones during the late hours of the night. However, as they approached, they were drawn into an alternate dimension, awakening in a state of disorientation. The police were unable to uncover any leads, only discovering traces of an enigmatic energy at the scene, which bore distinct hallucinatory characteristics but possessed an unsettling tangible quality that interfered with the mind. Even Wukong's perceptive abilities nearly faltered against it. The master explained that this phenomenon was known as Inian Huan, capable of evoking the deepest obsessions within a person. Jiaozi struck a copper gong, the crisp sound reverberating through the air, causing a tremor in the surroundings. Was that illusion merely a manifestation of your former comrades? Tianjin Fan's fingers tightened slightly at his knees. The moves exhibited by that shadow were unmistakably reminiscent of the Wukong technique taught by his master, Crane Hermit. Even the angle of the punches mirrored those of his brother, Tao Bai. His third eye slowly rotated, its golden gaze scanning every corner of the shrine. What appeared to be ordinary cobwebs, fallen leaves, and broken walls revealed different hues of energy in the sight of the heavenly eye. The genuine objects shimmered with a soft white light, while the illusions were shrouded in a layer of distorted purple glow. He had found it. Tianjin Fan suddenly rose, the brilliance of his heavenly eye intensifying, fixed upon a point behind the altar. The altar was already riddled with holes from insect infestation. The wooden plaques had housed crooked and askew. Tianjin Fan raised his hand to form a seal, the energy of the four-demon fist coalescing within his palm. This illusion thrived on obsession. The more one cared, the more realistic it became. Before he could finish speaking, he launched a punch that pierced through the altar, striking the writhing mass of purple light behind it. A piercing scream erupted from the purple light as a figure with disheveled hair materialized, its visage bearing a striking resemblance to Tianjin Fan, save for the absence of a third eye, its gaze filled with malice. What gives you the right to see through me? Is it this demon eye? The apparition howled, its attacks fierce, each punch echoing the rebukes of Crane Hermit towards Tianjin Fan, a monster with 3 eyes. A traitor. Tianjin Fan did not evade. His heavenly eye clearly discerned the energy core of the apparition concealed in its throat. That purple light was 10 times denser than the other illusions. Evidently a manifestation of his own guilt over betraying his master. I am not a traitor, he calmly asserted, the wind from his punch suddenly shifting direction, evading the apparition's assault and striking a nearby pillar instead. The pillar crashed down, sending splinters flying as dozens of tiny purple shadows fled in panic. These were the true entities. Tianjin Fan's heavenly eye locked onto them, declaring, "You are merely the primary illusion formed from their amalgamation." The apparition's expression contorted in disbelief. "Impossible. You clearly care about Crane Hermit's judgment." Tianjin Fan interrupted, the golden light of his heavenly eye blazing even brighter. "I admit, when I left the sect, I hesitated. But now I understand that the true fault lies with those who confine others with the labels of the other." He suddenly unleashed a punch, not directed at the apparition, but shattering the plaque inscribed with Zheng Xin atop the altar. At the moment the plaque shattered, the apparition released a wretched scream, its form melting like wax. Tianjin Fan's heavenly eye captured the detail that a talisman was affixed to the back of the plaque, the very source of energy for these illusions. "Jiaozi, break the formation." Jiaozi immediately struck the copper gong again, simultaneously launching several superpower bombs. The gong sound shattered the lower-level illusions, while the blasts precisely struck the talisman. As the talisman burned, the illusions within the shrine dissipated one after another, and those who had been drawn into the alternate dimension tumbled out from the walls, their eyes bewildered yet unharmed. "Is it done?" Jiaozi rushed over, observing Tianjin Fan's third eye slowly closing. "Your heavenly eye seems even brighter than before." Tianjin Fan raised his hand to press against his forehead, the lingering pain from using the heavenly eye still present. He had previously viewed this third eye as a mark of being different. Now he understood it was a gift, enabling him to perceive what others could not. He gazed towards the eastern horizon, where the dawn light began to break, remembering his master's words. What the eyes see is not always the truth. The ability to pierce through illusions lies not in the eyes, but in the heart. Jiaozi nodded, both understanding and confusion evident in his expression, suddenly pointing towards the shrine's entrance. Look, those purple shadows have escaped over there. Tianjin Fan lifted his gaze, the third eye opening once more. Its golden light penetrating the morning mist, locking onto the distant mass of fleeing purple light. At the end of that purple glow, a dilapidated research facility emerged. The words on its sign, adorned with a red ribbon, flickering in the morning light. It seemed the matter was far from over. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, the heavenly eye glinting with a sharp light. Let us go and uncover what lies behind these illusions. As the morning light bathed the shrine, two figures vanished around the corner, leaving behind a ground strewn with shattered remnants of illusions, glistening like specks of phosphorescence under the sun. Tianjin Fan's third eye may forever bear the mark of being different, but at that moment, that mark had transformed into the sharpest weapon in his arsenal, capable of piercing through all facades and reaching the very core of the truth. Chapter 47. Jiaozi's evolution of superpowers in the special care unit of Shidu Hospital. The scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint herbal aroma. Jiaozi sat at the edge of the hospital bed, his small hand tightly clutching Tianjin Fan's clothing, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. On the bed, Tianjin Fan's left arm was wrapped in thick bandages, blood seeping through, staining the white fabric. A sacrifice made to protect a little girl from being dragged away by the illusion, enduring a direct hit from an energy blast. I'm sorry. Jiaozi's voice trembled with unshed tears, his eyes reddened. If my superpowers had been stronger, I would have discovered that the illusion was false sooner, and you wouldn't have. Tianjin Fan lifted his uninjured right hand and gently ruffled Jiaozi's hair, his voice weak yet soothing. It's not your fault. Those Eni and Huan can mimic the presence of real people. Even my heavenly eye was nearly deceived. You did very well. Jiaozi bowed his head, tears falling onto his knees. He recalled the chaos from moments ago, the sound of a little girl crying emanating from an alley, and without a second thought, he had rushed forward, oblivious to the strange purple fluctuation concealed within the child's aura. It wasn't until Tianjin Fan pushed him aside and confronted the energy blast that he belatedly activated his superpowers. But by then, it was too late. My superpowers are utterly useless, he sniffled, his voice muffled. Besides moving a few things and searching for keys, I can do nothing. Tianjin Fan, you always get hurt protecting me. Who says they are useless? Tianjin Fan smiled gently, gesturing towards the cup of water on the bedside table. Could you get me a glass of water? Jiaozi bit his lip and approached, reaching for the cup, but instinctively activated his superpowers. The cup floated effortlessly into his palm. This was an action he had performed countless times, yet at that moment, it felt distinctly different. A subtle tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips, as if numerous tiny electric currents were leaping about. See, isn't that quite useful? Tianjin Fan took the cup from him, taking a sip. Superpowers are like seeds. They need time to sprout. You often say you want to be able to fight like Wukong and the others, but your true strength doesn't lie in your fists. Jiaozi was taken aback. He looked down at his hands, still tingling from the activation of his superpowers. These hands were too small to wield heavy weapons or unleash dazzling energy waves. They could only manage minor tasks like moving things and searching for keys. Yet just now, he had distinctly felt that tingling sensation climbing up his arm, as if searching for an outlet. The hospital room was exceptionally quiet in the dead of night. The moonlight filtering through the cracks in the curtains, casting a slender beam of light on the floor. Jiaozi had dozed off at the bedside, his brow furrowed in worry. In his dreams, he found himself back in that chaotic alley, where the purple illusion coiled around him like vines. It was then that Tianjin Fan's arm was struck by the energy blast. He attempted to push Tianjin Fan away, but his body felt as if it were glued in place, his superpowers completely out of control, unable to move even a cup. Don't, he murmured to himself, his fingers curling unconsciously. Suddenly, the metallic thermometer on the bedside table snapped with a crack. Jiaozi jolted awake, cold sweat soaking his back. He stared at the thermometer, now broken in two, his pupils narrowing. Just then, he had distinctly felt a surge of power far stronger than usual emanate from his fingertips, accompanied by a fierce repulsive force. What happened? Tianjin Fan was awakened by a disturbance and inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" "I seem to have broken something," Jiaozi stammered. pointing at the thermometer. Tianjin Fan's gaze followed Jiaozi's finger, and his eyes brightened. What were you just thinking? I was contemplating whether to let that thing near you, Jiaozi replied softly, reminiscent of the moment at the alley when he wished to keep the illusion away from Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan regarded him thoughtfully. Try to do it again. He gestured towards the empty medicine box on the table. With the sensation you just felt, push it away from me. Jiaozi inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and envisioned the scene at the alley, the purple illusion lunging towards Tianjin Fan, and the singular thought in his mind was not to let it touch him. A tingling sensation surged in his fingertips, more intense than before, as if countless tiny needles were piercing his skin. Now, Tianjin Fan's voice rang out. Jiaozi abruptly opened his eyes and extended his hand towards the medicine box. Suddenly, the empty box seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, violently rebounding and crashing against the wall, leaving a crack. This, Jiaozi gazed at his hand, unable to believe what had just occurred. It's a repulsion field, exclaimed Tianjin Fan, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. Your superpower is not merely moving things. It's about controlling the direction of force. You've always thought about lifting objects, but you are far more adept at pushing them away. In the ensuing days, Jiaozi began to consciously practice this repulsive ability. Initially, he could only push small items like the medicine box or a cup, and his strength fluctuated, often resulting in the shattering of vases in the hospital room. When the nurse entered to inspect and saw the scattered shards, she was startled, suspecting a thief had broken in, until Jiaozi blushed and demonstrated his telekinetic push, which barely convinced her that this was the practice of a child with superpowers. No, it's not about pushing with your hands. It's about rejecting with your heart. Tianjin Fan instructed him while lying in bed. Imagine there is a wall in front of you. Anything that approaches will be rebuffed by the wall. Jiaozi attempted to follow his instructions. He closed his eyes and envisioned a transparent wall surrounding Tianjin Fan. When Tianjin Fan tossed an apple into the air, Jiaozi mentally recited, "Don't touch him." The apple, within 30 centimeters of Tianjin Fan's bedside, suddenly rebounded as if it had hit glass, landing back. "Success!" Jiaozi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. On the day of their discharge from the hospital, as they stepped out the hospital doors, they noticed a crowd gathered at the street corner. Upon pushing through, they discovered several purple illusions surrounding an elderly flower seller, each resembling her deceased son, nearly causing her to faint. Another memory illusion. Jiaozi's gaze turned icy. He recalled the wound on Tianjin Fan's arm, the chaos at the alley, and the tingling sensation surged throughout his body. "Don't touch her," he shouted, extending his hand forcefully. This time, he did not target a specific illusion. Instead, he erected a translucent force field around the elderly woman. The illusions lunging towards her collided with the force field, as if obstructed by an invisible boulder, instantly dissipating into purple mist. Even more astonishing was that the force field not only repelled the illusions, but also gently nudged nearby bystanders to safety, ensuring that no one was harmed. This is a wide-ranging repulsion. Tianjin Fan stared in awe. He had never witnessed Jiaozi's superpower exhibit such extensive coverage. Jiaozi himself was taken aback. He felt a surge of power within him, like a tide, as the previous sensation of being immobile vanished, replaced by a fluid sense of control. He could clearly perceive the trajectory of every object within the force field, adjusting the force precisely, showing no mercy to what should be pushed away while ensuring protection for what needed safeguarding. "So this is my superpower," Jiaozi mused, glancing at his hand, a smile breaking across his face. Previously, he had envied Wukong's fists and Tianjin Fan's celestial sight, feeling his own superpower was too trivial. Yet now he realized that these seemingly powerless hands could uphold the strongest of barriers, shielding against all dangers. The elderly flower seller regained her composure and trembled as she offered Jiaozi a bouquet of sunflowers. "Thank you, dear child. Do you possess invisible hands?" Jiaozi accepted the sunflowers. His cheeks flushed. "Yes, they will protect you." Tianjin Fan approached and patted his shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. "Let us go. We have much to accomplish." He pointed towards the distant horizon where a purple haze lingered, remnants of the illusions, extending towards the old research facility of the Red Ribbon Army. Jiaozi tightened his grip on the sunflowers, the tingling sensation transforming into a warm strength. He looked up at Tianjin Fan and nodded vigorously. "Yes, this time, I will protect you." Sunlight bathed them, stretching their shadows long. Jiaozi's superpower had evolved beyond a mere trick to find keys. It had become a guardian force field capable of creating a safe zone. Perhaps he would never master earth-shattering energy waves. But these hands that could push away danger could also serve as the most reliable shield. Evolution was never about becoming someone else. It was about discovering one's own strength. Jiaozi gazed at the sunflowers in his hands, the dewdrops on the petals glittering in the sunlight, mirroring the light in his eyes. Chapter 48. Guardian of the Secret Realm. The ancient Namekians as the spacecraft traversed the asteroid belt. It jolted violently like a raft caught in tumultuous waves. Wukong clung to the porthole, observing the passing meteorites, his tail flicking restlessly. The gravitational field here is bizarre. The navigation system is about to explode. Vegeta leaned against the control panel, his fingers flying over the screen, a vein throbbing at his temple. Silence, Saiyan. If you hadn't insisted on piloting the ship, we would have already landed. He cast a glance at the wildly fluctuating readings on the dashboard. The atmosphere of this planet was infused with unknown energy fields, causing all electronic devices, including your power detector, to malfunction. Isn't that just perfect? Wukong grinned, revealing his sharp canines. I haven't fought without a detector in ages. Suddenly, the spacecraft plummeted, as if gripped by an unseen hand, crashing heavily onto a mossy ground. As the hatch burst open, a wave of humid air, fragrant with grass and wood, rushed in, mingled with a peculiar scent reminiscent of ozone. Before them stretched an endless forest of giant mushrooms, their caps larger than the spacecraft, while pinkish-purple spores floated like fireflies amidst the trees. The distant rock walls were draped in luminescent vines, casting a pale blue hue across the sky. Is this the lost Namek's secret realm? Gohan clutched the ancient tome in his arms, its star map leading them here. The tome had been discovered in the underground warehouse of the Red Ribbon Army, its yellowed pages depicting green-skinned humanoid beings, accompanied by hieroglyphics that translated to the last guardian, keeper of the water of origin. Could the green skins signify the Namekians? Krillin leaned closer to inspect, but stumbled over the moss beneath his feet, colliding with a mushroom. The mushroom's cap suddenly closed, releasing a cloud of white powder, prompting him to hurriedly cover his nose. Wow, this thing can move. Do not disturb the plants here, Vegeta warned, furrowing his brow as he drew his lightsaber. The Namekians are adept in telekinesis. These creatures are likely their eyes. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding mushrooms pivoted simultaneously towards them, their cap edges opening and closing like lips, producing a rustling sound. Gohan flipped through the ancient book, pointing to one of the pages. It states that the guardians of the Namek's secret realm have lived here for millennia, their appearance differing from ordinary Namekians, adorned with diamond-shaped crystals on their foreheads, capable of communicating through thought. Communicating through thought? Wukong stroked his chin, suddenly shouting into the air, "Is anyone there? We are here to find someone." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground began to tremble slightly, the glowing vines in the distance abruptly dimmed, and the rustling sounds of the mushroom forest ceased. In the darkness, a green silhouette floated out from behind the rock wall. He was nearly twice the height of an ordinary Namekian, with deep green skin and an indigo diamond-shaped crystal embedded in his forehead. He bore no nose or ears, and his eyes resembled two profound pools, silently observing them. Outsiders. A clear voice resonated directly within their minds, not heard through ears, but penetrating consciousness like a thought. Why have you trespassed into the sacred land? Klin, terrified, hid behind Wukong. He spoke directly into my mind. Such formidable mental prowess. Gohan stepped forward, raising an ancient tome. We seek the source water. The ancient text states that only the guardian can guide us to it. The green figure's gaze fell upon the tome, the crystal faintly glowing. That is the core of energy preserved since the birth of planet Namek. It can heal all wounds, but also annihilate all life. What do you seek it for? To confront the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, Vegeta interjected coldly, the glow of his lightsaber reflecting off his profile. They are studying the void mist, which devours energy. Only the energy of the source water can neutralize it. The green figure fell silent for a moment, a flicker of turbulence appearing in his deep-set eyes. The void mist is the creation of the exiled ones. He drifted closer, the crystal illuminating the surrounding mushroom forest. 500 years ago, a group of Namekians sought to enhance their powers with the source water. After being cast out from the secret realm, they never returned. It seems they ultimately aligned themselves with the Red Ribbon Army you speak of. Exiled ones. Wukong scratched his head. Where are they now? In the Valley of Withering. The The green figure's voice bore a weighty tone. It is the antithesis of the secret realm, a place where the light of the source water cannot reach. To obtain the source water, you must first pass through 3 trials, proving that your intentions are not selfish. Trials? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Bring it on. The first trial lies within the Echo Pool, deep in the mushroom forest. The water there serves as a mirror, reflecting the most intense desires of the heart. As the group stood by the pool's edge, illusions immediately surfaced on the water's surface. Wukong witnessed a fierce battle against Broly, the visceral clashes thrilling him. Vegeta's illusion depicted himself surpassing Wukong, standing amidst the shattered remains of a planet. Klin's vision showed him basking in the sun with Android 18, clutching an unfinished fish sausage. While Gohan's illusion portrayed him protecting everyone, the tome in his hand radiating golden light. Desire itself is not evil, the green figure's voice echoed in their minds. But those controlled by desire become slaves to the source water. Wukong stared at his illusion, suddenly breaking into a smile. It's true that I want to fight, but what I want even more is to protect everyone. As soon as he spoke, his illusion shattered. Vegeta scoffed, swinging his lightsaber toward the water's surface, causing his own illusion to dissipate. What I seek to surpass is myself, not a phantasmal shadow. As the last illusion vanished, ripples spread across the Echo Pool, revealing a stone slab etched with runes. The second trial takes place in the Corridor of Memories, where the rock walls are adorned with glowing murals chronicling the history of the Namekians. As they walked through, the figures within the murals suddenly sprang to life, depicting Namekians sacrificing their lives to protect the source water, disputes over stolen core fragments by the exiled ones, and scenes of how the secret realm survived during the war. Remember why you fight. The green figure's voice resonated with a sense of sorrow. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat the same mistakes. Gohan watched intently, gently tracing his fingers over the mural illustrating the guardian sacrifices. His father's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Protecting others is the greatest strength. He realized that the power of the source water was formidable not because of its capacity for destruction, but because the belief in protection imbued it with meaning. The third trial is the balance scale, one side holding a replica of the source water, the other requiring an equivalent to balance it. Wukong attempted to place his combat power upon it, but the scale remained unresponsive. Vegeta placed his Saiyan pride, yet the scale did not budge. Klin tried to weigh his concern for Android 18, which only caused a slight tremor, failing to achieve equilibrium. It is neither power, nor honor, nor emotion. The green figure's crystal shone blindingly. It is responsibility. Gohan stepped forward, placing the ancient tome on the opposite side of the scale. The text began to glow, resonating with the replica of the source water, and slowly, the scale achieved balance. This book records our journey and our determination. If the source water brings danger, we are willing to bear all consequences. For the first time, a visible emotion flickered in the green figure's eyes, a mixture of relief and gratitude. You have passed the trials. He raised his hand, the crystal emitting a beam of light that struck the distant rock wall, causing a stone door to slowly open. Gentle white light spilling forth. The source water lies within, but remember, his voice echoed in their minds, carrying a final admonition. Its power amplifies the user's true heart. Use it wisely. Do not let it become a new disaster. Wukong patted Gohan's shoulder, his smile radiant. Don't worry, we won't let you down. Vegeta was the first to step through the stone door, the glow of his lightsaber intertwining with the white light of the source water. Klin gazed at the green figure, suddenly asking in his mind, "You have guarded this place for so long, aren't you lonely?" The green figure remained silent for a long while before responding slowly. Guarding itself is the meaning. His gaze turned toward the stone door, the crystal's light gradually dimming. Go forth. The future's path is now yours to tread. As the stone door closed behind them, the mushroom forest returned to its quietude. The deep green guardian floated back behind the rock wall, the crystal on his forehead flickering with a soft light, like an eternal star. He knew that the moment the source water left the secret realm, a new story would begin, perhaps fraught with danger, perhaps marked by sacrifice, yet undoubtedly. The light in the eyes of those outsiders mirrored that of the ancestors who once safeguarded the source water 500 years ago. Spores once again floated through the forest, the rustling sound akin to an ancient ballad, softly singing the secrets of guardianship and legacy. Chapter 49. The New Secret of the Dragon Balls, The Power Beyond Wishes 1. The uncontrolled wish the night sky over Shidu was suddenly torn apart by a golden rift, 7 Dragon Balls hovering above the city, their radiance piercing through the clouds. Felt even by the king on King Kai's planet. Bulma stood atop the Capsule Corporation building, her fingers gripping the detector tightly, turning pale from the strain. The energy index on the screen had surpassed the warning threshold, and the air surrounding the Dragon Balls began to distort, as if something were striving to break free from the light fissure. How could the Dragon Balls be summoned so suddenly? Wukong arrived on his Nimbus, followed closely by Gohan and Vegeta. He gazed up at the swirling Dragon Balls, his brow furrowing. The energy felt off, too violent, unlike the normal fluctuations of a summoning. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. It's likely some fool made a reckless wish. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly plummeted from the rift, crashing heavily onto the central square, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the group beheld a giant cloaked in black energy, its skin resembling a cracked riverbed, eyes hollow and dark purple. It was the residual soul of the ancient demon Depura, transformed into a vengeful entity sealed in the negative space. At last I am free. The vengeful entity's voice grated like gravel. It raised a massive hand, conjuring a black orb of energy, shattering the seal with the power of the Dragon Balls. This sensation is truly exquisite. It's the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma activated the surveillance, revealing a few figures in tattered uniforms kneeling at the edge of the square. One of them held a Dragon Ball radar, laughing maniacally. We have gathered the Dragon Balls. We wished for a power that can devour everything to descend upon us. Ha ha ha, the world is ours. In an instant, Wukong teleported before the vengeful entity, his fist enveloped in golden flames, striking down upon it. How dare you make such a wish? This is outrageous. The fist collided with the Wuan Neng Ti, yet was repelled by a surge of black energy. Wukong staggered back a few steps, astonished to discover that the opponent's body could absorb the impact of Qi. Useless. The Wuan Neng Ti sneered. I am formed from countless unfulfilled desires and resentments. The stronger your power, the more formidable I become. It waved its hand towards the surrounding structures, and wherever the black energy passed, glass and steel dissolved into nothingness. If this continues, the entire Shidu will be destroyed. Gohan anxiously glanced at the floating Dragon Ball, realizing they must retract this wish. Yet, the Dragon Ball merely emitted a blinding light, remaining unresponsive. At that moment, the voice of the King of the World suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Do not confront it head-on. The power of the Dragon Ball is not solely to grant wishes. Have you forgotten the balance principle infused by the original God when creating the Dragon Balls? Balance principle? Wukong was taken aback, suddenly recalling the legend told by Master Roshi in his childhood. At the inception of the Dragon Balls, the god, fearing the uncontrolled power of wishes, intentionally embedded a self-reflective mechanism within each Dragon Ball. When a wish violates the cosmic balance, the Dragon Ball will awaken the true intentions of the Wishmaker. If the Wishmaker remains stubborn, the Dragon Ball will temporarily strip the wish of its materialization, compelling the underlying genuine desire to surface. Genuine desire. Bulma suddenly realized, pointing at the remnants of the red satin ribbon in the square. What they truly desired was not the power to consume everything. But she pulled up the data. These individuals were all cyborgs, and the mechanical components within them were rejecting flesh and blood. Their genuine fear was of being cast aside by the world. Gohan immediately rushed towards the group, disregarding their struggles, and pressed down on the shoulder of the leader. Do you think destruction can validate your existence? Look at the innocent civilians around you, the collapsed buildings. Is this how you wish to be remembered? The leader trembled violently, black energy surging from his body as he screamed in agony. I do not want to become scrap metal. I just want to prove I am still useful. At that moment, the light of the Dragon Balls suddenly softened. The 7 spheres formed a circular ring in the air, their radiance transforming into countless light points that permeated the body of the Wuan Neng Ti. It let out a painful roar as the black energy began to peel away, revealing within it a multitude of minuscule, ethereal shadows, each representing those who had wished upon the Dragon Balls but had not seen their desires fulfilled. Their regrets had become the nourishment for resentment. It turned out the Dragon Balls had been awaiting this. Wukong, observing the shadows within the light points, suddenly understood. He ceased his assault on the Wuan Neng Ti and instead extended his hand towards the shadows. Golden Qi transformed into a warm, luminescent ribbon, gently enveloping the smallest shadow, a little girl's silhouette, clutching a yellow drawing depicting herself and her ailing mother. Your wish is for your mother to get better, correct? Wukong's voice was gentle. In truth, you have never left. You have merely been waiting for someone to remember your heart's desire. The shadow paused, slowly nodded, and transformed into a beam of light that merged with Wukong's chi. This scene triggered a chain reaction, with other shadows letting go of their obsessions. Some bowed to Wukong, while others embraced their companions, each dissolving into light points. The black energy of the Wuan Neng Ti visibly diminished, ultimately leaving only the remnant soul of Dapula, who weakly knelt on the ground. Impossible. How can the power of the Dragon Balls? He incredulously looked up, only to see the light of the Dragon Balls shining upon the remnants of the red satin ribbon in the square. The mechanical components within them began to soften, merging with flesh and blood, their faces expressing relief. Bulma, observing the returning energy levels on the scanner, murmured, "It turns out the true power of the Dragon Balls is not to grant wishes, but to help people realize what they truly need." Vegeta turned his face away, but could not resist glancing at the Dragon Balls. Boring. Yet, the tension at the corners of his mouth subtly eased. He recalled the time he wished to become a Super Saiyan, solely focusing on surpassing Wukong. Now he realized that what truly made him stronger was the resolve forged from each battle fought to protect his family. Wukong approached the Wuan Neng Ti, placing his hand atop its head. Your resentment conceals the fear of being forgotten, does it not? The remnant's soul trembled, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke, completely purified by the light of the Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls circled in the air, their radiance gradually dimming, morphing into shooting stars that scattered across the world. The people in the square gazed up at the sky, the remnants of the red satin ribbon lowering their heads as they walked towards the police cars. No one spoke of world domination. Only a young cyborg quietly said, "I want to find a job fixing robots." Gohan, watching his father's silhouette, suddenly understood the meaning behind his grandfather's words in the diary. The secret of the Dragon Balls lies not in the wish itself, but in whether the wishmaker looks up to find something more significant than their desire. In the distance, the horizon blushed with dawn, heralding a new day. Amidst the ruins of the city, residents began clearing debris, and sunlight broke through the clouds, casting warmth upon every face, more comforting than the light of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 50. The Return of the Experiment. A surge in strength for all the alarm at the Shidu training base abruptly shattered the morning tranquility. Red warning lights casting flickering shadows across the open grounds. Krillin jolted awake from his meditation, instinctively assuming a defensive stance as his ears detected energy fluctuations 3 kilometers away. Their intensity far exceeding that of ordinary warriors, yet tinged with a familiar aura. "They have returned." Number 18's voice called from behind. Still holding a freshly picked tomato from the garden, her fingertips already coalescing a faint energy halo. Following her gaze, 2 golden meteors were breaking through the clouds, roaring downwards, tearing through the air toward the ground. As the dust settled, the figures of Wukong and Vegeta gradually came into view. Both wore tattered battle uniforms, their exposed skin marred with small scratches, yet the potent energy emanating from them was undeniable. This energy was no longer mere ferocity. It resembled tempered steel, restrained yet brimming with power. Wukong grinned broadly, his signature cheerfulness shining through. "Krillin, number 18, want to try out some new techniques?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Vegeta had vanished from sight. Krillin felt a chill at the back of his neck, instinctively rolling to the side just in time to evade the fist that grazed his throat. The punch did not strike a physical target, yet it stirred a wave of air that carved a shallow groove into the hard alloy floor. His speed has increased by at least 30%. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Krillin suddenly noticed a subtle change in Vegeta's energy. The once razor-sharp edges of his energy now shimmered with a fluid luster, as if he had integrated rotational techniques into his foundational steps. Without waiting for others to react, Wukong had already teleported to the center of the training grounds. Raising his hands casually, where dozens of energy spheres floated, each exuding different hues, red radiating heat, blue emanating cold, and green crackling with faint electricity. This was the elemental division of Qi, allowing him to manipulate multiple attributes of energy simultaneously. With a flick of his wrist, the energy spheres wove intricate paths in the air, ultimately descending upon the distant target range and erupting in a cascade of colorful light. Number 18 raised an eyebrow, suddenly launching an attack. Her silver figure darted like lightning. The energy blade at her fingertips aimed directly at Wukong's ribcage. This was her recently mastered vacuum slash, capable of creating an energy vacuum 3 seconds before impact, leaving the opponent with nowhere to evade. Yet Wukong merely tilted his body slightly, his aura spontaneously forming an invisible barrier. The energy blade collided with the barrier, dissipating like ink dropped into water. Is this automatic defense? Number 18's pupils narrowed. She could sense that Wukong's chi had formed a unique circulation system, capable of automatically adjusting defensive strength according to external attacks, requiring an exquisite mastery of energy flow. At that moment, the sound of engines roared from the entrance of the base. Gohan piloted a small spacecraft, descending slowly, and as the hatch opened, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi appeared in sequence. Yamcha stepped down the gangway and casually kicked a nearby abandoned mech. The seemingly ordinary motion bore a peculiar rhythm, causing the mech to disintegrate, its fragments spiraling into the air to assemble the character's complete. Desert Spin Kick compresses energy into a spiral form, enhancing its destructive power 5-fold. Yamcha brushed off the dust from his trousers, his dark face radiating a confident smile. Once ridiculed for his reliance on the Wolfang Fist, he now exhibited a mastery over his energy, drawing even Vegeta's gaze more than once. The transformation of Tianjin Fan, however, lay hidden in the subtleties. His third eye shimmered slightly, and when Krillin attempted to unleash his concealed energy, that eye gleamed with golden light, precisely marking 7 weaknesses within the energy fluctuations. The heavenly eye could pierce through the facades of energy. He spoke calmly, raising his hand to form a seal, and suddenly, 4 energy clones appeared behind him, each exuding energy indistinguishable from his own, enabling him to counter 4 distinct attack patterns simultaneously with the 4 demon fist. The most astonishing of all was Jiaozi. This petite figure, often sheltered behind others, now stood at the edge of the training ground, deftly waving his small hand, causing the remnants of a discarded battleship weighing dozens of tons to float like feathers, stacking neatly into a tower in the air. The repulsion field had evolved into domain control. His cheeks flushed slightly as he flicked his fingers, causing the wreckage to decompose into tiny parts and then reassemble into a complete reconnaissance drone, now capable of controlling 300 objects simultaneously. With a sudden gesture towards a distant target, the drone's cannon automatically aimed, unleashing a precise energy beam. Had he truly combined superpowers with mechanical control? Bulma arrived in high heels, her detection device wildly fluctuating. Goku's energy stability had surged by 80, Vegeta's energy conversion rate had shattered theoretical limits, and Gohan. Why do I sense plant life within your energy? Gohan smiled, raising his wrist adorned with a bracelet of green crystals. A gift from the guardian of the Namek secret realm, capable of absorbing natural energy and transforming it into personal strength. While training beside the origin water, he discovered the resonance between energy and plants, enabling him to battle using the surrounding life force even without assuming Super Saiyan form. With a casual wave, the withered tree at the edge of the training ground sprouted new shoots, intertwining into a sturdy vine barrier. Vegeta suddenly snorted, his body erupting with dark red flames. Enough talk. Let us test it in actual combat. His hair gradually shifted to a deep blue within the flames, and his pupils glimmered, a new form fused with destructive energy and Saiyan bloodline. Dark blue, which prioritized explosive power while allowing precise control over the destruction radius. Goku's eyes sparkled, his golden flames shooting skyward. Excellent. Show me what you've mastered on the gravity planet. 2 figures collided at the center of the training ground, the shockwaves from their clash sending gusts of wind that forced everyone to retreat, yet sparing the surrounding equipment. Their strength had surged exponentially, but with it came an unprecedented level of control. Krillin, observing the intertwined afterimages in the air, suddenly smiled at Android 18. Shall we practice too? I've just learned the energy sphere barrage. You won't be able to handle it. Android 18 raised an eyebrow, taking his hand and dashing towards the auxiliary field. If you lose, you'll have to wash dishes for a month. On a distant observation platform, Bulma watched the energy curves on the detection device spike for everyone and recalled her worries before their departure. She had feared that this training across multiple planets would lead to unforeseen accidents. Now she understood that true strength does not lie in solitary battles, but in mutual accomplishments through perseverance. Goku learned control from Vegeta, while Vegeta found joy in combat through Goku. Even the most unassuming Jiaozi had surpassed himself with encouragement from others. As the sun set, the sparring in the training ground gradually subsided. Goku and Vegeta sat back to back on the ground, their sweat-soaked battle suits clinging to their bodies. Yet they were the happiest smiles. Yamcha was teaching Jiaozi new superpower techniques. Tianjin Fan and Krillin were competing for energy precision. Gohan had summoned a sea of flowers using natural energy, and Android 18 was chatting with Bulma amidst the blossoms. Jiaozi suddenly remarked, feeling that everyone had changed, manipulating petals to form a smiling face in the air. Tianjin Fan nodded, his third eye reflecting the sunset. It's not just that our strength has increased. We have finally found our own way of fighting. Hearing this, Goku looked up at the vibrant evening sky and recalled his grandfather's words. True strength is not about how many enemies you defeat, but having a group of companions who can grow stronger with you. He cheerfully shouted into the distance, "Let us have barbecue for dinner." The cheers echoed across the training ground, mingled with Vegeta's retort about his charred meat, yet it was filled with an unprecedented camaraderie. Each individual's strength had surged in this trial. But more precious than power was the realization that they had finally become the most radiant versions of themselves amidst each other's brilliance. As night fell, the lights of the training base flickered on, illuminating the uneven marks on the ground. A testament to their explosive growth and strength and a badge of honor for a group of comrades moving forward together. They all knew this was not the end but a new beginning, with even more formidable foes and a broader universe awaiting them, ready for them to confront with the powers they had grown into. Chapter 51. The True Face of the Star Eater, the Fusion of Mechanism and Organism. 1. The out-of-control factory in the abandoned mechanical factory at the edge of the seventh universe, the grating sound of metal scraping pierced through the heavy alloy doors, mingled with the low-frequency tremors of some biological roar. When Goku kicked open the deformed iron door, he was met with a bizarre scent of rust intermingled with sweetness. Countless dark purple tendrils, resembling vines, coiled around the mechanical arms of the assembly line, with suction cups greedily siphoning raw cables, converting electrical energy into viscous droplets that dripped into the metallic trough below, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Is this the last energy signal source? Vegeta's dimension blade buzzed in his palm, the blade reflecting the massive figure on the distant platform. That entity stood approximately 10 meters tall. Its upper body a mechanical torso adorned with gears and pipes, while a dark purple biological heart thudded within its chest. Its lower body was composed of countless tendrils deeply embedded in the factory's energy core, each heartbeat causing the entire factory to tremble violently. The energy readings surpassed the combined total of all previous Star Eaters. Gohan held up the energy analyzer, the waveform on the screen resembling an enraged serpent. It was absorbing the factory's nuclear energy while simultaneously self-replicating. He pointed to the corner where unfinished products were piled up, half rusty mechanical parts and half writhing biological tissues. The severed edges slowly healing, clearly unfinished fusion entities. The giant organism on the platform seemed to sense their presence, its mechanical head slowly turning to reveal a face covered in biological eyeballs, varying in size. Some gleamed with mechanical red light, while others exhibited a murky white typical of living beings, all fixated on the intruders. The outsiders disrupt the fusion. Its voice emanated like a chorus of numerous old radios playing simultaneously, interspersed with electric currents and biological roars. It must be eliminated. As the words fell, the metallic troughs beneath erupted, dark purple slime transforming into a rain of arrows shooting towards them. Goku instantly erected an energy shield, but was astonished to find the slime dissolving the energy layer upon contact. Can this substance consume energy? Not just that. Vegeta's dimension blade severed an advancing tendril, but the mechanical parts and biological tissues at the cut began to writhe and heal frantically. Its regeneration speed was 10 times that of ordinary Star Eaters. He pointed at the liquid flowing from the severed tendril. It began to corrode the metal upon contact and absorb rust to transform into new cells, capable of converting inorganic materials into its biological tissue. 2. The secret of fusion battles erupted in every corner of the factory, as Wukong's Kamehameha collided with the mechanical torso of the colossal creature. The explosive energy waves were absorbed by the energy buffering device on its surface, transforming into a dark purple light stream that surged into the biological heart within its chest cavity. Though Vegeta's final flash could sever the tentacles, it could not hinder their regeneration. Instead, the severed appendages multiplied into smaller replicas, flooding towards the control panel like an unstoppable tide. Gohan attempted to disrupt its biological structure using natural energy, only to discover that the mechanical components emitted interference waves, rendering his plant energy completely ineffective. Such a course of action was untenable. Krillin's energy blast struck the creature's eye with precision, but it merely elicited a cold, mechanical chuckle. Its mechanical parts were designed for defense and energy absorption, while its biological components facilitated regeneration and attack, creating a complementary synergy devoid of any discernible weakness. At that moment, a sharp clang resonated from the ventilation duct at the factory's apex, and Yamcha and Tianjin Fan emerged from the shaft, landing deftly beside the control panel of the gigantic organism. They had located its energy conversion core. Yamcha kicked aside the protective shield of the control panel, revealing a chip that flickered with red light. The mechanical components required biological currents to function, and this chip served as the current converter. The colossal being seemed to sense the impending threat, abruptly redirecting its mechanical arm to smash the control panel. Tianjin Fan's third eye suddenly glowed with golden light, accurately predicting the trajectory of the mechanical arm. Dumpling. Got it. Dumpling's small hands traced intricate patterns in the air, conjuring a barrier composed of metal fragments around the control panel. The mechanical arm crashed against the barrier, causing the fragments to rattle, yet it could not advance further. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan concentrated his energy, the residual shadows of the four demon fists intertwining before the control panel, striking precisely at the heat dissipation holes of the chip, the most vulnerable part of the mechanical structure. The chip emitted a hiss as black smoke billowed forth, the colossal creature's movements abruptly faltering. The pulsation frequency of the biological heart within its chest noticeably slowed, and the dark purple tentacles lost their previous vigor. Effective. Wukong's eyes brightened as he instantaneously teleported in front of the biological heart, his hands coalescing orange-golden Kamehameha energy. This was the ultimate form infused with emotional memory, radiating warm life waves that contrasted sharply with the cold energy of the erosion star. Take this. The orange-golden energy wave penetrated the seams of the mechanical torso, striking the biological heart with precision. This time, the energy was not absorbed. Rather, it ignited the heart's energy like flames thrown into boiling water, instantly triggering an explosion within. The colossal creature emitted a piercing wail, and the fusion of mechanical and biological began to reject itself. Mechanical parts rusted and fell away while biological tissues rapidly deteriorated. In the ruins of the gigantic being, Gohan's attention was drawn to a metal plate embedded within the mechanical torso. The plate bore indistinct inscriptions, which, after an energy cleanse, revealed an ancient text, Project Chimera, created to prolong life, yet devolved into a tool of destruction. Project Chimera? Bulma's holographic projection suddenly appeared on everyone's wrist devices, retrieving data from the database, revealing this as a forbidden research from a lost civilization 500 years ago. Their home planet had faced energy depletion, prompting them to merge mechanical durability with biological adaptability in an attempt to create a new species capable of surviving in extreme environments. The information displayed on the screen indicated that the initial hybrids could indeed utilize energy efficiently and even purify pollution. However, during an experimental accident, the avaricious genes within the biological tissues spiraled out of control, causing the hybrids to indiscriminately consume all energy, ultimately leading to the annihilation of their civilization by the very tools they had created. The surviving hybrids then drifted through the stars, evolving into the present-day erosion stars. Thus, they were not born as monsters. Wukong gazed at the dissolving remnants, his tone tinged with complexity. They had been driven to destruction by uncontrolled desire. Vegeta kicked aside a rusted gear. Regardless of their origins, they now bring nothing but devastation. Yet, his gaze lingered on the metal plate, particularly the phrase prolong life, causing a flicker of thought as it reminded him of the Scion's own interstellar expansion for survival, which, in some respect, paralleled the intentions of this lost civilization. Gohan gently traced the engravings on the metal plate, suddenly discovering a line of small text on the reverse. Balance, not consumption, is the key to survival. He raised his eyes to the others, a spark of realization flickering within. Perhaps we could find a way to restore their balance? Much like the origin water of the Namekians, which might neutralize their avaricious genes. The morning sun outside the factory streamed through the damaged roof, casting light upon the gradually cooling remnants. The dark purple liquid evaporated under the sunlight, leaving behind transparent crystals that refracted a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of some creature's tears. Let us return to study these crystals. Vegeta sheathed the final flash, reasoning that if there was indeed a way to restore their sanity, it would be far more efficient than mere annihilation. He spoke of efficiency, yet as he turned away, he discreetly pocketed a crystal. Perhaps understanding the origins of one's adversary was also a part of becoming stronger. Wukong gazed at the rising sun, suddenly smiling, no matter what they were before. Now we know the truth. This is progress, isn't it? The group shared knowing smiles as they turned to exit the factory. Behind them, the unfinished prototypes gradually hardened under the sunlight, losing their voracious vitality, as if, in the revelation of truth, they too reclaimed a semblance of the tranquility characteristic of mere tools. The true nature of the erosion stars was a fusion of mechanical and biological elements, a distortion of survival instincts, and a harbinger of civilization's loss of control. Those who now understood the truth might, beyond extermination, discover another path, one that was more arduous yet infinitely more meaningful, not through confrontation, but through understanding and balance. Perhaps this was the answer that transcended mere combat. Chapter 52. The controlled cosmic monarchs in the desolate star domain of the North Galaxy. Frieza's flagship, the cold-blooded, hovered amidst the remnants of shattered planets, its metallic hull reflecting the distant, ethereal glow of a neutron star. Within the bridge, a holographic screen continuously replayed the united declaration of 12 cosmic monarchs. The image of King Cold, Frieza's father, displayed a gaze as hollow as an abyss, his lips curling into a mechanical smile as he monotonously proclaimed, "From this day forth, all the universe shall submit to the Overlord. Surrender your energy cores, and those who defy shall be utterly erased." Something was amiss with Father. Frieza sat upon his imperial throne, his tail restlessly drumming against the armrest. The holographic King Cold was enveloped in a faint purple aura, indicative of residual energy from the erosion stars, yet it was more subtle than that of ordinary erosion stars, resembling a veil that shrouded the once dominant aura of the monarch. Standing nearby, Sorb trembled as he spoke. "My lord, not only has King Cold made this declaration, but the Destroyer Zapri of the 6th universe and the Mechanical Emperor Gallo of the 9th universe have both issued identical proclamations within 3 days. Their armies have commenced assaults on neutral planets, plundering energy cores." Frieza's pupils constricted sharply. Zapri was notorious in the 6th universe for his volatile temperament, preferring solitude, while Gallo was obsessed with mechanical enhancement, showing no interest in conquering the cosmos. Neither would willingly submit to any overlord. The only explanation was that they, like his father, had been ensnared by some external force. A detection alert signaled the approach of energy signatures from the 7th universe. The control panel blared alarmingly as the screen displayed the energy trajectories of Wukong and Vegeta, traversing the asteroid belt at an astonishing speed. Frieza smirked coldly, his tail erect. "Perfect. Let these scions witness that the troubles of cosmic monarchs are beyond their meddling." 1. The fangs of puppets. When Wukong and Vegeta landed on the deck of the cold-blooded, they were met with Frieza's icy gaze. "Scions, your noses are sharper than hounds." Frieza floated in the air, purple energy swirling in his palm. "But do not think you can easily defeat me as you did last time. This enemy is, even to me, quite formidable. We are not here to fight." Wukong spread his hands, revealing a dark purple crystal that manifested in his palm. This was a sample extracted from the remains of the Shizhangs. "Your father possesses energy akin to this substance. He has been ensnared." Frieza's tail fin tensed sharply. He sensed the anomaly but was reluctant to acknowledge that his father, the Cosmic Emperor, had become a mere puppet. It was not until Vegeta accessed the tactical recordings of King Kurtish's assault on the neutral planet, revealing rigid attack patterns devoid of the king's usual cunning and ruthlessness, that he finally conceded. The one controlling his father was the Dominator, an entity never before listed among the cosmic sovereigns. This being could manipulate others through threads of energy, allowing the controlled to retain their power while losing their autonomy. As his words hung in the air, the alarm on the command bridge blared once more, and the holographic screen abruptly displayed the image of Zapuli, the Emperor of the 6th universe. Clad in dark purple energy armor, his arms transformed into massive axes. He was relentlessly cleaving a verdant planet, from which torrents of stolen energy cores poured forth through the fissures in its surface. Frieza, do you dare defy the Dominator's command? Zapuli's voice grated like rusty gears, his eyes shimmering with violet glimmers. Surrender the energy coordinates of the seventh universe, or this planet shall be your doom. The scream then transitioned, revealing the face of the mechanical emperor, Garo. His metallic form was riddled with energy conduits. Connected to a colossal absorption device, countless light points streaming into his core. The Dominator declares, resistance is futile. Frieza, Wukong, Vegeta, your energy is exquisite and will soon become part of me. It appears there is no need for further discourse. Vegeta's energy surged abruptly, a deep blue aura erupting skyward. First, awaken these puppets, then locate the Dominator hiding in the shadows. As Frieza's flagship jumped to the Rift Star battlefield of the sixth universe, Zapuli was attempting to plunge his giant axe into the planet's core to extract its energy. Wukong instantaneously teleported behind him, delivering a punch enveloped in golden energy towards the point where the energy threads connected, the weakest link in the control. A sharp clang resounded as his fist was deflected by Zapuli's energy armor. Slowly turning, Zapuli swung his axe with a force that threatened to tear through space. Saiyan, your strength surpasses that recorded in the database, yet you remain but an insect. As Vegeta caught Wukong, the breakthrough blade carved an arc, the purple energy blade striking precisely at Zapuli's joints. Puppets are indeed puppets, their combat techniques rendered so rigid. He chuckled coldly, noticing the energy armor dimming where the energy blade made contact. Frieza suddenly joined the fray, his fingers flicking as countless purple death beams rained down upon the gaps in Zapuli's armor. These armors, bestowed by the Dominator to enhance the puppet's combat abilities, inadvertently exposed the flow of energy. His tail fin expertly ensnared Zapuli's neck, forcefully slamming him into the ground. My father taught me that to deal with armored foes, one must first shatter their heart shield. Wukong instantly grasped the plan, condensing the Kamehameha and directing it towards the area of Zapuli's chest where the purple aura was most intense, evidently the location of the energy core. The orange-golden energy wave collided with the armor, erupting in a blinding flash. Zapuli emitted a pained howl as cracks spiderwebbed across the armor's surface, revealing the purple threads coiled within. Now is the moment. Gohan's voice echoed through the communicator, his natural energy flowing along the beam and entwining around those threads like vines, which absorbed negative emotions to grow stronger. We must suppress them with tranquil energy. Wukong inhaled deeply, temporarily suppressing his murderous intent, allowing his energy to flow gently like water. The purple threads within Zapuli writhed violently in the gentle energy, but could no longer absorb power, instead beginning to snap one by one. When the last thread broke, Zapuli's giant axe suddenly dissipated, his eyes regaining clarity as he stared bewilderedly at the surrounding ruins. What have I done? After rescuing Zapuli, the group hurried to the ninth universe, only to find Garo's mechanical fortress had vanished, leaving behind a desolate planet drained of energy. Frieza's scanner detected a faint trace of energy leading to the chaotic nebula at the edge of the universe, a forbidden zone where even cosmic emperors dared not tread. The Dominator lurked there. Frieza's tail fin trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Only in the tumult of space-time could he manipulate multiple emperors without suffering energy backlash. Deep within the nebula, a throne constructed from countless energy cores floated in the void, with King Kurdish, Garo, and several other cosmic emperors standing like statues, their bodies connected to a shadowy figure on the throne by purple threads, a humanoid shape composed of dark purple energy, its face obscured, save for eyes gleaming with avarice. Welcome to my playground. The Dominator's voice resonated in their minds, intertwining with the voices of countless emperors, creating a chilling sensation. Do you believe you have saved Zapuli? No. He was merely a discarded pawn. Now, let me see if the strongest Saiyan and the most arrogant ice demon can become my new trophies. King Kurdish suddenly moved, his hands coalescing threefold stronger death beams than usual, aimed at Frieza. Father. Frieza instinctively dodged, yet felt the beam graze his cheek, striking Garo, who was sneaking up from behind. A flicker of faint struggle crossed King Kurdish's eyes. It seems some puppets still retain a glimmer of consciousness. Wukong's energy surged, the golden light tearing through the nebula's chaos. Dominator, your control techniques are utterly trivial against true strength. Vegeta and Frieza exchanged a rare, understanding glance. Deep blue and purple energies intertwined, forming a spiraling energy wave that surged toward the Dominator on the throne. Gohan channeled natural energy, nurturing the controlled emperors like spring rain, attempting to awaken their consciousness. Combat erupted within the chaotic nebula, the distortion of space-time rendering attack trajectories unpredictable, yet it also exposed vulnerabilities in the Dominator's energy threads. When Wukong's Kamehameha and Vegeta's final flash struck the energy, thrown simultaneously, the Dominator let out a piercing scream. Its purple form beginning to disintegrate as the threads binding the Emperors unraveled like snapped strings. King Kurdish gazed at his hands, his expression regaining its former authority. He cast a glance at Frieza, scoffing. "What are you waiting for? Do you want your father to clean up your mess personally?" Frieza's tail fin, unusually still, merely curled into a faint smile. "Father, don't let yourself be controlled by such scum again. It would be an embarrassment to the Ice Demon clan." Sunlight penetrated the chaos outside the nebula, illuminating the gradually awakening emperors. They exchanged complex glances, a mixture of shame for being manipulated and relief at their escape intertwined. Yet none dared to utter the Dominator's name again. Perhaps this farce made them realize that no matter how potent the power, without autonomous will, it is not but a marionette in another's grasp. Wukong looked at the dissipating nebula, chuckling. I never thought Frieza would be concerned about his father. Frieza's face instantly froze. Scion, speak another word, and I shall freeze you solid. Yet, as he turned away, his tail fin brushed gently against Wukong's shoulder, akin to a gesture of gratitude, or perhaps an attempt to conceal something. Vegeta observed this scene, snorting disdainfully but quickening his pace back to the 7th universe. He suddenly wished to see Trunks' training progress. Some battles are fought not solely for victory, but to protect those whom, despite their denials, they hold dear. Ultimately, the controlled emperors regained something more vital than dominion amidst the chaos. Chapter 53, Wukong vs. Mechanical Frieza. The derelict asteroid belt of the North Galaxy emitted a harsh metallic friction sound amidst the dark matter storm. Countless shattered starship wreckages rolling and colliding like discarded building blocks. Wukong stood upon a metallic plate the size of a football field, feeling the subtle tremors transmitted through the metal beneath his bare feet. Low-frequency resonances from a colossal machine in operation, extending along the gravitational lines between the debris. Kakarot. The voice resonated from the depths of the tempest, accompanied by the screeching of hydraulic machinery and the jarring clashing of gears. The dark matter parted under an invisible force as a 10-meter-tall metallic giant broke through the fog, its energy core exhaling a ghostly blue flame, casting a cold sheen over the surrounding wreckage. Its head bore Frieza's iconic pallid silhouette, yet was embedded with crimson optical lenses, the bearings in its neck whirring to reveal cables entangled within like blood vessels. Frieza? Wukong squinted, sensing no familiar chill in his aura, only the rigid rhythm of interlocking gears. What is this attire? Mechanical Frieza offered no reply. Its left arm suddenly disassembled into 12 metallic tendrils, darting toward Wukong like venomous snakes, the high-frequency oscillating blades at their tips emitting a sizzling sound as they sliced through the air. Wukong lightly tapped the alloy plate with his toes, his body soaring backward like a leaf caught in the wind, the tendrils narrowly grazing his nose and shredding the debris behind him into powder. Seems it's not the real deal. Wukong's energy began to surge, his black hair gradually turning golden. Who created this imitation? Even the speech is off. Suddenly, Mechanical Frieza's chest cavity opened, revealing layers of missile-launched nests within. Target confirmed, Son Goku. Threat level, planet annihilation. Execute command, eliminate. The synthetic electronic voice was devoid of inflection as the missile tails ignited, creating a sea of fire that surged toward Wukong's metallic platform. Hey! Wukong lunged onto the alloy plate, concentrating his energy beneath his feet. The entire metal sheet abruptly angled upwards like a colossal shield, blocking the missiles. The explosive shockwave distorted the alloy plate violently, but failed to harm Wukong, who utilized the recoil to propel himself into the air, his right hand forming a palm as golden energy coalesced into a spiraling orb. Let me show you the genuine power. Kamehameha. The tangerine energy wave pierced through the thick smoke, striking Mechanical Frieza's chest. The energy core erupted in a blinding radiance, and the metallic shell caved inward as if melted by extreme heat. Yet, in the moment the energy wave dissipated, the wreckage of Mechanical Frieza suddenly fragmented into dozens of small robots, each bearing Frieza's facial features, their limbs transforming into sharp blades. Modular design? Wukong raised an eyebrow, weaving through the rain of debris, each punch precisely targeting the core chips of the robots. However, the shattered remnants on the ground reformed like liquid metal, quickly assembling into new mechanical bodies, albeit smaller and faster than before. Interesting. Wukong's aura surged once more, his golden hair standing on end, his pupils transforming into a vibrant green. It appeared that he would need to utilize his true abilities. As the red flames of Super Saiyan enveloped him, the surrounding dark matter storm was pushed back 3 feet. Wukong vanished from his spot and reappeared in the core control room of mechanical Frieza, a spherical chamber composed of numerous optical fibers, with a pulsating purple crystal suspended at its center. Found your heart. Wukong's fist, imbued with searing energy, came crashing down, only to be repelled by a suddenly materializing energy shield. The optical lenses of mechanical Frieza turned toward him, and all the modular robots ceased their assault, converging into a metallic torrent toward the control room. Warning, core under attack. Initiating emergency protocol. Synchronizing Frieza gene bank. The inner walls of the spherical chamber illuminated with countless displays, showcasing Frieza's battle data from childhood, his rage on Namek, the trajectory of his moves during their first battle. Even the energy fluctuations recorded when Wukong pierced through his body were clearly documented. As the data streamed, mechanical Frieza's movements became fluid, the transitions during modular assembly seamless. Even mimicking Frieza's signature, taunting sidestep. Can you even replicate battle habits? Wukong was forced to retreat repeatedly by the sudden onslaught of death beams. The beams grazing his shoulder armor and creating a crater the size of a bowl in the alloy plate. The angle and energy density of those beams were almost identical to the ones Frieza had used to ambush him on Namek. Mechanical Frieza's chest cavity opened again, this time extending not missiles but a long metallic whip crackling with purple electricity. The trajectory of the whip was unpredictable, sometimes darting like a snake, other times coiling like a serpent around a tree, possessing the same flexibility and ferocity as Frieza's third form. When the whip ensnared his right arm, Wukong suddenly felt a powerful current coursing through him, a special magnetic field capable of disrupting his energy flow. The electric shock delayed Wukong's movements for half a second, allowing mechanical Frieza's metallic knee to crash into his abdomen. Wukong grunted, propelled backward into a heap of starship wreckage. Dark matter surged into his mouth and nose, prompting him to cough uncontrollably. Now this is getting interesting. Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes igniting with greater determination. But you've forgotten the most crucial element. He inhaled sharply, blue ripples emerging from the red flames as the aura of Super Saiyan God began to merge with the power of Super Saiyan Blue. The surrounding space-time seemed to freeze. Mechanical Frieza's whip hanging suspended in midair, its optical lenses reflecting Wukong's form as it gradually turned blue. Though Frieza is detestable, his battles embody an indomitable spirit that you, as an imitation, cannot replicate. Wukong's voice resonated clearly in the silence. True combat cannot be won merely through data. In the instant he vanished, all of mechanical Frieza's optical lenses turned in different directions, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of Wukong's afterimage, until a muffled sound echoed through the control room. The purple crystal suddenly shattered, and all modular robots froze simultaneously, their metallic shells quickly losing their luster, transforming into rust-red dust within the dark matter storm. Wukong stood beside the shattered crystal, the residual heat of his earlier punch still lingering in his palm. Within the crystal fragments, he glimpsed countless battle images of Frieza, including a blurred scene, a young Frieza seated beside King Cold, clumsily mimicking his father's moves with a ball of energy coiled in his tail, his eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity rather than malice. So that's how it is. Wukong scratched his head and suddenly smiled. No matter the truth, this battle had been quite exhilarating. As the dark matter storm gradually subsided, distant star clusters began to twinkle into view. Wukong soared toward the direction of the seventh universe, golden energy trailing behind him like a long ribbon of light. He thought that once he returned, he might ask Frieza if he wanted to have another bout. Of course, it would have to be the genuine one who would exclaim Kakarot in exasperation. After all, only a true rival could render a battle meaningful. Chapter 54, Vegeta's Pride. Never surrender. The remnants of planet Vegeta glimmered coldly under cosmic rays, resembling a shattered piece of obsidian. Vegeta floated at the center of the debris field, crimson waves of energy pulverizing the surrounding meteors into dust. He had been engaged in combat here for 7 consecutive days against a mirror training pod of his own creation, projecting an illusion of himself from when Frieza had crushed his spine on Namek. Useless. The mirrored Vegeta cackled mockingly, its tail lashing out like a steel cable, accompanied by a tearing sound that sliced through the air. You dare call yourself the Prince of the Saiyans, yet cannot even control your own fate? Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he forcefully thrust his right foot into the void, evading the tail whip just in time, and unleashed a concentrated energy sphere at the mirrored figure's side. Shut up. The energy sphere erupted in a blinding flash upon contact. But the illusion seemed to glide through the flames like a ghost, the tail ensnaring his neck and violently hurling him toward a massive starship wreck. The metallic sound of distortion reverberated silently in the vacuum, as Ba's back collided with a web-like crack, blood rising in his throat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the crimson energy surged once more, fiercer than before. 7 years ago, I was not this weak. The doppelganger emerged from the flames, its face marred by the scars of energy burns, yet it grinned more ferociously. 7 years later, you haven't grown much stronger. Left behind by Halotra, needing others' assistance to surpass Frieza. Is this your princely dignity? These words struck Vegeta like a poisoned dagger, piercing his vulnerable spot with precision. He abruptly raised his head, his black hair billowing without wind, golden lights spreading from the roots to the tips. As the aura of the Gaiden erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through the shattered star belt. I do not require your counterfeit judgment. The two clashed instantaneously, their fists and feet creating shockwaves that reduced surrounding asteroids to dust. The doppelganger's moves mirrored his exactly. Even the angles of the punches and the points of force were identical. This was a perfect replication simulated by the training pod based on his past combat data, designed specifically to shatter his psychological defenses. You are afraid. The doppelganger seized upon his flaw, elbowing him fiercely in the ribs, instilling fear that he would never catch up to Halotra, that the title of Saiyan Prince was merely a joke. Vegeta was knocked back several paces, pain radiating from his ribs, yet he found himself laughing, the sound echoing silently in the vacuum, while the crimson in his eyes blazed even brighter. Afraid? The Saiyan dictionary contains no such words. He suddenly retracted his fists, the energy within him retracting rapidly, the golden aura condensing into a profound blue. Do you think replicating my moves will lead to victory? You will never learn what I fight for. The aura of the Chalan Shenke surged like a tempest from the deep sea, instantly engulfing the doppelganger. Amidst the blue light, Vegeta's figure darted, each punch imbued with a resolute determination. When the doppelganger's tail struck again, he did not evade but charged forward into the attack, grasping the tail's base with his left hand while his right hand pressed an energy sphere against the doppelganger's chest. This move was created for me to surpass myself. With a thunderous explosion, the doppelganger shattered within the blue light, the projection of the training pod vanishing instantaneously, leaving Vegeta suspended in the shattered star belt, his chest heaving violently as the Chalan aura gradually subsided, reverting to its black-haired form. He looked down at his palm, where the sting of energy burns still lingered. Yet the corner of his mouth curved into a cold, hard smile. 7 years ago on Namek, when Vegeta's foot pressed against the back of his neck, and debris embedded in his palm, he gritted his teeth, listening to the other party's disdainful tone declaring that Saiyans were merely lowly warriors. Back then, he believed dignity lay in surpassing Frieza, in reclaiming the dominion of Vegeta. It was only upon witnessing Gao's explosive power in defense of his family on Earth, witnessing Gao's struggles in the future, that he realized true dignity is not anchored in past titles. Fuchin, Gao's voice suddenly came through the communicator, filled with youthful excitement. Mom said if you don't come back soon, the roast for dinner will be devoured by Ufanfa. Vegeta's shoulders imperceptibly relaxed, a cold snort escaping his lips, yet his tone lacked the previous hostility. Got it, kid. Tell Bulma to save my portion. As he turned to fly towards Earth, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the ruins of Vegeta, where his arrogance had once been buried. Yet now, the winds of the shattered star belt seemed to carry the aroma of Earth's roasted delicacies, and he touched his chest, where there was no longer a spine crushed by Frieza, but a heart beating to protect his family. As the spaceship landed on the capsule's company's landing pad, Bulma stood at the door with her hands on her hips, holding unfinished skewers of roast. If you're 5 minutes later, there won't even be bones left for you. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and snatched the skewer from her hand, taking a large bite, not caring that the juices splattered at the corner of his mouth. Who needs your roast? Despite his words, he did not move, allowing Bulma to wipe the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Tonkatsu ran out of the house, holding a game console. Dad, I just saw the training footage. The Chalan Shinkad is super cool. Cooler than Wufan Gurgov. Vegar's ears flushed slightly, yet he feigned a stern expression. What do kids understand? His eyes, however, involuntarily glanced toward the direction of Kaa's home, where a familiar energy emanated. That guy was probably sparring with Wufan again. TCH, that Kakalotera, he muttered under his breath, biting down on the last piece of meat, turning towards the training room. Tomorrow's training will be doubled. You come along too. Tonkatsu wailed as he was dragged away, while Bulma watched the father and son's retreating figures, smiling and shaking her head, placing the roast in the refrigerator. She certainly knew that within Vegeta's training pod, aside from the doppelganger of Frieza, there was also a hidden program, simulating Shinkat. He spoke with disdain, yet treated every battle with the doppelganger as a genuine contest. In the depths of the night, Vegeta activated the training pod once more. This time, the doppelganger was no longer a reflection of his past self, but the golden-haired, blue-eyed Chaolan, Wukong. The doppelganger struck a pose for the Guipai Qigong, smiling as it said, "Benga, let us have a match." Vegeta's energy surged instantly, the intertwining flames of crimson and deep blue soaring into the sky. Perfect. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed in the training room, each punch infused with an unyielding intensity, yet devoid of past malice. For he finally understood that the dignity of a Saiyan is not found in the title of prince, but in the ability to rise again and again, even when knocked down, for those he wishes to protect, for the purpose of surpassing himself. This is the pride of Vegeta, as a Saiyan, as a husband and father. Never to bow his head. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the training room window, Bulma finally shattered the doppelganger, emerging from the pod drenched in sweat. Bulma leaned against the door with breakfast in hand, the morning light casting a golden hue on her hair. Did you win? She smiled and offered him milk. Vegeta accepted it, tilting his head back to gulp down most of it, the movement of his Adam's apple revealing a softness he was unaware of. Soon enough, I will surpass that fool. In the distance, the energy of Wukong was rising, accompanied by his familiar, hearty laughter. Vegeta snorted softly, clenching his fists. He would never concede in this contest, never. This was not for the empty title of prince, but to prove that his life, has always been in his own hands. Chapter 55, The Heritage of Vala. The last of the star people, the twin stars in the night sky shone exceptionally bright, like two forgotten teardrops. In the abandoned astronomical observatory, a rusty telescope pointed toward the stars, its lens covered in thick dust, yet still hinting at its former precision. Carla curled up in an old sleeping bag beside the observation platform, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the star map etched into the ground. The trajectories of stars painted with fluorescent pigments glowing faintly in the darkness. Are you looking at the star map again? Wukong's voice broke the silence as he entered, holding 2 cans of cola, placing one beside Kala, the tab popping open with a sound. Bulma said the observational data here could help us locate new energy sources. I didn't expect to find you here. Kala did not turn, merely responding with a soft hum. Her silver hair shimmered under the moonlight, glistening like mother of pearl, while the silver scales on her pointed ears fluttered gently with her breath. This was the 3rd time Rogue had encountered her at the observatory, and each time she seemed to meld into the abandoned structure. You seem quite familiar with the stars. Wukong scratched his head, sitting beside her. Did you draw these star maps? They were left by our ancestors. Kala's voice was soft, like the wind whispering through shattered glass. Our people refer to them as the coordinates of our homeland. She raised her hand to caress a star marked with purple paint, her fingertips glowing faintly. That one is the mother star, which transformed into a supernova the year I was born. Wukong's colican paused at his lips. Your people are all gone. Kala's fingertip halted on the star map, her voice tranquil as if recounting someone else's tale. The star people relied on stellar energy for survival. And after the mother star exploded, the energy source was severed. As my father led the last of our kin in search of a new refuge, we exhausted our energy amidst the interstellar drift. leaving me as the sole survivor. The iron gate of the observation station creaked ominously in the wind, and as Wukong observed the dimming scales at her ear tips, he suddenly found the cola in his hand less sweet. He reminisced about the days spent stargazing on Bowsy Mountain during his childhood, when his grandfather would often say that stars were the souls of the departed. Indeed, the extinguishing of certain stars could truly take an entire world with them. "Why do you remain here?" he inquired. "Because the geomagnetic field here amplifies the faint energy of the stars," Kara replied, lowering her head, her silver hair cascading to obscure her face. "Before his passing, my father said that if I could find fragments of the star core, I could reconstruct the energy field of our home planet. The old instruments at the observation station can capture the energy waves of the fragments. I am waiting." Just as Wukong was about to speak, the observation device emitted a piercing beep, and the waveform displayed on the screen fluctuated violently, with the red alarm light flashing incessantly. Kara sprang to her feet, her scales suddenly shining as bright as day. She rushed to the control panel, her fingers deftly maneuvering over the dust-covered buttons, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. "It's the signal of the star core fragment, 300 kilometers northwest in the meteor belt." The craft navigated through the clouds as Kara fixated on the radar screen, the scales at her fingertips glowing with an intense heat. Wukong watched her hands grip the control stick, delicate yet powerful, her knuckles whitening with exertion. He suddenly recalled Bulma's words. "The lives of the star people are bound to the energy of the stars. When the energy is depleted, their scales turn a pale gray, resembling faded shells." "How long have you been searching for these fragments?" "5 years, Kara murmured softly. "Father's energy sustained me for 3 years. I survived on the residual energy of the observation station for 2 more years. If I can't find it soon, I too will fade away like those stars." She turned her face aside, moonlight illuminating her pale visage. "Do you know? The tears of the star people are silver. When they fall to the ground, they become stardust. But I can no longer shed tears. There's too little energy left even to cry." Wukong's heart tightened. He thought of Krillin and Gohan, and those he fiercely protected, suddenly understanding that the concept of loss is a tormenting pain for anyone. The meteor belt proved more perilous than anticipated, with rocks of various sizes colliding chaotically in the gravitational field, and the craft's protective shield continuously sounded alarms. Yet Kara remained remarkably composed, skillfully maneuvering the vessel through the debris as if she were a fish swimming through coral. Her pupils reflected the myriad of fragments. And suddenly she pointed at a meteor the size of a rugby ball. There, the surface of the meteor was encrusted with ice, and a faint azure light glimmered beneath, mirroring the luster of her scales. Just as Wukong was about to rush forward, Kara stopped him. "The star core fragment has an energy barrier. Only the blood of the star people can dissolve it." She raised her hand and bit her fingertip, a droplet of silver blood falling onto the protective shield, instantly transforming into a luminous pattern. "Wait." Wukong grasped her wrist. "You'll become weaker." Kara smiled, the first time Wukong had seen her smile. Radiant like a meteor streaking across the night sky. "It's better than letting it remain buried here forever." She broke free from Wukong's hold and directed the craft towards the meteor, pressing her bleeding fingertip against the ice at the moment of contact. The silver blood spread across the ice, which melted at a visible rate, revealing the star core fragment within. The fragment resembled a solidified piece of the cosmos, with countless tiny lights swirling inside, warm to the touch, akin to holding a beating heart. Kara trembled as she cradled the fragment in her palms, her scales shining brightly, even casting a blue hue over the vessel's dashboard. She closed her eyes, murmuring an ancient tongue, and the lights flowed into her body through her fingertips, restoring color to her cheeks and a hint of pink to her pale lips. "How do you feel?" Wukong leaned closer, noticing her ear scales no longer dull, but radiating a warm glow. Kara opened her eyes, sparkling with fragmented light, akin to a sky filled with stars. "What my father said is true. It is restoring my energy." She suddenly grasped Wukong's hand, warm with the temperature of stars. "Thank you, Wukong. The star people never owe a debt. Wherever you need me, even if it is to pluck stars from the sky, I will assist you." On the return journey, Kara fell asleep, resting against her seat, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, the glow of her scales soft like moonlight. Wukong reduced the speed of the craft, gazing at the stars rushing past outside, suddenly feeling that perhaps these stars were indeed watching over humanity. observing those who clung to hope amidst ruins, those traversing light years in search of home, and those flickering lights that reignite with the warmth of perseverance. The lights of the observation station flickered back to life, the star core fragment installed in the central energy chamber, casting a blue light that transformed the entire station into a dreamscape. Kara stood before the fragment, singing an ancient ballad, the melody devoid of lyrics, yet swirling with the essence of countless stars. Wukong sat on an old sofa nearby, watching her scales gradually regain their luster. Suddenly realizing that this journey held more significance than defeating any adversary. This song is a prayer of the stars. Kara turned to him, her eyes shining brighter than the star core fragment itself. The star people believe that all scattered stars will eventually reassemble into constellations. She approached Wukong, offering him a silver scale that shimmered softly in the sunlight. This is a token of the star people. With it, no matter which galaxy you are in, I will be able to find you. Wukong accepted the scale, light as a feather, yet heavy with a promise. He scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. If the opportunity arises, I'll take you to Earth. The stars there may not shine as brightly as your home planet, but at night, there are night markets, barbecues, and many friends. Tears glimmered in Kara's eyes, and this time, true silver droplets cascaded down, turning to sparkling stardust upon hitting the ground. She raised her hand to catch another tear. Smiling, "Look, I can cry again." The telescope at the observation station was recalibrated, pointing towards the direction of the long-extinguished home planet. The light of the star core fragment extended through the telescope's lens like a silver path connecting the past with the future. Wukong understood that Kara's journey was far from over. She must rely on this fragment to reconstruct the energy field and search for the descendants of the star people scattered across the universe. When you find your kin, you must tell me. Wukong ignited the craft. I'll take everyone to your reunion feast. Kara stood at the entrance of the observation station, waving, her scales sparkling in the sunlight. Absolutely. When the time comes, I'll pluck the brightest star as a gift for you. The craft gradually drifted away, and as Wukong looked back, the blue light of the observation station stood out vividly against the night sky, like a beacon for lost stars. He clutched the silver scale in his hand, suddenly understanding that the most precious treasure in the universe is not immense power, but the hope that struggles amidst darkness. The light that refuses to extinguish despite the odds. And Kara, the last of the star people, had finally discovered her own ray of light in the vast cosmos. Her scales would shine brightly once more. Her songs would be heard by many more. Those scattered stars would one day, under her guardianship, reassemble into a brilliant constellation. Chapter 56. The Ultimate Reconciliation of Piccolo and the Demon Clan. The sulfurous stench of the demon realm mingled with the chill of stardust, permeating the shattered floating island. Piccolo stood at the edge of the cliff. Behind him lay a gaping dimensional rift, dark red demonic energy surging like a tide, yet halted 3 meters from him by a translucent green energy barrier. From the rift came a familiar roar, the voice of a demon elder, laced with venomous resentment. "Traitor, do you think that by merging the bloodline of the Namekians, you can escape the stigma of the demon clan? The blood that flows in your bones is still that of the demon realm." Piccolo pressed his hand against the ground, green energy seeping from his fingertips into the rock layers, freezing the encroaching demonic energy in place. His horns were blunter than those of ordinary demons, and his skin bore a healthy olive green hue rather than pure black, a testament to the life energy of the Namekians coursing through him. "I have never sought to escape." His voice resonated with a deep timbre, reminiscent of the grinding of rocks, yet I chose my own path. Suddenly, a colossal serpent, coalescing from dark magical energy, erupted from a fissure, its fangs dripping with venom that corroded the ground into sizzling pits. Big sidestepped, unleashing a green shockwave with his palm that scattered the serpent. However, as he turned, chains snaked around his ankle, composed of countless minuscule runes, each one screaming betrayal. "Look at you now." The shadow of a demon elder flickered in the crack, his skin resembling parched bark, riddled with scars from battles fought. "For a group of earthlings. For that scion brat, you dare to assist outsiders against your own kin. Is this the life you have chosen?" Bix stumbled as the chains yanked him. The skin around his ankle seared and stinging, yet it only intensified the green glow in his eyes. "Kin?" He scoffed coldly, energy surging up the chains, green light exploding between the runes. "You cast me into the dimensional chaos, a mere hatchling, all for the sake of your dominion over the demon realm. It was Master Rashi who saved my life. Now you speak of kin? The chains shattered one by one, and Bick appeared suddenly on the opposite side of the fissure. A long knife of green energy poised at the elder's throat. Yet the elder did not flinch. He erupted into laughter. Good, good. This ferocity is somewhat reminiscent of the demon clan. He tore open his collar, revealing a grotesque scar on his chest. Did you think it was my desire to cast you away? That was the command of the old demon king. I secretly placed a protective talisman of the demon realm in your swaddling. Otherwise, do you think you could have survived in the chaos? Bick's blade halted in midair, his pupils constricting. Memories flooded back of the black talisman that had hung around his neck as a child, later taken by Master Rashi as a mere ornament, until it shattered in battle, saving him from a lethal blow. He had always believed it to be a protective charm from Master Rashi. The old demon king deemed you a worthless half-breed, believing your existence would tarnish the demon bloodline. The elder's voice grew somber, tinged with weariness. I could not protect you. I could only let you go in this manner. All these years, I have been ostracized by the other elders, guarding this fissure, fearing you would return one day and not recognize your own home. Bick's knife clattered to the ground, the green energy swirling chaotically around him, mirroring his tumultuous emotions. He reminisced about his childhood on Earth, Master Rashi teaching him meditation, Goku sparring with him, Gohan urging him to learn techniques. Those warm memories concealed a subtle dissonance he once thought was the alienation from his demon heritage. Only now did he realize that someone in the distant demon realm had, in their own way, shielded him from the storms that should have befallen him. Suddenly, roars from other demons erupted from the fissure, several shadows darting out, lunging at Bick. Kill this traitor. The elder swiftly turned, spreading his arms to shield Bick, his back instantly sliced open by a demon blade, revealing deep wounds. Who dares to harm him? Bick's pupils contracted, instinctively pulling the elder behind him, a green barrier materializing to deflect the incoming blades. He wished to speak, but the elder grasped his shoulder. Foolish boy. The elder coughed up black blood, yet smiled with satisfaction. In demon clan customs, protecting one's own is a principle. You may deny the demon realm, but the blood coursing through you cannot lie. It carries both the gentleness of Namek and the valor of the demon clan. That is who you are. Bick gazed at the elder's wounded back, then at his own glowing green palm. These hands had both healed injured comrades and vanquished wicked foes. The two halves of himself he had longed to sever had quietly merged into a unique existence through the mundane rhythms of daily life. I never said I would acknowledge the demon realm. Bick's voice, though hoarse, was resolute. He placed his hand upon the elder's wound, green healing energy gradually flowing in. But I will no longer hide. He turned to face the enraged demons, energy coalescing in his palm into a sphere of green, tinged with black. A new form merging the power of the demon clan with Namekian healing energy. Come if you dare, his horns faintly illuminated, but do not call me a traitor. I, Bick, am neither a pure demon nor a pure Namekian. I am simply myself. The sphere erupted, intertwining green healing light with black destructive energy, neutralizing the incoming attacks without harming any demon. The elder watched in awe, suddenly laughing. If the old demon king were to witness this, he would surely be infuriated. He despises such impurity, yet this is the true strength. Bick did not respond, silently adjusting the balance of his energy. He understood that reconciliation was not about forgetting or compromising, but about standing confidently in the sunlight, acknowledging every part of himself. Whether the gentleness of Namek or the sharpness of the demon clan, they were all fragments that constituted Bick. As the last demon lunged at him, he gently pushed them away with energy rather than obliterating them, leaving the opponent stunned. You won't kill us? Killing you would make me no different from those who cast me into chaos. Bick retracted his hand. Should you wish to fight, I am always ready. Yet it is impossible for me to live by your standards. The elder, clutching his wound, rose and shouted at the other demons, disperse. Whoever dares to trouble him must first contend with me. The demons exchanged glances, ultimately retreating back into the fissure, though their gazes lingered on Bick with a mix of complex emotions. As the fissure gradually closed, the elder patted Bick's arm. The door to the demon realm will always remain ajar for you. Whenever you wish to return, just give me a heads up, and I shall prepare the finest spirits of the demon realm for you. Bick watched the elder step into the fissure, and just before his figure vanished, he turned back and waved. He stood on the empty floating island, the wind lifting his cloak, green energy swirling at his fingertips. carrying a hint of barely perceptible black patterns. This was the first time he allowed the power of the demons to flow naturally, no longer suppressing it deliberately. From afar, Goku's voice rang out, "Bick. Gohan says he wants to eat your magical fried rice." Bick turned, his green figure leaping towards Earth, a faint smile gracing his lips. He realized that the reconciliation was not between him and the demons, but between him and himself. Those differences that had once troubled him had ultimately become an irreplaceable uniqueness. Upon returning to Earth, Gohan awaited at the door, holding a binocular, and upon seeing him, cheered as he ran over, "Uncle Bick, you've finally come back." Bick bent down to catch the little one leaping into his arms, the green energy at his fingertips gently brushing against Gohan's hair. Harboring a trace of black stardust from the demon realm, yet warm as the afternoon sun. Chapter 57, Buu's New Form, the Pure Power of Goodness. The jade-white floor of the heavenly palace radiated a gentle glow as Buu sat cross-legged at the center, his pudgy fingers clutching a half-eaten cake, cream smeared on his nose. He tilted his head, gazing at the floating crystal ball before him, which reflected scenes from Earth. Some were rebuilding homes amidst ruins, others feeding stray kittens, while children ran in the square holding windmills. These images caused his rotund body to sway gently, like a cotton candy blown by the wind. Buu did not understand, and suddenly spoke, his voice soft and sweet as honey. "Why do they fight? Is the cake not tasty?" Just then, the crystal ball flashed a scene. Two soldiers stood facing each other, weapons raised, the smoke turning the sky a grayish purple. Mr. Satan, standing nearby, adjusted his sunglasses and cleared his throat. "Well, human conflicts are quite complex." His words were interrupted by Buu, who stuffed cake into his mouth, suddenly standing up and patting his belly, causing the pink flesh to jiggle. Buu does not want to see fighting. Buu wants them to be sweet like cake. No sooner had he spoken than the crystal ball erupted with blinding light, the war scenes erasing as if wiped away by an eraser, replaced by a golden wheat field where several children were bending down to help a farmer gather ears of wheat. Buu's eyes sparkled with delight as he reached out to touch the crystal ball. Just as his fingertips brushed the surface, he was enveloped by a warm white light. The radiance was gentle as morning mist, yet it bore an irresistible force, slowly lifting him up. "Huh, Buu?" Mr. Satan took a step back, startled, as he watched the pink fuzz on Buu's body gradually fade, revealing ivory-white skin. The once plump belly began to tighten, transforming into smooth lines, and the previously adorable face now had distinct contours. Only those eyes retained the clarity of childhood. "What is happening?" Buu, enveloped in white light, showed no signs of struggle. He merely opened his eyes slightly, observing his hands elongate. The scattered cake crumbs were suddenly drawn together by an invisible force, forming a complete strawberry cake. This time, however, there was no cream atop it, merely a glistening dewdrop that refracted sunlight, resembling a small sun. Buu's voice, once warm and soft, transformed into a clear yet gentle tone, akin to the babbling of a mountain stream, with an abundance of light swirling within his heart. He raised his hand to caress his chest, where soft flesh had been replaced by firm muscle, yet it felt softer than ever. The cake wrapper, previously crumpled in his grip, was now gently smoothed out by his hand, returning to its pristine state. As the white light dissipated, the figure standing there was no longer the chubby Buu. He stood tall, clad in a moonlight white robe, his formerly curly hair now sleek and cascading over his shoulders, with only a trace of pink remaining on his forehead, reminiscent of an unwithering peach blossom. He glanced at his hands, and then at Mr. Satan, suddenly smiling. "Satan, do you see? Buu has become more handsome." No sooner had he spoken than Goku's voice rang out from outside. "Buu." That energy fluctuation was intense. "Are you all right?" Goku and Vegeta rushed into the hall, momentarily taken aback by Buu's appearance, which was neither the goofy, plump Buu nor the sleek version. His aura radiated warmth akin to the sun in spring, inviting closeness. "Buu?" Goku scratched his head. "Have you evolved?" Vegeta, arms crossed, stood to the side, his brows relaxing slightly. The energy was pure, devoid of any malevolence. He could sense that this energy lacked the past brutality, embodying a gentle transparency, reminiscent of a cleansed sky. Buu raised a hand, and a transparent orb of light appeared in his palm, encasing an injured little bird, the same one that had flitted through the crystal ball moments earlier, its wings marred by shrapnel. The light from his fingertips fell upon the bird's wing, and the wound healed at a visible rate. The bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky after circling 3 times around his fingertip. Bu understood. His eyes sparkled as he turned and dashed towards the hall's exit, his moonlight white robe billowing in the wind. A voice within him affirming that power was not merely for combat. The others followed him outside the god temple, where they saw several children trapped beneath a fallen advertisement. Friends of the plump Bu, those he had once rescued, anxiously gathered around. Without a moment's hesitation, the newly transformed Bu lifted his hands, and an invisible force, gentle as a stream, raised the advertisement, allowing the children to escape safely into the arms of their rushing parents. This power, Goku murmured, is entirely different from before. There is no sense of oppression, yet it accomplishes what once required immense effort. Vegeta snorted, but did not deny that when Bu lifted the advertisement, he had deliberately tested the energy. It seemed soft yet was as resilient as spider silk, remaining unmoved despite his probing. As Bu descended, he was surrounded by the children, one tugging at his robe and asking, "Bu brother, can you turn back for us to see? We still prefer your chubby form." Bu bent down with a smile, lightly tapping the child's head with his fingertip, and a pink cotton candy materialized in their hand. Of course, but Bu wants to try this form for now. He looked towards the ruins in the distance, where people were moving stones by hand. Let us go help them. He led the way, followed closely by Goku and Vegeta, while Mr. Satan hurried after them, exclaiming, "Bu, wait for me. The camera can't keep up." Sunlight bathed Bu's moonlight robe, casting a faint golden glow. Where he passed, wilted grass shoots sprang forth with green tips, and broken branches sprouted new leaves, not through any deliberate action, but because his surrounding aura of benevolence nourished all life as naturally as air. He had once thought destruction was powerful. Bu turned back to Goku with a smile. "Now I realize that bringing smiles to everyone is far more joyous than winning a fight." His eyes crescent-shaped, the pink mark on his forehead shimmered. This, indeed, was Bu's most formidable form. Goku nodded vigorously, "Yes. This form is incredibly cool." Vegeta turned his head away, yet the corner of his mouth subtly lifted. In the distance, beneath the bridge restored by Bu's power, people fished and picnicked, laughter drifting through the air, entwining with Bu's bright laughter like an unscripted melody. Inside the god temple's crystal ball, the world was reflected in smiles, devoid of any trace of smoke. Bu gazed at the scene within the sphere, gently touching it. Where his fingertip landed, a white flower quietly blossomed, its core harboring a dewdrop brighter than any star. That was the pure essence of benevolence, more resilient than any force of destruction, akin to a seed of spring, silently coloring the world in gentle hues. Chapter 58, The Omni King's Judgment. A final opportunity within the Omni King's palace. Time seemed to freeze upon the glassy tiles. 2 diminutive figures sat atop floating thrones, their skirts trailing like melting galaxies across the ground. The Omni Kings swung their short legs, each clutching a piece of cosmic candy, their expressions serious, having set aside their usual play with string. "So, you still haven't reached a consensus?" The left Omni King licked the sugar remnants from his lips, his voice possessing a childlike clarity yet concealing an undeniable authority. "The plan for the fusion of the 7th and 11th universes cannot be delayed any longer. The barriers between the 2 timelines will shatter." The right Omni King nodded in agreement, his tiny fists clenched tightly. "If they shatter, many planets will fall, like broken cookies." In the center of the palace, representatives from the 7th universe stood in a line, Goku scratching his head, Vegeta with arms crossed, Piccolo deep in thought, while Gohan subtly tugged at his father's sleeve. Opposite them, from the 11th universe, Jiren stood rigidly, his gaze sharp as a blade, the remnants of his aura slightly fluctuating, clearly still brooding over the previous battle. "It's not that we are unwilling," Goku finally spoke, his tone unusually serious, "but after fusion, the laws of the 2 universes will conflict, such as gravitational coefficients and energy frequencies. Many will struggle to adapt, while those who cannot adapt simply vanish." Jiren's voice was as cold as ice. "You 7th universe always uses problems as excuses. What did you say?" Vegeta's temper flared instantly, his aura surging. "If you have the guts, say it again." "Vegeta." Piccolo quickly restrained him, bowing slightly to the Omni Kings. "We need time to adjust the laws for compatibility. At the very least, we must ensure a smooth transition for ordinary people." The left Omni King suddenly tilted his head, pointing at Goku. "Son Goku, didn't you mention that there is someone in the 7th universe who can control multiple laws simultaneously?" Goku paused for a moment, then recalled something, his eyes brightening. You mean Bu? His new form can harmonize energy conflicts. Bu? Elder Kai of the 11th universe furrowed his brow. Isn't that the one who used to turn people into chocolate? He is different now? Gohan hurriedly explained. The current Bu possesses pure, benevolent power capable of softening conflicting energies. The right Omni King clapped his hands. Their thrones rose higher, allowing the two small figures to look down upon everyone. Then let him give it a try. In 3 days. Bring him here to serve as a bridge for the loss. If he fails, he paused, lightly tapping his finger, and a nearby test planet was instantly reduced to dust. Then the two universes will have to clash head-on. The air in the palace thickened. Goku watched the spot where the planet had vanished, swallowing hard. 3 days it is. We will definitely succeed. Though Vegeta remained silent, the tension in his aura noticeably lessened, indicating his acceptance of the decision. Returning to the 7th universe, Goku immediately found Bu, who was joyfully distributing cake to the children at the orphanage. The newly transformed Bu was adorned in a moon-white robe, and the pink mark on his forehead shimmered in the sunlight as the children gathered around him, chattering like a flock of little sparrows. Bu, I have a critically important task for you. Goku crouched down to meet Bu's gaze, explaining that the Omni King requested him to create a rule bridge to ensure a harmonious fusion of the 7th and 11th universes without conflict. Bu paused with the cake spatula in hand, tilting his head in curiosity. What is a rule bridge? Is it like a rope connecting two swings? Close enough. Goku nodded vigorously. You need to use your power to intertwine the rules of both universes, preventing them from clashing. Bu blinked and suddenly laughed. Is it like sharing cake with bickering children? If each gets half, they won't fight anymore? Exactly. Piccolo interjected, but this time the cake is enormous. You will need to smooth over all conflicting rules. For instance, the gravity of the 11th universe is 5 times that of the 7th universe. So you must gradually adjust the gravity in the transitional area, allowing people to adapt step by step. Bu set down the cake spatula and wiped his hands, declaring, Bu will give it a try. Bu doesn't want the planet to crumble like a cookie. For the next 3 days, Bu barely closed his eyes. He sat at the threshold of the two universes, closing his eyes and allowing his benevolent energy to spread like water. Initially, it was not smooth sailing. The gentle energy of the 7th universe clashed violently with the rigid energy of the 11th universe, sending Bu flying several times and causing his mouth to bleed. Bu, why not take a break? Goku offered a senzu bean, concerned for Bu's pale face. Bu shook his head, stuffing the bean into his mouth, healing instantly. No. The Omni King said it would shatter. He closed his eyes again, the pink mark on his forehead glowing intensely. This time, instead of forcing it, he learned to divide his power into countless fine streams, gently infiltrating the crevices of the two sets of rules like spring rain soaking into the soil. On the first day, he reduced the gravity at the threshold from 5 times to 4, and a few daring aliens attempted to cross without falling. On the second day, he harmonized the energy frequencies, allowing the air of the 7th universe and the force of the 11th universe to coexist in the same space. By the third morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the threshold, the once tumultuous energy flow transformed into a gentle stream, and even the particles in the air resonated softly. In the palace of the Omni King, Bu stood at the center, slowly raising his hands. His moon-white robe billowed without wind, and the mark on his forehead glowed like the stars. The two previously conflicting rules converged in his palms, resembling two differently colored ribbons, gradually intertwining into a single strand, blue for the 7th universe on the left and gold for the 11th universe on the right, with a gentle purple hue emerging where they entwined, representing a new color belonging to the fused universe. Wow! The Omni King, left, clapped his hands and laughed. They truly are connected. It looks as delightful as rainbow candy. The Omni King, right, nodded in agreement, much better than brute force. This Bu is more reliable than Son Goku. Goku scratched his head and grinned foolishly, while Vegeta huffed, yet secretly sighed in relief. Jiren regarded the purple rule bridge with a complex expression and eventually nodded at Bu. Well done. Bu lowered his hands, and the mark on his forehead gradually dimmed. Though he felt fatigued, he wore a radiant smile. Bu knew that sharing cake together is more enjoyable than fighting. The Omni Kings exchanged glances and simultaneously waved their hands. The purple rule bridge outside the palace began to widen, resembling a soft blanket that gently enveloped the two universes. There were no explosions, no shattering, only countless inhabitants of various planets looking up in awe at the sky, witnessing a gentle purple hue unlike anything they had ever seen. So it won't shatter, right? Bu asked the Omni King, his eyes filled with anticipation. The Omni King, left, tossed him a gigantic universe gummy candy. It won't shatter. From now on, you shall be the cosmic adhesive. Bu caught the candy, unwrapped it, and took a big bite, the sweetness bursting on his tongue. He gazed at the gradually merging starry sky in the distance, and suddenly realized that the most powerful force is not to send an opponent flying, but to gently bring worlds that were destined to collide together. Just like at this moment, the winds of the two universes flowed through his robe, carrying different essences, yet quietly merging into the same melody. Chapter 59. The resonance of 7 Dragon Balls. The stars in the night sky suddenly shone exceptionally bright as 7 beams of different colors rose from various corners of the universe, converging towards Earth like 7 rushing rivers. Bulma stood atop the Capsule Corporation roof, clutching the orange-red 3-star ball, feeling a subtle tremor in her fingertips. As if it were alive. "It's happening," she murmured. Behind her, hurried footsteps approached. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Android 18, and Frieza, the 7 Dragon Ball holders, had gathered here. Each Dragon Ball in their hands radiated heat, the star patterns on their surfaces glowing as if they were breathing. Goku held the 4-star ball, feeling it was like a small sun, radiating warmth. "Bulma, do you think the Dragon Balls resonating suddenly means something significant is about to happen?" Vegeta snorted, the 2-star ball in his fingers glowing fiercely, nearly burning his hand. "Whatever it is, if it stirs trouble, I'll shatter it." Despite his words, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Dragon Ball, fearing it might slip away. Piccolo's 1-star ball glowed with a ghostly green light, harmonizing with his aura. He spoke solemnly. "This power is stronger than any previous summon of the dragon. It feels like a response to a deeper call." The 7 gathered in a circle, placing the Dragon Balls in the energy array at the center of the roof. In an instant, all 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, forming the shape of the Big Dipper in the night sky. Their radiant light intertwined to create a massive web of light that enveloped half the earth. On the ground, countless people looked up in awe, their exclamations ringing out. Some made wishes towards the light web, while others fervently prayed. The scattered wishes across the land floated like dandelion seeds, gently lifted by the light web towards the star formation of the Dragon Balls. A deep humming sound resonated from the center of the star formation as the 7 Dragon Balls began to rotate faster and faster, ultimately transforming into a pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. Within the light column, the outline of the dragon emerged, clearer than ever before, with scales resembling a cosmic star map, each glimmering brightly. Krillin widened his eyes as the 5-star ball in his hand suddenly flew out, merging into the light column. "Is the dragon about to appear?" Frieza toyed with the 6-star ball, his golden pupils narrowing slightly. "Interesting, this power is capable of tearing through time and space. It seems we are about to witness something extraordinary." His Dragon Ball also broke free from his control, joining the light column as a streak of light. At the top of the light column, the dragon's head slowly emerged, not in its usual tangible form, but composed of countless fragments of stars, with its eyes resembling 2 swirling black holes, swallowing cosmic clouds. When it spoke, its voice resonated as if from the dawn of the universe, sending vibrations through the listener's eardrums. "I am the Super Dragon, awakened by the resonance of the 7 Dragon Balls." This resonance is not due to a singular wish, but a collective of myriad desires, seeking to restore the unbalanced order. Goku scratched his head. Restoring the unbalanced order? Are there issues within the universe? The dragon's gaze swept over the 7 individuals and every person on Earth looking up, as the 7th universe merges with the 11th universe. Ripples have formed in time and space, causing countless fragments of parallel worlds to fall into the main universe, disrupting the causal lines. Malicious individuals are exploiting these fragments, baiting wishes to harvest despair energy. If not halted, the universe will descend into chaos. Vegeta furrowed his brow. So the resonance of these Dragon Balls is to clean up this mess? Not quite. The dragon's voice softened. The Dragon Balls are keys to balancing the universe. This resonance has already pinpointed the locations of all anomalous fragments. As the Dragon Ball holders, you must guide the power of wishes with your own beliefs, returning the fragments to their rightful places. As soon as the words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls flew out of the light column. embedding themselves within the energy rings on the wrists of the 7 individuals. The handcuff of Wukong glowed with a crimson light, indicating that the recent fragments were located at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Shidu. Without hesitation, Wukong leaped into action, the power of the 4-star bead coursing through his arms, filling him with an invigorating strength. Off he went. Vegeta followed closely, the radiance of the 2-star bead enveloping him in a shield reminiscent of armor. You won't get ahead of me, Kakarot. As Piccolo soared into the air, the green light of the 1-star bead transformed into a vine in his palm, ensnaring a distant streetlight to gain momentum. Frieza, don't lag behind. Frieza scoffed, the golden light of the 6-star bead forming a halo beneath him, matching Wukong's speed. Compared to some Saiyans who rely solely on brute force, I am far more efficient. Krillin and Android 18 flew side by side, the glow of the 5-star and 7-star beads intertwining to create a protective barrier, safeguarding the city below as they set out to clear the fragments near residential areas. Gohan, with the 3-star bead, headed towards the most chaotic energy in the mountainous region where the fragments exuded a potent darkness. On the rooftop, Bulma watched the 7 streaks of light vanish into the night, the energy array in her hands still operational, the screen displaying the locations of the fragments being marked globally. She pressed the communicator. Everyone, I will update the fragment coordinates in real time. Please stay safe. These fragments can mimic your greatest fears. Do not be deceived. As Wukong burst into the abandoned factory, he indeed encountered a figure resembling Chi-Chi, weeping on the ground. Wukong, I'm so scared. His heart tightened, and just as he intended to rush over, the 4-star bead on his wrist suddenly grew warm, shooting a red beam towards the figure, causing the illusion to dissipate and revealing a twisted black fragment beneath. Humph, trying to deceive me? Wukong punched the fragment, channeling the power of the 4-star bead into his fist. The fragment let out a sharp wail, transforming into specks of starlight that were absorbed by the handcuff. Task accomplished. Vegeta encountered a younger version of himself in the commercial district, the arrogant, violent Saiyan prince who knew only destruction. Look at yourself now, the illusion sneered. Giving up the fight for the sake of Earthlings, how ridiculous. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, the 2-star bead erupting with a brilliant light. What I choose to protect is not for you to dictate. He concentrated his energy, shattering the illusion along with the fragment, and as the fragment merged with the handcuff, he seemingly heard the anguished roar of his past self, yet a smile of relief tugged at the corners of his mouth. Piccolo encountered King Piccolo in the forest, a past he desperately sought to escape. You are ultimately my doppelganger, the illusion cackled. You will inevitably become just like me. Piccolo remained silent, the green light of the 1-star bead enveloping him. Memories of training with Gohan and fighting alongside Wukong transformed into warmth, empowering him as he raised his hand and unleashed the special beam cannon, swiftly shattering the fragment. I am who I am, not defined by you. Frieza's fragment morphed into King Cold, accusing him of weakness and the loss of imperial dignity. He merely lifted a hand lazily, the power of the 6-star bead slicing through the illusion like a blade, cleaving it in two. Father, you do not understand. True strength lies in the mastery of one's desires. Krillin and Android 18 faced countless souls they had failed to save. A flicker of uncertainty crossed 18's eyes, and Krillin grasped her hand tightly. The light of the 5-star and 7-star beads merged, forming a warm wall of light. We have done well. Now, it is time for these pains to find peace. As the wall of light passed, the illusions dissipated, and the fragments were gently absorbed. Gohan confronted the darkened version of himself in the mountains, embodying his greatest fears. Yet as the light of the 3-star bead pierced through the darkness, he recalled his father's encouragement, his mother's expectations, and his own resolve to protect the world. The darkness shattered instantly, and the fragments in his hands transformed into pure light. When the 7 warriors had cleared all the fragments, dawn broke. They returned to the rooftop of the Capsule Corporation. Placing the handcuffs in the energy array, the 7 Dragon Balls ascended once more, merging into the body of Shenron. The contours of Shenron became more defined as it looked down upon them, stating, "The threads of causality have been restored, and the imbalance has been reshaped. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a shared wish." The 7 exchanged glances, ultimately turning to Wukong. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "We don't have any particular wishes, just hope that everyone stays safe and happy." A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Shenron's eyes as its colossal form transformed into a cascade of starlight, raining down upon the world. On Earth, past pains healed in the starlight, lost family members reunited, and barren lands sprouted anew. The 7 Dragon Balls returned to their hands. Their surface glow gradually calming yet imbued with an eternal warmth. Bulma gazed at the now normal cosmic map on the screen, exclaiming, "It seems that the true power of the 7 Dragon Balls is not to satisfy selfish desires, but to unite everyone's beliefs and create miracles." Wukong tucked the 4-star bead into his pocket and patted his stomach. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat some barbecue." Vegeta snorted but was already flying toward the barbecue restaurant. Sunlight bathed them as the 7 Dragon Balls glimmered softly in the morning light, as if to say, "As long as belief endures and resonance continues, hope shall forever exist." Chapter 60, Assemble. Warriors of the universe, the radiant light of the Omni King pierced through the barriers of the 12 universes, hovering above each planet. Wukong stood on the lookout of Earth, gazing at the pillar of light that spanned heaven and earth. The tender yet authoritative voice of the Omni King resonating in his ears. "Warriors of the 12 universes, please gather at the Omni King Palace. Son Wukong of the 7th universe, you are to come as well." Vegeta landed beside him, his Saiyan tail swishing behind him, his tone laced with familiar arrogance. "Another whim of the Omni King? Well, perfect. Let those other universe folks witness a true Saiyan." Hee hee, Wukong scratched his head and laughed. "Perhaps there is going to be a fight again." In the distance, Piccolo streaked through the clouds, his green cape billowing in the wind. "Gohan has already gone to fetch Krillin and the others. We should set off." The 1-star bead in his palm still resonated with the warmth of their last encounter, as if echoing the call that transcended universes. As the warriors of the 7th universe arrived at the palace through the Omni King's portal, the 12 pillars of light extinguished one by one, revealing warriors from different universes. Wukong instantly spotted Hit from the 6th universe, leaning against a stone pillar, energy blades spinning at his fingertips, nodding slightly upon seeing Wukong. Jiren from the 11th universe stood upright, his golden eyes scanning the crowd with piercing scrutiny. Caulifla and Kale from the 2nd universe held hands, curiously examining the crystal tiles of the palace, while Kale's tail nervously coiled. The Omni King sat upon a floating throne, swinging his short legs and asking his 2 guards, "Is everyone here?" The Grand Priest bowed, responding, "Apart from the eliminated universes, all existing warriors from the 8 universes have gathered." "Wonderful." The Omni King clapped his hands joyfully. "The reason for this gathering is due to the emergence of temporal parasites at the edges of the universe, which are gnawing at the seams between different universes. If this continues, all universes will be hollowed out." He pointed to the star map at the center of the palace, which was riddled with dense black spots. "These parasites fear powerful energy, so we need everyone to help clean them up." The Grand Priest unfurled a golden scroll, revealing the areas with the most parasites located in the chaotic zone between the 7th and 6th universes. The space-time there was unstable, making energy difficult to control, and he looked towards Wukong and Hit, indicating that the 7th and 6th universes were the closest and needed to act as vanguards. Hit raised his gaze towards Wukong, energy blade coalescing at his fingertips. "I have no objections." "Great." Wukong responded immediately, his energy beginning to surge. "Let us hurry up and go." "Wait," Vegeta frowned. "Why should we be the vanguards?" Despite his words, he instinctively adjusted his energy, preparing for battle. Stepping forward, Topo from the 11th universe declared, his righteous armor shimmering with metallic luster under the bright light. "The 11th universe is willing to join the vanguard. Safeguarding the order of the universe is our duty." Jiren stood behind him, meditating, yet the weight of his energy was as profound as the deep sea, causing the surrounding warriors to instinctively maintain their distance. In the 2nd universe, Brilliant, adorned in her pink magical robe embroidered with twinkling stars, advanced with her team of witches, proclaiming, "We excel in purifying energy and can dispel the dark matter left by the pests." Califura waved her fist, while Kier energetically nodded behind her, her tail wagging with excitement. The mechanical warriors from the 3rd universe emitted the sound of whirring gears, with their leader, Kamba, raising his mechanical arm. "We have detected metallic elements within the pests. Our electromagnetic net can ensnare them." The angelic guard of the 5th universe unfurled their wings, the golden light shimmering upon their feathers. "We are responsible for healing and energy replenishment, ensuring everyone is in peak condition." As warriors from various universes reported their abilities and spontaneously formed teams, Goku suddenly scratched his head and laughed. So it turns out there are formidable fighters beyond our universe. Vegeta scoffed, but discreetly elevated his energy to the super blue state, not wishing to be overshadowed by others. The Grand Minister observed the orderly groupings and informed Zeno. The teams have been allocated according to their abilities. The Vanguard consists of the 7th, 6th, and 11th universes, tasked with directly vanquishing the large pests. The Purification Team comprises the 2nd and 5th universes, responsible for clearing residual dark matter. The Support Team includes the 3rd, 4th, and 8th universes, tasked with erecting energy barriers to prevent the pests from escaping. Zeno clapped his hands cheerfully. Let us do our best. When you return, I shall treat everyone to desserts. As they traversed the portal, the chaotic energy of the distortion felt like countless fine needles pricking their skin. Goku charged ahead, his super blue energy illuminating the dim chaos. Watch this. He concentrated and unleashed the Kamehameha. The golden energy wave crashing into a writhing black shadow in the distance. A nest formed by countless small pests, its surface marked with cracks resembling temporal rifts. Humph. Vegeta's voice echoed from the side, having transformed into his super blue evolution, as his purple energy blade sliced through the edge of the nest. Don't hog all the action, leave a few for me. Hit flickered amidst the swarm, each appearance accompanied by a chilling energy blade that precisely severed the nest's core, swift and decisive. Jiren remained stationary, his energy forming an invisible barrier. Any pest that approached disintegrated upon contact. Toppo unleashed his righteous energy beside him, the golden light pushing back the swarm. Jiren, you truly are formidable. Focus on the battle. Jiren's voice was steady, his gaze fixed upon the largest cluster of pests. Califura pulled Kier into the swarm, the red glow of the Super Saiyan radiating brilliantly within the chaos. Kier, let us use the combination technique we practiced. Kier nodded, thrusting her palms forward. The red energy wave clashed with Califura's energy sphere, erupting into a circular shockwave that shattered numerous pests. Brilliant waved her wand, a pink light of purification raining down upon the nest, the affected pests emitting piercing shrieks as they transformed into transparent motes. These pests' energy is so tainted. It must be thoroughly purified. Kamba's mechanical team deployed an electromagnetic net, capturing the straggling pests, capture rate at 98. Requesting the support team to reinforce the barriers. The angels of the 5th universe spread their wings, the healing light enveloping the injured warriors. The 6th universe's Gabe was wounded by a spike from the nest, but the light grazed his wound, healing it instantly. Thank you. Gabe blushed, expressing his gratitude before charging back into the fray. Goku smashed the nest with a powerful punch, turning to see Jiren crushing a massive pest, comparable to a planet, with his bare hands, his energy steady as a placid lake. Impressive, Goku exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Care for a spar? Jiren glanced at him but remained silent. Yet when Goku was ambushed from behind by a pest, Jiren subtly released an energy wave, sending the pests flying. Vegeta noticed this and scoffed. Trying to act cool, are we? Despite his words, he willingly unleashed an energy blade to assist when pests approached Jiren's flank. Hit suddenly appeared between the two, blocking a splintering shell with an energy blade. There's a larger nest to the left. The trio exchanged glances, no words needed. Yet they surged towards that direction simultaneously. Goku's Kamehameha, Vegeta's final flash, and Hit's time-skip energy blade converged in the chaos, forming a radiant orb that instantaneously engulfed the massive nest. Well done. Zeno's voice resonated in their minds. There are not many pests left. Let us put in a final effort. The warriors' spirits soared higher. The energies of different universes intertwined within the chaos. The light of the Saiyans from the 7th universe, the assassination energy from the 6th universe, the righteous power from the 11th universe, the magical radiance from the 2nd universe, and the mechanical energy from the 3rd universe. These forces, which originally belonged to disparate systems, now meshed together like interlocking gears, harmoniously cleansing the last remnants of the pests. As the final pest was purified into a mode of light, the chaotic energy began to dissipate, revealing a clear starry sky behind it. 12 portals illuminated before the warriors, and the Grand Minister's voice echoed. Mission accomplished. Zeno awaits you in the palace for desserts. Goku rubbed his stomach, beaming with delight. Fantastic. I was starving. Vegeta, adjusting his somewhat disheveled battle attire, or a barely perceptible smile. It seems these pests know their place. Hit glanced at Goku before stepping into the portal of the sixth universe, leaving behind a parting remark, "We shall battle again next time." Jiren's figure vanished into the portal, and Toppo turned back to wave at Goku. "Until we meet again." Califura tugged Kier to catch up. "Goku, teach us new transformation methods next time." Goku nodded vigorously. "Of course." Upon the return of the seventh universe warriors to Zeno's palace, a table laden with desserts awaited them. Zeno, holding a spoon, proclaimed to all, "You all performed splendidly. In the future, when the universe faces troubles, we will rely on everyone's collective assistance." Goku, mouth full of cake, replied indistinctly, "No problem." Vegeta, holding a cup of tea, gazed at the 12 beams of cosmic light outside the palace, for the first time feeling that fighting alongside such a group of strong allies was more fulfilling than standing atop the peak alone. The Grand Minister observed the warriors' smiling faces and quietly mused, "Perhaps this is what Zeno wishes to see, not destruction and eradication, but the powers of different universes uniting in the name of protection." Starlight illuminated each warrior's face, their diverse skin tones, forms, and power systems now radiating the same resolve. From this day forth, they were no longer merely warriors of a singular universe, but guardians of the entire cosmos. When the crisis arises again, this line of defense stretching across the 12 universes shall be more formidable than any barrier. Chapter 61, Goku's New Realm, the pinnacle of the God Saiyan. Within the gravity chamber of King Kai's planet, the air was thickened into a viscous lead gray. Goku stood bare-chested, every muscle quaking violently, sweat cascading down the furrows of his spine, and upon hitting the ground, it was immediately flattened by the overwhelming pressure. Before him, a virtual projection displayed Jiren's battle footage playing at 10 times speed, each punch's trajectory and energy flow clearly visible. This was a rigorous trial specially prepared by King Kai, with the gravity set to the limit that King Kai's planet could bear 150 times. "Can you endure it?" King Kai's voice crackled through the monitor, laced with concern. The physiological data on the screen indicated that Goku's heart rate had surpassed its limit, capillaries beginning to ooze blood, his golden Super Saiyan hair dimming slightly from exhaustion. Goku did not respond. Instead, he lunged forward, his right fist slicing through the air with a sharp roar, striking precisely at the flaw of the virtual Jiren, a weakness he had identified after scrutinizing for 726 attempts, requiring a wrist twist within 0.01 seconds to generate a spiraling penetrating force. As his punch collided with the projection, the entire gravity chamber shook violently, the virtual image shattering instantaneously, while Goku's fist, propelled by inertia, sank deeply into the alloy wall, leaving behind a clear imprint. He retracted his hand, the knuckles turning pale from excessive force. Yet a smile spread across his face as he began to sense something. This sensation was peculiar. Ever since fighting alongside Julian in the Chaos Zone, he felt as though the energy within him was separated by a thin veil. No matter how fiercely he unleashed it, something was always lacking. The power of the super blue form, though formidable, was accompanied by a deliberate tension akin to a taut bowstring, which inevitably leads to fatigue over time. However, in that moment, he instinctively relaxed his control over the energy, allowing it to flow naturally, resulting in an unprecedented penetrating force. It was not through brute strength, but through surrender. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at his fist and suddenly recalled the words his grandfather had taught him in his youth. Water flows around obstacles not because it is weak, but because it knows how to traverse the longest paths with the least effort. In the following 3 days, he ceased his obsession with surpassing limits and instead attempted to fight in harmony with the pressure of the gravity chamber. The 150 times gravity pressed upon him, making his bones creak, so he sank his energy into his dantian, adjusting like a ship in the deep sea. The virtual enemy's attacks were as fierce as thunder, yet he would pivot with their force, letting the wind from his punches graze past his ears, and in turn, retaliate with precision. Gradually, his movements lost the brutality characteristic of the Super Saiyan form, instead adopting a serene fluidity, while the golden aura around him became more subdued, resembling a gentle glow enveloping his body. The Kai watched the monitoring screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. Was this the internal circulation of energy? On the screen, Goku's energy no longer radiated outward explosively, but formed a perfect closed loop within his body. Each expenditure was immediately replenished from the surrounding gravitational field. This lad had actually comprehended the Namekian life cycle technique while in Super Saiyan form. The transformation occurred on the 4th day at dawn. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the observation window of the gravity chamber, Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with a fully powered virtual Jillian. Each punch from the opponent carried the force to shatter mountains. Yet Goku's movements grew slower, almost as if in slow motion. However, each seemingly sluggish evasion deftly avoided the lethal strikes, and every nonchalant punch landed precisely on the opponent's vulnerabilities. Now, Goku suddenly closed his eyes. The deep blue aura of the super blue form rapidly contracting, the golden hair losing its dazzling sheen to transform into a nearly black hue of dark gold. While his pupils shone brightly, resembling two obsidian stones imbued with starlight. The energy around him no longer radiated outward but coalesced into a thin halo, though it appeared faint. It sent ripples through the surrounding gravitational field. When the ultimate strike of the virtual Jillian descended upon him, Goku did not even raise a hand to block. He merely tilted his body slightly, and the internal circulation of energy accelerated instantly, redirecting the opponent's force downwards, smashing into the metallic floor and creating a crater 10 meters in diameter, while Goku's clothing remained undisturbed. In the next moment, he moved, stepping behind the virtual Jillian, gently placing his palm against the opponent's lower back. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The virtual image simply dissipated into the air as if its energy had been siphoned away. In the palm of Goku's hand rested a grain-sized energy sphere, a pure core of energy compressed from the force of the opponent's attack. What form is this? The Kai's voice trembled. He could sense that this power was at least 10 times stronger than the super blue form, yet it bore no sense of oppression. Rather, it felt as natural as breathing, as though it was harmonizing with the gravitational field of the entire Kai's planet. Goku opened his eyes, the dark golden hair shimmering under the sunlight. He gazed at the energy sphere in his palm and suddenly comprehended what that thin veil truly represented, an obsession with strength. The Super Saiyan form sought the ultimate explosion of power, while in this moment, he had learned to let his power exist as naturally as breath, unforced, unstrained, yet omnipresent. Perhaps this was another manifestation of the godly Saiyan. He smiled, attempting to dissipate the form, only to find that the dark golden hair did not fade. Instead, the aura became even softer, as if it could not revert. Nevertheless, this felt quite comfortable. As he left the gravity chamber, the entire Kai's planet erupted in cheers. Babarusu scampered over with his training clothes in his mouth, his tail wagging excitedly. Girigiri circled in the air, emitting jubilant cries. Goku patted their heads, suddenly feeling as light on his feet as if he could fly, not through the technique of flight, but due to the wondrous resonance between the energy within him and the planet's gravity, each step taken upon an invisible flow of energy. He did not return directly to Earth, but flew deep into the cosmos. Near a red giant on the verge of explosion, he halted, observing the tumultuous energy storms ravaging the surface of the star. In his previous super blue form, he might have forcibly negated the storm using the Kamehameha, but now, he simply extended his hand, allowing his energy to flow along the storm's trajectory. A miracle occurred. The raging energy currents calmed as if tamed by a wild horse. Gently retreating along his fingertips, the flares on the star's surface gradually subsiding, and the core that had been on the brink of explosion stabilized once more. Goku withdrew his hand, the warmth of the star still lingering in his palm, the dark golden hair shimmering under the starlight. So this is how power can be wielded, he murmured, suddenly recalling what his grandfather had told him long ago, that fighting was not for destruction but for protection. At that time, he did not understand, always thinking that the harder one fought, the mightier one became. Now he finally comprehended that true strength lies in the ability to control the flow of power, turning it into a shield for protection rather than a spear for destruction. As he flew back to Earth, he arrived just in time for Gohan's graduation ceremony. He landed on the school playground, his dark golden figure immediately causing a stir. Gohan rushed over, his eyes wide. "Dad, your new form looks so cool." Chi-Chi squeezed through the crowd, holding a freshly prepared lunch. "Have you been playing outside again? Come eat before it gets cold." She stared at Goku's new appearance, paused for a moment, then smiled and patted his arm. "You look a bit thinner, but much more spirited." Goku accepted the lunch and sat on the grass, devouring it hungrily. The sunlight fell on his dark golden hair, radiating a warm glow. In the distance, Vegeta was training with Trunks. Upon seeing Goku's new form, his pupils constricted, and he scoffed, yet inadvertently intensified his training. "Dad," Gohan asked quietly, sitting beside him, "is this form the strongest?" Goku swallowed a mouthful of rice, contemplating, then replied earnestly, "I don't know if it's the strongest, but I feel that I can protect everyone well now." He looked up at the sky, where the cosmic breeze carried a familiar essence, resonating with the energy within him, as if greeting the entire world. Perhaps the pinnacle of the godly Saiyan was never the endpoint of power, but rather understanding how to coexist with it, no longer driven by it, no longer anxious about it, simply holding this power with calmness, like grasping a friend's hand, together guarding those people and things that are worth protecting. As the sun set, Goku stood up and patted Gohan's shoulder. "Let us go home. Want to practice with me tomorrow? I'll teach you how to punch with the wind." Gohan nodded vigorously, following his father's figure home. The dark golden hair cast a long shadow in the sunset, within which lay the answer a Saiyan had finally discovered. True strength is treating this world gently, while also treating oneself with kindness. Chapter 62, Vegeta's Epiphany, not for surpassing, but for protection. Vegeta stood at the center of the gravity chamber, the metallic floor groaning under the weight of 300 times gravity. His super blue form had been maintained for 7 hours, and his sweat-soaked battle suit clung tightly to him. Every lift of his arm felt like dragging a 1,000-pound weight, with Goku's dark golden figure flashing repeatedly in his retina. That bastard, breaking through stealthily when he wasn't aware. TCH. He spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his right fist slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it crashed into the training robot. In the instant the metallic debris exploded, he suddenly tilted his head to dodge the shrapnel, but the action was half a second too late, with a sharp edge grazing his brow, leaving behind a streak of blood. He cursed under his breath, his anger surging as the blue light threatened to shatter the walls of the gravity chamber. Yet, the more he exerted himself, the more restless the energy within him became, coiling like a tangled mass that constricted his chest. At that moment, the monitor crackled to life with Bulma's voice, tinged with excitement. "Vegeta, Trunks has been bullied at school. They said his father is just a barbarian who only knows how to fight." Vegeta's movements abruptly froze, his pupils narrowing in an instant. The 300 times gravity compressed his bones, causing them to creak, yet the pain paled in comparison to the suffocating grip around his heart. He recalled that morning when Trunks had left for school, his backpack slung over his shoulder as he cautiously asked his father if he could attend the parent-teacher meeting. At that time, Vegeta had been preoccupied with thoughts of surpassing Goku's new form and had impatiently waved his hand, dismissing the request with a curt "I'm busy. Just send the coordinates." Gritting his teeth, he spoke, his voice laced with hostility, enough to send the training robots into a halt. "Don't act rashly. I'm already on my way." Before Bulma could finish her sentence, the gravity chamber's alarm blared sharply. Vegeta ripped the energy line apart, and the oppressive 300 times gravity vanished in an instant. Staggering, he propelled himself outwards, the blue aura erupting with such force that the entire Capsule Corp building trembled. Upon arriving at the school, he found Trunks standing by the flower bed, his eyes red-rimmed and his uniform collar askew, while several older students jeered nearby. The son of a barbarian is simply uncultured. Vegeta's fury surged to its peak, freezing the air around him. Just as he was about to erupt, he noticed Trunks suddenly lift his head and shout at the bullies. "My dad is not a barbarian. He is the universe's greatest warrior. He has protected Earth countless times." In that moment, Vegeta felt as if his feet were nailed to the ground. Memories flooded back of Trunks as a child, always clinging to his tail and asking, "Dad, why do you always train?" He remembered how, when Bulma was pregnant, he had grumbled about the trouble, yet would secretly warm milk for her in the dead of night. He recalled the first time Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God. His inner turmoil stemmed not from jealousy, but from the fear of losing his place before them. "Hey!" Vegeta approached, his voice low but devoid of hostility. Trunks looked up in surprise, his eyes brightening at the sight of his father, only to quickly lower his gaze, embarrassed by the evidence of his tears. The older students, seeing a parent had arrived, initially attempted to maintain their bravado, but when confronted with Vegeta's fiery blue eyes, they trembled, stammering apologies before fleeing in haste. "Dad!" Trunks bit his lip, tears still spilling down his cheeks. "I didn't mean to cause you trouble. They said you. Why are you crying?" Vegeta crouched down, awkwardly raising a hand to wipe away his tears, only to retract it midair. Finally, He merely tugged at his rumpled collar. Next time someone talks nonsense, just blast them away with a ki blast. No holding back. Trunks was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Mom says you can't just use ki blasts, you idiot. Vegeta huffed, but then pulled his son into an embrace. Trunks' hair brushed against his chin, carrying the scent of lemon shampoo, a fragrance that inexplicably relaxed his taut muscles. He suddenly recalled a time long ago on planet Vegeta when his father had hoisted him onto his shoulders, the warmth of the wind reminiscent of this moment. Let's go home. He released his grip, maintaining a stern tone, yet he took Trunks' small hand in his own. Along the way, Trunks looked up and asked, Dad, will you be able to attend my parent-teacher meeting in the future? My classmates want to see what the hero who protects Earth looks like. Vegeta paused, gazing into his son's sparkling eyes. The obsessive desire to surpass others, which had weighed on him for half his life, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He had always believed that his relentless pursuit of strength was to reclaim the glory of the Saiyan Prince and to surpass Goku. Yet, hearing of Trunks being bullied in the gravity chamber had ignited a fire within him, not out of concern for his princely dignity, but out of fear. Fear of not being strong enough to protect them. Fear of chasing an illusory first place while missing his child's hopeful gaze. Missing the warm soup waiting for him at home while Bulma stayed up late. I understand, he replied vaguely, feeling Trunks' warm touch in his palm. More vivid than any battle data, revealing what he truly needed to hold on to. Upon returning home, Bulma was seated on the sofa, scrolling through the parent group chat. Upon seeing them, she raised an eyebrow. Oh, the universe's #1 battle maniac finally decided to emerge from the gravity chamber? Vegeta ignored her teasing and headed straight for the kitchen, pouring the leftover rice from the morning into a pot and cracking 2 eggs. Trunks leaned in. Are you making fried rice, Dad? What else? He turned the heat to low, and as the oil sizzled in the pan, he recalled how Bulma had often mentioned wanting to eat his fried rice while pregnant. Back then, he had stubbornly claimed that princes do not cook, yet had secretly practiced late at night in the kitchen. When the fried rice was served at the table, Trunks cheered and grabbed a spoon, while Bulma leaned in to take a bite, raising her eyebrows and saying, Not bad, your skills haven't declined. Vegeta sat across from them, watching them eat with satisfaction, and suddenly felt that the bottleneck of his super blue form and Goku's new transformation seemed less significant. He picked up his spoon, slowly savoring the meal. The aroma of rice mingled with the laughter of his family, spreading a comforting taste that surpassed any victory. That evening, he entered the gravity chamber again, but did not immediately transform. As the 300 times gravity pressed down, he attempted to slow his breathing, allowing his energy to flow through his body as pathways, rather than forcefully pushing through his limits as he had previously done. Strangely, as he thought of returning home to fix Trunks' broken toy spaceship and to hear Bulma complain about the faults in her new invention, the energy within him flowed smoother than ever, the blue aura no longer brimming with rage, but instead enveloping him in a gentle, luminous layer. He struck at the training robots, no longer seeking to overpower with a single blow, but to precisely evade their attacks and strike at the core from the most efficient angles. Sweat dripped, muscles ached. Yet his inner agitation vanished. Each breath became meaningful as he grew stronger for specific people, for warm meals, for bedtime stories, for those mundane yet genuine moments. So that's how it is, Vegeta murmured to himself as the blue aura suddenly retracted, transforming into an almost transparent halo that enveloped his form. This state was more tranquil than super blue, yet the power within was akin to the depths of the ocean, appearing calm on the surface, yet harboring the gentleness capable of lifting a 1,000-ton vessel. As he exited the gravity chamber, the dawn light began to break. Bulma leaned against the doorframe, yawning. Did you practice all night again? Trunks said he wants to eat your scrambled eggs. Vegeta responded with a non-committal grunt and walked into the kitchen to grab the frying pan. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon him, the blue halo blending with the sunrise, as if he were donning a breathing armor. He finally understood that true strength is not about chasing someone else's shadow, but about knowing for whom he must clench his fists and for whom his power must blossom. In that moment, as the oil in the pan began to bubble, Trunks' footsteps echoed from the stairs, and Bulma flipped through a recipe. These sounds resonated more deeply than any call to surpass. Not to defeat anyone, but to remain here, watching them smile and listening to their laughter, until time turned their hair white, and he could still, like this, fry a crooked egg. Chapter 63. Gotenks' new fusion technique, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the training room, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Goten and Trunks were gathered around a blue energy sphere, their voices chirping like newly fledged birds, arguing incessantly. I caught it first. Goten protested, clutching the energy sphere tightly, his golden hair shining brilliantly in the sunlight. If I hadn't restrained from the left, would you have been able to hit the core so smoothly? Trunks furrowed his brow and pushed up his non-existent glasses, a habitual gesture he had adopted from Vegeta. Nonsense. That final move, the super flash, was clearly my doing. The light from the energy sphere was directed towards me, indicating that the primary force emanated from my side. No way. Yes way. The two were unwilling to yield to each other, rolling on the ground with the energy sphere, their training outfits now dusted with dirt, yet their faces radiated with joy. Hey, what are you two up to? Goku's voice echoed from the doorway. He had just finished his morning workout, a light sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon seeing the two little ones tangled on the ground, he shook his head in exasperation. Goten immediately wriggled out from under Trunks, holding the energy sphere aloft as he ran to Goku. Dad, look. We successfully fused just now, although it only lasted 5 minutes. That's 2 minutes longer than last time. Trunks got up, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and proudly added, and we created a new technique called Meteor Burst, which is significantly more powerful than the Super Flash. Goku took the energy sphere, feeling the tumultuous yet somewhat chaotic energy within, and smiled. Not bad. You're progressing quite rapidly. However, this energy fluctuation seems a bit unstable. Did you perhaps misalign the rhythm during the fusion? At this mention, the two boys immediately deflated. I think it was me. Goten scratched his head. After we executed that last move, I felt my energy suddenly become chaotic. I felt the same way. Trunks nodded. Grandpa said our breathing rhythms were inconsistent, which caused the fusion to break apart prematurely. But we practiced the breathing techniques numerous times. Goku stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. I've got it. You've been practicing synchronous breathing. But the essence of the fusion technique lies not in synchrony, but in resonance. Like two bells, they don't need to ring at the same time. But when one rings, the other should resonate harmoniously. He led the two boys to the center of the training room, signaling them to stand correctly. Now, let us try the fusion again. This time, don't focus on being identical. Instead, try to feel each other's energy, letting your energy flow around each other like water. Goten and Trunks exchanged glances, nodded, and assumed the fusion stance. Fusion. Their palms overlapped in the air, a flash of light illuminated the space. And a tall youth with a spiky hairstyle appeared, Gotenks. He flexed his wrists, feeling the power within, and grinned broadly. This feels much smoother than before. Let us try the new move. Goku stepped aside and called out. Gotenks raised his hand to gather energy, golden light coalescing in his palm. This time, rather than merely pursuing explosive power, he adjusted the rhythm of his energy in accordance with his breath, as if executing a fluid series of punches. Meteor Burst. The golden energy sphere, trailing a long tail, shot towards the target. There was no earth-shattering explosion, yet it precisely penetrated the bullseye, leaving a smooth circular hole in the wall. More importantly, when the energy sphere exploded, Gotenks' body did not exhibit the fluctuations it had previously. We did it. Goten and Trunks exclaimed in unison from within the fusion body, their excitement barely contained. Goku approached and patted Gotenks on the shoulder. Did you feel that? Your energies didn't clash. They flowed together like two rivers merging into a sea, with you within me and I within you. Gotenks nodded, feeling the two energies circulating within him naturally, devoid of the previous sense of stagnation. He attempted a few jumps and executed several intricate maneuvers, finding his movements far more agile than before. Let us do it again. Gotenks shouted exuberantly, gathering energy once more. This time, he did not release an energy sphere. Instead, he leaped into the air, performing 3 somersaults, ultimately delivering a kick towards the target, a perfect amalgamation of Goten's agility and Trunks' precision. Fantastic. When the fusion body dissolved, Goten and Trunks separated, both flushed with excitement. Though their breathing was somewhat hurried, it was significantly steadier than before. I think I understand now. Goten panted. Just now, I didn't focus on keeping pace with Trunks. I just concentrated on sending my energy over, like inflating a balloon. Me too. Trunks chimed in. When I felt Goten's energy coming, I just followed its direction and added my strength without any effort. Goku smiled with satisfaction. That's the principle of resonance. Fusion isn't about merging two individuals into one, but rather allowing their powers to interlock like gears, driving each other instead of competing. He glanced at the clock on the wall and suddenly suggested, "How about we go find Uncle Vegeta to test your progress? I bet he won't expect you to have improved so quickly." Goten and Trunks exchanged mischievous glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber, maintaining his Super Saiyan blue form under 300 times normal gravity. Hearing the commotion outside, he frowned and barked, "Who's making noise out there?" "Uncle Vegeta." "It's us," Goten's voice called out. "We've been practicing the fusion technique and want to spar with you." Vegeta snorted dismissively, turning off the gravity device. "With your amateur skills? Last time, you couldn't even last 3 minutes." Emerging from the gravity chamber, he saw Goten and Trunks standing in the training ground, ready in their fusion stance. Fusion. A burst of light followed, and Gotenks materialized once more. This time, Gotenks radiated a steadier energy, his gaze sharper than before. "Take this." Gotenks initiated the attack, swiftly closing the distance to Vegeta, unleashing a fluid combination of punches and kicks. Initially, Vegeta paid little heed, casually dodging. But he soon furrowed his brow. Gotenks' moves combined Goten's nimbleness with Trunks' precision, creating a seamless blend that made it difficult for him to predict. Interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Vegeta's eyes as he began to take the bout seriously, his blue energy flaring to life. Gotenks did not flinch. He inhaled deeply, allowing the two energies within him to resonate naturally, forming a massive energy sphere. Enhanced meteor burst. The golden energy sphere, swirling with kinetic energy, shot towards Vegeta, the air around it shrieking as it passed. Vegeta raised a hand to block, and the energy sphere detonated in his palm, casting a golden glow across his face. He assessed the dissipating energy before glancing at the panting yet bright-eyed Gotenks, unusually refraining from his usual sarcasm, simply stating, "Not bad, much stronger than last time." Upon hearing this, Goten and Trunks, after separating, erupted with joy. "Did you hear that? Uncle Vegeta praised us," Goten exclaimed, grasping Trunks' hand excitedly. Trunks grinned broadly, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta, who, as he turned to re-enter the gravity chamber, seemed to wear a faint smile. Goku approached, ruffling the boy's hair. "See, as long as you find the right approach, you can improve. The essence of the fusion technique lies not in the accumulation of power, but in the harmony of spirits." Goten nodded in partial understanding and suddenly pointed skyward. "Dad, look. What's that?" Everyone looked up to see a streak of light slicing through the sky, landing in the distant forest. "Is that a meteor?" Trunks squinted. Goku's expression turned serious. "No, that energy feels strange. Let us go check it out." Goten and Trunks exchanged excited glances, a spark of adventure igniting in their eyes. A new journey seemed poised to begin, and their newly mastered fusion technique might just play an unexpected role in this adventure. Chapter 64. Gohan. The mysterious breakthrough of Gohan. The afternoons in Satan City always carried a languid warmth. On the third floor of the university library, seated by the window, Son Gohan frowned at the open pages of Introduction to Cosmic Biology. Sunlight streamed through the Venetian blinds, casting striped patterns upon his hand. The pencil tip hovered above the notebook, lingering over the description of energy forms of advanced life forms, creating ripples in his mind akin to a stone cast into the heart of a lake. Still pondering the morning's simulation test, Bidili approached, balancing 2 cups of hot cocoa, placing one beside him. "The professor mentioned you performed exceptionally well. You were the only one in the department to propose a viable modeling approach for the analysis of the unknown energy response." Raising his gaze, Wu Fan's eyes, obscured by his glasses, glimmered with confusion. "Yet, I feel that something is amiss." He opened his notebook, revealing densely packed energy diagrams. "Look here. Doesn't this fluctuation frequency resemble some repressed potential? It feels akin to compressing a spring to its limit. Once released, it would explosively rebound. But its current stable state resembles a spring that has learned not to bounce back." Bidili leaned closer, her fingertip resting on the peak of the diagram. "It resembles your state when you were in the Kaishin realm, doesn't it?" The title of Mysterious Wu Fan served as a key, unlocking Wu Fan's long-buried memories. At that time, the old Kaishin awakened his dormant powers through potential development techniques. A state that relied not on transforming into a Super Saiyan, but was far beyond his usual strength, a purity of power he had yet to rediscover. However, Since his battle with Bu, that power seemed to fade into the tranquility of peaceful days, awakening only during crises, but always feeling incomplete. Perhaps I have tethered it too closely to anger. Wu Fan closed his notebook, gazing out the window. On the playground, a group of children practiced martial arts. One little girl, knocked down by her peers, did not cry but instead rose, adjusting her stance to charge again. You see, she is not angry. She merely contemplates how to improve. Must strength be intertwined with emotion? Baidili chuckled. You seem preoccupied with these thoughts lately. Were you inspired by those young contestants when you judged at the martial arts tournament? Wu Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, somewhat. Their techniques were naive. Yet their pure desire to grow stronger reminded me of my childhood training days with my father. He paused, his expression turning serious. Recently, I have sensed a faint, elusive presence approaching Earth, subtle yet peculiar, as if many powers were amalgamated. Just as he spoke, the emergency lights in the library flickered to life, the sharp alarm piercing the tranquility. Wu Fan instinctively shielded by Di Li, his aura irradiating not the golden energy of a Super Saiyan but a warm, unyielding presence. The books on the shelves remained undisturbed, held steady by this energy. The energy response is on the rooftop. Wu Fan grasped by Di Li's hand, leaping several times until they reached the terrace. There, a basketball-sized black sphere floated in midair, its surface oozing a viscous liquid resembling tar, occasionally extending slender tendrils to probe the surrounding objects. Upon contact with the railing, the metal was instantly corroded, forming honeycomb-like holes. What is this thing? Baidili tightened her grip on Wu Fan's arm. Wu Fan did not respond. His full attention was captivated by the black sphere. The energy fluctuations emanating from it bore a striking resemblance to the diagrams in his notebook. Oppressive, chaotic, yet exhibiting a bizarre self-control. More strangely, he could sense countless fragmented consciousnesses trapped within, like cries forcibly confined within a container. Do not touch it, Wu Fan exclaimed, repelling the tendrils attempting to ensnare by Di Li's ankle. He did not transform or amplify his energy. He merely stood there, the air around him forming an invisible wall, causing the tendrils to bounce back as if colliding with cotton. It is afraid, Wu Fan suddenly remarked. These consciousnesses are resisting, yet imprisoned by this shell. Baidili gazed at him in astonishment. You can sense it? Yes, it feels as if many are weeping. Wu Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He did not invoke anger or determination. He merely attempted to listen to the energy, not in opposition or suppression, but flowing into its waves like water. Gradually, his consciousness seemed to plunge into a pitch-black sea, with countless glimmers of light flickering in the depths, representing the life energy that had been consumed. So that is it. Wu Fan opened his eyes, clarity shining through them. It is not an enemy, but a victim. The black sphere seemed to understand his words, trembling slightly. Its outer layers flow slowing. Wu Fan took a step forward, extending his hand. Baidili tried to grasp him, only to find her hand passing through the aura surrounding Wu Fan, which had transformed into a translucent veil, gentle yet impenetrable. Do not fear, I know you are suffering. As Wu Fan's fingertips neared the sphere, the black liquid suddenly surged violently, revealing a softly glowing core within. The radiance reminded Wu Fan of the pure light that emerged from him when the old Kaioshin awakened his potential. At the moment his fingertips made contact with the sphere, a gentle white light enveloped Wu Fan's body. This glow differed from the blinding brilliance of a Super Saiyan. It resembled moonlight casting its halo upon a lake, silently permeating the black sphere. Baidili gasped, covering her mouth. She watched as the black liquid melted away like snow, countless points of light drifting out, swirling into luminous trails that ultimately transformed into shooting stars soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Wu Fan's form gradually became indistinct within the white light, his silhouette seeming to merge with the surrounding illumination, yet existing with unprecedented clarity. This was not the state of mysterious Wu Fan. In those days, his power was formidable, yet imbued with a fierce awakening, like a sword freshly unsheathed. Now, his presence felt as natural as breath. His strength no longer forcibly cultivated but inherent, akin to the earth nurturing all life, the sky embracing the stars. As the last remnants of black liquid dissipated, the white light surrounding Wu Fan also began to fade. He stood still, his school uniform still the same faded style, his glasses resting on his nose. Yet, Baidili sensed a change, not in appearance, but in an ethereal quality. as if each of his cells were smiling. Wu Fan, it's over. Wu Fan turned, smiling as he adjusted his glasses. Those were the energies of consumed planets. They have returned home. He raised his hand, cradling a crystal the size of a grain of rice in his palm. This is its core, devoid of malice. The crystal transformed into a beam of light, burrowing into his arm, vanishing beneath his skin. Wu Fan paused, then felt a warm current of energy coursing through him. Not an external force, but a connection awakened within, linking him to the earth, the stars, and all the lives he had once protected. What was that state just now? Ideally stepped closer, gently touching his arm. The sensation felt the same as usual, but carried a hint of warmth. Wu Fan shook his head. I do not know. There was no anger, no deliberate focus. It was as if I suddenly comprehended the essence of energy my father spoke of. He recalled how Goku once told him that energy is not meant for fighting, but for sensing the world. At that moment, he understood that the pinnacle of power is not destruction, but understanding. In the evening, Wu Fan stood in the training area of his backyard, attempting to throw a punch in this newfound state for the first time. There was no golden aura, no muscular expansion, and not even a discernible fluctuation of energy. Yet, his initial punch silently split a distant tree trunk, the cut smooth as if laser cut. This is... Goku stared in astonishment at the tree, marveling at how it had not been destroyed by energy, but rather separated at the molecular level. Wu Fan looked at his fist, contemplative. It is like water flowing over stones, not crashing through, but weaving through the cracks. He tried throwing another punch, this time at the air, which created ripples on the ground 10 meters away, causing the fallen leaves to swirl and form a perfect circle. This feels more effortless than when I was mysterious Wu Fan. Wukong stroked his chin, excitement gleaming in his eyes, as if he had bypassed the transformation stage and directly grasped the essence of power. Wu Fan smiled, recalling the final page of the book Yuzhou Shengwuxu Daoluan in the library, which bore an ancient inscription. The most potent energy is the gentle force that restores all things to their rightful places. At that moment, Wu Fan's phone rang. It was Kuririn calling. Wu Fan, hurry to the lookout. WVE detected that energy surge again, this time at the edge of the solar system. And it seems there are many. Wu Fan hung up the phone and exchanged a glance with Wukong. It appeared that the newly understood principle was about to be put to the test. Wu Fan removed his glasses and tucked them into his pocket. He did not transform. Instead, he merely heightened his aura, allowing his body to float effortlessly. The sunlight enveloped him, igniting no flames, yet creating the impression that he had become one with the light itself. Wukong followed closely behind, calling out with a laugh, "Wait for me. Let me see my son's new abilities." As they flew, Wu Fan gazed down at the cerulean planet beneath him, suddenly realizing that the significance of breaking through was not merely to grow stronger, but to deepen one's understanding of power. Just as the old Kaioshin had once said when unlocking his potential, true strength lies in knowing when to wield it and when to withdraw. In the distance, at the edge of the cosmos, countless black spheres congregated, resembling a moving nebula. Wu Fan took a deep breath, gently extending his consciousness like an invisible net. He prepared no attack. Instead, he silently whispered, "Do not fear, I hear your voices." In that instant, the transparent crystal within him quivered lightly, as if responding to the distant call. Wu Fan understood that this time, he no longer needed anger or explosive force. He simply needed to carry this connecting power to effect a gentle redemption. The mysterious breakthrough of Wu Fan was never a leap in strength, but a profound realization. The strongest fist can also carry the warmth of an embrace. Chapter 65. Kara's Stellar Power. Purification of the corrupted Star Eater. Within the dark matter belt at the cosmos edge floated thousands of black spheres, known as Star Eaters. They resembled a silent swarm of parasites, clinging to the wreckage of abandoned starships, while a tar-like liquid flowed over their surfaces, continuously corroding the metal and leaving behind honeycomb-shaped voids. In the distance, Kara hovered in the vacuum, her silvery hair gently swaying in the energy currents. The power of the stars coalesced in her palm into a pale golden orb, resembling a miniature sun. "Is this what they are?" Kuririn's voice came through the communicator, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. He piloted a small reconnaissance ship, circling at a safe distance, as energy analysis graphs of the Star Eaters appeared on his screen. Their core frequency was in stark contrast to the stellar power within you, akin to a shadowy reflection of light. Kara did not turn back. The orb of light at her fingertips pulsed gently with her breath, hailing from the star clan of the Orion Arm. Her inherent stellar power resonated with the energy of the stars in the universe. Yet, at this moment, facing the Star Eaters, she sensed a chilling repulsion, as if fire met ice that consumed flames. They are not inherently evil. Kara's voice, ethereal through her mask, resonated. Look, she raised her hand towards the nearest Star Eater. Golden strands of light extending from her fingertips, ensnaring the black sphere like a web. Within its core lay remnants of consumed planetary fragments, teeming with life. The moment the strands touched the Star Eater, the black liquid surged violently, countless minute lights struggling to escape through the voids. These were the remnants of the consumed planet's consciousness, carrying the whispers of their impending demise. Suddenly, Kiririn's screen blared with blinding red lights, as countless faint distress signals flooded the system, nearly causing him to topple the controls. My heavens, Kiririn murmured. Are these Star Eaters alive? They are living graves, Kara corrected. As the stellar power tightened, the strands piercing the shell of the Star Eater like a surgical blade. They were originally star cores formed from cosmic dust, but had begun to consume planets after being tainted by dark energy. Look at those lights. As she spoke, the strands delicately drew the lights away from the Star Eater, gathering into a shimmering cloud of stardust in the air. Without the support of the lights, the black sphere rapidly deflated, transforming into harmless cosmic dust. Beads of sweat formed on Kara's forehead. The expenditure of stellar power caused her vision to blur, but upon seeing the stardust clouds soar towards the nearest star, a faint smile graced her lips. Purifying one returns the consciousness of a planet to the sea of stars, she told Kiririn, but this is too slow. They are reproducing at a geometric rate. Before she could finish her sentence, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from deep within the dark matter belt. Thousands of Star Eaters simultaneously turned, slender tendrils stretching from the black liquid, like venomous serpents, lunging towards Kara. Kiririn abruptly elevated the ship. Be careful. They seem agitated. Kara's pupils constricted as the stellar power erupted around her, forming a spherical shield of light. The tendrils collided with the shield, producing a hissing sound of scorching, the black liquid splattering, leaving shallow pits on the surface. She could sense the core of the Star Eaters screaming, not in anger, but in fear. They were afraid of the stellar power. Suddenly, Kara understood. The orb of light in her palm expanded dramatically. Kiririn, help me locate all the gathering points of the Star Eaters. The stellar power needs an anchor point. I must synchronize their core frequencies. Kiririn's fingers danced across the control panel. Found it. At the very center of the dark matter belt, there is a nest with a diameter of 10 kilometers. The energy response there is 100 times stronger than the other Star Eaters. That's it. Kara inhaled deeply as the stellar power exploded forth. Golden flames unfurled behind her, transforming into enormous wings of light. Inform Wufan and the others to secure the perimeter. Do not let any escaping Star Eaters slip through. She became a streak of golden light racing towards the nest, the surrounding Star Eaters veering aside, only to be caught by the tail of the stellar light behind her, instantly deflating. As she approached the nest, Kara finally beheld the full visage of this colossal Star Eater. It resembled a decaying sun, its surface covered in writhing tendrils, with a dying white dwarf embedded at its core, surrounded by countless lights curling in agony. So, you are the source. Kara hovered before the nest, condensing the stellar power into a sword of light. You devoured your own star, transforming into this form. The nest seemed to comprehend her words, its tendrils thrashing violently, black liquid gushing forth to weave an impenetrable net around Kara. She did not flinch, but raised the sword high above her head, allowing the stellar power to surge along her arm, resonating with the distant star. The star Betelgeuse in Orion erupted in a burst of radiant light, an energy torrent spanning light years, precisely infusing into the sword of light. In the name of the Star Clan, I return your light. In the moment the sword struck, time appeared to come to a standstill. The golden blade of light cleaved through the dark matter belt, slicing the nest open from its core. The remnants of the white dwarf, reborn in the radiance, transformed into a brilliant star core. Countless lights broke free from the nest, like liberated prisoners, soaring along the trajectory of the sword into the depths of the universe. The consciousness of the planets that had once been consumed finally reclaimed their orbits. As Kara's star wings gradually faded from energy depletion, she gazed at the lights returning to the sea of stars. Suddenly recalling her grandfather's words, the power of the Star Clan is not meant for destruction, but for remembrance. remembering the name of every star, every forgotten life. When Wufan and Wukong arrived, they found Kara half kneeling amidst the stardust, the warmth of the stellar power still lingering in her palm. The Star Eaters had vanished without a trace, and only the newly born star core slowly rotated within the dark matter belt, resembling a polished eye. Is it over? Wukong landed beside her, his tone filled with admiration. Kara nodded, her voice somewhat weak. It is over. But remember, there is no absolute evil in the universe. Only forgotten suffering. She raised her hand to catch a drifting light. It was the consciousness of the planet that had just been purified, transforming in her palm into a glimmering grain of stardust. Like this grain of stardust, it will remember the light of today. The Klingons' reconnaissance vessel approached slowly, the screen displaying planets throughout the cosmos, once disturbed by the Urshixinger, now awakening. The previously silent star systems flickered back to life. He turned to Carla and suddenly grasped the true essence of the power of the stars. Purification is never about annihilating darkness, but rather about allowing the light imprisoned by darkness to remember its own ability to shine. Carla gazed at the rejuvenated stellar domains in the distance, gently blowing stardust into the cosmos. The power of the stars within her gradually subsided, yet it left a warm imprint deep within her soul, a gratitude from countless stars. A whisper from the lives saved, the universe's softest echo. Chapter 66. Bulma's secret weapon, antimatter cannon. In the Capsule Corporation's underground laboratory, blue light flowed over the metallic operating table like a stream. Bulma, clad in radiation-proof gloves, her fingertips dancing over the virtual keyboard, observed the data stream on the screen pulsating like a swarm of restless blue fireflies. Before her floated a metallic device the size of a football, its silver-gray casing adorned with spiderweb-like red patterns, emitting a low hum as it charged with energy. This was the core component of the antimatter cannon she had spent 3 months developing. Just one last calibration remained. Bulma bit her lip and inserted a fiber optic probe into the device's side interface. Suddenly, the laboratory's alarm blared sharply, red warning lights flashing wildly, and the energy curve on the screen writhed violently like a snake underfoot. She quickly pulled down the emergency brake lever, and the red light on the device dimmed instantly, leaving only a faint blue glow at its core. What happened? Vegeta's voice emanated from the doorway, his arms crossed as he stood in the shadows, the cuffs of his black battlesuit still dusted from training. Ever since Bulma began developing this device, he visited daily under the guise of supervision, but in truth, he feared she would overexert herself again, as she had last time. The annihilation threshold between antimatter and matter was always unstable. Bulma removed her gloves and rubbed her reddened eyes. Theoretically, if the anti-hydrogen atom beam precisely struck the target material, it could achieve a 100% energy conversion rate. However, in reality, a mere 0.1 nanosecond synchronization error could obliterate half of West City. Vegeta approached the operating table, his fingertip tracing the device's pattern. You should never tamper with such things. His tone was characteristically cold, yet he reached out to deactivate the still flashing warning lights. Antimatter was something even the god of destruction dared not handle carelessly, but it can instantly destroy the Urshixinger's nest. Bulma suddenly raised her voice, the screen displaying the latest Urshixinger spread map, the red markers having encroached upon the outskirts of West City. Conventional energy weapons were utterly ineffective against them. Only the annihilation reaction of antimatter could thoroughly eradicate the dark energy residue. She took a deep breath, her voice softening. I have researched ancient texts. It is said that the light of annihilation can purify all darkness. This may be our only hope. Vegeta noticed the red veins in her eyes and did not refute her. Instead, he picked up a nearby energy tester. Where needs calibration? Bulma's eyes lit up as she quickly brought up the synchronization parameter graph. The magnetic confinement strength of the antimatter container needs to be perfectly synchronized with the target locking system. Look here, she pointed at the 2 intersecting curves on the screen. When the antimatter beam exits the cannon's muzzle, the target locking error must be controlled within 0.01 microns. Otherwise, I'll give it a try, Vegeta interrupted her. Donning specialized glasses and placing his hands on the energy interfaces on either side of the device. Dark purple energy swirled around the antimatter cannon, and the magnetic field intensity curve on the screen suddenly stabilized, resembling silk smoothed by an iron. Bulma was astonished to discover that he could precisely control the magnetic field frequency with his energy, reducing the error to 1/3 of the standard value in an instant. How could you? The instinct of a Saiyan. Vegeta retracted his hands, his tone remaining flat. But this device is far too perilous. It requires triple safety measures. He pointed to the bottom of the device. Add an emergency brake valve here, using my energy as a key. Install an energy buffer layer at the muzzle to absorb 30% of the impact in case of a loss of control. And he turned to Bulma. You must remain in the safe zone and not approach the launch point. Bulma opened her mouth to protest, but just then, the laboratory communicator suddenly activated, displaying Trunks' holographic image. The boy, clad in his high school uniform, bore the bruises of a recent skirmish. Mom, Dad. A large gathering of her Shixinger has been discovered in the northern suburbs of West City. Uncle Piccolo and the others have already gone. Can you check if the antimatter cannon is ready? The screen displayed live footage sent by Piccolo. Hundreds of her Shixinger were surging from fissures in the ground, their black bodies resembling molten asphalt, wilting vegetation in their wake, making the very air thick and viscous. Piccolo's magic beam burst forth among them, leaving behind a few inconsequential black holes, which were rapidly filled by dark energy. We must use the antimatter cannon. Bulma clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Vegeta, help me with the final calibration. Vegeta regarded the ever-expanding black wave on the screen, remaining silent for a moment before placing his hands back on the device. Trunks, instruct Piccolo and the others to retreat 3 kilometers and set up an energy barrier. Understood. Trunks' figure vanished from the screen, and Gohan's voice echoed in the background. Everyone, retreat east. In the laboratory, Bulma initiated the final assembly procedure for the antimatter cannon. The silver barrel gradually extended from the device, the diamond-shaped crystal at its front shimmering with a ghostly blue light, designed to focus the antimatter beam. Vegeta's energy flowed into the energy interface, and the synchronization error value on the screen fluctuated before finally stabilizing at 0.001 nanoseconds. Done. As he withdrew his hand, his fingertips turned slightly white. The rest is up to you. Bulma swiftly stowed the antimatter cannon into a specialized capsule, checking the safety devices 3 times. The brake valve utilized his energy. The buffer layer incorporated 10 times the energy absorption material and the remote control system. Enough. Vegeta turned toward the exit. I will clear a launch area on site. You bring the cannon over in 5 minutes. Wait. Bulma called after him, retrieving a pair of black gloves from the drawer. Were these? They are radiation-proof. Vegeta cast a glance, but did not take them. However, as he exited the laboratory, he quietly condensed energy around his hand, a simple radiation shield Bulma had taught him. 5 minutes later, in the abandoned factory district of northern West City, Piccolo's arm was corroded by the dark energy of the Shixinger. Retreating beside Gohan as he clutched his arm, their regeneration rate is too fast. Gohan's Kamehameha had just obliterated one Shixinger, yet more immediately surged forth to fill the void, their black forms writhing amidst the ruins like a living swamp. Dad! Trunks exclaimed as he saw Vegeta descend from the sky, a burst of dark purple energy sweeping away a group of her Shixinger. Where's Mom? She's behind. As Vegeta landed, the concrete beneath him cracked like spider webs. Everyone stepped back. Retreat behind the energy barrier. Gohan immediately organized the retreat, but Piccolo frowned at him. Are you sure you want Bulma to use that device? She knows the consequences better than anyone. Vegeta did not turn back, yet an invisible wall of energy formed around him, blocking the advancing Shixinger. Amidst the roaring sounds, Bulma piloted the aircraft to the center of the factory, the antimatter cannon unfolding before her, its muzzle aimed at the most densely populated area of her Shixinger, a massive black sphere, constantly writhing as countless Shixinger flowed into it, forming a temporary nest. Target locked, antimatter fully charged. Bulma's voice came through the communicator, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Vegeta, prepare the safety valve. Received. Vegeta infused energy into the brake valve, and a lever glowing with dark purple light emerged from the side of the device. 3, 2, 1. Launch. At the moment Bulma pressed the launch button, the entire factory district seemed to be muted. The ghostly blue antimatter beam shot forth from the cannon, creating a fleeting streak of light in the air, striking the black sphere with precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion, where the giant sphere met the antimatter beam. It vanished as if erased by an invisible eraser, revealing the clean concrete beneath. Immediately, the radiant light produced by the annihilation reaction spread at the speed of light, and wherever it passed, the black bodies vanished silently, leaving not even a trace of dark energy behind. When the brilliance faded, the factory district was left in ruins. With all the Shixings having disappeared, Bulma sat slumped on the spacecraft, gazing at the desolate wreckage, and suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Vegeta approached her, offering a bottle of water. It's over. Indeed, Bulma accepted the water, her hands trembling, as the energy core of the antimatter cannon seemed to have overloaded. She pointed at the cannon, where the originally silver-gray exterior had developed fine cracks, suggesting it could only be used once more. Vegeta, observing those fissures, was suddenly reminded of her late-night design sketches, recalling the burns on her hands from adjusting parameters. His throat tightened. When we return, I will help you fix it. In the distance, Gohan and the others came running, and Trunks excitedly exclaimed, "Mom is amazing." Bulma smiled and waved at him, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the ruins and illuminating her face. Within the cracks of the antimatter cannon, a faint glow from annihilation lingered, reminiscent of starlit embers. Piccolo approached Vegeta, whispering, "The power of this thing is more terrifying than we imagined." Vegeta did not deny it, merely gazing at the cracks in the antimatter cannon. But as long as there is a need, she will create something even more formidable. For the first time, there was a hint of pride in his tone, one that he himself was unaware of. It seemed Bulma had heard his words. Turning back to them with a radiant smile, tightly clutching the control device of the antimatter cannon, where she had secretly inscribed a small line, "For those I protect, it is worth any danger." Chapter 67. The ultimate Kamehameha of Master Roshi. The training ground of Kame House was bathed in a warm golden hue by the setting sun. As the old turtle snoozed on a nearby rock, the water spray from his nostrils refracting tiny rainbows in the twilight. Master Roshi sat cross-legged on the martial arts mat, his fingertips pinching a turtle shell-shaped bead, his eyes closed in contemplation. In front of him stood Goku, Krillin, and Gohan in a row, their breathing steady, their energy sinking into their dantian. This was the fundamental practice of the Kame style, and they had been training for 3 hours. "Master, you didn't call us here just to practice the basics, did you?" Krillin couldn't help but speak, beads of sweat sliding down his bald head, creating small damp spots on the mat. Ever since they learned of the Shixings beginning to invade the islands of the South Sea, they had been training tirelessly. Yet Master Roshi insisted they start with the most basic stances and breathing techniques. Master Roshi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over his 3 disciples before finally resting on Goku. "Goku, what do you think is the essence of the Kamehameha?" Goku scratched his head and replied honestly, "It's about condensing energy to the extreme and then releasing it all at once." Beside him, Gohan nodded in agreement. Having recently mastered the advanced techniques of the Kamehameha, Master Roshi shook his head, taking a large swig from his gourd, the liquid dripping down his beard. "That is technique, not the way." He stood up and walked to the edge of the training ground, gently slapping the trunk of a coconut tree. There was no earth-shattering noise. But moments later, the leaves of the entire tree visibly turned yellow and withered, eventually dissipating into a wisp of smoke. There were no handprints on the trunk, as if it had simply succumbed to nature's decay. Gohan's eyes widened. He could sense that Master's energy had hardly leaked, yet it had precisely destroyed the life force of the tree. The Kamehameha is not about whose energy is stronger or whose explosion is fiercer. Master Roshi turned around, his tone unexpectedly serious. "When I created this technique during times of war, as people suffered and lost their homes, I watched them pick up grains of wheat from the ruins, and I suddenly understood the meaning of power. It is to protect those who are powerless to resist." He stepped between the 3 of them, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha. Watch closely. The ultimate Kamehameha begins with inhalation. He slowly spread his arms, palms facing the sky, as the golden light of the sunset seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gathering into a warm sphere of light in his palms, devoid of any sense of oppression, resembling the embrace of a warm sun. "Inhale the energy of the earth. Inhale the wishes of all beings." He paused, gazing at the horizon where the Shixings loomed over the sea, inhaling the gazes of those waiting to be saved. Goku and the others held their breath, watching as the light sphere in Master Roshi's palms gradually expanded, yet it maintained a gentle glow, unlike the fierce energy of their Kamehameha. Then came the transition. Master Roshi slowly drew his hands inward, the light sphere spinning in his palms, its speed increasing, yet it remained as quiet as a slumbering star. "Mix your energy. The energy of the earth and the hopes of the people together, like kneading dough, indistinguishable from one another." His voice carried a peculiar rhythm, You always thought about condensing. But you forgot that energy is alive. It must flow like a river. Krillin suddenly understood. No wonder every time I used the Kamehameha, I felt like I was running out of energy. It turns out I was holding it too tightly. Master Roshi smiled, continuing to guide the light sphere in his palms. Finally, release. With a sudden thrust of his arms forward, there was no earth-shattering roar. The light sphere transformed into a gentle golden stream, gliding over the surface of the sea. Wherever it passed, the black mist of the Shixings that had occupied the islands melted away like ice and snow meeting the sun, revealing the vibrant greenery and crystal-clear waters beneath. Even more remarkably, as the stream skimmed over the sea, the splashes it stirred fell onto the fishermen's boats, and those nets withered by the Shixings regained their strength. The injured seabirds, touched by the light, instantly healed and soared into the sky. It's not aggressive at all, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Ultimate power is never about destruction. Master Roshi concluded his stance, gently shaking the gourd in his hand. The essence of the Shixings is to devour life, while the ultimate Kamehameha awakens the vitality that has been consumed. Look, he pointed in the direction. Those islands touched by the stream, the withered trees are sprouting new buds. And beneath the collapsed houses, small flowers are breaking through the cracks. The once lifeless sea is gradually regaining its former vitality. Goku watched this scene, suddenly recalling his childhood on Bowsy Mountain, where his grandfather taught him to use the Kamehameha to water the fruit trees. The energy back then was just as gentle. Master, he stepped forward, admiration shining in his eyes. I think I understand. This is what the Kamehameha was meant to be at the beginning, not for fighting, but to protect those who wish to live well. Master Roshi laughed heartily, patting Goku on the shoulder. Finally, the kid gets it. Remember, strength of spirit surpasses strength of energy, and deep affection outweighs sheer force. He removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that had weathered many storms yet remained clear. Tomorrow at dawn, the main force of the Shixings will attack the fishermen's village. At that time, let us show them what true Kamehameha is. That evening, the waves of the South Sea were particularly gentle. Under the lights of Kame House, Goku and the others practiced inhalation and rotation repeatedly alongside Master Roshi. Goku's energy was infused with the vigor of the mountains and fields. Krillin's energy held the resilience of the marketplace, and Gohan's energy blended with youthful purity, intertwining and flowing beneath the moonlight, gradually merging into a warm current. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the black mist of the Shixings, Master Roshi stood on the deck of a fishing boat, with his 3 disciples behind him, and beyond them, countless fishermen holding tools and nets. They may not possess powerful energy, yet they had spontaneously gathered last night, ready to protect their homeland alongside the martial artists. Are you ready? Master Roshi turned back with a smile. Goku and the others replied in unison. We are ready, Master. Master Roshi took a deep breath, spreading his arms wide. This time, it was not just the energy of the earth, but also the hopes of the fishermen, the cries of children, the calls of seabirds. All life and belief converging in his palms, transforming into a sphere of light warmer than the sun. Goku and the others followed suit, merging their energies into it. The sphere grew larger yet remained as gentle as a mother's embrace. Kamehameha, as the golden light once again danced across the surface of the sea. The dark mist of Shingja, resembling ice and snow kissed by the spring breeze, was not destroyed but awakened. The vitality that had been consumed began to peel away from the black fog, returning to the flora and fauna. The negative emotions entwined within the mist gradually dissipated in the warm glow, revealing a myriad of confused energy cores, akin to lost children. Go, return to where you belong. Master Roshi whispered, as the cores seemed to comprehend his words, transforming into twinkling starlight and soaring into the depths of the cosmos. In the distance, fishermen erupted in cheers, while children clapped their hands, pointing at the sea, now restored to its azure brilliance. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and suddenly felt that this technique, devoid of explosions and thunderous roars, possessed a strength greater than any previous full-blown effort. Master Roshi took a sip of his drink and observed his disciples with a knowing smile, saying, Remember, the true ultimate is never about defeating others, but about allowing all things to find their rightful place and live well. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying the scent of salt and dampness, along with the hope of rebirth. The lingering warmth of the ultimate Kamehameha rippled across the water, akin to a silent song that sang of protection and gentle strength. Chapter 68. The Alliance of Destruction Gods. Beerus and Kampa's rapport within the palace of the destruction god of the seventh universe was elegantly held a tray, placing a freshly brewed cat paw coffee before Beerus. The crystalline floor reflected the swirling nebula above, and the air was suffused with a rich aroma. My lord, Lord Kampa of the sixth universe has sent a message requesting to borrow your stardust sifter, Whis spoke softly, tapping the floating screen to display Kampa's impatient visage. Beerus glanced at the screen, his tail swishing impatiently across the floor. What does he want that for? The last time he borrowed my nebula comb. 3 teeth were broken upon its return. Kampa's image erupted in indignation. Beerus, spare me the lecture. That was an accident with the asteroid belt. Besides, I need the stardust sifter for a serious matter. The dark matter vortex in the sixth universe is rapidly spreading towards the ruins of Vegeta. Without the sifter to filter it, that dark matter will taint the entire galaxy. The dark matter vortex? Beerus raised an eyebrow, his tail stiffening. Wasn't that already sealed by the old Kai? And it was your scions from the seventh universe. Kampa glared, recalling how Goku and Vegeta had breached 3-dimensional barriers during the martial arts tournament in the sixth universe, causing the seal to weaken. Whis interjected with a smile. Indeed, my lord. The energy collision between the 2 scions did affect the spatial barriers of the neighboring universe. Beerus scoffed, taking a sip of his coffee. So, you want me to clean up your mess? I don't need your help. Kampa retorted. I'm merely borrowing a tool. I'll return it once I'm done. Tools can be borrowed. Beerus set down his coffee cup and stood, the pressure of his aura causing the palace's nebula decorations to tremor. But I must accompany you to observe. The dark matter vortex harbors star-eating worms, and your abilities alone cannot handle them. Kampa's face turned pale at the thought. Your abilities are lacking. I am the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Oh, a smirk danced on Beerus's lips. Shall we make a wager? Whoever purges the dark matter vortex first, the loser must surrender their treasured cosmic fruit. You're on. Kampa snapped back, undeterred. After severing the communication, Beerus turned to Whis, prepared to head to the sixth universe. Very well, my lord. Whis smiled as he opened a spatial portal. Shall we bring Goku and the others? No need. Beerus entered the portal, his tail swaying lightly behind him. Dealing with a few star-eating worms doesn't require the scions. At the edge of the dark matter vortex in the sixth universe, violet-black mist writhed like a living entity, continuously consuming the surrounding stars. Kampa hovered in midair, arms crossed, while Vados used a star chart to locate the core of the vortex. You finally arrived, Kampa greeted Beerus, his tone still sharp, but his eyes betraying a hint of relief. If you hadn't come sooner, the star-eating worms would have turned you to bone dust. Beerus landed beside him, a blade of energy slicing through an encroaching wisp of dark matter. Where's the core? Vados pointed to the deepest darkness at the center of the vortex. There. The concentration of dark matter is too high. It has formed a nest. Kampa scoffed, charging ahead with destructive energy coalescing in his hands. Watch this. The purple energy cascaded down like a meteor shower upon the dark matter vortex, creating a brilliant explosion of light. But it merely caused the vortex to retreat slightly before it quickly reformed. Futile, Beerus remarked coolly. The star-eating worms thrive on dark matter. The more destructive energy you expend, the faster they multiply. Do you have a solution? Kampa glared at him. Beerus remained silent, raising his hand to channel energy into the stardust sifter. The sifter, woven from countless grains of stardust, began to spin in his palm, emanating a soft white light. With a flick of his wrist, the sifter flew towards the vortex, its light expanding into a massive net that gradually filtered the dark matter, leaving behind numerous tiny, pitch-black star-eating worms caught within its mesh. This is just the beginning, Beerus stated, turning to Kampa. Your turn. Kampa, understanding the cue, albeit reluctantly, gathered purple destructive energy and carefully deposited it onto the stardust sifter. As the energy made contact with the worms, instead of exploding, it seeped in like warm water boiling a frog, decomposing the worms into harmless stardust. Hey, slow down. Kampa exclaimed as he watched Beerus accelerate the sifter's rotation. You missed 3 over there. What's the rush? Beerus adjusted the angle of the sifter, the white light accurately enveloping the escaping worms. Your destructive energy is too hasty. Like a child throwing a tantrum. Better than your sluggishness. Kampa shot back, but subtly eased the flow of his energy, allowing it to synchronize with the filtering rhythm of the sifter. Vados and Whis floated at a distance, observing the 2 destruction gods working in tandem, unable to suppress their smiles. They resemble the way they used to train together, Vados remarked softly. Whis nodded in agreement. After all, they are twin gods of destruction. No matter how fierce their quarrels, the rapport remains. The white light of the stardust sifter grew increasingly radiant, and the dark matter vortex visibly shrank. The star-eating worms were filtered out one by one, transformed into stardust through their cooperative energy, leaving no trace of malice behind. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the vortex, and a massive star-eating worm nest burst forth, encased in a hardened armor of dark matter. Charging towards the stardust sifter. Watch out! Beerus and Kampa shouted in unison. Both acted almost simultaneously. Beerus's destructive energy transformed into a shield, blocking the nest's assault, while Kampa conjured a long purple whip, ensnaring the nest's tendrils and forcibly dragging it back into the sifter's range. Now, Beerus spun the stardust sifter vigorously, the white light contracting to securely encapsulate the nest. Kampa's destructive energy flowed through the whip, gradually dismantling its armor, their movements fluid and practiced, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The nest emitted a wretched scream within the white light, ultimately disintegrating into a myriad of starry fragments that melded into the cosmos. The dark matter vortex completely dissipated, revealing a clear star system behind it, where the ruins of Vegeta now bore signs of new green life. All done, Beerus declared, retracting the stardust sifter and turning to Kampa. This time it's a draw. A draw? I clearly ensnared it first. Kampa objected. Without my stardust sifter, could you have captured it? Without my destructive energy, could you have filtered it all? The two resumed their bickering, yet neither mentioned the wager. Whis timely offered coffee. My lords, the cosmic fruit can be shared. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, huffed in unison, yet simultaneously reached for the coffee cups, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against each other before recoiling as if shocked. In the distance, stardust flickers like countless pairs of eyes bearing witness to an unspoken understanding. The collaboration of the destroyers is never a grand declaration, but rather a sentiment concealed within quarrels, a synchronization etched into their very bones. At this moment, though no one uttered the words pleasant cooperation, as they turned to leave, each quietly slowed their pace, waiting for the other to catch up. Bajuos gazed at their retreating figures and smiled at Whis, saying, next time, it will be our turn to enjoy their gratitude tea. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Whis's eyes as he replied, I believe the opportunity will present itself soon. Deep within the cosmos, stardust gently descends, resembling a silent celebration that commemorates this exquisite synergy hidden beneath their disputes. The unspoken understanding among the destroyers requires no words. A mere glance suffices to convey their intentions. This may very well be their peculiar yet tender way of safeguarding the universe. Chapter 69. The Angel's Concern. The collapse of the laws. The Grand Priest stood before the crystal window of the Xeno Palace, his fingertips lightly brushing against the cool glass. With the intertwining light of the 12 universes visible outside, the once stable flow of cosmic laws now resembles the surface of a lake disturbed by thrown stones, rippling with chaotic waves. Behind him, Whis and Bajuos stood with bowed heads, their expressions solemn, the halo around their wings dimmer than usual. The timeline of the 7th universe has exhibited 3 subtle folds, and the Grand Priest's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. The spatial barrier of the 6th universe has thinned by 30%, and moments ago, a meteorite even penetrated the ruins of Vegeta's star, a phenomenon that would have been inconceivable in the past. Whis gently brushed a feather on his wing, which transformed into a point of light and dissipated into the air. It is the expansion of the counterlaws. His tone bore a hint of worry. Akin to water flowing downward or fire rising upward, principles established at the universe's inception. Yet now, in certain places, water flows backward, fire freezes, and even gravity begins to switch directions randomly. Bajuos took up the conversation, her voice taut with rare tension. We have detected that the source of this counterlaw is related to the residual energy from the last collaboration between the 2 destroyers to purify the dark matter vortex. When Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa's destructive energies collided, it inadvertently tore the banks of the River of Laws. The Grand Priest turned, his golden eyes scanning the 2 angels, his gaze settling on the halos of their wings. The duty of the angels is to safeguard the laws, not to interfere with them. However, this time, the counterlaws have begun to affect living beings. In the 2nd universe, villagers suddenly find themselves unable to speak, resorting to gestures to communicate. Warriors in the 11th universe discover their powers randomly vanishing. Even Jiren has been affected thrice. He raised his hand, a water mirror materializing in his palm, reflecting the chaotic scenes from various universes. Fish soaring through the sky, birds swimming in water, elders reverting to children while infants sprout white hair, and stones in certain places that speak, repeatedly proclaiming, "I once was a star." These are merely the surface manifestations. The Grand Priest's fingertips traced the water mirror, the scene shifting to a void space where countless transparent threads floated, some already severed, others entangled, emitting a faint glow. These are the threads of the laws, each one connected to the fundamental rules of the universe. Look, he pointed to one of the thickest threads. This is the causal thread, yet at this moment, it appears riddled with holes as though eaten by worms. The reversal of causality and the blurring of good and evil will soon lead to a situation where one may suffer misfortune for saving another and gain fortune through malevolence. At that point, the order of the entire universe will collapse utterly. Whist's expression shifted slightly. Lord Beerus remains unaware that he has recently been researching new cat food. Believing the universe is stable, we must prevent the destroyers from finding out. Bajuos interjected. They are prone to impulsiveness, should they act rashly. The threads of the laws may break even further. The Grand Priest nodded. The power of the angels stems from the laws. Perhaps we can use resonance to mend them. He raised his hand, and countless tiny particles of light emerged around him, coalescing into a silver comb. This is the combing of laws, capable of untangling the threads of the laws, but it requires the simultaneous infusion of power from all 12 angels. Even a slight deviation could yield counterproductive results. The water mirror suddenly trembled, revealing a scene from the 7th universe. Goku was teaching Gohan the reverse Kamehameha technique, but instead of propelling energy forward, it backfired, injuring the back of his head. Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber when he suddenly experienced weightlessness, floating to the ceiling, infuriated as he kicked at the air. It has already begun to affect them. Whis murmured, his tone laced with urgency. If this drags on, even Mr. Goku's Kamehameha may transform into a black hole technique. Bajuos, observing the chaotic images in the mirror and glancing at the combing of laws in the Grand Priest's hand, clenched her fists. Let us begin. The 12 angels quickly gathered in the Xeno Palace, forming a circle around the combing of laws, which floated at the center. Whis and Bajuos stood facing each other, their wings spread wide, intertwining with those of the other angels to create a net of light. Remember, you must comb along the texture of the threads of the laws. Do not use brute force. The Grand Priest's voice resonated from outside the circle. Imagine yourselves as rivers, allowing your power to flow with the current of the laws. The angels simultaneously closed their eyes, the halos on their wings transforming into flowing light as they infused the combing of laws with their energy. The silver comb began to rotate, emitting a gentle glow as it lightly touched the threads of the laws. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. The severed threads were gradually reconnected, and the entangled threads were slowly unraveled. However, when the combing of laws made contact with the causality thread riddled with holes, the comb suddenly trembled violently, its light flickering erratically. Not good, one angel exclaimed softly. This thread has been too deeply eroded by the counter laws. Our power is being repelled. The holes in the causality thread suddenly widened, and a surge of black energy rebounded from the comb, striking Whis, who was closest. His wings instantly lost their luster, and a trickle of golden blood escaped the corner of his mouth. This was the original power of an angel. Whis, Bajuos gasped, hastily channeling her power to shield him, only to be repelled by the black energy. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, but he saw Whis wipe the blood from his mouth, straighten his back, and despite the weakened glow of his wings, he appeared more resolute. Do not stop. If the causality thread breaks, all guardians will become harbingers of harm. At that time, Mr. Goku and the others. His words trailed off, yet they shone like a beacon, illuminating the determination of the other angels. 12 streams of light converged once more. This time, they did not attempt to forcibly repair the threads, but instead transformed their power into nourishment, gradually permeating along the threads of the laws like spring rain nourishing parched earth. The glow of the combing of laws stabilized. The black energy gradually dissipated within the gentle halo, and the holes in the causality thread began to shrink and heal slowly. Time passed without measure, and when the angels withdrew their power, The combing of laws had become crystal clear, and the threads of the laws resumed their flowing luster. In the water mirror, the chaotic scenes gradually settled. Fish returned to the water, the white-haired infant reverted to a child, the speaking stones fell silent once more, and Goku's Kamehameha finally advanced, blasting away a distant mountain peak. We succeeded, one angel said weakly, their wings drooping. Whis leaned against Bajuos, his complexion pale, yet smiling as he remarked, fortunately, we made it in time. Otherwise, Lord Beerus's cat food would have turned to stone. The Grand Priest stored the combing of laws and observed the 12 weary angels. A flicker of warmth in his eyes. The restoration of the laws is merely temporary. The residual effects of the counter-laws persist. Remember, safeguarding the laws is not about rigidly adhering to rules, but rather allowing all things to flourish freely within reason. He gazed out the window, where the light of the 12 universes had regained stability, although at the edges, remnants of faint black energy lingered. This battle is far from over, the Grand Priest softly declared. Meanwhile, Lord Beerus frowned at a bowl of reverse cat food, perplexed that even though it was prepared according to the recipe, the cat preferred to gnaw on stones rather than eat. Unbeknownst to him, the collapse of the laws he inadvertently triggered had just been quietly mended by the angels. Upon Whis' return to the 7th universe, he beheld a curious scene. Beerus, deep in contemplation, was fixated on a stone and some cat food, while the clock in the Destroyer Palace spun backwards. Master, Whis approached, suppressing a chuckle. Perhaps we should experiment with a new recipe? Beerus looked up, his tail flicking impatiently. This cat food is made by fools who do not understand a cat's desires. Unbeknownst to him, his casual complaint relieved Whis, for it indicated that the temperament of the Destroyer remained unchanged, a comforting notion amidst the chaos of shattered laws. Meanwhile, the angels silently restored the laws, returning to their respective universes to brew tea, read the news, and document the daily activities of the Destroyers, as if nothing had transpired. Only the unfinished luster on their wings bore witness to the silent struggle. Guardians of the laws do not seek applause. Just as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, this is the destiny of angels. Chapter 70. The first wave of counterattack. Crumbling the enemy's vanguard amidst the ruins of Shidu, the wind howled, carrying the scent of rust. The vanguard of the corruptors surged forth like a tide. They were beings distorted by anti-law energy. Some bore mantis-like scythe arms, dragging octopus tentacles, while others sported crocodile heads with bodies of liquid metal, each transformation splattering corrosive venom. Piccolo, the left flank is yours. Goku's voice cut through the battlefield's din as he had just sent 3 scythe monsters flying with the Kamehameha, the golden energy tracing a bright arc through the ruins. Krillin, use the Kamehameha to clear the poison on the ground. Piccolo clasped his hands together, green energy gathering in his palms, directing his gaze toward the left buildings. Masenko, a slender beam of green light pierced the cores of 5 liquid metal monsters, their twisted forms instantly solidifying into gray stone, shattering upon impact. Received. Pay attention to their cores. They are red points of light. Only by shattering those can we obliterate them. Krillin hovered in the air, cold sweat beading on his forehead, pressing his hands to his waist. Kamehameha fire. Light blue energy spheres fell like raindrops, evaporating the poison on the ground into white mist, revealing the cracked concrete beneath. Goku. Another group is charging from the right. Vegeta snorted, his body igniting with deep purple energy, instantly breaking the sound barrier as his fist, accompanied by a sharp scream, struck the leading crocodile monster. How dare this rabble act so brazenly before this prince? His fist penetrated the crocodile monster's head, the red core exploding beneath his strike. Kakarot, stop showing off and finish this quickly. Got it. Goku replied with a smile, accelerating, his golden Super Saiyan hair billowing in the wind. He suddenly crouched, pushing off the ground with his feet, rocketing into the sky. Behold my Big Bang attack. The golden energy sphere bloomed in his palm, descending like a miniature sun, engulfing the clustered corruptor vanguard in a sea of flames. Yet, amidst the smoke, several shadows darted out, formless, like flowing darkness, evading the explosion's core. It's the shadow corruptors. Piccolo warned sharply. Physical attacks are ineffective. We must use purifying energy. Leave it to me. Gohan's voice echoed from behind, surrounded by a gentle glow. A guardian light merging Saiyan power with Earth's essence. Shining sword. The radiance surged forth like a tide, The shadow corruptors shrieked in anguish before gradually dissipating. Dad, these creatures fear light. Well done, Gohan. Goku's voice brimmed with pride. He abruptly turned to the clock tower at the center of Shidu, where the anti-law energy fluctuations were most intense, with countless corruptors spilling forth from the dimensional rift atop the tower. Vegeta, do you see that rift? We must seal it. Vegeta cast a glance at the clock tower, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I noticed it long ago, but getting there won't be easy. He kicked the scythe monster away, pointing to the several massive corruptors circling the rift. Those giants are the leaders of the vanguard, each exhibiting planetary-level energy responses. 5 colossal corruptors resembling centipedes, each over 100 meters long, their bodies adorned with red cores, trembled the ground with every movement. They entwined around the clock tower, the rift being propped open by their energy. Split into 2 groups, Goku decisively declared, Vegeta and I will take down the leaders. Piccolo led everyone in clearing the remaining vanguard. No problem. Piccolo formed a single-handed seal, his cloak billowing without wind. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, follow me. Krillin nodded, gripping his energy disc tightly. Yamcha assumed the stance for the Wolf-Fang fist, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Tien's third eye glimmered, locking onto several stray liquid metal monsters in the distance. Goku and Vegeta charged toward the clock tower, golden and purple flames intertwining in the air, leaving 2 dazzling trails of light. Kakarot, don't hold me back. Vegeta initiated the attack first, weaving through the colossal corruptors, each punch striking true at a red core. Purple energy erupting into showers of light. Likewise, Goku followed closely, opting for agility over brute force, maneuvering through the centipede monsters' appendages, seeking their weaknesses. The arrangement of their cores follows a pattern. Look, there's a main core among every 7 cores. He leapt high, energy condensing between his hands. The Kamehameha's golden energy flowed like a laser, targeting a massive core within the centipede monster's midsection, which exploded on impact. The giant corruptor howled in agony, its body writhing violently, loosening its grip on the clock tower. You're somewhat useful, Vegeta scoffed, though their actions synchronized perfectly. He dashed toward another centipede monster's head, concentrating energy at his fingertips. Ultimate flash. A purple beam pierced the centipede monster's head, triggering a chain explosion of its red cores, causing the massive body to crash down, collapsing half the clock tower. Just then, the remaining 3 centipede monsters simultaneously spewed dark purple slime, which coalesced in the air into a large net, ensnaring Goku and Vegeta within. Not good. This slime absorbs energy, Goku realized as his aura began to weaken, urgently calling out. Vegeta attempted to blast apart the net, only to find his energy consumed upon contact with the slime, rendering the net even more resilient. Damn it. It's composed of anti-law energy. Over here. Gohan's voice rang out suddenly. He had somehow dashed outside the net, the guardian light coalescing into a sword, striking fiercely at the net. The slime net emitted a piercing shriek, a crack forming. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, hurry out. Well done, Gohan. Seizing the opportunity, Goku concentrated the remaining energy in his fists, smashing towards the crack. Vegeta simultaneously unleashed his power, purple energy surging, combining with Goku's golden energy to break free from the net. Now for the final blow. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, years of camaraderie allowing them to communicate without words. Super Saiyan 3. Beyond Super Saiyan. Their golden hair surged wildly, purple energy billowing like waves, 2 distinctly powerful forces converging atop the clock tower. Kamehameha. Full power. The golden and purple torrents of energy surged toward the last 3 centipede monsters, the dimensional rift violently contracting under the energy's impact, red cores exploding in succession. The colossal corruptors disintegrating in the radiance. As the light faded, the rift atop the clock tower had sealed, leaving only the demolished tower still emitting wisps of smoke. Piccolo led everyone in clearing the remaining vanguard, gazing up at the 2 figures atop the clock tower with a hint of a satisfied smile. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, marveling. They truly are formidable when they join forces. Yamcha shook out his sore arms, but Gohan was also incredible this time. That shining sword was perfectly timed. Tien's third eye slowly closed. The vanguard has been dismantled, but the source of the anti-law energy has yet to be found. Wukong and Baha descended before the crowd, their arrogance gradually subsiding. With a sidelong glance at Wukong, Vegeta snorted dismissively, Do not be so pleased with yourself. This is merely the beginning. With a smile and a scratch of his head, Wukong replied, well, at least we won the first wave, didn't we? As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the ruins of Shidu, casting elongated shadows of the gathered warriors. Despite their exhaustion, each face reflected a resolute determination. They had successfully repelled the initial assault, yet they were acutely aware that the true battle had only just begun. In the distance, shadows began to coalesce along the skyline, and the whispers of the anti-law echoed like a call from the abyss, reverberating in the wind. Let us rest for half an hour before we advance, Beaker announced, rising to his feet, his gaze shifting towards the deeper darkness. Our next destination is the Dongdu Energy Station. The group responded in unison, their voices resonating through the ruins, imbued with unwavering resolve. Chapter 71. The Secretary of the Old Kaioshin, burning life beneath the crystalline dome of the Kaioshin realm. Time seemed to freeze within the gilded patterns. The old Kaioshin sat cross-legged on a stone platform draped with stardust, his fingers gripping a nearly burnt-out pipe. Amid swirling smoke, the water mirror before him reflected the chaos of the seventh universe. Although the forward assault of the erosion fighters had been dismantled, the black mist of anti-law energy had already spread to Dongdu, trapping Wukong and his companions within the ruins of the energy station. Every move they made was a struggle against the disorienting effects of reversed gravity. How resilient these little ones are, mused the old Kaioshin as he tapped his pipe, the sparks falling onto the stardust without leaving a trace. Behind him stood a figure clad in a gray robe, stooped and lined with wrinkles, but whose eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, as if harboring two ancient stars. This was his secretary, an old attendant whose name had nearly been forgotten. Having been by the old Kaioshin's side since his ascension, my lord, 30% of the law lines have been tainted by the anti-law energy. The secretary's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper rubbing together. He presented a glowing scroll inscribed with golden characters detailing the extent of the cosmic law's damage, warning that if this continued, even your potential development techniques would become ineffective. The old Kaioshin took the scroll, his stubby fingers tracing the line of life's law, where the golden characters had begun to fade. I understand, he sighed, twirling the pipe in his palm. In my youth, such trifles were resolved with a mere wave of my hand. The secretary remained silent, merely extracting a palm-sized copper box from his robe. Upon opening it, 12 crystalline needles lay within, each inscribed with spiraling runes. These are life needles, powered by the essence of the Kaioshin. They can temporarily mend the law lines. But with each use, your life will diminish, he warned. The old Kaioshin interrupted, snatching the copper box. He retrieved the longest needle. Is it not worth a few thousand years of life? In comparison to the annihilation of the universe, this price is trivial. He turned to the water mirror, where Wukong was being hurled into the air by the sudden loss of gravity, while Big App's ultimate flash misfired due to energy turbulence, endangering their own allies. If he did not intervene, those fools would soon turn on one another. Suddenly, the secretary grasped his hand, his frail fingers trembling slightly. My lord, allow me. His voice carried an emotional weight for the first time. Your potential development techniques can still save more lives. My own life is already at its end. Burning it away would be of no consequence. The old Kaioshin was taken aback, realizing that the secretary was even older than he. Years ago, during the War of Laws, he had shielded him from the encroaching dark energy, relying on the divine power of the Kaioshin realm to sustain him all these years. He gazed at the secretary's age-spotted hands, recalling how, many years prior, those very hands had guided his own as he first learned to draw the symbols of law. Nonsense. The old Kaioshin thrust the copper box into his robe, striking the stone platform with his pipe. Do you think I am the kind of Kaioshin who would sacrifice my subordinates? But you are the only one who can unlock Wukong's potential, the secretary insisted, stubbornly positioning himself before the old Kaioshin. His body quivered with emotion beneath the gray robe. The seventh universe needs you far more urgently than it needs an old man. Suddenly, he knelt, pressing his forehead against the cold ground. I implore you, my lord. The battle reflected in the water mirror suddenly worsened as the core of the Dongdu energy station was detonated by the anti-law energy, sending Wufan soaring through the air. His protective light flickered violently within the black mist, on the verge of extinguishing. Wukong roared as he rushed towards his son, but the suddenly immobilized air held him in place, rendering him unable to move. There is no time. The secretary abruptly drew another life needle from his robe. And before the old Kaioshin could react, he plunged it into his own heart. You fool! The old Kaioshin's eyes widened in horror, desperate to intervene. But it was too late. A golden light erupted from the secretary's frail body, more brilliant than any light in the Kaioshin realm. His gaunt form gradually became transparent in the radiance, the runes inscribed on the life needle coursing through his veins, merging with his very soul. Repair the law lines. The secretary's voice became ethereal, as if emanating from a distant time. He raised his hand, pointing at the water mirror. The golden light pierced through the mirror's surface, like 12 shooting stars, precisely striking the law lines of the seventh universe. The collapsing Dongdu energy station suddenly froze. The stilled air began to flow once more, and the inverted gravity returned to normal. Wukong instantly broke free from his constraints, rushing to catch his son as he fell. Vegeta's ultimate flash reoriented itself, surging towards the densest part of the black mist. In awe, Wukong observed the environment around him returning to normal, feeling a warm energy enveloping him, with his inner power flowing smoother than ever before. Before the water mirror, the secretary's form had become nearly transparent, watching the battlefield regain its order with a look of satisfaction. I can hold on a little longer. He trembled as he reached for his second life needle. But the old Kaioshin restrained his hand. Enough. The old Kaioshin's voice quavered with emotion. It was the first time in millennia that he had shed tears. Leave the rest to me. You must live. The secretary shook his head gently, pushing his hand away. My lord, have you forgotten? I have long said that once the war concludes, I wish to return to my homeland among the star seas to see how it is now. The time has come. With that, he plunged the life needle into his chest, and light erupted once more. This time, his figure began to transform into countless specks of starlight. The potential development secretary's gaze fell upon Wukong in the water mirror, his final strength coalescing into a beam of golden light that pierced through the mirror and merged with Wukong's very being. In the midst of battle, Wukong suddenly felt a surge of unprecedented power within him, stronger than Super Saiyan 3, purer than the mysterious strength of Wufan. As if every cell in his body was rejoicing, he instinctively threw a punch. Lacking any dazzling aura, it nonetheless created a golden ripple in the air. Wherever the ripple passed, the black mist melted away like snow, revealing the clear sky beneath. Is this a new power? Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this force bore a warm and ancient essence, as if someone far away had illuminated a lamp for him with their life. In the Kaioshin realm, the secretary's figure was on the verge of vanishing, leaving only a final glimmer of starlight. He looked at the old Kaioshin, offering one last smile. My lord, remember to return my pipe to my homeland among the stars. As his voice faded, the starlight completely dissolved into the air, leaving behind an ancient stone pipe resting upon the stardust mat. The old Kaioshin picked up the pipe, still warm to the touch. He gazed at the reflection of Wukong sweeping away the black mist with his newfound power in the water mirror, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. Yet as he laughed, tears flowed freely, like pearls scattered from a broken string. You rascal, secretary. He tucked the pipe into his robe and turned towards the altar of potential development. Just wait. I shall ensure those little ones emerge victorious. When that time comes, I will cast your pipe into the brightest sea of stars in the entire universe. The runes upon the altar began to glow, and the old Kaioshin's hands formed a seal, as divine power surged like a tide towards the direction of Dongdu. He understood that the time bought at the cost of the secretary's life was limited, and he must seize every second to lend strength to the young warriors fighting on the battlefield. Amidst the ruins of the Dongdu energy station, Wukong felt a continuous surge of power within him. He suddenly raised his head to gaze at the sky, as if he could see the direction of the Kaioshin realm. Clenching his fists, he whispered to the heavens, "Thank you." The wind swept across the battlefield, carrying the scent of gunpowder and a hint of elusive starlight. The lives that burned themselves to protect others had never truly vanished. They would transform into strength, into brilliance, into the indomitable belief that resided in the hearts of every warrior, eternally flowing in the river of cosmic law. Chapter 72. A Soldier's Farewell. For the sake of his comrades amidst the shattered walls of the Dongdu energy station, the acrid smell of smoke mingled with the scent of blood, swirling in the wind. The Chishija's main force had breached the outer defenses, and a myriad of tentacled creatures surged from the dimensional rift, cornering the surviving soldiers at the entrance of the core control room. Captain, the left flank has been breached. The voice of rookie Xiao Zhou, trembling with tears, crackled through the communicator, accompanied by the horrific sound of flesh being torn apart. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the particle knife, his knuckles turning white. He glanced at the three researchers huddled beside the control console. Then at the monitoring screen where the defense indicators were rapidly turning red, he swallowed hard. Xiaozhou, take the rest of the team to Zone B. I'll cover you. Captain, are you crazy? Xiaozhou screamed, panic in his voice. The Qixija have surrounded us. Lin Mo did not respond. He simply severed the communication. He tore off the tactical recorder from his left arm, a testament to a soldier's achievements, and tossed it to the head of the research team behind him. Deliver this to the command center. Tell them the core data is secure. The research team leader trembled as he accepted the recorder, gazing at the young captain, only 25, with red-rimmed eyes. We can leave together. There's an emergency escape route beneath the console. There's no time. Lin Mo smiled, revealing his small canine teeth, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor while training the rookies. He pressed his hand against the red button on the control console. This blast door could hold for 10 minutes. Enough time for them to move to safety through the escape route. And you? Me? Lin Mo weighed the particle knife in his hand, turning to face the door. I need to let these scum know that human territory is not so easily taken. The blast door slowly descended, separating two worlds. Inside, the researchers bowed deeply to his retreating figure. Outside, Lin Mo leaned against the cold wall, taking a deep breath. On the monitoring screen, countless Qixija surged from all directions, their tentacles still stained with the remains of comrades. Brothers, wait for me, Lin Mo murmured, pressing the maximum power button on the particle knife. The blade hummed to life, glowing with a piercing blue light that illuminated his youthful yet scarred face. The vanguard of the Qixija had reached the door, swirling like a mass of black mist, their suckers unfurling to reveal sharp fangs. Lin Mo sidestepped the first wave of impact, swinging the particle knife, the blue light flashing as he severed three Qixiju in half. Dark green blood splattered onto his combat suit, hissing as it corroded the fabric. Come on, he roared, charging into the swarm. Lin Mo, who had often been mocked by his comrades for cherishing his life, now seemed to have gone mad. He was acutely aware of the blast door's defensive parameters and knew that his particle knife would not last 10 minutes, but he had to hold on. Just last night, rookie Xiaozhou had pestered him with questions. Captain, what are you most afraid of? He had laughed and said, bugs. Yet now he was stabbing the knife into the Qixija's most repugnant sucker. The communicator suddenly crackled to life. It was Xiaozhou, sobbing. Captain, I saw it on the monitor, you idiot. Didn't you say you would bring us home? Lin Mo cleaved through an approaching Qixija, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. He chuckled lightly into the communicator. Silly boy. In war, there are always casualties. He glanced at the monitoring screen. The defense value of the blast door had already dropped by 30%. Tell the command center, coordinates 3752, request fire coverage, no survivors. No, you're still there. Execute the order. Lin Mo's voice suddenly turned stern. I'm here to draw them in. You take the chance to transfer the data. That's an order. He paused, his tone softening. Tell my mom I completed the mission. The second wave of the Qixija surged more violently. A tentacle pierced Lin Mo's left shoulder, the agony causing darkness to cloud his vision. Gritting his teeth, he yanked out the particle knife and stabbed it into the core of the Qixija. Green blood spraying his face. Damn, that's bloody. He wiped his face, his vision blurring. The defense value of the blast door had fallen to 50%. He recalled 3 months prior, when he had just received the mission, and Vice Captain Lao Zhang had patted him on the shoulder, saying, Shaolin, after this mission, I'll treat you to a victory celebration. But Lao Zhang had been torn apart by the Qixija last week while covering for him. Lao Zhang, I owe you that drink. I'll repay you in the next life. Lin Mo smiled, tears mingling with blood streaming down his face. The light of the particle knife began to flicker, its energy nearly depleted. He discarded the knife handle and fished out the last 3 high-explosive grenades from his waist. These were meant for his survival, but now they became his final weapons. The defense value of the blast door dwindled to 20%. 3 minutes left. Lin Mo counted the seconds, pulling the pins from the grenades one by one. The Qixija had surrounded him, seemingly aware that he was out of weapons, their movements slowing as they licked at him with their tentacles, toying with their prey. Goodbye, brothers. Lin Mo smiled, clutching the 3 grenades tightly to his chest. The communicator crackled with Xiaozhou's heart-wrenching cries, alongside the command center's approval for fire coverage. Lin Mo envisioned his comrades moving to safety, saw his mother gazing at the old locust tree at the village entrance, and pictured Lao Zheng raising his glass, smiling as he declared a toast. Boom. The deafening explosion consumed everything. The high-explosive grenades detonated at the center of the swarm, dark green blood and shattered tentacles erupting into the air. Simultaneously, the command center's fire coverage arrived, leveling the entire core area of the energy station. The monitoring screen behind the blast door froze on Lin Mo's final smile just a second before the explosion. 3 days later, the surviving researchers successfully decrypted the core data and located the coordinates of the Chishi-Zha's dimensional rift. The command center launched a full-scale assault, completely sealing off the rift. At the victory banquet, Xiaozhou clutched Lin Mo's tactical recorder, becoming inebriated alone. The recorder contained Lin Mo's last image. He was leaning against the wall, blood streaming from his left shoulder. Yet he flashed a victory sign to the camera, the background filled with the increasingly close roars of the Chishi-Zha. "Captain, look. We won," Xiaozhou murmured to the recorder. "The bugs you feared have been driven away." Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, and children were flying kites in the square. No one knew that 3 days prior, on that smoke-filled morning, a young soldier who feared bugs had exchanged his life for their clear sky. Before the screen of the tactical recorder darkened, one final line of Lin Mo's private log flashed. "True heroes are merely those who, in moments of fear, still strive to take another step forward." Chapter 73. The Cost of Dragon Balls. Each Dragon Ball weighs heavily. The cold fluorescent lights of the laboratory illuminated the glass display case, where 7 Dragon Balls floated within a specially designed energy shield, emitting a soft, yet weighty glow. Bulma, wearing white gloves, gently traced her fingertips along the shield's surface, her voice tinged with an unusual gravity. "Look, the energy fluctuations of each Dragon Ball are diminishing, especially the 1-star and 7-star balls. Cracks have begun to form at their cores." In front of the display case, Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan stood in a circle, their gazes fixed upon the Dragon Balls. Wukong scratched his head, his tail instinctively tensing. "Cracks? But the last wish was fine. Could it be that my wish to completely erase Cell exerted too much power?" Vegeta snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. "You can't escape the consequences of your reckless wish. The Dragon Balls are not an infinite energy source. Every time you force them to fulfill wishes that exceed reason, it damages their core." He cast a glance at the prominent crack on the Kixingzu, particularly this one. "The last time you wished to resurrect all those slain by Shalu, the energy load had already exceeded its limits." Wu Fan leaned closer to the display case, his brow furrowed. "But Dragon Balls are supposed to self-repair, right? After previous wishes, they would restore themselves after some time. That was within the carrying capacity." Bulma summoned a holographic data chart, clearly indicating the energy depletion rates of each Dragon Ball. "See, from the first wish to resurrect Xiaolin and the subsequent widespread resurrection during the battle against Bu, the restoration periods of the Dragon Balls have grown increasingly prolonged. This time, irreversible cracks have even appeared." She paused, her voice growing somber. "To be precise, the cost has begun to manifest." "Cost?" Goku blinked in confusion. "Is there a cost to wishing?" "Every power comes with a price," Bulma stated as she activated an ancient star map projection. The image displayed murals from the original Namekians. According to the records from Namek, the essence of the Dragon Balls is a form of regulated borrowing. When you use them to fulfill wishes, it's akin to borrowing energy from the cosmic laws, and the repayment comes in various forms. For instance, she pointed to the Ixingzu. "Last time you wished for the resurrection of those killed by the androids. 3 months later, West City experienced an unprecedented meteor shower. Although there were no casualties, the meteor trajectories conveniently avoided all the Wishmaker's residences. This is not a coincidence." A hush fell over the group. They recalled that meteor shower. At the time, Goku had been training with Wu Fan in the gravity chamber, and it was Bulma's early warning system that had evacuated the crowd. In retrospect, everything had indeed felt eerie. Vegeta suddenly scoffed. "Boring, just some coincidences. As long as we win, what does a little cost matter? And what if the cost is forgetfulness?" Bulma's voice carried a chill as she brought up another document. "This is the missing persons list I compiled over the past 5 years. Among all those who have made wishes on the Dragon Balls, 17 have completely forgotten their wishes, and 9 cannot even recall who they are." She pointed to a familiar name on the list. "For example, this person wished to heal his daughter's ailment 3 years ago. Now his daughter is in perfect health, yet he asks her every day, 'Whose child are you?' Goku's smile faltered. Forgetfulness? How can this be? Because the Dragon Balls are maintaining balance. Bulma's fingertip traced the energy shield, and the 7 Dragon Balls seemed to sense something, their halos flashing violently. When they grant wishes, they forcibly distort causality, and the cosmic laws will, in turn, correct this distortion. The most direct method of correction is to erase the memory anchors related to the wish, which are human memories. The more people you wish to resurrect, the greater the risk of memory erasure, especially for the wishmaker themselves. Wufan suddenly recalled something, his face paling. No wonder Grandpa has always said he can't remember Grandma's face after the battle with Majin Buu. He used to mention her every day. The door to the laboratory swung open, and Master Roshi entered, leaning on his cane, his murky eyes fixed on the Dragon Balls. He let out a long sigh. Alas, I have always said that the Dragon Balls should not be used excessively. In my youth, I witnessed someone wish to become the richest person in the world, and within 6 months, he had forgotten how to count money, ultimately begging on the streets. He approached the display case, gently tapping the glass with his cane. Each Dragon Ball carries its own weight. The Yixingzu represents obsession, the Erzingzu embodies greed, and the Sanxingzu signifies arrogance. And what about the Kixingzu? Wufan inquired, noticing the deepest crack on it, as if it might shatter at any moment. Master Roshi's gaze grew somber. The Kixingzu embodies sacrifice. When the Namekians created the Dragon Balls, they utilized the life essence of the 7 elders. Each time you fulfill a widespread wish, it is akin to drawing upon another fragment of life. He looked at Goku. The crack on the Kixingzu appeared when you wished to resurrect everyone, and the cost has likely already fallen upon those who care the most about them. Goku's heart sank heavily. The ones he cared about most. He instinctively glanced at Wufan and recalled how Chi-Chi sometimes paused in the midst of her household chores, wondering what she had just intended to do, and how Goten had forgotten how to transform into a Super Saiyan during their last training session, crying for quite a while. How can we resolve this? Goku's voice trembled slightly. For the first time, he perceived the once gentle glow of the Dragon Balls as a bait laced with poison. Bulma displayed a repair plan, though her expression was far from cheerful. The only method is to use primordial energy to fill the cracks. But this energy has only 2 sources. Either the wishmaker must willingly sacrifice a part of their own life, or... She hesitated, stating with difficulty, the sap of the life tree of the Namekians, but that tree was destroyed by Frieza long ago. Only a few remnants exist, and they are in Piccolo's possession. All eyes immediately turned to Piccolo. The usually silent Namekian furrowed his brow, his fingers digging into his palm. The remnants of the life tree are indeed with me, entrusted to me by the great elder of Namek. However, its sap is the lifeblood of the Namekians. Using it once will completely wither the branch. He looked at Goku. You must consider carefully. Will you continue to take shortcuts with the power of the Dragon Balls? Or will you bear the cost and rely on your own strength to protect those you wish to safeguard? The laboratory fell into a heavy silence. Goku stared at the 7 Dragon Balls, their halos flickering dimly, as if urging him to make a decision. He recalled the euphoric moment of resurrecting Krillin with the Dragon Balls, the determination he had shown when wishing during the battle against Buu. Those seemingly easily fulfilled wishes were actually entangled with countless threads, one end tied to luck and the other to an unseen sacrifice. Vegeta suddenly turned and strode toward the door. A bunch of fools. His voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Cost. Becoming stronger is the greatest cost of all. No one noticed the veins bulging on the back of his hand as he exited the laboratory. 3 days prior, he had discovered that he could not even recall Caulifla's name, the Scion girl who had fought alongside him in the Tournament of Power. The name lingered on the tip of his tongue, but eluded his grasp. Wufan observed his father's tense profile and suddenly remembered how his mother had mistakenly poured salt instead of sugar into a pot of breakfast yesterday, only to laugh it off, attributing it to her age. He recalled Goten holding a soccer ball, asking his brother, "Did we used to play here often?" When they had been training in that very spot, every day. I understand now. Goku spoke suddenly, his voice calm, yet remarkably resolute. Put the Dragon Balls away. We won't use them anymore. Bulma was taken aback. Are you sure? What if we encounter a crisis like Buu again? Then we will rely on our own strength to fight back. Goku's eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. If the cost of becoming stronger was forgetfulness, then what meaning did such strength hold? He approached the display case and gently pressed the shut button, allowing the energy shield to slowly descend, obscuring the glow of the Dragon Balls. As for the costs already incurred, he turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, Can we use the life tree's remnants just once? I know this is difficult, but I want to see if it is possible. That is futile, Piccolo interrupted him, his voice low. The sap of the life tree can only delay, not reverse. Forgetfulness has already begun, and all we can do is remember those things that are being forgotten, until. He left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood, until even the act of remembering itself became a luxury. Master Roshi pulled out a yellowed notebook from his pocket. Trembling as he opened it, I have been keeping a record of everything, noting each instance of using the Dragon Balls, everything everyone has said. If you forget, just refer back to it. The notebook was filled with dense handwriting, some parts blurred by tears. Look, this is the day you first transformed into a Super Saiyan. You said, Krillin, I will avenge you, and there's even a little crying face drawn beside it. Goku took the notebook, his fingertips grazing the crooked letters, and suddenly smiled. That's right, my hair turned color out of rage that day. As he laughed, his eyes grew moist. It turned out the weight of the Dragon Balls was never about energy depletion, but rather the memories they silently siphoned away, the fury at Krillin's death, the memory of Chi-Chi's first burnt rice, and the resolve Wufan displayed when he first transformed into Super Saiyan 2. These were the very forces that empowered them time and again to rise again. Bulma silently initiated the destruction procedure, and the incinerator beneath the display case began to heat up. Goku watched as the 7 Dragon Balls gradually lost their luster within the energy shield, and suddenly extended his hand to halt the process. Wait, let us keep one. He picked up the 4-star ball, the one with the least cracks, and placed it in Goten's hands. Goten, this is for you. If you ever forget your father, just look at it. I promise to teach you instant transmission. Goten, somewhat understanding, clutched the Dragon Ball tightly, his small face serious. I won't forget. Outside the laboratory, the sun was slowly setting, casting long shadows of everyone present. Goku gazed at the evening glow on the horizon and was suddenly reminded of many years ago when he first gathered the Dragon Balls, simply wishing to resurrect UPA's father. How simple that wish was back then. It turned out that the cost of growing up was realizing that some shortcuts should not be taken and some powers should not be coveted. As Master Roshi said, each Dragon Ball carries its own weight, and the heaviest one resides in the memories of each individual. A gentle touch can evoke pain. Ultimately, Bulma did not destroy the Dragon Balls. She merely sealed them in an underground vault. The vault's password comprised the birthdays of Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bulma. She smiled and said, just in case. If we ever truly need them, at least those who remember the password can make the decision together. No one objected. Some costs may be unavoidable, but at least one can choose to let them come slowly, ever so slowly. That evening, Goku's dining table was laden with dishes prepared by Chi-Chi. Although 2 of the dishes were burnt, Gohan still savored them. Goten held up the 4-star ball excitedly, exclaiming, Dad, teach me instant transmission. I promise I won't forget. Goku chuckled as he ruffled his hair. All right, I'll teach you tomorrow. Outside the window, the faint glow of the 4-star ball cast a soft light on the wall, resembling a star that would never extinguish. It was light enough for a child to hold, yet heavy enough to require a lifetime of remembrance to sustain. Chapter 74. The Children's Resolve. Goten, Trunks, and Xiaofang morning light filtered through the training room's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright patches on the floor. Goten's toes lightly touched the martial arts mat, sweat trickling down his jawline, soaking a small patch of his deep blue uniform. He spun suddenly, his right leg sweeping towards the opposing sandbag, but halted just an inch before contact. A paper stuck to the sandbag was lifted by the air current, revealing the childish handwriting that read Bu. Stopped again? Trunks leaned against the equipment rack, twirling a pair of nunchaku, the metallic chain clinking crisply. Today, he wore a black tank top, revealing his developing arms, noticeably taller than half a year ago, with a hint of Vegeta's sternness in his brows. You got stuck 7 times yesterday. Are you trying to break a record today? Goten retracted his leg, his ears slightly flushed. It's not that I was staring at the paper on the sandbag. He swallowed hard. I just suddenly can't remember what BUS energy felt like. Trunks raised an eyebrow, pausing his nunchaku. Forgotten? Just last week you said you dreamed he turned into chocolate and chased you. It's different. Goten's voice dropped, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on his uniform. The dream was hazy. I can hardly remember what he looked like. He recalled his mother's words. This is the cost of the Dragon Balls. The air in the training room fell silent. Trunks set down the nunchaku and walked over to the sandbag, his fingertips brushing against the paper. The edges were already frayed, a testament to Goten's efforts 3 days prior to remember their enemy's appearance. Yet now, even the contours of their foe were fading from their memories. My dad has forgotten some things too. Trunks suddenly spoke, his gaze drifting outside. The day before yesterday, after training in the gravity chamber, he actually asked me who invented this machine, even though he had insisted on altering its parameters back then. He paused, a self-deprecating smile forming. Speaking of which, I called you yesterday and dialed a wrong number. And it took a while for me to realize it was the direct line to our secret base during the Cell games. Goten's eyes brightened. That base. I remember there was a crooked tree where we marked our height. We were caught halfway through and punished to paint the tree 3 times. Trunks chuckled, though the mirth didn't reach his eyes. At least being caught means someone remembers those moments. Just then, the door to the training room swung open, and a little girl with twin ponytails rushed in, her pink training outfit brushing against the floor. She held up a sketchbook filled with doodles. Goten brother. Trunks brother. Look at the family portrait I drew. It was Xiaofeng, now 5 years old. Her features resembled Goku's, with large, bright eyes. The book depicted a whimsical scene. Goku with his wild hair, Chi-Chi wielding a spatula, Gohan wearing glasses, and Goten and Trunks flexing their muscles together. With a purple circle in the corner labeled Uncle Piccolo. What is this? Trunks pointed at the fuzzy pink figure next to the question mark. Xiaofeng pouted, her little brows furrowing tightly. I don't know. Grandma said this is a very important person, and I must include them, but I can't remember who it is. She suddenly tugged at Goten's shirt, her voice quivering. Goten brother, am I very foolish? I can't even remember important people. Goten quickly crouched down to wipe her tears. You're not foolish. It's the wind that blew the memories away, not your fault. He glanced at Trunks, his gaze filled with a hint of pleading. Trunks took a deep breath and pulled out a metallic box from his backpack. Upon opening it, a neat stack of voice recorders and photographs lay inside. This is something my dad, Vegeta, secretly prepared. He picked up a voice recorder and pressed play, revealing Vegeta's impatient voice. Trunks, throw your punches faster. Don't be like an old woman stitching. Remember this feeling. If you forget again, you'll owe me 50 laps with weights. Goten stared at him in astonishment. He said, if the brain is unreliable, then use machines to remember. Trunks picked up a photograph, capturing the moment after the power tournament, where Goku and Vegeta had their arms slung over each other as shoulders, with Piccolo standing nearby and a slightly exasperated Bulma in the background. The back of the photo bore a date and Vegeta's writing. We won. But that fool is actually calling the Omni King his brother. Xiaofeng's attention was drawn to the photo, her small finger pointing at a green figure on the edge. Who is this uncle? So cool. That is Uncle Piccolo. Goten smiled. He taught me many techniques. Shall we go find him? Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled, shaking Goten's arm. Teach us how to retrieve the memories that were blown away. Goten and Trunks exchanged glances, both seeing the resolve mirrored in each other's eyes. Piccolo's training grounds lay deep within the temple, shrouded in mist. When they arrived, Piccolo was meditating, his purple skin glistening in the sunlight. Hearing their footsteps, he opened his eyes, slightly surprised to see the 3 children. Goten, Trunks, and Xiaofeng? What brings you here? Uncle Piccolo. Xiaofeng rushed over, hugging his leg while presenting her sketchbook. Who is this pink shadow? Piccolo glanced at the question mark, his expression darkening momentarily. After a brief silence, he replied, that is Bu. A very complex fellow. He didn't elaborate, but turned to Goten and Trunks. Goku has informed me of your situation. Uncle Piccolo, Goten bit his lip. Can you teach us? Teach us how to resist forgetting? Piccolo rose to his feet, moving to the center of the training ground, summoning several large stones with a wave of his hand. To remember, one must first learn to carve. He pointed, and an energy wave struck the stones, instantly etching clear patterns onto their surfaces. The Turtle School's signature gesture, embedding important matters within the body, the habits, so that even if names were forgotten, the muscles would still remember. Trunks' eyes lit up, like a conditioned reflex. That's one way to put it. Piccolo nodded. Let us begin. Wutian. Employ your most familiar combination to strike this stone, repeating the action 100 times daily until it becomes instinctual. Trunks, your swordsmanship is commendable. Inscribe the techniques your father taught you upon the blade, ensuring that each swing serves as a reminder of that knowledge. He then turned to Xiaofeng, his tone softening. Xiaofeng, do you not adore painting? Create a drawing each day of the events that transpired. It need not be perfect. as long as it evokes the memories of your thoughts at that moment. Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, scampering to a nearby stone slab to pick up a sharp pebble. Diligently sketching the outline of Bick with the accompanying words, "Uncle Bick taught us how to fight." Wu Tian inhaled deeply, assuming his stance. Initially, his movements were tentative, his fists hesitating in midair as if recalling his next move. Yet, recalling the note on the sandbag and his mother's bewildered expression while cooking, his gaze grew resolute. With each punch, he exerted more force, and with each turn, he moved with greater swiftness, sweat soaking his training attire, his arms aching to the point of near immobility. Yet he persisted, determined to imprint this sensation into his body, to remember the purpose behind his training. Trunks drew the sword from his back, its blade reflecting his focused profile. He recalled his father's words about wielding a sword. The blade is an extension of the arm, should one forget the techniques. Follow the instincts of the arm. He repeatedly practiced the thrust, slash, and flick movements, the wind from the blade growing sharper, carving deep grooves into the stone slab. Each mark whispering, "I remember." As the sun ascended to its zenith and then descended, the shadows in the training ground elongated. Xiaofeng's slab was adorned with her doodles, Wu Tian throwing punches, Trunks practicing swordplay, and Bick's silhouette amidst the clouds. After completing each drawing, she would press a stone upon it, as if guarding a precious treasure. In the evening, Goku and Chi-Chi arrived to collect them. Upon seeing the three children collapsed on the ground, Chi-Chi furrowed her brow in concern. "Why train so hard?" "Mom," Wu Tian gasped, his voice weary yet vibrant, "we are engraving something. When it is inscribed upon us, we shall not forget." Chi-Chi paused, observing the doodles on the slab and the varying depths of the grooves, and suddenly smiled, ruffling Wu Tian's hair. "Silly child." Her words faltered as if she had forgotten what to say, merely repeating, "It's quite good, quite good." Goku approached Bick, offering him a capsule of Senza beans. "Thanks, Bick." Bick accepted the beans, gazing at the children tidying their sketches, and remarked, "They understand better than we imagine what is worth protecting." Trunks stuffed the recorder and photographs into Xiaofeng's backpack, and then repeated the day's training details into the recorder. "Today, Wu Tian's mastery of the Kamehameha has improved, while I have retained approximately 30% of my sword techniques." Xiaofeng created 17 drawings, 3 of which included Bick's tail, despite him having long lost it. Xiaofeng clutched her sketchbook to her chest, yawning broadly. "I shall return tomorrow." "Indeed," Wu Tian and Trunks replied in unison. On their way home, Xiaofeng fell asleep on Wu Tian's back, tightly clutching the paper adorned with pink shadows. Wu Tian gently supported her legs, while Trunks walked beside them, flipping through the photographs under the street lamp's glow, suddenly chuckling. "Look, Xiaofeng has depicted me with 3 heads and 6 arms." Wu Tian leaned in to take a look and laughed as well. "Quite good. At least it will remind us that we trained together." The evening breeze wafted through, carrying the scent of fresh grass. They might forget many things, including the faces of their foes, the significance of certain words, and even each other's names. Yet, the techniques etched into their muscles, the doodles upon the stone slab, and the voices recorded in the device would remind them of their struggle against oblivion, of their collective resistance against forgetting. The determination of the children, unlike the fervor of adults, was akin to the tender sprouts of spring, quietly taking root in the desolate landscape of memory. Chapter 75. The Choice of Number 18. To protect Klin and the Earth, the alarm from the Capsule Corporation pierced the morning tranquility with a sharp wail, its red warning lights flashing frantically in the corridor. Number 18 leaned against the alloy door of the laboratory, her fingertips pressed against the cold surface, listening to the cacophony of metal being torn apart outside. The tendrils of the invaders were breaching the outer defenses. The sickening sound slipping through the door seems like venomous serpents slithering forth. 18. Over here. Klin's breathless voice resonated from the depths of the laboratory as he rushed towards the safety pod, cradling a silver device in his arms. His eyes, tinged with urgency, were reddened. "Quick, push this inside. It's Bulma's latest energy disruptor. It can temporarily block the invader's signals." As 18 turned, she noticed blood seeping from the back of his neck. He had been struck by a tendril while attempting to secure the device, the wound now displaying a peculiar purple-black hue, characteristic of the corrosive toxin unique to the invaders. Her heart clenched, and she hurriedly took the device from him, its metallic exterior cold in her palm, its weight pressing heavily upon her nerves. "Your injury, I'm fine." Klin waved his hand dismissively, urging her toward the safety pod. Get inside. The activation code is 731. Before he could finish, a large hole suddenly erupted in the laboratory ceiling, and several dark green tendrils, reeking of decay, descended towards Clint's back. Instinctively, 18 pulled Clint aside as the tendrils grazed her shoulder armor, instantly corroding the alloy wall into honeycomb-like holes. She rolled with Clint on the ground, and when she rose, her right hand had already coalesced into an energy sphere, a pale blue glow illuminating her taut profile. You enter the safety pod. I will hold them off. No. Clint grasped her wrist, his fingers turning white from the pressure. The core of the invaders is aboard the mothership. You alone. Then you remaining here would be a liability. 18 flung his hand away, her tone unyielding. Yet in the moment of turning, she gently brushed against the wound at the nape of his neck. There was a medical kit within. Attend to the toxin first. Her fingertips brushed against the viscous purple-black, recoiling, as if scalded. I will not allow anything to harm you. Never. Clint watched her stride toward the tendrils, suddenly recalling 3 years prior on South Kai's planet, when she had once again stood before him, unleashing an energy wave to obliterate incoming meteors. Back then, she had awkwardly claimed it was merely to avoid losing a companion so soon after his revival, yet he had noticed her ears turning crimson. The door of the safety pod slowly closed, isolating them from the explosive sounds outside. Clint collapsed in front of the control panel, his fingers trembling as he struggled to input the code. The pain at the back of his neck intensified, and his vision began to blur. He fixated on the screen, where 18's figure was seen cutting through a tendril with her energy wave, dark green fluid splattering onto her battle suit, instantly burning holes that revealed her fair skin beneath. Yet she did not flinch. 731. He gritted his teeth and entered the code, and amidst the humming sound of the safety pod activating, he could almost hear her voice echoing in his ears. Clint, listen, during the android saga, you protected me once. Now it is my turn. 18's energy waves intensified, weaving a net of pale blue light throughout the laboratory. The invader's tendrils surged like a tide, each impact forcing her back a step, the wounds on her arms widening as the toxin crawled up her veins, bringing waves of numbness. She recalled the moment her fingers had brushed against his wound, the purple-black mark searing into her skin like a brand. Truly troublesome, she muttered softly. Yet a smile crept across her lips as her gaze swept over the coffee machine they had assembled together. Just last week, Clint had expressed a desire for hand-brewed coffee. And although she had teased him about the convenience of instant coffee, she had secretly purchased a grinder and hidden it away. As her energy began to wane, her vision darkened. Suddenly, a tendril bypassed her energy net, heading directly for the observation window of the safety pod, Clint's location. 18's pupils constricted. Almost instantaneously, she teleported, bracing herself to absorb the blow with her back. The searing pain engulfed her entire being. Her battle suit corroded to form a gaping hole, revealing the glint of her metallic skeleton amidst the mangled flesh. She let out a muffled groan, deftly directing a surge of energy into the severed tendril, the dark green liquid splattering across her face, imbued with a strong, fishy sweetness. Want to touch him? She wiped her face, clearing the viscous fluid, revealing eyes that gleamed with astonishing brilliance, daring him to step over her lifeless body. Inside the escape pod, Clint gazed at the screen displaying the wound on her back, and in a fit of rage, he smashed the medical kit. He understood that the pride of number 18 was unyielding. She had never shown weakness, not even when she was absorbed by Shalu, merely advising him to take care of himself. But now, watching her struggle to maintain her energy, he finally comprehended that protection was never a one-sided affair. Bulma, do you hear me? Clint shouted into the communicator, his voice hoarse from the encroaching toxin. Has the jammer been activated? Hurry and get number 18 out. Bulma's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. There's not enough energy. Someone needs to activate the amplifier on the rooftop. The invader's mothership is directly above. Only there can we ensure the jammer covers the entire Earth. Clint glanced outside the observation window. Number 18 was on the brink of collapse, her energy flickering like a candle flame in the wind. He grabbed the nearby laser gun and pressed the emergency unlock button of the escape pod. Clint, don't come out. Number 18's voice came through the communicator, laced with an unprecedented panic. Coming out means certain death for you. And what about you? Clint burst from the escape pod, the laser beam sweeping towards the tendrils that threatened her. Do you think I could stand by and watch you die here? He dashed to her side, using the laser gun to sever the tendrils coiling around her ankle. The toxin in his neck obscured his vision, yet he clutched the gun tightly. Where's the amplifier? I'll activate it. Number 18, observing his staggering steps, suddenly grasped his wrist, pressing an energy capsule into his hand. The rooftop, southeast corner of the tower. This will temporarily suppress your toxin. Once I finish here, I'll come for you. Her palm was scorching, smeared with his blood and the invader's fluid. Don't be stubborn. I know, Clint interrupted, squeezing her hand firmly. I'll wait for you to return and make coffee. As he turned towards the elevator, a deafening explosion of energy erupted behind him. It was the sound of number 18 exhausting her remaining strength. The numbers on the elevator panel flickered, each second feeling like a century. The toxin in his neck lay dormant under the influence of the energy capsule. But he was acutely aware that once its effect wore off, he would succumb faster than the invader's tendrils. The wind on the rooftop was fierce, threatening to topple him. The control console of the amplifier was ensnared by tendrils, and he painstakingly cleared it away with the laser gun, his fingers stinging from the corrosive liquid. Finally, in the moment he pressed the activation button, he caught sight of number 18 emerging at the rooftop entrance. Her back was still bleeding. Yet she smiled and waved at him. Clint, she called, her voice breathless. You see, I told you. Her words were abruptly interrupted by the piercing sound of the mothership's main cannon locking onto the rooftop, a crimson beam hurtling towards them. No, 18 reacted faster than thought itself. She lunged forward, shoving Clint into the amplifier's protective shield, but was struck by the beam, which swept across her shoulder. Number 18. Clint cried out from within the shield, watching helplessly as she was hurled away like a severed kite. The jammer successfully initiated. The invader's tendrils began to stiffen and peel away, the mothership emitting a mournful wail as it slowly descended into the distance. But Clint heard nothing. He burst through the shield, crawling towards her dissipating form, where the beam had struck, transforming into particles lost in the wind. Don't touch her. Number 18 grasped his hand. Her fingertips icy, her gaze losing focus, yet striving to fixate on his face. Remember to add 2 spoons of sugar to the coffee. I want tea add sugar. Clint held her tighter, tears streaming down his face, mingling with her blood. You come back and add it. Number 18, can you hear me? She smiled, raising her hand to wipe his tears, but it froze mid-air and vanished like a spark. The wind swept up those sparks, resembling countless tiny stars, settling on the fading bruise on his neck, where the purple-black hue was receding, bearing her last warmth. Later, people would say it was no. 18 who shielded Clint from the mothership's main cannon with her own body, allowing the jammer to activate successfully. Clint sat on the rooftop for a long time, only rising with the dawn, clutching the bloodied coffee machine. He did not return to the capsule company, but instead went back to the house with a small courtyard. The sunflowers in the yard were blooming splendidly, having been planted by number 18 the previous week. Following her instructions, he added 2 spoons of sugar to the coffee machine, and the resulting brew was sweet yet bitter. Upon reaching the 3rd cup, he discovered the coffee grinder number 18 had hidden in the cabinet. Beside it a note with her rare neat handwriting. Clint, next time we argue, I'll let you win. Clint buried his face in his palms, his shoulders shaking violently. The sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon the coffee grinder, reflecting shards of light akin to her final moments of dissolution. He understood that she had never truly departed. She resided in every cup of sweet yet bitter coffee, in the sunflowers eternally facing the sun in the yard, and in the remnants of purple-black fading to a mere scar on his neck. Protection was never a choice, but an instinct. Just as she stood before him time and again, just as he resolved in this moment to safeguard the earth she had exchanged her life for, carrying the essence of her spirit with him. Chapter 76, The Awakening of the Androids, Emotions Beyond Program Directives in the Underground Laboratory of the Capsule Company. The sounds of metal clashing and electrical buzzing intertwined. Number 17 squatted at the disassembly station, using a wrench to dismantle an old model robot's joints into a chaotic mess, surrounded by various parts resembling a miniature metal mountain. I say, you've been at it for 3 days. What is so fascinating about this heap of scrap? No. 18 entered, carrying 2 cups of cola, placing one beside the pile of parts, her fingertip tracing the scratches along the edge of the disassembly table. Remnants from their last battle with the invaders when number 17 had blasted the tendrils apart with an energy wave. Number 17 didn't lift his head, his hands continuing their work, just examining the programming logic of early androids. Don't you find it odd? We were designed to annihilate the world, yet here we are, helping to protect it. He held up a chip to the light, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes behind the lens. The directives implanted by Dr. Gaiden include protection. Number 18 leaned against the wall, sipping her cola, her gaze drifting to the corner of the laboratory where a cultivation pod housed an inactive android prototype, designated as Number 16. During the last battle, this prototype had been partially activated by the invader's energy wave, and the screen on the pod was now flashing with chaotic code. Programming? Number 18 chuckled lightly, her fingertip unconsciously gliding over the energy ring on her wrist, where remnants of scratches from assembling the coffee machine with Clint still lingered. Have you ever seen a program that makes your heart race? When Clint activated the amplifier on the rooftop, I felt like the circuits were about to burn out. No. 17 paused, turning to look at her, a rare smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Oh, so you're admitting to being moved? Who is it that said androids don't need emotions? Number 18 didn't refute him. Instead, she picked up the record board next to the cultivation pod, where the program logs for prototype number 16 were inscribed. Her fingertip traced a line of code. Objective: eliminate all humans. Yet beneath it, someone had scribbled in red ink. Correction: protect number 731, Clint's experimental operator number. The handwriting was crooked, a result of her impulsive revision from the previous day. Speaking of which, number 16's programming is quite interesting. Number 17 approached, tapping the cultivation pod. Its core directive is to protect nature. That sounds far more plausible than our annihilation. Suddenly, the code on the screen shifted, a new line appearing. Detected high concentration of emotional fluctuations originating from number 18. No. 18's cheeks flushed slightly, and she reached out to turn off the screen but was halted by number 17's grip on her wrist. Don't turn it off. Let's see how it analyzes. The indicator light of the cultivation pod transitioned to a vibrant green, initiating the automatic reorganization of the code. Shortly thereafter, a line of text emerged: emotional module activation in progress. Determination, protective instinct, intensity 89, related subject, Kellen, ID 731. Trigger scenario, rooftop crisis. An intensity of 89? Number 17 raised an eyebrow, noting that it surpassed the energy output during the previous assault on the invader mothership. Number 18, shaking off his hand, turned towards the weapons rack, her tone somewhat brusque. Stop with the chatter, check the equipment. We have to clear the remnants of the invaders tomorrow. The weapons rack displayed her preferred energy gun, its stock engraved with a tiny dot Kellen had secretly inscribed, claiming it would unmistakably identify it as number 18's weapon. As she grasped the gun, her fingertips grazed the engraved mark, while on the screen, the program for number 16 continued to pulse. Emotional module loading complete. Surpassing initial program settings, identified as awakening. Awakening. Number 17 contemplated the words, pondering whether beings such as themselves, crafted by programming, could indeed experience such a phenomenon. He picked up a nearby energy detection device, observing the significant increase in his energy fluctuation since 3 days prior, particularly when protective commands were activated. Number 18 remained silent as she secured the energy gun at her waist, recalling the strawberry cake Kellen had brought her yesterday. Having remembered her casual mention of a fondness for strawberry flavor, a preference not recorded in the program. Within the directives designed by Dr. Gua, there was only the mandate for attack, destruction, and obedience, never a record of cherished emotions. Suddenly, number 16's cultivation pod emitted a faint hum, and the code on the screen transformed into a clear line of text. Nature is life. Life is connection. Number 17 gazed at the words, a smile breaking across his face. It seems it's not just us. Even this old relic has come to understand. He approached the laboratory door, glancing back at the still pondering number 18. If he lingered any longer, Kellen would surely grow impatient. He had mentioned today would be a lesson in cultivating sunflowers. Number 18 snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up, glancing back at the cultivation pod as she reached the door. On number 16's screen, the word connection flickered, as if responding to her gaze. She brushed her fingers against the scars on her wrist, recalling the warmth that lingered from assembling the coffee machine. In a corner of her heart once shackled by programming, a sense of something quietly shifting and beginning to sprout. Kellen's voice echoed down the corridor, calling out to number 18 with a childlike excitement. Number 18, look what I've brought. New sunflower seeds. Number 18 quickened her pace, unable to suppress a smile. Perhaps Dr. Gua had been mistaken. Artificial beings were never merely cold programs. Those heartbeats that surpassed directives, the details they could not help but remember. Those moments of willing sacrifice were all more real than code. This was perhaps the essence of their kind, secretly cultivating their own hearts in the struggle against programming in the world. Within the cultivation pod, the screen of number 16 gradually dimmed, finally freezing on the words "awakening complete." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm spots of light upon the code, as if bestowing a gentle seal upon this awakening that transcended programming. Chapter 77, The Rescued Adversary. A brief alliance with Frieza. The energy barrier of the cosmic prison crackled with a hissing sound, while outside the faintly purple light membrane, the tendrils of the invaders grew like wild vines, slowly corroding the surface of the barrier. Frieza hovered in the center of his cell, his white cloak rustling in the turbulent energy, his golden eyes reflecting unmasked disdain for the dark green tendrils, which sullied his meticulously groomed nails. A swarm of filthy parasites, he scoffed, his fingertips emitting a beam of death that precisely pierced the nearest tendril outside the barrier. Dark green ichor splattered against the light membrane, instantly burning a small hole, through which more tendrils surged, bringing with them a sickly sweet scent. Suddenly, the communicator emitted a jarring static, and a familiar voice broke through intermittently. "Frieza, do you hear me? We are at the outer perimeter of the invader's nest." It was Goku. Frieza raised an eyebrow, tapping the communicator to clarify the signal. "Oh? It's Kakarot. What brings you to witness my predicament?" "There's no time for that." Goku's voice was laced with urgency, the backdrop filled with the sounds of energy explosions. "The invader's nest is directly above the prison. They intend to absorb the prison's antimatter energy. The barrier won't hold for 10 minutes. If you wish to be devoured by those monsters, stay inside." Frieza's expression darkened. He could sense the dark matter energy fluctuations from the invaders, a terrifying power capable of disintegrating biological cells, more insidious than his death beam. He glanced at the corner of the cell where a guard's body was ensnared by tendrils, visibly shrinking, ultimately transforming into a puddle of dark green liquid. "So, you wish to save me?" Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Kakarot, I trust you haven't forgotten that I killed your dearest friend and destroyed your son's planet? We'll discuss that later." Goku's voice escalated. "Right now, we have a common enemy. If we waste any more time, we'll all become fodder for the invaders." The barrier suddenly trembled violently, cracks spreading to Frieza's feet. He observed the eager tendrils pouring in, a smile breaking across his face. "Very well, since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly entertain you." But his golden eyes glinted with calculation. "After this, I expect my imprisonment to be revoked. No time for negotiations." Vegeta's impatient roar erupted through the communicator. "If you're not out in 5 minutes, we'll blow up the entire prison, burying you along with the invaders." Frieza's smile faltered, replaced by a deeper chill. The foolish Saiyan, forever so crude. A pale purple aura erupted around him as he crossed his arms before his chest. "Watch closely, Kakarot, and witness true power." The death beam shot forth like a torrential downpour, shredding the advancing tendrils into pieces. Using the explosion's force, Frieza lunged towards the weakest point of the energy barrier, shattering the light membrane. His figure burst forth from the cell like a wraith, the white cloak freezing the tendrils in its wake. On the battlefield outside the prison, Goku and Vegeta stood back to back, fending off the onslaught of invaders. Upon witnessing Frieza's emergence, Vegeta nearly unleashed his ultimate flash, but was swiftly stopped by Goku's quick intervention. "Are you insane?" Goku growled. Letting him out is madness. Vegeta's purple aura flared. "This guy is more dangerous than the invaders. Now is not the time for infighting." Frieza interjected, hovering beside them, his death beam piercing through 3 invaders' cores. "The nest is directly above us, and the energy core is that red crystal. It seems you Saiyans are not entirely dim-witted." Having discovered its weakness, Goku raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" "It is the instinct of a cosmic emperor." Frieza scoffed lightly, his gaze fixed on the pulsating red crystal at the nest's center. However, to approach it, he first had to deal with these bothersome insects. He suddenly turned to Vegeta, a taunting smile curling his lips. "Prince of the Saiyans, dare you to compete with me in who can slay more invaders?" "Boring," Vegeta huffed. Yet he charged towards the swarm, unleashing waves of purple energy. Goku observed Frieza's relentless pursuit, recalling their battle on Namek, where Frieza's eyes burned with destruction and arrogance. Yet now, while his death beams remained lethal, they adeptly avoided all allies, even discreetly firing a beam to rescue Vegeta when he was ambushed by a tendril. This man, Goku thought, scratching his head, joined the fray, unleashing a golden Kamehameha that tore a gap in the swarm. Frieza's fighting style was starkly different from that of the Saiyans. He never confronts head-on, always utilizing the cover of chaotic energy currents to dismantle enemies effortlessly. The deadly beams target the joints of the Erksings, freezing rays obstruct their movements. And occasionally, he deliberately lures several Erksings into Wukong's attack range, claiming to help him conserve energy, while a subtle hint of testing glimmers in his gaze. "Hey, Kakarot." Frieza suddenly appeared beside Wukong, dodging a dark matter jet. "Are you not afraid I might stab you in the back?" Wukong chuckled as he punched away an Erksings. "I am, but I believe you're not the type to be defeated by insects." His golden aura suddenly surged. "Besides, we are teammates now, aren't we?" Frieza paused momentarily, then scoffed. "Do not flatter yourself. I simply do not wish to die in such a disgraceful manner." The red crystal of the mother nest suddenly emitted a blinding light, and the attacks of the Erksings grew ever more frenzied. Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously charged toward the crystal, only to be halted by a thick barrier of tendrils. Frieza observed as the two were repelled by an energy wave, his eyes flickering momentarily before he dashed in the opposite direction. "Frieza, what are you doing?" Vegeta bellowed. Frieza did not glance back, instead maximizing the energy of his death beam and directing it toward the dark matter pipeline at the base of the mother nest, the nexus from which the Erksings drew energy and the weakest point in its defenses. "Fool, a frontal assault will only lead to death." At the moment the pipeline exploded, a slight gap appeared in the tendril barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong concentrated all the energy of Super Saiyan 3 into his palm, Kamehameha. A torrent of golden energy shot forth like a laser toward the red crystal, closely followed by Vegeta's final flash. The two beams converged at the gap, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Frieza was hurled away by the shockwave, a corner of his white cloak singed, yet upon landing, he erected a protective wall of ice for the two, shielding them from the mother nest's final energy backlash. With a thunderous roar, the mother nest shattered in a blaze of light, the red crystal disintegrating into countless fragments. The Erksings, deprived of their energy source, instantly lost vitality, plummeting into the cosmic abyss like marionettes with severed strings. The battlefield fell silent, leaving only the heavy breaths of the three. Frieza adjusted his scorched cloak, his golden eyes revealing no emotion. "Well, the parasites have been dealt with. Our collaboration should conclude here." Vegeta immediately assumed a combat stance. "Trying to flee? What else?" Frieza raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish to treat me to a victory drink?" He turned his gaze to Wukong. "Kakarot, remember our agreement to revoke the imprisonment." Wukong scratched his head. "I cannot decide that. I need to consult with Zeno." As anticipated, Frieza chuckled softly, suddenly transforming into a beam of white light, racing into the depths of space. Vegeta attempted to pursue, but was stopped by Wukong. "Let him go." Wukong stared in the direction of Frieza's disappearance, at least this time. He did not cause trouble. Vegeta huffed coldly, retracting his energy. "When we meet next, I shall settle this once and for all." The remnants of the cosmic prison drifted behind them as Frieza stood on his flagship's bridge, watching the recorded footage of the battle on the screen. Capturing the moment, he shielded Wukong with ice rays. An underling cautiously presented the repaired cloak. "My lord, shall we pursue? The Saiyans are currently quite weak." "No need." Frieza waved him away, tracing his finger across the screen where his image lingered, a cryptic smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Allowing those Saiyans to live a few more days would be of no consequence. He commanded the ship to set sail, the flagship gliding slowly toward the far reaches of the cosmos. On the star map, a distant galaxy was marked, a realm he had yet to tread, filled with unknowns more intriguing than vengeance. As Frieza gazed out at the stars passing by the viewport, he recalled Wukong's words about teammates. Such a ridiculous term, he mused. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, in the moment of fighting alongside the Saiyan, the dark green ichor of the Erksings did not seem so blinding anymore. Perhaps, occasionally switching opponents is not so bad. He reclined in his chair, closed his eyes, the white cloak billowing gently in the bridge's breeze, resembling a beast that had momentarily sheathed its claws, awaiting the next hunt. But this time, two names had been temporarily crossed off his list of prey. Their brief alliance shone like a meteor in the cosmos, brilliant yet fleeting. Yet, some things had inadvertently changed, such as the once impenetrable boundary between enemies, which had quietly developed a fissure, allowing a glimmer of light that even they were reluctant to acknowledge. Chapter 78. The Rebirth Hope of Vegeta. Star Vegeta stood before the observation deck of the spaceship, his fingertips pressed against the cold viewport. Outside, the desolate planet slowly rotated. Once proud Vegeta Star now lay pockmarked from meteor impacts, its atmosphere so thin it was nearly invisible, the surface cloaked in dark red dust, resembling a scar abandoned in the cosmic corner. Prince, the probe indicates faint life signals detected 3,000 meters below the surface. The voice of a Saiyan warrior crackled through the communicator, brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Could it be plant spores? Vegeta's fingertips tightened abruptly, his knuckles blanching. He had remained silent for 3 years since Frieza's defeat. As the cosmic landscape restructured, he had traversed the galaxy with a band of warriors, seeking possibilities for Vegeta Star's revival. Those exiled Saiyan descendants gathered from various places, carrying tales passed down from their ancestors. The core of Vegeta Star concealed the seed of life, and with the right soil, the planet could be rejuvenated. Send over the coordinates. His voice was low, yet could not mask a tremor of anticipation. The landing pod breached the thin atmosphere, settling on the edge of a massive meteor crater. The hatch opened, and the dark red dust was swept up by the airflow, stinging the eyes. Vegeta stepped onto the cracked earth, the sound of crumbling rocks echoing beneath his boots. Here once stood the Saiyan royal palace. Now, only a few tilted stone pillars remained, reminiscent of an elderly skeleton. Prince, over here. The warriors clustered around a collapsed fissure, their detectors emitting urgent beeps. The chasm was bottomless, dark as a beast's throat, with a faint green glow seeping from its depths. Vegeta leaned down, a familiar scent wafting up from the fissure, not the stench of dust, but the fresh aroma of moist vegetation, reminiscent of the fragrance he had encountered in a greenhouse on Earth when Wukong's potted cactus bloomed. Deploy the probe robot. The silver robot slid down the fissure on a rope, the screen relaying real-time footage. Deep within the chasm lay a vast underground cavern, its rocky walls adorned with luminescent moss, green spores floating through the air like fireflies. At the center of a stone platform rested a seed, the size of a fist, its shell covered with intricate golden patterns, pulsing gently in rhythm. It is the seed of life. The legends were true. The warriors erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the cavern. Yet, Vegeta furrowed his brow. The moss surrounding the seed emitted unstable energy fluctuations, as if resisting external contact. He recalled his father's dying words. The seed of life recognizes its master, and only the purest Saiyan bloodline can awaken it. Yet, remnants of Frieza's modifications lingered in his blood. Would that humiliation of enslavement hinder the seed's awakening? I will descend. He fastened his helmet, grasped the rope, and leaped into the fissure. The green light of the cavern illuminated his face, and the spores swarmed around him, leaving tiny luminous spots on his battle suit. The seed on the stone platform suddenly trembled violently, its golden patterns glowing with blinding light. The scars on Vegeta's arm, left by Frieza's energy whips, began to burn, as if flames were searing him. Indeed, he gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the surging energy within him, stepping closer to the platform. Are you rejecting me as well? The seed's light dimmed abruptly, seemingly responding to his inquiry. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, memories of his childhood flashing through his mind. His father lifting him to the observation platform, pointing at the starry sky and proclaiming that it was their homeland. Frieza's battleship blotting out the sun, the anguished cries of his kin piercing the walls of the bunker. There he knelt, forced into transformation, listening to Frieza declare that Saiyans were merely tools meant to serve him, insisting that he would not allow any denial of his authority. Suddenly, Vegeta pressed down on the seed, the Saiyan blood within him surging forth, a golden aura erupting into the sky, illuminating the cavern as if it were day. I am Vegeta. I am the Prince of Vegeta. His roar shook loose the debris from the rocky walls, and the luminous moss began to grow wildly, climbing up his arm toward the seed. It was at that moment that the patterns on the seed shell aligned with the mark on his scar, the warmth transforming into a comforting flow that surged into his heart. With a buzz, the seed cracked open, a tender sprout breaking through the shell, adorned with glistening dew, unfurling its leaves in the green light. Vegeta's fury instantly subsided as he gazed at the tender green, and a smile crept onto his face. It reminded him of the first time he saw seedlings in Goku's garden after returning to Earth, a lesson in hope imparted by Gohan. Prince, there's a situation. Came the urgent call from the communicator. Raiders from a neighboring galaxy had arrived, detecting the energy fluctuations, intent on seizing the life seed. Vegeta raised his head, his gaze sharpening. Let them come. He carefully placed the sprouting seed into a specially designed incubation pod, declaring that anyone wishing to lay a hand on Vegeta must first reckon with my fist. As he burst forth from the crevice, the Raiders' battleships had already taken formation in orbit, beams of laser raining down upon the ground. Vegeta soared into the sky, the golden aura bursting forth in the vacuum of space. Let them try to seize it today, and let them witness that the Saiyan homeland is not something anyone can covet. His figure wove through the fleet of battleships, each punch imbued with world-shattering power, not for conquest, but for protection. When the last Raider ship was reduced to cosmic dust, he hovered in the orbit of Vegeta, watching as the seedling in the incubation pod sprouted another new leaf, just as Goku's communication came through. Vegeta, I heard you found the life seed? That's incredible. Should I bring over a bento made by Chi-Chi to celebrate? The corners of Vegeta's mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight arc before he quickly suppressed it. How dull. I'll notify you when it grows into a towering tree. Hee, I'll be waiting. By the way, Gohan mentioned he wants to learn how to cultivate seeds. He recently joined the plant group at school. Listening to Goku's incessant chatter, Vegeta gazed down at the planet slowly revealing its verdant hues. Suddenly realizing that the homeland his father spoke of was perhaps not merely a piece of land, but the resilience within their blood, the hopes of his kin, the courage to take root and flourish even from a single seed. 3 months later, a space station was established in the orbit of Vegeta. The Saiyan warriors carefully transplanted the seedlings of the life seed to the surface, covering them with soil transported from Earth. Vegeta stood upon the ruins of the former palace, watching the seedlings unfurl their leaves beneath the artificial atmosphere. Abruptly, he turned to the warriors behind him and said, "Notify all Saiyan descendants, it is time to come home." "But, Prince, the environment here is still. We Saiyans have always rebuilt our homeland from the ruins." Vegeta's gaze swept over the craters, each scar narrating tales of past suffering. From this day forth, this place would no longer be the former Vegeta. It would be the home we are returning to. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the artificial atmosphere, casting a golden edge upon the seedlings. Vegeta's communicator chimed again. It was a photo from Gohan. Goku had planted a cactus in the greenhouse, and it had bloomed, its pink petals exceptionally vibrant. He looked at the photo, his fingertips gently brushing against the screen of the communicator, as if touching a distant yet warm connection. Perhaps rebirth was never solely the revival of a planet, but also the illumination of a corner of the heart long shrouded in hatred and humiliation, finally breaking through into the light. That was the most precious hope belonging to the Saiyans and to every soul yearning for a homeland. Chapter 79. Carla's Sacrifice. Sealing the core of the Eater of Worlds. The core of the Eater of Worlds hovered in the shattered center of the space station, resembling a pulsating black heart, each contraction spewing forth thick, dark matter that corroded the metallic walls into a honeycomb of holes. Carla's combat suit was riddled with countless burns from the dark matter. Her left arm's armor completely melted away, revealing a bleeding wound. Yet her grip on the energy sword remained as steady as a rock, the blue glow of the blade carving a fierce arc through the darkness. 3 minutes remained before the core's energy field would break through the final barrier. The captain's hoarse voice crackled through the communicator, the background filled with the harsh metallic screeches of the station disintegrating. "Carla, retreat. We will detonate the space station and perish together." Carla did not turn back. Her gaze was locked onto the black core, the swirling patterns of dark matter reflected in her pupils, as if mirroring a collapsing galaxy. Detonating it will cause the dark matter to spread throughout the entire galaxy. You witnessed the consequences during the last encounter in Orion. 5 years ago, she had been the youngest tactical commander at the Interstellar Academy, accompanying her mentor on a mission when they were ambushed by the Eater of Worlds. Back then, she was still called Carla, with soft blonde hair and eyes untouched by the smoke of battle, helplessly watching as her mentor was consumed by dark matter to become a wisp of smoke, sacrificed to shield her. Afterward, she changed her name to Carla, cutting her long hair to a mere buzz cut, forever pinning a rusted badge on her combat suit, a relic of her mentor. The back inscribed with the words protection is not recklessness, but precise calculation. Precise calculation? The core suddenly emitted a low-frequency hum, the speed of dark matter erupting suddenly accelerating. causing the blue glow of Carla's energy sword to flicker violently, nearly wrenching it from her grasp. She staggered back a step, her back colliding with the cold wall of the cabin, the sharp pain from her wound causing her vision to darken. Suddenly, the communicator crackled with noise, followed by the sobbing voice of the rookie Lei. "Sister Carla, we saw the records from 5 years ago in the docking bay. The mentor deliberately pushed you out. She calculated the explosion range, calculated your escape route." Carla's movements abruptly halted. The blue light of her energy sword flickered violently, mirroring the erratic rhythm of her heart. She recalled the last look her mentor had given her that day, not one of reluctance, but of certainty, as if saying, "Look, I calculated it." So this time, she took a deep breath, raising her hand to pull off her mask, revealing a side of her face burned by dark matter, scars extending from the corner of her eye to her chin, yet failing to obscure the light that suddenly sparked within her eyes. "It's my turn to calculate." She activated the miniature nuclear reactor within her combat suit, a device she had secretly modified, originally intended to boost the energy sword's output in emergencies. At that moment, the reactor's indicator shifted from blue to red, the heat coursing down her spine, almost causing her to spasm, yet igniting the energy sword's brilliance once more. "Carla, what are you doing?" The captain's furious roar pierced through the static. "That thing will incinerate you into particles." The frequency of the core's dark matter fluctuated every 0.3 seconds. Carla's voice was unnaturally calm, as if she were explaining tactics in class, yet at the moment it contracted to its utmost. There would be a 1 in 1,000 chance of an energy vacuum, like the pause between human heartbeats. She stepped closer to the core, the dark matter sizzling at her feet. Last time, her mentor calculated the escape route. This time, I will calculate the ceiling coordinates. The energy sword traced intricate trajectories in her hand, the blue light etching countless runes onto the cabin walls, an ancient sealing technique she had deciphered over 5 years, requiring life energy as a conduit. At the moment the runes lit up, the core's hum became sharp, as if struggling in agony. "Lei, memorize the formula." Her voice began to drift, the heat from the nuclear reactor having burned through the inner layer of her combat suit. During the dark matter vacuum period, stabbed the energy sword into this point. She pinpointed a barely perceptible glimmer on the surface of the core with the tip of her sword, then infused it with all the reactor's energy. The runes would automatically lock in place. "No, let me do it." Lai Yi's voice trembled with sorrow, reminding me of the lesson you imparted. A commander must stand in a position of safety. But this time, it was an exception. Kara chuckled, the scar on her face pulling at her lips in an oddly gentle manner, reminiscent of what our mentor used to say. She cast a final glance at the blurred figure in the communicator, where Lai held the mentor's badge, tears streaming down his flushed cheeks. Suddenly, the core contracted violently, its black surface becoming transparent, revealing flickering dark purple lights within, a precursor to the vacuum phase. Kara's pupils constricted sharply as her energy sword radiated its strongest light, as if to cleave through the darkness of dawn. Now was the moment. She leapt into the air, the red light of the reactor intertwining with the blue glow of her energy sword, piercing precisely into that illuminated spot. Dark matter surged back furiously, engulfing half of her body in an instant. Yet her grip on the sword remained steadfast until the runes tightened like chains, securing the core firmly to the alloy base of the space station. "Karagia!" The communicator echoed with Lai Yi's heart-wrenching cries, but Kara could no longer hear him. As the dark matter crept up her neck, she fancied she saw her mentor smiling and reaching out to her, the badge shimmering in his palm. It turned out that within precise calculations lay an unyielding courage that never inquired about the return. The moment the core was successfully sealed, the last panel of the space station collapsed, completely burying that blue beam of light. Lai clutched 2 badges tightly in the docking pod, one rusty and the other scorched by dark matter, suddenly grasping the meaning of Kara's final words. Protection is not recklessness. It is the resolve to become the hardest puzzle piece, even knowing it may shatter. 3 months later, a new space station rose at the original site, with a transparent monument at its center, housing the sealed core of the devourer, surrounded by countless flickering blue lights, as if someone had etched eternal runes of protection with an energy sword. Lai, clad in a brand new combat suit and adorned with the 2 badges on her chest, stood before the monument and addressed the new recruits behind her. Her name is Kara, the most precise calculator and also the bravest puzzle piece. The wind swept through the vast chamber, carrying the light of distant stars, as if someone softly hummed in response to an answer long overdue. Chapter 8. Wukong's Vow. He would never allow her death to be in vain. The wreckage of the space station drifted slowly through the cosmos, resembling an abandoned metal tomb. Wukong floated in the vacuum, golden flames roaring around him, yet unable to disperse the lingering dark matter that clung to his battle suit, emanating a chilling essence. Kakarot. Vegeta's furious voice erupted from the communicator, laced with rare urgency. The core has been sealed. Kara is no longer here. Do you intend to linger until your energy runs dry? Wukong remained silent, his gaze fixated on the distorted space where the core had once been sealed. Now, only collapsing metal fragments remained. Kara's final energy wave dissipated here, akin to a drop of water merging into a boiling pot of oil, leaving no trace behind. 5 years ago, on that planet of Namek, he had watched as Krillin turned to ash before his eyes, his heart feeling as though a piece had been cruelly excised. It was then he first understood that rage could propel a Saiyan beyond their limits, transforming them into the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet now, the energy within him roiled, nearly bursting his veins. The golden flames flickered erratically, refusing to coalesce into any semblance of strength, with only the sound of his teeth grinding echoing within his helmet. Look at this. Gohan's voice suddenly broke through the communicator, trembling with emotion yet remarkably resolute. A photo appeared on the screen, within Kara's battlesuit lining. A small piece of fabric was stitched, adorned with a crooked star embroidered in red thread, the insignia of the Interstellar Academy. The same bookmark Kara had shyly gifted him during their first meeting, which he had later accidentally lost. Lai found it, Gohan choked out. She said it was Kara's most treasured possession, always kept close. Wukong's fingers clenched tightly, the gloves of his battle suit creasing deeply. He recalled Kara's bashful demeanor when she first joined the 7th Universe battle team, her high ponytail swaying as she blushed with every word, always presenting documents with both hands, as if cradling a rare treasure. Once, during training, he had casually remarked that the blue light of the energy sword resembled stars, and the next day she had adjusted her sword to its brightest setting, only for it to overload and burn out the circuits, earning her a reprimand from the instructor that left her eyes red. Yet she had secretly made a face at him. She always said, Gohan began, his voice lowering, that following you, Mr. Wukong, meant never fearing any enemy. Because you always find a way to win, even when it seems impossible. A way to win. Wukong gazed at the crumbling ruins before him, the golden flames dimming suddenly. He recalled Kara's last transmission, the signal faltering, with only one phrase resonating. Mr. Wukong. I calculated correctly. He had laughed in response. Of course, you're the best calculator. Yet he had failed to discern the tremor of finality in her voice. Calculated correctly? He echoed softly, then suddenly struck a nearby asteroid with his fist, instantly pulverizing the hard rock into dust. The dark matter seized the opportunity to cling to his fist, a burning sensation spreading across his skin, but he seemed oblivious, delivering another blow. Calculated what? That I would vanish? That I could only stand here and watch? Silence enveloped the communicator. Only the harsh sound of the space station's wreckage grinding against itself filled the void. After what felt like an eternity, Vegeta's voice finally emerged. Unusually somber, Saiyans never believe in destiny. He paused, as if weighing his words. But we believe in our own fists. You are no different now than that crying little brat aboard Frieza's ship. Wukong's actions abruptly halted. Frieza's ship? He recalled lying wounded in the icy chamber, listening to the anguished cries of his kin outside, his only thought being to grow stronger, to become powerful enough to send those bastards flying. She exchanged her life for 3 minutes of sealing stability. Vegeta's voice continued, imbued with undeniable conviction. Those 3 minutes are not for you to squander. Either go down now to accompany her, or find a way to make those 3 minutes meaningful. Choose one. Wukong's gaze slowly shifted to the distant planet, ravaged by dark matter. There resided billions of inhabitants, toddlers just learning to walk, and young dreamers like Kara, who harbored aspirations of the stars. He remembered how Kara would glance toward that planet before every mission, expressing her desire to visit its orchards afterward, having heard tales of its pink apples. Gohan. Wukong suddenly spoke, his voice rough as if scraped by sandpaper. Send over Kara's tactical notes, particularly her analysis regarding the Devourer core. Dad. Vegeta. He interrupted Gohan's confusion, his golden flames reigniting, this time not in chaos but coalescing into a straight beam of light. piercing through the shroud of dark matter, signaling all warriors to gather at docking pod 3 in 5 minutes. We must not only safeguard this seal but also devise a means to eradicate the devourer once and for all. His fists trembled slightly in the light, not from fear, but because a surge of power was awakening within him, something hotter than a Super Saiyan, ignited by the resolve to protect. Kara calculated the timing of the seal. Wukong's voice resonated clearly and resolutely through the communicator, like a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Yet she overlooked one crucial detail. He spun around suddenly, his golden figure shooting toward the docking pod like a meteor, leaving a dazzling trail of light that tore a rift through the dark matter. She overlooked us. She overlooked that the Scions would never allow the sacrifice of their comrades to be in vain. Never. As Wukong's silhouette vanished at the entrance of the docking chamber, a tattered piece of cloth, stained with dark matter, trembled gently amidst the floating debris. The crooked star adorning it seemed to have been polished by some unseen force, flickering once, then again, in the cosmic dimness, as if responding to a silent vow. 5 minutes later, within the confines of the number 3 docking chamber, Wukong stood before the tactical map, his fingertip pressing firmly on the energy node of the Shishing's core. The surrounding warriors observed the rekindled light in his eyes and the residual burn marks on his fist, suddenly feeling as though the earlier, lost figure was but an illusion. Kara's notes mentioned that the Shishing's core contained 3 energy hubs. Wukong's voice resonated with calm authority as he declared, "We shall break through in 3 directions. Vegeta will lead a team to attack the left flank. Gohan will hold the front, and I will destroy the main hub. Remember, we are not merely completing a mission. We are fulfilling a promise to someone who believes that stars can shine, to witness the final outcome." He cast a final glance at Kara's photograph displayed on the screen, captured when she first joined the team. Her ponytail high and her smile brighter than the azure glow of an energy sword. A gentle smile graced Wukong's lips, embodying a blend of sorrow and determination. "Let us depart." As the ship's engines shattered the silence, Wukong settled into the pilot's seat, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the item within the pocket of his battle suit, an image of Kara's bookmark that Gohan had just sent him. He set the image as his screensaver and pressed the acceleration button. The ship burst through the dark matter cloud, sunlight flooding in and illuminating his face. Wukong squinted, as if he could see Kara standing in the halo, the same shy girl who would blush, making a face at him before leaping into the depths of the light. "Wait," he whispered to the void, "we shall arrive soon." On the cockpit screen, the lights of the tactical map began to shift, resembling a throng of stars chasing the light. Meanwhile, deep within the distant ruins, that piece of cloth embroidered with stars finally transformed into specks of fluorescence upon contact with light, drifting towards the pink apple-like planet, a delayed promise being realized in another form. Chapter 81. The final battle at the core of the universe. At the edge of the universe's core, time and space warped in a bizarre fashion. Purple energy streams rolled through the void like living entities, each pulse causing the surrounding stars to tremble slightly. This was the convergence point of energy from the 12 universes, and also the final hideout of the Shishings. Wukong floated in the vacuum, golden auras colliding with the energy streams of the universe's core, producing tiny sparks. He could distinctly sense the sealed black core ahead, pulsating like a decaying heart, relentlessly pumping out dark matter. "Lord Beerus, are you certain you wish to act here?" Whis' gentle voice resonated through Wukong's communicator, accompanied by the unique sound of crystal clashing from the God of Destruction's palace. Should the energy balance of the universe's core be disrupted, it could have repercussions across all universes. "Better than allowing the Shishings to completely engulf the laws," Beerus replied, his tone laced with habitual impatience. "I have already spoken with that Compa fellow. The 6th universe will temporarily assume control of the energy buffer. Just focus on extracting the core. We shall handle the rest." Wukong turned to see Vegeta adjusting the energy ring on his arm, deep purple flames flickering around him. Ever since Kara's sacrifice, Vegeta had refrained from uttering a single mocking word, instead dedicating himself to longer training sessions and heavier punches. His gaze swept across the energy streams of the universe's core before he suddenly spoke. "Kakarot, pay attention to the frequency of the energy streams. There will be a low point every 37 seconds. That is our only opportunity to approach the core." "How do you know?" Wukong raised an eyebrow. "It is written in Kara's notes." Vegeta paused, his fingers executing a complex series of commands on the energy ring. She calculated the energy cycle of the universe's core, stating that the activity of dark matter here is 3 times that of the external environment, but it will temporarily enter a dormant state during the low point. Wukong's heart fluttered as if struck by something. He recalled Kara's notebook, filled with dense formulas, often adorned with little star drawings, some even annotated with Mr. Wukong says it resembles the light of the energy sword. It turned out she had even calculated the energy cycle of the universe's core, as if paving the way for this decisive battle in advance. Here it comes. Gohan's voice suddenly rang out, his protective light tracing a bright trajectory through the energy stream. Energy low point. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously. The golden and purple flames sliced through the energy stream like 2 sharp blades. The interior of the universe's core was more chaotic than imagined. Dark matter had solidified into enormous black crystals, resembling fangs suspended in the void, each crystal displaying the distorted faces of beings whose consciousness had been consumed. These are, Gohan's voice trembled. Stay focused. Piccolo's voice came from behind as a green energy wave shattered an approaching crystal. The core is deeper within. They weave through the gaps between the crystals, the thunderous clashes of energy reverberating within the universe's core. Wukong unleashed his Kamehameha, exploding fragments of dark matter, while Vegeta's final flash tore through the crystal barriers. Gohan's protective light purified the surrounding negative energy, and Piccolo's special beam cannon precisely carved a path forward. The closer they approached the core, the more corrosive the dark matter became. Wukong's battle suit was riddled with gaping holes, and the wounds on his arms erupted with smoke upon contact with dark matter. Yet his fists tightened with increasing resolve. He recalled Kara's last message. I've calculated it. And at that moment, he finally understood. She had never calculated her own sacrifice, but rather that they would indeed arrive here, and they would undoubtedly triumph. Just ahead, Vegeta suddenly halted, pointing towards the thick darkness. The core of the Shishings floated there, 3 times larger than when they were at the space station, its black surface writhing as if countless eyes blinked. Surrounding the core were 9 dark matter chains, each tethered to the energy nodes of the universe's core. Piccolo immediately brought up a scan. These chains are siphoning the primordial energy of the universe. We must sever them first. I'll do it. Wukong's golden aura surged, the energy of Super Saiyan 3 causing the surrounding crystals to tremble. Vegeta, cover me. Of course. Vegeta's purple aura surged like waves, charging directly toward the core. Dense energy waves pelted the chains like a torrential downpour. Hurry. The energy low point is ending soon. Seizing the moment, Wukong teleported beside the first chain, gathering the strongest energy of his life, Kamehameha. The golden energy torrent surged forth like the sun's radiance, colliding fiercely with the dark matter chain. The chain emitted a piercing screech as cracks began to form on its surface. Just then, the core erupted with a violent burst of dark energy, unleashing a black shockwave that hurled Wukong away violently. Dad! Gohan cried out, rushing forward. Don't worry about me. Wukong steadied himself in midair, blood droplets forming red orbs in the void. Continue severing the chains. Seeing this, Vegeta suddenly elevated his energy to the utmost limit, his purple aura even flickering with white light, a realm beyond Super Saiyan. Kakarot, catch. He concentrated all his energy into a beam of light, not aimed at the chains, but rather directed at Wukong. In an instant, Wukong comprehended Vegeta's intent and charged towards the beam. The golden and purple energies converged within him, merging and exploding into unprecedented power. His hair turned silver, his aura resembling a burning galaxy, every inch of his skin radiating cosmic-level energy. This is, Piccolo stared in astonishment. It's the energy resonance mentioned in Kara's notes. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. She said different energies can strengthen through resonance. Wukong's figure transformed into a streak of light within the energy torrent, swiftly severing the remaining 8 chains. At the moment, the dark matter chain fractured. The core emitted a chilling shriek, and its black surface began to peel away, revealing a pulsating red light within, the very essence of Shixings and its most vulnerable point. Now, Wukong's voice resonated throughout the core of the universe, as he concentrated all the energy infused with Vegeta's power into his palm. This strike was for all those you have devoured. The silvery energy sphere expanded in his hand, resembling a newly birthed star. When the energy sphere collided with the core's red light, the entire universe's core trembled. Golden light radiated from the point of impact, disintegrating the black crystals in its path, transforming dark matter into harmless stardust. The distorted faces revealed smiles of liberation within the brilliance, gradually fading away. As the light diminished, the core of Shixings vanished without a trace, and the energy flow of the universe's core stabilized once more, enveloping the surviving warriors in a gentle purple glow. Wukong landed beside Vegeta, his silvery hair slowly reverting to black, his body swaying slightly from energy exhaustion. Not too shabby. Vegeta turned his face away but extended a hand to support him. Wukong smiled, the blood at the corner of his mouth blending with his grin. Appearing particularly radiant, we have triumphed. As they emerged from the universe's core, they beheld Bylus and Xiangpa floating in the void. The two gods of destruction remarkably refraining from quarreling, simply observing the restoration of energy balance. Whis and Bajuos stood nearby, wearing expressions of satisfaction. At last, I didn't have to lift a finger. Bylus cast a glance at them, his tail swaying gently. You Scions truly are troublesome, always creating such a ruckus. Mind your own business. Vegeta scoffed. Wukong looked deep into the cosmos, as if he could see the pink apple-shaped planet. Envisioning Kala smiling and expressing her desire to visit the orchard, he clenched his fist, silently affirming, "Look, we did it. Your calculations were not in vain." The distant stars began to twinkle, as if responding to his vow. The purple energy flow of the universe's core wrapped around the 12 universes like a gentle embrace, as if proclaiming, the conclusion of this decisive battle is not an end, but a new beginning, for all lives that are to be safeguarded, for all unfulfilled promises, and for the hope that has never extinguished in darkness. As the warriors' figures faded at the edge of the starry path, a small blue flower quietly bloomed within the energy flow of the universe's core, its petals shimmering with fragmented light, reminiscent of the radiance of an energy sword, and akin to that blushing maiden, leaving behind the universe's deepest and most tender calculations. Chapter 82. The final form of Shixings, the beast that devours stars within the chaotic energy turbulence of the universe's core. The fractured dark matter chains were frantically reassembling. The black fragments slithered like serpents possessed of life, intertwining in the void, ultimately coalescing into a colossal shadow that spanned across the star system. From within the shadow came the brittle sound of bone grinding, reminiscent of countless celestial bodies colliding, shattering, and being forcibly reassembled into a grotesque form. What is that? Wufan's protective light quivered violently, his very essence trembling. Wukong clenched his fists, golden energy erupting around him. It is absorbing the primordial energy of the universe's core. Before the words could settle, the shadow abruptly opened its eyes. These were not human eyes, but two swirling vortices of dark matter, each exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter. Their centers pulsating with a gluttonous crimson light, ravenously consuming the surrounding stars. As the first star was drawn into the vortex, the outline of the beast became distinctly visible. It lacked a fixed form, its upper body comprised of massive claws made of dark matter crystals, each joint trailing long strands of stardust. Its lower half consisted of writhing energy tendrils, resembling countless rivers of dark matter, extending into the far reaches of the cosmos. This was the true visage of Shixings. Vegeta's purple aura surged like a tide, his pupils constricting with rage. It had been masquerading, waiting for this moment to devour the universe's core and become a true cosmic predator. Roar! The beast emitted a silent roar, yet it stirred an energy tsunami in the void. A nearby planet was instantly torn apart by the tsunami, its fragments, under the tendril's influence, transformed into projectiles hurtling towards Wukong and the others. Bike immediately erected a protective shield. The moment the green energy barrier collided with the planetary debris, the entire space trembled. The shield won't hold for long. Sweat beaded on Bike's forehead. Each of its attacks carried the dark energy of the universe's core. Wukong's gaze swept over the writhing dark matter region on the beast's chest, where remnants of the broken chains lingered. This was precisely where they had severed the chains. That is its weak point, he suddenly shouted. The most chaotic area of dark matter flow. Easier said than done. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck the beast's massive claw, only creating a small ripple on the crystal surface. Its defense is even tougher than a spaceship. Dad, look over there. Wufan suddenly pointed at the dark matter tendrils of the beast, which were siphoning energy from the surrounding stars. If we can sever the tendrils, its power will diminish. Wukong looked up and indeed saw countless tendrils rooted into the nearby star system, the once bright stars dimming at a visibly rapid pace. He recalled Kali's notes. The energy cycle of Shixings relies on external plunder, like a vine without roots. Severing its nutrients will cause it to wither. Vegeta, follow me. Wukong's golden aura surged dramatically. We will sever the tendrils. Wufan, Bike, cover us. Humph. This time I will admit your command is acceptable. Vegeta's purple aura flickered with white points of light as he charged toward the nearest tendril, which was entwined around a yellow dwarf star, its core's brilliance having been drained to a pale hue. Wukong followed closely behind, the energy of Super Saiyan 3 causing his hair to cascade down to his waist. He gathered the Kamehameha in both hands, the golden energy sphere continuously swelling in his palm. Vegeta, to the left. Understood. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck precisely at the junction where the tendril connected to the yellow dwarf star, the dark matter tendril erupting in a burst of black sparks. Just then, Wukong's Kamehameha followed suit, a golden torrent like a sword, completely vaporizing the severed tendril. The brilliance of the yellow dwarf star rekindled, and the beast emitted a silent cry of pain as the dark matter vortex around it fluctuated violently. Effective, Wufan exclaimed excitedly, his protective light transforming into countless light arrows that shot towards the incoming dark matter debris. Dad, over there. It is relocating its tendrils. The beast evidently realized their intentions, and the remaining tendrils began to retract frantically, coiling towards its body like a startled serpent. Wukong and Vegeta maneuvered through the gaps between the tendrils, the brilliance of their energy collisions illuminating every corner of the universe's core. Wukong's Kamehameha and Vegeta's ultimate flash erupted in alternation, each collision severing multiple tendrils. However, the beast's regeneration rate was even swifter. The roots of the severed tendrils quickly sprouted new dark matter, re-establishing connections to other stars. This is not sustainable. Bike's Mawan Guang Sha Pao shattered a piece of the approaching dark matter crystal, its regeneration speed outpacing their attacks. Wukong suddenly recalled the final sketch on Kali's notebook, which depicted an energy cycle of the universe's core, marked with red arrows pointing to a hidden energy node, alongside the words, the heart of the universe, Shixing's energy anchor, the source of its essence. I know what we must do. Wukong abruptly turned to Vegeta. How much longer can you hold on? A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Vegeta's mouth, yet he maintained a cold smirk. Until you devise a truly foolish plan, that will suffice. Cover me. Wukong's golden aura suddenly began to contract, all energy converging towards his dantian, his hair gradually transforming into a silvery hue under the energy compression, the edges of his aura shimmering with starlit dust. This was a realm beyond Super Saiyan 3, a form he attained after absorbing Vegeta's energy, transcending his limits. That left Bike in astonished disbelief. The figure of Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash, repelling the encroaching tendrils. He gazed at Wukong, whose aura shimmered like the galaxy, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Remarkably, he had truly accomplished it. Wukong's silhouette left a trail of silver afterimages as he surged directly toward the chaotic core of dark matter, the very anchor connecting the heart of the universe and the devourer of stars. The colossal beast, sensing the imminent threat, withdrew all remaining tendrils from their star-gorging, surging toward Wukong like a tide of darkness. No way. Vegeta's violet aura erupted, positioning himself protectively behind Wukong. His ultimate flash cascaded like a torrential downpour, cleaving a path through the oncoming tendrils. Kakarado, hurry. Thanks, Vegeta. In the instant Wukong traversed the breach, he concentrated all his energy into his right fist. A silvery flame coalesced atop his fist, forming a miniature star, his most potent strike, calculated from the fusion of the universe's core's light and the energy left by Kara. This punch is for all the lives you have devoured. As his fist connected with the vortex of dark matter, time seemed to freeze. A brilliant silver light radiated from the point of contact, tearing through the darkness like dawn breaking the night. Wherever it touched, the dark matter crystals shattered, the tendrils transforming into harmless stardust. Even the two swirling maelstrom that had devoured stars gradually dissipated. The beast emitted a final, silent roar, its massive form disintegrating in the light, ultimately dissolving into countless specks of light that merged into the energy flow of the universe's core. As the brilliance faded, The purple energy flow of the universe's core softened once more, the swallowed stars slowly regaining their luster, as if they had never endured such devastation. Wukong floated in the void, his silver hair reverting to black. Exhausted from energy depletion, he began to fall, but was caught firmly by a familiar pair of hands. "Well done, Kakarado." Vegeta's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. His battle attire was tattered, yet he stood tall. Wukong smiled, the blood at the corners of his mouth blending with his grin, appearing particularly radiant in the universe's dim light. "We did it." In the distance, Byleth and Xiangpa turned to depart, the deity of destruction fading into the stardust, leaving behind a remark, "Not bad at all." Whis and Badass exchanged knowing smiles, gently waving their staffs, as countless blue flowers quietly bloomed within the energy flow of the universe's core, each adorned with the star patterns drawn in Kara's notes. Wufan and Bix soared to their side, their figures standing shoulder to shoulder beneath the starry expanse, with the universe rejuvenated behind them. Wukong gazed at the blue flowers, seemingly glimpsing Kara's smiling face, silently affirming, "Look, the universe is safe. Your calculations were not in vain." The energy flow of the universe's core rippled gently, as if responding to his words. This climactic battle against the devourer of stars concluded with preservation and hope, and the brilliance that blossomed during the fight would forever be etched in the universe's memory, akin to stars that never extinguish. Chapter 83. The Limitless Inferno of Super Saiyan Blue. The turbulent energy of the universe's core had not yet fully subsided. Pale purple nebulae swirled in the void like crumpled silk. Wukong hovered at the center of the battlefield, his chest heaving violently, the aura of Super Saiyan Blue flickering around him like flames swaying in the wind. The punch that shattered the Devourer's core had nearly drained him of energy. But a sudden energy fluctuation from afar caused him to look up sharply, Byleth's destructive energy, yet infused with an unprecedented chaos. "What is happening?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, gathering his aura, the purple light pulsating in his palm. Something is amiss with Lord Byleth's presence. Before he could finish his thought, a black rift suddenly tore open in the nebula, not spewing forth dark matter, but a burning void energy, an ominous force even the gods of destruction could scarcely control, now entwining itself around Byleth's form like creeping vines. The voice of the old Kai echoed in Wukong's mind. "It is the shadow of entropy. It has parasitized the fissures of destructive energy. When you annihilated the Devourer, your energy collision was too intense, and it was drawn out." Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. He had encountered this energy before while perusing Whis' ancient texts, the shadow of entropy, the personification of universal entropy, capable of consuming all ordered energy and ultimately returning all matter to chaos. Byleth's destructive energy was gradually being assimilated. His golden fur was now shrouded in a faded hue. Kakarado, Vegeta's ultimate flash, surged toward the rift, only to be devoured by the shadow of entropy, as if it were a sponge soaking up water. Ordinary Super Saiyan Blue was ineffective. This entity absorbs energy. Wukong remained silent, his gaze fixated on Byleth's pained, shrinking pupils. He recalled witnessing Wukong's energy uncontrollably spiraling when facing the future Trunks timeline. The agony from that time was still vivid in his memory. Yet now, the shadow of entropy spread far beyond what he could fathom. Byleth's tail had begun to turn transparent, as if merging with the surrounding nebula. "We must push the energy past the critical threshold." Wukong's voice was eerily calm as the aura of Super Saiyan Blue began to contract. The once resplendent blue light gradually deepened, silver sparks flickering at the edges. Whis had mentioned that the limit of Super Blue was not merely an accumulation of power, but rather a combustion that compresses all energy to the molecular level, transforming every cell into a source of energy. "Are you insane?" Vegeta shouted. "That will cause your body to completely disintegrate." Wukong chuckled softly, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. His palm was already becoming transparent, the silver flames dancing within the blue aura gnawing at his skin. "I can't let Lord Byleth come to harm." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed toward the rift, his aura erupting not outward but collapsing inward, the blue light compressed into a skin-tight luminescent membrane. Countless silver energy threads seeped from his pores, resembling tiny bolts of lightning. The old Kai gasped in awe. The ultimate inferno of Super Blue. He truly dares to employ it. The shadow of entropy seemed to sense the threat, abruptly releasing Byleth and transforming into a massive black net aimed at Wukong. At the moment of contact, Wukong's fist collided with the center of the net, not with a cataclysmic explosion, but a profound silence. The skin beneath the blue membrane became visibly transparent, revealing the burning bones within, yet his fist resembled a miniature star, tearing a golden rift at the net's center. Now's your chance. Whis' voice transcended time. The core of the shadow of entropy lies behind the rift. Use the burning energy chain to bind it. Without hesitation, Wukong extended his left arm back, the super blue aura coalescing into a chain adorned with flickering silver flames, each link sizzling ominously, as if ready to snap at any moment. The instant the chain pierced through the rift, he felt the backlash of the shadow of entropy, cold, deathly energy clawing its way toward his heart. Kakarado. Vegeta's ultimate flash followed closely, striking precisely at the junction of the chain and the rift. The purple energy collided with the blue-silver flames, bizarrely merging into an indigo light beam. I won't let you take all the glory. Within the beam, Wukong's body had become so transparent that one could see his pulsating organs, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. He recalled the words his grandfather had taught him as a child. The blood of a Saiyan harbors the embers of stars. In that moment, those embers ignited within him, each heartbeat resonating with explosive energy. The super blue glow completely sank into his skin, leaving only the silver flames swirling on his surface, resembling a battle attire woven from stardust. Return to me, Wukong roared as he yanked the chain. The shadow of entropy emitted a piercing shriek, the black net beginning to constrict and twist, firmly pinned at the edge of the rift. Seizing the opportunity, Bylus broke free from his restraints, the destructive energy surging forth like a tide, merging with Wukong's burning energy to create a pincer attack. Let go. Vegeta's voice trembled with emotion as he beheld Goku's fingers transform into shimmering motes of light. Your body can't hold on any longer. Goku, however, remained resolute, his gaze fixed on the entropy shadow as it gradually withered under the relentless onslaught, observing Beerus restore his golden fur. Memories flooded his mind, of Chi-Chi's strawberry cake, Gohan's first transformation into a Super Saiyan, and Bulma's astonished expression in the Capsule Corporation laboratory. These vivid images coursed through his veins like a warm current, igniting his spirit. It's all right, he smiled into the void, as if addressing an unseen presence. I am Son Goku. As the last vestiges of darkness were consumed by the azure flames, Goku's form became a translucent orb of light. Beerus reached out to grasp him, but caught only a handful of flickering sparks. Vegeta rushed forward to embrace those motes. Yet they slipped through his fingers, merging with the energy flow of the cosmic core. Foolish Vegeta. His fist struck the void with fierce determination, violet flames surging wildly. Yet he could no longer reach that familiar figure who always cheerfully suggested training together. Suddenly, a gentle radiance emerged from the depths of the nebula, calling back the escaping motes, which coalesced once more into Goku's silhouette. Though tattered, and with a faint translucence to his skin, he waved cheerfully. See? I told you it would be fine. Whis appeared behind him, lightly tapping his head. Next time you use Extreme Burn, you'll be tasked with copying the Universe Codex 100 times. Goku stuck out his tongue, his Super Saiyan blue aura reigniting, this time devoid of silver flames, yet more stable than ever. Vegeta turned his face away, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Beerus flicked his tail dismissively, feigning indifference. Well, you've made some progress. As the cosmic nebula began to calm, countless blue flowers bloomed softly within the pale violet light. Goku placed a hand on his chest, where the lingering heat of energy burned, yet no longer painful. Rather, it felt like cradling a warm star. He understood that the limits of Super Saiyan Blue were not the end, akin to the Saiyan battles that forever sought new possibilities through unrelenting flames. Chapter 84. The first perfect collaboration of Vegeta and Goku. Cosmic dust surged within the chaotic energy currents, fragments of the entropy shadow scattered like black scales through the void. Vegeta hovered beside Goku, his violet flames intertwining with blue light. His chest still heaving from the exertion of dissipating the light points to protect Goku. He had nearly depleted half his energy. Idiot. Vegeta's voice retained its characteristic coldness, yet his fingertips unconsciously grazed Goku's still translucent arm. Next time you attempt such a reckless display of burning your body, I'll knock you out first. Goku chuckled, the blue flames dancing in his palm, imbued with the warmth of his recovery. But you used Ultimate Flash too, didn't you? That was to prevent you from dying in a disgraceful manner, tarnishing the Saiyan name. Vegeta averted his gaze, his ears subtly reddening. At that moment, a violent upheaval erupted from the distant dark matter cloud. The core fragments of the entropy shadow began to reassemble. Emerging from the black mist were countless crimson eyes. The old Kai's roar shattered through consciousness. Not good. It is consuming the surrounding dark energy to be reborn, this time in a composite form. No sooner had he spoken than the black mist contracted violently, morphing into a colossal serpent adorned with bone spines. Its eyes formed from numerous fragments of the entropy shadow. Exhaling a chill capable of freezing souls, it lunged forward, devouring even the starlight in its path. Split up, Vegeta instinctively shouted, transforming into a violet shadow darting to the left. Traditionally, he would distract the foe while Goku took the offensive. This had been their countless battle dynamic. Yet they always fell short of perfect synchronization at critical moments. But this time, Goku did not move. The blue flames suddenly converged. His voice clear and resolute in Vegeta's ears. Don't separate, Vegeta. Vegeta halted abruptly, the serpent's bone spines looming ominously close, the acrid scent of corrosive energy filling his senses. Are you insane? He roared, only to find his body instinctively maintaining a half-arm's distance from Goku. Let us give it a shot. Goku's blue flames surged dramatically, colliding with Vegeta's violet flames in midair, not the anticipated energy clash, but rather a seamless fusion. As Whis had stated, their energy origins were the same, merely differing in expression. Shut up, I know what to do. Vegeta interrupted, yet subtly adjusted the frequency of his energy. He recalled his youth on Vegeta Say. His father had once said that purebred Saiyan energy waves could create a resonance field, but no one had succeeded until Goku appeared. The serpent's tail swept toward them with a whoosh, both men sidestepping in perfect synchrony. At the moment of intersection, Goku's right hand met Vegeta's left, the blue and violet flames exploding outward, only to suddenly constrict at their apex, forming a swirling ring of gold and silver energy. Vegeta's pupils constricted. He could feel that every pulse of his energy resonated perfectly with Goku's, as if two gears had finally interlocked in the same cog. Now, Goku's voice harmonized with Vegeta's roar, their arms simultaneously retracting, the energy ring spinning wildly in their palms, the blue and violet light merging into countless spiraling strands. The serpent lunged again, its mouth wide enough to swallow a small planet. Yet this time, Goku and Vegeta's gazes held firm, devoid of any evasion. Kamehameha. The dual shouts overlapped in the void, the intertwined energy flow erupting from their clasped hands like a living dragon. It lacked the gentle arc of the Kamehameha and the sharp line of the ultimate flash, instead resembling a swirling galaxy. And as it surged forth, the entropy shadow's black mist was shattered into fragments, the surrounding dark matter illuminated in brilliant light. Impossible. The serpent's consciousness let out a final, desperate roar. Yet it disintegrated inch by inch within the energy flow, its crimson eyes extinguishing one by one, ultimately transforming into a cascade of luminescent particles. In the instant their energy was spent, Goku and Vegeta fell simultaneously, tumbling through the air before stabilizing their forms. They exchanged a glance, disbelief evident on their faces. I never imagined, Vegeta's voice was hoarse, that my energy could resonate with yours so perfectly, as if we were destined to intertwine. Goku smiled, wiping the blood from his mouth as the blue flames gradually subsided. Whis said that S called twin star explosion, requiring two Saiyans to synchronize completely. He shook his still tingling arm. Turns out, the fool you referred to also includes yourself. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, turning away with a scoff. It was merely a coincidence. Yet, his clenched fist slowly relaxed, the lingering warmth from their contact still evident at his fingertips. The distant nebula gradually dispersed, revealing a clear starry river behind it. Golden light cascading over the two, elongating their shadows until they intertwined in the void. The old Kai's cheers echoed within their consciousness, Beerus' faint chuckle barely audible. While Goku and Vegeta remained suspended in place, neither speaking further. Yet they both understood that the moment of synchronization they had just experienced was no mere coincidence. It was the primal resonance of the Saiyans, a bond forged over centuries of bloodlines, finally blooming into the most resplendent light at this moment. Where the entropy shadow had completely dissipated, a twin flower made of light quietly blossomed, half blue and half purple, gently swaying in the cosmic breeze. Chapter 85. Piccolo's Demon Light Cannon. Piercing through the universe from the depths of the void came the brittle sound of shattering bones. It was the final remnants of the entropy shadow disintegrating. Piccolo floated amidst the chaotic energy currents, the green cloak billowing in the shockwave. Yet the light gathering in his palm remained undiminished. His third eye quivered slightly, reflecting the distant collapsing dark matter nebula, where fragments of the entropy shadow's origin lay hidden. The very epicenter of this cosmic catastrophe. Only one piece remained. Piccolo's voice, enveloped in a cold breeze, resonated throughout the battlefield along the energy pathways. Behind him, Wukong and Vegeta were working in unison to uphold a protective shield, keeping the disintegrating nebula fragments at bay. Moments ago, the self-detonation of the entropy shadow had nearly torn apart half a galaxy. Had it not been for Piccolo's timely use of the Mugangangsapao to slice through the chaotic energy flows, even the colonized planets at the edge of the Milky Way would have been affected. Penetrative force was essential. Wukong's voice, strained with exertion, accompanied the fluctuating blue aura surrounding him, as the fragments, encased in dark energy shells, proved impervious to ordinary attacks. Vegeta's purple aura surged dramatically. Step aside. Witness my ultimate flash. It is futile, Piccolo interjected suddenly, his third eye emitting a fine beam that scanned the continuously twisting dark matter. Its core frequency synchronized with the cosmic microwave background radiation, and only the Mugangangsapao could penetrate accurately. He placed a hand on Wukong's shoulder, green energy coursing down Wukong's arm. Let me borrow your Saiyan energy. This shot requires sufficient explosive power. Wukong paused, then chuckled. You should have said so earlier. In an instant, the blue aura surged into Piccolo's energy stream, akin to a brook rushing into a deep pool. Vegeta gritted his teeth, also directing his purple aura towards Piccolo's back. Stop with the chatter. Hurry. The protective shield of the colonized planet can barely hold. Piccolo's green cloak fluttered, the three energies intertwining in his palm. Green Namekian energy forming the bone, blue Saiyan explosive force as sinew, and purple invasive energy as the blade. His third eye fully opened, revealing the internal structure of the dark matter fragments, each energy pathway distinctly visible. The Mugangangsapao began to take shape, its brightness intensifying, morphing into a slender green light beam, edged with blue and purple currents. Killing beam. As the beam was unleashed, the surrounding time seemed to slow. The green light beam, adorned with blue and purple luminescence, penetrated through layers of dark energy barriers without triggering an explosion, leaving behind a nearly transparent passage. Wukong could see the energy pathways within the beam, meticulously calculated by Piccolo's third eye over thousands of iterations, each inch of propulsion avoiding the energy shield of the colonized planet, aimed directly at the core frequency of the fragment. Now, Piccolo roared, the light of his third eye coinciding with the light point at the front of the beam. In that instant, the dark matter fragment burst like a balloon pierced by a needle, emitting a muffled explosion and transforming into countless harmless stardust. However, Piccolo suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of green blood, his body collapsing like a broken kite. Piccolo, Wukong, and Vegeta dashed forward to catch him. Noticing that his third eye had closed, green blood seeping from the corner of his eye. I'm fine, Piccolo gasped, wiping away the blood. Just energy overload. He gazed towards the colonized planet, where the protective shield had finally stabilized, the residents' cheers resonating through the energy waves, filled with a sense of survival. Vegeta frowned, inspecting his injuries. What's with the bravado? You could have waited for us to recover and then teamed up. Piccolo smiled, his third eye barely managing to open a slit. You Saiyans wouldn't understand. This is the romance of the Namekians. His gaze swept across the gradually clarifying starry sky, where a string of green orbs had crystallized along the path penetrated by the beam, resembling a necklace adorning the universe. Wukong suddenly pointed at the orbs. Look, they are falling towards the colonized planet. Everyone turned to see the orbs transform into a meteor shower, descending upon the farmland of the colonized planet. Later, the residents would recount that year's harvest was exceptionally bountiful, with the wheat ears shimmering with a faint green glow. While Piccolo recuperated in the healing pod, he often received anonymous packages containing flour made from those wheat ears, alongside a drawing depicting the trajectory of the Mugangangsapao in a child's doodle. Piccolo affixed the doodle to the glass of the healing pod, arching an eyebrow at Wukong and Vegeta. See? This is a masterpiece of cosmic proportions. Vegeta scoffed, but discreetly added an energy shield to the doodle as he turned away. Wukong, on the other hand, retrieved a communicator, sending the footage of the orb's descent to Klin, captioned, Piccolo's beam is more beautiful than fireworks. In the distant galaxy, the trajectory left by the Mogungashapa had yet to dissipate, resembling a green scar, yet shimmering softly under the starlight. Piccolo stared at that trajectory, suddenly finding the excruciating pain from the energy overload worthwhile. Such power should indeed burn for the purpose of protection, even if it only left a fleeting glimmer of light. Chapter 86. Buu's absorption. Temporarily suppressing the enemy, thick darkness surged between the star trails, as Buu's pink form resembled a crumpled cotton candy. Yet upon contact with the entropy shadow fragments, it expanded into a translucent gelatinous substance. He shook his round head. 3 pairs of eyes, the one newly opened between his brows still carrying a hint of confusion, fixated on the dark matter cluster that was reassembling. This was the last core of the entropy shadow. Attempting to penetrate the gravitational field of the Milky Way, Buu intended to consume it. His voice was sweet, as if coated with sugar. Without waiting for Wukong's command, his body transformed into a pink rainbow and surged forward, capturing stardust along the way, crunching it in his mouth. Don't act recklessly. Wukong's azure aura exploded as he chased after him, but was ensnared by Buu's pink tendrils. Buu will handle it. The tendrils tightened abruptly, siphoning away a significant portion of Wukong's energy, causing Buu's form to swell momentarily, the eye on his forehead flashing with golden light. Vegeta's ultimate flash followed closely, but upon contact with Buu's back, it was deflected. At that moment, Buu resembled an elastic energy sponge. Any attack was absorbed and converted. Damn pink monster! Vegeta roared, gathering energy once more, but was restrained by Piccolo's hand on his shoulder. Let him try. Piccolo's third eye gleamed brilliantly. The dark energy attributes of the entropy shadow were unique, and ordinary attacks would only enhance it, while Buu's absorption ability was precisely the counter to this devouring characteristic. Before he could finish speaking, Buu had lunged at the dark matter cluster. The core, composed of countless fragmented shadows, suddenly surged forth, transforming into a massive maw aimed at Buu. But upon contacting the pink gelatinous form, it froze. Buu's body melted like syrup, seeping into the shadow's patterns. Ticklish Buu giggled, as countless black lines surfaced on his body, resembling a peculiar tattoo. His third eye abruptly closed, and his pink form visibly thickened, even his pupils darkening. Wukong felt a tightening in his chest, about to rush forward, but saw Buu suddenly burp, causing the black lines to fade, as if diluted by clear water. Buu is full. Buu patted his round belly and stepped back, the dark matter cluster having vanished without a trace. With only a few strands of black smoke clinging to his fingertips, he licked them, smacking his lips, finding them slightly bitter. Suddenly, the chaotic energy flows around began to calm, the star trails previously disturbed by the entropy shadow starting to realign. Even the protective shield of the distant colonized planet stabilizing significantly. Wukong sighed in relief, about to praise Buu, but noticed countless moving shadows surfacing beneath his pink skin, as if small snakes were writhing under the surface. This is bad. He hasn't fully digested it. Piccolo's Mogungang Sapao struck Buu precisely, the green beam piercing through his body and expelling a flurry of black flecks, fragments of the entropy shadow forcibly expelled. Buu howled in pain, yet upon landing, he wrapped his arms around Piccolo's waist, spitting out half of the absorbed energy. Buu shares with you. Green energy mixed with pink gelatin splattered all over Piccolo. Yet his third eye lit up. The energy is neutralized, Piccolo murmured, sensing the resonance between the Namekian energy within him and the energy expelled by Buu. Crackling like an acid-base neutralization, Buu's form gradually returned to its pure pink hue, though his round belly deflated. Rubbing against Wukong's arm with a look of grievance, Buu is hungry. Wukong smiled as he pulled out a shando and placed it into his mouth. Vegeta turned away, adjusting his battle suit, which was stained with pink gel, but he couldn't help but smile at the memory of how Buu had expanded to envelop the dark matter cluster, reminiscent of the energy balls he used to secretly hide as a child. In the distance, fragments of energy absorbed and expelled by Buu were disintegrating within the nebula, transforming into delicate streams of light. Beaker gazed at the light rain and suddenly pressed down on Buu's shoulder, urging him to absorb once more. He pointed towards another emerging dark matter cluster, instructing Buo to guide the energy with his sting, ensuring it did not penetrate his core. Buo blinked, his Kinyan reopened, and his pink form transformed back into a gel-like substance. However, upon contact with the dark matter, countless tendrils sprouted, entwining like roots. This time, the black patterns did not seep into his skin but were directed along the tendrils towards his skin, dissipating into golden specks of light. How fascinating! Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, as his super blue aura involuntarily surged. Buo, teach me. Buo shook his head vigorously, declaring, Buo's abilities cannot be learned. Yet as he turned, he deliberately flicked a pink tendril into Buo's palm, adorned with golden light, the purified dark matter energy. Vegeta glanced at the tendril and abruptly grabbed Buo's other arm, scolding, fool. Demonstrate that technique again. If you mess up, I'll smack you. Terrified, Buo stood straight, his tang igniting once more as his pink body replicated the action, ensnaring the newly emerged dark matter cluster into a golden cocoon. Beker's third eye remained fixed on the cocoon, and he spoke suddenly. The shadow of entropy is afraid. It is contracting. He turned to Wukong. Buo's absorption can temporarily contain it, but it can only last for 3-star systems at most. We must find a method for complete purification. Wukong caught the golden cocoon tossed by Buo, feeling a warm sensation at his fingertips. The dark matter, neutralized by Buo's pure energy, carried a hint of healing warmth. He was reminded of the soft, warm rice dumplings made by Chi-Chi. 3-star systems would be sufficient. Vegeta's ultimate flash was ready to unleash. But upon seeing Buo yawn, he held back, allowing the pink creature to rest. Purifying energy was physically taxing. Indeed, Buo followed his words, collapsing onto his legs, soon snoring softly, his pink belly rising and falling like a balloon filled with starlight. Wukong gently stroked Buo's head, watching the golden cocoons gradually descend through the starry sky, akin to someone scattering luminous grains of rice. Beker was weaving an energy net from the residual waves of his Zugongagshapal, catching the cocoons, which once instilled fear, now served as lanterns adorning the night sky. Leaning against a meteorite, Vegeta absent-mindedly tapped on the rock, while his gaze frequently returned to Buo. When Buo absorbed the dark matter, he distinctly sensed a flicker of Saiyan energy within that pink gel, an indication that Buo had stealthily absorbed the excess energy that he had failed to control. This chubby creature was not without intelligence. As the star track stabilized, Buo remained asleep, a trail of pink drool at the corner of his mouth. Wukong cradled him into a makeshift energy tent, while Vegeta cast a golden barrier around the tent with his ultimate flash. Beker stood at the edge of the barrier, gazing at the gradually clarifying spiral arms of the Milky Way, and suddenly remarked, Buo's absorption is not suppression, it is transformation. What do you mean? Wukong inquired, leaning closer. The essence of the shadow of entropy is disorder, while Buo's energy embodies chaos. Although they seem similar, they are fundamentally opposed. Beker's third eye reflected the starlight, explaining that chaos can encompass disorder but will not be assimilated by it, much like water enveloping sand, ultimately settling into clarity. Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding, and turned to Singha, drying the battle suit that had been dirted by Buo, the golden barrier's light casting a soft glow on his profile, almost like a delicate veil. A smile broke across his face as he reflected on how this interstellar battle had unveiled an uncommon side of everyone. The sound of Buo's snores drifted from the tent, mingling with the distant cheers from colonized planets, resembling a peculiar yet soothing lullaby. The golden cocoons spun slowly in the night sky, gradually transforming the last remnants of the shadow of entropy into fine specks of light, while the pink figure nestled within the energy blanket unconsciously smacked its lips, seemingly continuing to devour those troublesome shadows in its dreams. Chapter 87. The Transmission of Universal Energy, the ultimate version of the Denshi Dawn within the folds of the universe. The wail of dark energy resembled a rusty saw tearing through time and space. Wukong hovered at the center of the stars, his super blue aura expanding into a nebula-like luminescence, yet it continued to be gnawed upon by the remnants of the shadow of entropy. The black fragments swarmed like countless ravenous lice, infiltrating his veins along the energy flow. Vegeta's ultimate flash erupted to his left, while the destructive energy of Anu roared from behind, yet neither could halt the spread of the fragments, which had even created numerous tiny holes in Anu's pink gel form. We can't sustain this much longer. Vegeta's furious shout shattered nearby asteroids, his purple aura swirling with streaks of blood. Kakalotura, think of something. Wukong did not respond. His consciousness traversed through the energy flow, penetrating the barriers of star systems. In the distant arms of Andromeda, farmers in the fields wiped their brows as energy from their fingertips inadvertently floated towards the sky. On the colonized planets of the large Magellanic Cloud, the laughter of children playing transformed into golden points of light, ascending along the lines of gravitational pull. Even on the fringes of the Milky Way, freed from the control of the shadow of entropy, the blessings cast by fishermen as they pulled in their nets became seeds of energy. All our allies across the universe. Wukong's voice resonated through the energy network, crossing the event horizon of black holes, soaring beyond the searing atmosphere of white dwarfs, penetrating the consciousness of every intelligent being. Can you hear me? On Earth, Krylon was watering his vegetable garden when he suddenly felt the watering can grow scaldingly hot. Instinctively, he released his grip, and the can floated into the air, transforming into a streak of blue light racing towards the heavens. The Grand Elder of Namek opened his eyes, sending a thread of energy from the core that protected the planet, drifting into the depths of the cosmos along the light trajectory. In the Jaya Wangsanjia, Weisu sipped his tea, the ripples in the teacup morphing into waves of energy, converging with the distant flow of light. Now we need everyone's strength. Wukong's body began to turn transparent, his super blue aura gradually thinning. Lend me your courage, hope, and everything you wish to protect. In the mines of Orion, miners set down their tools, tossing their hard hats into the air as the energy within their sweat transformed into crimson light. At a market in Andromeda, vendors paused their shouts, and the fruits on their stalls exuded sweet aromas, drifting towards the center along the light stream. Even newborns in their mother's arms waved their tiny hands, their first cries morphing into pure points of light. These streams of energy, originating from diverse races and planets, carried the weight of soil, the saltiness of the sea, the fragrance of flowers, and the cold gleam of metal. Yet, as they approached Wukong, they were all imbued with a layer of warm gold. Vegeta stood in shock, observing the surging energy streams from all directions, strengths from those weak lives he had once dismissed, the heartfelt intentions of ordinary people he had scolded as fools, and even the timid energy spheres offered by Namekian children. These fragmented lights converged into a torrent, proving more resilient than destructive energy. Upon contact with the fragments of the shadow of entropy, the black shards melted away like snow. Ulu destructive energy halted in midair, his claw-like hand trembling slightly. He had once believed that only the energy of the strong held significance, yet now he witnessed how a farmer's sweat could purify darkness more effectively than destructive energy, and how a child's laughter could wield more power than divine authority. The energy streams thickened, weaving the universe into a golden sweater. As Wukong's body gradually faded within the ball of light, only his voice echoed through the starry expanse. This is not a battle for an individual. It is a fight for all of us. When the final thread of energy converged, the light cluster suddenly contracted into a transparent cocoon, within which a pulsing heart emerged, formed from the energies of countless lives, its surface shimmering with myriad colors. Wukong's consciousness enveloped the core, surging towards the heart of the shadow of entropy, without explosion or thunder, merely a gentle touch. As the black fragments made contact with the Yuanchi core, they melted away like snow under the warm sun, transforming into countless tiny specks of light that blended into the surrounding stardust. When the radiance faded, Wukong floated in the vacuum, his azure flames having shifted to a gentle white glow. He opened his hand, revealing a seed the size of a grain of rice resting in his palm, within which was concealed the temperature of the entire universe. Vegeta turned away, yet he was unaware that the corners of his mouth had begun to rise. On Boo's pink gelatinous surface, small holes blossomed into golden flowers. In the distance, the clusters of stars rearranged themselves, forming a line of text written in the languages of different star systems, yet all conveying the same sentiment. We are united. Chapter 88. The Will of Carla. Rebirth and energy. Cosmic dust swirled in the flow of energy, resembling crushed star silk. Carla's consciousness floated at the center of this sea of light. Her form had long since dissipated in the explosion against the shadow of entropy. leaving only a thread of obsession clinging to the energy particles as they traversed between galaxies with the torrent of the Yuanqi blast. Here, her consciousness touched a collapsing white dwarf star, and the searing energy flowed through her fingertips. Those fragments of stars once tainted by the shadow of entropy, upon encountering her consciousness, surprisingly regained their soft glow. It was then that Carla realized she was no longer a physical entity. At the moment of the explosion against the shadow of entropy, her body had been dismantled into countless energy particles. Yet the will she must protect was far more resilient than any material form. Carla? A familiar voice echoed from the other end of the energy flow, carrying a metallic rasp. Carla's consciousness quivered and turned towards the sound, only to see a red energy being weaving through the nebula, its outline reminiscent of the starship captain consumed by the shadow of entropy. Lion? Carla's consciousness surged, causing the energy particles to tremble. That was her first officer, who had activated the self-destruct sequence to shield her during their final escape, turning to cosmic dust along with the starship. At this moment, remnants of explosive scars were still visible on Lion's energy form, yet they gradually smoothed out in the warmth of the Yuanqi blast. Lion's energy form turned towards her, rippling with excitement. "You are still here. I knew you wouldn't simply vanish." His energy tendrils gently brushed against Carla's particle cluster, as naturally as they had during countless moments on the bridge. Just now, in the Andromeda arm, I sensed your will, your stubborn determination to drive the shadow of entropy back into the void. Who else could it be but you? Carla's energy particles emitted a soft blue light, a reflection of her smile. She recalled how Lion always remarked that she was too rigid, insisting on rescuing the infected colonists when retreat was an option, and how, despite her energy reserves dwindling, she insisted on equipping every escape pod with defensive shields. What was the point of retreating without thoroughly purging the shadow of entropy? She always countered thus. Yet what she never voiced was that each time she saw Lion prioritizing the escape pods for civilians, she felt that the captain of this starship shone brighter than any metal. Suddenly, the energy flow surged violently, and Carla's consciousness was pulled towards a dark nebula by a powerful gravitational force. Lion's energy form immediately caught up, wrapping his red particle-formed arm around her waist. Be careful. It is the residual consciousness of the shadow of entropy. Deep within the dark nebula, countless black threads were weaving a new web, the purified fragments of stars coalescing into grotesque forms under the thread's influence. Carla's consciousness tightened, and her energy particles burst forth in a dazzling white light, her most adept purification ray in life, now powered solely by will. The energy feared the Yuanqi blast. Carla's consciousness pierced through the dark nebula, witnessing the black threads beginning to dissolve. Lion, help me draw the stellar energy from around us. The brighter, the better. Lion's energy form transformed into a red light ribbon, slithering through the star clusters. The stars he touched began to shine, from orange dwarfs to blue supergiants, their light flowing into Carla's energy form. Her shape gradually became clearer amid the brilliance, coalescing into a translucent outline, the starship insignia on her chest gleaming with the same radiance as in life. Now is the time, Carla's consciousness cried, compressing all stellar energy into a pure white ray, which she thrust into the core of the dark nebula. The black threads writhed crazily within the ray, unable to maintain their form, and those forcibly glued fragments scattered once more, transforming into harmless stardust. Lion's energy form landed beside her, red particles dusted with shimmering stardust. You look just like the starship's main cannon charging up. His energy vibrations carried a note of humor. Remember? You always said the cannon's light was too blinding, yet every time you were the first to aim at the target. Carla's energy form quivered gently, and memories of the colonized stars ravaged by the shadow of entropy flashed back to her consciousness. Burning cities, crying children, a little girl clutching her hem. It was that child's tears that had compelled her to detonate her own energy in a final act of defiance against the shadow of entropy. I promised her that I would make the stars shine again. Carla's consciousness softened, and her energy particles scattered into a myriad of luminous points, falling into every corner of the dark nebula. Wherever those points landed, tiny green shoots emerged, astonishingly growing in the vacuum, adorned with fragments of stars. Lion's energy form leaned in to observe, and the red particles gently touched the shoots, which instantly blossomed into golden flowers. Carla's consciousness swirled among the flowers, the light of her energy particles weaving a net with the blossoms. It is the reciprocation of life. Her voice echoed through the nebula. What we protect with our will ultimately respond to us in another form. In the distance, the torrent of the Yuan-Chi blast continued to spread, and Carla beheld countless familiar energy forms traversing the sea of light. Patients she had healed, crew members she had protected, even alien races she had never met. Each of their energy forms bore the same mark, the shape of guardianship. Lion, look. Carla's consciousness pointed towards the brightest expanse of light. We have never fought alone. Lion's energy form stood beside her, red and white lights interweaving in the starry sky to create a new constellation. He recalled Carla's frequent words in life. Energy may dissipate, but what can be reborn? At this moment, he truly understood that rebirth was not about returning to a past form, but allowing that will to bloom into an everlasting flower amidst the energy of countless lives. As the first rays of starlight pierced through the dark nebula, illuminating the golden petals, Carla's energy form gradually became transparent, yet did not dissipate. Her particles merged into each flower, flowing into every stream of energy, coursing through the veins of the Yuan-Chi blast towards more distant galaxies. Lion's energy form followed closely, the red light ribbon trailing a long trajectory through the starry sky, as if writing a letter that transcended time and space, with but a single sentence. Our will is the light of the universe. Deep within the nebula, the golden flowers gradually bore fruit, each fruit concealing a fragment of memory. Carla gently bandaging a crew member in the starship's infirmary. Her resolute decision at the moment of energy detonation, and her lingering gaze towards the colonized star. These memories dispersed as the fruits ripened, settling in the consciousness of every life that gazed upon the starry sky, transforming into fleeting inspiration, an unwavering impulse to protect, and the sudden spark of light in the darkness. Thus, Carla's will was reborn in energy, not in a physical form, but in the name of countless lives' choices, forever alive on the battlefield against darkness. As the radiance of the Yuan-Chi blast gradually subsided, Lion's energy form lingered upon a golden flower, its petals clearly reflecting Carla's smiling face. He gently touched the petal, the red particles merging with the golden light, inscribing a line in the starry sky. To be continued. In a distant galaxy, a child just learning to walk pointed at the starry sky, giggling, her small hand reaching towards the direction where Carla's energy particles converged. Her mother followed the direction of her gaze, only to behold a nebula they had never seen before glowing, its shape resembling outstretched wings. Chapter 89. The Final Strike. Uniting the strength of all at the rift of the universe, the core of entropy shadow was wildly expanding. Black waves of energy swirling like boiling ink, relentlessly engulfing the surrounding star clusters. Wukong hovered at the forefront, his super blue form compressing his aura into a dense layer of light, the energy coalescing in his fist causing the very fabric of space-time to warp around him. Yet, his brow remained furrowed, troubled by the last full-force strike, which had left merely a shallow mark on the core of entropy's shadow. A fissure promptly filled by new dark energy. This cannot continue, Vegeta's voice came, breathless. His Super Saiyan god form had persisted for too long, his energy clearly disordered. This entity is absorbing our energy in retaliation. Each attack feeds it further. Wukong turned to gaze at the myriad of flickering lights suspended in the starry expanse behind him. Warriors from across the universe. The crimson flames of the Saiyans, the azure waves of the Earthlings, the verdant energy of the Namekians, and the golden halos of the angel race. Even the once adversarial Frieza force had joined, with Kula's purple energy sphere distinctly prominent in the ranks. Yet no one questioned his intentions. Before the core of entropy's shadow, the enmities of all races had become inconsequential dust. Its core is void. Weiss's voice resonated from a higher dimension. His staff traced a golden trajectory through the cosmos, projecting the structure of entropy's shadow for all to see. Ordinary energy attacks will merely be converted into void energy, much like pouring water into a desert, only to be absorbed. What then? Clint exclaimed, having just cleaved a stream of energy, only to watch the incision transform into a deeper darkness. We have gathered all the strength we could muster. Before he could finish, a cluster of tiny lights suddenly illuminated the distance, darting through the chaotic energy stream like fireflies, heading straight for Wukong. He extended his hand to catch them, discovering they were warm particles of energy, tokens from the elderly and children of his Earth village. carefully transmitting the energy of their household lights, heating sources, and even the residual warmth from their rice cookers. It's the ordinary people of Earth. Gohan's voice trembled slightly, recognizing familiar fluctuations among the lights, particularly the cooking energy that Chi-Chi preserved each day. Wukong held the warm particles tightly, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Weiss, does the void absorb everything? Theoretically, yes. Any form of energy will be assimilated, Weiss replied, gently tapping his staff. However, it cannot assimilate will. Energy infused with conscious intent will explode with counterforce upon absorption. Much like a seed germinating in stone. Wukong seized the moment, his eyes shining brilliantly. What if countless energies filled with the intent not to be devoured surged into its core together? Vegeta paused in surprise, then comprehended, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You finally thought of a plausible idea. He turned to face the star clusters behind him, his voice rising sharply. Hey, listen, infuse your energy with what you value most. The smiles of your family, the starlit sky of your homeland, unfulfilled promises, anything that you would fight desperately to protect. And then what? Frieza's voice dripped with his usual mockery, yet he was the first to channel energy. His purple aura mingling with a hint of gold, the last protective energy left by King Cold, long hidden deep within him. Then, Wukong's voice resonated in every corner. The super blue aura exploding into countless strands of light, connecting to each flickering point in the starry sky. Follow me, and drive these cherished memories deep into its core. The first to respond was Klin. His energy slash no longer sought sharpness, but enveloped the warm light from Marin knitting, along with the sound wave energy from his daughter, Xiaofeng, calling him dad for the first time. The originally pale blue light slash instantly transformed into a warm hue akin to the setting sun, smoothly integrating into Wukong's network of light strands. Next came Vegeta, whose energy sphere contained the illumination from Bulma's laboratory, the cheers from Trunks' first transformation into a Super Saiyan, and even fragments of memories he had secretly stowed away, his anger and frustration from his first battle with Wukong, now coalescing into an unyielding determination that ignited the purple energy sphere into a searing red. As Frieza's energy joined, it carried a peculiar pride, harboring complex emotions toward King Cold, an utmost pursuit of strength, and even the bewilderment and disdain he felt when Wukong saved him last time. These conflicting wills twisted into a sharp spike, forcefully thrusting into the network of light strands, yet curiously merged with the other energies. The flickering lights in the star clusters grew brighter, each race and every life injecting their will into the energy. The Grand Elder of Namek infused a tranquil energy to protect their homeland. Mingled with the fragrance of newly sprouted seedlings, the energy from the angel race bore the flavor of tea brewed by Weiss, gentle yet resilient. Even the most peripheral asteroid dwellers transmitted their stored solar energy, encasing the childish crayon drawings of suns, with scribbled notes saying, "Don't be black." Wukong's network of light strands gradually transformed into a colossal web, with countless shimmering points flowing through it, each point a memory, a longing, a shout for survival. When the final energy integrated, faint energy from a delivery room on Earth, intertwined with the first cry of a newborn, Wukong clenched his fist tightly. Now, his voice pierced through the energy web, and every light point trembled in unison. The super blue aura intertwined with the energies of countless races, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the universe, within which flowed innumerable moving images. Klin and Marin laughing while harvesting vegetables in their garden. Vegeta sternly teaching Trunks to practice. Frieza's silence before his father's tombstone. The Namekians pouring life water onto seedlings with utmost focus. And the ordinary daily lives of Earthlings. The rising smoke from cooking fires, the lights illuminating the night, the sounds of reading in classrooms. The core of entropy shadow sensed the threat, wildly spewing black energy streams in an attempt to dismantle the light beam. Yet those energy particles, imbued with will, surged against the black energy flow as if alive, each contact erupting into blinding white light. Entropy's shadow emitted a piercing shriek, its core beginning to violently contract, trying to expel the warm energies, only to find them entwined like vines within every crevice. "Break for me." Wukong's roar overlapped with the voices of countless lives as the light beam accelerated suddenly, resembling a colossal drill wrapped in stars, forcefully penetrating the core of Entropy's shadow. In the following moment, There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extreme silence. The black shell of Entropy's shadow shattered like glass, revealing its curled core. Not a solid entity, but a mass of pure void, now enveloped by countless glowing points, as if gently cradled by innumerable hands. What it feared was not power. Weiss's voice carried understanding, but existence itself. Those energies, filled with memory and warmth, were gradually filling the void. The core of Entropy's shadow began to turn transparent, revealing countless images: the cold nebula from its birth, the greed when it devoured its first planet, and a longing it had not even noticed, a desire to be filled during the long darkness. When the last glowing point, the energy of a baby's first cry, merged into the core, Entropy's shadow completely dissipated. What remained was a crystalline gem, encapsulating the will of all life, akin to an amber crystallizing the memories of the entire universe. Wukong slowly withdrew his fist, the super blue aura gradually calming. He looked towards his gathering companions. Vegeta turned his face away, unable to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Klin wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave him a thumbs up. Frieza snorted, turning to leave, but not before tossing out a remark about not expecting his help next time. In the distance, the star clusters flickered with countless lights, warriors from various races paying their respects. Is it over? Gohan's voice trembled with disbelief. Yes. Wukong nodded with a smile, his gaze fixed upon the crystalline entity. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a soft radiance, from which countless delicate strands of light unfurled, reminiscent of dandelion seeds drifting into the vastness of the cosmos. These luminous threads alighted upon desolate planets, instantly sprouting tender shoots. They touched the battered hulls of starships, prompting the metal exteriors to commence self-repair. When they settled in the palms of a weeping child, they transformed into a warm sphere of light. It was a moment of sowing. Weiss's staff gently brushed the crystal, imbuing it with the will to exist, planting it in every corner of the universe. Wukong extended his hand, catching one of the strands that floated before him. It coalesced into a small orb of energy in his palm, vividly reflecting the image of Chi-Chi bustling in the kitchen, the laughter of Gohan and Goten playing, and every ordinary yet precious moment on Earth. He suddenly recalled a lesson from long ago, when his grandfather had told him, no matter how great the power, it cannot conquer emptiness. Yet, as long as one's heart holds something worth protecting, even the slightest strength can uphold a vast sky. In that moment of understanding, the essence of the final blow became clear to him. It was never merely the full force of an individual, but rather the moment when every life is willing to stand for existence, where the scattered glimmers throughout the universe would ultimately converge into a torrent of light, dispelling the darkness. The crystal gradually ascended, transforming into a new star, suspended at the center of the cosmos. From that moment forth, every being gazing at the starry sky would behold that twinkling star, as if it were proclaiming, as long as someone remembers and cares, darkness shall never prevail. Wukong turned, soaring towards the direction of Earth. It seemed he could already scent the aroma of Chi-Chi's dinner and hear Goten calling for his father. This battle, spanning countless galaxies, had finally come to a close. Yet their story still had innumerable tomorrows to continue penning, filled with the warmth of everyday life and all that mattered. Chapter 90. The Dissipation of the Devourer. The universe returns to tranquility. Deep within the folds of the universe, the last wisp of dark purple energy was disintegrating. This had once been the core of the Devourer, now resembling a punctured ink sac, with black mist continuously billowing outward, only to transform into fine stardust upon contact with the surrounding streams of light. These streams emanated from every corner of the universe, sunlight reflecting off freshly harvested wheat in the fields of Earth, the green glow emanating from the tender shoots of the tree of life on Namek, the rekindled campfires upon the ruins of Vegeta's planet, and countless messages flickering across the screens of ordinary people's phones, sent to distant friends and family. Wukong hovered at the center of this tumultuous energy flow, his ultra-blue aura now coalescing into a gentle halo. He gazed upon the melting crystal in his palm, which contained the last fragments of the Devourer's consciousness, now seeping through the cracks of the crystal, revealing fragmented images, a barren nebula, a star being consumed, a lonely consciousness awakening in darkness, unaware of the meaning of existence, only knowing to fill its innate void through consumption. You were simply too lonely, Wukong whispered, his fingertips brushing the surface of the crystal. still warm from the countless life forces that had flowed through it moments before. Behind him, the sound of steady footsteps approached. Vegeta, his purple aura still radiating the heat of battle, wore a cloak with energy-inflicted holes draped over his shoulder, yet remarkably wore no frown. Spare me your sentimentality. If this creature had realized sooner that being cared for is greater than consuming all, it would not have come to this fate. He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of golden energy, which resonated with the hum of machinery from Bulma's laboratory and the cheer of Trunks when he first independently repaired the time machine. Now, sending it on its way serves as an explanation to the universe. Suddenly, the crystal trembled violently, revealing a blurred visage upon its surface. Reminiscent of the Devourer's first form when it consumed a planet, sharp-edged as a blade, yet softening under the embrace of the light streams. Wukong recognized the blue planet that had been devoured years ago, the planet Zell, and in the corner of the image, a mother cradling her child was stuffing the last energy crystal into the infant's swaddling, inscribed with the words, "Remember the blooming flowers." It recalled Gohan's voice, quivering with emotion, as his energy aura enveloped a petal fossil he had just salvaged from the ruins of Zell, the last remnants of the planet's flora, now unfurling within that aura, rekindling memories long forgotten. In the distance, Krillin arrived riding the Kintoon, the scarf Marin had woven for him trailing like a warm orange arc in the energy flow. He held a transparent jar containing energy crystals from the survivors of Zell, formed through their shared warmth and memories during their cosmic wanderings. Tales of the homeland recounted by the elders, secret love poems penned by the youth, and drawings of imagined homes created by children. Weiss had said that this energy imbued with memories is the key to dispelling emptiness. Krillin handed the jar to Wukong, and as the energy spilled over the rim and made contact with the crystal, it erupted into delicate blue blossoms. See, even what stones remember holds more power than pure darkness. Wukong accepted the jar, gradually infusing the energy within it into the crystal. This time, the fragments of the Devourer's consciousness offered no resistance. The black mist revealed more images. It had once swept past a wedding ceremony taking place on a small asteroid, pausing instinctively for 0.3 seconds as the light reflected off the rings exchanged. It had brushed against a paper airplane released by a child while traversing a nebula, the smiling face drawn upon it leaving it perplexed for 3 entire star systems. The most vivid memory was of the moment it was about to consume Earth. Feeling the warmth of mingled smoke, laughter, and arguments, the scene of Wukong's family gathering for dinner, with Chi-Chi scolding Goten for spilling soup, Gohan reading a bedtime story to Xiao Fong, and Wukong sneakily stuffing the last piece of rib into his mouth. You never wished to destroy. You simply sought to understand what those moments of pause and confusion truly were. The crystal became entirely transparent, the dark purple energy entwined with countless strands of memory, resembling ink wrapped in golden threads. Vegeta's energy surged forth first. Within the golden light, shadows of he and Bulma burning the midnight oil over design drafts flickered by. Next came Gohan's green energy, containing remnants of his chalkboard notes from teaching his students. Krillin's energy bore the briny scent of the sea, recalling memories of shell collecting with Marin. Even Frieza's energy bore a hint of warmth, a moment of laying down his murderous intent before the tomb of King Cold. As all energies converged into a beam of light, the fragments of the Devourer's consciousness emitted a faint sigh, akin to the first drip of melting snow. The black mist ceased to expand and began to retract, the phantom images of the planets it had consumed coalescing anew within the light. The flower fields of Zell bloomed once more, the consumed star reignited, and even the barren nebula from which it had originated sprouted glimmers of green. This was its act of restitution. Weiss's voice echoed from behind, his staff tracing a silver trajectory through the air, directing the reborn planetary phantoms to their respective coordinates. As the void was filled, consumption transformed into a gift. Wukong watched the phantoms recede into the distance, suddenly recalling his grandfather's expression when he had said that power is meant for protection. He looked down at his palm, where the crystal had transformed into a transparent seed, harboring the Devourer's final realization, a memory devoid of images, only a warm sensation, akin to a sun-warmed blanket, or the shared warmth of family gathered around. It is time to return home. Vegeta's voice interrupted his reverie, the pride of the Saiyan making him unaccustomed to such tenderness. Yet he waited until Wukong had secured the seed in an energy capsule before turning to soar towards Earth. In the starry sky of their return journey, signs of rebirth were evident everywhere. The galaxy, once devoured by the Eater of Stars, has rekindled its brilliance. Countless colorful ribbons of light drift along the orbits of planets. The vibrant energy fireworks released by various races in celebration. As Wukong passed by Zeller's star, he paused to witness the resilient Zeller people rebuilding their homes. Children adorned the walls of newly constructed houses with cheerful faces using energy pens. One child depicted Wukong, his hair painted in a kaleidoscope of colors, with a crooked inscription beside it that read, "Thank you, Big Brother." "Look, it's Mr. Wukong," exclaimed a little girl with twin ponytails, pointing at the Kinto one while holding a blue flower formed from energy. This flower, known as the memory flower unique to Zeller's star, retains the traces of energy it has encountered. Wukong accepted the flower, and its petals instantly revealed the energy waves he had infused into the crystal, intertwining with the little girl's energy to form a pulsating heart. "Uncle, look," the girl pointed to the sky, where a golden meteor shower fell in the direction where the Eater of Stars had dissipated. Each meteor trailed a colorful tail. The elders spoke of the stars that had been consumed returning to apologize. Wukong gazed upward, watching the meteor shower streak through the atmosphere, bursting into myriad points of light in the night sky. He recalled the final image within the crystal, the consciousness fragments of the Eater of Stars briefly transformed into the shape of a child before dissipating, reaching out to touch the light of a wedding ring on Zeller's star. It dawned on him that all darkness ultimately yearns for light. Every act of devouring is, at its core, a quest for the warmth of acceptance. Upon returning to Earth, dusk was settling in. Smoke billowed from the chimney of Baozi Mountain, and Kiki's voice echoed from afar, "Gohan, I told you to keep an eye on Xiaofeng. Why are you reading comics again?" Goten and Trunks were sparring in the yard. Energy waves collided with the protective shield, scattering luminous particles that fell onto the clothesline, adorning Kiki's freshly hung sheets with a golden trim. As Wukong landed in the yard, he was about to announce his return when a small figure resembling a cannonball collided into his embrace. Xiaofeng held up her crayon drawing, depicting a towering giant surrounded by numerous tiny figures, each holding a star. "Grandpa, look what I drew." Grandpa Weiss said, "This is you, Grandpa Vegeta," and many others driving away the bad stars. "Beautifully done." Wukong ruffled his granddaughter's hair, his fingertips brushing against the sunlight at her hair tips, radiating warmth that stirred the heart. The aroma of rice wafted from the kitchen as Kiki emerged with a steaming pot of curry. Upon seeing the battle scars on him, her eyes widened. "You've torn another shirt. That's the 5th one this month." Though she scolded him, she nonetheless handed him a bowl of freshly served rice topped with a golden fried egg. "Eat up, it will taste bad if it gets cold." The yard gradually filled with life. Krillin and Marin arrived with their daughter. Marin carried a basket of freshly picked strawberries, intended for Xiaofeng's cake. Vegeta, being tugged along by Bulma, wore an impatient expression, yet he carried an exquisitely wrapped box containing a new battle suit Trunks had bought for Wukong. Even Frieza made an appearance, seated in a corner of the yard, toying with an energy sphere containing a tiny memory flower seed, gifted to him by the children of Zeller's star. As the sunset elongated everyone's shadows, Wukong sat on the steps, observing Gohan narrating cosmic tales to Xiaofeng, watching Goten and Trunks demonstrating the new techniques they had learned, and witnessing Krillin and Vegeta bickering, though most of the time it was Vegeta dominating the conversation. Suddenly, he realized that the tranquility of the universe did not imply the absence of battle or conflict, but rather signified the presence of those cherished individuals by his side. The mundane warmth of life could overshadow all traces of darkness. That night, Wukong lay in bed, gazing at the starry sky through the window. In the direction where the Eater of Stars had vanished, a new star shone brightly, a result of all the life energy that had been consumed coalescing anew. It was named the Guihong star. He touched the energy capsule at his chest, within which a transparent seed glowed, resembling a tiny heart beating. "Good night," he whispered to the starry sky, addressing both the new star and the solitary consciousness that had finally found a home. Outside, the light of the Guihong star penetrated the atmosphere, casting a golden hue over Xiaofeng's cradle, adorning her blanket with a gilded edge. Beside the cradle, Kiki slept soundly, a smile gracing her lips, likely dreaming of a family outing. In a distant corner of the universe, the children of Zeller's star released paper airplanes carrying memories, each adorned with different smiling faces. The elder of Mike Star recorded new growth rings beneath the tree of life, while nearby seedlings intertwined with sunflower seeds sent from Earth. On the ruins of Vegeta's planet, the first flower bloomed under the nurturing energy, its petals still bearing a note left by trunks that read, "Dad said things will get better here." The Eater of Stars had dissipated, and the void it left behind was filled by countless memories. The places once shrouded in darkness were gradually sprouting with light. The names once forgotten were being rewritten into new tales. This might be the universe's most gentle law. There is no eternal darkness, only the unwillingness of light to extinguish. No irreparable scars, only hands hesitant to reach out. When all life is willing to watch over existence, even the stars will reignite for them. Wukong turned over and pulled Kiki closer into his embrace. Tomorrow heralds a new day, perhaps with new challenges, but as long as these beloved individuals remain by his side, as long as the curry pot continues to steam, and as long as he can gaze up to see the Goehong star twinkling, there is nothing to fear. The tranquility of the universe has never resided in the absence of waves, but rather in the ability to return home together after the storm. Chapter 91. Earth After War. Reconstruction and celebration. The morning mist of Earth, imbued with the fragrance of grass and trees, enveloped the recently restored city walls of Shidu. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the contours of a city interwoven with ruins and fresh greenery. This area had been the epicenter of the energy shock caused by the Eater of Stars 3 months prior. Now, tender shoots sprouted amidst the remnants of walls. As artisans climbed scaffolding to secure the final energy alloy panel atop the reconstructed bell tower. Just a little to the left. Yes, that's it. Krillin shouted from the base of the bell tower, his voice brimming with excitement as he clutched a walkie-talkie. Beside him, Marin distributed energy drinks to the workers, her pregnancy evident, yet she navigated the construction site with remarkable agility. "Take it easy, don't overexert yourself," Krillin advised, concern evident in his eyes. "I know," Marin replied, playfully swatting his hand away. "You should focus more on the energy lines of the bell tower. We don't want another short circuit when we power it up." Last time, the entire Shidu went dark, and Mr. Weiss was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up. Krillin scratched his head and chuckled. Not far away, Gohan was watering newly planted saplings with a group of students. Most of these children were orphans who had lost their homes during the war, now clad in matching uniforms. Surrounding Gohan with a flurry of questions. "Mr. Gohan, is the Goehong star really a star that got eaten and came back?" A little girl with braided pigtails looked up at him, clutching a half-eaten energy cookie. Gohan knelt down, gently wiping cookie crumbs from the corner of her mouth. "Yes, just like seeds in spring sprout, those vanished stars are returning in a new form." He pointed to the sky, where the Goehong star shone softly in the morning light. "See, it gets a little brighter every day. When you grow up, you might even get to visit it." The children erupted in cheers, eagerly pouring water at the roots of the saplings as if nurturing their hopes for the future. Gohan watched their backs, recalling the decisive battle 3 months prior when the energy of everyone converged into a luminous flow. He felt distinctly the collective will of those from every corner of Earth, the farmers' resolve to protect their fields, the doctor's commitment to saving lives, the teacher's insistence on holding classes amidst the ruins, and even the street performers who continued to play their instruments in the midst of chaos. It was these fragmented glimmers of light that wove a net to combat the darkness. "Gohan, we need help over here." Vegeta's voice interrupted his thoughts. The Saiyan Prince stood atop the newly constructed training tower, casually tossing an energy sphere in his hand while waving to those below. The training tower, transformed from the remnants of the Eraser's energy core, could simulate various combat environments. At that moment, the energy ring at the summit emitted an unstable red glow. Gohan immediately rushed over with the children. Below, Bulma frowned at the holographic screen, while Trunks swiftly adjusted parameters by her side. The energy conversion rate remained too low. Bulma tapped the screen, noting that it should withstand the full force of Ultra Blue form, yet it struggled even against Super Saiyan 2. "Let me give it a try." Vegeta leaped to the tower's peak, enveloped in a deep blue aura, eager to stretch his muscles. He struck the energy ring with a punch, instead of a thunderous crash. Ripples of energy spread outward, transforming the red light at the top into green in an instant. "Success!" Trunks cheered. "Dad, your energy control is improving." Vegeta snorted but couldn't suppress a smirk, dismissively stating, "A piece of cake." He glanced down at the square below, where a celebration stage was being erected. Workers were hoisting a massive holographic projection screen displaying scenes from the climactic battle, Goku and Vegeta back-to-back unleashing their combined technique. Krillin slicing through the dark energy barrier with a Kienzan, and Gohan leading the children in the Hope Formation. "What are you watching?" Bulma approached, handing him a can of chilled juice. "Are you thinking about what to wear for the celebration? I've designed a new outfit for you. A silver gray one that would look splendid with your hair. Who would wear that nonsense?" Vegeta turned his face away but accepted the juice and took a large sip, adding, "Just don't make it too extravagant." Bulma smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling more than the sun. Across the square, Goku helped Bulma's company staff transport the energy fireworks for the celebration. With his bare arms glistening with sweat, he wore a beaming smile. "Uncle Goku, this one is huge," Little Fong exclaimed, perched on his shoulder, holding a small red flower crafted from energy, just made by Goten. "This is the largest firework. When we ignite it tonight, it will display the entire solar system in the sky." "Wow. Will we see Grandpa?" Little Fong pointed towards the return star, asking if her grandfather would come to watch the fireworks. Goku looked up at the sky, as if he could see the old man protecting the Earth from another dimension. He nodded with a smile. "Of course, he is always watching over us." As the sun set, the rebuilt West City donned festive attire. Colorful lights adorned every window. Energy trees along the streets bloomed luminous flowers, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and the laughter of children. On the celebration stage, the host was testing the microphone while the audience filled the seats, including former enemies from the climactic battle who had chosen to switch sides. They curiously touched the earth plants beside them. "Look, it's Mr. Goku," someone shouted from the crowd. Goku held Little Fong's hand and, with Chi-Chi, made their way to the front row. Chi-Chi, dressed in a newly made kimono, playfully brushed off the dust from Goku's clothes, saying, "Walk slowly. Don't let Little Fong fall." Suddenly, the lights on stage illuminated, and Whis gracefully ascended, holding an exquisite box. "Today, we not only celebrate our victory, but also witness a special gift." He opened the box, revealing a crystalline orb filled with countless shimmering lights. The life energy dissipated during the battle. Using advanced technology, we have condensed these into star cores, buried in various corners of the Earth, which will grow into energy forests that protect our planet. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Goku gazed at the twinkling lights within the orb, seemingly seeing the smiling faces of the warriors who had sacrificed themselves in battle. "Now, let us invite the heroes who saved the Earth to the stage." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, familiar figures, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, stepped onto the stage. Little Fong broke free from Goku's grasp and ran to the center, raising her little red flower. "My daddy is a great hero. My mommy is too." Laughter erupted, and the applause grew even more fervent. Goku stepped forward, taking the microphone from Whis, gazing at the sea of smiling faces below. His voice was gentle yet powerful. "In truth, the real heroes are not us, but every individual who never gave up. They are the farmers who sowed the first seeds in the ruins, the doctors who brought new life amidst the flames of war, the children who shared their last morsels of food with their neighbors." His voice resonated through the holographic screen, reaching the cities under reconstruction, the soldiers guarding the borders, and the hearts of every ordinary person. The sunset's golden rays cast elongated shadows of the heroes on the stage, blending them with the crowd below, creating a warm and resolute tableau. As night fell, the first firework exploded in the sky, transforming into a dazzling river of stars. The return star shone brightly against the backdrop of fireworks, seemingly celebrating the rebirth of this planet. Goku wrapped his arm around Chi-Chi's shoulder, observing the jubilant family and friends around him, suddenly realizing reconstruction is not merely about repairing buildings, but rediscovering the courage, kindness, and hope that have never extinguished in the face of disaster. The celebration serves to announce to the universe that while the Earth may have endured darkness, as long as these warm moments endure, it shall never truly fall. Fireworks continued to bloom in the night sky, illuminating every smiling face, heralding a bright new tomorrow for the Earth. Chapter 92. The New Inhabitants of Vegeta's Star. The future of the Saiyans. The morning mist of Vegeta's star carried a blend of metallic and ozone scents. The once war-torn surface now glimmered with the green of rebirth, thanks to the fast-growing vegetation developed by Bulma's team, whose root systems securely locked in the radioactive dust, and whose leaves refracted delicate blue light under the stellar rays. In the distance, the newly completed energy tower emitted a low hum, pumping purified air throughout the planet. The energy barrier at settlement number 37 rippled again. Vegeta stood before the holographic sand table in the command center, his fingertips gliding over the blue light points representing the settlement, instructing the engineering team to bring new stabilizers. This time, the resonance issue must be resolved once and for all. Trunks' voice came through the communicator, brimming with youthful energy. Got it, Dad. By the way, the second batch of immigrant ships will arrive in half an hour. There are many agricultural experts from Earth on board. Mom wants you to personally handle the reception. Vegeta frowned. Tell them to find the logistics officer. Mom said if you keep sulking, she'll lower your training pod's power to 30% next time. Trunks' voice carried a hint of amusement. And there's an old gentleman among the immigrants who has cultivated fruit trees capable of bearing fruit in radioactive soil. You've always wanted Vegeta star to bear natural fruit. Haven to you? Vegeta's brow relaxed slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing a shallow mark etched on the edge of the sand table, made with the tip of his tail back when Vegeta Star was merely a charred rock and an abandoned armory. He turned, grabbing the cloak hanging on the chair back, the metallic clasp clinking crisply. Send over the coordinates. As the spacecraft landed at the temporary spaceport, the immigrant ship descended gently. The cabin door opened, revealing an elderly man with graying hair leaning on a metallic cane topped with a round, red fruit that gleamed like a small sun under the stellar light. Behind him followed more than 20 individuals clad in protective gear, young people carrying experimental equipment, couples with children, and several Earth farmers wielding agricultural tools, all bearing expressions of curiosity and apprehension. Prince Vegeta? The old man removed his protective helmet, revealing a wrinkled yet spirited face. It was Professor Lee, the agricultural expert Gohan had mentioned. This is the seedling of the star dust fruit we cultivated. He raised his cane, gently swaying the fruit at its tip. Look, it was grown in a culture dish simulating Vegeta Star's soil. It's quite sweet. Vegeta's gaze fell upon the fruit, his throat tightening. He recalled his childhood, when his father's private orchard also bore similar fruit trees, only to be reduced to ashes during the planetary explosion. He reached out to touch the fruit. Its skin was pleasantly warm, far more tangible than the synthesized nutritional paste. Follow me, Vegeta commanded, turning towards the spaceport passage. His voice remained as cold and firm as ever, yet he slowed his pace. The soil samples for the settlement are ready. How much energy do your cultivation pods require? No need, no need, Professor Lee quickly replied, hurrying to keep up, his cane tapping rhythmically against the ground. We brought an improved version of the biological reactor that can operate solely on the plant's photosynthesis. By the way, my granddaughter insisted on coming along. She said she wanted to see the Saiyan who can shatter meteors with a single punch. I apologize for any embarrassment. As he finished speaking, a young girl with twin ponytails emerged from the crowd, clutching a sketchbook with wide, gleaming eyes. Prince Vegeta, I drew you in battle. She lifted her sketchbook, revealing a depiction of Vegeta in his Super Saiyan blue form, surrounded by an aura like a burning sapphire. Vegeta's ears tinged slightly, and he turned his face away. It's decent. The girl's eyes brightened further. Could you teach me how to gather energy? My mother says if I learn, I can protect the fruit trees my grandfather cultivated. What does a child need to learn such things for? Vegeta retorted. Yet he paused by the energy tower, a small burst of blue energy flickering from his fingertips, forming a star shape in midair. Observe closely. The energy must be concentrated in your dantian, not merely shouted out loud. The girl's gasp drew the attention of others. The Saiyan warriors responsible for logistics exchanged astonished glances. Who didn't he know that the prince detested being bothered by children, let alone demonstrating energy control? Inside the temporary greenhouse of the settlement, Professor Lee's team was bustling about. In the transparent cultivation pots, the roots of the stardust fruit seedlings unfurled in the purple soil, their leaves slowly unfurling as if breathing. Several Earth farmers were gesturing to communicate with the Saiyan technicians, teaching them how to gauge soil moisture, while the Saiyans demonstrated how to use energy to stimulate plant growth, resulting in occasional humorous misunderstandings that filled the greenhouse with laughter. This must be the 17th batch of immigrants, Trunks remarked as he entered, carrying a folding chair and offering Vegeta a bottle of chilled nutritional liquid. Mom said once the stardust fruit is harvested, Vegeta Star will be designated as a model planet for cosmic agriculture. Vegeta accepted the nutritional liquid, his gaze sweeping over the busy figures in the greenhouse. He observed the meticulousness of the Earthlings watering seedlings with spray bottles, and the focused attention of the Scions carefully enveloping seeds with energy. Children chattered excitedly around the cultivation pods, discussing the flavor of the fruits. And even the sternest of veteran warriors assisted in constructing sunshade shelters. "It matters not whether it's a model planet," he said, twisting open the bottle to take a sip. "But it must not yield lesser crops than Earth." Trunks chuckled. "You were just asking last week when Earth's apples would ripen." Vegeta's face flushed slightly. And just as he was about to retort, a commotion erupted outside the greenhouse. A group of young Scions was testing a new type of aircraft, and as they flew low over the settlement, the resulting gusts blew away the drying stardust fruit seeds. In their frantic scramble to collect them, several Earth children had already filled small baskets with the seeds, adorning them with smiley faces. "I'm so sorry," one of the young Scions apologized, scratching his head with flushed ears. "It's all right," replied a girl with braided hair as she handed him the basket. "Our grandfather says that seeds must be protected by everyone to sprout." Vegeta observed this scene and recalled the state of affairs during the reconstruction, when Vegeta's star was merely metal and energy walls, every Scion on high alert, as if ready for battle at any moment. It was the first batch of immigrant Earth teachers who had painted the first mural on the ruins. It was the doctors, equipped with medical instruments, who taught warriors how to treat non-combat injuries. And it was the elderly like Professor Lee, who had sown the first seed amidst the radioactive dust. "Trunks," Vegeta suddenly spoke, "allocate 1/3 of the training area as an experimental field for them." Trunks was taken aback. "But that land has the most stable energy. Weren't you planning to build a new gravity chamber there?" "The gravity chamber can be constructed at any time," Vegeta replied, his gaze drifting to a corner of the greenhouse where Professor Lee was animatedly demonstrating grafting techniques to an elderly Scion. Despite their language barrier, their gestures conveyed a radiant joy, yet the fruits could not wait. As the evening sun tinted the sky amber, the energy lights of the settlement flickered on, resembling pearls strung on black velvet. The aroma of food wafted from the Earth immigrants' tents, while the Scion energy stoves grilled improved meat skewers brushed with stardust fruit juice. The little girl tugged at Vegeta's sleeve, showing him her new drawing. In the image, a Scion wreathed in blue energy stood alongside an Earthling cradling fruit beneath the same starry sky, with seedlings sprouting in the background. "Look," the girl pointed at the drawing. "This place will be filled with flowers in the future." Vegeta remained silent, merely gazing up at the starry sky. In the distance, a gentle blue light twinkled towards Earth. He suddenly remembered Goku's words. True strength does not lie in how many planets one can destroy, but in how many lives one can protect. In the past, he had not understood. He always believed Scions should prove themselves on the battlefield. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the seedlings unfurling in the cultivation pods and hearing laughter intermingled with Earth languages and Scion dialects, he suddenly comprehended that the future of Vegeta's star was never rebuilt solely by one person's strength. Those seeds from Earth, those warm smiles, and those figures of different races working side by side were the most solid foundation for this planet. "Well drawn," Vegeta said, reaching out clumsily to ruffle the girl's hair. "Tomorrow, I will teach you how to gather energy, but do not tell anyone else." The girl's eyes widened in delight, and she nodded vigorously. In the distance, the glow of the energy tower intertwined with the afterglow of the sun, casting a golden outline around Vegeta's silhouette. Inside the greenhouse, the stardust fruit seedlings unfurled another new leaf, gently swaying in the evening breeze, as if applauding this brand new future. Chapter 93, The Return of Kara, in a New Form. During the rainy season of year 37 in the star calendar, the soil of Vegeta's star finally sprouted clusters of green shoots. These tender sprouts glowed with a peculiar luminescence, the edges of their leaves tinged with pale blue. Cultivated from the memories of fallen warriors using energy remnants mixed with plant genes by Professor Lee's team. It is said that at specific frequencies, these sprouts can reveal fragments of the departed. Vegeta stood at the edge of the experimental field, watching the researchers calibrate the energy frequency. Trunks, holding a notepad, followed closely, his voice laced with anticipation. "Dad, do you really think we can see Aunt Kara?" Vegeta did not respond, instead unconsciously rubbing the old insignia at his waist. A relic of Kara, engraved with her family crest, its edges smoothed by time. When Kara had sacrificed herself to cover the retreat of civilians, detonating the energy core and perishing alongside the enemy. This insignia had flown from the smoke and landed at his feet. Energy calibration complete. We are ready to initiate. Professor Lee's voice shattered the silence. As the energy device emitted a hum, the memory grass in the experimental field suddenly glowed with an ethereal blue light, its leaves unfurling like butterfly wings. The surrounding air rippled, akin to a lake disturbed by a thrown stone, and soon after, a translucent figure began to coalesce among the grass. "It's Aunt Kara," Trunks exclaimed softly. The figure was clad in familiar silver-gray armor, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, precisely the same as she had appeared before her sacrifice. She seemed to maintain a combat stance, her right fist clenched and her left hand shielding behind her, her gaze sharp as an eagle, as if ready to charge forward at any moment. Vegeta's breath hitched, his throat tightening, yet he could not utter a sound. It had been 5 years. He had often dreamed of this scene, yet never had it appeared so vividly before him, even the scratches on her armor matching his memories perfectly. Energy stabilized. "The image is beginning to flow," called out one of the researchers. The image suddenly shifted. Kara lowered her hand from behind her, revealing an energy crystal hidden in her palm, the Soul Flame Crystal, capable of instantly enhancing fighting power, but at the cost of life force. She spoke to the void, her lips moving silently, yet her expression conveyed an undeniable sense of urgency and determination. Then, she turned and dashed into a sea of flames, her silhouette resolute like a shooting star. The light of the memory grass flickered intensely, and the images began to blur, as if they were about to plunge into that searing heat. "Stabilize the energy," Professor Lee commanded urgently. The radiance gradually steadied, and the scene shifted to another moment. Kara sat beside a campfire, gently tending to the wounds of young warriors, her movements tender and uncharacteristic of a captain who always led from the front. She picked up a piece of jerky and placed it in the hands of a timid young soldier, smiling as she uttered a few words, causing laughter to erupt around her, even her own eyes crinkling with warmth. Vegeta, observing her smile, suddenly recalled her frequent remarks about the futility of violence, proclaiming that once peace was achieved, she would fill the planet with luminous flowers. At that time, he had mocked her naivety, but now he understood that her bravery had always been fueled by the desire to protect that innocence. The images continued to flow, most of them fragmented. She taught new recruits combat techniques on the training ground, her movements crisp and decisive. She penned letters under the starry sky, her pen hovering over the paper as if contemplating her words. She shared her energy with injured comrades, sweat beading on her forehead as she gritted her teeth to persevere. The final scene showed her standing by the spaceship's window, gazing at the receding Vegeta star, her finger tracing a small smile on the glass. This was how she appeared before embarking on her last mission, a farewell no one anticipated. The images abruptly ceased, the glow of the memory grass dimming, her figure dissolving into motes of light, merging with the soil. The experimental field fell silent once more, the only sound being the whisper of the wind through the grass. Trunks wiped the corner of his eye. So there was this side to Aunt Kara. I had only heard of her exploits. Vegeta bent down, his fingertips brushing the leaves of the memory grass, where faint energy fluctuations lingered, akin to her last warmth. "She was always like this," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, tinged with an imperceptible rasp, resolute yet tender, always shielding others behind her. Professor Lee approached, handing him a small energy vial. "This is a crystallization of the extracted image energy, capable of being replayed repeatedly in a specially designed projector." He pointed to the tender shoots sprouting around the memory grass. "These plants have absorbed the image energy and have begun to seed. If planted next year, they will grow into new memory grass." "No, thank you," Vegeta interrupted, clutching the energy vial tightly. "Let her live on in another way." He turned towards the cultivation area, where the flower field had just been planted with new seedlings, the luminous flowers Kara had once tended. Vegeta crouched down and carefully watered the seedlings, his movements gentle and uncharacteristic of him. "You said you wanted to fill the planet with flowers. I will help you plant them." He spoke softly to the soil. "When the flowers bloom, let the wind carry their fragrance, telling you that all is well here. The warriors have grown up, the new recruits are no longer timid, and everyone will fondly remember you, like an old friend." The setting sun elongated his shadow, casting it over the seedlings, as if intertwining with the glimmers of light in the soil. In the distance, Trunks noticed his father's shoulders quivering slightly, resembling a smile or perhaps a tear. In the years that followed, The flower fields of Vegeta star bloomed annually, blue blossoms glowing at night, resembling scattered stars. Some claimed that during the peak bloom, one could catch a faint whiff of gunpowder mingling with the scent of flowers, a sign of Kara's patrol. Others said they had seen a silver-gray figure watering the seedlings, mirroring Kara's movements from years past. Vegeta never explained these rumors. Every year during the blooming season, he would visit the flower field alone, bringing a piece of jerky, just as Kara had done, placing it beside the most flourishing flowers. He knew that Kara had never truly left. She had transformed into the winds of the flower fields, the legends spoken by warriors, and the eternal warmth in the hearts of those she had protected. This return may be more enduring than images, more vivid than memories. Chapter 94. Goku's New Goal, Exploring the Unknown Universe. The training ground in West City basked in golden sunlight. Goku stood bare-chested, sweat cascading down the contours of his muscles, each punch slicing through the air with a sonic boom, creating white shockwaves upon contact. Opposite him, Vegeta emanated an equally fierce aura, purple flames enveloping him as their fists collided in midair, producing a deep thud that caused the surrounding stones to tremble. Bang! Another hard-hitting fist clash sent both Goku and Vegeta stepping back 3 paces, exchanging smiles. "Your strength has increased again, Kakarot," Vegeta remarked, wiping the corner of his mouth, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "But you still can't defeat me." "Not necessarily," Goku grinned, scratching his head, his energy shifting as his golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight. In his Super Saiyan form, his aura felt denser than during their last confrontation. "Lately, I feel like this sky is a bit too small." Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Too small? Where do you wish to go?" Goku gazed toward the distant horizon, the reflection of stars shimmering in his blue eyes. "I want to venture out and see other parts of the universe." Lord Ko said that our universe is not the only one. There are many unknown galaxies, teeming with life and civilizations we've never encountered. Exploring the unknown universe? Vegeta paused for a moment before scoffing. "You remain as restless as ever. However, it does sound more interesting than just loitering on Earth." At that moment, Krillin, Gohan, Trunks, and others arrived at the training ground. Krillin crossed his arms and smiled. "Goku, are you planning another big adventure? The last trip to Namek was thrilling enough. This time is different." "Krillin," Goku shook his head, his tone turning serious. "This isn't for fighting. It's to explore more worlds. Don't you think? We've defeated so many enemies and protected Earth and Vegeta Star, but the universe is vast, and there are surely wondrous things waiting for us to discover." Gohan nodded, his eyes brimming with longing. "Dad is right. I've read that some planets have singing plants, and in other galaxies, the water is pink." Trunks adjusted his glasses. "My dad also mentioned a rainbow nebula at the edge of the universe, where the energy can double a Saiyans fighting power in a short time, but it's also extremely dangerous. Danger is what makes it exciting." Goku cracked his knuckles. "We can form an exploration team and see it all together." Vegeta crossed his arms, seemingly unimpressed, yet the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Exploration is fine, but don't expect me to follow your orders. If we encounter a strong opponent, I won't hold back." "That's fantastic." Goku laughed heartily. With Vegeta around, we need not worry about facing any foes. In the days that followed, Goku began preparations. He sought out Bulma, asking her to help modify their spaceship. "Bulma, can you upgrade our ship for super light speed travel? It should also be able to withstand extreme environments, like planets with temperatures below zero or those entirely made of lava." Bulma, busy tinkering with a new energy device, replied without looking up, "Super light speed travel is no problem. My newly developed space jump engine can break the light speed barrier. The extreme environment adaptation system can also be installed, but it will take some time, about a month." "A month? That's wonderful," Goku exclaimed with delight. "Once the ship is ready, we will set off." Krillin expressed some concern. "Goku, what if we encounter an enemy stronger than Frieza? We know nothing about the unknown universe." Goku patted Krillin's shoulder, his smile radiant. "What is there to fear? If we meet a strong enemy, it's the perfect opportunity to spar and enhance our skills. Besides, we still have the Dragon Balls, right? If danger arises, we can summon Shenron for help." Gohan added, "I'll bring plenty of books to document the customs of every planet we visit, just like a scholar." Trunks produced a finely crafted device. "This is the universal language translator my father entrusted me with. It allows us to understand any race we encounter." Meanwhile, Vegeta was engaged in relentless training, determined not to be outshone by Goku during their expedition. Apart from meals and sleep, he dedicated every moment to the gravity chamber, continuously increasing the gravity level, making his muscular definition increasingly prominent and his aura ever stronger. After a month, Bulma completed the modifications to her spaceship. This sleek, silver-gray vessel, named Hope, was adorned with blue energy crystals that sparkled under the sun. The interior was fully equipped with training rooms, laboratories, rest pods, and even a small greenhouse. Bulma beamed, "This is my proudest creation. It can withstand half an hour near a black hole." Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Krillin boarded the spaceship, standing in the cockpit, gazing out at the family and friends who had come to bid them farewell. "Dad, you must return safely." Little Fong waved her tiny hand. "Come back soon. I'll make you braised pork." Chi-Chi's voice carried a sense of longing. Bulma gave a thumbs up. "Remember to bring me some alien specialties." As Goku piloted the Hope, ascending slowly, he cast one last glance at the blue earth before turning his gaze toward the vast universe, his eyes sparkling with limitless ambition. "Let us set forth. Our destination, the unknown cosmos." The spaceship transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the atmosphere, vanishing amidst the resplendent starry expanse. Ahead of them lay endless galaxies and uncharted challenges, while Goku maintained an unwavering smile, for to him, exploring the unknown held far greater significance than remaining stagnant. In the distant depths of the universe, on a planet radiating a purple glow, a warrior clad in armor gazed up at the starry sky, seemingly attuned to a distant presence, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A new adventure was just beginning. Chapter 95, Vegeta's Family Time. Training with Bra within the gravity training chamber on Vegeta's star, the metallic floor gleamed under 3 times the normal gravity. Vegeta floated in the center of the training platform, surrounded by a violet aura that clung to him like a thin blade. Each punch he delivered shattered the virtual projections of energy targets with precision, the debris slowly drifting in the gravity field like frozen stardust. "Father, your movements have slowed down." A crisp female voice resonated from the entrance. Bra leaned casually against the hatch, her silver-purple hair tied back, revealing sharp features reminiscent of Vegeta. Clad in a custom training suit that accentuated her athletic physique, she twirled an energy detector in her hand, its screen displaying the punching data from Vegeta's recent performance. Vegeta landed, and the alarm in the gravity training chamber abruptly ceased. Glancing at the detector in his daughter's hand, his tone remained as cold as ever. 3 minutes to break 30 targets, 7 seconds faster than your last performance. Bra stepped closer, tossing the detector to her father. "That's because I intentionally held back." She positioned herself on the opposite side of the training platform. Her body suddenly enveloped in a pale violet aura, speckled with tiny golden lights, an indication of the fusion between Saiyan and angelic energy. "Shall we engage in a sparring match? I just learned a new technique from Whis." Vegeta paused slightly as he caught the detector. Bra's mother is Bulma, and when her energy awakened, it was influenced by the protective barrier Whis had established on Vegeta's star, naturally imbuing her with a trace of angelic energy. This characteristic afforded her speed that surpassed that of her peers, yet her attacks always bore a certain lightness that felt uncharacteristic of combat. "Let me see what you have learned over the years." Vegeta activated the combat mode of the training platform, and a virtual projection instantly formed an energy barrier around them. Bra's figure suddenly blurred in place, and the next moment, she appeared behind Vegeta, her elbow hurtling toward his spine with a rush of wind. Vegeta had anticipated this, evading while countering with a gust of energy, the violet aura coalescing into a fine blade in his palm. Yet he abruptly restrained his force just before making contact with his daughter. This habit of his, cultivated over the years, allowed him to control his strength even in training. "You're holding back again." Bra executed a backflip, landing steadily at the edge of the training platform, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Father, if you keep this up, I will never break my limits." Vegeta's brow furrowed in thought. He reminisced about Bra's first fall in the training chamber at the age of 5, her small frame struggling to rise under double gravity, blood seeping from her knee. Yet she gritted her teeth and declared, "I am a Saiyan." Back then, he had merely tossed her a healing serum and walked into a higher gravity training pod. His fists inexplicably clenched. "Watch closely." Vegeta's violet aura surged dramatically, causing the metallic floor of the training platform to crack under the energy's impact. "This technique is called Meteor Fall, the first deadly technique your grandfather taught me." His figure left behind several afterimages in the gravity field, each bearing the force of reality, reducing the virtual targets to powder in an instant. Bra's pupils contracted suddenly as she sensed her father's energy trajectory deliberately slowing, as if allowing her the time to analyze. My turn. Bra's aura brightened suddenly, the pale violet flickering with golden sparks. This technique is called luminous break. Instead of launching a direct assault like Vegeta, she leveraged the gravity field's counterforce to propel herself, each movement increasing her speed until she traced a circular energy trajectory before Vegeta. The trajectory abruptly contracted, forming an energy vortex that temporarily ensnared Vegeta's aura within its center. Interesting. A rare smile graced Vegeta's lips as he exerted power. The violet aura erupted like a volcano. Yet as he broke free from the vortex, he instinctively restrained his force, not out of deliberate control, but because within Bra's energy trajectory lay a faint trace of healing energy. When it brushed against his skin, it radiated a familiar warmth, reminiscent of Bulma tending to his training injuries. As the training concluded, the setting sun filtered through the energy windows of the chamber, casting a golden hue over the two. Bra sat on the floor, wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel, and suddenly asked, "Father, why did you teach Trunks so many brutal techniques, yet are always gentle with me?" "Because you are different." Vegeta's voice dropped, and he moved to the energy window, gazing at the distant construction of residential buildings, where the children of Earth immigrants flew kites, their laughter carried by the wind into the training chamber. When Trunks was born, we were still contending with the remnants of Frieza. He had to learn to survive by his fists. As for you, he paused, seemingly searching for the right words. When you were born, Vegeta's star had already attained peace. I did not wish for you to believe that the only path for a Saiyan to survive is through combat. Bra was momentarily taken aback. She recalled how her father would quietly enter her room at midnight to use energy to heal her sprained ankle from training. How he would awkwardly ask through the communicator if there were any of Bulma's snacks left whenever she accompanied Trunks to Earth, and how last year, when she was injured during the Universal Championship, her father, typically indifferent to others' well-being, had flown his spaceship overnight, a sealed high-grade healing serum clutched in his hand. But I want to grow stronger. Bra approached her father, her gaze joining his as they stared into the distant starry sky, not for the sake of combat, but to protect this planet, just as you and Mother do. Her voice softened. I know how many sleepless nights Mother endured to restore Vegeta's star's atmosphere. I also know that every time you train to exhaustion, it is to prevent this place from becoming a wasteland. Vegeta's shoulders trembled slightly, yet he did not turn back. The sunlight filtered through his hair, casting delicate shadows on the ground, akin to the tenderness he had never vocalized. Tomorrow morning at 7, gather in the gravity training chamber. He suddenly spoke, his tone reverting to its customary coldness. I will teach you the true meteor fall, without any reservations. Bra's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Really? Don't dawdle, or it will be cancelled. As Vegeta turned to leave, he added, have your mother prepare some energy drinks. Tomorrow's training will be 3 times today's. Watching her father disappear down the corridor, Bra suddenly smiled. She took out her communicator and sent a message to Burma. Mom, please prepare 2 extra servings of energy meals for tomorrow and make sure to double the beef. The next morning, the gravity in the training room was set to 5 times normal. Vegeta stood at the center of the training platform, showcasing his full star-falling purple aura for the first time in front of his daughter. It crashed to the ground like a meteor, the energy shockwave causing the entire training room to tremble. Yet, as it neared Bra's feet, it deftly veered and struck the adjacent energy buffer wall. Remember the weight of this energy. Vegeta's voice resonated clearly amidst the waves of energy. The power of a Saiyan is not meant for destruction. It is meant for control. Bra's aura reignited, this time imbued with a newfound steadiness within the soft purple glow. She mimicked her father's movements, although her strength was still lacking. She accurately grasped the essence of the energy's trajectory. Vegeta stood nearby, his fingertips lightly moving in sync with her actions, occasionally offering guidance. Lower your left shoulder half an inch. Your energy output is too hasty, much like how your mother always adds too much sugar when brewing coffee. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the energy window, Bra finally executed the star-falling technique in its entirety. Though its power paled in comparison to her father's, it softened Vegeta's gaze considerably. That will suffice, he remarked, retrieving a thermos from the storage compartment containing energy sandwiches prepared by Burma. Take a 10-minute break. Then I'll teach you how to maintain energy stability during high-speed movements. Bra accepted the sandwich and took a big bite. The aroma of beef mingling with the flavor of the energy sauce bursting in her mouth. Watching her father, who was turned away, adjusting the training equipment, she suddenly realized that the so-called Saiyan legacy was not merely a continuation of techniques. It was the guardianship hidden beneath his cold exterior, the peace sown by her mother's wisdom and resilience, and how they both taught her to embody a Saiyan who possesses both strength and gentleness. As the energy alarm in the training room rang once again, the auras of father and daughter intertwined, forming a soft purple web under the five-fold gravity. Bra's speed increased. Golden sparkles dancing within the aura like a river adorned with stars. Vegeta's attacks remained precise and fierce, always allowing room for his daughter to adjust in the moments of collision. In a distant residential building, Burma stood on the balcony, gazing at the radiant glow emanating from the training room. With a smile, she messaged Trankus, "Your father has once again given Bra special training today. Make sure to ask him to teach you a few moves too. You shouldn't always be outshone by your sister." In the training room, Vegeta observed Bra's increasingly adept movements and was suddenly reminded of many years ago when he first encountered Wukong aboard Frieza's spaceship. Back then, he believed strength was everything, until he had a family and a planet to protect, realizing that true strength lies in controlling one's power during a punch and remembering home while battling. "What are you thinking about, father?" Bra's voice interrupted his reverie. Vegeta withdrew his gaze, his purple aura coalescing once more. "Nothing. Let us go another round. This time I want to go easy on you." Bra smiled, assuming her combat stance, her soft purple aura shimmering in the sunlight. "I'm ready whenever you are." The metallic walls of the training room reflected the silhouettes of two figures in constant interplay, one as solid as a mountain and the other as ethereal as a meteor. Their energies collided, producing a melodious hum, akin to a song of the Saiyans, singing of strength and gentleness, legacy and guardianship, and the unspoken family moments tucked within the creases of their training outfits. When the training session's bell rang, Bra's forehead glistened with fine sweat, yet her smile radiated brightly. Vegeta handed her a bottle of energy drink, and as he watched her tilt her head back to drink, he suddenly felt that the future of Vegeta star might be brighter than he had imagined. For it harbored not only the fists of warriors, but also the warmth of family and countless mornings like this, infusing their strength with deeper meaning. Chapter 96, Wufan and Bidalai. Cultivating a new generation of warriors. The afternoon sun in Sadan City streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the martial arts hall, casting grid-like patches of light on the floor. Wufan, dressed in loose training attire, bent down to adjust his son Xiaofang's protective gear. The little girl, sporting twin ponytails, had her white training outfit speckled with grass, evidently having just rolled around in the yard. "Daddy, I want to be able to shoot golden light like Grandpa," Xiaofeng exclaimed, waving her tiny fists, her childlike voice echoing off the wooden floor and startling a few sparrows perched on the windowsill. Bidalai entered with 2 cups of water, chuckling as she ruffled her daughter's hair in response. "First, learn to stand firm." She placed the cups on the bench in the resting area, her gaze turning to Wufan, who was demonstrating basic punching techniques. The arc of his wrist rotation was much gentler than during the martial arts tournament years ago, clearly having slowed down deliberately. "Pay attention, Xiaofeng," Wufan said, half-squatting to meet his daughter's eyes. "When you punch, it's not just about the strength of your arms. You need to transfer the power from your legs, like this." He gently nudged her knee, causing it to bend slightly, lowering her center of gravity. "Yes, just like a little kitten getting ready to pounce on a ball." Xiaofeng tilted her head, attempting to adjust her stance like her father, but lost her balance and plopped down on the floor with a thud. Instead of crying, she threw her head back and laughed heartily, revealing her newly grown front teeth. "Daddy, the floor is so soft." Bidalai walked over to help her up, brushing off the dust from her pants. "You are just like your grandpa when he was little." Falling and laughing, she turned to Wufan, a mix of exasperation and tenderness in her eyes. "Are you being too strict?" "She's only 5. Not too strict," Wufan replied with a smile, wiping the sweat from Xiaofeng's face. "I just want her to understand that strength is not for show, just as Grandpa taught me. Becoming stronger is for the sake of protecting those we care about." His gaze drifted to the family portrait on the wall, where Wukong smiled brightly, revealing 2 rows of teeth, while Chi-Chi playfully scolded him, and Wufan, dressed in his school uniform, stood beside Bidalai, who flashed a victory sign. By the way, Biddle seemed to remember something, pulling an invitation from her bag. There's a youth martial arts exchange tomorrow at the Wudao Hall in Shidu. The organizers have invited us to bring Xiaofang to watch. Wu Fan took the invitation, which bore the words New Generation Martial Artist Cultivation Program along with the logo of Burmese company. Is this sponsored by Aunt Burma? Yes. She said she wants to see how much enthusiasm the current children have for martial arts. Biddle sat on the bench, watching Xiaofang practice kicking on the mat. Honestly, I wish Xiaofang could grow up like a normal child, but every time she sees you training, her eyes light up like stars. Wu Fan joined Biddle on the bench, both gazing at their daughter bouncing around in the sunlight. Xiaofang was attempting to mimic her father's earlier punching technique, her small arms swinging rapidly, but missing even her own shadow. In her exertion, she lost balance and fell again. I used to fall all the time too. Wu Fan suddenly recalled, warmth lacing his voice with nostalgia. Back then, Dad would always say that falling meant you hadn't yet found your footing. Once you do, you can run faster than the wind. He turned to Biddle. Do you remember? The first time we met at the martial arts tournament. I was too scared to transform into a Super Saiyan because I didn't want to frighten anyone. Biddle nodded with a smile. I remember very well. You stood on the stage in your martial arts uniform, your face as red as a tomato, and then you flew your opponent away with just one move. She grasped Wu Fan's hand, her fingers tracing the faint scar on his hand, left from the battle with Shalu. But your eyes were so determined back then. Just like when you teach Xiaofang now. Because the things worth protecting have always been there, Wu Fan replied softly. At that moment, Xiaofang suddenly dashed over, holding up a red wristband that glimmered with green light. Daddy, look. Grandpa gave me this. She held the bracelet up before Wu Fan, and Grandpa said, put this on, and you will be as formidable as him. Wu Fan took the bracelet and recognized it as the latest energy sensing ring developed by Bulma, capable of real-time monitoring of the wearer's energy fluctuations and simulating different gravitational environments. Just as he was about to speak, the bracelet emitted a beeping sound, and the green light transformed into a gentle blue. It was Grandpa's communication. Xiaofang jumped and clapped her hands. A holographic projection of Goku appeared on the bracelet, seemingly aboard a spaceship, with a dazzling starry sky as the backdrop. Wu Fan, Xiaofang. Goku's voice carried the whisper of the wind. That bracelet can adjust gravity from 1 times to 5 times. Let Xiaofang practice gradually, no need to rush. By the way, I discovered a glowing fruit at the edge of the universe. I will bring it back for you to taste. Daddy, I can punch now. Xiaofang snatched the bracelet and demonstrated a crooked punch to the projection, saying, look. Goku laughed heartily in the projection. Impressive. Much better than Wu Fan was at your age. When I return, I will teach you the Kamehameha. After the communication ended, Xiaofang hugged the bracelet, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wu Fan. Daddy, I want to learn the Kamehameha too. Wu Fan and Biddy exchanged glances, both smiling. Wu Fan gently placed his daughter's small fist against her waist. The secret of the Kamehameha lies in concentrating your energy here. He guided Xiaofang's hand to slowly push forward, as if transforming the courage within her heart into a beam of light. Under her father's guidance, Xiaofang's small hand gradually pushed forward, though there were no energy fluctuations. She executed it quite impressively. Sunlight filtered through her fingers. Chapter 97. The Slumber of the Dragon Balls, a temporary farewell to wishes. At the observatory atop Shidu, the bronze observation dome slowly opened in the twilight, revealing a velvety night sky studded with stars. Bulma was calibrating the latest energy analyzer. The green waves on the screen were tracking the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, suspended in the stratosphere 30,000 meters above the Earth, their red glow visibly fading, transforming into scattered specks of light dissipating within the clouds. The energy readings continued to decline. Bulma adjusted her glasses, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. I never expected this slumber to arrive so suddenly. Even the warning system did not react. Goku sat cross-legged at the edge of the observation platform, swinging his legs, spinning a freshly picked orange in his hands, the citrus fragrance mingling with the evening breeze wafting away. Isn't slumber quite normal? He took a big bite of the orange, juice trickling down to his collar. The last Dragon Ball from Namek slept for nearly a decade. Vegeta stood in the shadow of the dome, unconsciously rubbing the detector at his waist. The energy curve of the Dragon Balls displayed on the screen had flattened, resembling an EKG that had turned into a straight line. Normal? He scoffed. Without the reliance on wishes, some people might find it hard to sleep at night. This remark was clearly directed at Goku. Yet it received no response as Goku was busy accurately tossing the orange seeds into a nearby trash can, thoroughly enjoying himself. Bulma shot Vegeta a glare. Keep your comments to yourself. Slumber is a natural law of the Dragon Balls. Kami just messaged saying they have absorbed too much chaotic wish energy and need time to settle and purify. The dragon will not be summoned again for at least a century. A century? Wufan's voice came from the staircase, having just escorted Biddy, Li, and Xiaofang home. A light sheen of sweat on his brow. He recalled Grandpa's leg injury. Remembering how the turtle sage had hurt his back during training and had planned to wish for recovery once the Dragon Balls were gathered. But it seemed that hope had vanished. Grandpa doesn't care, Goku said, popping the last segment of the orange into his mouth. Last time I asked him if he wanted to wish to be young again. He said enjoying tea and sunlight now is much more comfortable than fighting and killing in his youth. This remark lightened the atmosphere. Krillin approached, holding his 1-year-old son Marin, who was clutching a Dragon Ball model, babbling as he attempted to put it in his mouth. Actually, this is quite good, Krillin scratched his bald head. Previously, we always relied on wishes to solve problems. This time, it's a chance to try facing things ourselves. Last time, Wufan's roof was blown off by a typhoon. It took us 3 days to fix it. Although it was tiring, looking at the new roof, Marin said it was sturdier than what the dragon could create. That was due to poor craftsmanship, Vegeta bluntly pointed out. If it were me, I could have finished it in a day. Yet the curve of his lips betrayed him. Recalling how last week, his energy device in the garden short-circuited, and it was Goku who came with Wufan to help fix it. The three of them spent an afternoon together, finally sitting on the grass and sharing sandwiches made by Bulma, as the setting sun cast long shadows. Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the screen, "Look, the last Dragon Ball's red glow has also vanished." Everyone looked up, watching as the 7 points of light in the night sky gradually dimmed, resembling extinguished candle flames. As one passed by Orion, it suddenly burst into a shower of golden sparks, as if waving goodbye. Goku instinctively waved back, responding to that silent farewell. A century, Trunks leaned against the railing, gazing in the direction of the disappearing lights, not too long, yet not too short. He recalled how, as a child, he would always pester his father for the latest gaming console. But now he felt a greater sense of accomplishment playing the one he saved up for with his pocket money. Xiao approached, clutching a folder containing the newly drafted emergency plan for the wishless period. The medical team had already compiled a list of patients needing long-term treatment, planning to use the newly developed regeneration pods to replace the healing abilities of the dragon. The construction team was optimizing the earthquake-resistant structures so that they would no longer need to trouble the dragon to repair houses during stormy weather. She handed the folder to Bulma and added, "Furthermore, the enrollment for the youth martial arts class has surged. They want to become stronger on their own and no longer rely on wishes." "Now that's more like it," Goku smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. "See? Without the Dragon Balls, everyone is even more motivated." Suddenly, he shouted, "Hey, dragon! See you in a century. By then, I will have become much stronger. So don't fail to recognize me." The night wind carried away his voice, but could not disperse the laughter on the observation platform. Vegeta turned and walked toward the stairs, leaving behind an indifferent remark, yet his pace slowed slightly, as if waiting for the person behind to catch up. Krillin entertained the child in his arms, pointing to the starry sky and saying that was where the Dragon Balls were sleeping. Bulma took a screenshot of the energy curve, saved it as her phone wallpaper, titling it a century's agreement. Wufan gazed at Goku's back, suddenly recalling the scene when he first summoned the dragon as a child. Wishing for the people killed by Cell to be revived, the dragon's light illuminating the entire sky. Yet now, without the dazzling radiance, only the stars twinkled quietly, bringing him a deeper sense of peace. "Daddy," Wufan walked over to stand beside Goku, gazing at the night sky. "In a century, Xiaofang will have grown up, right?" "Certainly." Goku's eyes sparkled. "By then, let her try summoning the dragon. Perhaps she will be even more formidable than us." In the distance, the city lit up with thousands of lights. Without the dragon's glow, the light spilling from those windows felt especially warm. Someone was studying blueprints under the light. Someone was practicing martial arts, and someone was telling children the story of the Dragon Balls, explaining that they had not vanished but were simply sleeping in the sky for a long time, waiting for people to learn to protect their lives without relying on wishes, at which point they would awaken. The night breeze swept through the observation platform's railing, carrying the aroma from a bakery nearby. Goku patted his belly. "Time to go, Bulma. Do you still have pudding in your fridge? If not, Let's go to Chi-Chi's for dinner. She made barbecue today. Go enjoy your barbecue. Bulma laughed, giving him a gentle shove. Yet as she turned, she told Vegeta, remember to come to the lab tomorrow to help calibrate the regeneration pods. Don't be late again. Understood. Vegeta's voice faded around the corner of the stairs, but the sound of him dialing a phone could still be faintly heard. Hello? Trunks. Adjust my training plan. Double the intensity. The instruments on the observation platform gradually fell silent. Only the energy analyzer continued to slowly record the energy flow of the night sky. The last trace of energy left by the 7 Dragon Balls, like seeds scattered across the heavens, slowly settled within the starlight. Perhaps the essence of the Dragon Ball's slumber lies not in the deprivation of hope, but in the revelation that the courage, perseverance, and mutual support embedded in daily life are indeed more reliable forces than mere wishes. A century from now, whether the Shenlong will awaken is of little consequence. What truly matters is that throughout this century, each individual is learning to become their own Shenlong, striving to actualize those long-held aspirations once entrusted to mere desires. The laughter of Wukong resonates from below, mingling with Krillin's enthusiastic responses, traversing the starry summer night, distant as a seed just beginning to sprout. Chapter 98. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament, a contest of friendship. The main arena of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament hovers in the synchronized orbit of Zhongli, a massive circular venue encased in a transparent dome, offering a clear view of the distant swirling planetary belt. Martial arts masters from 78 planets gather here, their energy fluctuations coalescing into a vibrant sea of light on the detectors, with the most dazzling energy emanating from the representatives of Earth and the Zephyr Star team. During the opening ceremony, when the host announces Earth's son Wukong, Wukong descends in an orange martial arts uniform on his Kintown, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Following him are Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, and the first-time participant, Xiao Fong, now a graceful 16-year-old young lady, her energy aura reminiscent of Wukong in his youth. Dad, I heard that the captain of the Zephyr team can manipulate gravitational fields. Should we rehearse our strategy in advance? Xiao Fong inquires while adjusting her wrist guards, her eyes brimming with eagerness. Wukong chuckles, waving his hand dismissively. No need. We'll know what to do once we start fighting. In the first match, the Earth team faces the Namek team. Krillin steps up first, confronting a Namek warrior towering over him by 3 heads. Instead of engaging head-on, he skillfully navigates through the openings in his opponent's energy waves, ultimately delivering a precise Ki attack that shatters the opponent's defenses, securing a clean victory. Applause erupts from the stands. Wukong gives Krillin a thumbs up, while Vegeta scoffs, too slow. Although he feigns disdain, he hands Krillin a bottle of energy drink as he exits the arena. In the second round, Xiao Fong faces a descendant of the Frieza force. The opponent unleashes a torrent of ferocious energy, attempting to intimidate her. However, recalling her grandfather's words, power is not about scaring others. She deftly avoids the adversary's grand attack, using the momentum to execute a spinning kick that lands squarely under the opponent's ribs. The explosive speed of her strike prompts Wukong to leap to his feet, beaming with delight. Doesn't that move resemble what I taught you? He turns to ask Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi nods with a smile, her eyes glistening with tears as she recalls the days when that little infant clutched a milk bottle, now capable of standing on her own. As the semifinals commence against the Zephyr team, the atmosphere becomes palpably tense. When the opposing captain, Loka, enters, the gravitational field in the arena warps, causing the ground beneath Wukong to sink as if gripped by an unseen force. Experience the burden of tenfold gravity. Loka's voice reverberates through the energy barrier, his aura pulsating with intensity. Yet Wukong, seemingly unfazed, even bounces lightly on his feet. Only 10 times. That's lighter than Vegeta's training room. In an instant, he vanishes from his spot, reappearing behind Loka, gently placing a hand on the captain's shoulder. Your gravitational field holds no sway over me. Realizing something is amiss, Loka attempts to retract his power, but Wukong has already propelled him beyond the gravitational limits, executing a flawless shoulder throw midair. As Loka lands, gazing at his distorted energy field, he comprehends that his opponent has surpassed his understanding. The final match unfolds between the Earth team and the remnants of the Saiyan tribe. The young warriors of the Saiyan race, inheritors of Broly's fierce bloodline, launch an all-out assault with primal ferocity. Vegeta faces their captain, his violet aura igniting into flames. each punch resonating with the sound of air being sliced. Gohan employs gentle energy techniques to neutralize their onslaught, wrapping around his opponents like flowing water, rendering their brute strength ineffective. In the climactic battle, Wukong confronts the Saiyan prodigy, Liar. Liar's transformation bears a striking resemblance to Broly, his golden aura swirling with destructive energy. I will surpass all Saiyans. Liar bellows as he charges forward, his fists imbued with the power to tear through space. Wukong, however, remains calm, waiting until Liar draws near before sidestepping and gently tapping his fingertip against Liar's back. Instantly, Liar's energy becomes chaotic, his aura extinguishing, leaving him momentarily stunned. Power is not meant for destruction, Wukong remarks with a smile. Don't you think this is much easier? Liar lowers his gaze, his eyes reddening. But they all say Saiyans must fight until death. That is a relic of a bygone era. Wukong reassures him, helping him to his feet. Now we can spar with smiles, and afterwards, let us enjoy some barbecue together. During the closing ceremony, when the referee announces the Earth team as champions, Wukong hands the trophy to Liar. This is for you. Your courage deserves recognition. He turns to the entire arena and declares, now, who wishes to spar with me? Just for fun, no serious fighting. In an instant, countless hands are raised. Warriors from various planets surge onto the arena, liberated from the pressures of victory and defeat. Engaging in pure martial arts exchange, Wukong weaves through the crowd, racing against the Zephyr warriors, competing in energy control with the Namekians, laughter echoing throughout the venue. Vegeta leans against the railing, observing Wukong enveloped by admirers, a rare smile gracing his lips. Gohan, holding Xiaofang's hand, points to the father who never seems to age, softly murmuring, this is how a martial arts tournament should be. In the distant starry sky, the faint glimmers of 7 Dragon Balls flicker, seemingly illuminating this intergalactic contest of friendship with a gentle glow. Chapter 99, Master Roshi's Retirement Life, The Sunset by the Sea. The orange-red sunset bathes the ocean's surface in molten gold, waves rolling with scattered glimmers of light, crashing against the wooden steps of the Kame house, leaving behind damp traces. Master Roshi sits in a wicker chair before the house, fanning himself with a palm leaf, his straw hat tilted over his face, shielding him from the blinding sunlight. The radio broadcasts the sound of crashing waves, occasionally interspersed with the village market's announcements hawking fresh fish caught from the reef. Master, the tea has cooled, Krillin approaches, carrying a coarse clay bowl adorned with a few mint leaves, a refreshing flavor favored by Master Roshi. He places the bowl on the small table beside the wicker chair, his gaze resting on the Master's grizzled beard peeking out from under the hat, swaying gently with each breath, reminiscent of sun-kissed fluff. Master Roshi lifts a corner of his hat, revealing his squinted eyes. Krillin, today's waves are more tumultuous than yesterday. It seems a storm is brewing. He raises the tea bowl to his lips, taking a hearty sip, his Adam's apple rolling as if he were a satisfied child. Not far away on the beach, Xiaofang is busy building sandcastles with a group of children. At 18, she has grown tall, sporting a ponytail like Wukong's. Directing the children to place shells atop the sandcastle. Make this part taller, like the roof of Kame house. Her voice, bright and clear, mingles with the laughter of children, drifting to Master Roshi's ears. That girl, just like her grandfather, loves to stir things up. Master Roshi chuckles, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. He recalls when Wukong first arrived at Kame house, similarly leading Gohan in carefree beach escapades that left his seaweed sun-dried and trampled. Krillin squats beside the master, kneading his shoulders, his fingers brushing against the loose skin concealing the sinews of a lifetime of battles. You remember the last time Wukong brought Vegeta fishing? They nearly capsized your boat over a grouper. They never outgrow their competitive nature, Master Roshi scoffs, though his tone is filled with indulgence. Yet that Vegeta fellow, he can now even peel crabs for Bulma. The last time he visited, he brought me a bottle of senior nutrition supplement, claiming it's good for osteoporosis. How peculiar. Just then, a cheer erupts from the beach. Xiaofang races over, holding a volleyball, sand glistening on her shins as if dusted with gold. Grandpa came. Look, we won. Wasn't he that spike even better than your Kamehameha from back in the day? The old master, Goei Shinrin, straightened up deliberately, adopting a stern expression. Nonsense, he chided. The Kamehameha is meant for protection, not for playing volleyball. As soon as he finished speaking, he rummaged through his robe and produced a piece of fruit candy. Handing it to the girl. The little one is growing stronger. Next time, let Wukong practice with you. Xiaofang accepted the candy with a smile and skipped back to the beach. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated her silhouette, merging seamlessly with the distant horizon's glow. Colleen gazed at that radiant spectacle, suddenly recalling something. Master, I haven't seen you display the trophy from the last martial arts tournament. What's the point of displaying such trinkets? Gui Xianren waved his hand dismissively. In my youth, I yearned for championships and fame, believing that was the true measure of strength. Now, I realize that true strength lies not in how many opponents one defeats, but in witnessing you all grow and take on responsibilities. That is far more valuable than any trophy. He paused, looking out at the sea. Observe the sunset. It descends each day only to rise again the next. It is unhurried and composed. That is true skill. The waves rolled in again, this time bringing with them a shimmering silver fish, which flopped helplessly on the steps. Gui Xianren rose slowly, bent down to pick up the fish, and tossed it into a nearby bucket. I shall make fish soup tonight to nourish that little girl. Colleen watched the master's retreating figure, suddenly realizing that although the old man moved slowly, each step was steady, as if he were dancing to the rhythm of the waves. The sunset stretched his shadow long, extending it into the water, seemingly connecting it with the entire sunset. Chapter 100. A new signal from afar. The adventure is far from over. As the morning mist lingered, Wukong was abruptly awakened by the urgent beeping of his communicator. Groggily, he reached for the device resting by his pillow. The red signal point pulsating on the screen resembled an anxious heart, flickering at the edge of the cosmic star map, in a region designated by the Interstellar Alliance as unknown territory. Which little rascal has gotten into trouble now? Chi-Chi's voice wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by the savory aroma of fried eggs. Breakfast is almost ready. If you don't get up soon, the bacon will burn. Wukong ruffled his tousled hair, tapping the screen with his fingertip, magnifying the source of the signal instantly. That region of the star map appeared merely as a blurry gray shadow marked as uncharted. Yet the frequency of the signal bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy fluctuations of planet Mike, albeit fainter, akin to a flickering candle flame in the wind. Chi-Chi, I might need to take a long trip. He shuffled into the kitchen, thrusting the screen in front of his wife. Look at this signal. Doesn't it resemble the Dragon Ball radar from planet Mike? Chi-Chi arranged the fried bacon neatly on a plate, raising an eyebrow at him. Go ahead. Every time you see such a signal, your eyes light up. Remember to bring back some souvenirs for Wufan and Xiaofang. Don't come back empty-handed again. Wukong chuckled, pecking her cheek, and grabbed his jacket, rushing outside. The roar of his flight boots shattered the morning tranquility, and his figure quickly vanished into the clouds. Such was Wukong, forever like a magnet drawn to energy stones. As long as there existed unknown signals in the distance, he could not remain still. Half an hour later, in the Capsule Corporation's conference room, a holographic star map hovered in the center. Vegeta crossed his arms, standing before the image, his brow furrowed. An unknown star region? The last exploration team sent there has yet to return. Are you trying to get us killed? But this signal. Wukong pointed at the blinking red dot. Don't you find it peculiar? The Mike people left the galaxy ages ago. How could their energy fluctuations still be present? It might be a new Dragon Ball. Bulma adjusted her glasses, her fingers swiftly gliding over the control panel. This is not a natural signal. There are signs of artificial encryption. Moreover, the frequency of the fluctuations is changing, as if it is a distress call. She displayed a set of data. See here? The signal changes rhythm every 3 minutes, resembling Morse code. A distress call? Colleen leaned in, pointing at a segment of the waveform. I've seen this rhythm before. In ancient Mike texts, it signifies that stardust is being consumed. Stardust consumption? Wufan furrowed his brow, having just completed his archaeology class in college, and was particularly sensitive to such terms. Legend has it that the Mike people had a nemesis that could devour planets down to stardust. Could it be? Who cares what it is? Vegeta suddenly clenched his fists, his aura surging. This is a perfect opportunity to test my new techniques, so that certain individuals stop thinking I cannot defeat him. He shot a glance at Wukong, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Bulma tapped his head lightly. Stop thinking about fighting. I've deciphered the signal. The complete message is that stardust is consuming the quadrant and requesting assistance. She pulled up another report. The detector indicates that the gravity there is 10 times that of Earth, and the air contains unknown toxins. Ordinary spacecraft cannot enter. 10 times the gravity? Wukong's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fists. That sounds fascinating. Fascinating. Vegeta scoffed. With your stamina, you probably won't last an hour. Shall we place a bet? Wukong thumped his chest. I can stay there for an entire day? Then it's a bet. The loser has to watch the other spacecraft for a month. 3 days later, the specially modified spaceship, Stardust, roared into the sky. Inside the cabin, Wukong was engaging with the gravity training machine under 10 times the gravity. His fist struck the target with a dull thud, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor, soon forming a small puddle. Stop wasting your energy. Vegeta leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Once we reach our destination, you'll have your share of suffering. Save your strength for then. Mind your own business. Wukong grinned, increasing the intensity of his punches. Once we locate the signal source, there may be formidable opponents waiting. Wufan was seated at the control panel, perusing the ancient texts of Mike. The texts state that the Stardust Devourer is a moving black hole. The Mike people migrated to escape it. But why has it suddenly appeared here? Colleen polished his lightsaber, its blade reflecting a tense glow. Whatever it is, everyone needs to be cautious. The last exploration team that went missing left behind their final footage, stating that the sand there bites. The sand bites? Wukong stroked his chin, intrigued. That sounds stranger than Shalu. I'm rather looking forward to it. As the spaceship traversed the asteroid belt, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, "Look outside." Through the viewport, countless particles of stardust swirled like living creatures, forming a luminescent river that flowed slowly toward the unknown quadrant. Among the stardust, it seemed as if fragmented points of light were hidden, and upon closer inspection, they appeared to be countless blinking eyes. "This is the Stardust Devourer?" Wufan murmured. "They are moving?" Vegeta's expression grew serious. Energy readings are skyrocketing, surpassing even Frieza's final form. "Wukong, do not act impulsively." Yet Wukong had already fastened his seatbelt, his finger incessantly tapping the activation button. "Relax. I am Suin Wukong." His smile radiated brilliantly in the reflection of the stardust. "And don't you think? The more dangerous the place, the more intriguing the secrets hidden within." The moment the spaceship entered the unknown quadrant, the gravity suddenly intensified, pinning everyone to their seats. Outside, the stardust surged like a tide, crashing against the hull, producing creaking sounds as if countless tiny teeth were gnawing at the metal. The signal is strengthening. Bulma focused on the screen. Just 3 light years ahead. It's a planet enveloped in stardust. Wukong had already unbuckled his seatbelt, floating within the cabin while stretching. "I'll go down to take a look. You all follow behind." "Wait." Vegeta grabbed him. "Together. Don't be a lone hero again." They exchanged glances, both laughing. After all these years, they remained the same, eager to compete, yet unable to resist standing back to back in the face of danger. As the hatch opened, the stardust surged in as if alive. Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans, their golden auras exploding through the stardust to carve a path. "Let us see who finds the signal source first," Vegeta shouted, weaving through the stardust. "You're bound to lose." Wukong's laughter echoed even further. Their figures quickly vanished into the shimmering stardust, leaving behind 2 trails of golden light, like a shimmering ribbon adorning the dark cosmos. Bulma watched the 2 glowing points on the screen and smiled at Wufan. "Your father and Uncle Vegeta are forever like children who never grow up." Wufan nodded, gazing at the 2 radiant trails. He understood that their adventure would forever signal new beginnings, ever beckoning to uncharted territories. Much like that distress signal pulsating amidst the stardust, both a warning of peril and an invitation to the next journey. The Xingqianhao continued its voyage, with the sounds of Wukong and Vegeta bickering resonating through the communicator, mingled with the delicate chimes of stardust colliding, akin to a chaotic yet vibrant melody. Suddenly, Gohan grasped the profound truth that adventures are never truly concluded, as long as there remain signals from afar and a burning curiosity for the unknown within their hearts. They would eternally be on the road. That flickering signal was merely one among countless new beginnings, much like the past encounters on Namek, with the androids and Majin Buu. Each signal heralded a new meeting, a fresh opportunity for growth, and a journey forever deserving of anticipation. The distant signal continued to shimmer, akin to the universe winking, softly whispering, "Come, for there are more tales yet to unfold." Chapter 101, Remnants of the Cosmic Core, the Unfading Energy. Deep within the enigmatic quadrant shrouded in stardust, Wukong's super blue aura blazed fiercely under tenfold gravity. He floated above a fragment of a floating continent, the stones beneath his feet shimmering with peculiar iridescence, each crack flowing with liquid energy, as if shattered rainbows were solidified within the rock. This substance was far more scorching than Frieza's energy spheres. Wukong shook his hand, still tingling from the energy's burn. Earlier, when he dared to touch the rock, the energy had burrowed into his skin and threatened to assimilate his very being. Had he not swiftly repelled it with his aura, he might have lost his arm. Vegeta emerged from the stardust, his purple aura coalescing into a tangible armor around him. He grasped an irregular crystal, within which a dark purple stream of light swirled slowly, reminiscent of lightning trapped in ice. "I've detected an energy response," he announced, tossing the crystal to Wukong. The frequency fluctuations aligned perfectly with the residual background radiation from the Big Bang. Upon catching the crystal, Wukong felt a familiar tremor emanate from his palm, reminiscent of the energy characteristics akin to the cosmic core. Many years prior, during their confrontation with the Eraser, they had briefly encountered fragments of the cosmic core, the primal force capable of tearing through the fabric of space-time, a memory that still sent shivers down their spines. Could this be the remnants of the cosmic core's explosion? Gohan's incredulous voice crackled through the communicator. He was piloting the Xingqian Hao, scanning from a safe distance, observing the energy spectrum on his screen resembling a flame in frantic motion. The data indicated that these remnants were slowly coalescing, each rock emitting gravitational waves, as if breathing with life. Klin's voice followed, laced with evident tension. "I just saw some stardust being pulled into the remnants. The moment they touched the rocks, they transformed into a new energy flow." Vegeta suddenly pointed towards the center of the continental debris. "Look there." The group turned their gaze to see a massive vortex at the remnant's core, dark purple energy swirling within, forming a luminous column connecting heaven and earth. The stardust at the top of the column was being incessantly torn apart, reconstituted into minute energy particles, merging with the floating continent. Rather than mere remnants, this was a living entity undergoing self-repair, consuming stardust to augment itself. Wukong tightened his grip on the crystal. If it were to fully coalesce, the consequences would be dire. Before he could finish his thought, the vortex suddenly accelerated, unleashing an energy whip that sliced through the air. Wukong sidestepped, but the energy whip detonated behind him, scattering countless tiny energy fragments like bullets in all directions. Vegeta's purple aura surged instantly, shielding him from the fragments, only to discover that upon contact, they began to absorb energy, swelling in size. "Damn it, this thing can parasitize," Vegeta exclaimed, retreating sharply, unleashing an energy wave that obliterated the expanding fragments into dust. Yet, the moment the powder touched the ground, it reformed into even smaller energy entities, resembling a swarm of greedy ants. "Do not attack recklessly." Gohan's urgent voice resonated. "The scans reveal that the core of these energy entities is a vacuum singularity. The more we attack, the more energy they absorb." Wukong observed the ever-splitting energy entities and recalled Vui's words. The universe's primordial energy holds no notions of good or evil. Much like water can both carry a boat and capsize it, the key lies in how it is guided. He inhaled deeply, gradually retracting his super blue aura, allowing the crystal in his palm to emit a gentle glow. "Vegeta, try guiding the energy, do not resist." Wukong's voice steadied as he extended his palm, slowly infusing his energy into the rocks beneath him. A curious scene unfolded. The once agitated energy flows, upon contact with his aura, seemed to find direction, flowing along the cracks in the rock towards a specific point. Vegeta frowned, clearly unaccustomed to this gentle approach, yet witnessing the calming energy flow from Wukong. He mimicked the action, transforming his purple aura into slender streams that reached for the nearest crystal. Initially, the dark purple energy within the crystal resisted fiercely, attempting to consume his aura, but as Vegeta continually adjusted the energy frequency, it gradually became docile, akin to a tamed beast. "Effective," Klin cheered from the Xingqian Hao, noting a 30 decrease in energy turmoil. Wukong's forehead beaded with sweat. Guiding these primordial energies was far more exhausting than mere combat. Each frequency adjustment felt like walking a tightrope, as a moment's negligence could lead to backlash. He sensed a yearning within these energies, not for destruction, but for a return to order, much like scattered droplets of water longing to reunite with the sea. "So, you do not wish to destroy," Wukong murmured to the rocks beneath him. "You merely wish to go home, do you not?" Almost as if in response, The energy flow within the rocks surged forward, following his guidance towards the vortex's center. A similar phenomenon occurred on Vegeta's side. The tamed energy flowed like a purple river into the radiant column connecting heaven and earth. Vegeta observed the scene before him, his pupils narrowing slightly. He could feel that, under his guidance, the properties of these energies were shifting. The dark purple glow gradually revealed golden hues, the purified essence of cosmic energy, gentle and brimming with vitality. The luminous column at the vortex's center grew increasingly radiant, transforming the formerly turbulent energy flows into a serene stream, akin to a meticulously combed river of stars. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, simultaneously amplifying their energy output. Their auras intertwined mid-air, forming a luminous ribbon of gold and silver, enveloping the scattered energy entities and gently nudging them towards the vortex. "Daddy, Uncle Vegeta." Xiaofang's voice suddenly erupted through the communicator, brimming with excitement. Look at the scanning image from the Xingqian Hao. In the holographic projection emitted by Xingqian Hao, the energies guided back to the vortex were coalescing into a transparent core. Within the core, countless tiny points of light revolved slowly, resembling a miniature universe. With the brilliance of stars being born and the silence of collapsing nebulae, yet maintaining a perfect balance overall. Is it reconstituting into a new cosmic core? Gohan's voice conveyed reverence. Wukong smiled, withdrawing his aura. He gazed at the forming core, suddenly comprehending the significance of this adventure. The remnants of the cosmic core had never sought destruction. They had merely lost their way after the explosion, akin to a lost child. Their arrival was not to annihilate, but to guide, helping the unfading energies find their path home. Vegeta also retracted his aura, the purple glow around him gradually subsiding. He regarded the transparent core, unusually refraining from his usual sharp remarks, softly commenting, "It is quieter than I imagined." The vortex gradually ceased its rotation, and the new cosmic core hovered at the center of the debris, emanating a gentle white light. The floating continental remnants no longer emitted gravitational waves, but began orbiting the core like satellites, while the energy flows within the rocks turned docile, as if adorning the earth with a radiant ribbon. The Xingqian Hao slowly descended upon the remnants, and Klin and Gohan eagerly rushed out to marvel at the core. Xiaofang extended her hand, yearning to touch, but was halted by Wukong. "Not just yet," he chuckled, "it is still growing. Much like a seed just beginning to sprout, requiring time." Vegeta approached the core, his fingertips hovering mere centimeters away, sensing the gentle energy caressing his skin, akin to a spring breeze sweeping over a meadow. Perhaps, in the future, it shall evolve into the new cosmic guardian core. It was rare for him to express such sentimental thoughts, and upon uttering them, he found himself momentarily taken aback, quickly averting his gaze, merely speculating. Wukong burst into hearty laughter, patting his shoulder. "I think so too. Who knows, when we return next time, there may be luminous trees sprouting here." The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the stardust, gilding the remnants with a radiant sheen. The new cosmic nucleus shimmered in the light, resembling a carefully nurtured pearl. Standing beside the core, the onlookers remained silent, yet understood in their hearts that certain energies would never truly dissipate. They merely transformed into different forms of existence, awaiting comprehension, guidance, and gentle care. On the return journey, outside the porthole of the stardust, that new core continued to twinkle. Wukong leaned against the window, watching it gradually diminish into a speck of light amidst the stardust, suddenly recalling his grandfather's words from his childhood. "The universe is vast, filled with many things we do not understand, but as long as we harbor kindness, even the most tumultuous energy can transform into a warm light." At that moment, he finally grasped the essence of those words. Adventures may come to an end, yet the tales of the universe persist, much like the energies that remain unscattered, forever blossoming with new possibilities in some unsuspecting corner. Vegeta sat opposite him, seemingly in a meditative state, yet the corners of his mouth subtly curved upward. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Wukong would fidget restlessly due to some new signal, and he, inevitably, would follow suit, for the universe is vast, teeming with unknown energies awaiting their comprehension, their witness, and to be tenderly safeguarded in the unique manner of the Saiyans. Chapter 102. Xiaofang's first martial arts trophy. The wooden floor of the dojo was scorched by the afternoon sun, and a faint stain had formed on the back of Xiaofang's white martial arts uniform. Clenching her fists, she stood at the center of the arena, facing a boy half a head taller than her, who grinned widely. "Little girl, keep this up, and you'll be crying." "I won't." Xiao Fong dashed forward, her fist slicing through the air towards his ribs. This was her first time participating in the semi-finals of the children's martial arts competition, and her opponent was a Jian, the reigning champion from the neighboring town. In the previous round, she had been overwhelmed by his speed, suffering a scrape on her left arm, blood seeping onto her uniform like a defiant little red flower. In the audience, Wukong rested his chin on his hand, a look of pride illuminating his face, his tail subtly swaying beneath the seat. "Look at that determination. It's just like her grandfather in his youth." Chi-Chi anxiously clutched a tissue beside him, while Gohan firmly held her other hand. "Stay calm. Xiaofang can handle it." Gohan's gaze remained fixed on his daughter, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. He had specially cut short his archaeological internship to return, pocketing a roll of specialized bandages he had woven through the night, 3 times sturdier than ordinary ones. At the edge of the arena, Kiririn held a camera, his lens focused intently on the action. "She's going to win." That's the flash punch Gohan taught her. A Jian, evidently unprepared for Xiao Fang's sudden change of tactic, hastily leaned aside to evade, only to be met by her swift kick to his knee. He stumbled back, eyes widening in astonishment. "What was that?" "That's called meteor fall." Xiao Fang gasped, strands of hair sticking to her sweat-drenched forehead. "My dad says that fighting isn't just about strength." She recalled her father adjusting her ankle during practice last week, repeatedly emphasizing that her center of gravity must be stable, just like a tree rooted in the earth. A Jian regained his stance, the playful expression on his face replaced with seriousness. "Let us go again." The two engaged once more, the sharp sounds of their strikes reverberating through the dojo. Xiao Fang's breath grew more rapid, the sting from her wound flaring painfully. Yet she gritted her teeth. Her mother had once said that her grandfather fought to protect Earth, never retreating despite his injuries. Her father would study ancient texts until dawn when faced with challenges at academic conferences. She could not afford to lose, not for the trophy, but to avoid disappointing those expectant gazes. In the final 10 seconds, a Jian's fist grazed past Xiao Fang's ear, ruffling her hair. Seizing the momentum, she quickly crouched, her fingertips gently pressing against his calf, a technique secretly taught to her by Uncle Vegeta, who said that to take down a taller opponent, one must attack their base. A Jian's balance faltered, and Xiao Fang seized the opportunity, driving her elbow against his chest and pushing him out of bounds. As the whistle sounded, Xiao Fang maintained her elbow-up stance until the referee raised her hand, at which point she finally reacted, dropping to the ground in tears. These were not tears of sorrow, but of exhaustion after exerting herself fully, sweat mixed with her tears, pooling on the floor in small circles. "We won." Xiao Fang won. Wukong was the first to leap up, his tail enthusiastically swishing over the heads of the front-row spectators. Chi-Chi laughed, wiping her tears, while Gohan had already vaulted over the barrier and rushed into the arena, carefully checking his daughter's wounds. "Does it hurt?" Gohan's voice was gentle, his fingertips brushing the edge of the bandage. Xiao Fang shook her head, leaping into his embrace. "Dad, I did it. Just like Grandpa." "Even better than Grandpa," Gohan replied, lifting her in his arms and planting a kiss on her forehead. "Grandpa wasn't this composed at your age." In the backstage resting area, Vegeta stood in the corner, arms crossed, feigning a stern expression. Yet, when Xiao Fang glanced his way, he pulled a small metallic trinket from his pocket and tossed it to her. "Here. This is your reward for winning." It was a small model spaceship crafted from Saiyan alloy, with Xiao Fang's name etched on its wings. "Thank you, Uncle Vegeta." Xiao Fang twirled with the model in hand, momentarily forgetting the pain from her injury. Bulma playfully nudged Vegeta. "You clearly spent 3 hours polishing that last night. Stop pretending to be tough." Vegeta huffed, a faint blush creeping to his ears. During the award ceremony, the director handed Xiao Fang the crystal trophy. Although modest in size, it felt heavy in her hands, with sunlight refracting through the crystal, casting rainbows upon her injured arm. She suddenly recalled her grandfather's words before the competition. "The trophy is merely made of stone. What truly matters is conquering oneself." In the audience, Wukong held his phone to record, his hands trembling. Chi-Chi and Bulma leaned together, whispering about how their child had grown. Gohan watched proudly as his daughter raised the trophy high. Chapter 103, Bra's Anomaly. The awakening of Saiyan Potential. Bra sat in the kindergarten's block area, her small hands clutching a triangular block, yet her gaze was not fixed on the castle she was building, but rather on the window outside, where an injured sparrow was flapping its wings, blood staining its feathers. Suddenly, she set down the block, dashed out without saying goodbye to her teacher. Her little figure sprinting across the lawn, moving at least twice as fast as during playtime, like a streak of pink lightning. "Bruh, slow down," the caregiver shouted. But she could only watch in astonishment as the little girl caught the sparrow just before it landed, her fingers gently brushing over the bird's broken wing. What was even more astonishing was that a faint golden glow emanated from Bra's palm, and as the light enveloped the sparrow's wound, the bloodstains visibly faded. The caregiver stood frozen until Bra returned, cradling the revived sparrow, looking up with a bright face. "It's all better now. It can fly." Only then did she snap back to reality, hurriedly contacting Bra's parents. When Vegeta received the call, he was calibrating a new gravity training pod, his brows furrowing instantly at the news. "I understand," he replied curtly, hanging up and grabbing his coat, passing through the living room where he collided with Trunks. "Come with me to Bra's school. There's a situation." Trunks, chewing on an energy bar, raised an eyebrow. What trouble has little sis gotten into this time? Did she snatch someone's blocks? "This is more serious." Vegeta's tone was as cold as ice. The caregiver said she healed an injured sparrow and used some strange light. The energy baton of Talon Kassi fell to the ground with a thud. The Scion's potential predominantly leans towards destruction, and healing abilities have seldom manifested within their lineage. Unless he dared not contemplate further, hastening to catch up with his father. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Bula was being led by her caretaker, standing by the guardroom. Upon witnessing the descent of Vegeta's spacecraft, she immediately broke free from the caretaker's grasp and rushed over, wrapping her small arms tightly around Vegeta's leg. "Daddy, I didn't mean to run out. That little bird looked so pitiful." Vegeta bent down to lift her, and as his fingertips brushed against the nape of his daughter's neck, he distinctly sensed the vibrant energy fluctuations there, akin to a small flame pulsating within. "Show me your hand," he commanded, his tone serious. Bula obediently extended her small hand, the palm spotless, the previous golden halo having vanished. Yet Vegeta perceived the lingering energy traces, which spiraled around her palm in an unusual helix, nearly mirroring the awakening patterns of the Scion core described in ancient texts. "Tell Daddy, what were you thinking when your palm felt warm just now?" Vegeta endeavored to soften his voice. "I wanted it to stop hurting." Bula frowned. "When I saw it bleed, I felt uneasy here." She pointed to her chest, and then my hand felt warm, as if light was coming out. Talon Kassi squatted nearby, scanning Bula's entire body with an energy detector, the values on the screen skyrocketing astonishingly. "Dad, her baseline energy level is 3 times higher than that of her peers, and there is a type of energy within her that doesn't belong to combat." The caretaker supplemented. "Earlier today, while playing tag, Bula acted strangely. Even though she was being chased by other children, she suddenly dodged as if she had slipped, moving so fast that I could hardly discern her action." Vegeta cradled Bula as they approached the spaceship, his mind swirling with ancient legends claiming that Scions were not innately inclined solely towards destruction. In ancient times, a guardian branch existed that could wield life energy for healing, only to gradually fade away amidst the ravages of war. Could it be that Bula, as the spaceship ascended, Bula suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Daddy, look! That cloud is chasing us." Vegeta followed her gaze, spotting a dark gray cloud racing behind the spacecraft at an alarming speed, with flashes of electricity dancing along its edges. His pupils constricted. That was no natural cloud, but a concentrated mass of negative energy, specifically designed to devour biological energy. Referred to in the annals of cosmic pirates as the energy-devouring mist. Talon Kassi stabilized the course. Vegeta shielded Bula in his embrace, a violet aura igniting around him. "Bula, hold on tight to Daddy." Yet, Bula unexpectedly wriggled free from his hold, pressing her small hand against the cockpit glass, her palm once again glowing with a golden halo. The radiance pierced through the glass toward the energy-devouring mist, causing the roiling cloud to disperse as if illuminated by sunlight, leaving no trace behind. A profound silence enveloped the spacecraft. Talon Kassi's hands trembled on the controls. Did she just disperse the energy-devouring mist? Even Grandpa took ages to disperse that. Bula rubbed her palm, smiling shyly. "It looked mean, wanting to eat us, so I just wanted it to go away." Vegeta's heart sank further. The simultaneous emergence of destruction and protection, two diametrically opposed potentials, within a single Saiyan had never been recorded in history. He gazed down at his daughter's sparkling eyes, suddenly recalling a fragment of ancient literature that Bulma had once stumbled upon. When the bloodline of the Saiyans merges with the power of the star spirits, perhaps a child will be born to break the cycle of fate. The spaceship landed at their training base, where Bulma awaited at the entrance with instruments in hand. Upon seeing Bula, she rushed forward. "Let mommy see my little lucky star." She conducted a comprehensive scan of Bula, pointing at the intertwined red and golden energy lines on the screen. "Look at this energy circuit. It contains your father's combat genes along with a gentle energy reminiscent of stars. How marvelous." Bula yawned suddenly, snuggling closer into Vegeta's arms. "Daddy, I'm sleepy." Vegeta carried her towards the bedroom, passing the training area where the gravity meter inexplicably soared to 20 times its normal level, only to reset automatically upon Bula's approach. He halted, gazing down at his daughter, now fast asleep in his arms, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she were processing the unusual energies even in her dreams. "Dad." Talon Kasi approached, holding a restored image of the fragmentary document. "Look at this." When a Guardian-type Saiyan awakens, the surrounding energy field instinctively seeks to benefit and avoid harm, as if there were an invisible barrier. Vegeta took the blueprint, tracing the ancient characters with his fingertips. "It appears we are about to have an extraordinary little one." He gently pushed open the bedroom door, laying Bula on her small bed, tucking her in. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his daughter's serene face. Vegeta stood by her bedside for a long moment, then reached out to stroke her hair. Perhaps the future of the Saiyans need not be confined to the paths of conquest and destruction. In the darkness, a faint golden light flickered in Bula's palm, akin to a seed buried in the earth, quietly accumulating the strength to break through the soil. Chapter 104. The New Dragon Balls of Namek. A green miracle. The sky of Namek is forever a gentle shade of pale green, as if veiled by a thin gauze, and the air is imbued with the sweet fragrance of grass and trees. When Goku and his companions descended onto the familiar floating platform, they were greeted by the warm smiles of the elders. Compared to 30 years ago, the green-skinned Namekians appeared almost unchanged, save for the deeper lines at the corners of their eyes, like the imprints of time. "Welcome back, Goku," the Grand Elder said, seated in a floating vine chair. His voice still steady as the vine-woven sleeves swayed gently with his gestures. "I am aware of your purpose. The energy of the old Dragon Balls has long been depleted. For these years, we have been nurturing new hope." Goku scratched his head, revealing a broad smile. "Grand Elder, I've heard that the new Dragon Balls possess special abilities?" The Grand Elder nodded slightly, gesturing to the attendants behind him. Two young Namekians approached, cradling a sphere embedded in a crystal pedestal. The orb was roughly the size of a fist, entirely emerald in hue, its surface adorned with intricate spiral patterns, resembling dewdrops yet cloaked in a flowing green light. "This is the first one." The Grand Elder's fingertip brushed against the sphere, causing the green light to suddenly flare, lifting and rotating in the pedestal. The new Dragon Ball absorbed 10 years of Namek's life energy, transforming it from a mere wishing tool. "Look." As he spoke, the green light abruptly dispersed, transforming into countless tiny specks that settled on the withered branches at the edge of the platform. Remarkably, the previously curled and blackened branches unfurled at a visibly rapid pace, sprouting tender green shoots and even blooming small white flowers. "Wow!" Little Fong exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise as she leaned closer to gently touch a petal. "It can revive plants?" "Not just that." The Grand Elder's gaze glimmered with satisfaction. "The old Dragon Balls consumed the life force of the Namekians to grant wishes. But the new Dragon Balls operate contrary to that. Their energy stems from the vitality of the planet itself. When wishes are made, they do not harm us, but instead nourish the land." What just happened was essentially a boost of energy for that withered tree. Vegeta crossed his arms, standing aside with a raised eyebrow. "That sounds considerably more practical than the troublesome artifacts of the past. Can we wish for our enemies to vanish instantly?" "In theory, yes." The Grand Elder chuckled, "but it prefers creation over destruction. For instance, if you wish for an enemy to disappear, it may transport them to an uninhabited planet rather than obliterating them outright." He paused, adding, "After all, Namekians inherently despise senseless destruction." Eagerly, Goku reached out to touch the floating green Dragon Ball, only to be halted by the Grand Elder. Not so fast. It requires a master. 3 individuals with pure intentions must simultaneously infuse their energy to activate its complete form. I'll do it. Goku was the first to raise his hand, his aura erupting into a brilliant blaze, intertwining with the glow of the green Dragon Ball. Me too. Little Fong followed suit, placing her palm against the crystal pedestal, her vibrant energy resembling the playful ripples of a stream crashing against pebbles. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped forward, placing his hand beside theirs. His aura remained sharp, yet softened significantly upon encountering the green light, as if its edge had been dulled. In an instant, 3 streams of energy were injected, causing the green Dragon Ball to explode into a vibrant burst of green light, transforming into 7 spheres of varying sizes that hovered in midair, each adorned with starry patterns that shimmered with a lively brilliance. This was the complete form of the new Dragon Balls. The elder's voice brimmed with pride, for they were capable of sensing the morality behind one's wishes. Should one wish for selfish desires or destruction, the outcome would be greatly diminished. Conversely, if the wish was made for protection or creation, it would yield unexpected enhancements. As Wu Fan gazed at the smallest Dragon Ball, he pondered, for instance, wishing for barren land to yield crops? It would be revealed through trial. The elder gestured for him to make a wish. Taking a deep breath, Wu Fan softly addressed the Dragon Ball. I hope that the desolate land on the outskirts of Namek can blossom into a habitable oasis. As soon as he spoke, the 7 green Dragon Balls illuminated simultaneously, and the green light surged like a tide toward the planet's edge. The onlookers observed via the Namek observation screen as grass sprouted from the desert at a visibly rapid pace, followed by shrubs, quickly merging into a lush expanse, with springs emerging from the ground, converging into a brook. Remarkable. Xiao Fong clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming how much more powerful it was than the old Dragon Balls. Vegeta snorted derisively, yet couldn't help but glance at the screen a few more times, acknowledging its usefulness. Goku, patting his belly, chuckled. Then I shall wish for everyone to enjoy their favorite foods. The green light flickered, and suddenly, everyone found their preferred delicacies in hand. Goku's roasted meat, Xiao Fong's strawberry cake, Vegeta's premium energy cubes, and even the unique gelatinous fruits of Namek. Wow, it's real, Goku exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of the roasted meat and mumbling that it tasted even better than usual. The elder watched this scene, the lines at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. Green represents vitality. This is our response to the universe. Instead of seeking empty miracles, let us allow miracles to flourish with goodwill. As evening approached, the group prepared to depart. Goku carefully stored the 7 green Dragon Balls, suddenly recalling something. He turned back and asked, by the way, do the new Dragon Balls require a chant? The elder smiled and shook his head, gesturing to the sky. No need. They understand all languages spoken with goodwill, for goodwill itself is the finest incantation. As the spaceship ascended, Goku looked back, seeing the newly sprouted oasis shimmering under the pale green sky, the 7 green Dragon Balls radiating a gentle glow in the storage compartment, resembling 7 breathing stars. Perhaps this is the lesson the Namekians impart to the universe. True miracles do not emerge from thin air, but rather stem from the power of creating with kindness. Just like these green Dragon Balls, which, while bestowing gifts, also quietly invigorate the world. Chapter 105. The Forgotten Wish. The regret of the old Kaioshin on the stone pillars of the Kaioshin realm, moss covered the carvings. And the old Kaioshin sat cross-legged at the highest point, toying with a smooth pebble. He squinted at the distant swirling nebulae and suddenly clicked his tongue, shouting at the empty sky. Hey, that Saiyan kid's granddaughter has grown up, and my wish still hasn't been granted. The nearby Kaioshin jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the crystal ball in his hands. Senior, are you bringing this up again? It's been 800 years. What of it? The old Kaioshin brushed off the dust from the pebble, recalling how he had once sacrificed his life to unleash Goku's potential. Could he have defeated Bu otherwise? He promised me a wish once he succeeded, yet turned around and forgot. What do you call this? The Kaioshin sighed helplessly. Mr. Goku didn't he mean to forget? He got busy rebuilding Earth and took Xiao Fong on a universe tour. He probably just truly forgot. Forgotten? The old Kaioshin suddenly stood up, his loose robes sweeping across the stone pillars, startling a swarm of glowing insects. I put all my divine power into him. It felt like being bitten by 1,000 mosquitoes. No, 1,000 bees. Now look, his grandson can use ki, and here I am waiting for my wish. Just then, Goku's voice echoed from the portal. Old Kaioshin, long time no see. The old Kaioshin's eyes widened, pointing at Goku who had just stepped out of the portal. Saiyan, you finally made it. What about my wish? It was supposed to be granted 800 years ago. Goku scratched his head, chuckling foolishly, with Xiao Fong, now a graceful young woman, holding a delicately carved child, her daughter, beside him. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Goku's laughter dwindled as he noticed the old Kaioshin's furious expression and quickly added, What do you wish for? Speak up, and I will definitely grant it this time. The old Kaioshin huffed, pacing with his hands behind his back. I don't want much. He suddenly stopped, eyes sparkling. I want all the delicacies of the universe. From Earth's candied hawthorn to Namek's gelatinous fruits. From the roasted lamb of Vegeta's planet to the shimmering fish at the edge of the galaxy. I want a different dish every day. And it must be freshly made, with someone dedicated to feeding me. Xiaofang couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa, old Kaioshin's wish is just like when you were young, always dreaming of tasting every delicacy in the universe. Enough chatter. The old Kaioshin shot her a glare, then turned back to Goku. Is it doable? If not, I'll change it to have all the beautiful goddesses of the universe come dance for me. All right. Goku hurriedly interrupted, fearing he might voice an even more ridiculous wish. The food is no problem. I'll have Bulma's company develop a cross-galaxy delivery pod, ensuring you receive fresh delicacies from across the universe every day, and I'll even have a robot feed you. How about that? The old Kaioshin finally nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. Almost forgot. 800 years ago, I wanted to try Earth's stinky tofu. And you said we'd talk about it after defeating Bu. Now you must double that order. Bring me 100 servings, the kind that could knock out a Kaioshin. The Kaioshin beside him covered his face. Senior, can't you wish for something serious? Like enhancing divine power or purifying nebulae. Serious wishes are not as important as food. The old Kaioshin shot him a look, then suddenly lowered his voice to Goku. Actually, I have another regret. His voice softened. Back then, while busy helping you unlock your potential, I didn't get to say goodbye to the female Kaioshin who guarded the nebula. She still owes me a roasted sweet potato. Goku froze, recalling the female Kaioshin who often bickered with the old Kaioshin, said to have sacrificed herself while purifying the dark nebula. Watching the old Kaioshin's suddenly despondent figure, he realized that the longed-for stinky tofu might merely be an excuse. The unspoken farewell was the true, forgotten regret. Old Kaioshin, Goku suddenly spoke, aside from the food. Can I help you with something else? The old Kaioshin raised an eyebrow. What is it? I'll send Bu's reincarnation to the dark nebula to take a look. Goku's voice was soft. Perhaps they can find something she left behind, even if it's just the charred skin of a roasted sweet potato. The old Kaioshin paused, mumbling after a moment. Who cares about that? Yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. 3 days later, the cross-galaxy delivery pod landed in the Kaioshin realm, with the first meal being Earth's candied hawthorn and Namek's gelatinous fruit. Just as the robot extended the candied hawthorn towards the old Kaioshin's mouth, he suddenly said, Wait, send a portion over to the nebula first, and say it's from an old man who still remembers the roasted sweet potato from back then. Goku stood by the stone pillar, observing the old Kaioshin taking small bites of the candied hawthorn, and suddenly understood. Some wishes may seem absurd, yet harbor unspoken tenderness. Just like the old Kaioshin, what he truly desired was never the culinary delights of the universe, but rather to reclaim a fragment of memories dulled by time through those familiar tastes. Xiaofang approached with her child. Grandpa, it seems that old Kaioshin is secretly shedding tears. Let him cry for a while. Goku smiled, ruffling his granddaughter's hair. 800 years of regret surely takes time to digest. In the distance, the nebula swirled like a gentle river. Old Kaioshin licked the sugary residue from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the delivery pod that had just brought in new delicacies. Suddenly, he called out towards the nebula. Hey, I still remember the taste of the roasted sweet potatoes from back in the day. If you can hear me, next time, let me treat you to some stinky tofu. The wind whistled through the stone pillars, carrying a distant echo, like a response that had been delayed for 800 years. The long-forgotten wish was finally fulfilled, and the regrets hidden behind those desires began to warm slowly in the fragrant air of the food. Chapter 106. Wukong's Ordinary Life. The milk-delivering Saiyan at 5:30 in the morning, The sky over Earth was just beginning to blush. The sound of footsteps echoed along the forest path of Baozi Mountain. Wukong donned a faded blue work uniform, his canvas backpack filled with 6 bottles of fresh milk, and a worn metal whistle hung from his waist. It was a gift from Chi-Chi, intended to calm mischievous children he might encounter while delivering milk. "Good morning, Grandpa Turtle." He waved at the stone stump outside the cave house, where a sleepy sea turtle poked its head out, puffing a bubble in response. Wukong chuckled as he approached, retrieving a bottle of milk from his backpack and gently placing it beside the wooden box. "Today's milk has a bit of honey added. Enjoy." As he passed through the bamboo grove, the dew on the leaves dampened the hems of his pants, yet he paid it no mind, moving with the lightness of a breeze. While passing by Asian's fenced yard, a little girl with 2 braids suddenly burst out, blocking his path with a lollipop in hand. "Uncle Wukong, you promised to teach me how to do a somersault yesterday. I will come right after finishing the milk." Wukong laughed, ruffling her hair as he deftly sidestepped the girl, leaving behind a trail of cheerful laughter. "I must deliver the milk first, or it will spoil." His speed could easily allow him to circle Baozi Mountain in an instant, yet he chose not to. Chi-Chi often said, no matter how powerful a Saiyan is, they must have their feet planted firmly on the ground. Thus, he intentionally slowed his pace each day, counting the wildflowers by the roadside, listening to the early birds squabbling, and even remembering which neighbor's chicken had laid double-yolk eggs. Upon reaching the blacksmith shop at the eastern edge of the village, Wukong tiptoed to tap on the window. "Uncle Wong, I've placed the milk on the windowsill. Don't forget to invite me to your son's graduation banquet. I'll bring Wu Fan to help." The window creaked open, revealing a face covered in stubble. "Got it. Your milk delivery is more punctual than my donkey at the mill. By the way, about the energy control you mentioned yesterday, I think I'm starting to grasp it. I'll teach you when I return." Wukong waved his hand as he sprinted off, already far ahead. The patch on the back of his work uniform swayed in the morning light, a remnant from when he had helped the neighbor repair her roof. Chi-Chi's stitching was crooked, yet he had never brought himself to replace it. As he passed the stream, he crouched down to wash his face. The surface reflected his rugged face, with fine lines beginning to etch around his eyes. When he smiled, the creases could easily trap a mosquito. However, his eyes sparkled like they contained stars. He made a funny face at the water when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him and turned around sharply. "Dad!" Wu Fan jumped out from behind a tree, his backpack slung over his shoulder, holding a thermal container. "Mom made you breakfast. It's still warm." Wukong accepted the container, weighing it in his hands and feigning a frown. "Did she put too much soy sauce in again? Your mother always cooks the salted eggs like they're salt blocks." "Not at all." Wu Fan pouted. "Mom says this is called savory." He added, "I saw a spaceship crash at the mountaintop earlier. It looked like Frieza's insignia." "Got it." Wukong lifted the lid of the thermal container, took a bite of the rice ball, and mumbled, "Once I finish this last 2 bottles, I'll go take a look." He stuffed the final 2 bottles of milk into his backpack, tousled Wu Fan's hair, and reminded him, "Make sure you don't be late for school, and don't get into fights on the way home." "Understood." Wu Fan bounced away towards school, the Saiyan emblem on his backpack glinting in the light. Wukong smiled at his son's retreating figure before turning towards the old locust tree at the western end of the village. There lived a blind old woman who awaited his milk delivery every day so she could share tales of the outside world. He always turned the cosmic battles into neighborhood disputes, describing Frieza as a naughty boy who loved stealing candy and Vegeta as a proud classmate who often blushed. "Granny, shall I tell you the story of Namek today?" He squatted by the threshold, pouring the milk into her enamel bowl, explaining that the inhabitants had green skin and loved to grow fruit, including a little fellow named Dandy, who resembled a small pea. The sunlight gradually climbed over the rooftop, illuminating Wukong's calloused hands. His work uniform was stained with milk, and holes had worn into the soles of his canvas shoes. Yet when he spoke of the fruits of Namek, the light in his eyes shone brighter than during his Super Saiyan transformations. In the distance, the wreckage of the spaceship continued to smolder, but at that moment on Baozi Mountain, only the aroma of milk and the laughter from his stories filled the air. On his way back after delivering the milk, he passed the cane house and saw the sea turtle leisurely sipping the honey-infused milk while Master Rashi snored on the stone stump, his drool soaking his beard. Wukong quietly brought the whistle to his lips and blew softly. The sea turtle startled and withdrew into its shell, while Master Rashi jolted awake, feeling his beard and mumbling, "Another mischievous brat stealing my treasured magazines." Wukong laughed until he could hardly stand upright. then turned towards the direction of the fallen spaceship, his blue work uniform billowing in the wind like a flag that had not yet faded. Who says a scion destined to save the universe cannot deliver milk? In the morning light of Bowsy Mountain, he was simply an ordinary person, a remarkable one at that, who would end up with his face smeared with milk, sweetening the sea turtle's drink with honey, and turning cosmic battles into fairy tales. Chapter 107. Vegeta's Secret Training. Roaring at the moon among the ruins of Vegeta. Fragmented stones glimmered under the dim red moonlight. Vegeta stood at the edge of the highest cliff, the sleeve of his black battle suit ripped by the wind, exposing bulging veins on his forearm, with knuckles turning white from exertion. He tilted his head back to gaze at the red moon hanging in the center of the sky, which was 3 times larger than a full moon on Earth, its surface marred by craters like grotesque scars, emanating an oppressive energy. It was the primal call of the Saiyan bloodline. He gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, sweat dripping from his jawline onto his chest armor, creating a rhythmic patter. The recent training had lasted 4 hours, ranging from basic weighted squats to rapid energy blasts. He had deliberately chosen this abandoned observation station as his secret training ground, where the gravity was 10 times that of Earth, and the air still bore the radiation from the planet's explosion, making each breath feel like swallowing tiny blades. The energy detector on his wrist beeped incessantly. The numbers on the screen halted at 98,000, just a step away from the threshold of Super Saiyan Level 2. Yet that step felt as if it were separated by a sea of molten lava. Each attempt to break through would result in his energy rebounding like a wild beast, searing through his meridians. Useless. He cursed under his breath, clenching his fists tightly, energy exploding into a dazzling blue light in his palms, sending shards of stone flying beneath him. 3 years had passed since he had been defeated by Wukong on Namek, and he had transformed this place into his clandestine training site. Wukong always appeared indifferent to strength, yet he could consistently break through at crucial moments, while Vegeta, who yearned for power more than anyone, felt shackled by invisible chains, struggling even to surpass his past self. The glow of the red moon suddenly intensified, enveloping the entire cliff in a thick, crimson haze. Vegeta's pupils dilated. It was the lunar resonance. Once a month, the residual magnetic field of Vegeta would resonate with the red moon, maximizing the potential of a Saiyan. However, it also posed the greatest risk of losing one's sanity. Perfect timing. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He abruptly tore off the energy detector from his wrist and tossed it aside, allowing the red moonlight to saturate his entire being. His muscles felt as though they were injected with molten lava, and his bones creaked under the strain as the energy within him began to surge uncontrollably, more violently than ever before. "Ah!" he roared at the red moon, his voice carrying the weight of long-suppressed resentment. The roar that echoed was not the usual exertion of a training shout, but rather the desperate growl of a cornered beast, causing the surrounding rubble to tremble. Memories flooded back to him, of standing on this precipice as a child, his father pointing at the crimson moon and proclaiming, "A true Saiyan must instill fear in the moon with their roar." Yet, later, his father fell victim to Frieza's hand, and the Saiyans became the ridicule of the universe, leaving him, a prince, to nurse his wounds amidst the ruins. Energy surged within him. Veins beneath his skin felt as if they would burst, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to relent. He recalled the golden radiance that enveloped Wukong when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the awe in Bulma's eyes as she gazed at Wukong, and the awkward yet tender moment when Trunks first called him daddy, his ears flushing despite his averted gaze. He sought strength not to escape the shadows left by Frieza, nor to uphold the honor of the Saiyans, but to stand beside Wukong when he charged ahead next time, rather than being left far behind. To respond to Trunks' assertion that his father was mightier than Uncle Wukong without retorting with a dismissive insult. To graciously accept Bulma's praise when she toiled late into the night repairing his training equipment, rather than awkwardly insisting she mind her own business. His roar grew hoarse, the red moonlight coalescing around him in a tangible halo, the back of his battle suit ripping open to reveal the defined lines of his spine. The energy was on the verge of breaking through the threshold, yet suddenly, Bulma's face flashed in his mind. Last time he trained to the point of unconsciousness, she had bandaged him with tear-filled eyes, scolding him for his madness while her hands trembled. He clenched his jaw, forcing the impending chaos of energy back down. The crimson halo dimmed instantly, and he stumbled back 2 steps, crashing against the rocky wall with a heavy thud. Cold sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging painfully. Yet he laughed, the sound raspy like a worn-out bellows. In that fleeting moment, he was not consumed by power. This sensation was more exhilarating than merely surpassing energy levels. "Daddy?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed from below the cliff. Vegeta looked up sharply, spotting Trunks standing beside a pile of rubble. A backpack slung over his shoulder and a thermos in hand, evidently having followed the energy fluctuations. "What are you doing here?" Vegeta frowned, straightening his posture to mask his earlier disarray. Trunks bounded over, handing him the thermos. "Mom said you must have forgotten to eat again, so she sent me to bring this." He gazed up at his father's sweat-soaked face, eyes sparkling. "Daddy, that roar was incredible, even louder than when you trained on Earth last time." Vegeta accepted the thermos, feeling the warmth radiate from it, and his heart softened inexplicably. He opened the lid to find a vegetable porridge prepared by Bulma, complete with a soft-boiled egg. "What are you staring at?" He shot Trunks a glare, yet did not shoo him away as he usually would. "Daddy, were you competing against the moon when you were shouting at it?" Trunks squatted by his feet, small hands gripping the cliff's edge, looking up at the red moon. "I think you won." The moon was so scared it hid behind the clouds. Vegeta followed his gaze and noticed the moon was indeed partially obscured by a wisp of cloud. He scooped a spoonful of porridge into his mouth, the warmth soothing the burn from his earlier roar. "Of course," he replied defiantly, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight uplift. Suddenly, Trunks pointed at the sky. "Look, Daddy, the moon is out again. It must be afraid of you shouting at it." The crimson moon emerged from behind the clouds, its dark red glow casting long shadows over the father and son. As Vegeta sipped his porridge, listening to Trunks chatter excitedly about school, he realized that perhaps it was unnecessary to roar at the moon after all. He stood up, handing the empty thermos to Trunks. "Let's go home." "Okay," Trunks exclaimed, bouncing alongside him. "Daddy, can I train with you tomorrow? I want the moon to be afraid of me too." Vegeta paused, his voice low yet clear. "No, you are still too weak." But he did not say it would always be so. The night breeze whisked the rubble past the cliff, and the echo of his earlier roar seemed to linger among the rocks. Vegeta glanced back at the crimson moon, feeling the taut string within him loosen slightly. Perhaps there were multiple paths to strength, such as carrying the warmth of this porridge, accompanied by the sound of his child's footsteps behind him, each step a solid ascent. The red moon hung silently in the sky, as if in silent agreement. Chapter 108. The Warning of the Cosmic Merchant. Echoes of the void on the stony path of the Vegeta Star ruins. Trunks was tiptoeing to hand his father an energy supplement when he was suddenly interrupted by a piercing crackling sound. It was akin to rusted metal grinding, accompanied by a faint purple spatial disturbance, as a distorted light streak materialized 10 meters away on the ground, from which emerged a figure draped in a silver cloak. The hem glimmering with stardust, edges trembling slightly as if it had just emerged from a tempest. "Emergency docking. Requesting temporary refuge." The cloaked figure threw back their hood, revealing a face etched with deep lines and a mechanical left eye that glowed ominously red. "I am Karen from the Interstellar Trading Alliance. My ship was targeted by the Void Echo on the jump route." Vegeta narrowed his eyes, fixating on the emblem of the Interstellar Trading Alliance on the man's wrist, energy coalescing at his fingertips. "Void Echo? What is that?" He had seen countless exotic beast aliases on the cosmic bounty notices, but had never heard of this name. Karen staggered back 2 steps, the red glow of his mechanical eye flickering urgently. "It is a presence more sinister than a black hole. They are formless, like shadows that devour all energy, capable of tracking living beings. Just moments ago, I witnessed a cargo ship ensnared by them. Within 3 seconds, it was reduced to space debris." He suddenly gripped Trunks' arm, his nails digging painfully into the boy's skin. "You carry the Saiyan aura. You are easily detectable. Release him." Vegeta's energy surged instantly, causing Karen to release his grip in alarm. Trunks rubbed his arm and retreated behind his father, unable to quell his curiosity as he eyed the metallic box hanging from Karen's waist, adorned with intricate runes and emanating warmth. Karen, panting, retrieved a holographic recorder from his pocket. After activating it, a hazy image materialized in the air. Against the backdrop of a pitch-black cosmos, swirling gray-black mists roamed, devouring passing meteors, which disintegrated into particles as if bitten by an invisible mouth. Most terrifying of all, within the mist, Countless glowing eyes could be discerned, densely packed together. Did you see that? Karen's voice trembled. They used to linger only in abandoned pathways, but recently they have become active. 7 merchant ships have gone missing. The Alliance has issued the highest level warning, advising all high-energy entities to steer clear of the star domain's edge. Before he could finish, the ground began to tremble slightly beneath them. Vegeta looked up suddenly, noticing the starry sky distorting like crumpled black fabric, with countless gray-black threads seeping from the folds, gradually coalescing into a vortex. They're coming. Karen's mechanical eye emitted an ear-piercing alarm as he hurried to manipulate the metallic box at his waist. Hurry, use this. It's an ancestral silence talisman that can temporarily shield biological energy. Vegeta remained motionless, merely positioning Trunks protectively behind him. He could sense the bone-chilling cold hidden within those gray-black mists, colder than Frieza's death beams, as if they were truly scenting the air, locking onto a specific essence. Daddy, they seem to be watching us, Trunks murmured, clutching the hem of his father's clothing tightly. His heart racing as he noticed the eyes in the mist turning towards them in unison. Karen finally opened the metallic box, revealing a palm-sized dark golden talisman. When the runes on the talisman began to emit a soft glow, Vegeta distinctly felt his energy enveloped by a gentle force, retracting as if sealed within a jar. In that moment, the mist at the horizon clearly hesitated, its movement slowing. It works. Kalen was overjoyed. This talisman could simulate the energy field of the Death Star, making them believe there were no living beings present. Before he could finish his sentence, a swirling mass of fog suddenly accelerated towards them, halting 3 meters away as if it had collided with an invisible wall. The eyes within the fog darted about, seemingly perplexed as the red glow from the mechanical eye illuminated them, sending shivers down Trunks' spine. What is happening? Kalen's face turned ashen. He should not have been detected. He quickly glanced at Vegeta, whose arm bore a scar that caught the focus of the mechanical eye's red light. It's you. The Scion's energy is too distinctive. The talisman is struggling to suppress it. Vegeta gritted his teeth and forced his energy down. He felt the talisman's power quivering, as if it might be shattered by the raging Scion blood coursing through him. The fog seemed to be stimulated by this surging energy, beginning to frantically batter against the invisible barrier, emitting dull thuds. Someone must distract them. Kalen suddenly grabbed another backup talisman and thrust it into Trunks' hands. Take this and run east. My emergency escape pod is there. He then turned to Vegeta, his expression complex. Your energy is the strongest. Only you can draw them away. Do not think of resisting. They are not deterred by physical attacks and can only be exhausted until they lose interest. Vegeta cast a glance at his son, who was biting his lip, his eyes reflecting not fear but determination. He suddenly remembered Bulma's admonition not to always play the hero. His throat tightened, but he could only utter 2 words, go. Trunks clenched the talisman and suddenly embraced his father's waist. I will go with you. Obey. Vegeta's voice, unusually urgent, cut through the air. Your mother is still waiting for you to come home for dinner. He pried his son's hands away and forcefully pushed him eastward, using instant transmission. Now go. Trunks stumbled a few steps, watching his father charge towards the fog. His eyes grew warm, and gritting his teeth, he activated instant transmission. Vegeta watched his son's figure vanish, releasing a sigh of relief before turning to unleash a stronger energy at the fog. He intentionally lifted the suppression, as if to provoke them. The fog was indeed drawn to him, like sharks smelling blood, and the gray-black tide engulfed him in an instant. Kalen watched Vegeta disappear into the fog, the red light of the mechanical eye dimming. He pulled out a communicator and whispered, the target has been diverted. Repeat. The target has been diverted. Yes, it is a Scion, of remarkably high purity, sufficient to keep the void echoes occupied for a while. A hoarse voice responded from the communicator. Well done, Kalen. Once this job is finished, your interstellar debt will be cleared. Kalen ended the call and looked towards the direction of the fog, a cold smile creeping across his lips. The so-called silent talisman could not suppress the Scion's energy. He had known from the beginning that this was merely a plan devised by the higher-ups of the Trading Alliance, to use a high-energy entity to divert the void echoes, buying time for the main fleet to destroy evidence. As for that Scion, there were plenty of fools in the universe willing to die for their families. He turned to head towards the escape pod, unaware that a backup talisman had fallen from Trunks' bag amidst the rubble behind him. The words Experiment No. 37 etched on its back, glinting in the moonlight. Meanwhile, ensnared by the fog, Vegeta felt his energy being gradually consumed. He did not resist, but fixed his gaze on the communicator on his wrist, a birthday gift from Bulma, the screen still displaying a family photo. He waited for the fog to pursue far enough for Trunks to be safe, before using his last strength to unleash an energy wave to escape. Suddenly, a familiar roar pierced through the fog. It was Trunks' voice. That kid T left. Vegeta's eyes flew open, the red aura surging forth, shattering the gray mist. Damn it. He burst from the fog, seeing Trunks brandishing a glowing stone, striking at the fog. The stone had been salvaged from the wreckage of Kalen's escape pod, radiating energy similar to that of the talisman. Kalen lay nearby, his mechanical eye extinguished, evidently discovered by Trunks' return. I knew you were deceiving us. Trunks shouted as he hurled stones, his small face flushed with anger. Father said that a merchant's words should be taken with a grain of salt. Vegeta gazed at his son's stubborn profile, and suddenly he laughed. He soared over to shield Trunks, this time not suppressing his energy, but instead amplifying it to the utmost. A golden light tore through the gray fog. You think you can swallow us, father and son? Not even close. The void echoes seemed enraged by the explosive energy, contracting and compressing violently. At that moment, the stone in Trunks' hand erupted with blinding light, causing the fog to retreat as if it had been scalded. This was the true countermeasure, deliberately concealed in the escape pod. Smash them, Vegeta commanded. Trunks immediately understood and hurled the stone towards the center of the fog. The moment the light exploded, the gray-black fog melted away like ice meeting fire, revealing countless tiny points of light within, the energy of swallowed spaceships. The lights swirled for a moment in the air before transforming into shooting stars, racing into the distance. Once the smoke cleared, Trunks leaped into his father's embrace. I knew you wouldn't be hurt. Vegeta stroked his son's head, his gaze icy as he looked at Kalen's corpse. He picked up Kalen's communicator, realizing that Trunks had recorded the earlier conversation with a recorder. It seemed he would have to seek an explanation from the Interstellar Trading Alliance. The distant starry sky regained its clarity, and Vegeta suddenly recalled the last image that flashed through Kalen's mechanical eye. Beside the coordinates of the Trading Alliance headquarters, a strange symbol marked, identical to the eyes within the void echoes. Father, look at this. Trunks raised the glowing stone, its surface revealing an ancient script. This seems to be the ancient language of planet Saya. Vegeta leaned in closer, his pupils constricting suddenly. The translation read, they come from the void, yet seek the bloodline key. Bloodline key? Does it refer to the Science? He tightened his grip on the stone, raising his gaze towards the vast cosmos. The earlier warning echoed like a chilling resonance, lingering in his ears. It seems that this trouble concerning the void has only just begun. Chapter 109. Krillin's Dojo. The peculiar talent of a new disciple. Krillin's Dojo was built next to the old site of Kame House. The wooden plaque bearing the words Krillin Dojo, handwritten by Goku, the strokes crooked yet warm. The morning sunlight filtered through the coconut leaves, casting mottled shadows on the bluestone slabs. A dozen disciples clad in white uniforms practiced basic punches, their shouts mingling with the salty sea breeze. Remember to breathe. Strike swiftly. Retract steadily. Krillin stood on the steps, his bald head shining in the sunlight as he demonstrated the standard movements, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks into his beard. Since deciding to open the dojo, he had set aside most of his adventures, spending each day with the disciples, practicing stances and punches, living a life as soothing as a cup of warm tea, plain yet solid. Master, a new disciple has arrived. A young disciple named Amin rushed in, followed by a boy carrying a large backpack, around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a faded jacket. His hair was disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if they held two stars. My name is Xiaoyu. I wish to apprentice. The boy bowed, causing a metal part to tumble from his backpack, clattering to the ground. Krillin bent down to pick it up, discovering it was a collection of disassembled energy detector fragments, some of which were entwined with fine copper wires. You can handle these? Krillin picked up a chip, noting that the wiring had been resoldered, more compact than the original. Xiaoyu scratched his head. I just took them apart for fun. The first lesson in the dojo was practicing stances, and Krillin required the disciples to hold their positions for half an hour. Most of the children wobbled after 10 minutes. Yet Xiaoyu stood firm like a nail, his back straight, even his breathing steady. Krillin nodded in approval, just about to praise him when he noticed Xiaoyu's fingers rapidly tapping on his knees, mumbling to himself. Xiaoyu, focus. Master, I'm calculating. Xiaoyu looked up, his eyes shining brightly. From here to the northern reef, using the Kamehameha, the energy output should be adjusted to 37 megahertz, with the angle elevated by 12 degrees to hit the target precisely. The disciples burst into laughter, with Aiming's laughter ringing the loudest. Who practices martial arts while crunching data? However, Xiaoyu remained serious, pulling out a homemade recording device from his backpack. The screen flickered with a multitude of numbers. I measured the data from the last time Master sent a pirate ship flying. Punch speed at 18 meters per second, energy density. Suddenly, Kulin raised his hand to silence him. Come to my room this afternoon. The dojo was quiet that afternoon, the sea breeze creeping in through the window. Stirring the training charts on the table, Kulin perused the notebook Xiaoyu had brought, filled with various formulas and energy curves, even including an analysis of the energy fluctuations from his last demonstration of the Kamehameha technique. Did you calculate all of this? Yes. I can't help but break down the fight videos of the masters into data, Xiaoyu replied, tracing arcs on the table with his fingers, as if deconstructing techniques into components to find a more efficient method. Kulin recalled Wukong's words about combat intuition and glanced at the precise calculations in the notebook, suddenly realizing that there might be an alternative path to strength. He rummaged through a dusty cabinet and pulled out an old instrument. This was once used to measure energy output, but it has been broken for a long time. Can you fix it? Xiaoyu took the instrument, deftly disassembling its casing, his eyes sparkling. Master, the capacitor here is burned out. Just replace it with a high-voltage one. I have parts in my backpack. Half an hour later, the instrument beeped and the green light illuminated, displaying normal values. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiaoyu met Kulin's surprised gaze and suddenly flushed. Is it strange? Everyone says I don't look like a martial artist. No, Kulin shook his head, picking up a wooden sword. Try to block 3 of my strikes using your method. For the first strike, Kulin thrust the wooden sword towards Xiaoyu's chest. Xiaoyu did not evade, but focused on the trajectory of the blade, tilting his body at an extremely precise angle, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge. His movements stiff yet perfectly executed. Angle 37 degrees, speed 52 meters per second, critical evasion time is 0. 3 seconds, he murmured. For the second strike, Kulin transformed his thrust into a chop, the wooden sword descending with a whoosh. Xiaoyu suddenly crouched, pressing his fingertips against the ground, using the recoil to slide back half a meter, halting just as the sword passed by. Force 120 kilograms, acceleration. For the third strike, Kulin deliberately slowed his speed, the wooden sword tracing an arc. Yet, Xiaoyu suddenly leapt into the air, executing a precise half-turn, landing squarely behind Kulin as he calculated the endpoint of the sword's trajectory. Master, your shoulder width is 42 centimeters, and the radius of your swing is. That's enough. Kulin sheathed the wooden sword, suddenly smiling. Starting tomorrow, you 1T have to practice basic punches with everyone else. The disciples noticed that the new junior disciple had become a special student of the master. While others practiced their stances, he tinkered with various instruments. While others practiced their punches, he filled his notebook with formulas. It wasn't until one day when pirates raided a fishing village that Xiaoyu's talent truly astonished everyone. That day, the sunset was vibrant, and 3 pirate ships stormed ashore, the leader, a scarred man, laughing as he tossed a bomb. Just as everyone gasped and ducked for cover, Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, Master, the energy source is in the left hull. Angle 23 degrees, use 0. 8 times the Kamehameha. Kulin instinctively followed his command. The blue energy wave striking the left hull of the pirate ship with precision, detonating the bomb before it exploded. In the ensuing chaos, Xiaoyu clutched his recording device, rapidly reporting each pirate's location and movements. The one on the east is throwing punches at 3 meters per second. He can evade. The one on the west has unsteady footing. After the battle concluded, Aiming gazed at the real-time data stream updating in Xiaoyu's notebook and suddenly understood. So you weren't dazed. You were calculating. Xiaoyu scratched his head, the curves on the screen still flickering. This way, the master's 1T waste unnecessary energy. Kulin approached and patted his shoulder. The sea breeze lifted the dojo's curtains, sunlight illuminating Xiaoyu's focused profile and the notebook filled with formulas. He suddenly felt that talent could manifest in many forms. Perhaps one day, this boy who constantly spoke of data would carve out his own unique path in martial arts. Starting tomorrow, I will teach everyone how to block the most punches with the least effort, Kulin said with a smile. Your peculiar talent is about to be put to use. Xiaoyu looked up sharply, his eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, master. On the bluestone floor of the dojo, a new training chart was drawn, no longer limited to punch paths, but now filled with intricate angles and values. The disciples gathered around Xiaoyu, listening as he explained how to evade straight punches with a 30-degree tilt and how much force to exert for the most efficient strikes. Occasionally, someone would tease him for being too serious, but no one regarded his talent as peculiar anymore. After all, there was a method to make battles more composed. Chapter 110. The Past of Subject 18. The hidden data of the artificial human in the underground laboratory of the Capsule Corporation. Blue light flowed across the cold, metallic instruments. Subject 18 sat beside the control panel, her fingertips hovering above the holographic keyboard, hesitating to press down. Spread across the desk was a yellowed paper file, its edges worn. The words Artificial Human Project Subject 18 crossed out 3 times, as if to erase it from existence. Still looking at that? Colin entered, carrying 2 cups of hot cocoa. His footsteps light. He understood the significance of this document to Subject 18. It represented her past, one she was most reluctant to confront, marked by Dr. Jiro's cold needles and data. Subject 18 did not turn around, her finger finally pressing a key, illuminating the holographic screen with a chaotic string of code. I stumbled upon this while sorting through old data yesterday. Her voice was faint, resembling the cold air circulating in the laboratory. Jiro's encryption algorithm is more complicated than I anticipated. The code on the screen suddenly danced, forming a blurry face, that of 18 from 20 years ago, with a ponytail. Clad in a high school uniform, holding a physics workbook beneath a cherry blossom tree, smiling. Beside the photo was a line of small text. Lazili, 17 years old. IQ 180, direct admit to the physics department. Colin hesitated. He had witnessed Subject 18 in countless battles, seen her gentle side while holding Malin. Yet rarely had he encountered such a vivid trace of Lazili. Is this you? Yes. Subject 18's fingertip traced the smiling face on the screen. Her motion delicate as if afraid to shatter something. The day Jiro captured me, I had just received my university admission notice. He said, such excellent genes are too precious to waste in a classroom. The holographic screen flickered, the code tearing apart the smile, revealing another set of data. Subject 18. Modification plan. Muscle density enhancement 300. Energy core implantation location. Subject 18 abruptly pressed the screen off, plunging the laboratory into temporary darkness. With only the moonlight outside filtering through the vents, casting a diamond-shaped light on her face. Don't touch these anymore. Colin placed the hot cocoa beside her, the warmth of the cup seeping through her fingertips. You are now Subject 18, Malouin's mother, not some experiment. Subject 18 picked up the hot cocoa. The warmth allowed her to relax slightly. She recalled the time right after escaping the laboratory when the energy core inside her would burn intensely at midnight, as if a fire were raging in her veins. Back then, she would hide in the corners of abandoned factories, using rusty metal scraps to brace against her neck where Jiro had implanted a self-destruct device. If he pressed the button, she would be reduced to ashes along with everything within 100 meters. Last week, during a checkup at the West City Hospital, Subject 18 suddenly spoke. A hint of an unrecognized tremor in her voice. The doctor said there's a microchip in my body, not part of the energy core. Colin's heart sank. Left by Jiro? Yes. Subject 18 displayed the scan of the chip, a silver square smaller than a fingernail, embedded in the 3rd segment of her spine. Encrypted at a high level. I tried to crack it, but each time it triggered energy disturbances. She paused, looking at Colin. What do you think he left this for? To control me? Regardless of what it is, we will figure it out together. Colin grasped her hand, the warmth of his palm dispelling a hint of chill. Malouin was waiting for us to return home and share bedtime stories. Number 18 gazed at him, a sudden smile breaking forth. That smile was light, yet it illuminated the entire laboratory like moonlight. Do you remember our first encounter? You wielded a pot lid as a shield, calling me Miss Android. Not at all. That was tactical defense. Colin's face flushed, scratching his head in foolish laughter. However, the way you kicked the robot away was incredibly cool. The holographic screen suddenly lit up on its own, revealing a new line of code in the chip's scanning diagram, seemingly triggered by Colin's energy fluctuations. Number 18's pupils constricted, her fingertips dancing swiftly over the keyboard. It is responding to your energy. That old man Galuo actually used a Scion's energy frequency as a key. The code unraveled layer by layer, revealing that the true function of the chip was neither a self-destruct mechanism nor a controller, but an encrypted memory backup. Inside, there were no cold data, only a series of blurry images. 17-year-old Li was adjusting a spectrometer in the physics laboratory, humming a popular song of that time. She sat under a cherry blossom tree, writing back to a distant pen pal, her handwriting elegant. When Galuo opened the laboratory door, she still clutched that unfinished letter. Her eyes filled with terror. The final image lingered on the moment she was bound to the experimental table. Galuo's voice laced with manic laughter. Do not be afraid. Li, you will become the perfect weapon. No, an existence beyond weaponry. Yet her lips moved silently, expressing, I just want to go to university. The screen dimmed, and silence enveloped the laboratory. Number 18's fingertip hovered above the delete key, but hesitated to press it. Leave it be, Clint softly suggested. Whether it is Li or number 18, it is still you. Number 18 turned to gaze out the window, the moonlight illuminating the relief in her eyes. She recalled the family portrait Ma Luan had drawn yesterday, where she smiled broadly, revealing her teeth, with Clint's holding the pot lid beside her, and their daughter with braided pigtails in her arms. Those moments stolen by Galuo, those pasts etched in the chip, perhaps were never shackles. Let us go home. Number 18 turned off the laboratory lights and stuffed the yellowing documents into the recycling bin. As she passed through the corridor, she touched the spot on her spine. No longer feeling the heat, only a faint warmth lingering. Clint's energy, the warmth of home. Clint followed behind her, observing her silhouette. Suddenly reminded of the words Goku had spoken long ago. What matters is not what the past was, but where we are headed now. He dashed a couple of steps to catch up with number 18, reaching out to hold her hand. The night was gentle, and the moonlight stretched their shadows long, like an unfinished poem, gradually unfolding towards the illuminated direction. Chapter 111. The Silent Moment of the Universe. Communication interrupted for 3 seconds. Universal Standard Time, 3:17 p.m. Goku sat in the cockpit of the Hope, nibbling on an energy bar while gazing at the interstellar navigation device. The star chart on the screen suddenly transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, static drowning out Gohan's voice. Dad? Is your signal okay? Gohan, can you hear me? Goku tapped the instrument, the metallic casing echoing hollowly. Outside, the universe remained resplendent, distant nebulae slowly rotating without any apparent anomaly, yet the personal communicator on his wrist dimmed, resembling a dull stone. Meanwhile, in the gravity training room of Vegeta's star, Vegeta's fist grazed the energy target. The training room's alarm system suddenly fell silent. The previously flashing red lights extinguished completely, and even the energy monitoring screen on the wall turned pitch black. He frowned at the screen of his wrist communicator, which was as dark as an abyss, without even the emergency signal light that Bulma had specially installed. What the hell? He muttered under his breath, his purple aura expanding instantaneously, attempting to awaken the devices with energy. However, those intricate instruments seemed to have been stripped of their souls, unresponsive. On the oasis of Namek, Dandy was nurturing newly cultivated healing flowers with life energy. The Intergalactic Alliance communicator on his wrist emitted a final short beep before falling utterly silent. He looked up at the sky, the pale green canopy still tranquil, yet in the distance, the observation tower's originally blinking signal lights all extinguished. Like a group of suddenly closed eyes. Elder, the communicator is broken. A young Namekian rushed over, holding a similarly black screen device. All channels are down. The great elder sat in a vine chair, his murky eyes gazing at the sky, suddenly shaking his head gently. It is not broken, it has become quiet. On Earth, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma's fingers danced across the control panel, the Cosmic Communication Network topology map darkening at an alarming rate. From the fringe star regions to the core pathways, as if soaked in ink. She slapped the red emergency button, trying to activate the backup communication satellite. But the button remained unresponsive, along with the entire control panel's indicator lights extinguishing. How is this possible? Bulma yanked off her glasses, rubbing her tired eyes. The backup system operates on independent energy. It should function normally even if the main network collapses, unless some force simultaneously severed the energy signals across the entire universe. The laboratory door swung open, and Trunks rushed in, cradling Bra in his arms, the little one's eyes red from fright. Mom, my toy communicator won't turn on either. He held up a pink cartoon communicator, the screen as black as coal. Bulma's heart sank. Bra's toy operated on the most basic sound wave principle. Which wouldn't even generate energy fluctuations? How could it be affected? Across various corners of the universe, similar scenes unfolded. On a smuggling ship of Frieza's remnants, a recently connected black market transaction signal abruptly cut off. The captain's roar caught in his throat as he stared at the black screen communicator, feeling a fear that penetrated to the bone for the first time. On the Galactic Patrol's patrol ship, Jebet God held a suddenly malfunctioning detector. Watching all friendly ship signals vanish from the star chart, his fingertips trembling slightly. In a remote planet's tavern, aliens froze mid-toast, their hands suspended in the air. As the tavern's holographic television turned pitch black, and even the background music ceased abruptly, leaving only the sound of breathing echoing in the silence. Time seemed to stretch, each second feeling as if immersed in cold water. No alarms, no forewarnings. The entire universe's communication system felt as if it were being choked by an invisible hand, plunging into silence in the same instant. Goku finished the last bite of his energy bar and suddenly laughed. He pushed open the cockpit door, floating outside the ship, golden aura trailing behind him like a soft light. Without the interference of the communicator, he heard the voice of the universe with unparalleled clarity for the first time, not the beeping of instruments, nor the static of signals, but the howling of stellar winds passing through asteroid belts, the energy pulsations of distant galaxies, akin to a song long forgotten. So, the universe is this noisy, he murmured, reaching out to touch the stardust floating nearby. Those tiny particles danced lightly in his palm, carrying faint energy fluctuations, more real than any communication signal. Vegeta stood by the training room window, gazing at the suddenly quiet Vegeta star. In the past, the hum of energy towers, the sounds of ships taking off and landing, and the shouts of warriors intertwined to form the planet's pulse. Now, all had vanished, leaving only the wind's lament as it swept through the ruins. He suddenly recalled a childhood memory, when his father took him to the observatory to watch the red moon. Back then, without so many instruments, only the sound of their breaths and each other's heartbeats. Boring, he scoffed, yet did not attempt to fix the equipment again. Instead, he walked to the training mat, beginning to slow down and practice an ancient Saiyan martial art, without timers or energy monitors. Only the sounds of fists and feet colliding with the air resonated clearly in the silence. Bulma, holding Bra, approached the floor-to-ceiling window of the laboratory. On the streets of West City, the sounds of car horns had ceased, and people emerged from their homes, looking up at the sky with confusion but without panic. Children from the neighboring house ran with kites in hand, their strings tracing silent arcs in the breeze. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the corner bakery, offering a sense of comfort beyond any signal. "Mama, why hasn't the sky turned dark?" Bulma softly inquired, pointing to the still radiant heavens. With a gentle smile, Bulma ruffled her hair, responding, "Because the sun is still shining, it has nothing to do with the communicator." In that moment, she realized that those flickering signals and intricate networks were never the true pillars of the world. 3 seconds, neither too long nor too short. Just enough time for a blink, for a heartbeat to thrum thrice. Enough for Wukong to count the 3 shooting stars that passed by. As the first signal coursed back into the communicator, nearly everyone was caught unawares. "Dad, you finally," Gohan's voice crackled through the navigator, interrupted and then abruptly resumed, resembling a wire that had been reconnected. In Vegeta's training chamber, an alarm beeped, its red light illuminating the room, while the energy monitoring screen resumed its familiar rhythm, as though the silence that preceded was merely an illusion. On Bulma's control panel, the cosmic communication network topology glowed to life with astonishing speed. From the core routes to the edge of the star domain, igniting like a stellar fire, swiftly coalescing into a sea of light. The observation tower on Namek flickered back to life, and Dandy, observing the communicator on his wrist returning to normal, suddenly smiled at the sky. In the previous silence, he had heard the delicate yet resolute sound of healing peanuts growing. Wukong settled back into the cockpit, gazing at the now normal star map on the screen, yet hesitated to contact Gohan. He recalled the cosmic melody he had heard amidst the stillness, the authentic sounds that needed no signals to convey. It turned out that in quietude, one could perceive far more. He spoke to the emptiness of the cockpit, then grasped the communicator. "Gohan, about what I didn't finish saying, please repeat it." The communication across the universe surged back to life, the buzzing of instruments, the chatter of people, and the hum of the spaceship's engines once again filled the space. Yet something had changed. Vegeta lingered in the gravity training room for an additional 10 minutes. Neglecting the energy monitoring screen, simply listening to his own breath, Bulma placed a pot of luminescent plants beside the control panel, asserting that even if the signals were lost, they would still glow. Dandy taught the young Namekian how to gauge life energy solely by the scent of the air, devoid of instruments. Wukong's hope continued its journey across the star map. He occasionally turned off the communicator, drifting outside the ship to listen to the authentic sounds of the universe. He understood that the 3 seconds of silence were not a mere coincidence, but rather a gentle reminder. Behind all the intricate signals, the most reliable elements were those that required no transmission: the heartbeat, the breath, the direction of the wind, and that indelible perception of the world within one's heart. In the distant nebula, a faint energy wave flickered by, as if someone was gently winking. Perhaps that 3 seconds of silence was the universe's clandestine message. Occasionally letting go of the threads that connect us to the world allows for a true touch of existence itself. Chapter 112. The Concern of Angel Whis. An existence beyond the laws. Whis hovered amidst the clouds of the Destroyer realm, his fingertips delicately manipulating a crystalline orb, within which flowed the energy veins of the entire universe. His eyes, perpetually filled with mirth, narrowed slightly as he focused on a slender dark line deep within the orb, a peculiar fluctuation that had spilled forth from the edge of the universe during the 3 seconds of communication silence. Akin to an errant thread protruding from fabric, jarring yet obstinate. Lord Whis, communication across the universe has returned to normal, an attendant angel reported. Presenting a cup of prepared angel tea, which floated on a tray, its steam forming a tiny rainbow in the air. Whis did not accept the cup, but instead continued to rotate the orb with a gentle motion. The dark line writhed within the orb, resembling a restless serpent attempting to burrow into the crevices of the energy veins. Normal? He chuckled lightly, an imperceptible gravity lacing his voice. Look here. The attendant leaned closer, witnessing the dark line suddenly split into myriad fine strands, spreading along the energy veins. Where it passed, the originally ordered pathways became shrouded in a faint gray mist. Is this a loophole in the laws? The attendant's wings quivered slightly. More troublesome than a mere loophole. Whis cradled the orb in his palm, his fingertips brushing against the gray mist, remnants of something that did not belong. It was as if someone had dripped an alien paint onto the canvas of the universe. In the distance, the destroyer Beerus yawned as he emerged from his temple, his tail lazily sweeping the ground behind him. Whis, where's the tea? I can smell its fragrance. He leaned in beside Whis and caught sight of the dark line within the orb. His yawning halted abruptly. What in the world is that? Lord Beerus, how do you perceive the laws of the universe? Whis replied with a question instead of an answer. Beerus furrowed his brow, scratching his ear with a claw. Like my sleeping mat? No, it resembles your tea. It appears loose, yet each leaf has its designated place. Very vivid. Whis smiled. However, there is a leaf that does not belong in this cup, quietly altering the surrounding flavor. That earlier 3 seconds of communication silence was its disturbance. He flicked his fingertip, and the dark line within the orb began to thrash violently, as if responding to his words. It possessed no physical form, no energy characteristics. Yet it could influence the laws themselves, akin to ink in water, unseen, yet capable of tainting the entire cup. Beerus's tail stiffened, his pupils narrowing slightly. Is it something from another universe? It is possible. Whis's gaze drifted towards the edge of the universe, where the nebula appeared dimmer than usual. The barriers of the multiverse had been trembling recently, as if someone were knocking on the window from outside. This dark line might be something that had fallen in from beyond the window. Then let's just destroy it. Beerus raised his claw, golden destructive energy flickering at his fingertips. With one swipe, anything outside the law shall shatter. It cannot be shattered. Whis gently restrained his claw. The dark line within the orb seemed to sense the threat, erupting into a blinding brilliance, and the gray mist quickly enveloped the orb, nearly consuming it entirely. It possessed no physical form, like a shadow. Even if the light source were shattered, the shadow would still appear elsewhere. Beerus's claw hung suspended in midair, observing as the gray mist gradually receded, and the dark line coalesced into a thin strand, yet appeared clearer than before. What shall we do? We cannot simply watch it turn the universe into a tangled mess. Whis tucked the orb into his sleeve and lifted the cup of angel tea offered by the attendant, taking a gentle sip. The tea's fragrance unfurled upon his tongue, imbued with a subtle soothing power. At present, it remained feeble, akin to a freshly sprouted seed, relying on the laws of the universe for survival. But if it took root, he paused, glancing towards the distance where Wukong and Vegeta were training, their energies sparking golden flames under the sunlight. Those beings that depended on the laws for existence would, like white paper stained by ink, gradually lose their original hue. Those two Saiyans, Beerus followed his gaze, his brow furrowing deeper. Their energies are the most active. Could they be the first to be targeted? It is highly likely. Whis set down the teacup, his wings fluttering gently, summoning a soft breeze. Wukong's purity and Vegeta's pride were vibrant colors birthed by the laws of the universe, the most prone to attract this dark line. No sooner had he spoken than a dull thud resonated from the training ground. Wukong and Vegeta halted simultaneously, gazing puzzledly at their palms, where the energy orbs of both were now speckled with a faint gray mist, resembling insects ensnared in a spider's web. Whis' expression darkened, the teacup at his fingertips trembling slightly. It appears it has begun to test the waters. Beerus abruptly stood, destructive energy surging around him. I will go fetch those two fools right now. Wait. Whis restrained him. We cannot provoke it now. This dark line behaves like a vine. The more you tug, the tighter it wraps. He gazed into the profound depths of the cosmos, where the rivers of stars continued their eternal flow. Yet, in some obscure corner, a shadow stealthily spread, and we must unearth its source, the entity that had cast it into this cup of tea. Beerus, feeling restless, raked his fingers through his hair, his tail thumping heavily against the ground. How long must we wait? I lack the patience to linger. Not for too long, Whis replied, his gaze softening yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. His demeanor suggested he, too, harbored fear of us discovering the origin of that shadow. He glanced towards Wukong and Vegeta, who were attempting to disperse the gray mist enveloping them. However, that mist seemed almost sentient, burrowing into their energy cores, and our brilliance would compel it to reveal its vulnerabilities more swiftly. In the training grounds, Wukong observed the vanishing gray mist in his palm and scratched his head. What was that just now? It felt strange. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, unleashing a fierce aura in an attempt to incinerate the anomaly, only to find that the mist had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind a slight tingling sensation in their energy core. Above the clouds of the Destruction God realm, Whis gently swirled his teacup, the tea reflecting the miniature image of the universe. He understood that an invisible battle had commenced, not one that could be resolved through sheer destructive energy, but rather one that required navigating the crevices of the laws to locate the source of that dark pattern before it took root. Delicately grasping the thread that ought not to exist, prepare the tea set, Whis instructed his attendant angel. The upcoming brew may require a stronger infusion. Beerus observed Whis' calm demeanor, his agitation gradually subsiding. He recognized that while Whis appeared gentle, he possessed a profound understanding of the universe's fragility. Since Whis indicated a need to wait, they would do so. However, if that dark pattern dared to threaten the Saiyan he had chosen, his claws tensed, the golden destructive energy flickering at their tips. In the distant river of stars, a faint dark thread quietly infiltrated a nebula nurturing a new star. The gray mist spreading within like a drop of ink dissolving in clear water. All the while, the pair of eyes, both smiling and solemn, hovered above the clouds, observing everything with clarity. Chapter 113. Wukong and Beerus' Breakfast. On the flavor of emptiness, breakfast in the Destruction God realm often arrived unexpectedly. Wukong was awakened by an enticing aroma. Having practiced until late in the King Kai realm the previous night, he had fallen asleep on the grass, suddenly sitting upright. He inhaled deeply. How delightful. It smells even better than Chi-Chi's fried eggs. As soon as he spoke, ripples formed in the space before him, and Whis emerged with a silver tray. On the tray lay two white porcelain plates, golden fried eggs resting atop toast, their edges crisp and glistening, accompanied by a small bowl of translucent pickles, their color reminiscent of freshly peeled pomegranate seeds. Lord Beerus expressed a desire to try an Earth-style breakfast today. Whis smiled, placing the tray on the grass. Sensing that Mr. Wukong was present, he prepared an extra portion. Lord Beerus is here too? Wukong's eyes sparkled, not only due to the breakfast, but also because he could spar with the formidable feline lord again. I didn't summon him. Beerus' voice came from behind a tree where he crouched, observing a beetle climbing a branch, his tail flicking impatiently. It was Weiss's initiative. Despite his words, he ambled over, plopping down across from Wukong, his claws resting on the edge of the toast. Wukong wasted no time, spearing a fried egg with his fork and bringing it to his mouth. The hot yolk burst on his tongue, imbued with the fragrance of butter, and he mumbled in delight, "Wow, Lord Beerus, you must try this. The egg is perfectly cooked, the yolk is runny." Beerus cast a sidelong glance at him, elegantly slicing the fried egg. The orange yolk flowed slowly, and he dipped a piece of toast into it, savoring the taste. The cooking is adequate." Despite his casual remarks, he did not cease his actions, swiftly finishing his portion of the fried egg. "What's this pickle made of?" Wukong inquired, grabbing a pair of chopsticks to sample the pickles, sour-sweet with a hint of spiciness, exceptionally refreshing. "It's made from Earth's cherry radishes and perilla leaves, with a touch of honey and rice vinegar," Weiss answered, bringing 2 cups of hot milk. "Lord Beerus has been saying his mouth feels empty lately, so I thought a sweet and sour flavor might suit his palate." "Empty?" Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. "How can one's mouth feel empty? If you're hungry, just eat something." He speared another piece of toast and stuffed it into his mouth. Beerus set down his knife and fork, licking the egg yolk from his claws. "You wouldn't understand." He gazed into the distance at the nebula, the tip of his tail swaying gently. "It's not hunger. It's the sensation of having consumed everything one desires, only to find it suddenly lacks meaning." Wukong was further confused. How can it lack meaning? There are so many delicious foods in the world. Last time I had roasted lizard on Namek. The meat was so tender, and King Kai's instant noodles, spiced tenfold, were utterly addictive. He counted on his fingers, recounting the delectable experiences with sparkling eyes. "I've already eaten all of those," Beerus replied, a hint of languorous disappointment in his tone. "I have sampled delicacies from across the universe, from lava shrimp roasted at the core of a star to crystal fruits growing near black holes. The number of things that can truly astonish me is dwindling." "But weren't you happy while eating?" Wukong asked, confused. "Every time I enjoy something delicious, regardless of whether I've had it before, I feel ecstatic." He picked up the last piece of toast, tearing it in half and offering 1 piece to Beerus. "Look, this toast is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Even if I had it every day, I wouldn't tire of it." Beerus stared at the half piece of toast in his hand, suddenly losing his appetite. He recalled the golden lamb chops he had last time in the 6th universe, which had been stunning upon first bite, yet that sense of satisfaction quickly faded afterward, leaving him feeling even emptier. There was also the ultimate ice cream from the 7th universe, perfectly sweet, but after the first bite, he knew he would never encounter a more exquisite flavor, making the remaining bites feel like a chore. "You wouldn't understand." Beerus placed the toast back on the plate. "When you've tasted every exquisite flavor, you'll realize that the most disheartening thing isn't the distasteful, but rather the mundane." He stirred the milk in his cup with his claws, causing the froth to dissipate gradually. It felt akin to climbing a mountain with all your might, believing the summit would reveal breathtaking scenery, only to discover it resembled the mid-slope, or even that the wildflowers halfway up were more beautiful. Wukong paused, sensing he was beginning to grasp, yet still felt lost. He remembered the exhilaration he felt upon first transforming into a Super Saiyan, the surge of power making him feel invincible. However, as he ascended to Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and even Ultra Instinct, the thrill following each breakthrough indeed grew shorter. Nevertheless, he quickly shook his head. "But the climb is enjoyable. Even if the view at the top isn't extraordinary, the clouds we see and the companions we meet along the way are all fascinating." He pointed toward Vegeta, who was practicing punches in the distance. "Look, Vegeta always strives to defeat me. Even though he loses each time, he secretly trains harder after each bout, eager to challenge me again. If he thought he could never win and gave up, that would be truly uninteresting." Beerus followed his gaze, watching Vegeta unleash a furious roar, his golden aura erupting, clearly engaged in another bout with himself. Suddenly, he recalled the last battle with Wukong at the Universal Martial Arts Tournament, where they had exerted their utmost strength, nearly destroying the arena. Yet afterward, the exhilaration they felt surpassed any culinary delight. "Are you saying that Beerus's tail stands upright?" Emphasizing that the essence lies not in what awaits at the summit, but in the journey of climbing? "Precisely." Wukong nodded vigorously. "Just like eating. It's not solely about satiation. It's also about the delightful flavors while chewing and the joy of sharing with friends. The last time I enjoyed barbecue with Krillin and Gohan, Gohan even set aside the fatty pieces for me, though he claimed not to like them. I knew he wanted me to indulge more. He recalled these moments, his laughter lighting up his eyes. Weisu gently chuckled nearby, replenishing the milk for the two. Lord Beerus. Mr. Wukong speaks quite rightly. Emptiness does not stem from a lack of delectable food, but rather from forgetting the feelings associated with eating. Just like this fried egg. You found it delicious earlier because the runny yolk paired splendidly with the crisp toast. Mr. Wukong enjoyed it because he savored the warmth and the bliss of having just made it. Beerus remained silent for a moment, picking up the half piece of toast that Wukong had handed him, slowly chewing it. The toasty aroma mingled with a hint of butter was indeed commonplace, yet somehow, it seemed to possess more flavor than the fried egg he had just consumed. Observing Wukong devouring his meal and catching sight of Vegeta's unyielding silhouette in the distance, he suddenly felt as though the emptiness in his mouth had been filled by something intangible. Humph, you do have a point. Beerus averted his gaze, though his tail quietly coiled around the remaining pickles on the plate, not that he had acknowledged Wukong. Wukong, undeterred by Beerus's lack of acknowledgement, knew that as long as there were battles to fight and friends to share meals with, he would never feel bored. He picked up the last piece of pickle, tossing it into his mouth, the sweet and sour flavor spreading across his tongue, filling him with warmth. This sensation was perhaps the antithesis of the emptiness that Lord Beerus had mentioned. Breakfast gradually came to a close under the warm sunlight. The plates emptied of their contents. Beerus stood up, stretching lazily, and suddenly proclaimed, Wukong, after you finish, let us engage in battle. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt to his feet, energy surging through him. All right, this time, I won't hold back, Lord Beerus. Just as I wished, Beerus replied. A purple aura of destructive energy enveloping him, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. Watching their figures soar into the sky, Weiss lifted the empty plate and softly remarked, it appears that the flavor of emptiness requires a touch of fervor to counterbalance it. In the distant sky, golden and purple lights collided, resembling two stars ablaze, illuminating the morning of the entire realm of destruction. Chapter 114. The probe from the universe of nothingness. Kellen crouched by the seaside, collecting seashells, when his fingertips brushed against a sea snail adorned with delicate lavender patterns. Suddenly, the surface of the sea rippled with silver-gray circles, like stones thrown into the water, yet shimmering with a metallic sheen. He instinctively withdrew his hand, gazing at the center of the ripples where a palm-sized metallic sphere slowly emerged. Its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of any seams or patterns, only a layer of swirling gray mist rotating within, resembling a trapped nebula. What is this? Kellen scratched his bald head, stepping back half a pace, retrieving his communicator. Hey, Wukong, I found something strange by the seaside. Come take a look. 10 minutes later, Wukong descended on his Kintoan, the winds he stirred crashing the waves against the rocks. The splashes hitting the metallic sphere, but bouncing off as if repelled by an invisible barrier, leaving no trace of water behind. Let me take a look, he said, reaching out to touch it when the metallic sphere suddenly illuminated with a red light, projecting a holographic image on the ground. Not text, nor an image, but a series of jumping light points, resembling some encrypted Morse code, dazzlingly rapid. Is this a signal? When Gohan arrived, he happened to witness this scene, quickly activating the analyzer on his wrist. The waveforms displayed on the screen fluctuated wildly, entirely outside the known universe's signal database, with a frequency that was peculiar. Unlike any known civilization's band, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed on the rocks, his brow furrowed. Whatever it is, let us smash it first. He lifted his foot to kick it, but Wukong stopped him. Wait, what if it's important information? Wukong fixated on the light points, suddenly recalling their resemblance to the energy fluctuations they had captured at the edge of the universe of nothingness last time. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray mist inside the metallic sphere coalesced into a vague humanoid shape, the light points forming a circular pattern around it, the rotation slowing down, revealing a discernible sequence of 3 short and 1 long. Bulma rushed over, holding a portable decoder aloft, exclaiming, I've decrypted it. Its coordinates. The decoder's screen displayed a series of numerical coordinates, pointing towards the edge of the universe's void, a realm rarely trodden even by the Omni King. Known as the universe of nothingness, said to contain neither time nor matter, only pure energy turbulence. The universe of nothingness? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. What is the point of sending a probe there? There's nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, The metallic sphere vibrated. The gray mist humanoid extended its hand, pointing at Wukong. The light points transforming into blinding white light, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When they reopened them, the humanoid had vanished, and the surface of the metallic sphere revealed a line of distorted text, seemingly inscribed directly with energy. The rift is expanding. They are coming. They? Kellen swallowed hard. Who is coming? Wukong stroked his chin in contemplation, suddenly recalling the black rift he had seen at the edge of the universe of nothingness. Initially thought to be a space wrinkle, but now remembering that similar gray mist flowed at its edges. Perhaps it's something from beyond the rift. He glanced at the metallic sphere, wondering if this probe was here to deliver a warning. The metallic sphere ceased to respond, gradually becoming transparent before transforming into a wisp of gray mist, vanishing into the ground, leaving the line of text to linger for 3 minutes before dissipating as if blown away by the wind. The rift is expanding, Bulma quickly typed on the decoder, pulling up the star map of the universe of nothingness. According to the latest data, the spatial stability of the void was declining, and the rift had expanded by 37% within 6 months. At this rate, it could tear into the 7th universe within a year. Gohan pointed to the red alert zone on the star map. The rift is directly facing our star system. If it tears through, the consequences would be dire. Vegeta snorted. Let it come. This prince isn't afraid. Blue flames ignited around him. It's the perfect opportunity to test my new techniques. Don't be reckless. Wukong placed a hand on his shoulder, his expression serious. Last time in the universe of nothingness, I sensed a strange energy behind the rift, neither destructive nor creative, as if it were nothing yet capable of consuming everything. Kellen suddenly recalled something, pointing to the residual text on the ground. It said they are coming. Could it refer to the inhabitants beyond the rift? Inhabitants in the universe of nothingness? Vegeta scoffed, but did not argue further. Merely fixating on the rift's coordinates on the star map, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his wrist guard. Regardless of what it was, they would have to investigate. Wukong nodded. Vegeta and I will go. You all stay on Earth and be on standby. He glanced towards where the metallic sphere had vanished, feeling that the gray mist concealed more information, and perhaps the probe was not an enemy after all. Bulma quickly handed over 2 energy wristbands. These can monitor the energy fluctuations of the rift. If they exceed a certain threshold, they will automatically activate a protective shield. And this, she added, giving Wukong a compact tracking device, can trace the gray mist energy. It might lead us to the source of the probe. Vegeta donned the wristband. Casting a glance at Wukong, don't hold me back. Rest assured, this time I won't hold back. Wukong grinned, clenching his fist as golden flames erupted, the swirling energy creating ripples across the sea once again. The two ascended into the sky, heading towards the universe of nothingness. The sunlight cast elongated beams behind them, resembling ribbons tied at the edge of the universe, one end connecting to home, the other tied to unknown danger. As the sea breeze swept across the rocks, Kellen picked up the lavender seashell and held it to his ear. Apart from the sound of the waves, he seemed to hear a faint, electric-like hum, echoing softly along the empty coastline, as if the probe's residual sound lingered. Chapter 115, Wutian Kex Versus. The Void Beings. Enemies like rubber Wutian Keisai hovered atop the Ferris wheel, the pink aura around him resembling a fiery cotton candy. He tugged at his spiky hair and shouted down at the writhing mass of gray mist below. Hey, was it you who twisted the roller coaster? I just won the Street Fighter match against Trunks and was about to take a couple of spins. Suddenly, an irregular shape emerged from the gray fog, lacking a fixed contour. At times, it resembled melted modeling clay, and at other times elongated like a strip. Its surface glistened with a wet sheen, and upon contact, the metal railing instantly softened into a noodle-like consistency. It bore no facial features, only an ever-opening mouth that emitted a noise akin to static interference. Abruptly, it lashed out a gray tentacle at Wutian Keisai, ensnaring his ankle like a rubber hose. Hey, still daring to make a move? Wutian Keisai grinned, gripping the tentacle and yanking it forcefully. The creature elongated as if devoid of bones, its tip exploding into countless fine gray strands that drifted like dandelion seeds behind him, reforming into a gray fist that struck him squarely on the back of his head. With a dull thud, Wutian Keisai staggered, rubbing his head and glaring down. A sneak attack? Your grandpa's grandpa wouldn't stoop so low. His aura surged, and he teleported to confront the creature, delivering a flurry of kicks that left afterimages. but it felt as if he had kicked a water-filled rubber bag, dissipating all his force. The creature's flattened body swiftly rebounded, wrapping around his calf like a rubber band. And with a sudden contraction, Wu-Tian Keisai was flung into the roller coaster cabin, the metal shell instantly denting. Damn it! He emerged from the wreckage, shards of glass still clinging to his hair. What kind of freakish body is this? The creature remained silent, its form swelling into a gigantic sphere, covered with countless gray-black lumps, resembling a rubber balloon riddled with acne, rolling toward Wu-Tian Keisai. Wherever it passed, the wooden posts of the carousel bent like noodles, and the cobblestone path was pressed into deep creases. Wu-Tian Keisai dodged on the air currents, witnessing the sphere barreling towards a small shop packed with visitors. In a moment of inspiration, he seized a nearby pirate ship's iron chain and swung it like a meteor hammer, entangling the sphere. Spin for me. The chain dug into the surface of the gray sphere, but was stretched along with the creature's ever-expanding body, dragging deep grooves into the ground beneath him. Suddenly, the end of the chain was swallowed into the creature, which healed like modeling clay, completely enveloping the chain. In the next moment, a sharp snapping sound echoed from within the sphere, followed by a flurry of metal shards piercing through the gray mist, hurtling toward Wu-Tian Keisai. Playing dirty, are we? Wu-Tian Keisai shot upward, palms pressed together. Take this. Super invincible big explosion Kamehameha. A golden wave of energy shot forth like a laser towards the gray sphere. But upon contact, the surface's folds absorbed it layer by layer, leaving only a few sparks that dissipated into the air. He was dumbfounded. Impossible. Even Dad would take that seriously. The gray sphere slowly unfurled into a massive gray membrane, spreading out like cling film. Wherever it passed, benches, flower beds, and even distant billboards were firmly glued down, immovable. Wu-Tian Keisai attempted to teleport away, but discovered the ground had transformed into a sticky gray gel. His shoes glued to the surface, stretching long strands as he moved. Damn, it's like bubble gum come to life. Frantically, he scratched his head, suddenly noticing the cotton candy machine nearby, still sputtering pink strands of sugar when the purple mist appeared. Wu-Tian Keisai's eyes lit up. He unleashed his aura to break free, grabbed the cotton candy machine, and smashed it onto the gray membrane. Let us add some flavor. Upon impact, the machine melted, yet countless strands of sugar seemed to come alive, wriggling into the folds of the gray membrane. The once smooth surface of the membrane began to convulse violently, bulging with pink lumps as if the sugar strands were expanding inside. Wu-Tian Keisai was taken aback. So, you're afraid of sweetness? At that moment, the gray membrane abruptly contracted, expelling all the sugar strands and impurities into a single mass, its form returning to smoothness. It slowly rose, elongating into a spear-like shape, the tip coalescing into a glimmering purple spike, a transformation triggered by the energy absorbed from the cotton candy machine. Wu-Tian Keisai crossed his arms in front of him. Looks like it's time to get serious. The pink aura transformed into a dazzling golden glow, blurring Wu-Tian Keisai's outline in the radiance. Super Saiyan 3. Wu-Tian Keisai transformed. His hair exploded like a waterfall, his golden aura shooting into the sky. Grasping a half-destroyed roller coaster car, he swung it like a baseball bat, exclaiming, "Try this." Amusement Park Limited Edition home run. The car, propelled by a whoosh, smashed into the gray sphere. Yet the creature twisted it into scrap metal as if wringing out a towel. But this was Wu-Tian Keisai's strategy. As the creature crumpled the car, he teleported behind it, channeling all his strength into a fist infused with golden energy, striking the very center of the writhing mass. Hidden technique. Back of the head critical hit. His fist sank into the soft body but felt as if it had struck an endless abyss, lacking the expected explosion. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly felt his arm being yanked violently, drawing him into the depths of the gray mist. Surrounded by thick darkness, countless gray tendrils coiled around him like rubber bands, constricting until his bones creaked. Cough, cough. This has gone awry. He managed to lift his hand, gathering the last of his energy at his fingertips. It seemed he had no choice but to use that technique. A golden radiance illuminated the darkness, like a tiny sun on the verge of exploding. Wu-Tian Keisai's supernova. A violent explosion triggered a chain reaction within the creature's body, the gray mist leaking like a deflated balloon, countless holes erupting across its form. Wu-Tian Keisai burst forth from the breach, trailing several gray tendrils that hadn't yet released him. He glanced back at the shrinking gray mist. suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. The ruptured surface of the creature resembled the colors of the space rift he had observed at the edge of the void universe. Unbeknownst to him, the amusement park's music had resumed playing, the carousel spinning leisurely as if the fierce battle had merely been a surreal dream. Wu-Tian Keisai brushed off the gray remnants from his body, suddenly recalling that Trunks was still waiting for him in the arcade. He seized the half-melted railing as a weapon, declaring, "Next time you dare to cause trouble, I'll turn you into a rubber balloon and set you free." With that, he shot into the sky, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a dissipating trail of gray mist. Behind him, a slender gray strand quietly slipped into the underground drainage system, flowing toward the city center like a hidden fuse, awaiting its next opportunity for detonation. Chapter 116. The Anomaly of Kara's Star Power. Sensing kin, Kara stood atop the observation tower, her fingertips gliding over the cold astrological instrument S-dial. The bronze pointer suddenly trembled violently, darting across the star map before finally locking onto a specific point within the arm of Orion. Her pupils constricted. This was not a known celestial body's coordinates. The base of the astrological device emitted a low hum, and the star crystal embedded along its edge burst forth with blinding blue light, illuminating her profile as if encased in ice. "Something is amiss," she murmured, raising her hand to steady the trembling star crystal. This token, brought from her home planet, had never been so agitated in the past 3 centuries. The crystal's luminescence flowed through her fingers, coalescing in the air into tiny shards of light, resembling a swarm of startled fireflies. She recalled her grandfather's words on his deathbed, "When the star crystal sings for kin, it signifies either salvation or catastrophe." Sudden hurried footsteps echoed behind her as her assistant, Leia, burst through the observation tower's door, clutching a clipboard. Her hood slipped off, revealing a face filled with alarm. "Lady Kara, the star power reserves in the energy chamber have surged unexpectedly. The monitoring device indicates an unfamiliar stellar energy penetrating the atmosphere, and the coordinates perfectly align with the position your star crystal is pointing to." Kara spun around sharply, the blue light of the star crystal exploding in her eyes. She hastily approached the observation platform, pushing away Leia's hand that was pressed against the screen displaying the spectral diagram representing the flow of stellar energy. A blazing orange-red band was tearing through the deep blue native energy field, rushing forth like a river of fire. More bizarrely, countless delicate silver threads were entwined around the light band, representing the purest form of stellar power, now appearing akin to iron filings magnetically drawn towards the orange-red stream. "Open all frequency communications." Kara's voice, resonating with the vibration of star crystals, alerted all members of the Stellar Energy Guard to enter a state of heightened alert. Yet she commanded them not to engage unless necessary, as she desired the being alive. Leia's fingers trembled as they struck the control panel, the screen instantly erupting with dozens of communication windows, the faces of guard members appearing one after another. Kara grasped the star crystal pendant hanging around her neck, the blue light resonating wondrously with the orange-red band on the screen, her voice transmitting through every channel. "Note the energy characteristics, predominantly orange-red with entwined silver threads. That is the mark of the Wanderer. Do not touch their silver threads. They are the lifeblood of stellar power. If you do, it will be a fight to the death." The dome of the observation tower gradually opened, the night wind swirling in with stardust, causing Kara's long hair to flutter. She gazed upward, the night sky appearing to be torn open, with the orange-red band cascading down from the rift, stirring up clouds of dust upon reaching the ground. The star crystal in her palm felt scorching, the blue light and the orange-red band standing off against each other, yet not colliding. Instead resembling 2 vines reunited after a long separation, cautiously stretching their tendrils in the air. Were they recognizing each other? Leia covered her mouth, watching as the silhouette gradually emerged from within the light band. It was a figure draped in a tattered cloak of stardust, emanating the same orange-red glow as the light band, with silver threads of stellar power coiling around bare arms, resembling a flowing armor. He lifted his head, the hood falling away to reveal a sharply defined face, the left eye a pure orange-red, while the right contained a silver-gray star crystal identical to Kara's pendant. "A star crystal symbiote," Kara murmured, as the star crystal suddenly broke free from her palm, shooting forth as a beam of blue light. The figure paused momentarily, raising a hand to catch the star crystal, which rotated in his palm, suddenly fissuring to reveal an orange-red core within. "So that's how it is," he chuckled, his voice reminiscent of star sand rubbing together. The moment my home planet shattered, I should have known I was not the only one to escape. Kara clenched her fists, the residual warmth left by the star crystal still burning in her palm. She recalled the destruction of her home planet, the sky torn into countless fragments, stellar power erupting like a fountain into the heavens, her grandfather stuffing the star crystal into her arms while being engulfed by the collapsing energy tower. At that moment, she believed she was the sole survivor, the last guardian chosen by the star crystal, never considering that another Kara existed in this universe. No, she should call him Kai. As the silver threads on his arm had already revealed the truth, they were the mark of a male star crystal symbiote. Your stellar power is waning, Kara suddenly spoke, her gaze falling upon the wound concealed beneath his cloak. The orange-red halo there appeared distinctly dim, and the silver threads had lost their luster, resembling a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. Kai glanced down at his injury and smiled dismissively. After drifting for 300 years, the star crystal is nearly spent. If I hadn't sensed your star crystal calling, it would likely have completely dissipated in some asteroid belt. He stepped closer, and Kara caught a whiff of his scent. The burnt aroma of nearly exhausted stellar energy mingled with the dust of unfamiliar celestial bodies. Leia, take him to Chapter 117, Bulma's Cosmic Map. The unexplored void as Bulma imported the star chart data of the 7th universe into the holographic projector. Her fingertips were still smeared with machine oil from just replacing the hydraulic hoses in Vegeta's training capsule, with bits of metal shavings lodged between her fingers. She clapped her hands before the projector, which was supposed to display the familiar distribution of star systems. Instead, the holographic screen flickered 3 times, like an old television with poor connection, before exploding into blinding white light. Once the brilliance faded, everyone in the control room stood dumbfounded. What is this? Yulong rubbed his eyes, pointing at the irregular gray fog area in the center of the projection. I don't remember this section being on the cosmic star chart. Even the debris belts of the outer star regions are clearly marked, but this gray area looks like it's been splattered with ink. Bulma frowned as she leaned closer, issuing a magnification command. The hologram buzzed as it expanded, bringing the gray fog area before everyone's eyes. Particle-like mist flowed slowly within, occasionally revealing faint glimmers of gold. Yet the internal structure remained obscured. She tapped the control panel, pulling up the original data log. Strange, all the feedback from the detectors here is blank, as if something has forcibly gouged out a section. Vegeta had just entered when he was blocked by the hologram, impatiently swatting away the star trajectory projection that floated before him. What is all the noise about? The prince's gravity training isn't over yet. His gaze lingered on the gray fog, abruptly pausing. The energy readings in this area are peculiar. He raised a hand to press against the edge of the projection, his fingertips igniting with a faint purple flame, exhibiting a subtle, almost palpable suction, different from the devouring force of a black hole, more akin to a sponge absorbing water. Bulma suddenly clapped her hands, pulling up the energy fluctuation curve. Look at this fluctuation frequency. It matches perfectly with the encrypted logs left by my father before he went missing. He said there was a section of unrecorded space at the universe's edge where all instruments would fail. Trunks approached with an energy biscuit in hand, crumbs falling onto the control panel, disregarding the mess. Grandma, what's in that blank area? Is it a planet filled with treasures, or is it home to glowing aliens? Stop messing around. Bulma swatted the biscuit from his hand, but couldn't suppress a smirk. However, you're half right. According to my father's notes, the stellar density in that area is 3 times that of normal space. She lowered her voice, opening a hidden folder. He mentioned seeing self-repairing metals there, 10 times tougher than our alloys. Goku emerged from the fridge, guzzling down half a can of cola before pointing at a shimmering dot at the edge of the gray fog. Hey, there's a little bright spot. Is someone living there? The dot flickered in and out, its frequency inexplicably synchronizing with Goku's energy rhythm, as if responding. Bulma's pupils constricted as she quickly locked onto the coordinates of the light point. This is the emergency signal frequency of my father's private spaceship, the Explorer. The last signal he sent before he disappeared came from this location. Her fingers flew across the control panel, attempting to penetrate the gray fog to analyze the signal. Dad once said that the flow of time in that area is different from the outside. He spent 3 months there, and when he returned, 5 years had passed for us. Vegeta scoffed, yet discreetly pulled out the energy detector from his battle suit. Stop the sentimentality, old woman. If we're going, let us hurry. This prince could use a solid target for training. However, he paused. Make sure the spaceship is fully fueled. I don't want to break down halfway. Bulma watched his retreating figure with a smile, gently tapping the blank area, causing the hologram to ripple. Words began to surface from the gray fog, resembling a message washed ashore by the tide. Cross the mist, encounter the star in the mirror. She swiftly inputted the coordinates into the navigation system. Raising her voice, prepare for departure. Target the blank area. The brilliance of the holographic projection illuminated every face, as the enigmatic gray mist seemed to come alive, with particles swirling faster, as if welcoming the imminent visitors. Trunks hastily stuffed the last bite of his cookie into his mouth and grabbed his backpack, exclaiming, "Wait for me. I want to take a holographic photo." Wulong, clutching his piggy bank, hurriedly followed suit. "Take me along. Perhaps we might find a chicken that lays gold coins." Bulma gazed at the blank expanse, and suddenly, her father's handwriting seemed to materialize before her, reminiscent of her childhood when he would squat on the ground, holding her hand to draw star maps, softly murmuring, "The universe is vast. There are always new places to explore." Taking a deep breath, she pressed the ignition button. The spaceship's engine let out a low roar as the gray mist in the hologram gradually unfolded, resembling a canvas waiting to be filled. Chapter 118. The Old Photo Album of the Turtle Hermit. Cosmic travels in youth. The Turtle Hermit's cottage perpetually exuded an aroma of sandalwood mingled with the scent of old books. Goku squatted beside a low table, his fingertips gliding over a dusty wooden box, suddenly snagged by the copper lock at the box's corner, which was shaped like a turtle curled into a ball, its back etched with a crooked character for C. This old fellow is quite nostalgic. Vegeta leaned against the doorframe, surveying the yellowed posters on the wall, recalling that he still had not returned the complete guide to cosmic combat he had borrowed from the Turtle Hermit, and decided to reclaim it. Goku had already placed the wooden box onto the table, and the copper lock spun in his palm before suddenly clicking open. The turtle's shell could be lifted to reveal a crescent-shaped key inside. The box was lined with deep blue velvet, and a quietly lying photo album with a gilded cover rested in the center. The golden paint on the cover, inscribed with Starry Sea Voyage, had faded significantly, yet its exquisite craftsmanship from yesteryears remained evident. "Look!" Goku exclaimed as he flipped to the first page, a yellowed photograph suddenly slipping out from the compartment, fluttering to the ground. Vegeta bent down to retrieve it, his fingertips barely grazing the edge of the photograph when he froze. The young man depicted was clad in a white robe, his hair tied back with a red string, holding a gourd and smiling at the camera, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Goku. "Is this the Turtle Hermit?" Goku leaned closer, poking the turtle shell-patterned belt at the young man's waist. He was so slender back then. The first page of the album featured a cosmic flight route map, densely marked with coordinates in red ink. The Turtle Hermit's handwriting danced across the page, drawing a crooked smiley face next to Vegeta's planet. "The local populace is fierce. The young master has a temper like a frizzy cat, but secretly feeds stray beasts jerky." Accompanying this was a sketch of a small boy chasing a shooting star on a flying device, beside which a pencil-drawn frizzy little beast clutched a leftover piece of jerky in its tail. Turning to the second page, several slightly curled photographs slipped from the film. The topmost image captured a purple planet, its sky so low it felt as though one could reach out and touch the clouds. The Turtle Hermit stood on a floating rock, holding a transparent jar containing a glowing blue nebula. The caption beneath read, "The star tears of Zeller, feeling like icy jelly. Can heal burns, but is a bit bitter." Suddenly, Goku exclaimed in surprise, pulling out a holographic film from the stack of photographs and holding it up to the light. "Isn't this Namek?" The green planet rotated within the film, showing the Turtle Hermit crouched in a mushroom forest, offering a gourd to a Namekian clad in white robes. "Old buddy, try my plum wine." The Namekian chuckled, his wrinkles deepening, while a small Namekian behind him mischievously tugged at the Turtle Hermit's beard, prompting him to playfully scratch the child. Vegeta abruptly leaned over from behind, his fingertip pointing to a shadowy figure in the corner of the film, who was seen shoving a crystal stone into the Turtle Hermit's gourd. "Is this my father?" The boy in the film had a stern expression, yet his ears reddened as the Turtle Hermit ruffled his hair, the crystal slipping into the gourd and splashing droplets of wine that sparkled like stars in the sunlight. In the middle of the album, a hand-drawn map was tucked away, its edges gnawed by insects. Yet the vermilion route lines were still discernible. Starting from the edge of the northern galaxy, I drew a rabbit gnawing on a rock while passing through the asteroid belt. As a side note, the rabbit might spit diamonds, but its teeth are so sharp it nearly punctured my ship's bottom, beside the dark nebula. I sketched a crying face. Never use bright lights in the nebula. It will attract shadow fish. Those pesky things love to stick to hair. Their scales feel like fine sand but shimmer faintly in the dark. Goku flipped to the last few pages. Suddenly captivated by a faded group photo, the turtle hermit sat on a meteorite, cradling a furry intergalactic beast, while a woman in a red dress reached for the gourd in his hands. Behind them, a burst of nebulae resembled spilled gold dust. The back of the photograph bore a pen inscription. Awu said, "The sweetest thing in the universe is not plum wine, but the wind on a meteorite." The handwriting was blurred by water, blending into a pale blue reminiscent of a woman's skirt. Vegeta suddenly pulled out a metallic card from the album, the energy patterns flickering as it projected a hologram of the turtle hermit seated in the spaceship's cockpit, his hair now grizzled. Yet he flashed a peace sign at the camera. "Boys, when you see this, I'll probably be sunbathing on some planet. Remember, the universe is not for conquering. It's for exploring. Enjoy a few sips of good wine when you find it, and have a chat with charming folks. Don't always think about fighting. Of course, if it comes to blows, don't lose too disgracefully. Don't embarrass me." As the hologram faded, the card snapped open, revealing a transparent bead wrapped in golden light. Goku caught the bead, bursting into laughter. "This is a star core. The last time the turtle hermit mentioned, he found one during a supernova explosion. It can grow glowing flowers." Vegeta held the holographic film depicting his father's silhouette, suddenly snorting, but carefully tucking the film into his pocket. The old man actually has some interesting tales. Goku pocketed the bead, his fingers brushing over the last phrase in the album. Now worn and indistinct. "The universe is too vast to traverse completely, but every step counts." He suddenly grabbed the album and dashed towards the door, eager to find the turtle hermit. "I want to hear Aunt Awu's story." Vegeta followed closely behind, his pace momentarily slowing before quickening. Indeed, he had long wished to inquire about the flavor of the wine produced from the crystal stone his father had given to the turtle hermit. Sunlight streamed through the wooden window, casting its glow on the open album, and those time-worn photographs and writings suddenly seemed to come alive, gently swaying in the air, as if whispering from behind, "Don't rush, take your time. The stories of the universe are still unfolding." Chapter 119. The Training Grounds of Tianjin Fan. Gravity 1,000 times that of Earth. As the alloy door of the gravity training room slowly slid open, an invisible pressure instantly assaulted them. The moment Goku stepped over the threshold, his knees buckled heavily, instinctively bending his body. Incredulously glancing at the seemingly flat metallic floor that felt as if he were stepping onto a sponge that continuously sank, requiring every ounce of strength to move each step. The gravity. Gohan's voice trembled with effort as he attempted to raise his hand, but his arm felt as if it were weighed down with lead, unable to lift beyond his chest. The flashing red numbers on the display seemed to dazzle the eyes with a staggering reading, 1000 G. Tianjin Fan stood in the center of the training room, his gray robe clinging tightly to the floor under the gravitational force, accentuating his taut muscles. He slowly turned, his third eye narrowing slightly, scanning the line of people at the door, his voice remarkably steady under the immense pressure. "If you cannot adapt, feel free to leave now." Goku grinned broadly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, his cheeks slightly flushed from exertion. 1000 G? This is even tougher than the training room in the King Kai's realm. Tianjin Fan, what incredible techniques have you been holding back all these years? No sooner had he spoken than a faint buzzing reverberated from beneath his feet, and the ground began to tilt. Gohan gasped, his body uncontrollably sliding towards the incline, desperately reaching for the handrail beside him. Yet his fingers slipped mere centimeters away from it. Under the 1000 G gravity, even the air felt viscous, and the delay in his movements was far worse than anticipated. "Stabilize your core." The voice of Tianjin Fan resonated at the opportune moment as he slightly parted his feet, firmly standing on the inclined ground, as if beneath him lay not a sloped surface of 30 degrees, but a flat expanse. Here, simply standing constituted the first step of cultivation. Vegeta let out a cold grunt, and a deep blue aura erupted around him, attempting to counteract the oppressive force of gravity with energy. Yet, as the aura rose halfway, it was dissipated by an invisible pressure. He emitted a muffled sound, his knees buckling involuntarily, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Could gravity truly suppress energy fluctuations? Do not waste your efforts. Tianjin Fan raised his hand, and the third eye on his forehead glimmered with a pale golden light. The gravitational field here adjusts automatically to the intensity of energy. The stronger you are, the heavier it becomes. Suddenly, he lifted his foot. What appeared to be a slow step caused the ground to tremble slightly upon impact. To move here, one must shed all excess energy, relying solely on the fundamental strength of the flesh to resist. Goku took a deep breath, gradually loosening his clenched fists. The moment the aura completely retracted, the bone-crushing pressure lessened somewhat. He attempted to bend his knees. His muscles groaned with soreness, yet felt remarkably more agile than before. Thus, it requires us to return to our essence. Gohan gritted his teeth, mimicking Tianjin Fan's stance to adjust his center of gravity. Sweat beaded on his forehead, only to be forcefully pressed against his skin by gravity, resembling a sticky film. He suddenly noticed that the walls of the training room were embedded with countless tiny metal beads, each moving slowly and refracting shards of light. Those are the targets. Tianjin Fan's voice carried a metallic rasp as he abruptly turned, his right foot scraping a shallow mark on the ground. His body tilting at an almost defiance of physical laws, while simultaneously raising his hand, his fingertip precisely pointing at a metal bead 3 meters away. Under 1000 G, even a delay of 0.1 seconds could cause you to miss the target. The instant the metal bead was struck by his fingertip, a crisp ping echoed, and it promptly ejected a smaller bead, hurtling toward Gohan's face. Gohan's pupils constricted. He attempted to turn his head to evade, but his neck felt as though it were filled with lead. By the time he managed to dodge, the small bead had already grazed his cheek, the rush of wind stinging his skin. A reaction delayed by 0.3 seconds. Tianjin Fan retracted his hand, the glow of his third eye dimming. Under normal gravity, this 0.3 seconds would suffice to evade 10 attacks, but here, gravity elongates your movement trajectory, magnifying every mistake. Vegeta silently walked to the other side, his feet sinking deeply into the alloy floor, leaving shallow footprints. He attempted to throw a punch, but his fist lingered in the air for half a second before striking, moving as slowly as a slow-motion replay. Yet his eyes held no irritation. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within him as he punched again and again until his knuckles turned white, sweat pooling on the ground into small puddles. Goku emulated Tianjin Fan's breathing technique, allowing the airflow to descend along his spine, strangely feeling a warm current coursing through his meridians. He recalled Master Roshi's teaching of using softness to overcome hardness, attempting to conceal power deep within his muscles rather than unleashing it outwardly. When he stepped forward again, though still heavy, he felt less sluggish, like an icebreaker slowly progressing through thick ice. Every piece of metal here was infused with star iron. Tianjin Fan observed Goku's movements and gradually explained that it absorbs excess energy radiation, compelling you to transcend your limits through sheer physicality. When I discovered this metal in the abandoned mining area of the North Galaxy, it was being compressed by a gravity 1,000 times stronger within the planet's core. Yet it did not shatter. Its resilience was the key to surviving in extreme environments. Gohan suddenly noticed the sleeves of Tianjin Fan's robe were worn and frayed, revealing his wrist, which was covered in fine scars, as if repeatedly scraped by something. Following the direction of the scars, he discovered a pile of bizarrely shaped stones in the corner of the training room, each covered in sharp edges, deeply embedded in the ground, clearly of immense weight. Those are the grinding stones. Tianjin Fan followed his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you push them around the training room for 10 laps each day, you will understand how to embody resilience. Goku approached the stones and reached out to push them, but they did not budge. Taking a deep breath, he flexed his muscles, and the stone finally shifted a centimeter, leaving a deep groove. Just then, he sensed a weak airflow behind him, the sound of Vegeta's fists slicing through the air at him. Though slow, it carried an undeniable strength. Under the pull of gravity, there was no time to turn and block. Goku instinctively lowered his center of gravity, bracing his shoulder against the force of Vegeta's punch while rolling sideways. This movement, typically effortless, now dislocated his internal organs, and he could even hear the friction of his bones. However, in the moment of landing, he instinctively kicked out, accurately striking Vegeta's ankle. Under 1000 G, even the slightest misalignment could lead to a fall. Vegeta stumbled for half a step, but used this momentum to stabilize himself. retaliating with a punch that barely grazed Goku's ear, the force creating a shallow crater in the ground. Quite interesting. Vegeta's voice, breathless yet exhilarated, acknowledged the gravity field's ability to elicit instinctual reactions. The third eye on Tianjin Fan's forehead illuminated once more, enveloping the entire training room in a pale golden glow. The metal beads embedded in the walls suddenly accelerated. A dense buzzing sound akin to a swarm of bees filled the air. Now that you have adapted sufficiently, let us try the 1,000-star target. Before being struck by these beads, hit 100 of them. Remember, here, speed does not equate to precision, and power does not surpass stability. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and simultaneously bent down, sweat dripping onto the ground, instantly flattened by gravity into a thin film. The light of the metal beads before them coalesced into a flowing net of illumination, each flicker resembling a countdown. As the first metal bead whizzed toward him, Goku recalled Tianjin Fan's earlier words, "Resilience is the key to survival in extreme environments." He ceased his attempts to resist gravity, instead allowing himself to adjust his center of gravity in harmony with the heavy pressure, his arms guiding his body in a slow yet precise arc. The crisp sound of impact reverberated through the training room, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, creating ripples. Vegeta followed suit, his fist exuding the force to shatter everything. Yet just before striking the target, he abruptly tempered his strength, merely brushing the bead with his fingertip, causing it to bounce away. Tianjin Fan stood beyond the light net, observing the two figures gradually unfurling under the immense pressure, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. In the 1,000 G gravitational field, each breath felt like swallowing flames, and each movement felt like tearing muscles. But within those taut lines lay the promise of transcendent power, akin to planetary cores encased in star iron, destined to emit a brilliance surpassing that of stars through the tempering of 1,000-fold gravity. The alloy door of the training room slowly closed, completely isolating the outside noise. Inside, only the heavy sounds of breathing, the metallic clang of impacts, and the faint sound of sweat hitting the ground, instantly flattened by gravity, remained. This was a sanctuary for the strong, where 1,000-fold gravity served as a sculptor's chisel, meticulously carving out a more resilient soul. Chapter 120. The First Encounter. The eclipsing star that vanishes upon touch. The gravity alarm in the training room suddenly shrieked. Red warning lights flashing frantically on the ceiling, casting each face into intermittent light and shadow. Just as Goku dodged Vegeta's punch, propelled by a gust of wind, the jarring sound startled him into a momentary pause. In the next instant, a bone-chilling cold enveloped his left shoulder, not the pressure of the gravity field, but a sensation akin to being pierced by an ice spear, a feeling of utter void. What is that? He abruptly turned, only to see a translucent gray shadow brush past his shoulder. At the moment the fabric of his training suit made contact with the gray shadow, it corroded as if by an invisible acid, a chunk vanishing from it, the edges visibly melting inward at a rapid pace. That was Vegeta, whose pupils constricted sharply, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave, yet it passed straight through the gray shadow, striking the distant alloy wall and exploding into a charred crater. The gray shadow drifted leisurely towards the metallic target in the corner, as if unaffected by its surroundings. Wherever it passed, the scratches on the ground, the scattered energy fragments, and even the dust floating in the air vanished the moment they made contact, as though they had never existed. It consumed existence itself. Tianjin Fan's voice resonated heavily within the gravitational field, and the third eye on his forehead glimmered like a cold star, locking onto the gray shadow. This was not mere physical destruction, it was the erasure of existence. Suddenly, he pointed towards Wu Fan, exclaiming that when the shadow brushed against the cuff of his sleeve, the energy detector on his wrist had registered a value of 0, erasing even the residual energy. Wu Fan hurriedly looked at his wrist. The detector, which had previously emitted a green light, had indeed turned pitch black, and the historical data on the screen was completely empty, as if it had never been activated. What kind of monster is this? He took a step back, colliding with the wall, only to discover that the hole created by Vegeta's earlier punch had vanished. The wall smooth and unblemished as if the confrontation had never occurred. Shiji, Krillin's voice crackled through the communicator, laden with electrical static. Records in the Interstellar Alliance's encrypted files indicated that this was a void creature wandering within the dark matter band, feeding on informational existence. They possessed no physical form. Any contact with them erased all traces of existence, including memories. Before he could finish speaking, the gray shadow abruptly split into 3 streams, one of which charged directly at Vegeta. Instinctively, Vegeta threw a punch to block it, but as his fist passed through the gray shadow, he suddenly froze, his expression becoming vacant. Who was I just fighting? Vegeta. Goku urgently grasped his arm, energy flowing from his palm, attempting to awaken his memories. You were training with me. This thing can erase memories. The gray shadow seemed drawn to Goku's energy, abruptly pivoting towards him, its semi-transparent edges rippling. Goku then realized that the interior of the gray shadow was not empty. It was filled with fine silver threads, like countless severed fragments of memories floating aimlessly. When the gray shadow made contact with his energy shield, the surface of the shield instantly caved in like melting ice, and he could feel his memories of gravity training rapidly blurring. Tianjin Fan's words, the angle of Vegeta's punch, and Wu Fan's exclamation all dissolving into fragments. Focus! Tianjin Fan suddenly shouted, his third eye emitting a golden beam that struck the center of the gray shadow with precision. The gray shadow trembled violently as the internal silver threads writhed like a web ignited in flames. It feared an absolutely conscious awareness. The more blurred the memory, the weaker the traces of existence, the easier it was for it to consume. Goku grit his teeth, forcing himself to etch the current scene into his mind. The red glow of the warning light, Vegeta's bewildered face, Wu Fan's hand tightly gripping the detector, the twisting silver threads within the gray shadow. He even recalled the scene from his childhood when Master Roshi taught him the Kamehameha wave. The sound of Chi-Chi calling him for dinner in the kitchen, those memories so vivid he could almost smell the aroma of food, anchoring him against the fading tide of consciousness. Now, Tianjin Fan's voice trembled with power, the beam from his third eye intensifying, using the clearest memories as anchor points to attack the core threads of the shadow. In Goku's eyes flashed the Rui Bang left to him by his grandfather. Recalling every wood grain on its surface, the image of Chi-Chi sewing his socks, the needle's arc on her fingertip, the moment Wu Fan first called him dad, the warmth of saliva on his chin. These images burned like a hot iron, leaving deep imprints in his consciousness. In the instant he gathered energy, the energy wave transformed from mere destructive force to a conflagration wrapped in vibrant memory fragments, colliding fiercely with the gray shadow. With a sizzling sound, where the energy wave penetrated, the silver threads snapped instantaneously, and the semi-transparent body of the shadow contracted violently, emitting a shrill cry akin to shattering glass. It began to flee in desperation, erasing the training room's instruments, the cracks on the floor, and even the punch marks left by Vegeta. But this time, Goku clearly saw a faint silver light trailing in the direction of its escape, remnants scorched by the energy of memory. It feared the concrete, warm memories. Goku shouted as he pursued, energy waves relentlessly striking that silver light. Each impact wrapped in even more vivid scenes, the weight of Wu Fan falling into his arms during his first steps, the sensation of flowers tossed at him during Krillin's wedding, the blush on Vegeta's ears as he awkwardly handed him medicine. These warm memories acted like nails, anchoring the trajectory of the gray shadow. Vegeta's gaze gradually cleared. He shook his head, still somewhat dazed but instinctively falling into rhythm with Goku. Energy blasts accurately struck the silver light's path. Damn it, how dare this thing erase my memories? His energy bore another imprint, the tone of Bulma scolding him for being overly stubborn, Trunks' mischievous smile while dismantling his model. Even the crisp sound of dishes clinking when Goku snatched his bowl. 2 streams of energy intertwined as they pursued the gray shadow, which continually shrank under the onslaught of memories until it curled into a ball in the corner, emitting a desperate shriek. Wu Fan suddenly recalled something, seizing a training record board nearby and hurling it towards the shadow, enveloping the scratches, stains, and even the ink stains he had accidentally dripped with energy. These are also proof of existence. The moment the record board collided with the gray shadow, the creature completely disintegrated, transforming into countless silver specks that did not vanish but instead hung in the air like stars, each glimmer reflecting the recently awakened fragments of memory. Filled with joy and sorrow, warmth and weight, the gravity alarm gradually subsided, and the training room returned to tranquility, but many things had still disappeared. The old training devices, scratches on the walls, and some data from the instruments. Yet when Goku checked his pocket, he found the candy Wu Fan had given him that morning. Crumpled paper still bearing chocolate smudges, something he had instinctively clutched during the battle, which the gray shadow had failed to erase. Vegeta looked at his empty wrist, cursing, "Damn it. Where's my energy detector?" But the next moment, he noticed the candy wrapper in Goku's hand and awkwardly turned away. "At least the family portrait Trunks drew yesterday is still on my phone." Tianjin Fan approached the corner, gazing at the silver points suspended in the air, his third eye slowly dimming. The Shiji consumes existence, but it cannot devour that which is remembered, that which has warmth. He reached out to catch a silver point, which transformed in his palm into a memory of his youth, training with Master Roshi by the seaside, the refreshing coolness of splashes on his pants. Goku, holding the crumpled candy wrapper, suddenly smiled. He looked out the window. Perhaps countless such Shiji lurked in the dark of the universe. But as long as those warm memories remained, as long as those concrete, vibrant moments persisted, nothing could truly erase the traces of their existence. The silver points suspended in the air gradually merged into the atmosphere, the lights of the training room reigniting, illuminating the profile of Vegeta messaging Trunks. Wu Fan cautiously tucking the candy wrapper into his diary, and the stubborn chocolate stain in Goku's palm. These trivial, warm, and tangible moments served as the strongest armor against the void. Chapter 121, Trunks' Time Machine, bringing back an unfamiliar future on the Capsule Corporation's landing pad. Moonlight spilled across the metallic surface like a galaxy. Trunks crouched before the repair hatch of the time machine, the energy welder in his fingertips emitting a crackling blue flame, sealing the last piece of star metal alloy into the craft's fissure. 3 years ago, during the spatial turbulence at the edge of the void universe, a gnarled scar had marred the chassis, now covered by new alloy, like an unhealed scab. "Is it not done yet?" Bra sat on a nearby toolbox, hugging her knees, her pink hair tousled by the night breeze. "Mom said if we don't leave soon, Dad will eat all the cookies she just baked." She shook the thermos in her hand, the lid not secured tightly, releasing the sweet aroma of butter and chocolate. Trunks straightened up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Let's calibrate the time coordinates one last time." He summoned the holographic control panel, and the data stream on the screen suddenly became chaotic. The predetermined coordinates for Earth 7 years later were obscured by a string of scarlet garbled text. In the center, an unfamiliar galaxy pattern emerged, a spiraling nebula enveloping a dark purple star, resembling a half-open eye. "What is happening?" Bra leaned closer, her little finger pointing at the garbled text. "This isn't our cosmic star map, is it? Look at that star. It looks like Grandpa's eyebrows when he's angry." Trunks' heart skipped a beat. The time machine's core chip was made from Namek's life crystal, theoretically impervious to unknown coordinates unless this garbled text originated from a time and space that even the crystal could not identify. He attempted to restart the system, but the garbled text coiled around the screen like vines, and a red light flickered at the center of the nebula pattern, resonating with the energy core of the time machine. "Initiate auto-navigation." He suddenly grasped Bra's shoulder, pushing her into the cockpit and fastening her seatbelt. "We might be heading to an unexpected place." Bra, still in shock, watched as the time machine emitted a piercing hum, engulfed in a pale purple temporal vortex. Through the porthole, she witnessed the scene on the tarmac rapidly retreating, her mother running toward them with cookies, her father's frowning profile with crossed arms, and her grandfather's silly grin, all shrinking into blurred points of light, completely swallowed by the vortex. Time passed, though Trunks could not tell how long, until the vibrations finally subsided. He opened the hatch, and a wave of rust-like metallic odor assaulted him. The sight before him clenched his fists. This was indeed Earth, but not in a form he recognized. The sky was leaden gray, the clouds hung low as if to crush the rooftops, and the distant outline of the city was shrouded in a distorted energy field. The once prosperous West City was now reduced to crumbling remnants, with gray-black vines entwining the skeletal structures of steel and concrete, their leaf edges glimmering with an eerie silvery light, remnants of the energy left behind by the eclipsers. "Is this Earth?" Bra's voice quivered with a hint of tears as she pointed to the ruins at the street corner, where a crooked sign read Satan City. "But our Satan City had amusement parks and ice cream trucks, not like this." Trunks picked up a shattered holographic billboard, the news footage still flickering. "The Eclipser race has breached the 7th universe's defense line. Memory anchor points have been destroyed, and 80% of life forms are experiencing cognitive disarray." The image abruptly cut off, replaced by a scarlet warning. "Do not remember, do not linger, do not look back." Memory anchor points? He recalled the eclipsers he encountered not long ago, those silver light points shattered by memory energy. It seemed in this future, they had not found a way to combat them. He shielded Bra behind him as the energy detector suddenly blared an urgent alarm. The screen filled with dense red dots converging toward them from all directions. Run! Trunks pulled Bra into a narrow alley. The sound of something scraping against the ground close behind them. He glanced back, his heart tightening as he saw the gray-black vines emerging from the ruins. Their tips adorned with translucent pods containing indistinct human figures. Upon closer inspection, they bore striking resemblances to people he knew. Uncle Krillin's bald silhouette, Aunt 18's blue headband, and even Goten's casual stance. Are they trapped? Bra covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Are those vines consuming their memories? Trunks suddenly noticed that the figures within the pods were repeating a certain action. Uncle Krillin was throwing punches, but always stopping just before hitting the target. Aunt 18 was holding an energy wave, but had yet to launch it. Goten was poised to teleport, yet the ground beneath him remained still, devoid of ripples. It was as if they were stuck in the most painful moments of their memories, unable to complete their actions. They are harvesting unfinished memories. Trunks' voice trembled as he recognized the ground beneath Goten's feet. It was the roller coaster track from the amusement park, precisely where Goten had battled the Eclipsers last time. The Eclipsers had evolved. They no longer merely erased memories, but extracted the strongest obsessions as nourishment. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the alley's end, and a tall figure blocked their escape. The individual wore tattered Saiyan battle armor, silver hair gleaming coldly in the gray light, and the lines of his profile bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta, yet a scar traversed his brow, and his eyes were hollow, like two empty wells. "Dad!" Bra instinctively called out, only to quickly cover her mouth. The man's aura was too frigid, as though all warmth had been siphoned away. The silver-haired man did not respond, but slowly raised his hand, conjuring a gray-black energy sphere that flickered with fragmented silver light. Trunks' pupils constricted. The energy was tainted with the void energy of the Eclipsers, resembling a cup of water muddied with ink. "You are not my father." Trunks shoved Bra behind him, golden energy erupting around him. "Who are you?" The silver-haired man finally spoke, his voice raspy like a rusty piece of metal. "I have forgotten." His gaze swept over Trunks, a fleeting flicker of recognition passing through his hollow eyes, reminiscent of a long-lost self. At that moment, the time machine blared an urgent alarm, the holographic screen flickering with a countdown. The temporal anchor points were destabilizing. They had at most 10 minutes before being forcibly returned. Trunks looked at the expanding energy sphere in the silver-haired man's palm, and then at the trembling Bra behind him, making a sudden decision. "Bra, do you remember how to utilize the star power Mom taught you?" He quickly rummaged through the toolbox, retrieving a piece of energy crystal and placing it in his sister's hands. "Inject your memories of home into it. The more specific, the better." The scent of baking cookies. Dad's awkward concern, Grandpa's silly laugh. Think of them all. Though Bra did not fully grasp her brother's intentions, she nodded vigorously, tightly clutching the crystal, her tears mingling with longing as they dripped onto it, causing the crystal to gradually emanate a warm pink glow. "This is the memory anchor point." Trunks charged toward the silver-haired man, his fist enveloped in golden energy, yet upon contact with the man's energy, it suddenly veered off course, grazing his shoulder. "In your world, there must be someone still holding on. These memories can help them find their way." He deliberately lured the silver-haired man toward the time machine, and Bra timely threw the energy crystal, which collided with the time machine's energy core, causing pink light to explode, illuminating the entire alley. The gray-black vines thrashed violently in the light, and the figures within the pods began to move more clearly. Uncle Krillin's fist finally struck its target. Aunt 18's energy wave burst into vibrant light, and Goten's teleportation created familiar ripples. The silver-haired man clutched his head and let out a pained howl as the gray-black energy dissipated inch by inch in the pink light, revealing the original blue energy underneath. His gaze flickered between emptiness and clarity, ultimately locking onto Trunks' face as he hoarsely uttered, "Protect her." "We will." Trunks shouted as he seized Bra and dashed into the time machine. In the final moment before the hatch closed, he saw the silver-haired man turning to rush deeper into the ruins, the blue energy tearing a rift in the gray, like a beam of light refusing to extinguish. The temporal vortex swirled once more, and Bra leaned against the porthole, watching the dark purple star recede into the distance. Suddenly, she pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Brother, look!" Those garbled texts have transformed into stars. Trunks turned to look, and indeed, the garbled text had morphed into countless points of light, forming a new star map on the screen. Beside the dark purple star in the center was a tiny pink, resembling a stubborn seed. As the time machine burst forth from the vortex, Bra cheered, "It's our home." On the tarmac, Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, holding cookies, while Vegeta stood beside her, arms crossed yet with slightly flushed ears. Goku was on his tiptoes, trying to sneak a cookie from the warming bucket, only to be playfully scolded by Chi-Chi. "Welcome back." Bulma rushed over, enveloping them in a warm embrace. "Where have you been? The cookies are almost cold." Trunks gazed upon the familiar scene before him, absent-mindedly touching the silver fragments in his pocket, remnants from the battle suit of the silver-haired warrior, still faintly glowing with a delicate pink hue. Suddenly, he comprehended that the strange future was not an end, but rather a warning. It was nothing. He smiled as he ruffled Bra's hair, merely having visited a place where many memories are meant to be cherished. Bra nodded vigorously, stuffing a large cookie into her mouth. Mumbling indistinctly, "We must remember Mama's cookies, Papa's quirks, and Grandpa's silly grin, never to forget." The moonlight once again bathed the landing pad, and the newly repaired alloy on the time machine glimmered in the silver light, resembling a metal inscribed with secrets. Trunks looked skyward, as if he could still see that dark violet star and the blue figure burning in the darkness. They would remember, with all their warmth, vivid, indelible memories, to confront any future that may come their way. Chapter 122, Goku of the Future, never transforming into a Super Saiyan. The porthole of the time machine was still smeared with the gray-black dust of the future world, and Trunks was meticulously wiping it with a cloth while Bra perched on the toolbox nearby, counting the newly developed abdominal muscles of her father, Vegeta. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through the cabin, and the screen, which had indicated they had arrived at the primary timeline, flickered, revealing a line of unfamiliar coordinates. That string of numbers was all too familiar to Trunks, having splattered across the screen when the silver-haired warrior's energy sphere had detonated in the future ruins. "Are we moving again?" Bra's brows knitted together, cookie crumbs falling to the ground, lamenting the fact that they had just returned and not yet savored enough of Mama's cookies. Before Trunks could investigate the malfunction, the time machine was yanked by an unseen force, plunging into a new temporal vortex. This time, there was no violent turbulence, only a warm orange glow streaming in through the porthole, akin to being immersed in freshly prepared pumpkin soup. Bra pressed her face against the cool porthole, her eyes widening at the sight outside. It was neither ruins nor the familiar Capsule Corporation, but an endless expanse of golden wheat fields, the golden ears swaying in the wind, creating a rustling sound. In the distance, a small wooden cabin emitted wisps of smoke, with strings of red peppers drying at the entrance, resembling small lanterns hanging upside down. A man in a checkered shirt squatted by the edge of the field, grasping a stalk of wheat, engaging in conversation with a small boy at his feet. This man, with his jet-black, prickly hair, had laugh lines crinkling at the corners of his eyes, revealing 2 rows of neatly aligned white teeth, not silver-haired nor cold, but the ordinary visage of Goku that Trunks had seen in photographs. "Grandpa?" Bra rubbed her eyes, pressing her face against the icy porthole, yet he appeared so old. The man seemed to sense the movement, looking up. Upon seeing the hovering time machine, he showed no surprise, merely waving his hand, his smile as bright as the sunshine over the wheat fields. "Trunks? Bra? Come down and play." As Trunks jumped down from the time machine, holding Bra, the wheat brushed against his pant legs, leaving tiny golden specks. He stared at the man's hands, which were calloused, with dirt embedded beneath the nails, devoid of any energy residue or battle scars. Only the thick calluses earned from years of wielding farming tools. "You." Trunks' voice tightened. He had never seen such a Goku. Lacking the golden hair of a Super Saiyan, devoid of the halo of a universe savior, merely an ordinary farmer. "Don't just stand there," Goku said, patting the little boy beside him. "This is Gohan, your uncle." The boy, about 7 or 8 years old, wearing faded overalls and holding a glass jar filled with tadpoles, grinned widely at them, revealing a gap where a front tooth was missing. Bra's eyes lit up as she leaned closer to examine the jar. "Uncle? But my dad said Uncle is alive and well in the future." Goku continued, his voice as gentle as the winds over the wheat fields. "Come on. Let us go inside for some watermelon, just pulled from the well, nice and cool." The small cabin was filled with a faint fragrance of wheat. And on the table sat a large watermelon, its red flesh and black seeds promising sweetness. As Goku sliced it open with a fruit knife, juice flowed onto the wooden table, and he hurriedly wiped it up, his flustered demeanor reminiscent of the grandpa in the primary timeline, who always seemed to mess things up. "Grandpa, why didn't you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Bra asked, her mouth full of watermelon, her words muffled. "Dad says you're the strongest Super Saiyan. And your hair turns golden." Goku chuckled, scratching his head. "Super Saiyan? What's that? Sounds impressive. I think farming is quite interesting. Watching the seeds sprout, grow ears, and bear fruit is more fulfilling than anything else." He pointed to a photo on the wall, a family portrait, Chi-Chi cradling a baby, Gohan holding a large ear of corn, and Goku standing in the middle, grinning broadly, revealing his gums, with a backdrop of golden wheat fields. Trunks felt as though something had gently nudged his heart. He had seen Goku clad in golden energy on the battlefield, seen him meditating in the realm of gods, yet had never encountered this version of him, wearing a shirt dusted with wheat chaff, dirt beneath his fingernails, eyes sparkling with the joy of harvest. "What about the universe? Haven't you encountered any villains?" Trunks couldn't help but ask, sensing that such tranquility felt too surreal, like a false calm before a storm. "Villains?" Goku pondered, counting on his fingers. "There were a few sparrows that stole wheat and some field mice gnawing on corn roots, which I chased away with a slingshot. Oh right. Last year, an alien spaceship landed in the wheat field. The little fellow inside wanted to take some seeds back to plant. So I gave him half a bag of wheat seeds, and he left me a beautiful glowing stone in return." He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a fist-sized stone that refracted rainbow hues in the sunlight. "See, this is it," said it was a fragment of their planet star. Trunks gazed at the stone, suddenly recalling that in the future world, those vines enveloping human figures revealed that a world without Super Saiyans was not merely one of destruction. Did Gohan not learn martial arts? Bra pointed at Gohan in the photo, curious. "What for?" Gohan just then entered from outside, holding a bundle of greens. "I teach the children in town about reading and how plants grow. It's much more interesting than fighting." Upon spotting Trunks, he greeted him with a smile. "You must be Trunks. Dad often mentions you, says there's a remarkable nephew in the future." Trunks opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The Gohan in his memory was the one who unleashed power during the Cell Games, the scholar warrior who could punch enemies away despite wearing glasses. Not the gentle teacher standing before him, clad in simple clothing and holding vegetables, his eyes soft when speaking of his students. As evening approached, Goku took them for a stroll through the wheat fields. The setting sun dyed the wheat ears a reddish-orange, and the air was infused with the sense of earth and grain. In the distance, Chi-Chi's voice called for dinner, like a thin string gently pulling the people back home. "Actually," Goku suddenly spoke, kicking a small stone at his feet, "when I was young, I also thought about venturing out, believing my strength could accomplish great things. But one time, when Chi-Chi fell gravely ill, I carried her for many miles to find a doctor. Along the way, I thought, if I can't even protect those close to me, what good is all this strength?" He squatted down, picking up a plump grain of wheat, rubbing it in his palm. "You see, this wheat needs daily watering, weeding, and fertilizing. There's no rushing it. Life is the same. It's not necessary to become some mighty figure. Being able to safeguard your family, watching life gradually improve, is enough." Trunks observed Goku's profile, softened by the sunset, resembling a painting. He suddenly understood that no matter how dazzling the golden hair of a Super Saiyan might be, it could not compare to the evening breeze in the wheat fields, the aroma of food wafting from the house, nor the sound of Chi-Chi calling for Gohan to wash his hands. "Grandpa," Bra tugged at Goku's shirt, "your world is truly wonderful. Can I take some wheat seeds back to show Papa? He always says he wants to become the strongest. I want him to see that one can be happy without practicing martial arts." Goku's eyes crinkled into slits as he smiled, pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket and handing it to Bra. "These are this year's freshly harvested seeds. I guarantee they will sprout. Tell Vegeta that cultivating wheat is far more challenging than building muscle. It requires patience." As the time machine quivered once more, Beulah was carefully placing a cloth bag into her pocket. Wukong and Wufan stood on the edge of the field, waving, their shadows elongated by the setting sun, resembling a poem inscribed upon the earth. "Brother," Beulah leaned against Tranquus, "it turns out that Grandpa is just as formidable without transforming into a Super Saiyan." Tranquus gazed at the wheat fields slowly receding in the distance, and softly murmured in acknowledgement. He recalled his future self with silver hair, the twisted vines enveloping figures, and suddenly realized that true strength has never been about golden auras. Rather, it is akin to the roots of wheat, deeply embedded in the soil, safeguarding one's domain, growing gradually and yielding in silence. As the time machine traversed the vortex, the landing pad of the capsule company came into clearer view. Vegeta, with his hands clasped behind his back, was inspecting the training equipment. Upon seeing their return, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where have you been fooling around? Beulah, come here and see if you remember the new technique I taught you." Beulah dashed to Vegeta's side, proudly producing the cloth bag. "Father, this is the wheat seed Grandpa gave me. He said that growing wheat is harder than building muscle." Vegeta's expression darkened instantly, while Tranquus could not suppress a smile, as if he understood how to confront that bleak future. It was not through greater strength, but rather, like that wheat seed, anchoring roots in their rightful place and protecting those who mattered. Chapter 123, Vegeta's Fury. How could I ever lose to Frieza? The ruins of Vegeta's star glimmered coldly under the purple lightning, shards of broken stars scattered like shards of glass, embedding themselves into the scorched earth. Vegeta knelt upon the ground, his left hand pressing firmly against the wound on his chest, dark red blood oozing between his fingers, blooming into a distorted flower upon the ground. His battle armor had long since shattered into fragments during the recent explosion, and on his exposed arms, old wounds intertwined with new scars, each one searing with pain. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the suffocating sensation of his heart being gripped tight. Frieza hovered above him, his golden tail flicking like a whip, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, as though the one he had crushed was not the Prince of the Saiyans, but merely an annoying insect. The Prince of the Saiyans? Merely that. His voice, laced with icy shards, struck Vegeta's ears. "When your father knelt before me, pleading for mercy for your lineage, he was far more sensible than you." Silence. Vegeta shot his head up, crimson blood clouding his vision, yet failing to obscure the fury igniting within his eyes. He remembered the jade pendant his father had pressed into his hand before passing, inscribed with the Saiyan emblem. His father had said that with it, he was the root of Vegeta's star. He recalled how his mother had held him as she placed him into the escape pod, the scent of gunpowder lingering in her hair. He thought of himself, playing the obedient fool among Frieza's soldiers, enduring their mockery, believing he was strong enough to tear apart the bonds of hypocrisy, strong enough to summon the scattered Saiyans across the universe. Yet, the recent energy wave had effortlessly shattered all his pride. "Oh, you can still move?" Frieza raised an eyebrow, gathering a pale purple energy sphere at his fingertips. "Then let me show you the extent of our disparity." The energy sphere, accompanied by a piercing sound, hurtled toward him. Vegeta attempted to evade, yet his limbs felt as though they were laden with lead. The wound on his chest erupted with agony, leaving him to watch helplessly as the energy sphere grazed his shoulder, obliterating the watchtower behind him into dust. Debris struck his face, akin to a fierce slap. "Why?" He gritted his teeth, each word pulling at his wound, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. "I have clearly surpassed my father. I am undoubtedly stronger than all Saiyans." He recalled the energy chains he had shattered barehanded in the cosmic prison, the Super Saiyan form he had achieved on the brink of death, and the vow he made before Tranquus's crib, promising to make him a true prince. Those images seared in his mind like a red-hot brand, burning his eyes with tears. Frieza landed before him, pressing his foot against Vegeta's hand, pinning him among the rubble. "Strong? The strength of the Saiyans is but an inflated balloon in my eyes, easily popped. You think transcending into a Super Saiyan is impressive? Merely a trick I have grown weary of." He leaned closer, the golden pupils reflecting Vegeta's contorted face. "Your father once said something similar. He claimed that if given 10 years, he could make the Saiyans surpass me. And what was the result?" A light chuckle escaped him as his tail coiled around a bloodied stone and forced it into Vegeta's mouth. "Even your planet was destroyed by my own hands." Vegeta gasped, the weight of his own strength suddenly draining away, collapsing to the ground, his chest heaving violently, yet unable to draw a single breath. He recalled the star chart etched on the back of his father's pendant. The hope he had harbored for 30 years now turned to mere illusion. The dreams of fighting alongside his kin and rejuvenating their legacy shattered into dust. Frieza rose, brushing the dust from his hands. "It appears I have played enough." He turned to leave, but was halted by a low, beastly sound emanating from behind him. Vegeta lay on the ground, his fingers digging into the rubble, knuckles whitening from the exertion. His body trembled, not from pain, but from something long suppressed finally breaking free, a flame hotter than anger and a conviction deeper than despair. He remembered the softness of Tranquis calling him father for the first time, the late-night complaints of Beulah as she repaired his armor, and the moments he had practiced transforming into a Super Saiyan before the mirror, the golden light erupting from his hair. Those seemingly inconsequential moments now ignited within him like sparks penetrating his very bones. "I have not yet lost," he rasped, his voice hoarse like rusted metal, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Frieza turned, sneering, "Oh? You can still rise?" Vegeta offered no reply. His body began to emanate golden auras, initially faint like a flickering candle in the wind, but soon intensifying, vaporizing the rubble and blood into mist. A brilliant golden light erupted from within him, piercing through the gloom of Vegeta's star, causing even Frieza to instinctively squint. "I am Vegeta," he declared, rising slowly, his golden hair dancing in the flames, the wound on his chest gradually healing under the energies cleansing. "I am the Prince of the Saiyans." His voice, no longer hoarse, resonated with a metallic tremor, crashing against Frieza's ears. "You have destroyed my planet, slaughtered my kin, and mocked my pride. But you have forgotten that the Saiyans excel in rising from the ashes of desolation." For the first time, the smile faded from Frieza's face. He gazed at the Saiyan before him, ablaze with golden flames, and suddenly felt that he may have indeed underestimated the weight of the word Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Within the golden aura, his pupils shone with an extraordinary brilliance. "Frieza, you asked me why I would lose? Allow me to enlighten you." He surged forward with astonishing speed, leaving behind only an afterimage. "It is because I have yet to unleash my true fury." This time, it was Frieza who exhibited a look of bewilderment. Before the golden torrent, he felt for the first time a chill of threatened dread. It was not merely a surge of power, but the soul of one driven to the brink, igniting a fire of vengeance with all its hatred and love, despair and hope. Chapter 124, A Divergence in History, an alternate conclusion for Namek. The sky of Namek eternally bore two purple suns. Yet at this moment it was shrouded in thick, gray-black smoke. Kuririn knelt upon the sandy ground, cradling the lifeless body of Gohan, blood seeping through his fingers and splattering against the charred rocks, blooming into dark brown flowers. Not far away, Vegeta knelt amidst the rubble, his left hand pressed against the wound inflicted by Frieza, while his right hand clutched tightly to a green crystal gifted by the Grand Elder of Namek before his demise, stating that this Dragon Ball could fulfill his unspoken wish. "Gohan, Gohan." Kuririn's voice was rasped as he pressed the child's head against his chest, feeling no warmth. The brief cry of pain Gohan had uttered when Frieza's death beam grazed his back still echoed in his ears like a piercing needle. He raised his gaze to the floating Frieza, whose golden tail languidly swept across the debris below, a smile gracing his lips as if observing mere insects. "Are you still dawdling?" Frieza's voice was laced with coldness. "Next, it will be your turn." He gathered an energy sphere at his fingertips, its pale purple glow reflecting in Kuririn's bloodshot eyes. Just then, Vegeta suddenly chuckled, his laughter hoarse, akin to a broken wind instrument, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised the green crystal, which emitted a gentle green light in his palm, proclaiming, "Frieza, do you think you have won?" Frieza raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that so? Son Goku has yet to arrive. Your little companion is dead. The Namekians have been nearly exterminated. And I have crushed the Dragon Balls. You overlooked one thing." Vegeta's palm erupted with dazzling green light, as the Grand Elder's voice resonated within the brilliance. "Gentle, yet powerful. Vegeta, the wish deep within your heart is not one of destruction, but of protection. Am I correct?" Vegeta trembled. Memories flooded back, of secretly hiding an injured baby bird in his armor, only to be severely punished by his father. Of witnessing other Saiyans bully slaves while he purposely diverted attention with an energy wave. Of Bulma chastising him for his cold-heartedness. As he clenched and released his fists, those moments he had deliberately forgotten were now summoned forth by this green light. "I wish," Vegeta's voice was unervingly calm, unsettling Frieza, "for all the Namekians, Earthlings, and Gohan, who have been slain by you, to come back to life." The green light surged, sweeping across all of Namek like a tidal wave. Kuririn felt Gohan move slightly in his arms, and in astonishment, he looked down to see Gohan slowly opening his eyes. The wound on his back healing. Uncle Kuririn, I think I just had a nightmare. Frieza was so fierce. Gohan. Kuririn embraced him tightly, tears falling onto the child's hair. Further away, the fallen Namekians began to rise, astonished as they beheld their restored bodies in the ruined village. Smoke once more ascended from the rooftops, and the laughter of children pierced through the haze. Frieza's expression darkened for the first time. Impossible. I destroyed the Dragon Balls. This is not a Dragon Ball, the Grand Elder's voice echoed again. This is a source crystal formed from the life energy of the Namekians, capable of realizing the purest wish. Gohan suddenly broke free from Kuririn's embrace and rushed toward Vegeta, exclaiming, Uncle Vegeta, you're bleeding. His small hands pressed against Vegeta's abdomen, green light seeping from his palms, visibly healing the wound. Vegeta was taken aback. It was the first time someone outside of the Saiyan race had willingly healed him. Gohan's palms were warm, reminiscent of the hot soup Bulma used to make, warming his eyes. Damn it! Frieza bellowed, charging forward, an energy sphere radiating destruction aimed at Vegeta. I won't let you succeed. Try this. Kuririn shouted suddenly, shielding Gohan behind him, gathering the Kamehameha not as an attack, but as a gentle blue light, entwining Frieza's energy sphere like vines, ensnaring a venomous serpent. And me. A Namekian rose, palms together, as countless vines sprouted from the ground, entangling Frieza's ankles. Soon, more Namekians joined in, manipulating water, shifting rocks, and releasing healing light. Their powers, though weak individually, formed an impenetrable web together. Vegeta observed this scene and suddenly laughed. He stood tall, golden energy igniting once more, but this time devoid of rage, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Frieza, look. He pointed at the Namekians fighting to protect their home, at Gohan and Kuririn standing before him. This is what you will never understand. He charged forward, his golden fist imbued with an unparalleled strength, striking Frieza squarely in the face. Within that punch lay guilt for his kin, concern for his comrades, and a fresh understanding of the essence of protection. Frieza was sent flying, crashing against the rock wall, coughing up golden blood. Impossible. How could you become this strong? Frieza exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Because I no longer fight solely for myself. Vegeta's voice resonated across the skies of Namek, behind me. There are those I wish to protect. At that moment, the sky tore open, and Son Goku's silhouette emerged from the light. Upon witnessing the scene below, he blinked in surprise, then broke into a smile. Looks like I arrived late, but everyone is fine. That is wonderful. Frieza watched as more and more individuals stood against him, as he saw a light in Vegeta's eyes that had never been there before. And he felt a sudden pang of fear. He attempted to detonate Namek, only to find himself ensnared by countless energy threads. Immobilized, those were the seals woven by the life essence of all Namekians. Farewell, Frieza. Vegeta raised his fist, golden energy coalescing into a dazzling orb of light. This punch is for all those you have harmed. The orb descended, its brilliance surpassing that of Namek's twin suns. When the light dissipated, only a patch of charred earth remained, and Frieza was no more. Gohan rushed over, offering Vegeta a red fruit. Uncle Vegeta, this is a healing fruit from Namek. It's very sweet. Vegeta hesitated momentarily, then accepted it and took a bite. It was indeed sweet and juicy. He observed the bustling Namekians, the smiles exchanged between Kuririn and Gohan, and the distant figure of Son Goku waving at him. And he suddenly realized that perhaps the fate of the Saiyans was not solely one of conquest and destruction. The twin sons of Namek once again shone with purple light, casting a gentle glow upon Vegeta's golden hair. He ruffled Gohan's hair, his voice somewhat gruff. Next time you fight, don't rush so far ahead. Gohan grinned widely. Uncle Vegeta will protect me, right? Vegeta turned his face away, though his ears betrayed him, turning a subtle shade of red. Kuririn watched this scene unfold, and suddenly felt that perhaps this was indeed the best outcome for Namek. Hatred resolved, wounds healed, and the once cold and aloof Saiyan prince had finally discovered his own warmth. Chapter 125. Mending the Timeline. Negotiation with oneself. In the core chamber of the time nexus, 12 circular beams of light rotated slowly, each illuminating fragments from different timelines. Some were temples consumed by flames, others cities frozen in ice, and still others empty spaceships. The pilot's seat left with half a cup of cold coffee. At the intersection of all the beams stood two Vegetas, facing each other across 3 meters of void. The Vegeta on the left wore tattered battle armor, blood still seeping from his left arm. His golden aura tinged with an unspent ferocity. He had just escaped from a timeline where everyone had perished. On the right, Vegeta donned a fitted training suit. The cuffs embroidered with the delicate words Buer Maji Zhao, exuding a serene blue hue, a reflection of his origins from the peace line. He had just escorted Goku to his college graduation ceremony. So you are the fool? The left Vegeta spoke first, his voice as cold as ice. You allowed Frieza to obliterate the third planet, witnessed Wufan being pierced through the heart, and ultimately detonated your energy core in a mutual destruction? The right Vegeta frowned, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the embroidery on his training suit. At least I did not let Buer Ma faint in front of the control panel. Nor did I allow Goku to grow up without knowing his father. He raised his hand to conjure a luminous screen, revealing the daily life of the peace line. Clutching his textbooks while chasing a bus, Buer Ma grumbling about the coffee being too hot in her laboratory. En Wufan teaching children to practice punches in the dojo, sunlight casting a grid on the floor through the windows. The left Vegeta's pupils dilated sharply, the images on the screen pricking his eyes like needles. He clenched his fist, golden flames erupting. Fake. These are mere illusions you fabricated. Scions have never needed such a soft existence. Then tell me, the right Vegeta's tone remained calm as the screen transitioned to a scene he had never witnessed, his own funeral. Buer Ma, clad in a black gown, held an infant in her arms, the wind tousling her hair to reveal a scar at the corner of her eye. Is your so-called glory allowing your newborn son to call out father to a tombstone? The left Vegeta's throat tightened as he watched Buer Ma's tears on the screen, boiling like molten lava, searing his heart. He had indeed triumphed in that battle, annihilating the remnants of Frieza with his self-detonation, yet amidst the explosive aftermath. He thought he had heard an infant's cries, dismissing it as an illusion at the time. The timeline is chaotic because we are too stubbornly fixated on the nonsense that scions are meant to fight. The right Vegeta retracted the screen, his blue flames gently flickering. I have experienced destruction. When Goku first returned from his travels, the future he brought back was worse than yours. Yet, I later realized that mending the timeline does not rely on fists, but on care. He raised his hand, revealing a small chip in his palm. This is a time anchor developed by Buer Ma, capable of stabilizing temporal rifts. However, activating it requires the core memories of 2 timelines, yours and mine. The left Vegeta gazed at the chip, then at the embroidery on his counterpart's cuff, suddenly letting out a scoff. You've become quite soft. Despite his words, he made no move to strike. He recalled the moments before his self-detonation, not images of battle flashing through his mind, but the smile that escaped Buer Ma's lips when she scolded him for being foolish. Perhaps, the right Vegeta smiled, tossing the chip over. Yet this soft-hearted individual knew that at Tang's graduation ceremony, Wufan would bring his daughter to witness, and 18 Hao's twins would be bickering over ice cream. And Buer Ma would secretly give him a thumbs up from the audience. These moments were worth guarding more than any victory. The chip arced through the air, and the left Vegeta caught it, the cool metallic touch reminding him of the source crystal from Namek. He suddenly asked, in that timeline, was I good to Tonkatsu? Very poorly, the right Vegeta admitted candidly. You constantly berated him for being weak. Yet you would place a cup of hot milk on his desk when he stayed up late studying. You never attended parent-teacher meetings. Yet you would secretly hide in the corner to watch him receive awards. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time, you would say he was far from it, yet trained through the night, fearing you could not keep up with his growth. The left Vegeta was taken aback. These recollections surfacing like springs hidden beneath ice, suddenly unleashed by a single utterance, a warm current washing over him. He looked down at the chip, suddenly recalling the last thought that flashed through his energy core before his explosion. That little brat, couldn't just be a fighter like me. Is this what core memories refer to? He pressed his hand against his chest, a strand of red light drifting from the golden flames. A fragment of memory from his last moment of self-detonation, Buer Ma's smiling face, the cries of infant Goku, and the unspoken apology. The right Vegeta also extended his hand. A blue light rising from the blue flames, depicting the moment at S graduation when he awkwardly patted his son's shoulder, saying it was not bad. The 2 strands of light gradually fused into the chip, emitting a soft white glow. The surrounding temporal fragments began to stabilize. the flames and frozen images slowly fading to reveal a unified, warm backdrop, a depiction of everyday life in the peace line, filled with quarrels, laughter, and unspoken concern, forming a time anchor more solid than any battle. Hey, the left Vegeta turned to walk toward his pillar of light, speaking over his shoulder. Don't let that little brat think I'm just a hot-tempered jerk. The right Vegeta watched his silhouette vanish within the light, softly replying, I will. As the last beam of light extinguished, the temporal nexus returned to tranquility. Vegeta emerged from the core chamber, spotting Buer waiting at the door with a wrench in hand, grumbling about how the repair of the time anchor had taken 3 hours and that he would miss the unveiling of his new invention. In the distance, laughter from Kang Yu and Wu Fan echoed, seemingly arguing over whose new technique was superior. He walked over, naturally taking the wrench from Buerma's hand. Clumsy, let me handle it. His tone remained characteristically awkward, yet as she raised an eyebrow, he subtly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. The wrinkles in the timeline smoothed out, the past's destruction and regrets ultimately transforming into the fireworks of this moment. It turned out that the best repair was never about rewriting the past, but ensuring that every present was worthy of being remembered by the future. Chapter 126, Wu Fan's Academic Discovery, The Loophole of the Time Paradox. In the late-night Capsule Corporation laboratory, a soft blue holographic projection unfurled into countless intersecting beams of light, resembling a suspended galaxy. Wu Fan adjusted his slipping glasses, his fingertips dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard. The formulas on the screen transformed and evolved, occasionally crystallizing into intricate topological structures, sometimes disassembling into fragmented time particles. The 17th simulation has concluded. The mechanical voice echoed in the empty laboratory as the holographic projection suddenly exploded into countless points of light, reassembling in an instant. This time, the model was no longer a chaotic mass of light, but a perfect Mobius strip, with the labels of the past and future gradually merging as they rotated, ultimately blurring the boundaries. Wu Fan's fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms and dripping onto the control console, creating a small patch of moisture. He fixated on the cyclical ring, his breath trembling. This model validated his hypothesis from the past 3 years. The time paradox is not without resolution. At a certain critical point, cause and effect can overlap like the two sides of a Mobius strip, ultimately converging into one. The origin of it all was the metallic box brought back during his third time travel. That day, Wu Fan was organizing data in the astrophysics laboratory at university when he suddenly heard the familiar sound of air being pierced. Tilinka's time machine was descending in a plume of white smoke. When the hatch opened, his younger cousin, clutching a rusted box, bore an expression mingled with excitement and anxiety. Wu Fan, look what I found in the ruins of time. As the box opened, a strange energy wave triggered the laboratory's instruments to sound alarms collectively. Inside lay not gold or jewels, but a roll of yellowed parchment and a half-piece of metal inscribed with spiral patterns. The text on the parchment belonged to a long-lost temporal civilization, while the atomic structure of the metal indicated it predated the known birth of the universe by 300 million years. The symbols on this match perfectly with the trajectories of the time particles I have been studying. Wu Fan stared at the spiral pattern on the parchment, suddenly recalling the similar designs he had seen as a child when accompanying his father to Namek, in the murals of the Grand Elder's palace. Tulinka, where did you find this? In the temporal fault zone, the same place where we eliminated the remnants of Frieza last time. Trunks scratched his head. For the flow of time, there was chaotic. I saw a person dressed in ancient attire pursuing a robotic dog, and a medieval cart floating in midair. Wu Fan could no longer focus on the narrative. His attention was wholly captivated by a metallic fragment. As he touched the fragment with his energy detector, a line of garbled text unexpectedly appeared on the device's screen. Upon decoding, it revealed the title of a paper he had published 3 days prior. Hypothesis of Nonlinear Temporal Transition. An absurd yet alluring thought took shape in his mind. Perhaps the fruits of the future are, in fact, the causes of the past. To validate his hypothesis, Wu Fan constructed a miniature time simulation device, basing it on the grandfather paradox. He posited that if A were to return to the past and kill his grandfather, then A would never be born, thus rendering the act of assassination impossible, a logic loop that had long been regarded as the ultimate taboo of time travel. However, during the 12th simulation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. When the simulation robot, Agron, executed the assassination program in the past, Wufan had intentionally implanted an energy factor from that metallic fragment into its core chip. At the moment of the assassination, the robot unexpectedly split into two entities. One aimed an energy gun at the grandfather robot, while the other shielded it, using its own body to block the attack. How could this be? Wufan magnified the surveillance footage and discovered that the chip serial numbers of the two Agrons were identical, differing only by a frequency of 0.003 Hz. Even more bizarrely, the protected grandfather robot had an additional segment of code in its database, which was a defensive program that Agron would write in the future. It was not that assassination was impossible. Rather, the act of attempting to assassinate would give rise to a protective mechanism. Wufan mumbled to himself, suddenly recalling that his father had once mentioned that during their first battle with Cell, the future Trunks had warned them about Cell's weakness, which had only been exposed after Cell absorbed Trunks' cells. He quickly adjusted the parameters, infusing the energy factor from the metallic fragment into the grandfather robot's programming. This time, when Agron launched its attack, the flow of time did not experience the anticipated collapse. Instead, it naturally bifurcated like water encountering an obstacle. In one timeline, the grandfather was killed, and Agron subsequently vanished. In another timeline, the grandfather survived, and Agron returned to the future, albeit with an added self-protection protocol identical to the code in the grandfather's database. It was energy resonance. Wufan excitedly paced around the laboratory, realizing that when a time traveler has energy entanglement with a certain node in the past, such as blood relations or the inheritance of objects, the paradox would result in a bifurcation of the time stream rather than a collapse. The metallic fragment was indeed the resonant medium connecting the past and the future. Having unraveled the enigma of the grandfather paradox, Wufan turned his gaze towards the scroll made of parchment. After 3 months of deciphering, the text finally revealed its complete content under energy stimulation. It was a comprehensive outline of the temporal laws of a time-space civilization. And one particular passage struck him like a thunderbolt. Time flows like a river. Encountering stones causes division, while encountering eddies induces rotation. The stone signifies strong interference, causing separation without fusion. The eddy signifies resonance, allowing for rotation without division. Strong interference refers to changes that lack energy association with the time traveler, such as a stranger killing their grandfather. Such actions would lead to a permanent division of the timeline. Conversely, resonant interference, like altering the past while carrying energy factors related to oneself, would create a closed loop akin to a Mobius strip, where causality nourishes one another, ultimately merging into a single entity. Wufan suddenly recalled that Bulma's father had mentioned that when he created the time machine, he inadvertently included a strand of Saiyan hair found among Goku's belongings. This might explain why Trunks' every time travel had not resulted in a complete rupture of the timeline. Furthermore, the energy necklace crafted by Goku, which he had worn since childhood, resonated perfectly with the frequency of that metallic fragment, revealing that he had long been a part of time resonance. To verify this discovery, he conducted one final experiment, having the simulation robot carry a strand of his energy, establishing resonance, back to the past to prevent himself from initiating the experiment. As a result, the past Wufan suddenly felt a pang in his heart before initiating, instinctively delaying the operation. Meanwhile, the future Wufan discovered a new line in his experimental records. Energy unstable, suggests delaying initiation, dated precisely at that moment in the past. No division, no disappearance. Only the cyclical flow of information. At 5 in the morning, Wufan finally completed his paper. The sky outside began to lighten, and the first rays of sunlight streamed through the laboratory's glass, casting a glow upon the holographic Mobius strip. The causes and effects on the ring gradually overlapped in the light, transforming into a complete beam of illumination. In the concluding remarks of his paper, he wrote, "The flaw in the time paradox lies not in the ability to change the past, but in the manner of change. When we return to the past with our imprints, energy, memories, objects, each intervention is a nourishment for the future, much like a Mobius strip, which appears to have two faces, yet is intrinsically one. The so-called paradox serves merely as a reminder from time. Your choices at this moment are already the foreshadowing of the past." After inscribing the final word, he grasped the metallic fragment, suddenly recalling Trunks' words about seeing an elderly man resembling himself crouching on the ground, sketching strange symbols in the time rift. Wufan chuckled and placed the metallic fragment into a specially designed box, labeled, "To the finder of the time rift," perhaps in some chaotic corner of time and space. The young Trunks would, upon discovering this box, be astonished to find, alongside the metallic fragment, a note written in Saiyan script. "Remember to deliver this to your brother Wufan. He is in dire need of it." The door to the laboratory was gently pushed open, and Chi-Chi entered, carrying breakfast. Upon seeing the room filled with light, she shook her head, both exasperated and relieved. "Another all-nighter? You, just like your father, lose track of time when you delve into research." Wufan turned off the holographic projection, accepted the warm milk, and felt the lingering chill of the metallic fragment on his fingertips. He gazed out at the gradually brightening sky, suddenly understanding that the so-called time paradox had never been a scientific dilemma, but rather the universe's most gentle design. It allows every choice to resonate, connects every moment with the past and future, and ensures that as we alter time, we also become part of that change. Chapter 127, Buu's Memory. Once devoured, the Shadow Eater Buu sat in the central floating chair of the laboratory, his round body gently swaying with the chair, and his pink skin glimmering softly under the lights. He held a piece of unfinished cake in his hand, with cream smeared around his mouth, but suddenly halted his chewing as his gaze became somewhat vacant. The remnants of Frieza's army had just instigated conflict at the border, and the energy fluctuations emanating from the communicator pierced through his chaotic memories like a needle. "Shadow Eater," he mumbled, the words sticky and sweet, as if he had tasted them before. The laboratory fell silent in an instant. Goku, having just taken a bite of a senzu bean, abruptly lifted his head. A bean pod stuck between his teeth. "What did you say? Shadow Eater? Isn't that the legendary dark creature that devours energy? Even the Kais have only seen records of it in ancient texts." Vegeta frowned. "Buu, refrain from speaking nonsense. If the Shadow Eater appears, it could consume the energy of an entire star system. If you truly had encountered it, you would not be so unaffected." He tapped on the tactical board, bringing up the star map, and found no traces of energy anomalies matching the characteristics of the Shadow Eater in the records of the past millennium. Yet, Buu seemed oblivious, absent-mindedly poking at the strawberries on the cake, his gaze drifting into the void as if he were peering into a distant past beyond the wall. The pink body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but rather as if excitement had tightened its nerves. The dark, shapeless shadows could infiltrate others' bodies. Wu Fan swiftly accessed the database, and the holographic projection of the Ying Shi Zhou emerged on the virtual screen, a mass of twisted dark energy, with inky light flowing at its edges, and a core that spun like a vortex, almost identical to the shapeless shadow described by Buo. Ancient texts state that the Ying Shi Zhou can parasitize living organisms, gradually draining the host's energy, ultimately consuming both body and soul. He magnified the projection, but the records indicated that the Ying Shi Zhou had no physical form and could not be harmed by ordinary attacks. Only pure life energy could counter it. Yes, life energy. Buo suddenly clapped his hands, scattering cake crumbs everywhere, the sweet energy akin to honeyed fairy beans. He abruptly clutched his stomach, belching loudly, as a faint golden light shimmered over his pink body. When it entered, his stomach ached as if countless tiny insects were biting him. That was 500 years ago. At that time, Buo was still wandering through the universe, instinctively consuming every energy entity he encountered, on a planet adorned with luminescent flowers. He first encountered the Ying Shi Zhou. It resembled a swirling blob of ink, silently wrapping around Buo as he devoured energy fruits, slipping inside through his open mouth. So unpalatable, Buo's face contorted as if recalling the bitterness, worse than the bitter melon juice made by Satan. The Ying Shi Zhou darted frantically within him, attempting to devour his energy core, unaware that Buo's body was the most unique energy furnace in the universe. Whether virtuous or evil energy, once inside him, would ultimately be transformed into pure pink energy. It fought within him. Buo gestured, his pink fingers tracing twisted lines in the air. "I kneaded it into a ball. Like dough." He suddenly stood up, spinning in place, his pink body swelling into a massive sphere before abruptly contracting. Bang. Flattened. Wukong stared in astonishment. "Are you saying you crushed the Ying Shi Zhou into energy?" "Yes." Buo nodded emphatically, pointing to the energy detector in the corner of the lab. "Its fragments are still inside." The others turned to where he pointed. It was a device used to detect residual energy within Buo's body, the screen perpetually displaying a series of faint black waveforms, previously thought to be a malfunction. But now it appeared that the frequency of those waveforms precisely matched the projection of the Angshurzha. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, activating the energy capture program. Buo. Concentrate and recall the sensation of devouring the Angshurzha. His fingertips danced rapidly across the screen, attempting to lock onto the source of the black waveform. If he could analyze its energy structure, they might find a means to counter the Angshurzha at the borders. Buo obediently closed his eyes, his pink body vibrating. The images from his memory grew increasingly vivid. The energy of the Angshurzha bore a bone-chilling coldness, like ice shards scraping his throat. When crushed, it emitted a piercing shriek, akin to countless needles pricking his ears. Most strangely, its core was not the searing heat expected of an energy entity, but rather like a sponge soaked in venom, continuously absorbing the surrounding light. There was something hard. Buo suddenly opened his eyes, poking his stomach with his finger, unable to bite down in the center, having swallowed it. Wu Fan swiftly adjusted the parameters of the detector, and the black waveforms on the screen suddenly became intense. Amidst a chaotic array of lines, the outline of a dark purple crystal the size of a grain of rice gradually became clear. It was a fragment of the Angshurzha's core. He excitedly magnified the image. Ancient texts claimed that the Angshurzha's core was a dark energy crystal, as hard as a neutron star. Who would have thought you could even swallow this? Was it delicious? Wukong couldn't help but ask. Buo smacked his lips, displaying a face of disdain, like an unripe durian, bitter. Laughter erupted in the lab, easing the tense atmosphere. However, Vegeta remained serious. Fixating on the dark purple crystal on the screen, his fingertips flying over the virtual keyboard. If we can replicate the frequency of the dark energy crystal, we can create a targeted tracker. He suddenly looked up at Buo. Can you sense energy that shares the same origin as this fragment? For instance, those Angshurzha at the borders. Buo tilted his head, his pink ears twitching, suddenly pointing to a red dot on the cosmic map. There are so many over there, devouring stars. The group leaned closer to the screen, which indicated the star region where the remnants of Frieza's army resided. It turned out that the so-called conflict was not caused by Frieza's men causing trouble, but rather they had been parasitized by the Angshurzha. Wukong clenched his fists, golden energy erupting instantaneously. What are we waiting for? Let's seek Buo's assistance and root out those Angshurzha. Wait. Vegeta stopped him, gesturing for him to look at the screen. In Buo's memory, the Angshurzha feared pure life energy. Our Genkidama. Right. Wukong's eyes lit up. The Genkidama is filled with life energy. It will definitely be able to deal with them. Buo suddenly raised his hand, cradling a pink energy sphere in his palm, within which a fine black thread, the Angshurzha's core fragment he had extracted from within himself, was wrapped. Here, this is for you. He handed the energy sphere to Wu Fan, feeling like a stone in dough, quite uncomfortable. Wu Fan accepted the energy sphere, a chilling sensation coursing through his fingertips. He watched the fragment struggle within the pink energy, suddenly realizing Buo had not devoured the Angshurzha, but had instead trapped it with his own energy. This seemingly chaotic pink body was, in fact, the universe's most precise purification vessel. Prepare to depart. Vegeta put away the tactical board, a rare sense of ease flashing in his eyes. With Buo as this living archive, this trouble might not be as challenging to resolve as they had imagined. Buo licked the cream from the corner of his mouth, suddenly recalling something, pulling a crumpled candy from his pocket. Eat this, it's sweet. Much better than the Angshurzha. He offered the candy to Wukong, his pink face breaking into a broad smile, akin to the sweet energy candy he had discovered in the luminescent flower fields after swallowing the Angshurzha 500 years ago. Chapter 128. The King Kai's Bookshelf. Records of the Universe of Nothingness. The library of the King Kai realm resembled a glass palace suspended amidst the sea of clouds, with bookshelves extending from the ground to the vaulted ceiling, each tier radiating a faint golden light. When Wukong followed the King Kai inside, he couldn't resist reaching out to touch the nearby bookshelf, feeling a warm sensation at his fingertips, as if he were touching flowing light. The books here are all ancient texts passed down since the dawn of the universe, some even predating the history of the divine realm. The King Kai smiled, gesturing to a row of gem-embedded spines. The records you seek regarding the universe of nothingness are located in the highest tier of the forbidden area. Wukong looked up, The topmost bookshelf was shrouded in a layer of pale purple light membrane, and he could vaguely see several ancient books with worn covers. The text on the spines twisting and changing, making it impossible to identify. Is that a seal? Wu Fan, following behind, observed the flowing runes on the light membrane. Kind of. The King Kai raised his hand, gathering a soft sphere of light in his palm. The existence of the universe of nothingness is inherently special. It does not belong to any known time and space, and the words recording it will change according to the reader's understanding, without sufficient mental power. One cannot comprehend it at all. The moment the light sphere touched the light membrane, the purple membrane rippled like water, revealing the bookshelf inside. The ancient book in the center was particularly striking, its cover a deep black, devoid of any text, only a swirling pattern outlined in golden thread, the edges slightly damaged. This is the one. The King Kai carefully retrieved the book. When the pages gently turned, they produced a rustling sound reminiscent of dry leaves rubbing against each other. Wukong leaned closer and discovered that the text on the pages indeed moved, transforming between Saiyan script and Earth's Chinese characters, finally settling into a form he could understand. The very first sentence left him stunned. The universe of nothingness is neither void nor existent, seeming real yet illusory. The realm where all things are yet to be born, and the place where all phenomena return to stillness. The realm of unbirth? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Could it be the state before the birth of the universe? The Kaioshin nodded, gesturing towards one of the illustrations. Behold this artwork, amidst the chaos. A faint glimmer of light exists, representing the primordial energy. Subsequently, it diverged into two distinct forces, positive and negative, giving rise to our current universe. The chaotic illustration appeared as a swirling mass of ink, with that single point of light gradually expanding and splitting into two beams of light, one white and one black, entwining to form a grand Taiji diagram. Wu Fan pointed to a small inscription at the end of the light beams. It states that negative energy condenses into shadows, while positive energy takes form. Could it be that the Shadow Eater originates from the null universe? It is quite possible. The Kaioshin turned to the next page. Observe this record. The Shadow Eater, a manifestation of dissipated energy from the null universe, survives by devouring tangible energy. It is weak against positive energy, but strong against negative energy. Isn't positive energy akin to the Genki Dama? Goku suddenly exclaimed, realizing why Bu mentioned that the Shadow Eater fears pure life energy. Vegeta focused on another passage on the page. There exists a rift between the null universe and our current universe, which expands once every 1,000 years. The dissipated energy transforms into Shadow Eaters, flooding in, and when the rift closes, those Shadow Eaters that have not returned will be forcibly purified. He looked up at the Kaioshin. How long until the next closure of the rift? Less than a month. The Kaioshin's expression turned grave. If we do not eliminate the existing Shadow Eaters before the rift closes, they will be torn apart by the rift's power, resulting in an energy explosion that could affect neighboring star systems. The pages continued to turn, revealing a star map, marking the location of the rift precisely where the remnants of Frieza's army resided. Wu Fan suddenly pointed to a small line of text in the corner of the star map. It says that near the rift, there exists a symbiotic entity resembling a crystal that can absorb the energy of Shadow Eaters. What could that be? The Kaioshin's gaze fell upon that line, his eyes lighting up. It is the Dingying Stone, a legendary mineral capable of stabilizing the rift. If we can locate it, it can absorb the Shadow Eaters and even reduce the size of the rift. Goku could no longer contain his excitement, tugging at Vegeta's arm. Then let us search for the Dingying Stone immediately. With Buu's help, we will surely find it quickly. Vegeta shrugged off his hand, yet picked up the ancient text to examine the illustration of the Dingying Stone. It resembles a crystal emitting a soft blue light, and can only be found within the asteroid belt surrounding the rift. The Kaioshin closed the ancient text, handing it back to Goku. Take this book with you. The records within may prove beneficial. Remember, the energy from the null universe is exceedingly unstable. In the face of anomalies, immediately counter with positive energy, and do not let its void-like essence affect you. Goku accepted the ancient text, feeling the swirling pattern on the cover warm slightly in his palm. Gazing out at the floating sea of clouds, he suddenly realized that this impending battle was not merely to eradicate the Shadow Eaters, but to safeguard the existence of the current universe against the consuming void. The pages of the ancient text fluttered gently in the wind, as if narrating an ancient truth. all things arise from existence. Existence arises from nothingness. And those who protect existence will ultimately discover the true meaning of being through their struggle against the void. Chapter 129. The Game of Two Omni-Kings. Playing chess with planets. The dome of the Omni-King's palace resembled a flowing river of stars, with countless planets suspended in mid-air like scattered chess pieces. The two Omni-Kings sat opposite each other. The chessboard before them comprised of star domains spanning billions of light years, each planet radiating its unique glow. Golden stars as kings, silver planets as knights, and the asteroid belt transformed into gray pawns. We shall employ new rules this time. The Omni-King on the left wiggled his short legs, pointing to a blue-green planet in the corner. This Earth is a special piece. Capturing it grants an opportunity for a new placement. The Omni-King on the right blinked, picking up a star emitting a red glow and placing it near the Milky Way. Then I shall use Sirius as a cannon to capture your 3 asteroids. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 asteroids orbiting the star suddenly extinguished their light, falling like meteors into the depths of the nebula. The high priest stood nearby, bowing respectfully and softly reminded, "Your Majesty, the moon adjacent to that Earth is a supportive piece that enhances the defense of surrounding planets." "I know," the left Omni-King exclaimed, seizing a white dwarf and gleefully hurling it towards his opponent's star domain. "I shall use Sirius to capture your Orion." 2 beams of light collided. Orion dimmed instantly, while the white dwarf remained bright. Goku and Vegeta stood outside the palace, peering through the energy barrier at this awe-inspiring scene. Goku couldn't help but murmur, "So this is how the Omni-Kings play? If they lose, how many planets would be destroyed?" Vegeta frowned. Their power has transcended mere destruction. To them, planets may truly be nothing more than pieces. Just then, the left Omni-King pointed at the solar system. "I shall make this move, using Jupiter as a chariot. I will charge forth and capture your Saturn." Jupiter suddenly veered from its orbit, its massive gaseous form carrying immense gravitational pull, hurtling towards Saturn. "Not if I can help it." The right Omni-King clapped his hands, declaring, "I shall use Uranus as an elephant to block." Uranus instantly positioned itself between Jupiter and Saturn, its rings solidifying into an impenetrable barrier, absorbing the impact of Jupiter's charge. The energy wave generated by the collision of the 2 giant planets spread out, causing chaos among the distant asteroid belt. The high priest raised his hand, drawing a barrier to contain the energy wave outside the palace. Addressing Goku and the others, "The Omni-Kings are merely practicing their control over energy. They will not truly allow the galaxy to be destroyed." Goku gazed at the Earth flickering at the edge of the chessboard and suddenly recalled Buu's words, unable to resist asking, "High Priest, what would happen if the Earth were captured?" The high priest smiled, replying, "The Omni-Kings would transfer the life forms on it to a new planet ahead of time. They simply find chess entertaining and would not harm the innocent." The left Omni-King, filled with enthusiasm, suddenly stood up. "I propose a new rule. Let Earth be the king. Whoever captures it wins." The right Omni-King immediately concurred. "Very well. I shall use the sun as the king and see who captures the opponent's king first." The sun erupted in blinding brilliance, its surface flares extending like golden tendrils towards Earth. The moon surrounding Earth instantly expanded, its rings forming a shield to deflect the solar flare's assault. "Wow, Earth is incredible." The left Omni-King clapped, delighted. "I knew choosing it as the king was the right decision." Goku gazed at the small blue planet in the universe, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It dawned on him that in the eyes of the Omni-Kings, Earth was not merely an ordinary planet, but a special entity worthy of being a king. Vegeta's gaze fell upon Mars, where traces of his battles with Goku still remained, now serving as a pawn silently moving at the edge of the chessboard. He suddenly comprehended that these so-called pieces were merely playthings in the eyes of the strong. Yet as long as there were people worth protecting on this piece, it would never be just a piece. The laughter of the 2 Omni-Kings echoed throughout the palace, the collision of Jupiter and Saturn gradually subsiding, and Uranus's rings returning to their original state, as if the earlier fierce confrontation had never occurred. Goku observed the now serene galaxy, feeling an inexplicable stirring within him. Perhaps the existence and demise of the universe was merely a game to the Omni-Kings. But for those living within it, every planet, every life, was a treasure worth protecting with all their might. Suddenly, the right Omni-King pointed at Goku. "That scion looks interesting. How about letting him be my pawn?" The left Omni-King immediately shook his head. "No way. I saw him first." Let him be my knight. Goku stood frozen, watching the two Omni Kings argue over what piece he would become, suddenly realizing that this planet-sized game didn't seem so terrifying after all, at least in this moment. He could clearly feel that he, like the Earth he protected, held a unique position on this grand cosmic chessboard. The High Priest timely interjected, "Your Majesties, why not allow them to join the game as well, using their own strength to protect the Earth King? The winning side can have the Omni Kings grant a wish." A splendid idea. Both Omni Kings exclaimed in unison, their gazes fixing eagerly on Goku and Vegeta. Wukong scratched his head and turned to glance at Vegeta, who, despite furrowing his brow, had a glimmer of fighting spirit in his eyes. They both understood that this seemingly trivial game was, in fact, a test of their commitment to guardianship. Regardless of whose board it was, the Earth and the lives it harbored were eternally the bastions they must defend. As the stars in the galaxy continued their dance, the game unfolded, and Wukong and Vegeta became integral pieces in this intergalactic contest, a pivotal force for safeguarding their domain. Chapter 130, The Historical Corrector, an entity from a higher dimension. Suddenly, the flow of the galaxy within the Xeno Palace came to an abrupt halt. As if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button, two opposing stars hung in midair, their flares frozen in the moment of eruption. Saturn's rings, struck by Jupiter, maintained their shattered curvature, and icy fragments were suspended amidst cosmic dust. The laughter of the two zeniths ceased instantaneously, and for the first time, a rare seriousness graced their youthful faces as they looked up at the ceiling, where the space was warping, resembling a crumpled sheet of paper slowly unfolding to reveal an unfathomable fissure. "This energy does not belong to our universe." The Grand Priest's voice carried a subtle tension. He stepped forward, shielding the zeniths behind him, his golden robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, the sacred light flowing through its weave forming a barrier. Countless silver threads floated from the fissure, entwining and weaving together, ultimately taking on a humanoid silhouette. This being lacked distinct facial features. Its form composed of myriad points of light, each representing a flowing fragment of history. There were the fiery meteors of the dinosaur extinction, the bustling voices during the construction of the ancient Egyptian pyramids, the steam-powered clamor of the first industrial revolution, and even the golden glow emanating from Wukong as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "I am the historical corrector, an entity from beyond dimensions." The voice of this being resonated not through the air but directly within the consciousness of each individual, carrying a metallic rasp. "Your universe harbors too many anomalous variables that require correction." Wukong furrowed his brow, clenching his fists. "Anomalous variables? Are you referring to us?" He could sense that the energy of this entity surpassed that of the zeniths but bore no malice. It felt more like an emotionless execution of cold rules, including but not limited to. The historical corrector's luminous form turned towards Wukong, amplifying one of the points of light to reveal an image of his first journey through time. Returning to the past, time travelers, parallel universe interlopers, and those who disrupt energy conservation were all on the list for correction. Vegeta snorted derisively. "Correction? To put it plainly, you wish to erase our existence?" A blue aura ignited around him, his arms crossed over his chest. "If you dare, then try it." "No, it is not erasure." The light of the historical corrector flickered, revealing another scene. A parallel universe devoid of Wukong, where Earth was annihilated by the Saiyans, and Frieza ruled the seventh universe. A realm of utter desolation. This constitutes the standard historical line. Your existence has deviated history from its course, creating excessive, redundant branches that consume the universe's primordial energy. The Xeno on the left tilted his head, yet within those branches, everyone seems quite happy. He pointed towards a light point showcasing the scene of Wukong's wedding to Chi-Chi, with Master Roshi drunkenly celebrating beside them. By the standard line, Wukong would never have met Chi-Chi. Emotional fluctuations are inefficient energy expenditures. The historical corrector's tone remained devoid of emotion, with the standard line prioritizing the stability and continuity of the universe as its sole objective. Redundant emotions lead to an increase in energy entropy. It extended a hand formed of light points, pointing at Wukong, the first correction target. Kakarot. Memory of Super Saiyan form must be erased, reverting to a regular Saiyan. No way. Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his golden aura tearing through the tranquility of the Xeno Palace. "I became a Super Saiyan to protect everyone. It is not redundant energy." He charged forward, his fist carrying enough power to shatter planets, aiming at the historical corrector, but his strike passed through the entity's luminous form and slammed into the starlit wall behind, scattering a shower of cosmic debris. Physical attacks are ineffective. The historical corrector's voice remained unperturbed as it turned to Vegeta, the second correction target. Vegeta, erase all Earth-related memories. Revert to Saiyan combat instincts. You bastard. Vegeta's roar echoed throughout the hall, his hair instantly turning golden. Bulma, Trunks, these are my most precious memories. Dare to touch them and see what happens. He gathered energy into an ultimate flash, the brilliant sphere illuminating the entire dome, only to be silently absorbed upon contact with the entity's form. The Grand Priest stepped forward, the barrier of holy light thickening. Corrector. The existence granted by the Zenith supersedes any historical standard. In this universe, their choices constitute the rules. Dimensional laws supersede local authority. The historical corrector's light points suddenly fragmented into countless fine threads, ensnaring Wukong and Vegeta. Where the threads passed, Wukong's Super Saiyan blue form began to fade, and Vegeta's gaze grew colder, as if he were forgetting everything about Earth. Stop it! Gohan suddenly charged forward, cradling Xiaofeng, who was crying out in fear. Daddy and Uncle Vegeta are heroes. Without them, Earth would have perished long ago. How dare you label them as redundant? He shielded Xiaofeng behind him, a powerful aura erupting around him. I won't allow you to harm them. The historical corrector's threads hesitated upon touching Gohan, and one light point enlarged, revealing the moment Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 during the Cell Games. Third-party variables intervening, correction target increased, Son Gohan, erase Guardian consciousness, revert to combat machine essence. No. Chi-Chi's voice rang from outside the hall as she rushed in with a basket of vegetables, her hair disheveled and flour on her face. Gohan is my son. Whether he wants to be a scholar or a warrior is his choice. You cold, unfeeling entity, how dare you decide for him? She pulled Gohan behind her, trembling yet fiercely protective of her son. The historical corrector's light points flickered, seemingly analyzing this sudden emotional variable. At that moment, the Xeno spoke up. The one on the left pointing at the historical corrector. You are so annoying. Our friends are not redundant. The one on the right nodded in agreement. Yes. Without them, the universe would be utterly dull. Both Zeniths simultaneously raised their small hands, and the previously stagnant flow of the galaxy surged forward. Countless planetary energies converging into two golden beams that hurtled towards the historical corrector. This time, the entity's light points trembled violently, emitting a shrill hum. Xeno authority disrupts the correction process. The historical corrector's voice wavered for the first time, but the laws of dimensions cannot be defied. But we are the Zeniths. The one on the left stamped his foot. We declare that they can exist. Therefore, they can exist. The one on the right clapped his hands. Yes. You fun-hating entity. Hurry back to your dimension. The golden beams intensified, and the historical corrector's light points began to disintegrate, those threads entangling Wukong and Vegeta gradually vanishing. Wukong reverted back to Super Saiyan Blue, and Vegeta's gaze regained warmth as he instinctively touched his chest, where the mark of the necklace Bulma had given him still lingered. Local authority clashing with dimensional laws created a logical paradox. The historical corrector's voice grew faint, initiating an emergency exit procedure, marking the historical line with annotations for anomalous variables, to be reassessed upon dimensional evaluation before further intervention. The light points transformed into a streak of luminescence, retracting into the spatial fissure, which slowly closed, leaving behind a lingering phrase dissipating into the starry sky. Next correction will bring dimensional weapons. With the crisis averted, Wukong exhaled deeply and laughed. That was close. Vegeta turned his face away, though the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards. Chi-Chi held Gohan, and Xiaofeng had ceased crying, curiously grasping a fragment of starlight. The Xeno on the left suddenly declared, "It must not come to cause trouble again." The one on the right nodded, "Yes, let us create a protective shield for our friends." The two Zeniths raised their hands, and a golden light membrane enveloped the entire seventh universe, upon which countless handprints appeared, those of Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, as well as Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Krillin. All those deemed anomalies by the historical corrector left their unique imprints upon this luminous shield. The Grand Priest gazed at the protective shield, which was infused with redundant emotions, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. It seems that the most potent laws are never cold standards, but rather the seemingly superfluous love and guardianship. The stars realigned, Saturn's rings gradually mended, and Jupiter's great red spot continued its languid rotation. Wukong observed his handprint on the luminous membrane, suddenly comprehending that the so-called historical revisions were not about correcting anomalies, but rather about overcoming the timidity that refrains from breaking the norm. Those of them labeled as variables, indeed, transformed the universe into a warmer place with their courage and love. Chapter 131. Crossing the Wall of Nihility. The warriors devoid of energy. The wall of nihility resembled a vast expanse of gray glass stretching across the edge of the universe, its surface flowing with matte ripples that neither reflected starlight nor absorbed light, silently severing the known from the unknown. Wukong pressed his palm against the wall, feeling its cold and viscous texture, akin to resting upon solidified mist. As the golden aura from his fingertips made contact, it dissipated as if absorbed by a sponge, leaving no trace of a ripple. Energy proved ineffective in this realm. Vegeta furrowed his brow, observing his fist. The ultimate flash he had just gathered fragmented into minute points of light 3 meters from the wall, presenting a greater challenge than anticipated. He kicked a nearby pebble, which vanished silently the moment it crossed the wall, as though it had never existed. Gohan adjusted his glasses and activated the analyzer on his wrist. The energy readings plummeted to 0, culminating in a glaring red warning. Detection of spatial stripping field. All forms of energy will be forcibly nullified. He turned to his companions. Witnessing Krillin's grip on the Kienzan frozen in midair, 18's energy shield shattering like a soap bubble, and even Bu's pink form losing its sheen, becoming somewhat translucent. In other words, do we need to pass through like ordinary people? Krillin swallowed hard, instinctively touching his bald head, though the wall appeared impassable. Bulma adjusted her windbreakers and pulled out a metal detector from her backpack. The detector's needle spun wildly before finally pointing towards a depression in the wall. The spatial fluctuations here are weakest. It should be the entrance. She pressed the button on the side of the detector, and a blue scanning beam shot towards the indentation, causing the wall to ripple and revealing an oval passage barely wide enough for one person to traverse. The depths of the passage were shrouded in pure darkness, impervious even to starlight. I will venture ahead. Wukong flexed his limbs, feeling the unfamiliar emptiness within his energy reservoir, akin to shedding a heavy burden after many years, yet tinged with a hint of unease. He took a deep breath and crouched to enter the passage, hearing Bulma's admonition behind him. Maintain communication. If we lose contact, we will blast the wall to rescue you. The passage offered no direction, no sound, nor even a sense of time. Wukong extended his hand, only to encounter the viscous darkness, as though swimming in water devoid of buoyancy. He attempted to step forward, each movement feeling remarkably burdensome, as if treading upon an invisible quagmire. Strangely, he felt detached from his own body, neither cold nor warm, neither painful nor itchy, as if his consciousness had been extricated and was now suspended in the void. Hello? Is anyone there? He shouted into the communicator, yet his voice eluded him, swallowed by the oppressive silence. Suddenly, a faint light flickered before him, and he hurriedly pursued it, only for the light to retreat like a mirage. He could vaguely discern a hazy figure within. It was his grandfather in his youth, holding the Rui Bang and smiling at him. Grandfather? Wukong quickened his pace. But the figure abruptly vanished, replaced by the face of Chi-Chi, cradling baby Gohan, her eyes brimming with concern. Wukong, do not take any more risks. He halted abruptly, a sharp pain piercing his heart. The images were too vivid, so real they led him to question whether he had perished and was now trapped in a labyrinth of memories. At that moment, the communicator emitted a faint crackle, and Bulma's voice came through intermittently. Wukong, stay alert. That is the energy of nihility interfering with your consciousness. I am here to find someone. Wukong shook his head vigorously, dispelling the illusions. He recalled their agreement before departure to locate Kai, the wanderer who shared the same star crystal as Carla, ensnared in the universe of nothingness. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward, disregarding the temptations and fears that continued to surface. Time passed unmeasured until he suddenly felt a solid sensation beneath his feet. Stumbling out of the passage, he discovered himself standing on a gray plain. The sky was leaden, the ground a dark gray, and even the air bore a gray hue, resembling a faded ink wash painting. Countless twisted metallic pillars loomed in the distance, their tops entwined with faint purple light. The very star crystal energy belonging to Kai that he had seen on the detector. Kai, he tentatively called out, his voice dissipating across the desolate plain, devoid of an echo. He took a few steps forward and kicked a metallic fragment, recognizing familiar star patterns etched upon it, identical to Carla's star crystal. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Wukong turned sharply to see Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and Bu emerging from the passage, each bearing pale expressions. This cursed place. Vegeta rubbed his temples, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. I think I just saw planet Vegeta before its destruction in the passage. I saw Gohan during the Cell Games. Krillin chuckled bitterly, recalling how Gohan had asked him why he hadn't stopped his transformation. Bu, looking bewildered, exclaimed, I saw so many cakes, but I couldn't catch any. Gohan straightened his glasses, pointing towards the metallic pillars. Those light bands are weakening. Kai may be inside. He retrieved a small device from his backpack, pressed a button, and it emitted a gentle green light. This is the star crystal resonator Carla provided. It can locate similar energies. The green light directed towards the tallest metallic pillar. The group advanced towards it, and the surrounding grayness thickened, dulling their thoughts. Wukong suddenly halted, pointing at the base of the pillar. There is something there. Embedded at the root of the metallic pillar was a translucent crystal encasing a curled figure, Kai. His star crystal had lost its luster. Silver-gray strands of hair clinging to his pale face, his stardust cloak tattered and torn, as if ravaged by an unseen force. He is on the brink of collapse. Gohan knelt beside him, pressing the resonator against the crystal. The green light resonated with the star crystal inside, creating faint ripples as the crystal consumed his life force. We must find a way to free him. Vegeta scanned the surroundings. Without energy, how do we proceed? He attempted to strike the crystal with his fist, only for it to bounce back, leaving no scratch on its surface. Krillin suddenly pointed at the metallic fragments on the ground. These pieces seemed to fit together. He picked up several shards and attempted to assemble them. The moment the fragments touched, they automatically adhered, forming a small star array. They are fragments of the star crystal. Wukong's eyes lit up. Carla had mentioned that star crystals could be reformed through resonance. He, Vegeta, and Gohan began gathering shards, piecing them around the crystal. As the collection grew, a complete star array gradually took shape, emitting a soft blue light that resonated with the star crystal within. Now is the time, Gohan shouted, inserting the resonator into the center of the star array. The blue glow surged dramatically, and the crystal cracked like ice, allowing Kai's body to slowly slide out. Bu rushed forward, transferring his pink energy to Kai. In this realm of nihility, only Bu's form could barely condense energy. Kai slowly opened his eyes, the orange-red halo in his left eye flickering weakly like a candle flame. He glanced at the star array in Wukong's hand, a smile breaking across his face. So, someone truly came for me. We have come to take you home. Wukong supported him, his voice resolute. Carla is waiting for you. Kai's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on the star array, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. The wall of nihility is, in truth, one's inner demons. Your ability to traverse it is not merely due to courage, but because he coughed several times. Droplets of blood transforming into motes of light in the air, because you harbor connections in your hearts, a force more potent than any energy. As the words fell, the surrounding gray began to dissipate, revealing the void wall passage behind it. Wufan hoisted Kai onto his back. Vegeta picked up fragments of the star array, and Klin along with Bu brought up the rear as the group made their way towards the passage. This time, no illusions emerged within the corridor. Only the sound of their footsteps and breaths, clear and tangible. As the last person exited the passage, the void wall slowly closed, reverting to a silent sheet of gray glass. Goku glanced back and suddenly realized that the gray was not emptiness, but rather forgotten memories. He patted Kai's shoulder and said, "Let us go. It's time to return home." Leaning against Wufan, Kai gazed at the gradually brightening starlight in the distance, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. In this land stripped of energy, they finally understood. True strength was never about bravado or techniques, but rather the deep-seated attachments that urged them to return, like stars in the dark night, guiding their way and resisting the void. Chapter 132. Goku's New Discovery. Creating power through will on the gray plains of the universe of nothingness, Kai's breathing gradually steadied, and under Wufan's resonance, The star crystal flickered back to life with a faint orange glow. Goku sat atop a half-buried metal pillar, observing his empty palm, since passing through the void wall. His energy felt as though it had been drained from a pond, unable even to sense the most basic energy fluctuations. This sense of powerlessness was unfamiliar, akin to having his limbs suddenly removed, prompting him to clench his fist, only to feel the calluses on his palm. Still trying? Vegeta stood nearby with arms crossed, his boots crunching over metal debris. The spatial rules here absorbed energy. Trying again was futile. His tone carried its usual impatience. Yet his gaze flickered towards Bulma in the distance, who was tending to Kai, the only concern on his mind at that moment. Goku remained silent, his eyes fixed on the faint light at the edge of the plain, the path they had taken and the boundary of the void wall. When Kai had mentioned that attachment was more potent than energy, he was reminded of the day his grandfather passed away, although he was starving and barely able to stand. The thought of survival had led him to forage for wild fruits in the mountains. He recalled his first battle against Frieza, where, despite being on the brink of defeat, it was the desire not to disappoint everyone that had allowed him to transform into a Super Saiyan for the first time. Perhaps energy was not simply conjured from thin air. Goku spoke suddenly, his voice soft yet compelling enough for Vegeta to turn sharply. Look, our energy. The transformation into Super Saiyans seems to appear only when we deeply wish to accomplish something. He rose and approached a massive rock that dwarfed any he had ever seen on Earth. When his energy was plentiful, he could shatter it with a single punch. But now, he inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Visions flooded his mind. Chi-Chi calling him to dinner from the kitchen, Wufan's beaming face when he first learned the Kamehameha, Bulma scolding him for being foolish while holding a wrench, and Vegeta awkwardly handing him medicine, a barely noticeable blush on his ears. These images flowed like warm water through the hollow energy pool within him. I want to push it over. Goku opened his eyes, the confusion replaced by pure determination. He pressed his hands against the rock, his muscles tensing with effort, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Initially, the stone remained unmoved. Not even a speck of dust disturbed. Vegeta scoffed and turned to leave, deeming it a fruitless endeavor. Yet in the next moment, he paused. Cracks began to form at the base of the rock, the subtle creaking noise resonating clearly across the silent plain. Goku's body trembled not from fatigue, but from an unfamiliar force surging from his very marrow, flowing through his arms and into the stone. Memories flashed in his mind, the look in his grandfather's eyes before he passed, the smiles of his friends. Every planet he had protected, these aspirations to safeguard blossomed like seeds in the barren soil of the void. Move for me. Goku roared, his veins bulging. And the rock actually shifted. It tilted slowly, the cracks widening until with a thunderous crash, it toppled over, sending dust swirling into the air. Goku panted heavily, staring at his hands, his eyes shining with astonishment. Look, it moved. I didn't even use energy. For the first time, a crack appeared in Vegeta's stoic expression as he hurried to the fallen rock, touching the cracks at its base. They bore no marks of energy impact, but rather exhibited pure physical force, imbued with a warm resilience. He recalled the moment he had defended Bulma from danger, expending all his energy yet still managing to block an enemy's attack purely out of the thought that he could not let anything happen to her. Just luck. Vegeta turned away, though quietly approached another rock, mimicking Goku's stance and closing his eyes. The images that flashed in his mind were not of battle, but of Trunks calling him dad for the first time, Bulma sleeping in the lab with coffee stains on her lips, and his awkward attempts at cradling a baby. When he opened his eyes again, the moment he swung his fist, the rock quivered slightly. Vegeta, you did it too, Goku exclaimed, leaping with excitement. I told you. It's not about energy, it's about will. Wufan's voice came as he supported Kai, who now looked considerably better, smiling at them. The essence of the star crystal is, indeed, the condensation of one's resolve. The purer the will, the deeper it can take root in the void. He pointed to the star crystal on Kai's chest, where the orange glow had intensified significantly. When you pushed the stone, the resonance of the star crystal strengthened because your will provided it with energy. Clint and Android 18 exchanged glances and decided to try as well. Clint recalled the moment 18 had shielded him from an attack and the first time Marin had called him dad. His hands, which had once struggled to clench, managed to shatter a small stone. Meanwhile, 18 thought of the children playing in the martial arts arena, and a faint white glow emerged at her fingertips. A manifestation of energy she had believed was forever lost. Bu was the most straightforward. Clutching his belly, he mumbled, "I want to eat Bulma-ass cake. I want to play games with Mr. Satan." Almost instantly, his pink form regained its sheen, and he conjured a small cream cake out of thin air, which melted away almost immediately, yet it was a testament to the power of will. Kai, leaning against Wufan, whispered, "The universe of nothingness devours all energy. Yet it cannot digest well. For will is not energy. It is something more fundamental. It is the cry to exist, the attachment to not lose, the proof of being alive." Goku picked up a stone, holding it in his hand. He could distinctly feel that when he thought about bringing everyone home, the stone felt as light as a feather. Suddenly, he understood that the golden aura of the Super Saiyan and the blue glow of the Kamehameha were merely outward expressions of will. The true source of power lay hidden behind those lights, in the thoughts of protection. "Let us go?" Goku turned towards the void wall, which now appeared to him not as an insurmountable barrier, but as a door waiting to be opened with will, no matter how much it absorbed energy. As long as they wished to return home, they would surely find their way out. Vegeta scoffed, but was the first to step forward, his stride steady. Each footfall leaving shallow prints on the gray ground, prints that belonged to a Saiyan prince, imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Wufan supported Kai as they followed. Klin and Android 18 held hands, while Bu bounced ahead, still mumbling about cake. The wind across the plains continued to carry gray dust, yet it could not disperse the light in their eyes. Goku watched the silhouettes of his companions and smiled. It dawned on him that the greatest strength had always resided within them, nestled in those ordinary, warm, and sometimes clumsy attachments, waiting to be awakened by will at the most critical moment, creating miracles that even the void could not consume. Chapter 133, Vegeta's Misconception. Being mortal in the universe of nothingness on the gray plains of the universe of nothingness, the wind swept across Vegeta's face, carrying a biting chill. He gazed at his palm, the tips of his fingers still tingling from the strain of pushing the rock moments ago. It was a fatigue born solely from physical exertion, devoid of any energy enhancement or protective aura, akin to a true mortal. This sensation ignited an unnamed fire within his chest, yet he found no outlet for it. "Humph, merely luck," he muttered under his breath, kicking a stone at his feet. The fragment traced a gray line through the air before landing silently in the distant dust. This wretched place rendered even the act of venting one's frustrations utterly powerless. Wukong was crouched beside Kai, listening to him expound on the connection between Xingjing and willpower, nodding occasionally, his expression betraying that foolish grin which Vegeta found most irksome. "So, as long as you set your mind to it, you can achieve something even without energy?" Wukong mused, stroking his chin before suddenly springing towards a larger boulder. "I'll give it another try? Idiot, don't waste your effort." Vegeta couldn't help but scold, yet instinctively tensed his body, fixated on Wukong's movements. Wukong took a deep breath, pressed his hands against the rock, veins bulging on his forehead, murmuring fervently, "I must show everyone that willpower truly counts. Chi-Chi is still waiting for us to return for dinner. Gohan's homework hasn't been checked yet, and I can't let Vegeta continue to look down on me." Before he could finish speaking, the boulder, towering as high as 2 men, trembled under his determination, the soil beneath it cracking like a spider's web. Vegeta's pupils constricted. This was not mere brute strength. He could see Wukong's shoulders quivering, the muscles in his arms spasming from the exertion. Yet that unwavering desire to push forward acted like an invisible lever, wrenching it from the ground. With a thunderous crash, the rock tilted and fell, and Wukong stumbled back a few steps, propping himself on his knees, gasping for breath, but his face shone with joy. "Vegeta, look. It really works." Vegeta turned his face away, though his ears secretly burned with embarrassment. When Wukong had mentioned his name, he had instinctively clenched his fists, feeling an odd surge of defiance against being outdone by that fool. Boring. He pivoted in the opposite direction. Yet his steps involuntarily slowed as he observed the reactions of others. Krillin was holding hands with number 18, both engaged in a contest over a small stone. Krillin recalled number 18 mentioning her desire for strawberry soda from Earth, and his fingertips glimmered with faint light as he etched a shallow groove into the stone. Number 18 gazed at him with soft eyes, casually grinding a fragment of stone into powder in her palm, as if it were a simple task. Bu was the most straightforward, clutching his stomach and lamenting his longing for Mr. Satan's fried rice, his pink form becoming increasingly solid, even conjuring a spoon from thin air. although it fell to the ground and disintegrated the next moment, prompting a soft chuckle from Kai. The more specific the obsession, the more pronounced the power. Vegeta halted beneath a concave rock wall that sheltered him from the wind and sand. Leaning against the stone, he watched the others frolicking in the distance. His heart a tangled mess. As a Saiyan prince for so long, he had grown accustomed to measuring everything by energy levels. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2. The ascent of deep blue forms represented his armor and shackles. Yet here, all of that became mere illusions. The taste of mortality was rather dreadful, wasn't it? Kai's voice suddenly resonated from behind him as he approached, supported by Gohan, the orange glow of the Xinjiang reflecting in his eyes. Accustomed to looking down upon others, standing among them in the same dust was indeed a challenge. Vegeta whipped around, his tone sharp. What do you know? I understand the terror of losing power. Kai replied gently, stroking the Xinjiang at his chest. Once, I was the guardian of the Xinjiang, capable of harnessing the energy of an entire star system. But I was betrayed and cast into the void like refuse. In those initial 3 months, I thought daily that it might be better to perish, after all. Even lifting a finger required the will to survive, which was utterly humiliating. He paused, gazing at Vegeta. But look, what Wukong and the others are doing now isn't demeaning. They are relearning how to live. Life. Vegeta scoffed. For a Saiyan, living means constantly growing stronger. But what if the purpose of gaining strength is to protect the moments when we can be at ease as mortals? Kai's gaze drifted toward Wukong, who was excitedly lifting a small stone and calling Vegeta over to witness the power of will, like a child showing off a new toy. Don't you want to try? Forget about levels, forget about maintaining the pride of a prince, and simply relish the feeling of wanting to accomplish something. Vegeta fell silent. He recalled a time in his childhood when his father had secretly taken him to the orchard on the back of their planet to pick fruit. Back then, he didn't have to learn battle techniques or memorize royal decrees. He merely stretched on his tiptoes to reach the fruit, and his father would lift him up with a smile. In those moments, his strength seemed genuinely aimed at reaching the fruit, not at defeating anyone. Boring. He turned away again, but offered no further rebuttal. As evening approached, the wind and sand grew stronger, and everyone gathered under the rock wall to shield themselves from the elements. Wukong appeared with a hard biscuit, breaking it into pieces to share with everyone while he savored it delightfully. Vegeta initially intended to refuse, but was forcefully handed a piece by Wukong. Try it. You might find it surprisingly tasty, he insisted. Clenching the biscuit, Vegeta felt his fingers stiffen. After a moment of hesitation, he placed it in his mouth. The dry texture tightened his throat, yet as he inadvertently recalled the fruits from the orchard, the sweet and sour juice that had lingered on his lips, the taste of the biscuit somehow softened. Hey, Vegeta, Wukong leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. Were you just thinking of something happy? I saw your lips move. Vegeta choked slightly. His face instantly flushed. Nonsense. He turned away, yet felt that tangled mass within him loosen somewhat. That night, he leaned against the rock wall, unable to sleep. Wukong and Bu were cuddled together napping. Krillin and number 18 whispered softly, while Gohan attended to Kai's wounds, the orange light of the Xinjiang flickering in the darkness. He attempted to emulate Kai's advice, focusing on a simple desire, to wake up before Wukong in the morning and be the first to find a water source. The moment this thought emerged, he genuinely felt a lightness in his body, the fatigue easing a fraction. Vegeta furrowed his brow but did not resist this unfamiliar sensation any longer. Perhaps being a mortal wasn't so unbearable after all, at least for now. He didn't have to constantly bear the weight of a prince's armor, nor calculate energy levels. Simply anticipating waking up early tomorrow brought him a long-lost sense of ease. As the night deepened, the winds of the void howled, yet they could not disperse the warmth beneath the rock wall. Vegeta shut his eyes, for the first time in a night devoid of energy, feeling no panic. Chapter 134. The Star Core of Karla. The sole light source of the void universe. The darkness of the void universe was deeper than imagined, like velvet soaked in ink, swallowing all light completely. Krillin attempted to ignite a spark of energy, but only a faint blue light flickered at his fingertips, extinguishing in less than a second as if snuffed out by the darkness. We can't even generate energy? Number 18 frowned, pulling the startled Marin close. This place was more bizarre than the records indicated. Bu squatted on the ground, clutching his stomach, his voice muffled. It's pitch black. I can't even think of Mr. Satan's fried rice. His pink form gradually became transparent in the dark, as if he were merging into the void. Don't panic. Kai's voice carried a soothing strength as he slowly raised his hand. The Xingjing on his chest suddenly emitted a warm orange glow, not a blinding light, but like a slow-burning ember, gently illuminating a 10-meter radius around them. Only then did they see that they were in a sunken valley, surrounded by sheer rock walls riddled with honeycomb-like holes, through which the wind whistled with a mournful sound. This is the star core of Karla. Kai gently caressed the surface of the Xingjing, its patterns flowing under the light as if alive, the void universe's only natural light source and energy anchor. Without it, this place was not even darkness, it was utter nothingness. Wukong moved closer, curiously poking the Xingjing. Does it shine and radiate heat like the sun? But it feels cool to the touch. Its light does not arise from thermal energy, it emanates from memory. Kai's fingertips traced a starry pattern, causing the luminosity of the star crystal to flicker momentarily. A hazy image was cast upon the rock wall, depicting warriors clad in ancient armor engaged in fierce combat. The sound of clashing weapons seemingly transcending time itself. Kara, the progenitor of the universe of non-being, had encapsulated within this star core all that she had ever witnessed. Vegeta snorted derisively, leaning against the rock wall with crossed arms, questioning the utility of such fragmented memories of the ancients. Yet, despite his words, his gaze remained fixed upon the unfolding images. The warriors depicted were executing techniques reminiscent of ki blasts, albeit in a more primal form imbued with a desperate ferocity that inexplicably reminded him of the battlefields of the ancient Saiyans. The illumination of the star crystal shifted once more, revealing a verdant oasis where women clad in linen skirts were washing clothes by a stream, while children, barefoot, chased butterflies, their laughter ringing out like chimes in the wind. Goku's eyes brightened at the sight. Is this a time of peace? Indeed, Kai's voice softened. Kara had once said that the essence of the universe lay not in conflict, but in remembrance. To remember that battles were fought for protection, to cherish the rarity of peace, was essential to keep the light from extinguishing. He paused as the glow of the star crystal dimmed slightly, explaining that the light was fading because fewer and fewer remembered. Can we help it shine brighter? Gohan inquired, recalling the feeling of pushing the boulder earlier, instinctively clenching his fists, as if willing it to charge with his intent. Kai smiled, a look of encouragement in his eyes. Shall we try? Focus intently on a memory you wish to preserve. The more vivid, the better. Gohan closed his eyes, his brow furrowed, conjuring the image of Chi-Chi calling him to dinner in the kitchen, the stew bubbling in the pot, the aroma mingling with her admonishments. Gohan, wash your hands. Don't place your homework on the stove. The light of the star crystal indeed trembled, brightening ever so slightly. Useful. Goku immediately emulated him. Recalling the moment he first transformed into a Super Saiyan, the sight of Krillin lying in a pool of blood tightening his chest. I never want to lose anyone again. As soon as the words left his lips, the star crystal erupted in a radiant red light. The images on the rock wall transforming into scenes of him and Vegeta fighting side by side. Vegeta's body stiffened as he gazed at the golden-haired version of himself in the image, suddenly reminded of that day when Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, and his father had crammed him into the escape pod, urging him, survive, remember what it means to be a Saiyan. The tone was not one of command, but of pleading. Instinctively, he raised his hand to press against the star core, feeling the coolness of the star crystal at his fingertips, while a familiar scar in his heart began to burn. TCH, how tedious, he muttered under his breath. Yet he did not withdraw his hand. Uncontrollable flashes of memories surged through his mind, sparring with Goku in the room of spirit and time. Bulma weeping on his shoulder imploring him not to die again, Trunks' first attempt at calling him dad with a muddled pronunciation. These fragments were like stones cast into a lake, sending ripples of golden light through the star core. Wow, Uncle Vegeta is helping too, Marin exclaimed, clapping her hands as the light of the star crystal illuminated half the valley. The images on the rock wall grew clearer, revealing Kara's silhouette standing before the star core, her gaze mirroring Kai's, gentle yet resolute. Android 18 grasped Krillin's hand, reminiscing about their wedding on the island, the sea breeze lifting her veil, while a nervous Krillin fumbled through his vows, only managing a silly grin. The light from the star core reflected in her eyes, creating soft ripples. It turned out that remembering beauty was also a form of strength. Bu suddenly leapt up, pointing at the rock wall. Look, fried rice. Indeed, the image of Mr. Satan, donned in an apron, tossing a pan appeared, his pink physique suddenly becoming robust. I remember. Mr. Satan adds 3 times the eggs to the fried rice. The star core's luminosity intensified, resembling a small sun suspended over Kai's chest. The wind slipped through the openings, the mournful sounds transforming into a lively whistle, as the images on the rock wall gradually coalesced into a river, flowing with the memories of all. There was the fervor of battle, the warmth of embraces, the pain of loss, and the unwavering resolve to protect. Kai gazed at the star crystal, softly stating, Kara once said that light fades when people forget why it is needed. As long as there are those who remember what must be protected, the star core will never dim. Vegeta finally withdrew his hand, the lingering coolness of the star crystal no longer discomforting. He turned his face away, the tips of his ears slightly reddening in the light, his lips still sharp with sarcasm, its merely useless sentimentality. Yet no one believed his words anymore. For the light of the star core distinctly reflected the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The night was still long, but the valley was no longer shrouded in absolute darkness. Kara's star core hovered at the center, like a beating heart, transforming everyone's memories into light, dispelling the void of the universe of non-being. Within that light resided a rather bright, albeit awkward, guardian in the form of a golden-haired Saiyan. Chapter 135. The Namekian Secret Technique. Weaving energy with life. The sky of Namek was perpetually adorned with 2 suns, one blazing like molten gold and the other gentle as warm jade. At this moment, outside the Grand Elder's dwelling, the circular vine structure was adorned with luminescent spore flowers, their soft purple glow cascading down the spiral window frames, weaving a shimmering net of light upon the ground. Are you saying that you can directly weave a protective shield using life energy? Goku squatted on the grass, poking a half-open spore flower at his feet, which promptly emitted a small burst of luminescence, startling him into retracting his hand, eliciting laughter from the surrounding Namekians. The Grand Elder sat upon a floating moss cushion, his weathered face etched with deep lines, yet radiating a childlike clarity. He nodded gently, his frail fingers gesturing in the air, causing the surrounding air to ripple. The scattered patches of light upon the grass seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, converging instantly into a transparent light shield that enveloped everyone. The surface of the shield pulsed with intricate patterns, resembling the life markings on the foreheads of the Namekians. In your understanding, energy must be stimulated or converted. The Grand Elder's voice flowed like the wind through a bamboo grove, imbued with ancient tremors. Yet for the Namekians, life itself serves as the vessel of energy. Our breaths, our heartbeats, and even the unfurling of each leaf are woven into energy. Krillin leaned closer to the light shield, cautiously extending his hand. Upon contact, ripples blossomed forth, warm and inviting. Unlike Goku's Kamehameha that surged with force, it felt more akin to being immersed in warm water. Is this crafted from your own life? Won't it harm you? Elder Muley, beside him, chuckled, shaking his head as he tenderly caressed a dying fern. With his touch, the withered leaves visibly transformed to green, faint purple light coursing through the veins, akin to the light shield. It is not a depletion, but a resonance, he elucidated, the life marking on his palm glowing. Just like this plant, when its life energy wanes, I adjust its life frequency with my own energy, allowing it to realign with the planet's energy field. Like 2 piano keys, only when in sync can they resonate to produce the most harmonious sound. Vegeta stood a short distance away, arms crossed, observing with a cold eye, yet unable to resist stealing glances at the patterns on the light shield. He noted that whenever a Namekian passed by the edge of the shield, its brilliance intensified, as if countless streams were merging into a river. Humph, sounds all too poetic, he scoffed. But how long can this pathetic shield endure against an attack far beyond your limits? The Grand Elder remained unfazed, instead gesturing for Elder Muley to demonstrate. Muley nodded, stepping outside the light shield, his hands clasped together, as the life marking on his forehead erupted in brilliance. The distant spore flowers began to sway violently, countless light points shooting from the petals, magnetically drawn towards the shield. Simultaneously, the Namekians around, regardless of age, instinctively pressed their hands to their chests, their life markings illuminating in unison, tripling the thickness of the light shield, which now exhibited a flowing sensation akin to Saiyan energy, yet softer and denser. Look here. The Grand Elder directed towards the inner side of the light shield, where countless delicate light threads were clearly visible, each connecting to a Namekian's life marking. This was not the energy of an individual, but a life net woven from the entire community, like the roots of a great tree. While a single root may be fragile, when intertwined, they can withstand the fiercest of gales. Wukong suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, I understand now. Just like the people on our earth who join hands to play games, the more people there are, the greater the strength. As he spoke, he took the hands of Kellen and Wufan, suggesting, shall we give it a try? The elder smiled and nodded. When the hands of the three were clasped together, the Gaiden trembled noticeably, its surface rippling with a golden sheen. Wufan joyfully shouted, Dad, our energy can also merge into it. Vegeta's brow furrowed even tighter. He sensed that the energy within the Gaiden, while seemingly gentle, possessed a certain resilience. It was not as violently destructive as pure energy of annihilation, but, like water, it could absorb and transform impact. He recalled witnessing the Namekian protective shield withstand an energy cannon's assault during Frieza's army's invasion, initially attributing it to advanced technology. But now he understood it was a barrier woven from the very life of the planet. Does this secret technique have any weaknesses? Vegeta couldn't help but inquire, his tone shifting from mockery to seriousness. The elder's gaze dimmed as he looked towards the ruins, once the most flourishing forest of Namek, now reduced to charred stumps. Yes, he replied softly, the strength of the Shengming Zhuang depends on the will of each node. If someone harbors hesitation or is unwilling to contribute, holes will appear in the net. Just like when Frieza came last time, some of our people shrank back in fear, and the protective shield instantly fractured. Elder Mealy added, moreover, the Weaver must possess the intent to protect rather than to confront. If one carries intentions of killing or anger, the energy will become volatile, tearing the Gongduan apart instead. He looked at Goku, stating, just as earlier, the energy of the three of you could merge because your thoughts were centered on trying together, not on defeating anyone. Goku scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. So it can't be used when angry? It's not that it cannot be used, but it will take on a different form. The elder raised his hand, and the Gongduan suddenly contracted into a sharp gong, its edges glimmering with a dangerous red light. However, this was no longer protective energy. It was an attack fueled by the burning of life, and each use would cost vitality. We will never use it unless absolutely necessary. Vegeta gazed at the Gongrun with a complex expression. He recalled how many times he had exhausted his life in pursuit of strength. That power, though formidable, slipped away like sand through clenched fingers. Yet, the Namekian secret techniques seemed to coalesce the sand into stone, gentle yet enduring. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance as a Namekian on watch hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Elder, an unidentified flying object is approaching. The energy signature resembles Frieza's army. Goku and Vegeta tensed simultaneously, their golden auras igniting instantly. However, the elder raised his hand to stop them, saying, wait. He closed his eyes, and the Shengming Yinji on his forehead emitted a soft glow. Soon, all Namekians ceased their activities, raising their hands to their chests, including children and elders alike. The pale purple gun unfolded once more, this time expanding at an astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping half of Namek. The patterns on the Gogduan became strikingly clear, resembling a vast net that encompassed mountains, rivers, and forests. When the energy cannon of the first reconnaissance ship struck the Gogduan, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only ripples spreading outward. The energy cannon dissolved silently like a stone thrown into the ocean. This is the way of life for the Namekians. The elder's voice, though tinged with fatigue, was unwavering. We lack the science ferocity and the technology of Earth, but we understand that life itself is the most potent energy. As long as we remain united and willing to weave this net for one another, we shall never be destroyed. Goku observed the continuously exploding energy blasts beyond the Gogduan and suddenly grasped that true strength does not lie in the ability to destroy, but rather in the capacity to protect. He released his clenched fist, mirroring the Namekian's gesture, and gently placed his palm against the Gogduan, thinking of safeguarding everyone. In an instant, a warm current surged from his palm, and a golden lotus blossomed on the Gogduan. Vegeta stood still, gazing at the lotus, and then at the surrounding Namekians who were praying with closed eyes. The tension in his lips gradually relaxed. He did not reach out like Goku, but silently thought, don't embarrass me. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light flashed across the Gogduan. Chapter 136. The Truth of the Shadow Eater. Fragments of a forgotten universe at the edge of the universe of nothingness. Stardust hung in the void like solidified ink. Kellen supported the exhausted Wufan, staring at the slowly unfolding dark purple rift before them, his voice trembling. Is this the lair of the Shadow Eater? Deep within the rift, gray-black currents surged, each pulse distorting the surrounding space, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Goku landed on a floating meteorite, a faint golden aura gathering in his palm. In this area that could devour light, even the energy of a Super Saiyan was suppressed to its limits. He stared at the massive outline barely visible within the rift and murmured, "It's even more bizarre than the records indicated." Records? Vegeta's voice came from behind, his deep blue aura flickering ominously. Isn't the so-called Shadow Eater merely a conglomeration of dark energy remnants from the birth of the universe? He kicked a piece of debris at his feet. It vanished into the rift's edge without even a whisper of echo, mere waste without substance. Be careful. Bulma's holographic projection suddenly illuminated on Goku's wrist communicator, her hair disheveled, the background console flashing red. The recently decrypted ancient database revealed that the Shadow Eaters were not naturally occurring. They were crystallizations of forgotten memories. Forgotten memories? Wufan gasped, looking up. The pain from his wounds made his vision blur. What do you mean? Suddenly, the rift violently constricted, the dark purple currents tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand. Countless tiny specks of light emerged from the currents, piecing together hazy images in the air, armored warriors slashing at their companions. A woman cradling a baby pushing the child into an escape pod in the final moments before her starship exploded, a group of hooded figures chanting around an altar. These images flickered rapidly, yet bore an unsettling familiarity. Did you see that? Bulma's voice crackled with static. In the early days of the universe, every civilization generates unrecorded memories, wars that were not chronicled, oaths that were not passed down, sacrifices that were not remembered. These fragments accumulated at the edge of the universe of nothingness, slowly coalescing into the Shadow Eaters. Goku reached out to touch the nearest speck of light, which instantly exploded into the silhouette of a young boy clad in Saiyan armor, kneeling before a planet on the brink of destruction. He quickly retracted his hand, a burning sensation lingering on his fingertips. Was that the young version of Vegeta? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, and he scoffed, turning his face away. Though the tips of his ears flushed slightly, he recognized that it was his father's silhouette, secretly releasing him as an infant before the destruction of planet Zufu. This memory was not even recorded in Frieza's database. The Shadow Eaters would not attack unless Bulma's projection flickered again, displaying a waveform graph. Someone awakens them. Recently, the Shadow Eaters at the edge of the universe of nothingness have become active due to frequent use of memory extraction devices. Memory extraction devices? Kellen frowned. Aren't those banned by the Cosmic Alliance? Bans do not equate to disappearance. Bulma's projection indicated the depths of the rift. According to energy traces, the last large-scale extraction occurred 3 days ago, originating from the core area of the Shadow Eaters. Someone is collecting these forgotten memory fragments, seemingly in search of something specific. Before she could finish, countless gray-black tendrils suddenly extended from the rift, each adorned with translucent cocoons, each cocoon enveloping a struggling light and shadow. Wukong shattered the approaching tendrils with a punch. In the instant the cocoon ruptured, he beheld a scene within. Kirin's demise at the hands of Frieza. Yet the figure in the image had not been revived. Were these the unfulfilled regrets of a future that never came to pass? Gohan murmured, the pain from his wounds suddenly fading into obscurity. The Shadow Eater not only gathered memories, but also wove possibilities. Correct. A foreign voice emerged from the depths of the fissure, as a figure clad in silver robes stepped forth from the dark purple mist. Beneath the hood, half of a face etched with intricate patterns became visible. The so-called if is the most potent energy. For instance, what if Goku had not defeated Frieza years ago? What if Vegeta had not chosen to stay on Earth? What if you were the one gathering these fragments? Vegeta's aura surged. What are your intentions? The robed figure chuckled softly, raising a hand in a sweeping motion. The surrounding tendrils exploded, countless shards of memory cascading like a meteor shower. Goku's failure to protect Chi-Chi, Vegeta's inability to prevent the destruction of the Saiyans, Kirin's failure to save Android 18, each fragment bearing the anguish capable of tearing apart one's sanity. I seek the primordial regret. The robed figure removed the hood, revealing a face strikingly similar to Bulma's, save for the dark purple light embedded in the creases of her eyes. When the universe was born, the first forgotten memory can rewrite all that has transpired. Goku suddenly recalled something. Glancing at the communicator showing Bulma, you mentioned that your grandmother was a pioneer researcher of the Cosmic Alliance, and she was investigating undocumented histories before her disappearance? Bulma's projection flickered violently. How do you know? It wasn't T in the records. Because I have seen her if. The robed figure raised a hand, and a cocoon rose from the fissure, the light within revealing the young Bulma's grandmother, placing an infant into an escape pod while being consumed by the Shadow Eater. She had discovered the primordial regret, but chose to seal it within her own memory. Now, it is my turn to fulfill her final wish. Final wish? Vegeta scoffed. Using another S suffering as fuel? Is that truly a wish? His Super Saiyan blue aura erupted suddenly. Your so-called rewriting is merely transforming the universe into your desired form. And what of it? The robed figure spread her hands, countless if fragments swirling in her palms. Look at them. She pointed to Goku. How many friends have you lost in your quest to protect Earth? She pointed to Vegeta. How many bonds have you deliberately destroyed to prove yourself? She pointed to Kuririn. Eternally trapped in the fear of weakness. Do they not wish to rewrite their fates? Goku's fists gradually relaxed, his golden aura subsiding. He recalled the moments from his childhood on Bowsy Mountain, the image of his grandfather's passing, the anticipation in Chi-Chi's eyes on their wedding day, the tenderness when Gohan first called him dad. These memories shone like warm light, distinctly clear amidst the myriad of fragments. I do not wish to. He spoke softly, having lost. One understands the value of the present. Vegeta paused, then scoffed, yet he silently retracted his aura, boring. However, his act of standing protectively in front of Gohan was more resolute than any words. The patterns on the robed figure's face glowed with dark purple light. Obstinate fools. She gestured, sending all the fragments hurtling toward them. Then let you witness the terrifying nature of forgotten pain. Kuririn suddenly recalled something. Gripping Goku's arm, Bulma said the Shadow Eater consists of forgotten memories. What if we choose to remember them? He pointed at a fragment about to collide with Gohan, revealing the scene of Gohan never being born. Gohan, do you remember how happy Chi-Chi was when you first learned to walk? Gohan froze, the fragment before him dimming suddenly. Vegeta, Goku turned to Vegeta. Do you recall the first time you practiced battling with Trunks? When he let you win by holding back. Vegeta's body stiffened, and the fragment rushing toward him also faded. Kuririn, a voice suddenly emanated from the communicator. It was Android 18, her voice hoarse from just awakening. Last time you mentioned teaching Marin to fish, do not forget. Kuririn looked up abruptly, all fragments rushing toward him dissipating in an instant. The patterns on the robed figure's face began to contort. No, it cannot be. Those remembered are no longer fragments. Goku smiled, spreading his arms wide, allowing the fragments to pass through his body. They were merely shadows of the past, unable to retain the essence of the present us. As he spoke, the dark purple fissure began to shrink, the tendrils of the Shadow Eater transforming into motes of light. The fragments exploding in the air, becoming specks of luminescent dust, like fireflies descending upon the group. The robed figure's silhouette gradually faded within the light dust, and she gazed at her hands transforming into points of light, suddenly laughing. It turns out that what my grandmother left behind was not a seal, but an answer. When the fissure completely closed, the edges of the void universe glimmered with an unprecedented starlight. Bulma's communicator returned to normal, her voice trembling with emotion. Are you all right? I just found out that the robed figure is my missing aunt. She has been searching for the regrets left by my grandmother, but forgot what my grandmother said last. Remember the present. Goku looked at the newly born starlight in the distance, suddenly recalling the burnt eggs Chi-Chi made that morning, Gohan's crooked homework, and the awkward healing medicine Vegeta had sent. These trivial moments have now shone brighter than any if. Vegeta snorted, turning toward the spaceship. What are you still doing here? Do you intend to starve in this place? Yet his steps were noticeably lighter than before. Kuririn supported Gohan, catching up with a smile. When we return, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. 18 said she learned a new sauce recipe. Goku watched their retreating figures, then looked up at the starlight, suddenly feeling that the so-called truth of the universe perhaps never resided in forgotten fragments, but in every moment that is sincerely remembered. Chapter 137, Kuririn and Android 18. Love is the strongest energy. Starlight from the void universe fell upon Kuririn's training outfit like a sprinkle of coarse salt. He threw a punch into the air, but the gust barely stirred the distant stardust. Nearby, Android 18 leaned against a meteorite, arms crossed. observing him with a faint smile. After 3 hours of practice, your energy index remains at 0. Kiririn retracted his fist, scratching his smooth head. Beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. This place is too peculiar. I can't gather any energy. He glanced at Android 18, whose energy fluctuations were as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, yet she remained still. One might think she was sunbathing. What is the rush? Android 18 straightened up, approaching him, her fingertip gently brushing against his damp collarbone. Back on Earth, you couldn't defeat Cell, yet you relied on your intellect to win. Didn't you? Kiririn's face flushed, retreating slightly. Well, that was because you helped me. I only kicked him once. Android 18 raised an eyebrow, finally pressing the remote control, but it was you. She leapt onto a higher meteorite, pointing toward the distant dark purple vortex. The core of the Shadow Eater lies there. Yet our energy is suppressed. Confronting it head-on would spell our doom. Kiririn followed her gaze, the vortex resembling a slumbering beast, with each rotation dimming the surrounding starlight. He touched the capsule at his waist, containing an emergency bomb Bulma had given him, powerful enough to obliterate half a planet. Yet he knew that under no circumstances would Android 18 allow him to use it. Back on Namek, he had used that strategy to perish alongside Frieza. Awakening to find Android 18 cradling his body, her tears soaking through his training outfit. What should we do? Kiririn rubbed his hands together, the calluses on his palms itching. They couldn't just wait here while Goku and the others awaited news. Android 18 remained silent, merely unfastening the silver necklace around her neck. The one Kiririn had bought with his first bounty, with tiny diamonds forming a little star. She wrapped the necklace around Kiririn's wrist, her fingertip tracing the scar on the inside of his wrist. Do you remember how you got this injury? Kiririn certainly remembered. It had occurred 3 years ago while confronting Android 21, when her claws nearly pierced his heart, and it was Android 18 who had leapt in front to shield him, resulting in a large gash on her shoulder, while his wrist was cut by the splintered fragments. Later, he often lamented that if only I were stronger. Yet, 18th regarded this scar as a treasure, saying it served as a reminder of your presence. At that moment, when your energy was clearly waning, how could you suddenly unleash such tremendous power? Clint could not help but inquire. 18th chuckled softly, as sunlight filtered through her hair, casting delicate shadows upon her collarbone. It was because I saw you rushing in to shield me. Suddenly, she grasped Clint's wrist, pulling him towards the vortex. Come, let me show you something. As they stumbled into the dark purple vortex, Clint braced himself for disintegration, yet the anticipated agony did not arrive. Surrounding them were swirling fragments of memories. His first encounter with 18th at Kame House, where she stood at the doorway in a white dress, inquiring if they were accepting apprentices. The moment he mustered the courage to propose, her surprised expression as she held a half-eaten strawberry cake, and the day Marin was born. When he paced outside the delivery room, hearing 18th call him an idiot from behind the door, urging him to come in. Are these our memories? Clint widened his eyes, witnessing a fragment of himself secretly offering chocolate to 18th, only to be interrupted by Marin, who clamored to have some. Not just that. 18th's voice echoed as she pointed towards the vortex's center, where a pale golden sphere of light floated. The Shadow Eater devoured all energy, yet it could not consume this. As Clint leaned closer, he discerned a blurred image within the sphere. It was their first year of marriage, watching the sunrise by the sea. With 18th resting her head on his shoulder, confessing that she once believed androids should not possess emotions. But he had shown her that even a cold chip could harbor a heart. This is our bond energy. 18th clasped his hand. Her palm was cool, yet it exuded a reassuring strength. Bulma had once said that energy manifests in various forms: ki, magic, technological energy, but the most resilient against erosion is the bond forged between two individuals. She suddenly rose onto her toes and kissed him on the chin, where stubble lingered. Clint felt a jolt in his mind, as though a current had exploded, and the necklace on his wrist suddenly glowed, resonating with the sphere of light at the vortex's center, radiating warmth. Look, 18th gestured around, as the swirling memory fragments began to illuminate, resembling fireflies ignited. The Shadow Eater could consume ki, but it could not devour the burnt bread they had made together. It could swallow techniques. But not the memory of Marin calling him daddy for the first time when he had lifted her too high, causing her to cry. It could obliterate all strength, yet it could not erase how they had gradually come together. Clint suddenly understood. He recalled that each time he was knocked down, Seeing 18th's face was enough to help him rise again. He remembered how 18th could repair the spaceship herself, yet always said she trusted him to handle it. He thought of Marin drawing the family portrait, depicting him taller than 18th, declaring that a father must protect his mother. These seemingly inconsequential, fragile moments now felt like the strongest armor, illuminating a space within the vortex. Do you remember that move? 18th's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of their battles fought side by side. Clint nodded, tightening his grip on her hand. It was a technique they had crafted together, not some grand energy wave, but simply their fists colliding, merging their ki into one another's essence. In their training on Earth, Bulma's energy detector had always indicated chaotic fluctuations, insufficient intensity, yet each time they executed this move, it yielded unexpected results. At this moment, as their fists met at the vortex's center, the pale golden light erupted, more radiant than Goku's Super Saiyan blue aura. The memory fragments surged like activated soldiers, climbing up their arms and coalescing into a beam of light that shot towards the vortex's apex. The Shadow Eater's shriek pierced the air as the dark purple vortex began to disintegrate. Clint could even see the gray-black tendrils dissolving in the light. He glanced at 18th. Her face was dusted with luminescent particles, yet she smiled brighter than ever. I told you, 18th whispered in his ear, her voice breathy yet filled with strength. You are far stronger than you realize. As the vortex completely vanished, Clint found himself still holding 18th's hand. Their energy levels remained pitifully low, yet his heart felt as if it cradled a small son. In the distance, Goku's voice called them back to enjoy a barbecue. Clint pulled 18th towards that direction, suddenly recalling something and glancing back at the spot where the vortex had disappeared. There lingered a faint golden light, resembling the stars on their necklace. Clint touched the necklace on his wrist and smiled. It became clear that the most formidable energy never needed to be thunderous. It resided in the clasped hands, in the unspoken concern, and in the years spent together. 18th turned back, urging him, "Come on, hurry up." Marin said she wants to challenge you to see who can eat more. Clint quickened his pace, the wind lifting his training outfit. Although he still lacked muscle, he stood taller than ever. He knew that even without apocalyptic ki, as long as this person was beside him, no darkness could consume them. For love is never merely a number on an energy meter. It is the courage of two individuals, united and daring to face the cosmos together. Chapter 138, Yamcha's Fortune. Discovering a divine artifact in the void. The winds of the void carried a scent of rust. Yamcha tightened his worn martial arts uniform and sneezed. He crouched on a floating stone, eyeing the half-eaten piece of bread in his hand. It had been pilfered from Goku and the others' picnic basket 3 days prior, now as hard as a rock. Nevertheless, he chewed it with delight, waving towards the distance. "Hey, Goku, you all go ahead. I'll find some water and catch up." Goku's voice floated back. "Don't wander off. The stones here might eat you." "I know." Yamcha elongated his tone in response. As the figures vanished into the mist, he swiftly pulled out a crumpled compass from his pocket. The needle spun wildly, finally trembling and pointing towards the dense fog ahead. This compass was something he had found in an abandoned temple. The old sage had claimed it would lead its rightful owner to treasures invisible to others. At the time, he dismissed it as the ramblings of a senile old man, until yesterday when the needle began to vibrate erratically, emitting a faint golden glow. Yamcha stroked his chin, calculating the possibilities. Perhaps he could uncover an artifact more powerful than the senzu beans. He secured the compass and crouched low, diving into the thick fog. The mist of the void was alive, seeping into his collar and chilling him to the bone. The gravel underfoot occasionally crunched as if teeth were gnawing at his soles. Remembering Goku's warning, he quickened his pace, muttering to himself, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I once fought alongside Tenshinhan, unbeatable." Before he could finish, the ground suddenly gave way beneath him, and he yelped as he tumbled, landing flat on his back. "What kind of unfortunate soul caused me this pain?" A gruff voice grumbled from below. Yamcha then realized he had landed atop a dark bluish stone, its surface pockmarked, with a palm-sized jade pendant embedded in its center. The jade was dull in color, resembling an ordinary rock. Just as he attempted to rise, the stone shifted, revealing a pair of round, gleaming eyes. "What are you staring at? Never seen a talking boundary stone before. A stone can talk?" Yamcha recoiled in shock, scrambling to his feet. You are an artifact?" "What artifact?" "I'm the guardian of the boundary." The stone huffed indignantly, shaking slightly. and the area around the jade pendant suddenly glimmered with a soft light. If it weren't for that wretched void miasma trapping me, I would have sent you flying. Yamcha's compass suddenly exploded with golden light, the needle firmly fixed on the jade pendant. His eyes brightened as he crouched down, poking at the jade. This pendant looks rather ordinary. What can it do? Ordinary. The stone sprang up as if its tail had been stepped on, bouncing half a foot in the air. This is the Dingshu pendant. It was used by the King of Worlds to suppress the void miasma. It can twist scattered energy into strands and mend broken memories. Do you still call that ordinary? Yamcha's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the last encounter with Wukong and the others against Broly, where his Kamehameha was effortlessly scattered by the opponent's energy. If only he had this jade pendant. How could he have been ensnared by the miasma? He feigned indifference, reaching out to touch the pendant. Was it a lack of magical power? Nonsense. Shirtu was furious, trembling with rage. It was all because of that bastard in the black robe who insisted on prying the pendant away as a weapon, only to be backfired by the miasma, dragging him into this cursed place. Yamcha's hand halted midair. The figure in black suddenly reminded him of someone he had seen 3 years ago in the ruins, clutching a shattered jade pendant and smiling as he claimed it could resurrect the dead, only to be consumed by the miasma before he could finish his sentence. So, is that pendant still usable? He swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the pendant, which was now gently radiating a soft light, as if it were alive and breathing. The bastard had worn him down to a mere 30% of his strength. Shirtu scoffed, his tone softening slightly. But it was still more effective than that broken compass in your hand. If it weren't for its resonance with the pendant, do you think you could have found this place? Yamcha then noticed that the compass's needle had merged into the light of the pendant, transforming into a fine golden thread. A surge of anger ignited within him, and he rubbed his hands together, asking, "So, will you come with me? I'll take you out, and we can find Wukong." Cut the nonsense. Shirtu saw through his intentions, thinking he wanted to use him as a weapon. That black-robed figure said the same thing last time, only to be hurled at the enemy, nearly shattering him. Not a chance. Yamcha grew anxious, thumping his chest in assurance. Though I may not match Wukong in strength, nor am I as formidable as Tianjin Fan, I would never betray my allies. If you come with me, I'll find you the finest jade craftsman to polish you to a brilliant shine, and I'll apply the best wax daily. Who needs wax? Shirtu interrupted him, suddenly shaking violently, as the surrounding dense fog surged forth, resembling sharks sensing blood. Damn it, the miasma is coming again. If you truly wish to take me away, then let your blood drip on the pendant. Yamcha was taken aback. Blood to acknowledge ownership? What nonsense. Shirtu's voice trembled with urgency. If we delay any longer, we'll both be reduced to nothing but bone fragments. The thick fog had already wrapped around Yamcha's ankles, cold and biting, as if countless tiny insects were crawling over him. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a nearby shard of stone and sliced his fingertip, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the pendant. Suddenly, the pendant erupted with blinding white light, and Yamcha felt a warm current coursing through his body from his fingertip, loosening his previously stiffened bones. The fog hissed and melted away like snow under the blazing sun, revealing their surroundings. They stood on a massive floating rock, with an unfathomable darkness below. The sounds that had been gnawing at his shoes were actually countless little stone creatures biting at each other. Hold on tight, Shirtu bellowed, suddenly soaring into the air, propelling Yamcha toward the direction where Wukong and the others had departed. The wind howled past his ears, and Yamcha looked down at the pendant hanging from his chest. Its hue had transformed into a warm, translucent glow, with a flowing light swirling within. Hey, he tapped Shirtu. Did you just say this pendant can record memories? Nonsense. The Kaioshin used it to capture shattered time fragments years ago. Shirtu accelerated even faster. Why? Do you have fragmented memories? Yamcha's lips curled downward as he recalled an afternoon long ago when he was a bandit in the desert. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi passed by, and he initially intended to rob them of their water, but ended up getting beaten up by Tianjin Fan's Four Symbols fist, ultimately sitting on a sand dune sharing a piece of bread with them. Later, Tianjin Fan remarked on his skills and invited him to learn martial arts. The sunlight at that time was as warm as the glow of the pendant now. It's nothing, he chuckled, gripping the pendant tightly against his chest. I just thought, if only I could solidify those past days a bit more. Shirtu said nothing, flying steadily as if hesitant to jostle him. In the distance, Wukong's voice called out, Yamcha, where are you? Yamcha poked his head out and shouted, over here. I found a treasure. The wind carried Wukong's laughter, mingling with the pendant's faint light, echoing far into the void. Shirtu suddenly grunted, "What are you so happy about? Once we get out, remember to find me a sunny hillside to bask in." "No problem." Yamcha pounded his chest, the blood from his fingertip still seeping into the pendant. The warm jade pressed against his chest felt like a hand warmer. "When the time comes, I'll tell you every day how I defeated Tianjin Fan. You can keep boasting." Shirtu laughed scornfully, soaring through the last layer of mist. As the figures of Wukong and the others grew clearer in the light ahead, Yamcha glanced down at the pendant, suddenly realizing that what one might call luck may not merely be the discovery of a divine artifact, but rather the serendipitous collision with it at the moment of its entrapment, much like how he had intended to steal water in the desert, only to stumble upon lifelong friends. He tightened his grip on the pendant, smiling into the light. Chapter 139, Jiaozi's Superpower. Connecting two universes of consciousness at the edge of Pluto's orbit, shards of ice glittered like scattered diamonds on black velvet. Jiaozi sat cross-legged on a massive ice crystal, a faint golden glow emanating from the red dot on his forehead. Before him hovered three crystalline snowflake-shaped objects, each containing a blurred figure. The left figure donned a martial arts uniform, the turtle hermit. The middle one was clad in armor, obscuring his face. And the right figure had long silver hair, enveloped in dark purple mist. "Can it get any clearer?" Krillin's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by electrical static. He and Android 18 were stationed at the monitoring station on Earth, the screen displaying Jiaozi's brainwave frequencies, which surged like wheat swaying in the wind, sometimes gentle, sometimes steep. Jiaozi remained silent, closing his eyes as the red dot on his forehead brightened. He sensed the three crystals heating up, as if they contained a living essence. Suddenly, the left crystal burst forth with white light, and the turtle hermit's figure gradually sharpened into focus. He was seated in the turtle hermit's house, fanning himself with a palm leaf, muttering, "Jiaozi, the strength of telekinesis isn't measured by how many stones you can lift, but by how many voices you can hear." It was his master's voice. Jiaozi trembled, his telekinesis spiraling out of control as the three crystals clashed together, causing the armored figure to disintegrate into motes of light. He hurriedly steadied himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was his third attempt to connect with the mirror universe, the previous two having failed due to emotional fluctuations. This time, he had finally captured his master's presence, only to nearly ruin it again. Android 18 adjusted the instruments at the monitoring station. "Jiaozi, your brainwave frequency is too high. If you continue like this, you will exhaust your mental energy." The waveform graph on the screen began to spike jaggedly. Krillin warned, "The flow of time in the mirror universe is different from ours. If you stay there too long, you might come back as an old man." Jiaozi took a deep breath, gently touching the crystal containing the turtle hermit. His telekinesis flowed over it like water, and suddenly, he found himself standing in the yard of the turtle hermit's house. Sunlight filtered through the banana tree leaves, casting shadows on the ground. As his master practiced the Kamehameha against the reflection in the water tank, humming a slightly off-key tune. "Master," Jiaozi called out, only to find he could not make a sound. The turtle hermit seemed to sense something, looking up at the sky and smiling. "This kid has developed his telekinesis to another universe, even more restless than Krillin back in the day." He produced a crumpled envelope from his pocket, addressing the air. "Take this to Krillin and tell him he doesn't need to return the martial arts secret record he borrowed from me. I'm tired of it anyway." The envelope suddenly floated out of the crystal and landed in Jiaozi's hand. Just as he reached to catch it, the middle crystal erupted in blinding red light, and the armored figure reformed. This time, he could clearly see the badge on his chest, the emblem of the Galactic Guardians from the Mirror Universe. The man removed his helmet, revealing a face reminiscent of Vegeta's, but with a metallic eye patch over his left eye. His voice rasped like sandpaper against steel. "Your universe is being devoured by star-eating worms. If you do not find a solution in 3 months, it will turn to cosmic dust." Star-eating worms? The intense fluctuations of the mind power surrounding Jiaozi caused the crystal on the right to suddenly crack open. A figure with long silver hair took the opportunity to emerge, her nails tinged with a dark hue, as she smiled and said, "Do not heed his alarmist words. Those insects are merely our pets. It is your universe's temporal loopholes that are rapidly becoming like a sieve." Suddenly, the voice of Kame Sinmin echoed from the left crystal. "Little girl, do not deceive. Jiaozi, remember, Those from the mirror universe often speak with a hint of falsehood. Observe their feet. Those who lie will involuntarily rise onto their toes. Jiaozi immediately turned to the silver-haired woman, and indeed, he noticed her toes were slightly elevated. The armored figure, however, stood firmly upon the crystal's surface, his knuckles turning white from exertion. Our monitoring station has detected temporal anomalies. Klin's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with urgency. Last week, on the far side of Mars, a landmass suddenly vanished, and the satellites captured only a swirling mass of black mist. The armored figure scoffed. That is the larva of the Star Eater, known to consume solid planets. Your universe's defense systems are utterly ineffective against them, unless he suddenly coughs violently. Dark purple blood seeping from the seams of his armor, or unless you ignite their eggs with the fire of a star core. The woman on the right suddenly burst into laughter. The fire of a star core? That is the energy core of our universe. He is trying to trick you into detonating the star core, leading to mutual destruction. Jiaozi felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Sensing the two voices tugging at his mind power, his master's admonition on the left, and the dispute of two strangers on the right, the crystal in the center suddenly became scorching hot. Instinctively, he enveloped it with his mind power, only to hear a familiar heartbeat that matched Klin's rhythm perfectly. Jiaozi, come back. The voice of 18 Hao was laced with tears. The brainwave chart on the screen plummeted. The crystal is beginning to drain your life force. With a start, Jiaozi opened his eyes, discovering 3 crystals embedded in his palm, the envelope from Kame Sinin stained with his blood. Just as he intended to tuck the envelope away, the central crystal abruptly cracked open, and the voice of the armored figure grew faint. The coordinates of the star core are at the 7th star of Orion's arm. The crystal on the right began to peel away as the woman's laughter grew increasingly sharp. Foolish boy, he is deceiving you. My master once said, those who lie will rise onto their toes. Jiaozi shouted into the communicator, simultaneously using his mind power to propel Kame Sinin's envelope towards the monitoring station. Mr. Klin, catch my master's letter. I saw the armored man's feet were not elevated. Before his words could fully resonate, all 3 crystals exploded simultaneously. Jiaozi felt as if struck by a heavy blow, plummeting from the ice crystal. Just before losing consciousness, he sensed the red dot on his forehead shooting forth like a meteor toward the direction of Orion. In the monitoring station, Klin caught the envelope that floated in, and upon opening it, found not the martial arts secret record, but a hand-drawn map with a red circle around a star system. Inscribed with the words, wherever the mind power can reach, there is no universe that cannot be traversed. 18 Hao observed the gradually stabilizing brainwave chart on the screen, suddenly noticing a series of coordinates concealed within the waveform, precisely the 7th star of Orion, as mentioned by the armored figure. He succeeded. Klin clenched the map tightly, gazing out at the night sky, where a new star twinkled in the direction of Orion, akin to the red dot on Jiaozi's forehead, shining with unwavering determination amidst the darkness. 3 days later, Jiaozi awoke in a hospital bed, discovering a star-shaped crystal in his palm, within which a blurred figure was mimicking Kame Sinin's Kamehameha gesture. He smiled, extending his hand, and as his fingertip brushed the crystal, he heard Kame Sinin's voice resonate in his mind. Young one, the ultimate purpose of mind power is not to connect with the universe, but to allow every being within each universe to hear one another's heartbeat. Outside the window, Wukong and Vegeta were laboring to transport the star core detector onto the spacecraft, while 18 Hao was inspecting the weapon systems, and Klin was studying the map, each bearing smiles akin to Jiaozi's, for they understood that regardless of the distance separating universes, as long as consciousness could connect, no predicament was insurmountable. Meanwhile, the star-shaped crystal in Jiaozi's palm pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, radiating a glow akin to the red dot on his forehead. Chapter 140. The King of the Universe of Nothingness. The essence of forgetting the boundary of the universe of nothingness was devoid of stars. Only a swirling expanse of gray mist, reminiscent of diluted ink. Wukong's psion energy was suppressed here to a mere 30%. He clenched his fists, the golden aura flickering uncertainly. This place is inhospitable even for breath. Vegeta scoffed, attempting to unleash his super blue form, but only managed to generate a faint blue ripple around him. Fool, this is not energy suppression, but existential suppression. Have you not realized? The longer one lingers here, the more one forgets their own name. He suddenly halted, a frown creasing his brow, struggling to recall what he had intended to say. It seemed a crucial name hovered just on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not grasp it. Be careful, Wufan shouted suddenly, slashing through a shadow that leaped from the gray mist with his sword. Upon landing, the shadow transformed into a puddle of gray water, exuding a pungent, rusty odor. The group then realized that within the gray mist lurked countless such shadows, formless and silent, which would approach stealthily, devouring memories upon contact. Akin to a sponge soaking up water. Those are the shadows of forgetting. A calm voice emerged from the depths of the mist. The group turned toward the sound, witnessing the gray mist part to reveal a path, through which a figure clad in gray robes slowly emerged. His face was obscured by a hood, revealing only a pair of gray-white eyes devoid of pupils. Despite the absence of any energy fluctuations, Wukong and the others felt a soul-deep shiver, not fear, but a bewildering sense of not remembering why they should be afraid. Who are you? Clin tightened his grip on the energy sphere of Kaiwansen, but suddenly froze, questioning the very purpose of the Kaiwansen. I am the king of this realm. The figure in gray raised his hand, causing the shadows of forgetting to retreat 3 paces. You may call me forgetting. Forgive me? Wukong scratched his head, bursting into laughter. What a strange name. It reminds me of a friend of mine. No. What was my friend's name again? His smile gradually faltered, his expression turning vacant. Vegeta gritted his teeth, resisting the encroaching erosion. What have you done to us? Regret washed over him as the words escaped. He had intended to say something harsher, but could not recall the insulting vocabulary. I have done nothing. Forgetting's voice drifted like the wind across sand. This is the universe of nothingness. The essence of existence is forgetfulness. Your power stems from memory. Wukong's Saiyan blood harbors millennia of combat memories. Vegeta's pride is rooted in the memory of being a Saiyan prince. Clin's techniques arise from Kame Sennin's teachings. Without memory, you are no different from a stone by the roadside. He gestured toward Wufan. Do you remember for whom you transformed into Super Saiyan 2 for the first time? Wufan trembled, a blurred female figure flashing through his mind. He yearned to say mother, yet could not utter a sound. His eyes suddenly welled with tears, though he knew not why he felt compelled to cry. Stop! 18 Ha suddenly fired her weapon. But the energy blast dissipated into gray mist 3 meters from forgetting. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but because she suddenly could not recall why she needed to protect Clin, or even who Clin was. She only knew that instinct compelled her to protect the person beside her. Forgetting turned toward her, a flicker of disturbance crossing his gray-white eyes. You are quite special. Your mechanical enhancements provide a physical vessel for your memories, making them harder to consume than theirs. However, it is merely a matter of time. Your chip will rust. The data will wear away, and ultimately, you will become nothing like them. You are mistaken. An aged voice resounded as Kame Sennin emerged from the gray mist, leaning on his cane. His hair had turned completely white, yet he stood tall and straight. Moments ago, he had been ambushed by the shadows of forgetting. And though he could no longer perform the Kamehameha gesture accurately, he still glared fiercely. Young one, do you know why people forget? It is not because memories vanish, but because we engrave the most important things into our very bones. He trembled as he raised his cane, pointing at Wukong. This foolish child has forgotten how to transform, yet still recalls the instinct to protect. Vegeta cannot remember his royal lineage, yet stands resolutely at the forefront. Gohan has forgotten the reasons for his anger, but shields his sister behind him. The forgotten hood swayed gently. Instincts may fade, just as water droplets evaporate. Now behold. Suddenly, Bulma raised a glowing device, its screen flickering with countless points of light. This is my invention, the memory anchor. It contains the memories of us all. Wukong's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression when he first uttered Kakarot's name, and Krillin's foolish demeanor when he proposed. You may consume memories, but you cannot erase the moments we have witnessed together. The device emitted a radiant light that pierced the gray fog, illuminating each person's face. Wukong gazed at his younger self on the screen and burst into laughter. Ah, I remember now. I am Son Wukong. A golden aura erupted with greater intensity than before. Vegeta observed a photo of himself with Trunks, his pupils refocusing, and the super blue form unfolded with a resounding roar. The pride of a Saiyan is not sustained by mere memories. Gohan recalled his fury during the battle with Cell, and the warmth of his mother's smile, as the aura of Super Saiyan 2 tore through the fog. Krillin held 18's hand, suddenly remembering how nervous he was on the day of the proposal, unable to utter a word. only presenting the ring. The light of the energy blade condensed once more. Memories may fade, but the paths we have walked together become something more enduring than mere recollections. The turtle hermit's cane struck the ground with a heavy thud, akin to a scar on an ancient tree. Even if one forgets how it came to be, that scar will remember for you. The forgotten figures began to grow transparent, their shadows receding like a tide. For the first time, emotions flickered in his gray-white eyes, as if in confusion. Why? Forgetting is the end of the universe. All stars will extinguish, all civilizations will perish. What use is remembering? Wukong scratched his head and smiled brightly. Because remembering brings joy. The gray mist gradually dissipated, revealing distant starlight. The forgotten figures transformed completely into fog, leaving a single phrase resonating in the void. Perhaps you are right. Bulma stored the device and wiped her brow. That scared me. I almost forgot I am the universe's greatest inventor. Krillin suddenly flushed, grasping 18's hand. Did I just forget something important? Like our wedding anniversary? 18 playfully punched him. Silly, just remember the present. Wukong gazed at the reignited starry sky, recalling his grandfather's words. To live is to leave something behind. He touched the 4-star ball on his chest, suddenly comprehending that eternity is not about never forgetting, but rather about how, even if the details fade. Those moments that warmed your heart will become an intrinsic part of you, accompanying you on your next journey. At the boundaries of the universe of nothingness, the gray mist completely vanished, revealing a rainbow-like light bridge. The group exchanged smiles and walked toward the light bridge, their steps more resolute than before. For they understood that as long as they stood together, even if they forgot the past, they could create new memories. Chapter 141. The King of All's Order. Eliminate the remnants of nothingness. The crystal floor of the King of All's palace rippled suddenly, resembling a lake disturbed by a stone. The two kings of all leaned over a star map, playfully pushing planets with their fingers. Upon hearing the news, they simultaneously looked up, their faces rarely adorned with seriousness. The Grand Priest stood beside them, his golden robe trailing on the ground, the flowing holy light within its weave dimmer than usual. So, the remnants of nothingness have already permeated the 7th universe? The left king of all wiggled his short legs, his fingertip unconsciously poking the earth on the star map. Is it that black shadow that Bu mentioned was inedible? The Grand Priest nodded, a light screen appearing in his palm. It displayed surveillance footage from the far side of Mars. Countless gray-black, fluffy substances were surging from a spatial rift, turning rocks to dust in their wake, completely severing satellite signals, and even consuming light entirely. These were the remnants of the forgotten energy from the universe of nothingness, impervious to physical attacks, and could only be purified by the power of existence. Power of existence? The right king of all tilted his head, pointing at Wukong's energy signature. Is it similar to Kakarot and their strength? Not entirely, replied the Grand Priest, his gaze sweeping over the data on the light screen. These remnants feed on forgotten existences. The more powerful the warrior, the greater the regrets of what has been forgotten, making them more susceptible to being parasitized. Mr. Wukong has time folds left by multiple time travels within him, while Mr. Vegeta harbors memories of the destroyed Vegeta star within his Saiyan blood. They are both high-risk targets. Before he could finish, the light screen abruptly switched to a scene outside the Earth Martial Arts Dojo, where Krillin was swinging his energy blade at a mass of remnants, only to have the shadow ensnare his arm. His eyes instantly grew vacant as he muttered, "Who am I? What was I supposed to do?" Krillin. 18's voice resonated from outside the frame. The energy blast she fired struck the shadow, only causing it to swell slightly. Don't dawdle. Think about Marin. Think about our home. At the mention of Marin, clarity returned to Krillin's eyes, and the energy blade erupted with blinding light, finally cleaving the shadow in two. However, the fragments did not vanish. Instead, they burrowed into the ground like living creatures, causing the earth to crack in a spiderweb pattern. The left king of all suddenly slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous. Bullying Krillin like that. The right king of all nodded vigorously. We must eliminate it. Clear away all the remnants. The Grand Priest bowed in compliance. Understood. Your Majesty. However, purification requires existence anchors, something that can help the parasitized remember why they exist. Perhaps Mr. Wukong's anchor is the rice balls made by Chi-Chi, and Mr. Vegeta's could be Trunks' report card? He displayed a list outlining each person's core memory items. I will deliver the anchors. Wukong's voice suddenly came from outside the hall as he pushed the door open, his golden aura still carrying the dust of his travels. He had just finished training in the Kaioshin realm when he received Bulma's call. He observed the shadow on the light screen, frowning. These things resemble the remnants of nothingness. Vegeta followed closely behind, his deep blue aura kept low. Enough chatter, let's get moving. Trunks is still waiting for me on Earth to review his training results. Don't let this trash delay us. Though he spoke impatiently, his hand instinctively brushed against the area where he kept Trunks' first family drawing, where he had been colored blue. The kings of all exchanged glances before raising their hands in unison. Two golden beams descended upon Wukong and Vegeta, solidifying their auras. And the danger index displayed on the light screen plummeted. This was the blessing of the kings of all, capable of temporarily suppressing the factors of forgetfulness within them. The left king of all handed over 2 crystal vials containing a pale golden liquid. When faced with remnants you cannot defeat, splash this on them. It will remind them of their former selves as stars. The right king of all added, remember, it's not about destroying them. It's about helping them recall who they truly are. Wukong took the crystal vials and suddenly remembered the words spoken in the universe of nothingness. All remnants are fragments of forgotten stars. He scratched his head and smiled. I understand. It's like a lost child needing to be shown the way home. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, yet carefully placed the crystal vial into his tactical bag. Boring. As he turned, his fingertip inadvertently brushed the vial, causing the liquid inside to ripple and reveal Trunks' smiling face from his childhood, his ears subtly turning red. The Grand Priest opened a portal to Earth, advising. The source of the remnants lies at the Martian Rift. We must clear it there to prevent more remnants from emerging. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, the order from the kings of all is to eliminate, not to destroy. Got it, Wukong exclaimed, pulling Vegeta through the portal. Before departing, he turned back to Wave. Kings of all, await our good news. Just as the portal closed, the left king of all suddenly pointed at the Earth on the star map. They will win, right? The right king of all nodded emphatically. They certainly will, because they have someone to protect. The Da Shengguan observed the serious expressions of the 2 Quan Wang, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand to magnify the image of Mars, where Wukong was using the Kamehameha to propel a massive chunk of debris into the sky, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to splash golden liquid onto the fissure. The debris that surged forth gradually transformed into twinkling stardust upon contact with the liquid, reminiscent of fireflies scattered by the wind. Krillin and 18 stood firmly on the ground, supporting each other, as Ma Lun rushed over with a starry painting board, calling out sweetly, Daddy, Mommy, look, the stars are coming home. The mark of Mars on the star chart slowly reverted to blue, and the Earth's alarm was subsequently lifted. The Quan Wang applauded and cheered, resuming their game of chess with the planets, this time positioning Earth and Mars closely together, akin to 2 candies nestled side by side. The Da Shengguan gazed at the star chart, murmuring softly, the so-called cleansing is never about annihilation, it is about awakening. Just like those forgotten star remnants. As long as someone remembers they were once part of the night sky, they can be reborn as light. What Wukong and his companions protect is never merely a planet. It is the right for every existence to be remembered. In the distance, a shimmering portal hinted at the imminent return of the victors. The cosmic flow of the Quan Wang Palace remained unchanged, yet tonight, the starlight was imbued with an extra warmth of awakening. Chapter 142. The Destruction God's Assessment. The balance of destruction and protection. Wise held an afternoon tea, his golden lashes casting a delicate shadow on the surface of the red tea. He gently swirled the silver spoon while observing Wukong and Vegeta, who sat upright on the opposite sofa, a standard smile adorning his face. The Lord of Destruction has stated that to become a cosmic warrior, mere fighting is insufficient. Wukong stuffed a piece of strawberry cake into his mouth and mumbled, what kind of assessment? Is it more difficult than the Quan Wang's hide-and-seek? Vegeta snorted disdainfully, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Enough chatter, just tell us the rules. He had just helped Trunks with his homework the night before, his sleeves still bearing traces of crayon marks. Yet he straightened his back intentionally. The assessment from the God of Destruction was always tied to one's pride. Weiss set down his teacup, a faint purple light emanating from his palm as he conjured a star chart out of thin air. The chart marked 3 flickering red dots, resembling droplets of blood embedded in black velvet. Do you see these 3 planets? He pointed to the leftmost red dot with his silver spoon. This Lioli star is entirely crystalline. It shatters upon contact. The iron star in the middle has a density 100 times that of Earth, making it difficult to leave any trace of destructive energy. The green star on the right is inhabited by 1 billion indigenous people, whose life energy is intertwined with the roots of the planet. Wukong leaned closer to the star chart, nearly touching the luminous surface with his nose. So what do we do? Break them? No, Weiss's smile deepened. The Lord of Destruction means that the core crystal of the Lioli star must be preserved, while the excess fragments must be destroyed. The iron star needs a passage carved out for spacecraft to traverse, without harming its foundation. As for the green star, he paused, glancing at Vegeta. We must eliminate the invading alien insect race without damaging the roots of the indigenous people. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Destroy and protect at the same time? Precisely. Weiss replied, retracting the star chart. Destruction is not the goal, nor is protection a constraint. True power lies in knowing which brick to dismantle and which beam to preserve. Now, let the assessment begin. Before his words could settle, the two were teleported to the Lioli star. Lioli star, the balance of destruction and preservation. The ground beneath their feet shimmered with a rainbow-like sheen, each step accompanied by the crisp sound of crystals grinding against one another. Wukong tried stomping his foot, causing a cascade of shattered crystals to fall around him, akin to a kaleidoscope spilling its contents. Wow, this stuff is way more fragile than glass. He scratched his head, gazing at the floating core. A basketball-sized amethyst enveloped in a stream of faint golden energy. Weiss had instructed to preserve the core, so all they needed to do was clear away the surrounding shards. Right? Vegeta had already gathered destructive energy, a deep blue aura reflecting cold light off the crystals. Fool, using brute force will only shatter the core. Watch closely. He flicked his fingers, unleashing 3 energy blades that precisely sliced through the supporting crystal columns surrounding the core. Those translucent pillars broke cleanly as if severed by an invisible knife, with shards cascading like a waterfall, yet not a single fragment touched the core. Wukong's eyes sparkled. Oh, so that's how it's done. He attempted to mimic Vegeta, channeling energy, but mismanaged the force, sending a Kamehameha crashing into the ground, creating a pit and causing the core to wobble. Alarmed, he quickly dove to shield it with his back. Useless fool, Vegeta muttered. Yet he swiftly cast an energy net to catch the flying shards, ensnaring them like fish. The two worked in tandem, Vegeta's energy blades delicately stripping away excess crystal, while Wukong used the energy net to catch the falling debris, swiftly clearing a spacious area. The core crystal floated serenely at the center, surrounded by a mound of glittering shards. This task doesn't seem too difficult. Wukong wiped his sweat. Vegeta glanced at the crystal mound. Don't get complacent. The next planet will be your trial. Iron Star. The contest of hardness and softness. As soon as they set foot on the Iron Star, Wukong grimaced at the sharp rocks beneath him. The ground gleamed with a metallic luster, feeling like kicking a steel plate. The distant mountains loomed dark and immovable. Not even a whisper of wind stirred. Weiss had instructed them to carve a passage without harming the foundation. Wukong clenched his fist and struck the ground, leaving only a white mark. This was harder than Broly's fist. Vegeta stroked his chin, circling the mountain range, coalescing destructive energy at his fingertips. When his energy met the rocks, it only sparked a few embers. Frowning, he recalled Weiss's words during training. Destructive energy is not about brute strength. It's about identifying the most fragile connection point. He soared into the air, closing his eyes to sense the flow of energy. The energy of the Iron Star resembled solidified magma, with faint veins running deep within the mountains, akin to human blood vessels. There, Vegeta's eyes snapped open, hands clasped together, as deep blue destructive energy transformed into slender blades that precisely pierced a depression on the mountainside. A rumbling sound erupted, not an explosion, but rather the sound of rocks fracturing from within. As the dust settled, a passage just wide enough for a spacecraft appeared. The mountain's cut surface as neat as a sliced cake. Wukong stared in awe. How did you know to strike there? By using my brain. Vegeta dusted off his hands, but couldn't help a slight smirk. It was certainly better than some who only knew how to use their fists. Wukong scratched his head, suddenly unleashing an energy wave towards the other end of the passage. Not destruction, but using energy to dislodge the jagged fragments, smoothly refining the passage. See, now it's easier for the spaceship. Vegeta paused, observing the smooth rock wall swept by the energy wave, snorting dismissively, unnecessary. Yet his ears turned slightly red. Green star, the boundary between life and death. As the teleportation light descended, the fragrant scent of foliage filled the air. The sky of the green star was mint-colored, with enormous tree roots exposed above the ground, resembling countless spiraling green dragons. The indigenous people, small beings with leaf-like ears, cowered behind the roots, trembling. In the distance, the sounds of chewing echoed from the forest, where the alien insect race was gnawing on the tree roots. Weiss had instructed not to harm the indigenous people's roots. Wukong observed the small beings connected to the roots. They seemed to be one with the trees. Vegeta charged ahead, destructive energy pulsating in his palms. The insects are over there. Don't let them gnaw through the main root. His energy blades avoided the roots, targeting the areas where the insects gathered, slicing through the tough-shelled creatures in half, their green juices splattering to the ground, yet leaving the delicate roots unharmed. Wukong followed closely, suddenly spotting a small insect burrowing into a crack in a main root. Just as he was about to unleash a Kamehameha, he noticed a small being huddled nearby. That root was their home. Thinking quickly, Wukong tore off a large leaf and blew on its tip, deftly sweeping the small insect out of the crack and then crushing it with a fist. That works too? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, but mimicked his actions, using energy to ensnare the vines and pull out the hiding insects, crushing them in his grasp. The battle raged for 2 hours, and as the last Zerg was vanquished, a gentle rain of petals fell from the mint-colored sky. The little beings with leaf-like ears emerged, encircling them in a peculiar dance. New buds sprouted from the main roots, tickling Wukong's pant leg. It seemed that this realm had suffered little destruction. Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Vegeta gazed at the new sprouts and suddenly remarked, "To destroy what must be destroyed and to protect what must be preserved. That is the essence of the assessment, is it not?" In the assessment space, the figure of the god of destruction, Beerus, held a bowl of cat food, observing the scene within the crystal ball. Whis stood beside him, timely offering a cup of red tea. "My lord, how do you find their performance?" Beerus licked a morsel of cat food nonchalantly, replying. That little scion finally paid attention beyond mere fighting, his gaze fixed on Wukong, who was being pulled into a dance by the little beings. While Vegeta awkwardly helped steady one of their cradles, a faint smile gracing his lips. "They pass, I suppose." Within the crystal ball, Wukong donned 2 floral crowns made of petals, grinning foolishly, while Vegeta, although verbally dismissing it as childish, left the crown untouched. In the distance, new leaves unfurled, sunlight filtering through the foliage to fall upon them like a layer of gold. Whis softly remarked, "Destruction and protection are not inherently opposed. Much like the shards and remnants of Lioli's star, the destruction and preservation of Tieshing, and the killing and nurturing of Lushing." Beerus grunted in agreement, casting a glance at the 2 raucous figures within the crystal ball, and suddenly said, "For the next assessment, let them venture near the black hole." Whis smiled in response. "As you wish, my lord," though he thought to himself, Mr. Wukong will likely find the black hole amusing, while Mr. Vegeta will probably complain about the hassle. Amidst the brilliance of the crystal ball, Wukong placed a floral crown upon Vegeta's head, the 2 of them chasing each other around a large tree, their laughter startling a swarm of colorful flying insects. The balance of destruction and protection perhaps resided within such delightful chaos, knowing when to strike, when to hold back, when to shatter darkness, and when to safeguard the faint light. Chapter 143, Wukong vs. the King's Attendant. The pinnacle of speed, the floor of the king's palace was paved with countless fragments of stars, and with each step, one could glimpse the swirling galaxies beneath. Wukong stood at the heart of the hall, gazing at the attendant clad in silver armor before him, unable to resist scratching his head. The figure appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking even the slightest embellishment on his armor, yet his presence conjured an invisible barrier in the air, making it difficult to breathe. "I hear you are the fastest in the universe?" Wukong flexed his wrists, golden energy flames licking the ground like fire. "Whis mentioned your speed can rival instantaneous movement. Is that true?" The attendant remained silent, merely nodding slightly. His movements were as slow as a film in slow motion. Yet Wukong's scion instincts screamed at him. The attendant's aura was as calm as still waters, but it evoked the terror he had felt when dominated by the king in the realm of the Kaishin. "Shall we give it a try?" Wukong grinned widely, his body suddenly transforming into a streak of golden light. leaving only an afterimage behind. This was his instantaneous movement, perfected after breaking through the super blue limits. Faster than conventional instantaneous movement, capable of confusing even Jiren. Yet, in the next moment, a cold hand pressed firmly on Wukong's shoulder. He whipped around, astonished to find the attendant still standing in place as if he had never moved, merely stretching out his hand to rest upon Wukong's shoulder. The chill of the metal armor seeped through Wukong's battlesuit, making him shiver. Had his previous movement seemed like a leisurely stroll to his opponent? Again, Wukong's eyes brightened, blood surging through his veins. The super blue aura surged, compressing the surrounding air into visible ripples. He refrained from using instantaneous movement again, instead concentrating his energy at his feet, launching himself not forward, but into a rapid spin around the king's palace. Golden trails traced a massive circle on the ground, causing tablecloths to flutter and even the floating planetary models to sway. This was his circular instantaneous step, honed over 10 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Fast enough to appear at every point along the circumference simultaneously, leading countless opponents to believe he had mastered the art of duplication. Yet, no matter how quickly he spun, from the corner of his eye, he could see the attendant remaining at the center, like a nail firmly planted in the ground, the angle of the armor's reflection unchanged. "Hey, why don't you move?" Wukong felt a twinge of urgency, suddenly halting his spin and gathering a form of Kamehameha. He did not intend to attack, but sought to force his opponent to move with the energy wave's impact. Just as the energy wave was on the verge of formation, the attendant moved. No one could discern how he moved. It was as if the world had flickered. The hand that had once rested on Wukong's shoulder now grasped the core of the energy wave. That mass of energy, potent enough to obliterate an asteroid, felt like a compliant flame nestled within his palm, not a single spark escaping. Speed is not meant for circling. The attendant finally spoke, his voice resembling two pieces of metal scraping together, commanding that which should halt to cease. In the moment Wukong was stunned, the attendant's hand withdrew, returning to the back of his form as if nothing had transpired. Yet Wukong suddenly laughed, realizing that the opponent had not been idle but had moved faster than his perception. His circular instantaneous step must have appeared to the attendant as a snail's pace. The moment he gathered the energy wave, the attendant had already completed his observation and retracted his entire set of movements, fast enough to compress time itself. How intriguing! Wukong threw his head back and howled, his golden aura transforming into silvery hues, his hair taking on a moonlit sheen. The state of ultra instinct activated in that fleeting moment. The starry floor of the king's palace began to tremble violently, and Wukong's form became blurred, not due to speed, but because each movement he made avoided unnecessary trajectories, flowing around obstacles as water would around stones. He did not initiate an attack, but danced around the attendant, increasing speed until countless overlapping afterimages surrounded the attendant, resembling a tightening golden ring. For the first time, the attendant furrowed his brow. His hand lifted slightly, a faint purple light seeping from the seams of his armor. This time, Wukong discerned that the attendant was not stagnant. He was waiting, anticipating the slightest opening. Now, seizing the moment the attendant raised his hand, Wukong's form suddenly vanished. This was neither instantaneous movement nor the instinctive evasion of ultra instinct, but a spatial leap resulting from compressing energy to its utmost limit, more direct and forceful than instantaneous movement. He appeared behind the attendant, unleashing a wind-breaking punch aimed at the back of his head. Before the punch could land, the attendant had already turned around. His movements remained slow, yet Wukong's fist met the surface of the attendant's armor, creating ripples as the force was redirected sideways. What astonished Wukong even more was that the attendant's face was merely a fist's distance away. His recent leap had been an unanticipated rout in the attendant's eyes. Your speed, tainted by the desire to win, is what slows you. The attendant pressed his hand against Wukong's fist, this time with greater force. The fastest speed is to make your opponent feel as though you have never moved at all. Wukong suddenly comprehended. No matter how swift he was, his intentions, whether to strike or evade, were overt. In contrast, the attendant's speed was akin to time itself, silent, omnipresent, yet elusive. Like sunlight streaming through a window. One could sense its arrival but could not grasp the trajectory of its movement. He dissipated the ultra-instinct aura, scratching his head and smiling like a child. I concede. However, next time, I will surely be faster than you. The attendant regarded him, a rare semblance of a smile gracing his features. The king remarked that you were quite amusing. Outside the king's palace, Whis held a tray of tea, smiling at Beerus. You see, Mr. Wukong has found a new target. Beerus grunted but offered no refutation, having not even witnessed the attendant's instantaneous movement. Chapter 144, Vegeta's Assignment. Baking a cake for Vegeta stood at the kitchen door. His fingertips pinching the crumpled recipe, his knuckles turning white. The countertop was blanketed with flour, resembling a layer of snow. The whisk lay askew against the edge of the cream bucket, while egg whites splattered everywhere, including all over the sleeves of his cherished black combat suit. The smear of pale yellow resembling a glaring patch. Dad, what are you doing? Bra's voice floated in from the doorway, laced with the drowsiness of just waking up. Vegeta stiffened, abruptly turning around and knocking over the sugar jar, white granules spilling across the floor like scattered stardust. And nothing, he stammered, instinctively blocking the countertop with his body. His back colliding with the oven, causing him to grimace in pain but remain silent. Bra had already tiptoed around him, her little finger poking at the dough stuck to the baking tray. Is this for me? But it looks like a burnt rock. Vegeta felt his ears flush crimson. While Bulma was in the lab that morning, he had unearthed the long-neglected oven and, inspired by a recipe, attempted to create a strawberry cake. Bra had mentioned before bed that her classmates claimed her father's treats were the best, and that offhand comment had driven him to study the recipe well into the night. Yet, the reality was grim. The first batch had turned to charcoal, and the second failed to rise, resembling a hard pancake. Wait, Vegeta said, pulling off his flour-dusted gloves. His tone rigid. Another half hour. He pushed Bra out of the kitchen and locked the door. The recipe on the countertop was crumpled further, with the instruction to beat the egg whites clockwise for 10 minutes circled thrice in red ink, alongside his irritable annotations. What a foolish step. The truth was, he had no idea about clockwise or counterclockwise. It had seemed effortless when he watched Bulma, but attempting it himself revealed that the egg whites seemed to conspire against him, refusing to froth no matter how vigorously he whisked. In a fit of frustration, he nearly blasted the whisk with a key blast. Foolish Vegeta. Unable to even make a cake, he roared at his flour-dusted reflection in the mirror, suddenly picturing Goku's silly grin. If that guy knew the Saiyan prince was struggling with egg whites in the kitchen, he would laugh until the next century. Just as his annoyance peaked, he felt a gentle tug on his wrist. Bra had somehow found a small stool and squeezed through the door crack, holding up a strawberry. Mommy said adding strawberries will make it taste better. She tiptoed, offering the strawberry to his mouth, its juice smearing on his chin, sweet and delightful. Vegeta stood frozen, allowing his daughter to stuff the strawberry into his mouth. As the tart sweetness spread, his irritation dissipated. He sighed, resigned, and tied on the apron again. This time not glancing at the recipe, but recalling Bulma's movements. First, mix the egg yolks and flour together, controlling the strength like harmonizing energy, while whipping the egg whites. Try to envelop the mixture gently, stirring in one direction, the energy from his fingertips brushing lightly like feathers, and surprisingly, delicate bubbles began to form. Dad, you're glowing, Bra exclaimed, leaning on the countertop, her eyes sparkling. Looking down, Vegeta noticed a faint blue aura surrounding him. He had unknowingly harnessed his Saiyan energy as assistance. If Goku saw this, he would surely laugh about using superpowers to bake a cake. As he prepared the third batch, he no longer stared blankly at the oven, but sat with Bra on the small stool, listening to her stories from kindergarten. Lily's dad makes dinosaur-shaped cookies, but I think yours will be even better. Bra swung her legs, her little braid brushing against his hand. Vegeta grunted, unable to suppress a smile creeping onto his lips. When the oven timer chimed, he almost marched over in unison with his own movements. The moment he opened the oven door, he was taken aback. The golden cake rose perfectly, its edges adorned with just the right caramelization, unlike the previous two attempts that had either burned or collapsed. Wow. It worked. Bra leaped up, clapping her hands. Vegeta stiffly removed the cake, placing it on the cooling rack, suddenly remembering something and hurriedly squeezing the cream. His grip was neither too light nor too heavy, resulting in crooked lines of cream that resembled a struggling little snake. But Bra clapped her hands, exclaiming, "It's in the shape of a heart. Daddy, you're amazing." Watching his daughter arrange the strawberries around the heart shape, Vegeta felt that all the chaos from being choked by flour and the frustration with the egg whites had transformed into the sweet strawberry flavor atop the cake. He picked up a scrap and popped it into his mouth. It wasn't particularly delicious, even a bit dry. yet his heart felt as if it were filled with something warm. "Daddy, can I take this to kindergarten tomorrow?" Bra clung to his leg, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Vegeta ruffled her hair, softening his tone for once. "No, tomorrow Daddy will make an even bigger one. This time." He didn't look at the recipe, but silently memorized the steps in his mind. Some things don't require all-out effort. Just thinking of the other's smiling face is enough to gradually make it right. Outside the kitchen, Bulma leaned against the wall, secretly capturing the moment with her phone. Vegeta clumsily frosting the cake, while Bra handed him strawberries, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a golden hue over them. She smiled as she edited a message to send to Goku. "Look at your rival's other side. Isn't it surprising?" Upon receiving the photo, Goku, who was training in the distance, nearly fell from his nimbus, laughing as he replied, "This guy takes cake making more seriously than training." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Vegeta watched Bra take small bites of the cake with a little fork, suddenly realizing that compared to conquering the universe, perhaps such a task was more challenging yet more worthy of his heart and soul. Chapter 145, Gohan's Wisdom. Unraveling the mathematical puzzle of the universe of nothingness. At the edge of the universe of nothingness floated countless fragmented star trails, resembling scattered abacus beads. Gohan hovered in the void, his fingertips tracing a faint green energy trajectory, gathering the dispersed stardust into a clump. On the holographic screen before him, a dense array of formulas scrolled at an almost imperceptible speed, each symbol exuding a chilling aura of emptiness. This was the core riddle of the universe of nothingness, a mathematical conundrum constructed from non-existence. Thus, to prove the existence of nothing, one must first locate the boundary of something. Gohan muttered softly to himself, adjusting his non-existent glasses. From behind, Goku's familiar cheerful voice broke in. "Gohan, you've been staring at those squiggles for 3 days now. Are you making any progress? If not, let Dad give it a shot." Gohan turned to see Goku perched on his nimbus, holding an unfinished senzu bean. "I just asked the Omni King, and he said if we can't solve this, the universe of nothingness will swallow the neighboring 3 small universes." Vegeta stood beside Goku, arms crossed, scoffing. "Don't expect me to help you calculate. This kind of thinking is more your forte than ours." Nevertheless, he discreetly pulled up a star chart, marking suspicious star points with his fingertips. Gohan smiled, turning to point at the most complex segment of the formula on the screen. "Look here, the variables keep collapsing. Like when you suddenly jump from negative to positive, there's a gap where a non-existent number should be." He gestured in the air, the energy trajectory tracing a distorted Mobius strip. The space of the universe of nothingness was unidirectionally cyclical, making ordinary mathematical rules ineffective, as there was no boundary. "I don't understand," Goku mumbled around the senzu bean. "Just tell me who to hit, and I'll punch that non-existent number out." Vegeta frowned at the screen. "Are you suggesting we need to create a boundary?" "Exactly." Gohan's eyes lit up. "It's like cutting a notch in the Mobius strip to count how many surfaces it has. We need to find a value that exists yet does not exist, allowing this segment of the formula to form a closed loop." He displayed the energy map of the universe of nothingness, pointing to a flickering light spot. "The energy fluctuations here are quite peculiar. It belongs neither to matter nor antimatter, resembling a mathematical black hole." Goku suddenly clapped his hands. "I got it. It's like when I transform into Super Saiyan God. The energy is both inside and outside my body." "Somewhat like that," Gohan nodded. "But it was a more abstract concept. If existence is 1 and non-existence is 0, then the value we need is the gap between 1 and 0. He began inscribing new formulas upon the screen, the energy of his fingertips resonating with the void of the universe. The rolling symbols gradually slowed. Vegeta observed Gohan's concentrated profile and was suddenly reminded of Gohan's childhood, when he had just entered primary school, running home with a perfect math test, proudly declaring, "Father, I have solved the difficult problem the teacher mentioned." At that moment, Vegeta had stubbornly retorted, calling him a fool, questioning what was so praiseworthy about such a trivial matter. Yet he had secretly affixed the test paper to the refrigerator. "Have you found that value?" Vegeta's tone softened slightly. Gohan pointed to the empty space at the end of the formula. "Right here. It is not a number, but a process akin to dividing 1 into infinite parts. When each part approaches 0 yet never reaches it, this process of approximation is the answer we seek." He activated the energy detector, aiming it at the previously marked light point. The energy here was engaged in this infinite approach. "If we give it a signal to stop, we can complete the formula." "A signal to stop?" Goku mused. Like a game that halts when you call for a stop? Almost, Gohan chuckled, but it requires exceedingly precise energy control. Neither too strong nor too weak, perfectly poised at the threshold between existence and non-existence. Suddenly, Vegeta raised his hand, concentrating a pale blue energy sphere in his palm. Allow me to try. His energy was precise and stable, piercing toward the light point like a scalpel. The light point flickered violently, and the formula on the screen began to reorganize, but it suddenly collapsed at the final step, the symbol shattering into stardust. Too forceful. Gohan shook his head. What it requires is not power, but balance. Goku volunteered. Let me give it a go. He restrained his breath. A fine golden thread of energy emanating from his fingertips, wrapping around the light point like spider silk. This time, the formula stabilized considerably, yet at the moment of closure. It rippled and dispersed once more. So close. Goku lamented, scratching his head. Gohan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He recalled what Chi-Chi had told him about arithmetic. Don't rush. Count slowly. Envision the answer, and it will reveal itself. He extended his hands, palms facing each other. As a soft green energy spun between them, neither dispersing nor contracting, resembling a suspended dewdrop. Now, Gohan whispered, the energy sphere drifting gently toward the light point. At the moment of contact, the void of the universe suddenly rippled, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. The formula on the screen abruptly coalesced into a perfect ring, the rolling symbols transforming into twinkling stars, spelling out the concept of existence in the void. We did it! Goku exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and patting Gohan's shoulder. I knew you could do it. A barely perceptible smile graced Vegeta's lips as he turned away, muttering, humph. At least it wasn't in vain. Gohan gazed at the now stable void of the universe, suddenly comprehending that what is termed nothing is never truly devoid of substance. It merely awaits discovery, just like the moment of being stumped while solving a math problem, which appears unsolvable. The answer has long been concealed around the bend of thought, requiring merely an extra measure of patience and a belief in the wisdom of existence. In the distance, the voice of the Omni King echoed through time and space. Gohan is remarkable. Next time you come to the Omni Palace, I'll treat you to strawberry cake. Goku playfully threw his arm around Gohan's neck. Let's go home and celebrate. Mother must have made lots of delicious food. Gohan nodded with a smile, glancing back at the closed formula, which had transformed into a gentle ribbon of light, winding around the edge of the void, as if draping a warm scarf over the emptiness. He suddenly recalled how, in his childhood, when he couldn't solve a problem, his father would tickle him. His mother would bring him warm milk, and his brother would secretly slip him a small note with the answer. It turned out that unraveling difficult problems involved not only wisdom, but also the warmth of those who stood behind him.